The system gave you the strongest holy body, allowing you to be born into the imperial family. However, unexpectedly, this family values females over males, giving all the cultivation resources to your twin sister, leaving you with nothing, not even a piece of spiritual stone. It is because they know that your sister is the reincarnation of the emperor of the heavenly realm. According to the ancestral records, she will lead the family to the peak of the great path. However, just when they thought your sister would be the one to make the decision for eternity, unexpectedly, you easily crushed them without any family resources. At this moment, with the landing of the baby girl, a loud noise came from the originally cloudless sky, and a streak of purple energy spread from the east, covering an area of thousands of miles. Then the baby girl was lifted into the air by a mysterious force, and countless purple energies merged into her body. In just an instant, the power of the baby girl's bloodline gradually became stronger. This scene stunned everyone, and the patriarch of the clan was particularly excited. He knew that the emperor who had been waiting for 6,000 years had finally been born, and his talent was even more extraordinary than he had expected. The baby girl was absorbed for a long time before she finally fell down, and was caught by the midwife and taken back to clean up. Shortly after, there was another burst of crying from the baby in the room. The midwife brought out a baby from inside and shouted with joy, "Congratulations, Chief, a son is born." Upon hearing this, your father smiled even more happily. Compared to the emergence of the emperor, he is obviously more satisfied with this son. After all, no matter how extraordinary the emperor is, he is still his ancestor, and his identity is there. In the future, as a father, he still has to consider others' opinions. But this son is different. He is the true heir to his legacy. As for the son's aptitude, your father did not insist on it. However, he could not have imagined that the commotion of your birth was even greater than that of your younger sister. The heavens and earth trembled for a moment, and then the sky seemed to be split by a sword, revealing a crack that extended for tens of thousands of miles, dividing the sky into two distinct regions, the realm of light and the dark demon realm. The patriarch of the Jiang family saw this scene, his pupils dilated, his body trembling slightly. However, before he could think clearly, the baby suddenly let out a giggle, causing the heavens and earth to tremble, the light to fade, the darkness to recede, and the sky to form a zone of light and darkness. The entire desolate area was horrified to see this scene, and the Jiang family members were dumbfounded. They simply could not imagine what kind of talent would make both light and darkness fear. It is important to know that this is a world of gods and demons, where the gods dominate the light and the demons control the darkness. Gods and demons are irreconcilable, constantly waging war, with neither side willing to yield to the other. The light and darkness are both afraid now, actively giving up an area, which is enough to show that this baby boy is extraordinary, with exceptional talent. Even the ancestors who have lived for thousands of years have blank minds at this moment, and a terrible guess has emerged in their hearts. And your father also fell into a petrified state, stunned for a while, looked at the old ancestor who was also petrified beside him. "Ancestor, did we make a mistake? Could the emperor actually be a baby boy?" The old ancestor of the Jiang family came to his senses and shook his head. "No, I am 100% sure. The emperor is a female baby. At least the gender will not be wrong. The ancestral teachings clearly record that the emperor is a female, once a remarkable female emperor. Moreover, the statues enshrined in the ancestral hall are all female figures. How could it be wrong?" This really puzzled your father. The Jiang clan prepared for 10,000 years just to let the emperor win at the starting line. But the result was easily surpassed by a baby boy. Their 10,000 years of preparation went to waste. At this moment, in the room, although Jiang Xuehan could not see things yet, she could perceive the outside scene. When she saw the appearance of light and darkness at the same time, she already had a guess. When the light and dark forbidden zone appeared, she was so shocked that she almost jumped out of bed. How is this possible? This is chaos, an existence above gods and demons. Jiang Xuehan smiled bitterly in her heart, never expecting that after accumulating for 10,000 years, she would end up losing to a young kid. Jiang Xuehan clenched her small fist. "Although I lost in physique, cultivation is not solely dependent on physique, but also requires a large amount of resources. In this life, I will ascend to the peak and be invincible in the world." Thinking of this, the frustration in Jiang Xuehan's heart finally dissipated a bit, and she slowly closed her eyes. At the same time, you lie quietly in the crib. This body is really strong, although it has not fully developed yet, but it feels extraordinary, worthy of being the chaos holy demon body. Consciousness sweeps through your body, and you are overjoyed, especially the strong heartbeat. It doesn't seem like that of a newborn baby at all. You can even hear the blood in your body rushing like a great river, making waves of sounds. This is a phenomenon that only appears when the qi and blood are strong to a certain extent. Normally, ordinary people have to wait until they are 8 years old to cultivate and refine their bodies. Otherwise it will damage their foundation and be more harm than good. But with this body of yours, 3 years old is enough. You think to yourself, let's keep a low profile for now. However, at this moment, the door was pushed open, and 3 figures walked in. Naturally your parents of this life and an old man. The woman was dressed in luxurious clothes, exceptionally beautiful, noble and elegant. The only flaw was a hint of fatigue on her face. And this was your mother. Lu Xiaoyan. Lu Xiaoyan sat by the bed, slightly awkwardly picked you up, gently patted your back. Nanshan, did you see that? Honor smiled at me. John Nanshan responded with a sound, but he picked up the baby girl. When reaching out, his hands trembled involuntarily, feeling extremely excited. Your mother was a bit puzzled, her beautiful eyes slightly furrowed. Nanshan, why don't you even look at her? John Nanshan hesitated at the words, saying vaguely, actually, I prefer daughters. After speaking, he lightly pressed the ring on his hand, and with a snap, a 3-foot square stone fell to the ground, emitting a strong divine light from the spirit stone. Your mother saw the situation. Her body trembled, her face full of shock. How did you find such a large primordial spirit jade embryo in the world? The oldest ancestor of the Zhang clan smiled faintly and took over the topic. This spirit jade Dao fetus was found by the previous ancestor of the Zhang clan, by chance, in a Jedi. Meng Yao and Hanger's qualifications are heaven-defying, so the spirit jade Dao fetus is most appropriate for them to use. In fact, this spirit jade Dao tire was not a product of the Haotsong realm. Instead, it was passed down from the desolate heaven ancient realm. The purpose, naturally, was to prepare for the reincarnation of the emperor. Moreover, there were many heaven-defying supreme treasures in the Zhang clan's forbidden treasure trove, all of which were prepared for Empyreans. When the time was ripe, it would be handed over to the emperor, piece by piece, to push her up to that position at the pinnacle of the ages. I see. Lu Wenjun nodded and didn't go deeper. Zhang Haotian placed the spirit jade Dao fetus on the side of the bed, and then, placed the baby girl right in the middle of the spirit jade Dao fetus. The 3-foot-sized spirit jade Taoist tire was just right for trips with a newborn baby, but if you put 2 babies in it, it would be a bit crowded. Secretly, he said, such a large piece of spirit jade Dao fetus is enough for Emperor Zun to absorb. He was clear that the supreme treasures in the forbidden treasure trove were all prepared for Empyreans. If he took it without authorization, he couldn't afford to be blamed by the future emperor. When Jiang Daoheng, who was swaddled in his swaddling clothes, saw this scene, he was also shocked. This Jiang family should be a big mansion in noble right. Such a large piece of spiritual jade Dao fetus. I'm going to enjoy my blessings. It's lucky to be reincarnated in such a magnificent family. Although his sister's qualifications were also heaven-defying, they were definitely not as strong as his. That's why he felt that he must be the Jiang family's key cultivator. This spirit jade Dao fetus, naturally, was also for him to use. Oh little sister, why are you lying on top of the spirit jade Dao tire all by yourself? Quickly make some room for brother. Brother and sister will absorb it together and become stronger together. Look how nice brother is to you. Chapter 4, this Jiang family is against the Big Dipper, favoring women over men? Ha! Meng Yao the kid, how did you finish hogging the spirit jade Dao fetus? Lu Wenjun noticed something strange at this time and bent down to place the baby boy on the spirit jade Dao fetus, only to be stopped by Zhang Haotian's hand. Slowly, this spirit jade Dao fetus is too crowded to put 2 children. It is better to let Meng Yao absorb it first. Of the 2 children, the baby boy was definitely the more terrifying in terms of natural talent, but Jiang Meng Yao was the reincarnation of an emperor, so he naturally had to focus on the baby girl. Move Meng Yao around a bit. It's no problem to squeeze in 2 children. Lu Wenjun preferred baby boys. Zhang Haotian was not in a position to reject it outright, and it would also be easy to conceal the identity of the baby girl. It's a little crowded with 2 kids, and it would be bad if they fell. Or how about this? Put the spirit jade Dao fetus next to Hanger's bed. Get a little closer, and you can absorb the spirituality as well. This, Lu Wenjun thought carefully and did not refute. Okay, in terms of absorption, it's definitely better to just lay on it. However, next to the spirit jade Dao tire, one could also absorb spirituality, just at a slower pace. In this way, Zhang Haotian placed the spirit jade Dao fetus on the side of the bed and patted it with 2 more jade stones, so that the baby boy could follow along and absorb the spirituality. Zhang Daoheng looked at the side of the baby girl, and looked at their own plank bed. Really want to grab the old man's collar and ask, I am in the end is not biological. What is this situation? Obviously I'm better qualified. Why am I treated worse than my sister? I also want to lie on the spirit jade Dao tire a little bit worse. Touch it, and the absorption speed will also kill much faster. It's hard not to. Mother cheated on me before marriage? I'm not a child of the Kong family? It shouldn't. Or maybe this Jiang family has reversed the Big Dipper and favors women over men? Anyway, he thought his head through and couldn't figure out how the treatment was so different when they were both parents and children. Let's not say we're favoring anyone, but at least we're leveling the playing field. Never mind. I'll just climb up there myself when my parents are gone. Soon, Kang Du-hyun pretended to be asleep. Seeing the child sleeping, Lu Wenjun also lay down on the bed to rest. Having just given birth, you still need to get some rest. Hearing his old mother's even breathing, Zhang Daohong opened his eyes and stared at the spirit jade Dao fetus with two glowing eyes. It's such a big piece. If I can't absorb it, I'll lose a lot of money. With the idea that a baby can't go to waste. Plus it's such a big piece that my sister can't absorb it. Zhang Daohong stretched out his little chubby hand and grabbed one of the strands of green-colored airflow and introduced it into his body. Gas flows into the body. It turned into a stream of warmth that nourished the weak meridians. As it was absorbed, Zhang Daohong's physique strengthened, visible to the naked eye. The effect is so strong. This spirit jade Dao fetus was so much more effective than the Xianling syrup that it could even be said that the two were not comparable at all. Zhang Daohong reached out his hand and stroked it over the Dao tire. Soft and sticky, kind of like tofu. Just like that, an incense stick of time passed. He could feel that the physical fitness had improved quite a bit, and he was more energized than he had been a moment ago. Even in the end, Zhang Daohong's hand made a strong break. Surprisingly, the spirit jade Dao tire fell off a small corner. Then, put it in your mouth and swallow it right into your stomach. The spirit jade Dao fetus entered the belly and immediately transformed into a huge energy that spread towards the body. This energy was more than 100 times stronger than Xianling syrup, the ferocious spirituality that was madly running around in his body. It was good that his physique was strong enough for his meridians to withstand these impacts and widen his meridians. Worthy of being a chaotic saint demon body. Such an overbearing energy impact. Flabbergasted and carried it off. Not a thing happened. Zhang Daohong realized that he had really underestimated how powerful the chaotic saint demon body was. There was naturally a reason why this divine body was ranked first among the 600 divine bodies. With so much energy, the hidden power of the holy demon body was completely stimulated. Buzz! Only a terrifying suction force was released from Zhang Daohong's body, absorbing all the remaining energy in his body, turned into his sustenance. The spirit jade Dao fetus is so addictive to eat. One more piece. Although the spirit jade Dao tire is a tire that is condensed into a spirit stone, the texture is just a little harder than tofu. Although Zhang Daohong was only a baby, but how terrifying was the saint demon body. He could easily break off the spirit jade Dao fetus, just as Zhang Daohong was comfortably absorbing the spirituality. Jiang Mengyao, who was lying on the spiritual jade Dao tire, only felt a trace of coldness enter her body, nourishing her body. This is the piece of spirit jade Dao tire that I accidentally obtained back then. Over the past 100,000 years, the Jiang family in the heavenly realm had been sending a steady stream of resources to the lower realm. For this life, paved the way to becoming an emperor. This little guy, how dare he rob this emperor's spirit jade Dao fetus? Only then did Jiang Mengyao realize that her cheaper brother had, at some point, half of his body attached to the spirit jade Dao tire, quietly absorbing away a portion of the spirituality. Even though he was a little kid and didn't absorb much, she didn't like it when people took what was theirs. Brat, you know how to enjoy yourself, knowing that this spirit jade Dao fetus is a treasure. What's that in the little guy's hand? Jiang Mengyao suddenly realized that Zhang Daohong was grasping something in his hand. His chubby hand was placed in his mouth and he kept chewing. His touch was very cute, but upon closer inspection, the Empress directly exploded with anger. You actually ate this emperor's spirit jade Dao fetus. Even in the desolate heavens ancient realm, such a large piece of spirit jade Dao tire was an extremely rare treasure, and many great powers would fight over it. Use a little less of this stuff. But now what? One more point the kid absorbs. One less for her. This is clearly open robbery. Jiang Mengyao hated to strangle this cheap brother, but she's a newborn baby now, and no one can strangle her. Only stare. Disdainful descendant. This spirit jade Dao fetus is all mine, and you won't be able to snatch a single piece of it away. Unable to be angry. In the end, Jiang Mengyao also stretched out her small hand, and at the edge of the spirit jade Dao tire, she deducted the size of a nail seam and stuffed it into her mouth. Compared to Zhang Daohong's, it was 4 or 5 times smaller. The innate saint body Dao fetus fused with the supreme emperor bone. Although it was also terrifyingly strong, there was still some disparity with the chaotic saint demon body. Therefore, Jiang Mengyao didn't dare to absorb too much at once for fear of bursting her body. When Zhang Daohong saw this scene, he was happy in his heart. Little sister is quite smart, following the example and knowing to eat the spirit jade Dao fetus with her brother. Then let's compete to see which of us eats fast and who eats more. And with that, a baby boy and a baby girl began to devour the race. You have a piece, I have a piece, and I'm having a great time eating it. Sunset. Lu Wenjun, who had just rested, stretched. When he saw that the two children were gnawing on the spirit jade Taoist fetus, he was so scared that he almost lost his soul. Oh my god, how can this body stand it? Although the spirit jade Tao fetus was gentle, if it was eaten so directly, the spirituality would explode directly in the body, especially with such a young child. There is always the risk of bursting and dying. These two kids, though, don't seem to be showing any signs at all. This kind of divine body is truly beyond my imagination. Lu Wenjun finally realized that he was shallow-eyed and didn't know the power of the divine body. Son, eat more. Ghostly, Lu Wenjun actually personally broke off a piece of the spirit jade Tao fetus, broke it into peanut-sized pieces, and placed it next to Jiang Daohong. Kong Du Haiyang grinned. The world is only as good as your mom. The ancients are true. That cheap old dad. He knows how to favor his sister. Now it's better. Mom loves herself more. On the contrary, on the other side, Jiang Mengyao was directly furious. This is this emperor's spirit jade Tao fetus, and instead of defending this emperor, you're secretly stuffing this kid with so much. Ah, you two are definitely in cahoots. Chapter 5, Zhang Haotian, Dao Heng. This kid has deceived his teacher. 2 days passed, and the originally square spirit jade Tao tire was snapped at a large corner. Most of it was eaten by Kong Du Haiyang, a small half. On the other hand, was Jiang Mengyao. As for Lu Wenjun in the room, she favored the baby boy even more and didn't stop them. In her opinion, eating the spirit jade Tao fetus should make the god body stronger and stronger. Obviously a good thing. As long as there was no danger, it would be fine even if the spirit jade Tao fetus were all eaten up. Buzz. Suddenly, Jiang Daohong flew to the center of the room. 2 rays of light bloomed on his body. Left for Kim, right is black. Powerful pressure came from the baby boy. Lu Wenjun stared at Jiang Daohong's body with a sense of panic in his heart. It's a little hard to breathe. This is divine body minor achievement. It's only been a short while, and the god body has become a minor success. It's also too fast. It was also thanks to the spirit jade Tao fetus. Otherwise, Jiang Daohong wouldn't have been able to accomplish such an accumulation. Jiang Mengyao also sensed the aura of the divine body and raised her head towards the baby boy, barely escaping her back. You. How dare you rob this emperor of so many spirit jade Tao fetuses? I'll fight you. This spirit jade Tao fetus was her greatest reliance in activating her innate sacred body Tao fetus. Now that this kid has eaten most of it, he's a mugger. This former empress was so angry that she directly fainted. Kong Du Haiyang also noticed his sister's abnormality. Ha! Why is my little sister fainting? Could it be that I just shocked him with my tiger club? It's normal for your little sister to be scared when she's just born and doesn't know anything. The body fell back onto the bed again. After the divine physique had become a minor success, the meridians, internal organs, and physical body within his body had all been significantly upgraded. This was an unexpected blessing for Kong Daohong, who was born less than a month ago. Jiang Daohong rolled over and came to the bedside once again, reaching out and snapping another spirit jade Tao tire. Before he absorbed it, he was the size of a quail's egg. After the divine body had become a minor success, the body was 100 times stronger, and the absorption speed was also much faster. This time, he directly snapped an egg-sized piece of spirit jade Tao tire. The terrifyingly huge spirituality exploded within the body, widening the meridians while nourishing the divine body. And so it goes, piece by absorbing piece, from day to night and dawn. As the sunlight poured through the window, it spilled over the baby girl's face. The blazing temperature sprinkled Jiang Mengyao awake, her small eyes opening in a daze. Why is it so soft? Am I not lying on top of the jade tractor? What's going on down here? When the vision cleared, the first thing that came into view was the side view of a baby boy. He didn't stop for a moment in his hand and kept shoveling it into his mouth. Only, when she thoroughly looked at the scene in front of her, her entire body exploded. Ah! My! Spirit jade Taoist fetus. Surprisingly, such a big piece. His eyes swept in the direction of the spirit jade Tao fetus. Where's the jade fairy? Where is it? Was it moved? His eyes searched for a while, and finally, at the end of the bed, he found a small piece of spirit jade Tao tire half a foot long. This empress was completely mad. No more. Ah! You returned my spirit jade Tao fetus. In her anger, Jiang Mengyao fainted once again. Jiang Daohong also noticed his sister's strange movements. Why did my little sister just wake up and go back to sleep? This physique doesn't work. It's grown a bit. It needs to be replenished more. For more than a day, Jiang Daohong had been eating the spirit jade Tao fetus and was clearly addicted to it. Because his little sister was lying on top of him and getting in the way, Kang Du-hyung simply dragged her onto the bed. 90% of a large piece of spirit jade Dao fetus was eaten by him. The further back you go, the faster you eat and the faster you digest. Zhang Daohong urged his god body to absorb the raging energy within his body. Buzz. Right this minute, a pillar of radiant light was released from within him. A terrifying aura rushed up into the sky. Above the 9 heavens, a divine shadow gradually coalesced. With only his hands supporting the sky and his feet stepping on the abyss, he stood as if he were a pillar of the heavens and the earth. Rolling demonic and immortal auras wrapped around the divine shadow. Everyone within a 10,000 mile radius saw this sight. Many ordinary people, one after another, knelt on the ground, kowtowing and kneeling. Even the cultivators were paralyzed with fear when they felt that figure roar again. In the 100,000 Great Mountains, the Tianji building was situated here. Elder Tianji sat on the pavilion platform at the top of the building to kill, looking away from the direction of that divine shadow. The Jiang clan actually has 2 emperor stars rising. It seems that this world is another era of strife. Next to the old man, a child accompanied him. Master, you said that the Jiang family has an imperial star? Or 2? Hearing the word emperor star, the girl's eyes widened, her eyes filled with disbelief. The appearance of the emperor star represents the descent of a great emperor. It was still 2 at a time, enough to see that the Jiang family was going to go against the odds this life. Elder Tianji sighed slightly. The 2 emperor stars are shining together. Jiang clan, no one can stop them. Ancient clan Phoenix. Inside the attic of the Forbidden Land, the same old ancestor slowly opened his eyes. The Phoenix clan's old ancestor's pupils suddenly contracted when he felt that divine aura. Could this be the legendary chaotic holy devil body? Why did you appear within the Haotsong realm? He also knew of the existence of the chaotic saint demon body by chance, but it was limited to just a few words. 10,000 incarnations. The holy demon body has become a great success? Hiss. The Phoenix clan's old ancestor sucked in a mouthful of cool air, almost not sucking his lungs in. Where is the patriarch? A soft cry resounded throughout the entire Phoenix clan. Shortly afterward, a middle-aged man appeared in the attic. Greetings to the old ancestor. Feng Hao knelt on the ground with a very pious attitude. Do you know the origin of this divine shadow? The Phoenix clan's old ancestor inquired. He had been sleeping all these years and might not have woken up today if he hadn't been taken in by the aura of this divine shadow. Feng Hao lowered his head and said, if I'm not wrong, this is a commotion made by the younger generation of the Zheng family. Oh, the Zheng clan? The Feng clan's old ancestor narrowed his eyes slightly, a smear of vigilance in the bottom of his eyes. The relationship between the Feng clan and the Zheng clan wasn't too friendly. The main entrance to the Kong family, Jiang Haotian, who had been out for a few days, had finally returned, was in a pretty good mood. Seeing the vision above the 9 heavens again, the expression on his face froze slightly. Then, fly sprinting to your own yard. The old ancestor of the Zheng family was also in the courtyard again at this time, raising his head and looking up at the divine shadow in the sky. Old ancestor, what's going on here? The oldest ancestor of the Zheng clan stiffened and twisted his head. This is the chaotic saint demon body coming to great completion. What? Zhang Haotian's eyes widened. Hunger has achieved great success with his divine body this way? It's only been a few days. How could it be so fast? He was just a trip out, less than 5 days before and after, and came back. Zhang Daohong directly got body into a great success. That's faster than ascension. The oldest ancestor of the Zheng clan glanced at the bedroom and said, go and take a look. Maybe we'll find the answer. Zhang Haotian pushed open the door of the room first, and the person he entered was Zhang Daohong, who was sitting up. It was the second glance that showed Zhang Mengyao lying on the bed. In the end, it was only to be surprised to find that the originally good-sized piece of the Taichou spiritual jade Dao tire was now only half a foot long in size. Overall, it's almost only about 10% compared to what it was. Now, Zhang Haotian finally knew why Zhang Daohong had achieved great success in his god body so quickly. Scared out of his mind. It's over. The spirit jade Dao fetus made hunger eat it. This was a treasure that the family had been preparing for Emperor Zun for 100,000 years. Something for her divine body to achieve greatness. Now, surprisingly, Zhang Daohong ate it. Wouldn't that be a deception? If this is blamed on them, their whole family will suffer. Good news, my son's divine body has become a great success. Bad news, took the old granddaddy's share. The old ancestor of the Zheng clan also panicked and slapped his thighs vigorously. He'd been feeling unsettled for the past few days. But with Zhang Haotian out and Lu Wenjun breastfeeding her child alone, it was really inconvenient for him to come over and visit. Who would have thought that in just a few days, the spirit jade Taoist fetus was all squandered by this kid? Chapter 6, 3 years, 10,000 realms godly body ranking. It's over and done with. The emperor will definitely be blamed for this. Zhang Haotian was so anxious that he paced back and forth beside the bed, then turned back and held Lu Wenjun's shoulders with both hands, shaking them vigorously one by one. Wenjun, why didn't you stop hunger from eating so much? Why should I stop it? Lu Wenjun asked rhetorically. Hunger eats and sleeps well, and now he's even accomplished his divine body. How good is this? At such a young age, the god body was greatly accomplished, and the future was unlimited. This is heavenly. As a parent, I couldn't be happier. How would one even try to stop it? Zhang Haotian was angry and shivered, but it was not good to say it explicitly. The spirit jade Dao fetus is for both children to use together. What about Mengyao if you let Hanger eat them both? Mengyao also ate only compared to Hanger's speed is a bit slower. This is not Mengyao's physique is worse than Hanger. Normal Lu Wenjun had an innocent look on her face and didn't think she had a problem at all. Moreover, there's still 10% left. Now that Hanger can't use it, leave it all for Mengyao to eat. As a mom, he cares about both kids. Of course, compared to Zhang Haotian, it was definitely more in favor of Zhang Daohong. Zhang Daohong was too angry to speak. The old ancestor was also speechless for a while. It's not right to say it, and it's even more inappropriate to call it out. At least it is the birth mother of Emperor Zun, her old man in this life. Her status is honorable and she cannot be scolded. In the end, a few people discussed and placed the half-foot spirit jade Dao fetus in the corner of the baby girl's bed, completely jamming the possibility of Zhang Daohong coming over. From now on, the two children will sleep separately. Also, the spirit jade Dao fetus can only be Mengyao's. 3 years later, the spacious compound is full of flowers and birdsong. A few colorful butterflies danced around the scent of the flowers. By the bamboo pavilion, two children were playing. The little boy is handsome and cute, with a remarkable temperament, and I believe that he will be a jade-like and graceful gentleman when he grows up. The girl's skin was crystal clear, like a porcelain doll. Very cute. The boy reached out and grasped a colorful butterfly in his palm. Sister, look how beautiful this colored butterfly is. I just gave it a name. Zhang Daohong raised the colored butterfly to his sister. From now on, it will be called the flax butterfly. Sounds good, right? Boring. Zhang Mengyao pushed the boy away. The colorful butterfly broke free and immediately flew away. Flax butterflies. Fluttershy, don't you go away. Kang Du Haiyong was speechless. Don't people's little girls like flowers and colorful things? How come it's different when it's his sister's turn? At a young age, you're into knives and swords and all that. When you grow up, how will you get married? Both kids have grown up well in the 3 years since. It can run, jump, and go up to the house. Soon it was also time to start practicing. Zhang Daohong was very much looking forward to it. Tada! Just then, Zhang Haotian came to the two children with dull steps. You are also 3 years old. Before you practice, father takes you to a place. Father, where are you taking us? Wasn't it collected before that we could cultivate at the age of 3? Zhang Daohong tilted his head and looked at the cheap old dad in front of him. Let's talk about it after the cultivation. Right now there is something more important than cultivation. Zhang Haotian squatted down and touched the boy's head. Both of his children were precocious and could talk at an early age. It was needless to say that Emperor Zun, after all, had once been a great emperor of the ancient world, having ascended to the top of the heap. But it was surprising that Zhang Daohong was as early as Emperor Zun. In the end, one could only attribute everything to the chaotic holy demon body. The Zhang family residence was huge, bigger than 3 or 4 cities. There was also a cultivation field in the backyard, enough for 1,000 people to cultivate. A stone tablet was erected next to it. Above the stone monument, there were several large words engraved. 10,000 realms god body list. Zhang Haotian brought the two children to the stone monument. Before you cultivate, you can try to see if you can touch the stone tablet and ascend the divine body ranking. In the cultivation world, there has always been a list. There were many categorized lists, including divine bodies, techniques, battle skills, and so on, each with their own categorized lists. But anyone who made it to the list would receive an anticlimactic reward. If you take advantage of it, you may be able to use it to soar. Originally, with Zhang Mengyao and Zhang Daohong's divine bodies, it was completely fine to ascend the list. Before that it was mainly a lack of age. Zhang Daohong also noticed the stone tablet and couldn't help but be interested. With my chaotic saint demon body, waiting to be first on the list shouldn't be a problem. The divine physique ranking was a comprehensive consideration to rate, not just a single physique. Like Zhang Mengyao, who possessed an innate saint body Dao fetus in her body, as well as a supreme emperor bone. When the stone tablet is tested, it will be combined and the strengths and weaknesses will be assessed in a comprehensive manner. Zhang Daohong tilted his neck and saw the small, dense letters on the stone tablet. Number 1 on the divine body ranking. Yi Bufan, desolate ancient sacred body. Second place on the Divine Body Ranking, Mo Dao Kong, Sun Tian Hegemony Body, Divine Body Ranking. Third person, Feng Nan Tian, Chaotic Sword Body, Divine Body Ranking. Fourth, the list recorded a total of 100 names, and each person could only be on the list for 10,000 years, and beyond that time, they would automatically be taken off the list. Moreover, this ranking was not recorded only for the Haotsong realm, but for all the heavens and all the worlds. If you can make it onto the list, you'll have the qualifications to enter the 10,000 realms divine realm. This 10,000 ancient divine realm is a place of opportunity everywhere. Kong Du Haiyan thought darkly. In these 3 years, he had seen quite a few of the Zhang clan's treasures, so naturally, he knew about the 10,000 realms god list. And Vanguard God's domain is definitely a great place to sign up. Zhang Daohong walked towards the stone monument, intending to test the divine body. Jiang Mengyao, however, was in a hurry and pulled Zhang Daohong to a halt. I'm the older sister. I'll go first. This is also about seniority? Zhang Daohong raised his eyebrows. However, you're going to lose anyway, so you definitely can't compare to me. The chaotic saint demon body could be more than a little bit stronger than Zhang Mengyao's innate saint body Dao fetus. You! Zhang Mengyao clenched her teeth in anger. Anyway, I'm going to sit in first place first. When a cultivator ascended the divine ranking, he would obtain the ancient divine key. This is the key to entering the universal divine realm. She has to get. If she let Zhang Daohong get the jump on her, she would only be unable to spell Zhang Daohong again in the future, destined to become second. Therefore, Zhang Mengyao tested first, and with her innate saint body Dao fetus, as well as her supreme bone, she could definitely ascend to the first place. Take the first place for now and get an ancient divine key. When Zhang Daohong tested afterward and took first place again, he could similarly obtain the ancient divine key. That's the way to get the most bang for your buck. Moreover, Zhang Mengyao's scheming included the 10,000 realms divine realm, and originally she was 9 out of 10. But who knew that there was an extra Zhang Daohong in the middle of the process? That's why it's important to rush the test before Zhang Daohong. No, I'm the older brother. I want to be the first to test. Zhang Daohong struggled. Zhang Mengyao pulled the little boy as hard as she could, but realized that the other party's strength was too great, and it was estimated that 9 oxen couldn't pull him. Zhang Daohong, I'll give you an immortal deer leg. Let me test it first, okay? With no other choice, Zhang Mengyao could only use her killer tactic. This immortal deer leg was almost one of the temptations that Zhang Daohong could not resist. It's so juicy and tender. It's absolutely delicious. Kong Du Haiyan ate it once on his birthday and has never been able to stop thinking about it. Now that he heard that Zhang Mengyao had it, his mouth watered. Really? Of course. Zhang Mengyao pulled from her storage space, and a fragrant immortal deer leg immediately appeared in her hand. Chapter 7, Ancient Ancestor of the Zhang Clan, the Emperor's Stance. The first in all ages. Whoa! Where did you get the fairy deer legs? Kong Daohang's mouth was watering, and he had faltered in the face of the temptation of food. Father gave it to me. Zhang Mengyao had an expression of entitlement. Kong Du Hong, this cheap dad is really good. Give all the good stuff to your sister? You're raising him as an outsider, aren't you? Sometimes, Kong Du Hong really suspected that he was not his own, but they're siblings, they're twins. Wouldn't the probability be too small? And with the mother's character, it's not like she likes to give people hats off. It was no wonder that Kong Du Haiyan was skeptical. Over the past 3 years, he had seen his father, Jiang Haotian, more than once sneakily give his sister heavenly treasures, Holy Spirit pills, and so on. That look of partiality was not disguised in the least. Well, for the sake of the fairy deer legs, I'll let you test it first. Whoever comes first is the same to him anyway. The throne of number 1. He was sure to ascend. Just let your sister enjoy being number 1. Zhang Daohong put the immortal deer leg into his storage space. This space ring was given by Zhang Haotian, and the space inside was not small. There were hundreds of square feet. This was just a routine operation for a big family like the Zhang family. Who? Zhang Mengyao sighed in relief. She'd kind of summed it up in those 3 years together. Kong Du Haiyan is a snacker. When you see food, you basically can't move your legs. Zhang Mengyao walked towards the stone tablet. Zhang Daohong, on the other hand, came to Zhang Haotian's side, tilted his head, and said with some depression, Father, how come you're all dividing the good stuff to your sister, and I don't have any at all? Henner. Zhang Haotian's head exploded. That immortal deer leg really wasn't something he gave to Zhang Mengyao. Instead, Zhang Mengyao herself took it out from the Hongmeng Qiankuan Tower. This tower is strong, rooted in the soul, and remains in the soul even after 100 reincarnations. It could be said that most of Zhang Mengyao's resources in this 100 lifetimes existed in the Hongmeng Qiankuan Pagoda. So it was evident that the abundance of resources was horrifying. And in order to protect Zhang Mengyao, It had always been outwardly claimed that the resources were given by the Jiang family. This in turn aggravated Jiang Haotian. He knelt down and touched the little boy's head. "You're the man. You have to give in to your sister. Just helpless. And I don't know how to explain it to my kids. You can't say, she's not only your sister, but also your oldest ancestor, right? It's probably going to scare the kid to death and die in place." Jiang Daohong pouted his lips, not bothering with this cheap old dad. Obviously he has more potential and a better future than his sister, but he favors her at every turn. He was unconvinced anyway. The stone monument was next to the martial arts arena, where the Jiang family was practicing. When they saw the matriarch bring the divine son and daughter over, they also guessed that they were going to test the divine bodies of the two children. And they couldn't help but gather around. It was surrounded by 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Heavens! The divine son and divine daughter are finally going to test the divine body. I'm really looking forward to it. There's no need to guess. The divine son will definitely make it to the top of the list. My Jiang family will finally rise. I don't know what kind of reward the divine son will get. The divine list encompassed billions and billions of cultivators, and it was too difficult to ascend. Even though the Jiang family had been passed down for 10,000 years, only a few people had made it to the god ranking, but they were only at the end. Now that the Jiang clan had produced 2 heaven-defying divine bodies, it also gave everyone hope. Jiang Mangyao walked to the stone monument and took a deep breath before slowly extending her arm. Buzz! The stone tablet trembled slightly as it felt Jiang Mengyao's divine body. A ray of light shot out from the stone monument, finally reflecting a strange scene in the sky above. Only to see that in the sky, the Hongmeng purple chi filled the sky, and a holy fetus was birthed out of the chaos. And beside it, there was also a piece of bone that shimmered with golden light. Mysterious runes were branded on it. When the crowd saw this scene, they revealed horrified expressions. Hiss! A chaotic divine fetus birthed in the midst of the Hongmeng purple chi. This is too terrifying, isn't it? Heavens! That bone! How could it have the power to destroy heaven and earth? Worthy of a goddess. The 10,000 realms stone tablet, which mirrored both of Jiang Mengyao's physiques. Immediately afterward, the stone tablet shook and began to inscribe Jiang Mengyao's ranking. Number 1 on the divine body ranking. Jiang Shui, innate sacred body Dao fetus, supreme emperor bone. And what was once first place, second place has moved back 1 place. The name Jiang Shui was a pseudonym given by Jiang Mengyao. This is the same rule that the god list allows. Next, in the 10,000 realms, every god body stone monument vibrated in manifested visions. Swish swish swish, the terrifying violet aura began to manifest visions. Many ancient clans and powerful sects were all attracted by the visions. This is the innate saint body Dao Tire? Someone has acquired this powerful physique. This bone is a supreme emperor bone. Hiss! 2 such heaven-defying supreme treasures are actually possessed by 1 person at the same time. This person is going to be heaven-defying. For a time, the major ancient clans and powerful sects shook. The ancient celestial realm, the Jiang family of the imperial clan. A stone monument in a 10,000-year-old manor revealed a vision. This vision attracted an old man with a terrifying aura. He stared at the newly appeared rankings on the stone tablet and suddenly burst into old tears. Especially that word Jiangshui made him firm in his mind. 100,000 years. Emperor, you are finally back. This old man, an ancient ancestor of the Jiang clan, was said to be in existence from the same era as the Shaking Light Empress. It was also one of the people in Jiang's family, who knew about the emperor's 100 lifetimes of reincarnation. Back then, Jiang Mengyao had said that when she returned from her 100 reincarnations, she would definitely top the various 10,000 ancient gods rankings. A fake name would be used to hide his identity. Her last name is Jiang, the same sound as Jiang. With this word Jiang Shui and that strong divine body, it wasn't hard at all to guess that this was the emperor. In his excitement, the ancient ancestor laughed up to the sky. Ha ha ha, the emperor's credentials dictate the ages. My Jiang family will rise. Even an innate saint body Dao fetus wouldn't be afraid of the desolate ancient saint body. Not to mention, there was also a supreme emperor bone. Such a terrifying qualification. It is the first person in the ages. In this world, who else is a match for Emperor Zun? Haoxong realm. The Ginger family. Jiang Daohong's gaze landed on that ball of light. This is the ancient divine key? If you take it, you can enter the core area of the ancient divine realm. Jiang Daohong raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "Old sister, does it feel addictive to be number 1? Why don't brother come back to test in a few days and let you have a few more days of fun as well?" Boring. Jiang Mengyao's newly rising joy was suddenly choked by these words. She realized that in addition to being a foodie, this kid was pretty beat up. In that case, I'll take first place. Jiang Daohong walked to the stone tablet and put his small hand on it. For a while, all of the Jiang family members held their breath and stared at the stone monument with dead eyes. They wanted to see what kind of visions the Chaos Saint demon body would cause. Buzz. In a flash, the stone monument shook and a terrifying aura rushed into the sky. A vision also manifested in the sky. Chapter 8, Jung Haotian, from now on, you call me Dad. I'll call you Ancestor. Roar. In a darkness, gods and demons hissed and immortal emperors chanted. It seemed to be greeting a supreme deity. This god, unknown tens of thousands of battles tall, had a body that spanned countless dimensions, and the heavenly realm was not even as big as the size of one of his fingers. The left side of the body, glowing with golden light. On the right side of his body, he shone with a rolling demonic aura. As soon as that god appeared, thousands of gods and devils prostrated themselves on the ground and in reverence. The scene was stunning. The Jung family members in the lower realm were shocked beyond belief when they saw the scene. Heavens! Is this the chaotic saint demon body? It's horrible. Gods and devils kneel at their feet. If we let the divine son grow completely, wouldn't he be the lord of the gods and devils of the heavens? My Jung family has a divine son, destined to rise. Although the divine feminine was also strong in her performance, it was far less shocking than the divine son. Buzz. In an instant, the stone tablet bloomed with a light that did not enter Zhang Daohuang's sea of consciousness. Thou, divine body invincible, lonesome for all ages, topped the 10,000 ancient divine body leader. Thy name shall be inscribed in the 10,000 realms divine body list for hundreds of millions of cultivators to honor. Thou shalt remain anonymous? It dawned on Kong Duhaiyang that it was no wonder his sister used the pseudonym Jiang Shui. Kong Duhong doesn't intend to keep a low profile, though, in this life, he would ascend to the top of the great Tao and be the first person in all of the ages. The thought flashed by, and soon, a new line of text immediately appeared on the stone tablet. Number 1 on the divine body ranking, Jiang Daohong, chaotic holy demon body. When the children of the Jiang family saw the scene, they all boiled over. The divine son is mighty, the first in the ages, 2 firsts in a row in one day. How can my Jiang family not rise? In this world, who can stop the bravery of my Jiang family's divine son? At the same time, the countless vast stone monuments of the 10,000 realms also manifested visions. Countless cultivators, all of them were dumbfounded. Chaotic holy devil body. Could it be the legendary one with the number 1 divine body? It's terrifying. Legend has it that this divine body can command thousands of gods and demons. Who exactly is this Jiang Daohong? Why have I never heard of him? No one had expected that. Only how long had passed. The divine ranking had already changed hands for the second time. First, the innate sacred body Dao fetus came out of nowhere. Then, a divine being called Jiang Daohuang crushed his way out, crushing all the divine bodies under his feet. Thousands of gods and devils prostrated and bowed in reverence. The ancient celestial realm, the Ginger family. The ancient ancestor of the Jiang clan was sitting in front of the 10,000 realms stone monument, holding a wine gourd in one hand, and was drinking happily. Yes, how long had it been since he'd been this happy? I'm definitely going to have a drink today. Rumble. However, just then, the stone tablet shook once again, revealing a divine sight. The ancient ancestor of the Jiang clan's hand froze, and the gourd in his hands spilled over, the precious immortal brew flowing out, the entire manor wafting with fragrance. Hiss! How did the divine body ranking change hands? How long has it been since Emperor Zun ascended to the top of the list? This isn't the fastest drop ever. According to his preconception, Emperor Zun returned in a heaven-defying manner, and would definitely dominate the list for 10,000 years, and no one would be able to shake Emperor Zun's position within 10,000 years. It was unlikely that anyone would even have this kind of qualification for countless years to come. Who would have thought that it would only be a matter of time before Emperor Zun was kicked out of first place? Chaotic holy demon body. Jiang Daohong. Could it be that cheap brother of Emperor Zun? Suddenly, the ancient ancestor of the Jiang clan seemed to have thought of something. Although it was difficult for the upper world to communicate with the lower world, it was still possible to do so at some cost. He remembered that news had come from the Jiang family in the lower realm that Emperor Zun had come out and had a younger brother with good natural talent that could be cultivated. Being a little follower of Emperor Zun is enough. At that time, they didn't care. Their attention was all on Emperor Zun. I never thought that this child would be so contrary. The emperor had reincarnated for 100 lifetimes and plotted for 100,000 years before exchanging it for the innate sacred body Dao fetus, as well as the supreme emperor bone. And the result? And yet he was crushed by a Kong Duhaiyang, a baby? If this was spread out, outsiders would definitely think that their Jiang family emperor had lived to a dog's death for these 100,000 years. No way. This ancestor must ask this Jiang family properly. This Jiang Daohong, is it my Jiang family's Jiang Daohong or not? In a million worlds, it's normal to rename. Haoxong realm. Jiang family cultivation field. Buzz. The stone tablet shook. A 7-colored haze rose to the sky. enveloping the surroundings. Then, it transformed into a key and landed in Zhang Daohong's hand. When Jiang Mengyao saw this, her pupils shook tremendously. How does this million ancient divine key have color? This has never been done before in all the ages. She had never heard of the 7-colored divine spoon in the 100,000 years since she had set foot in cultivation. All that is known is that the first place winner is the red god key. In second place, for the color gold. Third place, could it be? Jiang Mengyao's body shook. This kid broke the ancient extreme realm of the 10,000 years and obtained the only 7-colored divine key in the 10,000 years. The previous first place winners were far from reaching the extreme realm, so the 7-colored divine key never appeared. The possibility was very high. She thought, looks like we'll have to find some time to torture this guy. A flash of essence shot out from Jiang Mengyao's eyes. Afternoon. The sun was blazing and the air carried a burn. Inside the bamboo pavilion, Jiang Mengyao sat on a bench while her eyes stared at the lotus flowers in the pond for a while. As for the old man, Jiang Haotian, he stood on the side, his demeanor appearing restrained. It was as if they were not dealing with a baby daughter, but a supreme ancestor. If an outsider were to see it, his jaw would drop. Emperor, when do you plan to enter the 10,000 ancient divine realm? 3 days later, Jiang Mengyao responded. 3 days, said Jiang Haotian, looking a little worried. You are only 3 years old now. Would it be too dangerous to go now? I heard that the demonic beasts inside the ancient divine realm was rumored to be a place where the gods resided, and although the gods had disappeared, the demonic beasts captive inside were very powerful. After all, Emperor Zun was still just a 3-year-old child, and it would be too dangerous to rush in. Those demonic beasts usually don't actively attack humans. Jiang Mengyao had been to the ancient divine realm. Knowledge of what's going on in there, too. That's good, said Jiang Haotian with a sigh of relief, and said no more. And, he's in a very awkward position. Outside, he was Jiang Mengyao's cheap old man, and he could still lecture a few times if nothing else, but when no one was around, Jiang Mengyao was his ancestor, and he could only do as he was ordered. Alas, it's better to be Henri, out there, or wherever. I'm his father. Jiang Haotian lamented a sentence. Moreover, Hunger had obtained a 7-colored divine key, which was even stronger than Emperor Zun's red divine key, and there was no telling what kind of chance she would obtain. Jiang Mengyao narrowed her eyes slightly and said, the 10,000 ancient divine realm hides a lot of secrets, and even the truth about the disappearance of the gods. Zhang Daohong's 7-colored divine spoon might be able to help me solve these mysteries. She was very interested in the 7-colored divine key. Entering the divine realm this time, with the 7-colored divine key, it might allow him to make unexpected gains. I'm going to take Zhang Daohong with me into the divine realm. What? Zhang Haotian exclaimed. If Hunger goes along, will it add to the chaos for you, Emperor? Although Zhang Daohong's qualifications were heaven-defying, even overshadowing that of an emperor, he was not a reincarnated body after all, and could not compare to an emperor's innate early wisdom. Can you take a little kid with you? I'll take him, it won't be a problem. Jiang Mengyao used a commanding tone. Each divine key can only be used once. If she wanted to solve the mystery of the 7-colored divine key, she had to bring Zhang Daohong with her. Okay, Jiang Haotian was helpless. You are the ancestor. You call the shots. Chapter 9, Entering the Divine Realm. Red Flame Immortal Chi. 3 days later, early morning, the sunlight poured down on the compound, dispelling the cold left over from the night. Jiang Mengyao stood outside the courtyard, waiting somewhat anxiously. How long has this been going on? That kid Zhang Daohong isn't coming out yet. She came in the morning and didn't expect to be put on the spot by this kid. Zhang Daohong. Knock, knock. In her anger, she waved her small fists and hammered at the door of Zhang Daohong's room. Who is it? Little sister. Why are you looking for me so early? Zhang Daohong had just finished his morning exercise and was in good spirits. How dare you forget what I told you before? Jiang Mengyao huffed, her eyes glaring fiercely at the boy. Kang Du Haiyang spread his hands. It's not too late. He had just eaten the elixir for breakfast and had really forgotten about it. Jiang Mengyao glared at him without any good humor, then took out the ancient divine key. If you and I touch it together, we can appear in the ancient divine realm together. The 10,000 ancient divine realm was an incomparably vast world, with many regions unexplored, and one could only move within the confines of a small area when entering through a divine key. 2 people dripped blood on the divine key at the same time, and then they were swallowed by a divine power and entered a new world on one side. By the time the 2 opened their eyes again, they were already in the middle of a forest, surrounded by a divine aura, a small stream, running slowly through the woods, its water as brilliant as a jewel. Zhang Daohong took a deep breath and immediately felt a refreshing burst of energy in his chest. Worthy of the divine realm. The spirituality in the air is so thick, even if you don't cultivate If you stay here for a few days, your body will automatically become stronger. This kind of spirituality, just like the spiritual jade Dao fetus, could enhance the body as long as it was absorbed. However, the spirituality in the air here was 7 or 8 times stronger than that of the spirit jade Dao fetus. It was enough to see how terrifying this divine domain was. Unfortunately, those who entered through the divine key could only stay in the divine realm for 3 days. Zhang Daohong's eyes roamed around and found a golden light flickering at the top of the mountain, which was very dazzling. What's this? Little sister, look at what is that golden light on top of the mountain. Jiang Mangyao followed her gaze and looked over. Where was the golden glow on top of the mountain except for the white clouds? What's wrong with your eyes? Where's the golden light? Zhang Daohong's pupils shrunk. It seemed that only he could see this golden light. Ho ho ho. It can't be some great opportunity, can it? Let's go. Let's go up to the top of the mountain for a convenient look at the surroundings. Jiang Mangyao thought about it and finally clapped her hands. They were unfamiliar with the area. Plus they were small children, so it was better to take a look around before deciding where to go. Aha! Kang Du-hyang nodded. The hill wasn't too high, and the two siblings, although still young, had already practiced and quickly reached the top. A plant with a flickering red aura caught the duo's eyes. It seemed to have the appearance of a lingji, with a reddish body, as if flames were burning. Jiang Mangyao immediately widened her eyes. This is the red flame immortal chi. Even if she had been reincarnated for 100 lifetimes, she was still stunned at this time. With her eyesight, she had yet to see a red flame immortal chi of this size. It's 3 feet long with no impurities at all. If this red flame immortal Ganoderma were to be placed outside, I'm afraid that it would lead to a bloody storm and miles of corpses. It's too precious. It is the strongest treasure for hardening the body. Moreover, the red flame immortal chi contained the power of red flame in it, which could nurture the heavenly yang fire seed. Zhang Daohong's gaze was not attracted by the lingji plant, but looked around. In his eyes, a layer of golden light enveloped around the red flame immortal chi. Ding! Congratulations on discovering the ancient chi. Please come closer before absorbing it. Surprisingly, it's the ancient chi of the 10,000 years. Zhang Daohong's heart was happy. This was a good thing. Hey! I'm warning you. I saw this thing first, so I own it. Jiang Mangyao didn't say the name of the red flame immortal chi. She decided in her heart that this cheap brother didn't have much experience and must not recognize this kind of treasure. After she went back to refine it, she would be able to nurture the heavenly yang fire seed and enhance her physique. We both arrived together. What makes you say you saw it first? Kang Du-hyang was unrelenting. Besides, if I hadn't said there was a golden light at the top of the mountain, would you have come up here? So it's only right that this baby is mine. Jiang Mangyao choked. Then her eyes gurgled and she deliberately made a surprised expression. Look behind. Zhang Daohong hastily turned his head and realized that there was nothing behind him as it was empty. While Jiang Mangyao took advantage of the gap between his turning back and had darted towards the red flame immortal chi. As long as the red flame immortal chi is put into the space bag first, this kid can't do anything with her. Vile. Zhang Daohong turned back to see this scene and couldn't help but jump to his feet. Oh sister, you're really destroying the pure and lovely image you had in my mind. Jiang Mangyao had hummed. Why didn't you call yourself despicable when you robbed this emperor's spirit jade Taoist fetus? This immortal chi, this emperor will take it. Sasha. However, before they could get close, a rustling sound rang out from the bushes on one side. A bucket-thick python raised half of its body and spat out snake letters, coldly staring at the brother and sister duo. It's Silver Scaly. Jiang Mangyao recognized the object at a glance and stopped in shock. It's not a python, it's a dragon. Although it hadn't yet reached the level of an immortal beast, it wasn't something a 3-year-old like them could deal with. Jiang Mangyao didn't dare to move. Within the 10,000 realms divine realm, demonic beasts would generally not actively attack humans, unless, of course, you go and provoke, or actively attack them. Zhang Daohong, let's go. This treasure is no longer with us. Jiang Mangyao sighed. Why are you leaving? Zhang Daohong stared at the scaly dragon. His saliva left behind. The blood and flesh of this thing should be delicious, right? In his last life, he had heard that dragon meat was delicious, but had never eaten it. This time it was hard to come across. How could I let it go? What time is it? And you're still thinking about food? Jiang Mangyao was speechless. This kid was a foodie. Step aside. I'll deal with it. Zhang Daohong wanted to be close to the ancient chi of the 10,000 years even if it wasn't for the jiaolong meat. After saying that, he raised his small hand and a golden flame rose from his palm. Exhale. The temperature of the air around them was half burned and climbed abruptly. The silver scaly dragon seemed to sense the danger and turned around. Unfortunately, it was too late. A cluster of golden flames that fell on it with great speed. Jab! The fire instantly ignited its torso. and it screamed as it fell to the ground in agony, flopping from side to side. Soon, the scales on his body were burned red, and the flesh and blood on his body were roasted, steaming hot, embroidering the aroma of meat that filled the air. Kang Du-hyun gulped. It smells so good. The 9-sun immortal flame is too good. This immortal flame was a reward he received from signing in when he turned 1 year old. This silver jiao was only a demonic beast, far from reaching the level of an immortal beast, so it couldn't resist the immortal flame level 9 yang immortal flame. This kid, what kind of luck did he have to obtain the 9 yang immortal flame? Just thinking about this, Jiang Mangyao was a burst of envy and jealousy. To think that she, a grand empress, reincarnated for 100 lifetimes, was still inferior to a small child in the end. It's really, the more I think about it, the more angry I get. Chapter 10, Jiang Mangyao, this kid, he's a son of Qi, right? Ding. Congratulations to the host for absorbing the ancient Qi of the 10,000 years. Reward +1. Congratulations on obtaining 2 10,000 years red flame immortal Ganoderma. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 2 10,000 years red flame immortal Qi. Awesome. Kang Dao-hong was excited. The medicinal power of 10,000 years is definitely hundreds or thousands of times stronger than 1,000 years. Jiang Mangyao was standing right next to her, watching the treasure being scooped up by her brother. Damn it! Still letting this kid rob us. That's just it. When we turn around and cheat back from this kid's hands is all. This kid is only 3 years old. He doesn't know anything. I guess he just thinks it's funny. The thought made her feel better. After digging up the immortal Ganoderma, Jiang Daohong chose a boulder and gazed into the distance. The surrounding terrain is not very high, and you can see a lot from the top of the hill. Ha! There's a divine tree there. Such a rich ancient aura. According to Jiang Daohong's speculation, the Qi of the ancient world was formed when heavenly treasures converged. The stronger the breath, the more precious the treasure. Jiang Daohong naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Jiang Mangyao also peered into the distance. Only the outline of a building stood above a clearing. That's the Vanguard Divine Hall. The ancient Divine Hall, which contained great opportunities. She had read in an ancient book that the Vanguard Divine Hall hid the secrets of the Vanguard Emperor. Brother, there's a palace over there. Let's go over there. A palace? Kang Du-hyun looked over and saw the outline of a building. Nice guy. So much Vanguard Qi. I want to go to that forest first. Kang Du-hyun pointed to the woods on the other side. This forest likewise contained quite a bit of the ancient Qi of the 10,000 years, with the philosophy that only children make choices and adults want them all. Kang Du-hyun was planning to spare none of them, but the two aren't close, and we only have 3 days. Jiang Mangyao was all about the ancient Divine Hall and wasn't interested in other places at all. I'm going to that forest. Kang Du-hyun pursed his lips with a stubborn face. The woods are the closest from here, and there's just not enough time to get to the palace and back. No, I'm the older sister. Listen to me. Jiang Mangyao crossed her waist in a commanding tone. Then go by yourself. Kang Du-hyun turned around and went to the grove by himself. You! Jiang Mangyao exploded with anger. Come back here. Was this kid sent by God to be her nemesis? It can simply piss people off. Jiang Daohong waved his hand and didn't even listen to his little sister as he took out the immortal deer legs and gnawed on them. Phew, that smells good. Eat the venison first, then go back and try the auger meat. Jiang Mangyao was so angry that she stomped her feet. After further hesitation, she gritted her teeth and went after him. She hadn't seen what the 7-colored divine key was actually good for. He must not be let off the hook. Soon, the two came to this small forest. There are huge trees everywhere. The surrounding area is also accompanied by rare plants, which are very dry to see. This is the ancient tree of life. Jiang Mangyao suddenly looked at a giant tree and exclaimed in shock. The ancient tree of life, absorbing the aura of the 4 directions, possesses an extremely strong vitality. Legend has it that within the trunk of the tree, the elixir of life is nurtured. Every drop is worth its weight in gold. Danger! Stay away! Jiang Mangyao carried the boy back. The ancient tree of life has a spirit and will attack humans. Kang Du-hyun raised his head and looked towards the trunk of the tree. Only a pale face was visible in the center. It contained a very strong aura of the ancient world. How can I get closer to the ancient tree? Absorb the ancient breath of the ancients in order to get double the rewards. The process of absorption, however, is limited by distance. Being too close is a way to be attacked by an ancient tree. This ancient tree of life, which probably has a lifespan of thousands of years, is much stronger than that silver jiao. Estimatedly, it already possesses the strength of an immortal beast. The 9 suns immortal flame restrained the wood attribute though. But Jiang Daohong was too weak and not enough of a threat to the immortal beasts. Let's get out of here. This ancient tree is definitely not something we can deal with. Jiang Mengyao's face was grave. No, I'm hungry. I'll eat first. Zhang Daohong shook his head and didn't wait for his sister to agree. He directly sat on the ground and took out the deer leg meat again. He certainly wasn't trying to eat, but thinking about how to deal with this ancient tree. You, what time is it? And you're still thinking about food? Jiang Mengyao was frantic for a while, but when this kid talked about food, 10 cows couldn't pull him back. Instead, Zhang Daohong gnawed on the deer leg meat while separating a strand of consciousness and entering the system space. The 9-sun immortal flame was also summoned into the system space. Immortal fire was also divided into grades, and as long as he had enough resources, it was enough for him to advance his immortal fire. It just so happened that he had gotten a pool of red sun immortal fire pulp by signing in over the years. No good. The ancient tree is going to attack us. Run. Suddenly, Zhang Mengyao's face changed as she turned around and ran. Only, when she ran away not more than a few steps, she looked back at Zhang Daohong and realized that the other party had no intention of running away. This brat, he's against me at every turn. Serves him right for letting the ancient tree eat him. She wants to run away alone. What does she care about Kong Du Haiyan? But after a few steps, he got upset and stopped. Asterisk. Who made you the brother of this emperor in this life? The younger brother was hateful, but at least he was related by blood. She's not one of those dehumanizing sisters. Cootie, run away quickly. Your immortal fire is no match for the ancient tree. Jiang Mengyao exclaimed. Exhale. The 9-yang immortal flame was once again summoned by Zhang Daohong and slammed through the vines and slammed into the tree trunk. The heat scorched the bark of the tree. The ancient tree suddenly twisted and made a creaking sound. It looked very painful. Damn humans! I will not spare you. The human face on the tree trunk opens its mouth and lets out a scathing statement. Whooshing. Countless vines danced wildly, weaving a large net and wrapping the 9-sun immortal flame. The power of the immortal flame was trapped, and for a while, it was simply impossible to get out of the trap. Then, thousands of heels of rattan came straight at the Zhang Daohong duo. Crap! Zhang Mengyao's face changed. Could it be that it's time to leave the divine realm? I'm not willing to. The divine key is the key to enter the divine realm and also the key to leave. Just by communicating with the divine key again, they could be sent back, but it's hard to get out and get back in. Zhang Daohong, take out the divine key and let's go back. No more reluctant, but it's better than dying here. Exhale. However, a huge wave swept around. Tens of thousands of heels of vines were blown apart by a powerful flame force. Boom! Hot flames swept through the entire forest. Jiang Mengyao's eyes widened in horror. The 9-yang immortal flame has advanced. That's too much luck, isn't it? She looked to the side at Zhang Daohong and was jealous as hell in her heart. Sound of a crash. Soon, the fire engulfed the ancient tree, leaving behind a charred blackness, followed by the collapse of the ancient tree, revealing a turquoise liquid inside. Zhang Daohong walked over and collected the jade liquid. Tree of life sap. About 20 drops. That's a treasure among treasures. This is something that not merely restores injuries, but also prolongs life. Ding! Congratulations for signing in before the ancient tree of life. The reward is tripled and you get 4 bottles of tree of life sap. Zhang Daohong was overjoyed in his heart. This system just gives it away. This bottle was 100 drops of tree of life sap, and 4 bottles would be 400 drops. Enough to last a long time. Zhang Mengyao didn't say much as she watched her own brother collect the life spirit liquid. This thing should be his. However, she mulled it over in her mind. This kid is too lucky. With this trend, his future achievements are definitely not low. This may be the son of Qi. Chapter 11, How did I get such a brother for being an empress? Hey, can we go to the temple now? Wait. Zhang Daohong pointed to a mountain not far away. I'm going there. In his eyes, this mountain was also filled with quite a bit of the aura of the 10,000 ancients. Not inferior to the ancient tree of life. What could be on that mountain? Zhang Mengyao didn't believe that Zhang Daohong would be able to come across a treasure by pointing to a random place. The previous 2 times. Maybe just got lucky. I'm going anyway. Kong Daohong bristled and turned around to go off on his own, not caring if his little sister went or not. Zhang Mengyao was speechless. In this kid's eyes, he was completely without her as his sister. Shaking her head, Zhang Mengyao still chased after her. The 2 men made their way through the woods and onto a path before coming to a gray barrier. Zhang Daohong walked to the barrier and tapped his finger. Bubble. A ripple spread out and the barrier seemed solid. Use the divine spoon. Zhang Mengyao seemed familiar and took out the red divine spoon. Zhang Daohong followed suit and took out his colored divine key and walked through it. The 2 then climbed the hill. Fortunately, there were no demonic beasts guarding this place. Instead, there was a sparkling pool of water. Zhang Mengyao was shocked beyond words when she saw this pool of water. This is the spiritual liquid heavenly pool. She couldn't help but glance at her brother. This kid Has he awakened some special ability? How do you point there? There's a treasure there. The spiritual liquid heavenly pool was a pool of water that gathered spirituality. If one could obtain its cultivation, even a tiny drop would be worth a month of ordinary hard cultivation. However, this spiritual liquid heavenly pool was a bit special. It's that this spiritual liquid can only be used on site and cannot be taken away. Once the spiritual liquid leaves the pool, it turns into ordinary water. Ding! Congratulations on signing in at the Spirit Liquid Heavenly Pool. Your reward has been increased 6-fold, and you've gained 20 zhang of Spirit Liquid Heavenly Pool. In an instant, an identical pool was added to the system space, 3 feet wide and 20 feet long. It's enough for Kong Du Haiyan to take a bath. Little sister, you go to the Divine Hall first. I'll stay here by myself. Jiang Daohong glanced at the sky. The sun was setting, and the sky had begun to darken. He planned to soak here tonight and explore in the morning. When Jiang Mengyao saw the pool, she naturally refused to leave. I was afraid of danger at night, so I stayed to keep you company. Who wants your company? Kong Du Haiyan bristled. Hoof. Jiang Mengyao snorted coldly and sat down next to the pool, her small hand reaching into the spirit pool. The moment the skin touched the spiritual liquid, a rich spirituality immediately drilled into the body along the pores. The girl's body shook, and she hurriedly sat down on her knees to absorb this spirituality. Buzz. Immediately afterward, a wave of breath swept away. Kong Du Haiyan stood on the sidelines, watching in awe. This is the peak of chi condensation? This little sister of mine, she's not simple either. It was only 3 days full when they started practicing. In these 3 days, Jiang Mengyao would be lucky to break through to the 2nd or 3rd level of chi condensation. It was now at its peak, much faster than he had expected. Cultivation realm divisions, chi condensation, body forging, foundation building, Xiandan, Yuaning, out of body. She's condensing her aura. After the peak of chi condensation, it was possible to break through directly to the body forging realm. However, one would miss out on many things. Only by condensing and compressing the aura in his body could he lay a better foundation and achieve more in the future. Hiss. Little sister is at the peak of chi condensation. I can't be idle either. Puff. Jiang Daohong took advantage of his sister's cultivation and plunged into the spiritual liquid. It's the kind of thing that absorbs little by little, which is better than just soaking it. Of course, not everyone could be immersed like this, and if they weren't careful, they would burst their bodies with spirituality. But the chaotic Saint Demon body had no such concerns at all. The boy jumped into the pool and rubbed every part of his body. To be honest, just now, when I was eating barbecue and roasting the ancient tree, my body was sweating and sticky, so I took the opportunity to take a shower with the spiritual liquid. You don't say. This spiritual liquid bath is different. Suck. Afterward, Jiang Daohong operated his Saint Demon body and absorbed the spirituality in the pool. And by the pool, Jiang Mengyao was immersed in a state of cultivation. The spirituality that entered the body just now had already been absorbed. The effect is good. It's easier to absorb than pills. I'm going to seize the time to absorb more so I don't get compared to that kid again. It's a good thing that I have an ancestral 100 nascent technique that can absorb spirituality faster. Where did that kid go? Looking around for a week, he did not find Jiang Daohong's shadow. Just now, although she was in the middle of cultivation, she didn't feel any danger. Never mind. It should be convenient to go. This kid eats everything. It's a wonder he doesn't get an upset stomach. Jiang Mengyao shook her head, looking at the pool of water that glistened under the moonlight. Her mouth suddenly got a little thirsty. She reached out with her little hand, spooned a bit and inhaled it. That's sweet. Next, she spooned a few more mouthfuls and felt the spirituality in her body was rich, so she hurriedly stared and held her breath to perform her immortal skills. In no time at all, the spirituality was absorbed cleanly. Jiang Mengyao opened her eyes and once again cupped some of the spirit liquid and swallowed it into her stomach. And so, after a little while, the number of times it was condensed also reached 4 times. What's up with that kid? It's taken so long to come back. Did something happen? There's still no sign of Kong Du Haiyan by the pool. Forget it. That kid is so hateful. It's best to be eaten by a demonic beast. Instead of him being here, I'll be able to cultivate full time. Whatever. Jiang Mengyao once again cupped the spiritual liquid and swallowed it into her stomach in one big gulp. Only, this time, before even entering the cultivation state, the scene of Jiang Daohong being chased by a demonic beast and desperately fleeing for his life unconsciously appeared in his mind. And her mouth kept shouting, "Sister! Sister, save me!" Swish! Jiang Mengyao opened her eyes, revealing a strong look of worry. No way. No matter how annoying this kid is, he's still my brother. Ugh! What kind of sin did I commit in my past life to have such a brother? Never mind. Let's go find out. Hate it or hate it. but it's always a brother from the same mother, and it's not her style to see death. Jiang Mengyao turned around and headed down the mountain. Boom! Who knows? A loud noise came from the pool behind him, only to see the spiritual liquid in the pool gushing out like a fountain. Then, the figure of a small boy floated up from the bottom of the pool, then flopped up hard in the pool water like a sow swimming. What? This dead kid, he's swimming in the pool water? Vomit. I drank brother's soaking water. Jiang Mengyao squatted on the ground and retched repeatedly. The spiritual liquid that she had just absorbed almost didn't make her vomit it out. Dead boy. I never want to see you again. Jiang Mengyao really wanted to cry. It's not easy for me to have such a brother as an empress. Chapter 12, Chaotic Divine Bone. Ancient Divine Oil. The entrance to the temple. A statue of a god was carved. Zhang Daohong glanced at one of the idols. Just one glance, and his consciousness was pulled into a special space. Here, there was clearly a god. The god body was terrifying, and with just a casual movement, the heavens and earth trembled as a result. What a terrifying power of chi and blood. This god. I'm afraid that his divine body is even stronger than mine. Gods only existed in the ancient times, and it was said that every god could break through to the immortal realm. Even ordinary gods were too much more terrifying than now. The saint demon god body was not the strongest when placed in that period. After the ancient times, the gods disappeared. Those powerful god bodies have also disappeared since then. When Jiang Mengyao saw the statue of the god, she also froze for a long time, unable to calm down. This is the real powerhouse. It took a long time for the two to come back to their senses. Let's go in. Jiang Mengyao took out the red key and gently pushed open the door. The thick door was open, ancient and rustic. Zhang Daohong also took out the key and followed his sister into the great hall. The two followed the corridor all the way in, and when they reached a god, the statue suddenly lit up, and the girl's body was instantly enveloped in light. Zhang Daohong couldn't help but show surprise. Such good luck for my little sister. I wonder what kind of chance it is. Ancient Divine Hall. The chance that each person gets is different. The probability is that it has something to do with the divine body. Behind Jiang Mengyao, the silhouette of a tire of the great Tao appeared, only to see that divine stone statue wave its hand and gently caress on the tire of the great Tao's shadow. The tire of the great Tao immediately erupted with a brilliant light. The fetus of the Great Way was originally the likeness of an embryo. After being helped by the gods, he immediately grew up and turned into the image of a valiant immortal, mighty beyond compare. It's Zhang Daohong's pupils shrunk. Hongmeng Heavenly Emperor God Body. The Hongmeng Heavenly Emperor God Body was a cultivation qualification possessed after the growth of a Tao fetus that was at least hundreds of times stronger than an innate sacred body Tao fetus. The qualifications of the Hongmeng Celestial Emperor God Body were already infinitely close to the chaotic Saint Demon Body. I really didn't expect that my little sister would have such a heaven-defying chance. Zhang Daohong was very envious. Before, he had a divine body that crushed his little sister. Whether it was the speed of cultivation or the physical quality, it was far away from the other party by a few blocks. But now, trying to crush is impossible. This divine hall really isn't simple. No wonder so many people are trying to get in. A random chance here can rise against the odds. Jiang Mengyao also felt the changes in herself at this moment and was pleasantly surprised. Hongmeng Heavenly Emperor God Body. This is a surprise. Entering the divine hall, no one knew what chances they could obtain. Twisting his head to look at the boy with a smug look in his eyes. Kid, this emperor's divine body has caught up with you. Let's see how you can still fool around later. When the light dissipated and the evolution of the divine body was complete, the siblings continued to go deeper. Kang Duhaiyang watched as he walked. The heart expects that which idol will choose him and grant him a chance. But this time, even after walking to the end of the long corridor, none of the idols reacted, which made Zhang Daohong's heart grow more and more disappointed. Jiang Mengyao, on the other hand, was secretly delighted. It's all the way to the end and no chances have appeared. This kid's luck seems to have run out. The emperor is so happy. So happy. When he came to the end, a very spacious hall appeared in front of him, and in the center stood a huge idol, which was 100 times bigger than any of the previous idols. Majestic, sacred, and not to be desecrated. It was as if he was the king of all gods. Behind the idol, there are two more doors. A door with the words Book Depository written on it. The other one had the words Treasure Pavilion written on it in large letters. Jiang Mengyao looked at the book depository with longing in her eyes. That was the purpose of her coming here. She must find that divine book, and then, according to what the divine book recorded, she would build a foundation step by step, and ultimately achieve a 10,000 ancient great emperor. And it wasn't easy to get into the book depository. You needed at least the red key to unlock the door to the book depository. As for the treasure pavilion, it was said to be the treasure place of the gods, which only the gods could enter. For billions of years, no one has ever stepped through that door. already walked to the main hall. You kid hasn't gotten the chance yet. You don't have a chance. While Jiang Mengyao's heart snickered with joy, she also took out the red key and prepared to enter the book pavilion. Buzz. Just then, the huge idol in the center suddenly shook and opened its eyes. Within those blackened pupils, an invisible divine force swept away. Jiang Mengyao just stared at the pupil and her divine soul was almost snuffed out. Rumbling, the idol raised his hand and gently held it over the top of Kong Du Haiyang's head. A vast and terrifying voice resounded through endless space and time. Thou, holy demon god body, ancient extreme realm, bestowed, chaos god bone. Crunch! The idol reached out with a large hand and extracted a piece of bone glowing with a seven-colored light from the endless space and time. The bone flew to Jiang Daohong's body and then merged into his sternum. Jiang Mengyao's eyes turned red when she saw this divine bone. This is the chaos god bone. It's the bones of the chaos demon god. Heavens! What kind of luck did Jiang Daohong have to get such a supreme treasure? Hongmeng was born in chaos, and the worlds, in turn, were born in Hongmeng. It can be said that chaos overrides Hongmeng. The Chaos Supreme Treasure was the strongest treasure in all realms. This Chaos God Bone alone was too much stronger than his Heavenly Emperor God Body. In doing so, the gap between them was widened by a large margin again. The girl was so angry she wanted to cry. She even wondered if God had purposely arranged a brother specifically to strike her down. The goal is too clear. Just stare at her returning from 100 reincarnations. The Chaos God Bone fusion was complete. Flop. Flop. The heart was obviously beating faster and more forcefully than before. And every beat would bring up a whirling of qi and blood throughout the body. There was even a faint whistling of waves in the veins. Jiang Daohong clenched his fists, feeling that his physique was much stronger than before. Ding! Congratulations on signing in at the Hall of Ancient Divine Bodies. Your reward has been boosted 21 times and you've obtained 22 bottles of ancient divine oil. Divine oil? When he heard this name, Jiang Daohong thought of Indian divine oil and had a wonderful expression on his face. Could it be that applying this divine oil for all eternity? Hiss. Just thinking about it is scary. It's funny to think about having a big gun up against the door all the time. He hastily checked the divine oil introduction. The 10,000 ancient divine oil. It was said to be a liquid condensed from the Hongmeng Qi on the 10,000 gods mountain, which would only condense into a drop of divine oil every 10,000 years of time. And it had a very terrifying body quenching effect. So it's for quenching the body. Happy for nothing. However, only one drop in 10,000 years is too precious. There were 100 drops in this one bottle alone, which meant that it took 1,000,000 years to coalesce, and he owns a full 22 bottles. It's a great deal of money. Chapter 13 Blood God Guide, Blood Refining Ghost King. Jiang Mengyao came to the door of the book depository and inserted the red divine key into a groove in front of the door. Crunch! The heavy door slowly opened, and the ancient atmosphere came out. A magnificent sky loft appeared in front of the brother and sister duo. Without any hesitation, Jiang Mengyao walked in. There was an invisible barrier at the gate, and as the girl walked in, recognizing the divine key in her hand, the barrier automatically opened and the girl walked in without incident. Jiang Daohong held the seven-colored divine key and followed behind, again without a single obstacle. The seven-colored divine key was equally qualified to enter the book depository. The cache was large and tall, furnished with shelves and shelves crammed with books. Anyone who enters here gets to pick a book to leave with. Jiang Mengyao carefully and meticulously examined the name of each step of the ancient book. Jiang Daohong, on the other hand, randomly found a bookshelf and picked an ancient book. 9 Alchemy Divine Body Method. Body Refining Technique. It doesn't suit me. Put the book down and picked up another. Secret of Longevity. Bah! I'm only 3. What do I need this for? Land picked out a dozen more books one after the other, but couldn't find one that fit. This one's kind of interesting. The Blood God Guid. Using the power of the bloodline. Communicating the gods to descend. The stronger the power contained in the bloodline, the stronger the gods communicated. What's the strongest thing about Kong De Hyam right now? Bloodlines. The chaotic saint demon body, coupled with the chaotic divine bone. These two paired together were invincible. The gods who communicated with them would not be any weaker. That's the one. Without saying a word, Kong Daohong cradled this art in his arms and looked toward his sister in the distance. Why hasn't my little sister picked it out yet? Kong Du Haiyang walked over, found an ancient book, and handed it to his sister. Here, I picked this one out for you. It's perfect for you. Jiang Mengyao turned her head and exploded with anger. Cultivating the body and spirit? What the hell? Jiang Daohong hemmed and hawed and said, your temper is too stinky. After practicing this technique, your temper will be better. Get out. Jiang Mengyao couldn't help but burst out. Look at you. At a young age, you're talking dirty again. Jiang Daohong spread his hands with a helpless look on his face. Ignoring the boy, Jiang Mangyao turned around and skimmed a book in the corner, and her eyes lit up. The Heart Sutra of the Ancient Emperor. That's him. The girl's movements were quick, and as soon as she did so, she stowed the ancient book in her spatial pouch. Zhang Daohong also skimmed the few large words on the book cover and his pupils shrank. The Heart Sutra of the 10,000 Ancient Great Emperor? Could it be that it contains the method on how to achieve the 10,000 Ancient Great Emperor? Above the Great Emperors, there seemed to be an even higher realm, that the 10,000 realms called the 10,000 Ancient Great Emperors. It is said that after the ancient times, the Great Emperors were the limit, and no one could penetrate the ages. It's definitely a supreme treasure. Kang Daohong changed his smiling face and said in an almost pleasing manner, "Little sister, I have candies here. How about trading this book with you?" "No." Jiang Mangyao rolled her eyes and simply turned toward the door. "Then I don't want your book. Just one look. Just one look." Zhang Daohong hurriedly chased after him. Hopelessly, his sister didn't give a damn about him, tilting her head and walking away. "Damn it!" Zhang Daohong clenched his teeth in anger. One can only think of asking for it at a later date. "I'm going back." Jiang Mangyao prepared to leave the divine realm. "Wait, I want to take a look at the treasure pavilion." Zhang Daohong pointed to another door. "This door can't get in." Jiang Mangyao shook her head. She had never heard of anyone being able to enter the Zhangbao pavilion. That's the god's backyard. Zhang Daohong walked to the entrance of the treasure hall and inserted the 7-colored divine key into the groove. Crunch! The heavy doors opened slowly. Ancient and rustic. Jiang Mangyao's eyes widened at once. "What? The 7-colored divine key can open the Zhang treasure pavilion?" "No." The Hall of Hidden Treasures collected all kinds of treasures from the gods, and every single piece taken out in there was enough to make the cultivators of all realms go crazy. This kid had already gotten the Chaos Divine Bone. If he got another supreme treasure, would he still let others live? Zhang Daohong entered the treasure hall. Jiang Mangyao wanted to go in together, but she was bounced off by the invisible barrier. Apparently, the red god key doesn't go in. Damn it! Let him take the lead again. Jiang Mangyao gritted her teeth. Hiss! So many treasures! Get rich, get rich! Hidden treasure! Faintly came the excited shouts of the boy. The girl at the door listened with a rush of anxiety, but could do nothing in the least. It wasn't long before the little boy finally came out. Jiang Mangyao immediately accompanied a smile to win up. "Little brother, what did you get in there? Can you tell your sister?" Zhang Daohong raised his eyebrows with an exaggerated expression. "There are many treasures inside that I've never even seen before, and I've only chosen 10. "What? 10 pieces?" Jiang Mangyao's eyes widened. The treasures in the treasure pavilion must be very advanced and rare in all realms. What's the concept of 10 pieces? Zhang Daohong was really legal this time. "Dear brother, can you tell your sister what you have taken?" In order to trick Zhang Daohong into taking out the treasure, "dear" was used. "Yeah." With a dumbfounded look, Zhang Daohong took something out of his space and placed it on the ground. Jiang Mangyao looked at it with wide eyes, but in the next second, she was on fire. "This is immortal venison. You lied to me." The immortal deer meat was what she gave to Zhang Daohong. How could the treasure pavilion have such low-grade goods? Go home. Kang Du Haiyang was deliberately teasing his sister. Haoxong Realm. The cave of the underworld. It was a place that immortal cultivators would hear about in fear. The piercingly cold wind slapped against the stone wall, making a ghostly sound. Deep in the cave, there stood a 1,000-feet-high mountain of white bones, on which were not only the bones of demonic beasts, but also the bones of cultivators. A dark shadow flew from outside the cave and knelt in submission at the bottom of the mountain of white bones. Lord Ghost King. Crunch, crunch. The white bone mountain let out an ear-piercing sound, and a black shadow of about 10 feet crawled out from within, its eyes bloodshot and transmitting a bizarre cold aura. "Lord Ghost King, you have finally resurrected," the white bone old demon exulted. 30 years ago, the blood-refining Ghost King was surrounded and killed by the righteous cultivators, and only a remnant of his soul escaped. In order to resurrect the Ghost King, the white bone old demon slaughtered 100,000 living beings and piled them up to form this white bone mountain, which finally resurrected the Ghost King. The blood-refining Ghost King moved his divine body and said in a hoarse voice, "Those righteous cultivators would never have imagined that not only is this king not dead, but his strength has also refined quite a bit. This time, this king will definitely destroy those clans." The Ghost King was very strong, with strength equivalent to a powerhouse of the Cave Void realm. Only first-rate clans had Cave Void powerhouses in their ranks. "Lord Ghost King, during the time you've been asleep, something big has happened." The white bone old demon suddenly spoke. "Ancient clan, the Jiang clan, has produced a divine son with demonic qualifications." As soon as the Ghost King heard the Jiang family, his 2 ghost flames couldn't help but jump a few times. The Jiang clan is an ancient clan, not something we can mess with. As the Ghost King, he was no cutie pie. knows well what can and cannot be touched. Lord Ghost King. It's like this. White Bone Old Demon believed that the Ghost King must be interested in what he had to say. This divine son of the Jiang clan has awakened the chaotic holy devil body, half god, half devil, and he has half of the blood of the devil god in his body. If you can drain his blood, your demonic energy will surely rise. The Ghost King, too, belongs to the devil cultivator. Between the demon race, they could devour each other's bloodline to increase their bloodline power. Internal strife is more brutal than cultivation. Chapter 14 10 Extinct Immortal Herbs, Heavenly Yuan Pagoda. In the meantime, the Ginger family, Kong Du Hyong sat alone in the room. On the table in front of him was a plate of sizzling fairy deer leg meat. Kaori, that smells good. Kong Du Hyong barred his mouth and ate with gusto. The divine realm has gained too much this time. The doubling of the sign-up bonus alone made him a fortune. Spiritual liquid heavenly pool, 10,000 years red flame immortal Ganoderma, 10,000 ancient divine oil, spirit embracing treasure pagoda, etc. A single one of these things taken to the outside world would be enough to make people break their heads. Today, he carries several of them. By the way, I remember that the Jiang family also has a cultivation treasure, said the Heavenly Heart Mystic Realm, so go sign in then and take a look. This kind of treasure is usually very special, and there must be doubled rewards. Use the spiritual liquid heavenly pool to quench your body first. Zhang Daohong took out a side of the pool that was 3 zhang wide and 21 zhang long, and this spiritual liquid was enough for him to absorb. In this way, Zhang Daohong soaked in the spiritual liquid for 3 months and finally absorbed all of the spiritual liquid heavenly pool. Boom! Inside the room, Zhang Daohong's aura skyrocketed. 30 times of condensation. You should be able to ascend to number 1 on the divine chi ranking, but 30 times is not my limit. Continue. Zhang Daohong had a lot of resources on him, so he didn't need to worry about consumables at all. 6 months later, in the middle of the room, Zhang Daohong made his way down on his knees with his eyes closed, a rolling demonic aura surrounding his body. Phew! He suddenly opened his eyes and exhaled a cloudy breath. The demonic energy within his body today was more than 100 times stronger than before. Within these 6 months, Zhang Daohong had completed quenching his demonic chi at the same time in addition to quenching his aura. By now, the aura had been quenched 35 times, and the demonic aura 33 times. 36 times is the limit for the ages. With the strength of my chaotic saint demon body, I should have no problem completing the 10,000 ancient limits. All that's missing now is time. Rumbling. Suddenly, there was a rumble from outside. Zhang Daohong narrowed his eyes slightly. Little sister is quite fast. Now she's going to break into the 10,000 realms divine chi ranking. Zhang Daohong didn't have the heart to cultivate anymore and rushed in the direction of the divine chi ranking. Beside the huge square, a stone monument was erected with the words 10,000 realms divine chi ranking written on it. Jiang Mengyao's name, gradually revealed, appeared at the top of the list. This time the name Jiang Shui was still used. Number 1 on the divine chi list, Jiang Shui, 33 times. Second on the divine chi ranking, Yi Bufan, 25 times. Third on the divine aura list. The crowd of the Jiang clan marveled at the situation. Heavens, the goddess has actually tempered her divine body 33 times. It's too powerful. That Yi heavenly emperor, he only quenched it 25 times. My Jiang family is really going to rise. First dominating the divine body ranking, and now the divine chi ranking. Buzz. Just as the crowd was marveling, a red light shot up into the sky. Wrapped in it was a treasure of heaven and earth. This is the chance of the ages. Zhang Mengyao asked for the top spot on the list. This chance is definitely not small. Goddess is mighty. Her future is unlimited. There are rewards for the god list. The divine aura list is naturally no worse. When the ball of light landed in front of Zhang Mengyao, the girl reached out and grabbed the ball of light, taking out an immortal medicine from it. The rich immortal aura immediately overflowed in all directions. The surrounding people, smelling this medicinal scent, couldn't help but have their spirits shaken. Immortal medicines were very rare in the Haotsong realm and could be considered valuable. The old ancestor had extensive knowledge and instantly recognized the immortal medicine. This. 10 extinct immortal herbs. Hiss. Such a big plant. I'm afraid it's over 1,000 years old. The 10 extreme immortal grass was originally rare, even in the upper realm. Such a large plant, if it was spread outside, it would definitely attract thousands of immortal clans to come and fight for it. Not bad for the top of the list. Good chance. The little boy, who had just run in, saw the red light descending and his pupils suddenly contracted. Surprisingly, there's the chi of the ancient world. In his eyes, the red light was interspersed with a rich golden light. It was the ancient chi of the ancient gods that only existed in the ancient divine realm. It was thought that this so-called chance came from the 10,000 ancient divine realms, or from the treasure pavilion. Jiang Mengyao was instantly grossed out in her heart when she realized that her own brother had suddenly run over and was staring at the immortal medicine in her hand with a lewd expression. Secretly, he said, "This dead kid, is he playing something bad again?" She was so scared that she hurriedly put the immortal medicine into her space bag, fearing that it would be snatched by this kid. "Jiang Daohong, don't even think about hitting my immortal pills. Che, what kind of grass is this? It's not particularly precious. I don't care about it." Jiang Daohong raised his eyebrows in disdain. Jiang Mengyao was too lazy to care about this brat. "Stinky brother, how many times have you quenched your body after so long? Do you want to test it?" "I'm not going to tell you." Jiang Daohong raised his chin arrogantly. He had now quenched to 35 times and was still one short of reaching the 10,000 ancient limit. He planned to, when he broke through the limit, test it again. Not saying it means you lost. Oh. Jiang Mengyao laughed in her heart. Since my little brother doesn't dare to say it, it must be inferior to my own. Hey, finally won this kid for once. Kaiser, brat, this is just the beginning. In the future, you will never be able to catch up with this emperor again. Oh, the secret realm of the heart of heaven. This was a special space with a small range of only about 5 miles, and it was rich in spiritual qi, suitable for people below the Xiandan realm to cultivate. At this moment, Jiang Yang, the younger generation of the Jiang family, was cultivating in the core area, refining the rich aura around him. His talent was considered extremely high among the younger generation, so he was qualified to enter here. Snap, snap. A sound of footsteps caught Jiang Yang's attention. Just ahead, except for a boy the size of 3 or 4 years old. This is the Son of God. Jiang Yang hurriedly stopped cultivating and bowed to Jiang Daohong. Divine Son, you came here to cultivate? Jiang Yang hurriedly gave up his position. This position of mine has the most dense spiritual qi. This position is given to the Divine Son. Forget it, the aura is too thin here. There's no need to waste time absorbing it. Jiang Daohong waved his hand, his gaze looking towards a short distance away. Jiang Yang was speechless. Worthy of being the Son of God, his eyesight is high. Kang Du Haiyong came to the center. A piece of spring evening. Ding! Congratulations on signing in at the Heavenly Heart Mystic Realm. The reward has been increased 27 times. And you've obtained the Heavenly Yuan Pagoda. The Heavenly Yuan Pagoda, which contained a space filled with rich spiritual qi, could be used for absorption. Kang Du Haiyong was satisfied with the reward. After taking the reward, Kang Du Haiyong was ready to leave. Swish swish swish. But at some point, there was a pale man in a long black robe with a broom in his hand. The old man looked like an old man sweeping the ground. But once he entered the secret realm, his eyes scrutinized the dead walk. Shortly after, seeing the figure of a young boy appearing ahead, the old man could not help but have a cruel smile on his face as he darted over. Swish swish swish. Dusty, dead grass flailing about. When Jiang Daohong saw this old man, his brows furrowed slightly. Something's not right with this old man. What a dense, death aura. Jiang Daohong could feel that this old man had a strong aura of death, like the aura of being dead for a long time. Surly. Cackle. The old man let out a strange laugh. The little kid's reaction is quite sharp. After this king drains your demonic energy and drinks your blood, he will refine you into a puppet. It's rare to find such a good seedling. Don't waste it. As he spoke, the old man probed his ghostly claws and shot straight at Jiang Daohong. Chapter 15, Descent of the Demon God. Jean Foner, who are you? Dare to strike at the Divine Son? Jiang Yang stormed out and flew out, kicking the broom away. Click it. The broom was shattered by the aura and pieces fell all over the place. You seek death. The old man was furious, and 2 strands of ghostly blue fire immediately rose from his pupils. Jiang Yang just stared at this ghostly fire, and his entire body stiffened in place. Ghost flame. You're the blood-refining ghost king. Jiang Yang was horrified and his heart was dead. Over. The blood-refining ghost king is too terrifying. I'm no match at all. Cluck 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 cluck. The blood-refining ghost king let out a horrifying laugh as he slowly walked up to the boy. Kid, be a good boy and be my king's blood meal. A morose ghostly aura exhaled from the old man's mouth, completely wrapping the boy's body. Jiang Daohong was caught in the midst of the ghostly aura, but he did not have the slightest expression of panic or fear. Such a weak ghostly aura. And you still want to trap me? Jiang Daohong sneered. Subsequently, a wave of ebony demonic qi erupted from his body, bouncing away the blood-refining ghost king's ghostly qi. What a pure demonic qi. The demonic qi has actually condensed to this extent. The ghost king was appalled in his heart, followed by a burst of ecstasy. Good. Such refined demonic energy will definitely help me break through. The ghost king raised his arm and the terrifying ghostly aura once again enveloped the boy. Devouring demon technique. Jiang Daohong's face was resolute, and after he softly shouted, the surrounding ghost chi was instantly swallowed into his body. Is that all? It's not enough. What kind of demonic skill is this? The Ghost King panicked now. It was the first time he had seen such a bizarre demonic skill. Those ghost chi had already been completely refined by him, and under normal circumstances, it was impossible for others to take it away. This kid, however, swallowed his own ghost chi with such ease. It was simply terrifying. You won't let go? Then I'll just suck it myself. Zhang Daohong once again made a few hand seals, and his demonic attack operated to the extreme. Buzz. In an instant, the old man's 7 orifices continued to outflow ghost chi, and the rolling ghost chi was continuously absorbed. Zhang Yang fought to break free from the ghost's claws, huffing, puffing. The godson is so powerful. The divine son was only 3 years old, but he was able to force the blood-refining Ghost King to such a degree. This kid is so damn evil. The Ghost King had wanted to swallow Zhang Daohong silently and escape the secret realm. But now, I'm afraid I can't do it without giving it my all. Break it for the king. Boom! The old man's flesh exploded, revealing the Ghost King's main body, which was a 10 feet tall ghostly shadow. The devouring devil technique completely lost its effect at this moment. Kid, forcing this king to reveal his true form. This king will chop you up and throw you to the dogs. When Zhang Yang saw the Ghost King himself, he directly pissed himself in fear. It's horrible. Patriarch, help! The secret realm was only suitable for people below Xian Dan to cultivate, so there were usually no strong people. Even if the clansmen outside noticed the abnormality, it was impossible for them to come in and save them in the first place. Kid, die! The blood-refining Ghost King was bent on a quick battle. Zhang Daohong, however, did not panic and bit the belly of his finger, squeezing out black blood. Blood God guide. The instant the blood dripped down, behind Zhang Daohong's back, it instantly coalesced into a demonic god that was 100 feet tall. The devil god's eyes were blood red, holding a trident, with a nameless devil flame burning on his body. In an instant, the entire secret realm was filled with demonic energy. Many disciples who were cultivating in the secret realm were paralyzed with fear by this demonic aura. Even the blood refinement Ghost King was so scared that his ghost drive was trembling. This is the demon god. How can he summon a demon god? The demon king instinctively showed fear under the demon god's gaze. Die! Zhang Daohong cast the blood god lead with a command. Boom! The demon god raised his foot and crushed the blood refining Ghost King as if he were crushing an ant. Ah! No! There came from the soles of the feet a miserable pleading estay. The Ghost King was really gutted. It's not a good idea to mess with anyone, but to mess with this demon king. In the next instant, the ghostly chi was completely swallowed. Blood-refining Ghost King also completely disappeared between heaven and earth. Zhang Yang was paralyzed on the ground, his brain almost scared out of his head. This. The Son of God is also too terrifying. Surprisingly, the Ghost King was destroyed. Hiss. The blood-refining Ghost King, with his fierce reputation, is bound to kill and injure countless people wherever he passes. The previous joint siege by 4 or 5 clans had failed to completely kill the Ghost King. Nowadays, the Demon King died at the hands of the Son of God. What's even scarier is that the Godson is only 3 years old. What a demon this is! Whoosh! A few air-breaking sounds came from the sky, and Zhang Haoyan brought his family's strongest members with their flying swords on their feet, and when they saw the demon god in the sky, they were so scared that they almost fell from mid-air. How can there be a demon god in the secret realm? Tai, don't hurt my son. He's about to attack. Luckily, Khan yelled in time to cut the patriarch off. Patriarch, wait. This demon god was summoned by the Son of God. Ha! Zhang Haoyan froze for a moment, then landed next to Zhang Yang. Did you see all this? Quickly tell us what happened. It's like this, said Zhang Yang as he told what had just happened without reservation. What? Zhang Haoyan was instantly enraged. The blood-refining Ghost King dared to sneak into my Zhang family. Damn it! Luckily, Hanger has divine power to protect his body. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. This demon god's aura was too terrifying. I'm afraid that he wasn't even an opponent. A unique space with a pagoda suspended above it. The tower was divided into 10 layers, with each layer escaping a rich spiritual aura. At this moment, a small boy was sitting on his knees, frantically absorbing the aura released from the pagoda. This pagoda, naturally, was the heavenly Yuan pagoda. Zhang Daohong was in the process of quenching the aura in his body, and under 1,000 hammer blows, he had finally reached the ancient extreme realm. Boom! The ancient extreme realm. It's finally done. The time came 3 days later. On this day, the Zhang family was visited by an honored guest. Qianyuan Hall. The maid served tea and water. Old ancestor Feng Yu took a sip and said in a pale voice, Qianyi spirit tea. The old crone is afraid that she won't have the chance to drink it in the future. Zhang Haoyan was also a bit regretful. Auspicious people will always have their own destiny. It is not possible to say that in a few days, old ancestor Feng Yu will usher in a breakthrough opportunity. Alas, the old crone has been trapped in this realm for thousands of years, and I'm only afraid that I won't be able to advance another inch in this life. Old ancestor Feng Yu was rather open-minded. The crone has seen through life and death. The only thing she can't let go of is these juniors. When the time comes, I'll also ask Patriarch Zhang to take care of us. Zhang Haoyan nodded. The Fire Phoenix Ancient Kingdom and my Zhang family have always been on good terms, and if there is a need in the future, the Zhang family will not stand by and watch. In that case, the crone is relieved. Old ancestor Feng Yu spread her face and smiled, her demeanor peaceful. Seeing the chair next to Zhang Haotian, there were two children sitting on it. These two, they are the divine sons and daughters, aren't they? It's better to be known than to be seen. They are truly extraordinary. Old ancestor Feng Yu could sense that the qi and blood within these two children in front of him were very large and terrifying. It was comparable to a cultivator who had practiced for more than 10 years. How divine that it now appears in a 3-year-old. You few, why don't you go and pay your respects to the divine son and divine daughter? Old ancestor Feng Yu said to the few children he had brought with him. Those who came with her this time were the best of the younger generation in the country. Around 20 years old. All of them are the direct bloodline of the Fire Phoenix Kingdom. However, there was some obvious reluctance on the part of several people. Old ancestor Feng Yu frowned. You four go quickly. She came here this time to mix things up. In particular, I heard that the Zhang family's divine son and daughter were born extraordinary, and that they would surely rise up in the future. Befriending the divine son and daughter of God earlier would only have benefits and no harm. Jean Fonger pays her respects to the goddess. One of the girls curtsied slightly. Zhang Mengyao gently nodded her head, not even raising her eyelids. With her seniority, higher than even the Zhang family's oldest ancestor, it was not too much for these juniors to kowtow and kneel to her. Jean Fonger came to Zhang Daohong again. Jean Fonger pays her respects to the divine son. Zhang Daohong was eating the immortal deer leg and answered without lifting his head. The others, seeing this, could only rise and salute. One of the boys, named Shen Songxin, had a grimace on his face when he returned to his seat. Secretly, he said, what kind of bull ***** divine sons and daughters are so arrogant, completely disregarding us? At this moment, Jean Fonger thought for a long time and finally made some sort of determination, only to see her make a move at any time. 10 treasures appeared in the center of the hall. These treasures, spirit treasures and pills, were all very rare treasures. What is this for? Zhang Haoyan frowned. Patriarch Zhang Fonger wants to request a longevity medicine for her old ancestor. I'm willing to trade these treasures. Jean Fonger knelt down and pleaded. Chapter 16, Kong Duhaiyong, I'm short of a cook. Longevity medicine with life-extending properties. Even great emperors could extend their lifespan after taking the longevity pill. Phoenix, it's not necessary. Feng Yu old ancestor slowly got up. Crone, I have run out of oil. My qualifications are exhausted. Even with the enhancement of 1,000 years of lifespan, I can't make a breakthrough. It's nothing more than a dying struggle. These treasures are not easy to come by. You can keep them. She had already stopped at this point in her life, and seeking a longevity pill would be a waste of resources. No, I won't watch you fall, old ancestor. Jean Fonger stubbornly shook her head. Ugh, you kids have heart. Cough cough cough. Before he could finish his words, old ancestor Feng Yu burst into a violent coughing fit before his legs went limp and he collapsed to the ground. Elder ancestor. Jean Fonger was quick to pounce. Zhang Haoyan also walked over and probed the situation inside old man Feng Yu's body and sighed in relief. The qi and blood in my body is depleted, and I got a little excited just now, so I just fainted, and there's no big problem. Someone come, send Elder Feng Yu to the guest room to rest. Jean Fonger looked at the old ancestor who was being helped down, and her eyes became more and more determined. Patriarch Zhang, please grant me a longevity pill, and I will exchange these treasures for it. Shen Songxin had an anxious look on his face as he transmitted. Fonger, these treasures were given to you by the old ancestor for you to cultivate. Shen Songxin had always adored Jean Fonger and did not want her to offer so many treasures, thus delaying her own cultivation. Jean Fonger just shook her head and didn't respond. Zhang Haoyan twisted his head and looked at Zhang Mengyao. Although he was the patriarch, the power of speech was actually still in the hands of this old ancestor. As long as his old man nods, he'll give it away for nothing. Only, Zhang Mengyao swept a glance at Jean Fonger's treasures and spoke in a cold voice. These things can't be exchanged for a longevity medicine. This, said Jean Fonger, her face embarrassed. These words, on the contrary, provoked Shen Songxin's dissatisfaction, and said in a cold voice, Fonger, the Zhang family's people are all arrogant and have their eyes high above the ground, so it's better if we don't ask them to do so. No, I want to save old ancestor. Jean Fonger shook her head. The young girl walked in front of Jiang Haotian and suddenly plopped down on her knees. Patriarch Jiang, I only have these 10 treasures, but I can swear to the heavens that as long as I become the country's lord, I will definitely make up for it in the future. I also hope that you will grant the pill of eternal life. Saying so, he heavily kowtowed 3 times. This, Jiang Haotian had a difficult look on his face. If the old ancestor doesn't give the word, he doesn't dare to make a rash decision. Phoenix, let's go. Shen Songxin immediately stormed out, her voice shrill. Jiang's family is so big, how could they care about the death of an outsider? We don't need to beg them. He didn't believe that the Tang ancient clan Jiang family didn't have longevity pills. It was definitely just that Jiang Haotian didn't want to give it. Instead of staying here and being humiliated, you should leave. Jin Fenger's face was ashen, allowing Shen Songxin to pull away. Slow down. Just then, a voice came from the back. Zhang Daohuang took out a handkerchief and wiped the grease stains, then spoke faintly. I have one thing that I can exchange with you instead. Just buy you? Shen Songxin snorted coldly and aggressively. Your clan leader said there is none. You, a child, can have the longevity medicine? This divine son was mostly just trying to tease them. Divine son, do you really have a longevity pill? Jin Fenger revealed a look of hope. See for yourself. Zhang Daohuang took out the jade bottle and opened the cork, and the rich life breath immediately filled the entire hall. This is the tree of life sap. Each drop can increase longevity by 100 years. Although the increase in longevity is less, it improves the physique and the chances of a breakthrough are much higher. Among Jin Fenger's treasures, Zhang Daohuang had his eyes on a dragon bone with mysterious runes, which was why he offered to exchange it. Tree of life sap. Improved qualifications. Jin Fenger's pupils shrunk violently. It was something she had heard of, but only just. After all, the ancient tree of life was so rare and uncommon that one might not be found in the entire Haozong realm. Divine son, can you give me 2 more drops of tree of life sap? 1 drop increases longevity by 100 years, which is always too short. If it's 3 drops, if it's 300 years, old ancestor will definitely be able to break through. Zhang Daohuang capped the jade bottle and said indifferently, if you can still come up with an equivalent treasure, you can consider it. Although Jin Fenger was good looking and could be said to be absolutely stunning, but it's not like he's a reincarnation of a pervert and is only 3 years old. It's impossible to just send babies out the door. Said Jin Fenger, biting her pink lips. These treasures in front of her were already all the resources she had. Fenger, I have here. When Shen Songxin saw this, he immediately wanted to take out the treasures he had treasured. No, but Jin Fenger refused, the light in her eyes growing firmer and firmer as if she had made some sort of decision. Only to see her walk up to Zhang Daohuang and with a plop, she knelt down once again. Jin Fenger is willing to follow the divine son in this life. As if she were dying. I implore the divine son to grant the tree of life sap. All the people present were surprised. Shen Songxin, in particular, was very excited and reached out to pull Jin Fenger up. Thou shalt not. Phoenix child, you are a phoenix daughter. You will surely integrate the ancient kingdom in the future. How can you follow others? The phoenix lady was equivalent to the future empress. Similar to the status of the Jiang clan's divine son. What would others think of the ancient kingdom if such a status really followed the Jiang clan's divine son? It's my choice. Jin Fenger shook her head firmly. Her parents died when she was a child, and the old ancestor treated her as if she were his own. So as long as she could save the old ancestor, she was willing to put down everything. This ancient kingdom phoenix daughter is true to her nature. Zhang Mangyao was also slightly stunned. Zhang Daohuang stroked his chin and pondered for a while before faintly saying, you want to follow me? That's a weak qualification. How high his eyes are. Only a natural talent like his own sisters was qualified to follow him. At this time, Shen Songxin's anger had already rushed to the top of the chimney door, and now that he heard Zhang Daohuang's almost humiliating words, he finally exploded. Arrogant! What a divine talent Fenger is! How can you humiliate her? Slap! He didn't care that this was the Jiang family, and he was only focused on teaching this godly son who didn't know the heights of heaven a lesson. Raising his palm, he slapped it at the boy. Zhang Daohuang didn't panic in the slightest. Instead, he snorted coldly. A huge palm appeared out of thin air behind his back and flung it toward Shen Songxin with hatred. Boom! Put! Shen Songxin was directly jerked over to the ground, spitting blood from his mouth. How is it so powerful? His eyes were filled with disbelief. He was naturally gifted, and at an age of less than 20, he had already reached the Xiandan realm. But facing a 3-year-old child, he actually lost so completely. It is really rumored that if it is spread out, it is afraid that people will laugh off their teeth. Zhang Mengyao's eyes narrowed slightly. This brat, what a refined aura. Jin Fenger was equally taken aback. The son of God is actually this powerful. Zhang Daohuang came beside Shen Songxin and condescended. Ancient kingdom genius? Nothing more than that. You, put. When Shen Songshin heard these words, his anger attacked his heart and he spat out blood again. At the moment, his pride was thinned and stomped on. Zhang Daohong stopped caring about him and walked up to the young girl, saying, "Your qualifications really seem average to me, but this filial piety of yours is something I appreciate. Tell you what, if you can pass my test, I'll promise to let you follow me." What a test! A hopeful light appeared in Jean Fenger's eyes. She vowed to fight her way through whatever the test was. Zhang Daohong casually waved his hand and a huge bear demon appeared in the hall. This is... Jean Fenger was startled. Although this bear-type demonic beast was dead, the aura on its body was still regal. Where did the son of God get a bear demon? Is it from the Kong family? He was only 3 years old, so he shouldn't be able to kill this bear demon. Zhang Daohong patted the bear demon and said, "Remove the bear's paw and cook it with your phoenix fire. If you are a good cook, you can stay by my side in the future and be a good cook for me." Chapter 17, 20 Forging Body. Ancient Phoenix Bloodline. You, how dare you let a phoenix girl from an ancient country be the cook? Shen Songshin's chi and blood surged and he almost fainted. The ancient kingdom phoenix daughter was actually working for someone as a cook. If this were to be spread out, I don't know how many people would be laughed at. Jean Fenger clenched her fist slightly. She has her own pride, but when she thought of her old ancestor who was nearing the end of his lifespan, her pride thinned to the ground. She was willing to do anything as long as she could save her old ancestor. Well, I'm willing to give it a shot. Kong Du Hyang nodded. Let's get started then. Good. Jean Fenger nodded, then took out her sword. Ding! The sharp sword, chopping on the bear's paw, surprisingly made a metallic knocking sound. It's... Jean Fenger was surprised. This bear demon's defense was still so amazing even after death, so it was evident that its strength in life was absolutely extraordinary. Now you can't even cut the dragon's scales, let alone cook anything. 1 hour later, Jean Fenger returned to the main hall with a plate of freshly baked bear paws. Godson, taste it. The bear paws are aromatic and crispy on the outside, making them very appetizing to look at. Kong Du Hyun shuffled his nose and nodded. Not bad, colorful and tasty. The first hurdle is considered passed. Grabbing a knife, he sliced a piece off and put it in his mouth. A burst of fresh flavor explodes on the taste buds and just the right amount of grease fills the mouth. Jean Fenger stood by the side so nervous that her palms were sweating, afraid that Zhang Daohong would show a hint of dissatisfaction. Kong Du Hyun took a few bites and then stopped. Not bad, middle of the road. From now on, you'll stay with me as a cook. When Jean Fenger heard this, she couldn't help but jump up in excitement. Ah, great, old ancestor is saved. She never imagined that she would one day be this happy about being a cook. Inside the room, Zhang Daohong closed his eyes and cultivated. His body's aura was grand. The devil's aura was overflowing, and his aura was getting stronger and stronger. Rumbling. At a certain point, a rumbling sound emanated from within. Swish! The boy's eyes snapped open, his pupils shooting out a terrifying demonic light. Both aura and demonic chi have been condensed 36 times. All of them have reached the 10,000 ancient extreme realm. This time, he spent half a year in seclusion, and finally condensed both immortal and demon chi to the extreme level. Next, one can break through the body forging realm. Zhang Daohong closed his eyes once again and mobilized his entire body's aura of magic chi, rushing towards the realm barrier together. Boom! It's a great momentum, and it's all over the place. Forging realm, become. Zhang Daohong felt that his physical strength had jumped up another level. Hiss! This is the chaotic saint demon body's forging realm? So strong, he could feel that he was several times stronger. The body forging realm, as the name suggests, was about tempering the physical body. And there are various ways to quench the physical body. The most common one is to swallow and absorb the spiritual chi to quench the body. This approach is slow and less effective the further back you go. Zhang Daohong's divine body was too strong, so this method would definitely not work. There was also an efficient method of soaking in the spiritual liquid and flushing the meridians with it for the purpose of tempering the physical body. The higher the grade of the spirit liquid, the better the speed and effect. Zhang Daohong flipped his small hand, and there was an extra bottle in his palm. I also don't know how effective this ancient divine oil is. Try it. Pour a drop of divine oil in your hand and rub it in your palm. The divine oil seeped into the skin, and there was an immediate surge of heat into the limbs and bones. Kong Du Hyang hastily applied the remaining oil stains to all parts of his body. I have to say, this divine oil is indeed miraculous. Rubbed all over the body. Hands are still smooth. Wait, I can't wipe the back myself. Kong Du Hyang reached toward his back, and his small hands couldn't reach at all. Forget it. Let Phoenix push the oil for me. In the past 6 months, he had generally rarely used Golden Phoenixer, and now it was just the right time to try it out. Phoenix, Fenger, He shouted something towards the outside of the courtyard. Soon, a slender, stunningly beautiful woman came in style. Lord Godson, are you hungry? I'll go cook for you. Jean Fonger opened her mouth. She hadn't grown much in strength in the past half year, but her cooking skills had grown. No, you come in first. Kong Du Hyang beckoned. Have you ever learned to push oil before? Jean Fonger flinched. What's an oil push? She searched her mind and realized she had never heard the term before. Oh, it's a liquid that is applied all over the body in a massaging manner so that the body can fully absorb it. Kong Du Hyang immediately changed his words. I know. Jean Fonger understood the young master's meaning in seconds. Hands over here. Kong Du Hyang picked up the bottle and poured a drop onto the girl's hand. Here, push my back. It's... Jean Fonger felt the drop of divine oil on her palm, which contained a very terrifying aura. Just by touching her skin, she felt it burning hot, as if it was on fire. Then, Jean Fonger followed Zhang Daohong's instructions and evenly applied the divine oil to his back. In an instant, Zhang Daohong felt the meridians in his body being quenched, and the strength of his flesh was climbing at a very terrifying speed. Boom! Forge the body 2 times. Become. In the next breath, the breath skyrocketed again. Boom! Forging body triple. Then, forging the body 4 times. Forging the body at the 8th level. Forging body 14 heavy. Next to her, Jean Fonger looked completely dumbfounded. What kind of divine oil is this? Just 1 drop has allowed the young master to reach the 14th level of body forging. What a horror this is. Kong Du Hyang got up from the bed and moved his muscles, and a crackling sound immediately came from his bones. This divine oil is really powerful. This divine oil. It takes 10,000 years to condense 1 drop of divine oil. You can see how precious it is. Phoenix, go on. Aha. Jean Fonger nodded and poured another drop into her palm, applying it to Zhang Daohong's body once again. Right. Don't you have Phoenix Flame? Combining it with the Phoenix Flame to push the oil, the effect should be better. Zhang Daohong had a sudden thought. Young master, the Phoenix fire is scorching hot. The slave girl is only afraid that your body can't take it? Jean Fonger hesitated. It's fine. The Phoenix fire can't hurt me yet. After the 14th level of body forging, Zhang Daohong's body strength had reached a terrifying level, and Jean Fonger's Phoenix fire couldn't injure him. Okay, then I'll try. Jean Fonger carefully condensed the Phoenix fire, then pressed her palms against Zhang Daohong's back. Oh, that feels soothing. Zhang Daohong's eyes lit up. He really didn't expect that the divine oil combined with the Phoenix fire would have such a miraculous effect. Next, boom! 15 weights of body forging. 17 heavens of body forging. Forging body 20 weight. Jean Fonger was completely frozen in place. This. Just for a moment. It's the 20th level of body forging. When she thought about it, when she was forging her body, after 5 years of hard work, she was only able to raise it to 15 weights. And after that, it was difficult to advance an inch further. So she gave up completely. Again, Kong Du Hyang was enjoying the pleasure. And so the night passed. This night had completely overturned Jean Fonger's knowledge of body forging. Forging the body 68 times in one night. Is this still human? Jean Fonger was unable to calm her heart for a long time. Just then, she suddenly realized that a dry heat was coming from inside her body, as if a fire was burning inside her. What's going on? Jean Fonger was shocked in her heart. Perhaps she had absorbed some of the divine oil when she pushed the oil just now. After settling in, it also had a great impact on her. Ah! Jean Fonger screamed miserably as her white skin suddenly turned crimson and cold sweat broke out. It is then vaporized by heat. My Phoenix bloodline is strengthening. She was ecstatic to feel the changes within her body. Chant! Suddenly, a fire phoenix rushed out of the young girl's body and soared above the Zhang clan. The high-pitched phoenix chants resounded throughout the Zhang family. Zhang Mangyao immediately woke up and looked at the phoenix in surprise. Ancient Phoenix bloodline. It's that cook Kong Du Hyang. The ancient Phoenix bloodline was an advanced version of the Phoenix bloodline, and the two were not comparable. Only in the upper realm was it possible to advance the ancient Phoenix bloodline. What kind of goodies did that dead kid give that woman? In such a short time, the bloodline has evolved. For a while, Zhang Mangyao soured. This cook is treated ridiculously well. Zhang Daohong also looked up at the Phoenix shadow. This Vanguard divine oil is quite strong. Surprisingly, it made Phoenix's bloodline evolve. But he didn't care too much. So what if it was the ancient Phoenix bloodline? In front of his chaotic saint demon body, it still wasn't enough to look at. My chi condensation has reached its limit and it's time for me to ascend the divine chi ranking. Little sister, I've let you be number 1 for half a year, so you've had enough of hiding, haven't you? Chapter 18, Topping the Ranking, 3 Treasures, Zhang Family Cultivation Field. A stone monument was erected on the side, with 5 big words engraved on it, the 10,000 Realms Divine Chi Ranking. Number 1 on the Divine Chi list, Jiang Shui, 33 times. Second on the Divine Chi ranking, Yi Bufan, 25 times. Third on the Divine Aura list. There were members of the Jiang family cultivating next to them, and when they heard the commotion, they couldn't help but gather over. Tilting his head, he looked at the Divine list. Not by talking about it. I also wonder how many times the Divine Sun has condensed. With a divine body that's strong, the condensation shouldn't be weak. Hiss, I'm so envious of the Divine Sun. Even the Phoenix daughter of the ancient kingdom is willing to be a follower. Zhang Daohong walked to the stone monument and his heart stirred. I don't know what I'll get if I break the ancient extreme realm. Previously, Zhang Mengyao had already experimented with this Divine Chi rankings chance to directly bestow treasures. That saves a lot of work. Buzz, the young boy raised his hand, and the refined aura gathered towards his palm, transmitting to the stone tablet. The stone tablet shook at once. The entire Jiang family also shook with the stone tablet. Buzz, a terrifying aura rose to the sky. The seven-colored haze reflected the entire heaven and earth. Only the words on the stone tablet appeared to change. Number 1 on the Divine Chi ranking, Jiang Daohong, 36 times. The Jiang family members were shocked to see this scene. What? The Divine Sun has actually condensed 36 times. It's horrible. Divine Sun, worthy of being a Divine Sun. His natural talent still far exceeds that of a divine maiden. Developed. After half a year of silence, they thought that the Son of God would be surpassed by the goddess. Who would have thought that the Son of God would have silently condensed 36 times? It's as old as time. Soon, the commotion here also attracted a large number of Jiang family members. Everyone cheered when they saw the message on the stone tablet. Son of God, Son of God, Son of God. Inside the small courtyard, Jiang Mengyao also saw the seven-colored haze and couldn't help but poke her head out to look up into the sky. Seven-colored haze. Did the brat create the 10,000 ancient extreme realm again? Hiss. That can't be right. She had only condensed 33 times after 100 lifetimes of reincarnation and accumulating 100,000 years. Once it exceeded 30 times after that, there was no telling how much effort it would take to make further progress. The resources consumed, in particular, are astronomical. Where did this kid get the resources? Can't it be that it's another hidden treasure cabinet in the god's domain? This luck is too unbelievable. At first, when Zhang Daohong said that he had obtained 10 treasures in the treasure pavilion, she was still a bit unconvinced. But now it seems to be true in all likelihood. And the treasure that was obtained was very precious. Jiang Mengyao immediately stomped her little legs and went straight in the direction of the stone monument. A seven-colored haze dispersed and finally turned into a curtain of light that landed in front of Zhang Daohong. Everyone couldn't help but concentrate. It's chance. Look guys, there are 3 things in the massive light. It's 3 supreme treasures. Hiss. To give 3 supreme treasures in one breath. Terrifying as hell. This harvest was beyond all of their expectations. With a big hand, Zhang Daohong directly took the light ball into the space and did not directly open it. He then looked within the space, only to see an additional dragon egg emitting golden light inside, an immortal sword, a fairy flower. These 3 treasures are the golden dragon egg, the immortal beheading sword, the phoenix fairy flower. Kang Du-hyeon nodded in satisfaction. Breaking the 10,000 ancient extreme realm is truly an extraordinary reward. He. If my little sister knew, I wonder if she'd be pissed off. Behind her, Jean Fonger was completely dumbfounded, her head buzzing. This divine son of the Jiang clan is too terrifying. Not only did he ascend the divine ranking, but the aura condensation even reached 36 times. I may have done the right thing in my life by following him. From the fact that the phoenix bloodline had evolved alone, it was proof enough. At this time, Zhang Mengyao also came to the square and was shocked to see the shadows of the 3 treasures floating in the massive light. Hiss. Reaching the 10,000 ancient extreme realm, one can actually obtain 3 treasures. What exactly are these 3 treasures? Out of curiosity, she walked up to Zhang Daohong and softly said, My good brother, would it be alright to show my sister the treasures you have acquired? Kang Du-hyeon nodded. Great. You want to see it? I'll show it to you. After saying that, he gave his palm a hand and took out 3 things from the space. Zhang Mengyao's face darkened as she looked at these 3 treasures. Fairy deer legs, fairy deer head, fairy antlers. Bastard, tricking me again. With that, she swung a punch. Zhang Haotian was standing not far away at this time, and his heart immediately seized up when he saw that the Empress had finally struck out at his own son. It's over. The Emperor is really angry this time. The son is going to suffer. He also knew that Zhang Mengyao was a strong person at the 30th level of body forging, and his son was only afraid that he would not be a match. The mind wondered if I should go out and help my son, but I didn't do it. He believed that even if Zhang Mengyao was angry, she wouldn't beat Zhang Daohong to death. The wind of Zhang Mengyao's fist whistled. Instead, Zhang Daohong raised his hand and blocked the punch. There was a crunch. Under Jiang Mengyao's astonished gaze, Zhang Daohong relaxed lightly, didn't even wiggle his arms. This kid is so strong. Surprisingly, he was able to carry one of my punches. Could he have forged his body as well? Zhang Daohong raised his eyebrows and said, "Little sister, is that all the power you have? It's too weak." What outsiders didn't know was that he had already forged the 68th gravity. Even some of the strongest people in the immortal cultivation realm might not be stronger than him in terms of flesh. I'm afraid. Zhang Mengyao's eyebrows furrowed. This kid is so evil. No, I'll try him again. Thinking of this, he raised his fist and slammed it against Zhang Daohong's chest. The whistling strong wind blew up Zhang Daohong's clothes and even the flesh on his face was distorted. The other Zhang clan members couldn't help but show their surprise. They also didn't expect the goddess to be so strong. The fists soon collided with Zhang Daohong. This time, he still lifted his palm up and took it easily. "Brat, just how much more are you hiding?" Zhang Daohong gently clapped his hands and spoke faintly. "Little sister, is that all you can do? Not even qualified to tickle me. If you want to beat me, go back and practice more." You. Zhang Mengyao was furious for a moment. Hundreds of reincarnations. 100,000 years of accumulation. Originally thought that in this life she would crush everyone. Who would have thought that she had been pressed headlong by a kid? It's really exasperating. Kang Duhaiyang twisted his head and stopped paying attention to her as well. "Let's go." Jean Fonger nodded and hurriedly chased after her. After returning to the small courtyard, Jean Fonger said, "Young master, in a few days, it will be the birthday banquet of my ancient kingdom's state lord, who treats me as if I were his own son. So I would like to make a trip back to congratulate him on his birthday." Kang Duhaiyang nodded and agreed to come down. Jean Fonger quickly packed up and said goodbye to Zhang Daohong, after which she left the Zhang family. Kang Duhaiyang closed the door to his room and closed his eyes as his consciousness entered the system space. Only 3 more items appeared within the space. One of the swords was 7 feet long. The blade of the sword was so sharp that it seemed to be able to tear space apart with a casual swing. Kang Duhaiyang nodded in satisfaction. "That's a nice sword." Next looked toward the second item. It was a plant with a flower on it, as if a phoenix was flying. This phoenix flower, which is at least 10,000 years old, is not bad. Finally, he looked at the oval-shaped dragon egg on the ground. There were obscure golden patterns on it, and it was extremely extraordinary when it went up. This dragon egg, it's interesting. Hatch it if you can. I'll be able to have another new helper in the future. But it seems like eating dragon eggs. Kang Duhaiyang licked his lips as saliva spilled out of his mouth. This dragon egg is cold, and although there is still a faint breath of life inside, it will not be easy to hatch it. However, I have a dragon blood fruit that is just right for the dragon egg to absorb. In that case, the dragon egg should be easier to hatch. With that said, Zhang Daohong took out a fruit and gave it to the dragon egg to absorb. Chapter 19, this is called Indian Magic Oil. "Phoenix, come in and help me push the oil." Kang Duhaiyang shouted outside. I didn't hear a response for a long time. He just snapped to attention. "By the way, Fonger has gone back to her mother's home, and won't be back until most of the month. Then how do I forge my body next?" During this time, he could deeply appreciate the importance of pushing oil. He can't be effective on his own. Right. Why don't I just get my little sister to help me? Her power is also okay. She doesn't have the phoenix fire, but it barely works. Thinking of this, Kang Duhaiyang walked towards the next yard. Knock knock. "Who?" "Little sister. It's me. Can I come in?" "No way." Zhang Mengyao directly and decisively refused. "I have business to find you. What's not to like?" Kang Daohong ignored him and directly pushed the door in. Why did you come in by yourself?" Zhang Mengyao huffed. "I really have something to find you," Zhang Daohong said in a serious manner. "What's the matter? Speak quickly. Don't disturb my training. Here's the thing. I need you to push my oil." Kang Duhaiyang scratched his head. "Oil pushing?" Zhang Mengyao was obviously hearing this term for the first time. "Well, it means massage." Kang Duhaiyang hemmed and hawed. The result was a blank stare from Zhang Mengyao. "You dream. How could this emperor condescend to give a massage? If you want a massage, it's you who will give it to this emperor." "Sister, help me." Zhang Daohong was a bit helpless. "It was Fonger who helped me before, but she's gone back now." Zhang Mengyao wanted to refuse, but she seemed to think of something and her eyes gurgled. "You really want me to help you? Aha. Okay then, just tell me one thing and I'll press it for you. You say, how many weights have you forged?" Today, Zhang Mengyao and Zhang Daohong fought against each other and lost in terms of power. So desperately want to know how much Zhang Daohong thought for a little while, and felt that there was no need to hide. Simply said greatly, "My current body forging realm, 68th gravity." "What? 68 weights? Are you sure you're not wrong? Jiang Mengyao stared wide-eyed, thinking she had heard wrong. What kind of accumulation was she? After working hard for half a year, she had only reached the 30th level of body forging. I would have thought that this speed would be enough to stand proud. As a result, he was abused to the dregs in front of Jiang Daohong. How can that be wrong? Jiang Daohong's torso shook violently. A strong aura was released. Jiang Menyao's eyes instantly glared round. That's right. This kid really reached the 68th level of body forging. You. How did you do that? It had to be said that as an empress, she really felt a sense of powerless frustration. I'm gifted. Jiang Daohong spread his hands. Do you see me believing it? Jiang Mengyao hummed. The more the body forging went to the back, the consumption of heavenly materials and treasures could be said to be incalculable. Could it be that a simple sentence of being gifted could be perfunctory? Believe it or not. As promised, it's time for you to massage me. Without saying a word, Kang Du-hyung took off his robe and plopped down on her bed. You dead kid. Jiang Mengyao was really helpless and angry. However, she didn't want to go back on her word since she had agreed to do so. Slow down. With a sudden wave of his hand, Jiang Daohong took out a medicine bottle and pulled the cork out. A rich spirituality immediately escaped. Jiang Mengyao couldn't help but widen her eyes when she smelled the scent. What a terrifying spiritual aura. What is this? Kang Daohong dripped the divine oil onto his sister's palm and put the bottle back afterward. Jiang Mengyao felt the drop of divine oil and sucked in a breath of cool air. This. Could this be the legendary ancient divine oil that was born in the divine mountain? This kind of divine object. She had also seen it in ancient books. It's not even seen in reality. She really didn't expect to see the vanguard divine oil here in her brother's place. How could she not be shocked? Good brother, tell your sister what it's called and how did you get it? This thing Jiang Daohong thought for a moment, then spat out a name, Indian god oil. Jiang Mengyao was visibly stunned upon hearing this. Indian oil? Are you sure? Apparently, it was the first time she had heard the voice again. I think it's a sacred oil made in a place called India. Kang Du-hyung shrugged. Alright, said Jiang Mengyao with some disappointment. She hadn't seen the real vanguard divine oil either, so she really wasn't sure if this was it. Alright, quickly massage me, Kang Du-hyung urged. Then close your eyes and feel the small hands running back and forth across your back. The force was obviously stronger than Jean Fonger's, but not as comfortable as Jean Fonger's press. Little sister, you can't do this maneuver. A little to the right. Yeah, that's it. Just a little further up. This time, down. Perhaps because he was lying on his back, he didn't see Jiang Menyao's face getting darker and darker. Damn, you let this emperor give you a massage, and you're still so demanding. Die for this emperor. After saying that, his small hands transformed into iron pincers and pinched with force. I'm afraid that this power can even crush stones, and definitely pinched Jiang Daohong wailing. However, the next moment, the aura on Jiang Daohong's body suddenly skyrocketed. 69 levels of body forging. 70 pounds of body forging. Jiang Mengyao was so scared that she almost paralyzed on the ground. What's going on here? How did this kid break through? This divine oil is so effective? At that moment, she also felt that her palms had burned slightly. It was as if it had been soaked with extremely precious heavenly materials. Jiang Mengyao immediately changed her smiling face and softly said, Dear brother, can you give your sister a drop of this divine oil? Jiang Daohong was slightly stunned upon hearing this. Okay, it's not impossible to give it to you as long as you press it properly. Good. Jiang Mengyao took to it again, this time obviously much more attentive. When Jiang Daohong completely absorbed this drop of divine oil, his breath skyrocketed once again. Boom! 71 gravity of body forging. Jiang Mengyao froze once again. Another breakthrough. This Ayurvedic oil is awesome. Could it be a treasure even more powerful than the ancient divine oil? My good brother, my sister has finished pushing. Now it's time to give it to me, right? Jiang Mengyao took out a piece of cloth and wiped her hands in disgust. She was an empress, but she had been reduced to such a state. Kang Du-hyung stretched. Little sister, you're a little short on craftsmanship. If you want divine oil, you have to at least get your hands dirty. After the massage, brother will issue you a technician's license. Another sign for you. Hey, what's the bad joke there, you kid? When Jiang Mengyao saw her brother smile, she suddenly felt a pang in her heart. This kid, is he really sent from heaven to punish her? Come on, help brother press once more. Jiang Daohong took out another drop of divine oil. Rub it well this time, with all your might. Do you hear me? You. Jiang Mengyao was too angry to speak. Come on, don't freeze. Kang Du-hyung plopped down on his good side again. We'll see. Jiang Mengyao cursed in her heart, but her hands were sharp. Shortly after, a drop of divine oil was applied all over Jiang Daohong's body. Boom! The aura on his body surged once again. 72 weights. Jiang Daohong was secretly happy in his heart. Jiang Mengyao, however, was shocked beyond words. The heart's desire for the Indian god's oil is getting stronger and stronger. My good brother, after this press, is it time to give me a drop of the sacred oil? Kang Du Hyong rolled over and stared into her eyes. Do you really want Indian god oil? Aha! Jiang Mengyao nodded her head as if she was balking. Fine, take your books. Kang Du Hyong directly stated his. What book? Jiang Mengyao reacted, her voice dripping with coldness. The Heart Sutra of the Ancient Great Emperor. Jiang Daohong had long had this book on his mind, and now that he had the opportunity, he definitely wanted to extort it. Chapter 20, Dragon Egg Hatching. The Heart Sutra of the Ancient Great Emperor. After sending his sister away, Jiang Daohong was in an excited mood as he flipped through this ancient book. Snap! After reading the main text, Jiang Daohong's mood was heavy. Becoming an ancient great emperor and dictating the ages was much harder than he thought. Ancient great emperors, few and far between in ancient times, must be extreme in at least every aspect. Like the Qi condensation realm, at least 30 times or more of Qi condensation and 70 times or more of body forging were required. It seems that I have now reached at least the threshold of a 10,000 ancient great emperor. Kang Du Hyong thought darkly. Inside Jiang Mengyao's small courtyard, there were two people in the room. One of them a little girl of 3 years old, as delicate looking as a porcelain doll. The other one was a woman in brocade clothes, dignified and elegant, with an extraordinary temperament. Mengyao, what did you call mother for? Lu Wenjun said with a smile. Mother, will you help me push the oil? Jiang Mengyao said. Pushing oil? What does that mean? Lu Wenjun was stunned, apparently also hearing this term for the first time. Oil pushing is, said Jiang Mengyao with an odd expression on her face, a method of forging the body that comes from the ancient divine realm. It's normal that you haven't heard of it. Oh, nodded Lu Wenjun seemingly. You little girl, you know quite a lot. What do you want mother to do? Jiang Mengyao took out a jade bottle and squeezed out a drop of liquid and placed it on Lu Wenjun's palm. It is so. Apply this drop of Indian divine oil evenly on my body, preferably applying Reiki for better results. And what is Indian divine oil? The more Lu Wenjun listened, the more confused he became. This kid, where did he hear all those strange words? Jiang Mengyao smiled mysteriously. Indian divine oil. It's also something from the 10,000 ancient divine realm, a supreme treasure for forging the body. Hiss. Something from the 10,000 ancient divine realm. Lu Wenjun stared at the oil droplets on his palm. This seemingly ordinary liquid was so extraordinary. Jiang Mengyao was lying on her back on the bed, and Lu Wenjun earnestly pushed drops of oil onto her daughter. Shortly afterward, the results came in. Jiang Mengyao's breath soared. Forging body 32. 33 heavens of body forging. 34th gravity of body forging. 35 weights. 37 weights. Bam! With the sudden change, Lu Wenjun was paralyzed with fear. This. With just one drop, you've actually broken through the 6th realm. Mengyao, where did you get such a magical Indian divine oil? Lu Wenjun inquired with great curiosity. It's from, said Jiang Mengyao with a slight lurch. Jiang Daohong. What? This is hunger stuff? Lu Wenjun was surprised for a moment, then nodded as if in realization. Mother, you press me again. Jiang Mengyao poured another drop for Lu Wenjun. 3 days passed in a hurry. The sky was clear and cloudless. Kang Du Hyong lay comfortably on a rattan chair, enjoying a sunbath. At the same time, his left hand rested on the golden dragon's egg on the side, stroking it gently. In his right hand, he gnawed on the auger meat and feasted on it. This dragon meat is delicious. The meat is tender and has an excellent flavor. I wonder if I can what real dragon meat looks like. If I take a bite, won't I be in heaven? Said the man, drooling again. Buzz. The dragon egg on the side fell into a slight tremor of fright, releasing a wave of fear. Kang Du Hyong felt its fear and stroked it gently. Don't worry, as long as you're obedient, you won't be eaten. Buzz. The dragon's egg rocked back and forth as if to oblige. I also don't know when Jean Fonger will return. It wouldn't do to not have a maid around. Just as Jiang Daohong was sighing. Young master. Jean Fonger's voice rang out from outside, and Jiang Daohong couldn't help but flinch. Come in, young master. I'm back. Jean Fonger entered the room, but her mood seemed low. What are you doing back? Didn't you say it would take most of the month? Young master, it's like this, said Jean Fonger as she pursed her lips and spilled the beans. On top of the birthday banquet, I was kicked out by the state lord. What? They dare to bully this divine son's people. Jiang Daohong's face darkened. Is it because you chose to follow me? For this birthday banquet, he had specially prepared a drop of ancient phoenix essence blood for Jean Fonger as a congratulatory gift. I had thought that I would be able to make good relations with the ancient kingdom and have the opportunity to enter the ancient kingdom's ancient mysteries in the future. Unexpectedly, the other party did not give any face. Young master, this matter is all because of me. I'll try not to go back in the future. The thing that Jean Fomer remembered the most in her heart was actually only old man Tian Fong. Now that old ancestor had taken 3 drops of tree of life sap, there was no need for her to worry. Jiang Daohong comforted, cultivate well, and in the future, completely activate the ancient phoenix bloodline. A phoenix ancient kingdom is not in your eyes at all. Young master, I know. Jean Fomer nodded. What is it? It was only then that Jean Fomer realized that there was a giant golden oval egg laying on the side. This egg exuded a powerful bloodline power that came from the dragon race. Even though she was carrying the ancient phoenix bloodline, she still couldn't help but tremble inwardly when she felt the aura of the bloodline within the dragon egg. What level of dragon bloodline is this, to be this powerful? And how did the godson get this dragon egg? Dragons have always valued their offspring, especially dragon eggs, and if they find that they have been stolen, they will fight for their lives to get them back. Click, click. Suddenly, a few cracks appeared on the dragon's egg. It wasn't long before a little snake-like thing crawled out of the eggshell. The little guy was golden yellow and had tiny tentacles on his head. After the eggshell was completely shattered, a dragon's aura rose to the sky. The sky, which was originally azure, instantly rolled in dark clouds. Boom! A golden thunderbolt passed through the dark clouds. It wasn't any thunder at all, but a golden dragon that grew 1,000 feet in length. The terrifying aura of the dragon race covered the sky. The demonic beasts within a radius of millions of miles were all taken in by this aura at this moment, prostrate themselves on the ground and worshipped the golden dragon. The people of the Zhang clan ended their cultivation and came out of their rooms, looking horrifiedly at the golden dragon above the sky. That terrifying dragon aura covered and pressed down, and those with slightly less strength were directly paralyzed with fear and trembling on the ground. Those who were slightly stronger were likewise trembling. What? This is the 5-clawed golden dragon? The supreme bloodline among the dragon race. What a terrifying aura. Could it be someone who has awakened the dragon bloodline? This golden dragon appeared over my Jiang clan. It must be a son or daughter of my Jiang clan. The appearance of the golden dragon's shadow enlivened the hearts of the crowd. Zhang Haotian also ended his cultivation at this time and stood in the small courtyard, looking at the golden dragon's shadow in the sky. Such a strong dragon race aura. I'm afraid it's not just an ordinary dragon race. You're right. The Jiang clan's old ancestor came to his side at an unknown time and spoke faintly. If the old immortal's guess is correct, this is only the ancient golden dragon clan. Chapter 21 Master-Servant Contract. Companion Technique. What? Zhang Haotian's face was filled with shock. Those 4 big words, ancient golden dragon, shocked him to no end. The 5-clawed golden dragon is already rare, and the ancient golden dragon is even more of an ancient relic, possessing the most honorable golden dragon bloodline. Golden dragons of this bloodline had extremely terrifying talents. Why did the ancient golden dragon's shadow appear in our Zhang clan? The Zhang clan's oldest ancestor frowned as he looked towards Zhang Daohong's small courtyard. Old me can feel that the golden dragon's aura is coming from there. Hunger's room? Zhang Haotian was filled with dismay. Yes or no? Just go in and see. The Zhang clan's oldest ancestor took a step ahead and pushed open the courtyard door of the small courtyard. The house had only a few simple pieces of furniture and a wicker chair in the courtyard. A small golden snake, just lying on the rattan chair, was merrily gnawing on the broken eggshells and swallowing them in one bite. The 2 dragon horns on top of his head were very eye-catching. This is the Zhang clan's ancestor's body trembled. Ancient golden dragon. He had also only seen an ancient golden dragon portrait in an ancient relic. The golden dragon's breath on that portrait nearly paralyzed him with fear. It had never occurred to him that he would see a true ancient golden dragon in his lifetime. Moreover, it was still from their Zhang family. Zhang Haotian's mouth opened round in shock. No way. This golden dragon has just hatched and the eggshell is still there. Is it hard to believe that it belongs to Zhang Daohong? The Zhang clan's oldest ancestor was also shocked. Perhaps this ancient golden dragon egg is something that Zhang Daohong obtained from the ancient divine realm. A while ago, Zhang Daohong had not only entered the ancient divine realm, but at the same time, he was also on the divine Shi ranking and had obtained 3 treasures. I think that one of the things is this ancient golden dragon egg. Zhang Haotian raised an eyebrow and said, being able to obtain a dragon egg from within the ancient divine realm, it's impossible to hatch it. The fact that Hanger was able to hatch in such a short period of time is indicative of its heavenly fortune. The Zhang clan's oldest ancestor was overjoyed. Zhang Daohong. Our Zhang clan has truly produced a remarkable character. Not only did he possess the chaotic saint demon body, he had also hatched a demonic beast like the ancient golden dragon. There's no one more anticlimactic than him. The ancient golden dragon is extremely difficult to tame. Let's trap it first and head to not let it escape. Although the dragon egg hatched, it might not recognize Zhang Daohong as its master. This may take some time. If the ancient golden dragon refused to recognize its master, there must be a way to keep it. You have a good point. The Zhang clan ancestor nodded. For the rest of the time, you will stay and help Zhang Daohong tame this ancient golden dragon. Good. Zhang Haotian nodded and walked into the room, pulling Zhang Daohong to a corner and whispering a few words. Hong you hatched this ancient golden dragon, didn't you? Aha. Kang Duhaian nodded bluntly. My good son, you are truly blessed with heavenly fortune. Zhang Haotian gave a thumbs up. However, it's still quite difficult to completely tame it. Dragons are naturally arrogant and self-important, and would hardly sign a master-servant contract with a human. In particular, this ancient golden dragon, a dragon race with a powerful bloodline, is even harder to tame. So, during this period of time, you should first cultivate a relationship with the golden dragon, so that it can slowly recognize you and eventually sign a master-servant contract with you. Zhang Daohong, however, shook his head and did not approve of Zhang Haotian's idea. It's not that complicated to take in this golden dragon. Look at me. After saying that, he made a move towards the ancient golden dragon. Zhang Haotian, however, pulled his small arm. Hong taking in the ancient golden dragon can't be child's play. You must listen to father. Dad, just trust me. Kang Daohong walked over to the little golden dragon. Little guy, from now on, just hang out with brother, and I'll take you to eat good food and drink spicy food. The golden dragon had a special affinity for Zhang Daohong, and after hearing these words from Zhang Daohong, he immediately nodded his head. Full-on lapdog touch. Swish. Then, a golden light was released from the golden dragon, coalescing into a mysterious contract in midair. The power of the heavenly Tao landed on top of the deed. It eventually turned into a ray of light and disappeared into Zhang Daohong's brow. This is. The pupils of Zhang Haotian suddenly contracted. A companion contract. There are several types of contracts between humans and demonic beasts. The most common is the equality contract, where humans and demonic beasts have an equal relationship and there is no distinction between master and servant. The death of either party does not affect the other. After that comes the master-servant contract. Demonic beasts are servants and humans are the main ones. However, it is not easy to make such a contract. Zhang Daohong couldn't help but smile when he saw that the contract was completed. This little golden dragon was quite conscientious and didn't waste his dragon blood fruit, taken in as a companion beast so easily. This. Zhang Haotian was filled with dismay. Wasn't it said that the ancient golden dragon was a very rare dragon bloodline, unruly and difficult to tame? He had thought that it would take at least some effort and time to tame this golden dragon before he could sign the contract. Not to mention this master-servant contract. Who would have thought that Zhang Daohong would have taken the ancient golden dragon as a companion beast with nothing more than a single word? Could it be that my son is a son of Qi? Only the legendary sons of fortune had such heaven-defying fortune, right? The old ancestor of the Zhang clan stroked his goatee in delight. Zhang Daohong has taken in the ancient golden dragon. His future will be even more unlimited in the future. Plus Lord Emperor. This generation, the Zhang family is destined to rise. With the addition of the two sons of Qi, there was no one, in this life, who could stop the Zhang family. In the meantime, in the middle of the 100,000 mountains, a very secret place, the Black Dragon Valley. Some powerful demon dragons live here. Deep in the Dragon Valley, a black demon dragon king, who had been sleeping for many years, violently opened his eyes. Raising his head, he looked in the direction of the Zhang family. A dull murmur echoed within the Dragon Valley. Ancient golden dragon bloodline. If I can swallow it, my bloodline will definitely be able to evolve again. Children, follow me to catch the golden dragon and return. In a flash, a dozen huge dragons covered in black gas rose up into the air and flew in the direction of the Zhang family. The Ginger family. In the small courtyard room, a golden light released by the golden dragon disappeared onto Zhang Daohong's chest, forming a circular rune that looked like a scale. Zhang Daohong had some realization in his heart. This is a companion technique. Dragon scale golden armor. Each companion beast gives its master a companion technique. There's a lot to this skill. For example, increasing strength, improving staying power, etc. Zhang Daohong, you obtained a companion technique? Zhang Haotian curiously. Golden dragons were already rare, and being willing to become a companion beast was even rarer. Zhang Daohong nodded and his consciousness touched the scale armor on his chest. Dragon scale golden armor. A piece of dragon scale immediately appeared on the surface of his body, forming a hard armor. It's golden and looks like a golden gladiator. Kang Duhong moved his body. The joints, which were arranged in a precise manner, did not hinder mobility, and the golden armor looked airtight. But there was a slight cool air coming from it, so it wouldn't feel stuffy. Chapter 22 Ancient Bell of the Beginning. Million pounds of strength. Not bad. Very powerful. Zhang Daohong was very satisfied with the golden armor. In the future, his defense would be strong, which was equal to one more chance to save his life. Feng'er, use your spirit sword and shine a slash on my arm. Ha, young master, that's not good. Although Jean Feng'er's spirit sword was not of a high grade, it could easily split the boulder in half. If this sword goes down, what if it cuts the young master? Just feel free to chop. This golden armor isn't that weak. Kang Du Haiyang waved his hand. Zhang Haoyan on the side couldn't help but watch. This kid, what a big heart. He didn't stop it, though. This son has always been very provincial, and this is something that he still believes in Zhang Daohong. Okay. Jean Feng'er hesitated for a moment before finally holding her spirit sword and coming before Zhang Daohong. Come on. Ding. The spirit sword fell and made a crunching sound as it collided with the golden armor. Several people in the room looked at Zhang Daohong's arm. There was no damage at all where the blade slashed. Hiss. What a powerful defense. Zhang Haoyan sucked in a breath of cool air. Not bad. Didn't let me down. Zhang Daohong was even more satisfied with the defense of the golden armor. Feng'er, this dragon scale gold armor must not be revealed outside. Understand? Zhang Haoyan admonished. This is a life-saving card. The card, naturally, the fewer people know the better. I know. Zhang Daohong wasn't a child, so he naturally knew how to hide himself. After chatting for a few moments, Zhang Haoyan and the old ancestor left. Zhang Daohong sat on the rattan chair while the little golden dragon coiled on his arm, acting very intimate. Grow up fast, little one. But what would be good for you to eat? After all, the little golden dragon was still a juvenile. The divine body had not yet grown up. It was better to quench the body first at this stage. Why don't we give the little guy a drop of the ancient divine oil to try? Previously, he had obtained 22 bottles of divine oil by signing in at the ancient divine hall, so Zhang Daohong was not lacking in this. By the way, little one, from now on you'll be called Little Gold. Feng'er, you come and help Xiao Jin push the oil. Jean Feng'er heard a jolt. What did you say, my lord? I'm giving the little golden dragon an oil push? You're kidding me, Mr. Duke. This golden dragon's aura is so strong. I don't dare to get close. Don't worry, this little guy won't hurt you. Be bold. Zhang Daohong waved his hand, then looked at the little golden dragon. Be good. In a moment, sister will give you a massage. It's very comfortable. Don't hurt him. Little Gold cocked his head, then nodded obediently. It didn't know what a massage was, but if its master gave the word, it certainly couldn't be wrong. Behind the Zhang clan, there was a mountain peak that rose straight up into the sky, like a pillar through the sky. This madness is Xinyu Peak. On top of the mountain peak, there was a huge rock of 10 feet in size. The boulder was branded with indented patterns that eventually formed a mysterious pattern. At this moment, dozens of Zhang clan members were surrounding the giant stone, carefully studying the lines on it. These lines, it was said, were the operating routes of a very esoteric gong method. If one was able to comprehend it, one would be able to gain a point of very terrifying power. It's not a matter of opening mountains or breaking the sea with your bare hands. At the back of the crowd, there was a youth named Zhang Shi. Zhang Shi's stature was tall and lanky, a strong body refiner. These patterns are too arcane. I've been studying it for more than 20 years, and I've only scratched the surface. I wonder just how strong the true Xinyu true intent is. Zhang Shi was a genius with body refining talent among the younger generation of the Zhang clan, but even so, it was still impossible to penetrate the patterns on this huge stone. Zhang Shi shook his head helplessly. The true meaning of Xinyu, perhaps no one can comprehend it. At the back of Xinyu Peak, there was an ancient brass bell hanging upside down. Zhang Shi arrived in front of the ancient clock and took a deep breath, then swung out a fist violently and smashed it towards the ancient clock. Buzz! The punch with all his might had only caused the ancient bell to emit a low sound. 10,000 pounds of force. The sound of the ancient bell could distinguish the size of the punch force. Just now, this punch from Zhang Shi was roughly around 10,000 pounds of power. And at some point, there was a little boy standing behind him, gawking at it all. Zhang Shi bowed in a hurry after noticing the child. Greetings to the Son of God. Nowadays, Zhang Daohong's status and position is getting higher and higher. Many people in the Zhang clan believed that this divine son, who was definitely the most gifted person the Zhang clan had ever seen, would surely lead the Zhang clan to a higher level in the future. Zhang Daohong nodded slightly and slowly walked to the ancient bell. In his eyes, this ancient bell contained 4 strong Dao rhythms. Check in. Ding. Congratulations on signing and successfully and obtaining the spiritual artifact True Spirit Bell. The reward has increased by 57 times, and you have obtained the immortal artifact Taichu Ancient Bell. Kang Du Haiyang nodded in satisfaction. It's an immortal weapon. Can you not be satisfied? When you have the chance in the future, you must absorb more of the ancient chi. Doubling the rewards is really great. Kong Dao Hong said darkly. Divine Son. This ancient bell is a test of strength. Jiang Shi realized that Jiang Daohong seemed to be interested in the ancient bell, so he explained. In the future, when you have cultivated to a high depth, I'm sure that with the Divine Son's talent, you'll be able to make the ancient bells resound through the heavens and earth. But now, forget it, this punch still hurts. This ancient bell needed at least 1,000 pounds of force to make it sound. These days, the godson had only just quenched his body, and it would be good to have a few dozen pounds of strength. Wanting the ancient bell to make a sound is not even close. I'm going to try. Kong Daohong cupped his small fists and slammed them together. Jiang Shi just wanted to block it, but there was a shocking scene. The ancient bell was actually shaken by the punch with an exaggerated amplitude and flew backwards. He could have sworn that in all his years of refining his body, he had never seen an ancient bell sway to this magnitude. Knock knock. The ancient bell was shaken by the huge force and blossomed with a golden Sanskrit text. A horrible voice resounded. Gingerstone was shocked to be in a frozen state by the sound. Such a horrible sound. Hiss. The Divine Son has reached 1,000,000 pounds of strength? Gingerstone sucked in a sharp breath of cool air, his lungs bursting. The Divine Son has only begun to temper his body. And this is 1,000,000 pounds of strength? If it were to be crowned, wouldn't it pierce the sky? At this time, on Jinyu Peak, a few old men hurriedly arrived. One of them had a child's face and a very stout figure, with no sign of old age at all. This person was one of the Jiang family elders, Jiang Dashan. He was also the strongest body refiner in the Jiang family. Jiang Dashan looked up at the swaying ancient bell, his expression trembling slightly with excitement. Ancient bells descend from the sky. This is a miracle not seen in 10,000 years. Clan Elder Dashan. What's going on here? Jiang Shi asked with a puzzled look on his face. Jiang Dashan said excitedly, Shao Shi, do you ever remember that I told you that this brass ancient bell has a power limit? Remember? Jiang Shi nodded. The ancient bell can withstand up to 1,000,000 pounds of force. After exceeding this limit, it cannot be tested. That's right. Jiang Dashan's eyes stared hopefully at the little boy. Jiang Daohong's power has already surpassed this limit. That's why this vision appeared. Chapter 23 Holy. Is this still human? What? Jiang Shi's eyes widened. Are you saying that Jiang Daohong's strength exceeds 1,000,000 pounds? How is this possible? 1,000,000 pounds of huge force is already terrifying enough. After all, how long had it been since the Divine Son had quenched his body? At this point, Jiang Shi really doubted life. He had been refining his body for more than 20 years before he looked at possessing the strength of 10,000 pounds. And people's godchildren. 1,000,000 pounds of strength in a few days. This me 20 years have lived to the dogs? Clan Elder Dashan. How should we test how strong Jiang Daohong's power is? Jiang Shi inquired. Look at the lines on the ancient bell. These lines, only 1,000,000 pounds of force will light up, and when one layer is lit up, it represents 100,000 pounds of force, and when added up, it's 1,100,000 pounds of force, and there are a total of 10 such lines. Jiang Dashan pointed toward the sky. The 100 feet tall ancient bell had 10 layers of rings from top to bottom. The circle is gray at this point. Lighting up a golden light means adding an extra 100,000 pounds of strength. I see, nodded Jiang Shi. If I'm not mistaken, Jiang Daohong will be able to light up at least one of the rings. Jiang Dashan reached out and pointed at the rings. The first ring is lit up. 1,100,000 pounds of huge strength. This was already very terrifying, comparable to a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex. At the age of the Divine Son, to have such power, he could already boast of it. Rumble. Just then, the ancient bell rang once again. Jiang Dashan stared wide-eyed, as if he had a sheep's frenzy. This, 2,000,000 pounds of enormous power. Hiss. Is the old man dreaming? At this moment, he was really a bit skeptical. A little guy who had only just begun to harden his body had this kind of terrifying power. This is more than just a demon. This power of the Divine Son. Even old me is ashamed of myself. In terms of strength alone, the strength possessed by Jiang Dashan was around 2,000,000 pounds. I've lived all my life to a dog at this age. Jiang Shi sniffed and was so ashamed that he wanted to find a crack in the ground. Clan Elder. The Divine Son's strength has reached 2,000,000 pounds. Isn't that the limit? Old man estimates that there should be 100,000 pounds more. Jiang Dashan shook his head. Rumble. Snapped. Another loud bang came from the ancient bell. The terrifying wave of sound transformed into a circle and spread in all directions. 3,000,000 pounds. Holy, is this still human? Jiang Dashan was shocked and incoherent, never dreaming that his own Divine Son would be this terrifying. Rumble, rumble, rumble. However, before everything stopped. For more consecutive booms rang out, and waves of sound spread out in all directions as if they were tsunamis. The Ginger family on top of the mountain felt like they were going deaf. Some people with weak body repair, even cochlear hemorrhage. 7 bells ringing. 7 million pounds of enormous power. My goodness, this must be a dream? The sound of the bell was long and distant, spreading throughout the entire Jiang family. In the small courtyard, Jiang Mangyao couldn't help but pick her eyes to look in the direction of Jinyu Peak when she heard the sound of the bell. It's 7 million pounds of enormous strength. A terrifying power that can only be possessed by a person who has reached over 70 weights in body tempering. For hundreds of thousands of years, she had witnessed countless heavenly prides, but she had never heard of anyone being able to practice such a terrifying power at the age of 3. In terms of qualifications, Zhang Daohan was definitely the strongest ever in the 10,000 realms. Nowadays, she was only in the 40th weight of body forging, and she was still far from the 70th weight. Damn it! Ditched by the brat again. Jiang Mangyao gritted her teeth with a sense of powerlessness. At this point, the bell finally faded. The crowd on Jinyu Peak was able to catch their breath. If the bell continued, they would really hurt their origin. Kang Dason walked slowly over to the boy, his eyes wide. Jiang Daohong, how many weights have you forged your body to? 72 weights now. Jiang Daohong casually said. 72 weights. Jiang Dashan's brain buzzed, ready to go into downtime at any moment. 72 weights of body forging. This kind of achievement was unique in the ages. All the worlds will be abuzz with it. Cultivate well. What don't you understand in the future? Forget it. I'm not as good as you. Jiang Dashan wanted to say come to me, but after careful thought, he felt that it is not right. The power possessed by others, Jiang Daohong, was already far more than him, so what was the point of looking for him? Next, several people descended the mountain together. Jiang Daohong came to the boulder and suddenly stopped. In his eyes, the Tao rhythm emanating from this huge stone was a bit stronger than the big bell just now. Jiang Dashan introduced. This huge stone is called the Jinyu stone, and it contains a body refining technique. With your physical strength, if you could cultivate the Jinyu Gong, you would definitely be able to utilize your physical strength to the extreme. The Jinyu Gong had a special effect that the stronger the master's power was, the stronger the power that was exerted. In terms of Jiang Daohong's strength, if he could cultivate the Jinyu Gong to a high depth, who in this world could catch one of his punches? Of course, it wasn't easy to obtain the above feats. This Gong method is a bit interesting. Kang Duhaion came to be interested. After forging, the body became stronger and stronger. But brute force alone certainly won't cut it. Learning a suitable power technique is definitely 100 times more powerful. Jiang Dashan pointed to the groove on the boulder and introduced himself. There are 10 stages of Jinyu Gong, and each stage is further divided into 10 layers, and to comprehend all of them is 100 layers. If you want to cultivate the Jinyu Gong, start from the bottom layer, and if you can comprehend all of them, you can start cultivating. Kang Duhaion nodded seriously. I see. How long will it take if I attend the first level? The higher the enlightenment, the faster the speed. Jiang Dashan said. Everyone's enlightenment is different. No generalizations can be made. Quite a few of the Jiang clan cultivate the Jinyu Gong, and it takes at least 3 years for these people to start cultivating from enlightenment. This is still better enlightenment. If the enlightenment is worse, 5 years and 10 years can be possible. When he finished speaking, he looked at Jiang Daohong. Now that you're 4 years old, it's not hard to master the first stage. Maybe when you're 7 years old, you'll be able to start participating in the second stage. He felt that Jiang Daohong was too young and hadn't been exposed to any gongfu yet, so it would be more difficult to comprehend. 3 years is already the fastest pace, and it may take 4 or 5 years to complete. Alright, I'll give it a try. Jiang Daohong came to the bottom of the boulder. Ding! Congratulations on signing in at the Jinyu Stone. The reward has increased 57 times, and Jinyu Gong has advanced to Jinyu Shengong. Jinyu Shengong, a total of 500 layers, cultivated to the extreme. A single punch can suppress all realms. Jiang Daohong was overjoyed in his heart. This kung fu was bull. Jiang Daohong immediately closed his eyes and began to cultivate. Swish swish swish. The pages of the Jinyu divine skill flipped rapidly, fast and unforgettable. It only took an incense stick of time to read all of a book. 500 layers of feats, all memorized. Chapter 24, Mountain and River Seal. Black Dragon Valley attacks. Phew. Consciousness returns to reality. Beside Jiang Daohong, there were several other people standing. Zhang Shi glanced at the sky and said, Clan Elder, it's almost dark. Should we wake up Divine Sun? Jiang Dashan swept a glance around and said, No, you guys go back first. I'm going to protect him here. The state of enlightenment was unconscious, and if he encountered danger, then Jiang Daohong would be finished. Jiang sure nodded. Envious. Jiang Dashan was usually so busy that he usually rarely faced the road, but now he even took the initiative to protect Jiang Daohong, which showed the weight of the divine sun in his heart. Buzz. Just then, Jiang Daohong's divine body trembled as if some power had been awakened. It's. Jiang Shi looked at Jiang Daohong in shock. Already finished comprehending the first paragraph. What a terrifying enlightenment. Jiang Dashan's eyes were glazed over. It was only one incense stick of time before Jiang Daohong's enlightenment, which completed the first stage of enlightenment. What kind of unbelievable enlightenment is this? Jiang Daohong's hand gesture suddenly changed, condensing a second spell seal. This meant that he had comprehended the second layer. Then came the third, the fourth, the fifth. After casting 10 spell seals one after another, the aura on his body grew stronger and stronger. Son of God. Demon. Jiang Dashan couldn't help but marvel at it. However, the next moment, the crowd was once again shocked, only to see Jiang Daohong pinching up the FA seal in his hand once again. 11 courses, 15 channels, 20 roads, 21 ways. When the 21st channel appeared, Jiang Shi's legs softened and he directly fell to the ground with a soft plop. When he thought about it, it took him a full 10 years to comprehend the third stage, and Jiang Daohong just looked at it and comprehended it. This is no comparison. The power of a divine sun is terrifying, said Jiang Dashan, sensing that a terrifying aura was brewing in Jiang Daohong. Even if he had cultivated to the 70th layer, it seemed that he wasn't as strong as Jiang Daohong's 21st layer. It could only mean that Jiang Daohong's foundation was too strong. Too strong. 7 million pounds of enormous strength. It's horrible. Jiang Daohong continued to make seals with both hands. 25 channels. 30 roads. 31 ways. At this point, the person next to him is numb. The word demon was no longer enough to describe Jiang Daohong. However, Jiang Daohong was still forming seals. 40 roads. 50 ways. 99 ways. Now, even Jiang Dashan, as well as a few elders, were paralyzed with fear, looking at Jiang Daohong in a position of admiration. The feeling Jiang Daohong gave off at the moment was too terrifying. A realm like Jiang Dashan's involuntarily trembled. Freak, this kid is definitely weird. In Jiang Daohong's hand, he once again condensed a seal. In the next moment, the palm of his hand slapped towards the sky. Rumble. The Jinyu stone vibrated and turned into a stream of light, rushing toward the sky. A large seal manifested in the sky. Below the large seal, 2 large golden characters were branded. Mountain River. Jiang Dashan instantly thought of a legend, his eyes glaring round. Could it be the legendary Mountain River seal? It was said that Jinyu Peak hid a supreme treasure. The Mountain River seal. It can suppress all evil things. Jinyu Peak had stood for who knows how many thousands of years, and had yet to hear of anyone comprehending 100 layers of Jinyu Gong. Now that Jiang Daohong had comprehended 100 layers, he had awakened this Mountain River seal. Buzz. The Mountain River seal became smaller and finally landed on Jiang Daohong's palm. Mountain River seal. Not bad. Kang Du Haiyan weighed the small seal in his hand. The Jinyu Gong combined with the Mountain River seal was enough to bring out 10% of its power. Not to mention, he was practicing an upgraded version of the Jinyu Shengong. After casting it, the power of the Mountain River seal would be even more terrifying. Jiang Dashan came over and said admiringly, Divine Son, you've already perfected the Jinyu Gong, and you've obtained the Mountain River seal. You're really like a god's help. The Son of God already possessed an invincible divine body, and now he had the Mountain and River seal as a base card. So in terms of qualifications, who else in the world could be a match for him? The only pity is that the Jinyu stone has not been available since then. The Jinyu stone had already transformed into the Mountain River seal and was taken away by Jiang Daohong. The top of the hill was suddenly bare. Even Jinyu Peak had lost its soul all of a sudden, turning into an ordinary mountain peak. There were quite a few clansmen from the Jiang clan who came here to practice Jinyu Gong. These people saw that the boulder was gone, and they revealed a look of dismay. Alas! I didn't even finish my second stage of cultivation and this boulder is gone. I'm already at the third stage, and I'm still short of the last point to finish comprehending. Now, it's really, in the future, in terms of body refining, what technique will be used instead? The loss of the Jinyu stone instantly caused these body cultivators to lose their direction and become bewildered. Jiang Daohong's body was so sensitive and his ears were amazing, so he naturally heard the conversation of these clansmen. Inside, he was also a little embarrassed. A thought welled up as he glanced at the empty hill. Clan Elder, could you help me find a green spirit giant stone? Green spirit stone. A spiritual stone with a very hard texture. What is the Divine Sun doing? Jiang Dashan asked suspiciously. Just find out. Jiang Daohong smiled mysteriously. It didn't matter if the boulder disappeared. He'd just make a new one. To the south of the Jiang clan, there was a spiritual field. The children of the Zhang clan were planting spiritual plants here, applying fertilizers and making it rain. Suddenly, a dark cloud drifted across the sky. It was so black that the sky and the earth were darkened. An old man saw this scene and lost his soul in fear. Black Demon Dragon King, everyone run, go back and report to the family head. When the others heard this, they similarly executed their stances and fled towards the Zhang clan. The black cloud quickly enveloped the spirit field, instantly swallowing all the Zhang clan members on the spirit field. That terrifying demonic aura was sensed by the strongest members of the Zhang clan, who flew out of their respective small courtyards. What a strong demonic aura! It's a demonic dragon from the Black Dragon Valley. At the command of the Zhang clan, set up the heaven sealing formation. The rest of you follow me to repel the demonic dragon. Whoosh! The Zhang clan members in charge of laying the formation immediately flew up, and dozens of people joined hands to set up the heaven sealing formation. A huge golden protective shield completely enveloped the Zhang family. The demonic chi was immediately blocked outside the protective shield. A dozen or so demonic dragons manifested their original forms. The head one was 300 feet long in size, and its two dragon eyes were like two stars, emanating the color of blood. The Black Demon Dragon King opened his huge mouth and let out a terrifying wave of sound. Jiang Haotian, hand over the golden dragon, and my demonic dragon clan can release 100,000 members of your Zhang clan. Otherwise, today the Zhang family will be removed from the Haotsong realm. Roar! Terrifying waves of sound swept through, like the heavens and earth shattering, rushing towards the Zhang clan's boundary. The golden protective shield shook and nearly shattered. Some of the Zhang clan members with extremely poor state of mind immediately revealed a look of panic. The Black Dragon King is too strong. A single roar almost shattered the heaven sealing formation. Quick! Invite the old ancestor. Only old ancestor can fight against the Black Demon Dragon King. It's over. The Zhang family is going to be over. Right at this moment, an immortal figure appeared outside the grand formation. His thin body resisted the terrifying pressure of the Black Demon Dragon King. Black Demon Dragon, with me here. Don't be reckless. Chapter 25, Kong Du Haiyang, food, all my food. Jiang Chongsheng, you're all these old bones. It's time to go into the ground. The Black Demon Dragon King snorted coldly. Today, I will give you a ride. Get back to your Black Dragon Valley. Otherwise, stay here forever. Jiang Chongsheng was a feather realm powerhouse, about the same realm as the Black Demon Dragon King. Fighting each other, it is not yet known who will win and who will lose. Just you? The Black Demon Dragon King smiled contemptuously. Hand over the golden dragon. Otherwise, Zhang family, destroy. Whoosh! The elders of the Zhang clan soared high into the sky, facing the Black Dragon army directly. This was the living force of the Zhang clan, all of which were above the cave void realm. Just a little boy of 4 years old appeared among the crowd. It seems a bit abrupt. Jiang Daohong, go back quickly. This is no place for you to come. Jiang Haotian broke out in a cold sweat when he saw that his son had followed him out. Father, I'm fine. Jiang Daohong stared at those black dragons, his mouth watering. This black dragon, although it had demonic chi in its body, it didn't prevent its meat from being tender and a delicacy on earth. A tender child's voice rang out in the Zhang family. Clan elders, don't strike too hard. The dragon meat won't taste good if it's broken. The tension was hardened by these words. Jiang Haotian was so angry that he stumbled on his feet and almost fell in midair. What time is it? And you're still thinking about food? Get back into the big formation. Later dad will catch you a big one, enough to last you 10 days and a month. These black dragons were coming on strong, and although the Zhang clan had more than these cards, they were afraid that if they really fought, they wouldn't be able to care about Jiang Daohong's safety. Moreover, the strength of the Black Dragon Valley was enough to rival that of an ancient clan and should not be underestimated. The Black Demon Dragon King's two dragon eyes bloomed with red light. It seems that your Jiang family doesn't want to hand over the golden dragon. The aura on this kid is a golden dragon. Get me this kid. Ow, ow, ow. The war in an instant. Jiang Chang's long hair was draped over his shoulders as he whistled and killed the Black Demon Dragon King. The rest of the clan, too, killed those black dragons. Spiritual weapons flew about, and roars resounded continuously. As soon as Jiang Haotian picked up his son, he turned around and fled towards the big formation. Where to run? A black dragon had set its sights on Jiang Daohong and swooped down from the sky, its huge claws grabbing down Jiang Daohong's father and son. Jiang Haotian felt an eerie wind blowing behind him and immediately turned back to chop out a sword. Pust! The spirit sword chopped on the dragon's claws and blood spurted out. Rolling dragon blood fell, raising the temperature around them by a few degrees. You should hurt me. Go to hell. The black dragon roared, threw out its tail, and smashed into Jiang Haotian's position. Jiang Haotian couldn't exert himself because he was holding Jiang Daohong, so he could only dodge. Duck in. he didn't intend to dodge, but rather tried to harden himself against the Black Dragon's strike. However, Zhang Daohong broke free from his embrace and swung out a fist the instant the dragon's tail fell. Boom! A shocking roar came from the sky, right in the middle of Zhang Haotian's eyeballs. The huge dragon tail collided with the tiny fist, and then, the dragon tail burst open incredibly. The hard dragon scales drifted down like snowflakes, the dragon bones broke by inches, and the dragon meat was smashed to pieces. Ow! The black dragon wailed in agony. Losing a piece of its tail, it was incomparably angry. After Zhang Daohong landed on the ground, his legs stomped and his body was like a cannonball as he rushed the dragon head's position. The fist brought up a strong wind and slammed towards the dragon head. Boom! 10 million pounds of force slammed out, instantly twisting the hardened dragon head to pieces. From a distance, the black dragon's head looked like it had blown up, blood and flesh flying. Zhang Haotian's body was still maintaining the movements from earlier, and when he saw this scene, his brain once again fell into downtime. Henner actually killed the black dragon? This. How? Zhang Haotian was like a dream, with an unreal feeling. He didn't wake up as if from a dream until the hot dragon's blood spilled on him. Just how strong is Zhang Daohong's power, that he was able to stand up to the black dragon? The other end. This black dragon's skin is too thick. Grandma, eat me again. Zhang Daohong found another very powerful black dragon with a very exaggerated size of 150 feet. Boom! With a loud bang, this black dragon was directly smashed onto the ground, and a huge crater appeared. Zhang Daohong did not spare it the slightest bit, and with a fierce lift, he yanked the black dragon up again and swung it in another direction. Boom! The black dragon was as miserable as a whip at this point, from side to side. At this moment, the members of the Zhang family were shocked when they saw this. Asterisk. Hell no! Is this Zhang Daohong still human? The black dragon is like a loach in his hands. Boom! With a final whirl, Zhang Daohong completely swung the black dragon in his hand, then patted the floating soil on his hands. Black dragon. That's it? The strength is too weak. This divine son hasn't had enough fun yet and you've fallen. Zhang Daohong said with slight disappointment. The others barely turned their backs at the sound of it. Listen, is this human language? If this black dragon is weak, aren't we even weaker? It's really man to man. At this moment, the Black Demon Dragon King also noticed that something was wrong and looked towards Zhang Daohong's direction. Ha! This kid Tyre is evil, surprisingly killing 2 of my generals in one breath. Even for their Black Dragon clan, it was impossible for them to possess such terrifying power at such an age. Ha 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 ha, laughed Jiang Changsheng up to the sky, his white hair dancing wildly. Black Demon Dragon King, you wouldn't have dreamt that my Jiang clan's divine son would be this divine. Today, you are here to die. Kill. Zhang Daohong's appearance directly turned the tide of battle. The Zhang clan didn't need to use their undercard to exterminate these demonic dragons of the Black Dragon Ancient. Asterisk. The Black Demon Dragon King let out an unwilling roar. Boys, pull back for me. He had no choice but to give the order to retreat. Ow! Ow! A dragon's roar rang out. A dozen black dragons were at full strength, shaking off their enemies and preparing to run for their lives. Where to run? In Zhang Daohong's eyes, these could be delicious dragon meat. How can you let a duck run away when it's delivered to your door? Foodies, stay for me. Zhang Daohong leaped up and flew at one of the black dragons that was preparing to escape, mounted the back and slammed his fist down. Terrifying power exploded. The black dragon immediately felt as if his back had been hit by a meteorite, and he had no power to resist at all. The body lost control and slammed into the ground. Anum. Rumbling. The black dragon smashed out a huge deep pit. Zhang Daohong leapt once again and rushed towards the other black dragon. Eat me. A small fist, but it exploded with terrifying power. This black dragon was immediately smashed away and crashed towards a nearby mountain peak. Rolling. Mountains collapsed and dust and smoke rose. Zhang Daohong once again rushed towards the third black dragon. Hands and fists. It's a slam. Boom. The black dragon's skull ruptured, and its entire body fell to the ground like a meteor. A dozen or so black dragons were killed by Zhang Daohong in the blink of an eye. 5 of them. The rest, 2, died and were captured under the siege of the Zhang family's strongest men. The Black Demon Dragon King's eyes in anger when he saw this scene. Damn human boy. This king will kill you sooner or later. Chapter 26 Heavenly Feather Pavilion. 200 layers of Jinyu Shinggong. Where to run? The Zhang clan's oldest ancestor set up a cloud to chase after him. The duster in his hand swung, and it instantly transformed into thousands of silk strips, densely enveloping the Black Demon Dragon King. Get out of the way. The black dragon let out a roar as a terrifying demonic aura erupted from its body, shaking the duster away. Trying to trap me? Dream on. Afterwards, the Black Demon Dragon King disappeared into the clouds. Damn it. said Zhang Changsheng, who didn't go after him. The black cloud layer was the Black Demon Dragon King's magic treasure. Once inside, one would only be devoured by the demonic chi to the point of no return. Unfortunately, if we can't behead this Black Demon Dragon King before long, I'm afraid that it will make a comeback. The Black Demon Dragon King was so strong that even the ancient clan, the Jiang clan, would need to use their cards if they wanted to keep him. Where to run? Suddenly, above the sky, a small figure came up after him. Zhang Changsheng looked down and realized that it was Zhang Daoheng. Zhang Daoheng, don't chase after the poor enemy. The fact that this kid had such terrifying battle power at this age had already surprised him. However, it was still not even close to wanting to leave the Black Demon Dragon King behind. Look at me. With a wave of Zhang Daoheng's small hand, a square seal appeared in his hand. Mountain River Seal. Go! Throwing the square seal in his hand out, the Mountain River Seal grew against the wind and turned into a giant seal of 100 feet. The golden breath that washed away the demonic aura in the clouds, and the Black Demon Dragon King hidden within it was revealed. What is this? The Black Demon Dragon King felt a restraining aura that made it very uncomfortable. Turning his head, he was shocked. Could this be the legendary Mountain River Seal? Wasn't it said that it was taken by a certain great emperor to suppress the long river of time? How did it appear in the hands of the Jiang family? At this moment, it couldn't care too much and turned into black light to escape far away. Suppress. Kong Du Hong tapped upwards. The Mountain River Seal immediately caught up with the Black Demon Dragon King. The giant seal was like a mountain and sea, suppressing the body of the Black Demon Dragon King, with the words mountain and river on it emitting golden light, and a mysterious power blossoming. This is the Mountain River Seal. The Jiang clan's oldest ancestor stared wide-eyed. The Mountain River Seal could suppress demonic and evil things, and this Black Demon Dragon King was the king of demons and evil, so it was not surprising that he was suppressed. However, Zhang Daoheng's power was still too weak and seemed unable to completely suppress the Black Demon Dragon King. Ancestor, help me. Zhang Daoheng drank. Shun. Zhang Changsheng reacted and urged his true chi, utilizing the power of the Mountain River Seal to suppress the Black Demon Dragon King. Ow. Ow. It was as if the Black Demon Dragon King had met its nemesis, and was simply powerless to resist. The Black Demon Dragon King, who had looked unbeatable just a moment ago, had his breath completely shriveled down. Boom! The Mountain River Seal went downwards, crushing the Black Demon Dragon King underneath. No matter how much it struggled, it could not break free. The sudden end of the battle left the scene in silence. Each of Zhang's family members looked at the little boy in the center of the field in surprise. There was a gleam of admiration, awe, and appreciation in his eyes. The Son of God is too terrifying. It's only 4 years old, and it's going to get worse. Son of God, Son of God, Son of God. Soon, a cheer erupted from the Jiang family, and everyone looked at Zhang Daoheng as if they were starry-eyed. Damn, why is this kid so strong? Zhang Mengyao hid within the heaven-sealing formation and clenched her fists, facing Kong Du Haiyang, who had continuously created miracles. She really felt a sense of powerlessness. She somewhat wondered if she had come out early in this life. Should have waited until the next life to come out and avoid it. Elder ancestor, father, leave this Black Demon Dragon King to me. Zhang Daoheng took a step forward and raised his rapier. This dragon meat is a delicacy of the world. It's only delicious when it's sliced, with a little soy sauce and horseradish. It's excellent. As a veteran foodie, Zhang Daoheng naturally would not let go of such a good ingredient. Sliced raw dragon? Soy sauce? Zhang Haoyan was dumbfounded. Where did he hear that vocabulary? This is a new way of eating that I've recently researched. Zhang Daoheng didn't explain much, and with his hand, he chopped off the Black Demon Dragon King's head. Next, the Mountain and River Seal was put away, and the dragon meat was cut off piece by piece, and muttering under his breath, save this dragon's claw for braising. Dragon tendon. It's better when it's smothered. This piece of fried dragon tenderloin. Well, raw dragon slices it is. After chopping down the dragon meat, Zhang Daoheng put it away in space, and later on, if he wanted to eat it, he could just take it out and bake it directly. Zhang Mengyao stood at the back and suddenly made a seal with both hands, sealing the dragon soul that was about to escape. Ow! The Black Demon Dragon King roared. Damn humans, get off me! Speak! Where is the treasure of the Black Dragon Valley? Zhang Mengyao was cold. The soul trap lamp lit up with a bright flash of ghostly blue light. The seemingly insignificant fire made the Dragon King wince. Damn it! Ow! I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. You're not even qualified to be a ghost. Hey, old dragon, let me show you my masterpiece. Zhang Daoheng snatched the lamp and then shone it at the dragon corpse that had been dismantled in large pieces. Ah! My flesh! The incomparable Black Demon Dragon King directly passed his back as he watched his physical body being dismantled in large pieces. Dizzy. In Jiang Daohong's small courtyard. In the center of the courtyard stood a table and chairs with a long tray on top and a layer of ice arranged underneath, which was covered with thinly sliced dragon meat. Kong Duhaion picked up a piece of meat dragon and put it in his mouth to chew. It melts in your mouth and is soft and tender. This raw dragon slice is really delicious. It tastes even better when dipped in soy sauce and horseradish. With that, he took another slice, dabbed some of the fallout on the side, and popped it into his mouth, eyes closed in enjoyment. Young master, the dragon meat is roasted. Jean Fonger was busy at the side, sizzling a large piece of dragon leg meat. Phoenix, come here, you can taste it too. Young master, you eat, I'm not hungry. Jean Fonger shook her head. It wasn't that she was polite, but she couldn't stand the young master eating like this. It's so weird. Come on, taste it, I guarantee you'll like it. Jiang Daohong handed Jean Fonger a pair of chopsticks and deliberately showed an expression of wanting to be angry. Okay. Jean Fonger could only force herself to clip a piece, chewed on it a little. The smell. The moment the dragon meat entered his mouth, there wasn't any meaty flavor. Instead it was washed away by that icy cold sensation. And with the spice sauce, the flavor was extremely fresh. She could have sworn it was the most delicious thing she'd ever eaten. How's the flavor? Kong Duhaion inquired with a smile. It's delicious. Jean Fonger nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. Eat more if it's good. You're welcome. The corners of Kong Duhaion's mouth curled up. This black dragon body is so huge that it can't be eaten in a few years. So, he didn't begrudge it. After a great meal, Jiang Daohong returned to his room and sat on his knees. Both hands quickly pinched 100 legal seals. Xinyu Xingong. This was the first 100 layers of Xinyu Gong. Swish. Jiang Daohong's hands formed a seal once again. 101 floors. The aura on his body began to grow ethereal. Buzz. The furniture in the room began to tremble at a distance as if pulled by a powerful force. Jiang Daohong hurriedly stopped his gong method. No! After exceeding 100 floors, the aura generated is too terrifying. This small house will only be unable to withstand it, collapsing at any time. Use this to practice. With a flip of his wrist, he took out a model of a mansion. Sky Feather Court. It was an immortal mansion that he had accidentally acquired when he signed in. It can be large or small, and it contains a special space. Jiang Daohong bit his fingertip and squeezed out a drop of blood into the Sky Feather Pavilion to refine it. Then, his consciousness sank and he flew into the Heavenly Feather Pavilion. Inside is a unique little world of mountains and water, with an exquisite two-story loft in the back. The aura here is more than 10 times denser than outside. It's not bad to use it for cultivation. Jiang Daohong sat cross-legged on the ground, pinching out a spell with both hands as he once again cultivated the Xinyu divine skill. 110 ways, 150 ways, 220 roads. Chapter 27 Nirvana Sky Pool, Doubting Golden Dragon. The Ginger Family. Main Hall. The maid carried the tea and placed it in front of the honored guest. Jiang Haotian smiled and said, the two honored guests have come. I'm sorry to have missed you. No harm done. Phoenix Kingdom Lord Zhao Lirong picked up her teacup and took a sip. When I heard that the Black Dragon Valley Black Demon Dragon King attacked the Jiang family a while ago, old ancestor Phoenix Jade and I were very worried when we heard about it. But now that we see that the Jiang family is safe and sound, we are relieved. That group of Black Dragon Valley dared to come to my Jiang family. Naturally none of them can run away, Jiang Haotian said without good humor. Zhao Lirong raised her head and stared into the other's eyes. All this way? I've heard that the Black Dragon Valley's destruction was the work of the Divine Sun. Can this be true? They inquired all the way. And they all heard that it was the Divine Sun who had stepped in and suppressed the Black Demon Dragon King. That's right. Jiang Haotian didn't hide anything. Zhao Lirong and Feng Yu old ancestor looked at each other, and both cards got the shock in the other's eyes. With this Divine Sun, the Jiang family will surely be glorious for 10,000 years. Zhao Lirong had already decided in her heart that she had to befriend the Jiang family this generation. Jiang Daohong was simply a thigh, and the Phoenix Ancient Kingdom must embrace this thigh. The two of you have come this time? Jiang Haotian inquired. I'm ashamed to say, said Zhao Lirong, placing her teacup on the table. A while ago when I celebrated my birthday, Jean Fonger went back to congratulate me on my birthday, and gave me the longevity power that Divine Sun had given me, and I drove Jean Fonger back due to a moment of anger. This matter of Jean Fonger is indeed Hanger's abruptness. Jiang Haotian apologized slightly. If the two of you want Jean Fonger to return to the Phoenix Ancient Kingdom and continue to be a Phoenix daughter, I'll go talk to Hanger and ask him to release her. The Phoenix Ancient Kingdom was also an ancient power after all. It was not good to turn the tables because of a Phoenix girl. That's just it. Old ancestor Feng Yu shook his head. Since Jean Fonger chose to follow Jiang Daohong, let her go. This might be Fonger's chance for her. We came to the Jiang clan this time in hopes of meeting Jiang Daohong. Both of you wait a moment. I'll go and call Hunger here now. Zhang Haotian instructed his subordinates, and in a short while, Zhang Daohong's figure appeared in the main hall. You are Zhang Daohong. Zhao Lirong scrutinized the young boy in front of her. Those big eyes were very striking. Exactly. Zhang Daohong gently nodded his head. The other day, I had Jean Fenger prepare the longevity power. You don't like it? Honestly, that Shuriai is too valuable. Zhao Lirong shook her head. It's just a drop of ancient phoenix essence blood. It's nothing. Zhao Lirong choked on her words for a moment, not knowing what to say. Ancient phoenix essence blood is nothing? In the Phoenix Ancient Kingdom, this was the township treasure, the kind you had to get no matter what the cost. Secretly, he said, worthy of being a son of fortune, the divine son only obtained quite a few treasures in the ancient divine realm, and with the Jiang clan as his backstage, his future is unlimited. Zhao Lirong took out a glistening white jade bottle and uncorked it, and the divinity inside floated out. Several people in the room smelled this divinity and their spirits were lifted. Zhang Daohong, I like the ancient phoenix essence blood that you gave me very much, so to express my gratitude, this bottle of dragon marrow liquid is for you. It should help you. Zhang Haotian's eyes lit up when he heard the words dragon marrow liquid. This was a treasure of immense value, no more so than the ancient phoenix essence blood. The fact that the Phoenix Ancient Kingdom was willing to take out this thing was a clear indication of their sincerity. I don't need this dragon marrow liquid. Zhang Daohong shook his head and pushed the jade bottle back. Zhao Lirong staggered up. Do you know the use of the dragon marrow liquid? Naturally, I know. Zhang Daohong nodded. The dragon marrow liquid is a supreme treasure for those with a dragon bloodline to enhance their bloodline. However, with my current divine body, I don't need this at all, so you should keep it for yourselves. This, Zhao Lirong was speechless. Dragon marrow liquid could be disliked. Is there any justice left? However, I've heard that there's a place in your Phoenix Ancient Kingdom that's very interesting, so the next time I visit the Ancient Kingdom, I hope to go there. Zhang Daohong said. You want to come and play? You're welcome. Zhao Lirong revealed a kind smile. The place you're talking about. What is it? Nirvana Sky Pool. What? You want to go to the Nirvana Heavenly Pool? No, it's not impossible. If it was anyone else, Zhao Lirong would have rejected it outright. But Zhang Daohong is a bit special. The ancient phoenix essence blood made her owe Zhang Daohong a very big favor. If the ancient phoenix essence blood was exchanged for a qualification to enter the Nirvana Heavenly Pool, it would definitely be more than enough. After bowing her head in thought for a moment, Zhao Lirong raised her head. The Nirvana Heavenly Pool is a forbidden land of the Phoenix Ancient Kingdom, so I can't be sure myself, and I still need the 4 elders to give their approval. I naturally agree to give you this qualification, and for the rest, I will try my best to convince the 4 great elders. Zhang Daohong was delighted in his heart. With this country lord giving the word, this qualification would definitely not be able to run away. The afternoon sunlight slanted into the small courtyard. There were a few butterflies that fluttered around the flower beds. Zhang Daohong sat on the rattan chair while his consciousness entered the companion beast space. In the world, there was a 100-foot-long 5-clawed dragon that was joyfully roaming the sky, its golden scales glittering under the strong light. So imposing. Oh, brother! When the golden dragon saw the visitor, it couldn't help but fly over and rub itself affectionately against Zhang Daohong. Your strength has improved very quickly. Zhang Daohong felt the aura on Little Gold's body and nodded in satisfaction. Xiao Jin had only been in his adulthood for a short while before he broke through to the mid-4th stage. The realms of demons were divided by equal ranks, 1 to 10, corresponding to the various realms of humans. 4th rank, equivalent to the human Xian Dan realm. Without realizing it, Little Gold's realm had already surpassed Zhang Daohong. Of course, it's also limited to the realm. Strength-wise, there's still a try. Jean, let's try a sparring match. Brother, I'm afraid of hurting you. What? You still want to hurt me? Zhang Daohong obviously didn't believe it. Before he forged his body, he really didn't dare to physically resist the ancient golden dragon. But now, he had already forged 75 weights and was about to break through the 80 mark, moving towards the final level. This level of physical body was enough to be honored in the world. Come on, show me how strong you are. Okay, I'll go lighter later. In the world of companion beasts, a golden dragon rushes up into the sky with a little boy across from it. The golden dragon hissed, its massive claws colliding with the boy. Rumble, like a nuclear bomb exploding. A terrifying wave of sound swept in all directions. Space was torn into countless cracks. Look to the 2 again. Zhang Daohong stood still, unmoving. The ancient golden dragon, however, was blasted out a long way, and the terrifying power shook the golden dragon's eyes and head. Ah, brother, your power is so strong. How could it not have expected that its own hallowed ancient remnant seed would lose to a human child? Is this really the fragile human child? It's a monster, isn't it? Nice. Just at the 4th rank, and you have 2 million pounds of enormous strength, worthy of being an ancient golden dragon. Kang Du-hyeon nodded in satisfaction. When the golden dragon grows up, it can barely help him. Little Jean, your performance was not bad. This is your reward. After saying that, he took out a jade bottle and threw it to Little Gold. Little Gold opened the jade bottle and instantly widened his 2 dragon eyes. This is ancient dragon essence? Jang Daohong nodded. This ancient dragon essence can enhance you quite a bit. Thank you, brother. Little Kim was so excited that she jumped up and down in a childlike manner. In its inherited memories, it knew how golden the ancient dragon essence really was. Even when placed in the ancient times, it was a very rare treasure. Essence is not dragon marrow. Dragon marrow, extracted from dragon bones. An ancient dragon that was 100 feet long would refine all of its bone marrow before it could condense 100 drops of dragon marrow, which was almost the amount of a bottle. The essence, on the other hand, is extracted from the dragon's marrow. 100 drops of dragon marrow to condense into 1 drop of essence. That alone tells you how precious the essence is. How much ancient dragon essence is inside this bottle? Little Gold held his head high and inquired curiously. 1 drop? Or 2 drops? There are 100 drops. Jang Daohong had observed the inside of the bottle. What? The ancient golden dragon trembled with excitement, its pupils constantly fluttering. 100 drops. That could represent 100 ancient dragons. Killing 100 ancient dragons and condensing this bottle of essence. Who is his master? Why so rich? The treasures that were casually taken out could cause the 3 realms to tremble. Chapter 28 Ancestor Golden Dragon. 981 Body Hardening Realm. Thank you, brother. Jean jumped up and down in excitement. Then, the ancient dragon essence was swallowed. It vowed that when it was strong in the future, it would be a good little follower of its master. Eat well, drink well, do nothing, lay down and win. Buzz. Next, a golden aura erupted from Xiao Jin's body. Rumble. A golden cloud suddenly coalesced in the dome of the sky. Golden thunder, brewing in it. Click. Bucket-thick thunder struck down from the sky, right into the golden dragon. The countless scales on its body not only didn't leave any scars, but instead made the light on its body shine even brighter. Click, 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 click. Dozens of thunderbolts fell, and Little Gold's bloodline aura became stronger and stronger. Jang Daohong was delighted in his heart. Hiss. Good fellow. This little guy's bloodline has advanced. Ancestor Golden Dragon. The Ancestor Golden Dragon, also known as the Ancestor Dragon, was the source of all dragon bloodlines and was very mysterious and powerful. Swish. In the meantime, a golden light flew out from Xiao Jin's body and did not enter Jang Daohong's body. A beep sounded in his head. Ding. Congratulations. Your companion beast has been promoted to the Ancestor Golden Dragon, and your companion technique has been promoted to Ancestor Golden Armor. Upgraded again. Jang Daohong was overjoyed in his heart. Before, his golden armor defense was already amazing. Ancestor's golden armor. Jang Daohong called out softly. Buzz off. A golden particle slowly surrounded Jang Daohong's body. If one's eyesight was good enough, one would be able to notice that it wasn't any particles, but a piece of golden dragon scale. Although the dragon scales became many times smaller, as small as dust, the defensive power they possessed was 100 times stronger than before. Click. Tiny scales covered his entire body, one on top of the other, forming a terrifying defense net. There was not the slightest doubt as to how strong its defenses really were. The skin is covered in scales and turns golden. Since the scales are so small, they won't have any semblance of effect on joint movement. Jang Daohong took out a lower-grade immortal sword and used 10% of his strength to chop down on his right arm. Ding! The immortal sword fell quickly, and when it came into contact with the skin, the fine scales layered on top of each other, perfectly dislodging the force from the blade. Just now, Jang Daohong had used 10% of his strength, and even if the sword blade could not break through the defense, he would still feel the terrifying impact. As a result, it was all but dislodged by the scale armor. Not only was the scale armor half empty, even his arm was not impacted by the force, blocking the blow perfectly. This was a lower-grade immortal sword, and its sharpness was far from being comparable to a spirit sword. The fact that the beginning ancestor's golden armor was able to resist such an attack was enough to see just how strong the defensive power was. With the beginner's golden armor, it should be able to resist some of the immortal attacks. This golden armor made Jang Daohong feel safer. In the future, even if an immortal wanted to sneak attack him, he could still resist a few hard blows. Little Gold is still evolving. It should take a while before he wakes up. Evolution could take 3 or 5 months, or 3 or 5 years, and Jang Daohong couldn't say exactly how much time it would take. Exiting the companion beast space, He continued to look for Jean Fomer so that she could push the oil and quench his flesh. It wouldn't take long to reach the body tempering extreme. 5 months passed. Jiang Dashan's mansion. At the door came a man wearing a green robe with thin cheeks, a member of the Jiang family named Jiang Shi, Elder Dashan. After Jiang Shi knocked at the door opened inward after a while. In the attic, Jiang Dashan's stout figure appeared. Jiang Shi, have you found the green spirit stone? Fortunately, Jiang Shi gasped. I bid for a piece of green spirit stone in an auction, paying a small price. The size should meet your requirements. The Xinyu Peak Xinyu stone disappeared and was taken away by Jiang Daoheng. The Jiang clan had lost a powerful technique, and many of the clansmen were unable to continue practicing Xinyu Gong. Later, Jiang Daoheng said that he would have Elder Dashan look for the green spirit stone, which should be at least 3 zhang wide and 15 zhang high. The green spirit stone itself wasn't worth much, but such a large piece that couldn't be broken in the middle in the slightest was also extremely hard to find. It took more than 5 months and a lot of manpower to get such a piece. Good. Jiang Dashan gave a rude laugh. Don't worry, I'll give you how many spirit stones you used. Jiang Shi handed over a spatial ring containing green spirit stones. Elder Dashan, at the risk of asking, what do you want this green spirit stone for? Could it really be related to recasting the Xinyu stone? Last time I heard Jiang Dashan say this, but is recasting the Xinyu stone that easy? It was said that back then, that Xinyu stone was cast by the creator of Xinyu Gong. None of these people from their Jiang family had been able to comprehend all of the Xinyu techniques, so how could they inscribe the techniques on them? Jiang Dashan didn't dare to pack his bags and say that Jiang Daoheng would definitely be able to recast the Xinyu stone. He also knew how difficult it really was. In case of boasting, Jiang Daoheng failed. It is inevitable to fall into ridicule. Don't ask about this matter for the moment, whether it is a success or a failure. You will know in some time. Aha! Jiang Shi nodded, turned around, and headed down the mountain. As for the recasting the elder is talking about, it doesn't look good. Jiang Dashan refined the spatial ring and his consciousness entered the space to see a green spirit stone that was 16 feet tall. It's a bit bigger than what Jiang Daoheng said. It's definitely enough. Let's hope he surprises us. Slowly, he came to the small courtyard where Jiang Daoheng lived. In the courtyard, Jiang Daoheng sat cross-legged, bare-chested, with a bronze-colored glow on his skin. Jiang Dashan did not immediately come forward to disturb him after sensing that something was wrong. This is cultivation. It should have reached the important juncture of body hardening. Which body hardening realm is it in now? In the courtyard, Jiang Daoheng's aura grew stronger and stronger. At a certain moment, the golden light on his body flourished, just like a round of sun, releasing a brilliant light. Flop, flop. The beating of the heart was like ringing an ancient bell, and the sound was extremely loud. Jiang Dashan froze. What a terrifying power of qi and blood, as vast and boundless as the sea. Is this the state of quenching the body to the extreme? It had never occurred to me that a person's qi and blood power could be this strong. Even the black demon dragon king that he had seen before was not as good as his. Anum. Rumbling. Dark clouds rolled in from the sky, covering the entire firmament. Jab. Jab. A silver thunderbolt ran between the clouds. In the next moment, silver-colored thunder, about 10 feet thick, chopped over towards the small courtyard. Damn! An ominous feeling welled up in Jiang Dashan's heart. This is the heavenly punishment thunder tribulation. Can Jiang Daoheng carry through? Heaven's wrath. When the body is strong to a certain extent, it will be envied by heaven, thus sending down a thunderbolt. Being able to carry through the thunder tribulation, body refinement would be a great success. If you can't resist, you will be in a situation of no return. Click. The thunder was about to descend onto Jiang Daoheng's body. Jiang Dashan had never seen such terrifying thunder power before and had already blocked his eyes with his arm, not daring to look at it anymore. Jiang Daoheng opened his arms and held his head high to meet the thunder. One could have summoned the beginner's golden armor to fight the lightning tribulation, but did not do so. The main thing was that thunder could quench the body, allowing it to reach the extreme and break through to the last realm of the body tempering realm. Silver-colored thunder drowned Jiang Daoheng. The fleshly body was continuously hammered by the power of thunder at this moment, and the fleshly body, which was already close to its peak, finally saw its last breakthrough. Boom! A terrifying aura exploded, and the airwaves formed a terrifying wave that rushed towards the sky. The dark clouds were blown apart by the force, revealing a hollow. The sun shone in through the hollow and landed on top of the ginger house. It's done! Body tempering 81st gravity. The realm of limits. Kong Du Hong finally completed this realm, reached the Vanguard Extreme realm. Without the Vanguard Divine Oil, the process would have been much longer. Nowadays, the physical body was already invincible in the mortal world, and the strength had reached the limit of the mortal world. The time and resources spent were worth it. In the distance, Jiang Dashan had been dumbfounded and stood frozen at the entrance of the courtyard. Body tempering. 81 weight? It's a monster, isn't it? Quenching the body was one of the toughest realms, and the highest person on the 10,000 ancient body quenching list was only 40 times. Kong Dao Hong, however, was twice as high, at 81 times. Just imagining it, you know how difficult it is. Jiang Dao Hong. Congratulations, Elder Dason. Don't. I'll just call you Elder from now on. Jiang Dashan now felt that this word elder was so ironic coming from Jiang Daohong's mouth. An elder was still not as strong as a 5-year-old child. What face would there be to live with when this was said? Elder jokes. Jiang Daohong was now close to 5 years old and had grown a bit taller than an ordinary child. Thick eyebrows, big eyes, red lips and white teeth. I'm sure that when he grows up, he'll be absolutely graceful and handsome. You've already hardened your body to the 81st level, so it's time for you to go to the top of the divine ranking, right? Jiang Dashan said. Aha. Kang Duhaian nodded gently. Later, the chance of the 10,000 ancient gods ranking could not be missed. I've found the green spirit stone. Jiang Dashan casually waved his hand and a green-colored boulder was erected in the center of the courtyard. If you didn't mention it, I almost forgot. Jiang Daohong suddenly remembered that he had to help the elder recast the Jinyu stone. Jinyu Gong was a very strong technique of the Jiang clan, and many of the clansmen practiced it and spent a lot of time on it. If we lose it this way, the clan will be a whole lot less powerful. Therefore, he would help the clan recast a Jinyu stone and place it on Jinyu Peak for the clan to cultivate. Chapter 29, Jiang Dashan, this punch is worth half my life. Clan Elder, take a few steps back. Jiang Daohong walked to the green spirit stone and closed his eyes. During this period of time, apart from pushing oil to raise his forging realm, all of his time was spent on practicing Jinyu Shengong. The realm of this Gongfu had reached the 280th layer. According to Jiang Daohong's estimation, after the body tempering grand completion, he would be able to cultivate to the 300th layer. It's harder to improve after that. The mental phrases about Jinyu Shengong swept through his mind one by one. In the next moment, his eyes snapped open and his aura suddenly changed. Both hands quickly formed a spell seal, so fast that it was impossible to see the exact movements. In as little as one breath, Jiang Daohong condensed 200 Dharma seals. Jiang Dashan's strength was considered exceptional, but he still didn't see Jiang Daohong's movements. It only felt like Jiang Daohong's hands changed for a while before he violently swung his fists and blasted them at the green spirit stone. Ah, no, this green spirit stone, it took half a year to find. For this, he handed over a third of his family's fortune. With Jiang Daohong's strange strength, if he were to hit the green spirit stone, wouldn't it be blown to smithereens? And this stone would be equal to buying it for nothing? However, the imagined crushing image did not appear. Click, click, click. Only to see that a crack began to appear on the surface of the stone, and many stone chips fell off from it. Obscure patterns jumped out at the stone. It's done? Jiang Dashan stared wide-eyed. A single punch could recast the Jinyu stone? Is this really true? He carefully looked at those lines and realized that the lines that surfaced on top of the Jinyu stone this time were a bit different from the previous Jinyu stone. The previous Jinyu stone had sparse lines, just like a nearly bald old man. Nowadays, the lines are dense, more like a wolf-like woman with very thick hair. Done. Kan Duhaian patted the dust on his body. That's it? Jiang Dashan said with a bewildered look on his face. Or else, Jiang Daohong pointed at the vacant edges of the green spirit stone. Or else I'll add a few small red flowers on it, and then the whole lace edge, so it looks a bit better. Lace? Jiang Dashan looked embarrassed. Or not. A serious old man. Positively what all that nonsense for? As for what the lace trim is, I think it's a flower too. We've never heard of it, and we're too embarrassed to ask. You can hold it now. Alright, Jiang Dashan put the new Jinyu stone into his spatial ring and would study it later when he placed it on Jinyu Peak. Another room in the small courtyard. Jiang Mangyao felt the movement of the thunder outside and couldn't calm down inside for a long time. There was not even a thought of practicing. Jiang Daohong has hardened his body to the 81st level. Too soon. She had quenched her body half a year earlier than Jiang Daohong, but she had not formed an advantage. And now the body quenching realm was stuck above the 60th weight. That Ayurvedic oil is too potent. Previously, he had exchanged 3 drops of divine oil on Jiang Daohong's side, and without this, the body tempering realm would probably be just 50 weights right now. Otherwise, go get him for some more. The later the body quenching realm got, the more difficult it became, and ordinary body quenching supreme treasures had a weaker and weaker effect on the body's quenching, nowhere near the long-lasting effects of Ayurvedic oils. She had quite a few treasures that she could use to exchange with Jiang Daohong. Nowadays, the most important thing was to raise the body tempering realm to the extreme. Jin Yefeng. The peaks, which used to be bustling with activity, were already sparsely populated. The hillside was overgrown and looked like it hadn't been repaired in a long time. Jiang Shi strolled along the mountain path, his heart very despondent. Ugh. Previously, 22 years were consumed and spent on cultivating the Xinyu Gong. Originally, I thought that I would take the path of Xinyu Gong in the future. Who would have thought that the Xinyu stone is gone? 22 years of hard work destroyed. I really don't know which way I should go in the future. Already nearly 30 years old. Recultivating another technique would also miss the best time. That's Clan Elder Oyama. Jiang Shi spotted a stout old man that appeared at the top of the mountain. Moreover, where the Xinyu stone had disappeared, a new stone had appeared. Clan Elder Oyama. What is this? Jiang Dashan twisted his head and said, "This is the new Xinyu stone." What? There's a new Xinyu stone. Jiang Shi revealed a joyful smile. Where did you get this? Could it be some kind of relic? Don't worry about where you got it from first. Try cultivating it. Jiang Dashan said as he pointed at the boulder. Okay, I'll try first then. Jiang Shi sat cross-legged on the ground, his eyes fixed on the ripples of the third layer of the Xinyu stone. It took a closer look to realize something was wrong. The previous Xinyu stone was a total of 10 layers. Each layer is clearly separated. Nowadays, the Xinyu stone had 20 layers. The intervals between each layer are a little shorter than before, and the number of layers is double. Is it still the Xinyu Gong? Did it change? Counting from the bottom layer. After finding the third layer, Jiang Shi observed the patterns engraved on it and quickly entered a state of enlightenment. Putting it before, it would take a long time to enter the state of enlightenment. It could take 2 or 3 days. It could take 10. It's definitely not that short anyway. This time, after just a few light glances, he was attracted by the arcane patterns on it, and his consciousness was immersed in a state of enlightenment. The third layer of the ripples moved slowly in front of his eyes as if they were alive. Jiang Shi had spent nearly 10 years on this layer, and it would take about a year before he had complete control. But now, seeing this new pattern, he quickly took control of the method of casting it. After an incense stick of time passed, Jiang Shi opened his eyes and quickly made 10 legal seals with his hands. Joyful. Ha ha ha. I've finally learned the third layer. I thought that I would never be able to learn Xinyu Gong again, but who would have thought that the Deshan clan elder would retrieve a new Xinyu stone? The effect is 100 times stronger than the previous piece. No, it's 1,000 times. The original Gongfu that still needed a year to comprehend had only taken 1 incense stick of time, and the effect of enlightenment had definitely increased 1,000-fold. Jiang Shi hugged the Deshan clan elder and gave him a hard kiss on his stubble-covered face. Elder Dason. Love you. Get up off me. Jiang Dashan pushed Jiang Shi out of the way. How's the effect? Very good. Very strong. Jiang Shi could no longer think of any words to describe the effect of the Xinyu stone. Anyway, it was particularly powerful. Previously, I was at the third layer of enlightenment for 10 years, and I estimate that it will take another year before I can completely control it. Now that I'm comprehending the new Xinyu Gong, I'm surprised that it only takes 1 incense stick of time. Greatly shortened. After these lines become more numerous, they can show the cultivation method of the Gongfu more clearly. After Jiang Dashan heard this, his heart turned over in shocking waves. Secretly, he said, the Xinyu Gong carved out by Jiang Daohan's random punch is actually so strong? It means that his control over this Gong method has reached the extreme. And, thinking about it, he looked up above the new Xinyu stone. What are those extra 10 stages? Is it any wonder that? The thought of a certain possibility was followed by a sharp jolt in his heart. Not only did Jiang Daohan finish cultivating the 100th layer, he also created a new technique? That can't be right. It's outrageous. Clan Elder Dashan, did you go to the ruins and find this Xinyu stone? I guess this Xinyu stone must have been cast by some immortal. That Xinyu stone from before was cast by an immortal's disciple. There's so much difference. If the Jiang family had obtained this Xinyu stone earlier, the speed of cultivating Xinyu Gong would have greatly increased, and more powerful people would definitely have appeared. At that time, who would dare bully their Jiang family? It's too late to go around. No. Jiang Dashan inhaled deeply, resounding like a bellows. It's Jiang Daohan's recast Xinyu stone. What? Jiang Shi was filled with shock and clutched the elder's arm tightly. You must be lying to me, right? Jiang Daohan is only 5 years old and he can recast the Xinyu stone? Could you be a little more dramatic? What's the point of lying to you? Jiang Dashan pushed Jiang Shi away as he dusted off his robes. I saw it with my own eyes. He only used 1 punch to recast this Xinyu stone. Hiss. Jiang Shi sucked in a breath of cool air and felt his lungs explode. The Son of God is too terrifying. My Jiang family's ancestors' graves are smoking, aren't they? How else could such a horrible person appear? From the time he was born until now, the abilities Jiang Daohong had shown were too powerful. Although that goddess was also strong, there was still a huge gap compared to the Divine Sun. Alright, you go and tell all the clansmen about the news of the Xinyu stone recasting. Starting tomorrow, Jin Yafeng can continue to participate in enlightenment. Jiang Dashan ordered a few words. As you wish. Jiang Shi immediately ran towards the mountain, ready to tell all the clansmen the good news. By the way, compliments on the power of Kong Du Hung. Old me will try as well. Jiang Dashan looked toward the 8th layer on the stone tablet, where the 71st to 80th layer of the Gong methods were recorded. It's been on this level for a long time. The Gongfu was too difficult to comprehend and slowly gave up. Now, Jiang Daohong had recast the Jinyu stone, causing him to regain hope. It might even be possible to learn this layer of feats through the light of Jiang Daohong. The 8th layer of Gongfu patterns were even more arcane. The newly minted feats had about 10 times more lines than before. Jiang Dashan just stared for a few moments, as if he saw a small person performing feats in front of him. How on earth did Jiang Daohong do that? Must have cultivated this technique to the extreme. The 8th layer is indeed that previous stage. So what are the 10 new layers that have appeared? Is it really a new technique created by Jiang Daohong? Really? If that's the case, Kong Dao Hang's enlightenment is too terrifying. After entering the cultivation state, the speed of comprehending the technique was obviously hundreds of times faster than before. The heart could not help but rejoice. At this rate, it should take 2 or 3 months to comprehend this layer. Previously, he had cultivated for hundreds of years, but he was unable to comprehend the remaining cultivation methods of the 8th layer. Now that it had been recast by Jiang Daohong, it only took a few months to learn it, and the speed was already extremely fast. Chapter 30 10,000 years of foot wash? 10,000 years of foot washing water? The backyard of the Jiang family. A stone monument stood here as well, with a vast divine power permeating it, and it was none other than the 10,000 ancient body forging monument. Jiang Daohong slowly walked to the stone monument. The tall stone monument made his 5-year-old body look a little small. Ancient body forging list. First place, Lian Tsantian, 40 weights of body forging. Second place, Shen Xingnan, 38th level of body forging. Third place, Xiao Zhan, 37th level of body forging. The gap between the top 5 isn't that big. I remember that Lian Tsantian comes from a body refining family, so it's not surprising that he can reach the 40th weight, Jiang Daohong said darkly, and his appearance attracted the rest of the Jiang family. One by one, they gathered and talked. What's he doing here? Godson? He's standing in front of the forging monument. Is he going to test? Quickly, go call people and watch together as the Divine Sun refreshes the body forging list. The Divine Sun has only been hardening his body for about a year, right? I also wonder how many weights it has reached. Can it set a new record? Nonsense. Of course you can. At this time, Jiang Daohong palms donned a layer of faint light wrapped. He reached out and lightly touched on the stone tablet. Buzzing. The stone monument was infused with Jiang Daohong's breath and began to vibrate violently. In the distant sky, a golden auspicious cloud quickly gathered, covering 10,000 miles. In the middle of the clouds, an enormous god devil appeared faintly. The crowds in the tens of thousands of miles around also saw this vision and tilted their heads to stop. Not long ago, several visions had manifested, letting them know that it must be someone who had ascended the 10,000 ancient gods list. Quickly look, so many divine and demonic shadows. There are at least thousands of them, right? Why are there so many shadows manifesting? What are they going to do? Who drew it out? Can it be that it's the Jiang clan's divine sun again? In this bout, the name of the Jiang clan's divine sun resounded throughout the entire Haotsong realm, and it could be said that no one knew about it. Rumbling. Thousands of divine and demonic silhouettes were all kneeling in a certain direction, seemingly submitting to each other's divine posture. This scene was extremely shocking and once again stunned those mortals and immortal cultivators. The direction the gods and demons are kneeling seems to be the Jiang family. It's Kamiko again, isn't it? I'm already numb for the 3rd time. How much hidden strength does the godchild still have that hasn't been revealed? So terrifying. The Ginger family. After thousands of gods and devils kneeled, a pillar of 7-colored light descended from the sky. Within the pillars of light, there were 3 clusters of 7-colored light that landed in front of Jiang Daohong. In addition to that, Jiang Daohong also saw golden gases that ordinary people could not see. The breath of the ages. There was clearly more ancient chi in the 3 clusters of light than that time before. After getting close, all of them were absorbed by Jiang Daohong's body. There's really a lot of ancient chi from the ancient body forging list. If only we could do it again. It was rare for 3 clusters of 7-colored light to give so much ancient chi. Wait, Kong Du Haiyang suddenly remembered another important thing. His sister, Jiang Mengyao, had gained the opportunity of the ancient world, and as long as he stood next to her, he could also absorb it. Remember that light from your sister last time, boosting the 6x sign-up bonus. If we let our sister also reach the Wangu extreme realm, wouldn't she also be able to descend 3 7-colored light masses? I'll absorb the ancient chi of the 10,000 ancients in the light mass. and maybe I'll even be able to boost the reward 50 times. It's always more than the normal reward of the ancient chi of the 10,000 years. If one could not reach the Wangu extreme realm, what descended was a red pillar of light with only a single chance in it, containing a small amount of Wangu chi. Help your sister reach the Vanguard extreme realm. This seems like a solid deal. There's still a lot of ancient divine oil left. Last time I signed in at the Vanguard temple, I got 22 bottles of Vanguard oil. Until now, quenching the body to reach the 81st level had only taken less than 1 bottle. There are 21 bottles left. This liquid, whose main function was to quench the body, didn't have the effect of boosting aura or magic chi. Zhang Daohuang's fleshly body nowadays had reached the extreme and could not use this divine oil. Zhang Daohuang looked toward the 3 items: gold-colored pots, a jade bottle, an ancient book. It's crowded now, so I'll go back and check out the 3 items later. There were many people converging on the square, all tilting their heads and looking toward the ancient body forging ranking. When they saw the name of the first man, these people were stunned. Ancient body forging list. First place, Jiang Daohong, 81 weight. Second place, Lian Tsantian, 40 graces of body tempering. Third place, Shen Xingnan, 38th level of body tempering. The crowd exploded. My goodness, Divine Sun tempered body 81st gravity. To be so awesome? Could it be that the Divine Sun is from the 10,000 ancient divine realm, reincarnated to our adventures here? Ha ha ha, my Jiang family is really getting stronger. The second place finisher, Lian Tsantian, was only at the 40th level of the body tempering realm. Kang Daohong was twice as tall as him and had 1 more weight. Everyone knows that this doubling difference is a world of difference. From dealing with the Black Dragon Valley before, Zhang Daohong was able to blast a black dragon to death with a few punches thanks to his terrifying physical body. This was the benefit of having a high body hardening realm. Zhang Haotian raised the sky and laughed, the corners of his mouth almost reaching the roots of his ears. My son has the qualifications of a great emperor. In front of Zhang Daohong, what kind of emperor or not, it was completely insufficient. Of course, such words, he only dared to keep in his heart. After all, Emperor Zun was his ancestor at least. Although, barring that, he's now the father of the ancestors. At the same time, in the 3,000 small worlds and great worlds, countless 10,000 ancient body-forging monuments trembled. The name of Zhang Daohong was once again admired by all. Desolate Heaven Ancient Realm, Draconian Refining Family. A man with a stout figure was in closed-door cultivation. The strange movement of the stone tablet woke him up. Someone has surpassed my position at the top of the list. Who the hell is it? Lian Tsengtian appeared before the stone monument, and when he saw Zhang Daohong's name, his entire body was in a state of confusion. Zhang Daohong, 81 weight? Hiss, how in heaven's name can someone be better than me? From the day he was born, Lian Tsengtian had been immersed in a medicinal bath. Every day, a large number of heavenly materials are consumed. In this way, at the time of the body tempering realm, the body could be tempered 40 times. Originally, I thought that I was the strongest body refiner in the 3 realms. Who would have thought that Zhang Daohong would come out of nowhere and override him with absolute pride? This made Lian Tsengtian's body itch and his muscles jumped up and down. Good boy. I'm really looking forward to you coming to the Desolate Heaven Ancient Realm. When that time comes, you and I will compete to see whose power is stronger. In the small courtyard, Kang Duhaian went back to his house and closed the door behind him. Consciousness enters the system space to view the 3 items. The first one, the Golden Basin. Devil God's foot-soaking basin, a foot-soaking basin used by an ancient body-refining devil god. After years of holding medicinal liquid, the basin absorbed some of it and became a divine object that can work wonders even when using the most ordinary clear water. Zhang Daohong was a little emotional, so it turned out that the demon gods in the ancient divine realm also knew how to maintain their health. Can a demon god have foot odor? Remove the basin and place it on the floor. Knock! The basin collided with the ground with a loud thud. The spacious room was surprisingly more than half occupied by pots. The rim of the basin nearly topped the beams. Instead of a foot-soaking tub, it's a giant pot. A demon god living in the 10,000 ancient divine realm should be very large in size, far taller than a human. It's only natural that the tub is as big as it is. Not to mention soaking your feet. You can jump in and swim without a problem. The kind that can accommodate 3 or 4 people at a time. This thing doesn't seem to be working. Zhang Daohong didn't want to take a bath with the basin that the gods and demons used to soak their feet. Even soaking my feet felt a little diabolical. With a gentle leap, he stood on the edge of the basin and looked inside. While the outside of the basin was golden, the inside was stained black, with something that looked like sludge that solidified on the basin, making it lose its original color. So it seems that this demon god doesn't love cleanliness, don't even know how to brush the foot wash basin. Has it been used for tens of thousands of years without being brushed? The dregs of the medicine raked over the basin were at least a foot thick. Who knows if it's dirt from the demon god's feet or the residue from the potion's coagulation? Seeing this scene, he completely lost the desire to use it and took it back into the system space. Second item removed. The mahogany cork sealed at the mouth of the bottle was pulled out, and the sour, green gas spewed out of the bottle. Zhang Daohong had an ominous feeling in his heart. Devil God foot soak. The devil god uses a 10,000-year-old foot soak, constantly adding new immortal medicines, possessing an extremely powerful medicinal power. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 10,000-year-old marinade? This sourness. Whoever uses it knows. It's inconceivable to imagine why the ancient divine realm would give such a weird thing. Is it hard to make him soak his feet in the same foot-soaking water that the gods and demons have been washing for 10,000 years? That's absolutely impossible. Chapter 31, Jean Fonger, Foot Massage Method? It's so powerful. Zhang Daohong's fleshly body had been tempered to the extreme now, and the effect of this thing on him was already minimal. Inside the bottle is a unique space large enough to hold what looks like a small hoop. What's inside? Is the 10,000-year-old marinade. I wouldn't use this thing, even if I were given it. Why don't you try it on your sister? Hey, putting the bottle away, Kong Dao Hang's gaze went to the last item. It's a book, The Devil's Fu. Introduction, written by a demonic god who likes to soak his feet and use foot therapy to reach the ultimate in body hardening. The power of a single kick is enough to open the sky. Hiss. It's a 3-piece footbath set. Zhang Daohong sat on the rattan chair and turned the ancient book over, lending out the spilled sunlight as the contents were presented. In order to practice this technique, one must first, turning to the first page, the entry was this line. Zhang Daohong's heart thumped. Do you have to practice a footwork? And you have to commit suicide too? Turn the book to page 2. Must first soak your feet. Do the demon gods like to talk like that too? Wouldn't this be something any fool with a fast knife would regret for the rest of his life? Use my foot soak for better results. Blah, 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 blah. Beat me to death, I don't have to. Zhang Daohong had a look of disgust on his face. Even if it works well, you definitely don't need it. If you don't have the 10,000 years foot washing water and 10,000 years foot soaking basin made by me, you can also prepare them on your own. It's always a relief to see that. Not bad. In that case, one could also cultivate this demon god's secret book. All other demon gods quench their palms, but I have developed my own method of quenching the palms of my feet, which, in conjunction with 10,000 years of precipitated foot washing water, can bring out 10% of the medicinal effects. Kong Du Hyang visibly froze. Good lord, this demon god even developed his own foot massage? Kind of interesting. Swish swish swish. Soon, a book is finished. Zhang Daohong took out a blank book, picked up a brush, and swished a bunch of things on it. Some of the pages contained several drawings of the feet. After all was written, 5 large, powerful words were written in the margin of the cover. Doing this, he called out to the yard. Phoenix, coming. There was a side room in the courtyard where Jean Fonger usually stayed, and Zhang Daohong could arrive at any time if summoned. The door to the room pushed open, and from outside walked in a delicate young girl. The hair fell over her shoulders and made her face look more delicate. Young master, what are your orders? Today, I'm going to pass on to you a set of divine skills that have been lost for 100 million years. Ah! Jean Fonger's beautiful eyes were like a pool of autumn water, trembling with excitement. Young master, you are just too good to Fonger. Fonger doesn't dare to want. Consider STH. How precious would it be to have a divine skill that's been lost for hundreds of millions of years? How can one follower gain access to it? Today, the young master ascended the 10,000 ancient body forging list and received 3 chances. It is very likely that this set of divine skills came from within the 10,000 ancient divine realm. It's so precious, it's better to keep it for the young master to use. Take it if it's given to you. This divine skill isn't very valuable even though it's been lost for billions of years. Zhang Daohong said softly. Ah, alright. When Jean Fonger saw how insistent her young master was, she immediately knelt on the ground. Many thanks to young master for cultivating me. Today's favor will be repaid in the coming day. Zhang Daohong nodded. Learn well. You'll be able to use it soon. So fast? Jean Fonger was becoming more and more curious about what this lost divine skill was. Taking the feats over, he looked toward the cover. On it were 5 large, powerful letters, the ink still wet, as if they had just been written. Foot massage. Foot massage? Jean Fonger had not heard of this term, but there's an unwritten rule in the immortal cultivation world. The weirder the name, the faster you die. This death refers to the enemy. Many thanks, young master. I'll go back and practice this technique. Aha! Kong Du Hyang nodded his head. Practice well. I want to check how well you practice tomorrow night. So soon. Jean Four's heart thumped as a sense of urgency appeared. This is a divine skill that has been lost for hundreds of millions of years, and it's too much of a rush to have to check it in one day of cultivation. But don't dare say a word of no. Young master was testing her. If she couldn't do this much, her status would definitely drop in the future. Returning to her house, Jean Fokker closed the door and windows tightly, and by the faint light of the candlestick, she looked toward the first page of the foot massage technique. On it was a drawing of a foot, labeled with a single black dot, with notes beside it. Point STH. Jean Fokker carefully memorized the acupuncture points on the drawing and then turned to the second page. Massaging the acupoints can prompt the feet to be quenched at a faster rate, achieving a pair of invincible golden feet. So, this is a foot cultivation technique. If I give my feet a massage, it can greatly improve my physical fitness. Just like that, Jean Fokker sat at the desk and looked at the books carefully. Late into the night, after getting sleepy, I fell asleep on the table. The other room. Zhang Daohong sat on his knees, his aura getting stronger and stronger. Rumble. Some shackle in the body opens up into a whole new world. Chikyu realm. Consciousness enters the body. Flop. Flop. The heartbeat resoundingly, sounding like the roar of a great yellow bell. Whoa. Wow. With each beat, blood pounded like a tsunami toward the veins. With this kind of impact, if it were an ordinary immortal cultivator, he would be able to burst all of his blood vessels in one go. Zhang Daohong's body, however, did nothing. Body tempering 81st gravity and then breaking through to the foundation establishment realm. It's truly terrifying. The hard work and resources expended were well worth it. The foundation establishment realm was divided into the 1st to the 9th level, and then there was a pinnacle. When one reaches the peak realm, one can break through to the Xiandan realm. At the peak foundation establishment realm, consuming different heavenly materials and earthly treasures could build foundations of different levels. The divisions are Yellow Base, Xian Base, Spirit Base, Heaven Base, Immortal Base, Emperor Base, and Vanguard Emperor Base. Ordinary immortal cultivators, without too many heavenly materials and treasures, were usually only able to build a yellow foundation. Those with strong qualifications were valued by the sect and became key cultivation disciples in order to obtain enough heavenly materials and treasures to build a Xian foundation. It was only the direct descendants of some great and ancient clans like those who had more heavenly materials and treasures to build down their spiritual foundations. In the 3,000 small worlds, there were too few people who could build a heavenly foundation. Like a phoenix, it was like the immortal clans and immortal clans of the desolate heaven ancient realm that could help a certain clan member and build an immortal foundation. As for the Emperor's foundation, even with sufficient resources, it could not be easily constructed and depended on one's qualifications. The 10,000 ancient Empyrean foundation, only in the ancient times, those gods and demons were able to build it. It hasn't been seen since the end of the age of gods and demons. In order for Zhang Daohong to be able to become a 10,000 ancient emperor, he had to build the 10,000 ancient emperor foundation. In this way, only then would there be enough strength to fight against that upcoming immortal cataclysm. The immortal cataclysm is too terrifying. There is simply no possibility of survival under a 10,000 ancient great emperor. I alone may not be able to cross over easily either. It sure would be a lot easier if I had someone to help me. It would be great if Jiang Mengyao could also become a 10,000 ancient great emperor. 2 people? It's much better than one person crossing the threshold. It's also time to start preparing ahead of time. The next night, a full moon rises in the night sky. In the grass, crickets squeaked. Jean Fonger walked into the young master's bedroom somewhat nervously. Pushing open the door to the room, he found the young master sitting on the edge of the bed, and a 2-foot-high barrel on the floor with a layer of water vapor floating on it. Kong Du Haiyang inquired, "How did you study last night, young master?" Jean Fonger didn't dare to be the slightest bit deceitful and secretive. "This foot massage technique is too esoteric. I've only learned the skinny." "It's okay." Zhang Daohong did not blame anything. "Practice slowly. This massage skill will always improve. Just like a massage technician on the blue planet. You have to learn for a few months before you really know how to massage. Young master is so gentle." Jean Fonger was touched and somewhat on the verge of tears. At first, it was thought that, by following the Divine Sun, one must endure all sorts of harboring. How could she not have imagined that the Divine Sun would be so kind to her? Even this lost technique that had been passed down for billions of years was willing to give it to her. As the saying goes, it's better to finish 1,000 books than to walk 1,000 miles. Practice is the best way to cultivate gongfu. Kong Du Haiyang kicked his shoes off and stuck his 2 small white feet out. "Practice with my feet first." "Good." Jean Fonger immediately rolled up her sleeves, revealing her white jade-like arms. "I'll put some things first." From his spatial ring, Zhang Daohong took out a large pile of leaves and herb-looking plants and threw them all into the basin. A rich spiritual aura was released from these herbs. Jean Fonger just slightly sniffed and felt that the aura in her body was a bit agitated. there was a sign that she was about to break through. This is golden leaf grass, heavenly spirit flower, everlasting leaf. Hiss, these are used to soak your feet? It's too extravagant, isn't it? There were a dozen or so herbs in the basin, and she was so poorly informed that she only recognized 3 of them with the weakest auras. For the remaining 10, the auras were one more dense than the other, and at a glance, they were not mortal. The golden leaf grass, heavenly spirit flower, and everlasting leaf were all extremely rare things within the Haotsong realm, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that they were supreme treasures. Those strong and powerful Dan masters, if they could get a piece of it, they would have to collect it properly to refine high-grade pills in the future. Only by refining it into a Dan could the spirituality in these spiritual herbs be completely brought out. It's a bit too extravagant when used as a foot soak. It's a waste. Chapter 32 Young Master's foot soak is too strong. Ignoring Jean Fonger's exclamation of surprise, Zhang Daohong tried to reach out his foot and immerse himself in the bucket of water, and immediately, a rich spirituality drilled into his skin. Soothing, Jean Fonger reached out and grabbed Zhang Daohong's small feet and began to gently massage them according to the acupuncture point method. At the same time, a rich spirituality drilled into her pores, unknowingly improving his physique. Oh, comfy. Zhang Daohong enjoyed it very much. Under the massage, spirituality drilled into the acupuncture points, nourishing the meridians and strengthening the physical body. After a while, Kang Du-hyung almost fell asleep, feeling the water become a little cooler. The water is a little cold. I'll heat it up for you. Jean Fonger immediately released the phoenix fire, and the water temperature slowly heated up. You're quite using this phoenix flame. Zhang Daohong nodded in satisfaction. Not to say how this thing is in actual combat, but just for cupping phoenix fire cisterns, warming up foot soak water, and grilling meat, it definitely carries the day. Jean Fonger was delighted in her heart. Young Master finally complimented her. As the water temperature rises, the medicinal properties in the foot soak slowly disperse and melt into the water. Jean Fonger's palm had also absorbed a lot of medicinal power. The aura in his body unconsciously climbed. At some point, boom! Realm breakthrough. 7th level of Xian Dan. Ah! I broke through with Young Master's foot soak. It was simply unimaginable that it was the effort of massaging the Young Master's feet that the realm could be broken through. What exactly are these herbs that Young Master used? Why does it possess such pure spirituality? Of the dozen or so herbs, only 3 were recognizable. The remaining 10 are too shallowly seen to be recognized. But by guessing, it was also known that this was by no means an extraordinary object. Such a precious herb to soak one's feet. Only the Young Master who was the son of a god could be so extravagant. Zhang Daohong lay on the bed, enjoying a foot massage and sleeping comfortably. An hour passed. Golden Phoenix's aura rose once again. Boom! Xian Dan 8. Hiss. Another breakthrough. The foot soak is so spiritual. The breath fluctuated a bit, waking Zhang Daohong up and rubbing his sleepy eyes. Fonger, you've made another breakthrough. It seems like you've absorbed a lot of medicinal properties as well. Young Master. Jean Fonger winced in fear and hurriedly drew her hand back from the foot soaking tub and put it behind her back. Fonger wouldn't dare. It's really because when you put your hand in the foot soak, the spirit seeps in. Fonger didn't want to absorb this either. She was really a little freaked out. Young Master's so precious foot soak with so many valuable herbs must have wanted to absorb it himself. She, however, absorbed a lot from it, and if she was blamed by the Young Master, she would not be able to eat it. It doesn't matter. Zhang Daohong waved his hand without a care in the world. A few slices of spirit pills and immortal pills. They're not worth much money. Immortal pill. Jean Fonger's eyes bulged out after hearing this word. Inside the Young Master's foot soaking water, he even used immortal medicine. In other words, those 10 unrecognizable herbs were most likely immortal medicines. Soak your feet in fairy medicine? Even immortals can't be so extravagant, right? The Young Master, however, looked unconcerned. He was really well off. How long have I been soaking? Kang Du-hyung glanced at the moon outside, which had moved over toward the back of the mountain. About an hour and a half. Jean Fonger responded. Zhang Daohong said, well, it's almost time. Let's stop here today. How is your foot massage technique practiced? Does it feel refined? Jean Fonger nodded her head like a chicken eating rice. Practicing with your feet has refined your gong methods quite a bit. That's good. Kang Du-hyung smiled gently. We'll continue tomorrow night. I'll put this foot soak away for you and continue using it tomorrow. Jean Fonger took out the glistening white jade bottle and prepared to put the water away. There are many heavenly treasures in the foot soaking water. Only soaking for 1.5 hours. There are still quite a lot of medicinal properties. It is too wasteful to just pour it away. No need. Just pour it directly. Zhang Daohong didn't care about this bit of heavenly material in the slightest. Wouldn't want to get some 10,000-year-old marinated foot out like that demon god. Who can stand that? Ah, Jean Fonger gulped. You're going to pour out this water? It's too wasteful, isn't it? There's not much medicine left. Use a new one tomorrow for better results. Well, okay. Jean Fonger looked down at the pale golden foot soaking water in the basin, still very reluctant. Pursing his lips, he thought for a long time before speaking his inner thoughts. Young master, Fonger has a favor to ask. Say, can I have this foot soak? What do you want it for? I also want to soak my feet. Jean Fonger lowered her head, her cheeks blushing like an apple. You want to soak it too? Then take it and soak it. Kang Du-hyeon didn't say much. Pouring it out would be pouring it out anyway, and giving it to Jean Fonger would still boost her strength. It's kind of the best of all possible worlds. Many thanks, young master. Jean Fonger knelt on the ground again and kowtowed 3 times. From the time she was born until now, no one other than old man Tian Fong had been so kind to her. Although this was water used to soak feet, it contained valuable immortal medicines that had an extremely strong quenching effect on the body. Get up. It's just a bucket of foot soaking water. Not so much, Zhang Daohong said. Young master's great kindness. Fonger will never forget it. Jean Fonger said gratefully. After saying that, he carefully picked up the foot soaking bucket and headed for the door. Walking through the yard, a refreshing evening breeze blew, and the long skirts moved in the wind. Jean Fonger raised her head and realized that there was another figure in the courtyard. What's at your end? Zhang Mangyao could sense that there was an extremely strong spiritual aura in that barrel, so she inquired curiously. Goddess. Jean Fonger bowed slightly and saluted the goddess. As she bowed, Zhang Mangyao happened to see the immortal pills in the barrel, and her pupils suddenly contracted. It's celestial immortal herb, golden fairy flower, 9 heavenly immortal leaves, saying the names of 10 types of immortal herbs in a row. Jean Fonger's mind resounded with a thunderous rumble after hearing it. Young master used 9 heavenly immortal leaves to soak his feet? If this is known by the Xian heavenly empress, will it kill the Haotsong realm? It was said that when Empress Xian Tian brewed immortal leaf tea, she would boil it 91 times to brew all the flavors. This is not enough, but the immortal leaves are also ground into powder, and each time you make tea, you mix in some more. In this way, a piece of 9 heavenly immortal leaf was completely utilized for all its value. But what about Kang Du-hyeon? Fairy leaves are used to soak the feet, and are poured out after 1.5 hours of soaking. This life, it's just too luxurious. Not even an immortal would dare to imagine it. Zhang Mengyao also froze. It was truly unimaginable that there were so many precious immortal medicines in a wooden barrel, like the 9 heavenly immortal leaf. Even she hadn't gotten it. Secretly, he said, how did this kid get so many good things? Is it hard to believe that we got it from the 10,000 ancient divine realm again? What a stroke of luck. At this point, it was really getting jealous of Zhang Daohong's good fortune. Turning to Jean Fonger, she said, what's inside this barrel? Could it be the medicinal tea boiled by Zhang Daohong? The 9 heavenly immortal leaf was extremely rare, and even she had only had the honor of drinking it once. The flavor, the aftertaste. The wooden barrel was so big and had so many immortal medicines. The medicinal tea that was boiled down must be very good. Zhang Mengyao barred her mouth, wanting to take a taste and see. No. Jean Fonger placed the wooden bucket on the green bricks. This is young master's foot soak. What? Zhang Mengyao's expression gradually solidified. So many immortal medicines for foot soaks? It's too extravagant, isn't it? Hundreds of reincarnations, possessing countless treasures, yet they were unable to be as extravagant as Zhang Daohong. 10 kinds of precious immortal medicines, surprisingly used to soak feet. Just now she wanted to take a sip to see if it was a good idea, but she didn't have a quick mouth to say that out loud. Otherwise it's a real joke. Could it be that these precious immortal pills were Zhang Daohong's new coming chance? Yesterday, Zhang Daohong ascended the ancient body forging list, and the 3 chances descended, and outsiders were unable to see what was inside through that 7-colored ball of light. According to her guess, these 3 pieces of chance were definitely not mortal. It was normal to possess some immortal medicines. What are you taking this bucket away for? Are you going to soak it again tomorrow? No. Jean Fonger smoothed her scattered hair to her ears, revealing her delicate earlobes. Young master had wanted to pour out this foot soak, but I was a bit reluctant to give it up, so I asked for it. No trace of embarrassment appeared in her when she spoke of the soaking water. After all, there are 10 kinds of fairy herbs in the foot soak. Zhang Daohong. It's too extravagant. Zhang Mengyao was a million times more emotional. There was even an illusion that she wasn't the person of the 100th reincarnation. That Zhang Daohong was. I'll go down first. Jean Fonger carried the foot soaking water and walked back to her room, setting the barrel on the floor. He sat on the edge of the bed and slid a pair of delicate jade feet inside. It's so cozy. Young master really knows how to enjoy himself. She could never have imagined that soaking her feet could be such a comforting thing. pure spirituality that seeped down the skin. Any one of these 10 immortal medicines taken out individually for Jean Fomer to absorb would cause her to burst into flames, but after soaking in water, the medicine is much milder and the body can still tolerate it. Just now, Zhang Daohong soaked first and had already absorbed 90% of the medicinal properties in it, leaving only a small portion in the water. In this way, Jean Fomer would have no problem absorbing it. Reach into the bucket of water and massage both feet using the techniques documented in the foot massage kung fu. In this way, the absorption of the medicinal properties was much faster. It was also the work of a tea, and the breath once again skyrocketed. Boom! Xiandan 9. After a while, another breakthrough. Boom! Peak Xiandan. Not only was there a breakthrough in the realm, even the impurities in the body were driven away by the medicinal power and expelled from the body. The ancient phoenix bloodline within the bloodline also became much purer. Young master's foot soak is too strong. Judging by this trend, it's possible for my bloodline to be promoted as a result. Jean Fomer decided that in the future, any foot-soaking water that the young master didn't use would be brought over and used to enhance the realm. Since then, the Haotsong realm had an additional good story of becoming stronger due to foot-soaking water. Chapter 33 I'm a great empress wouldn't really smell good. On the other side, Zhang Mengyao walked to Zhang Daohong's closed room door and gently knocked. Knock knock. Kong Du Haiyan, are you there? Not in. No longer. You still talk back. Zhang Mengyao was so angry that she directly pushed the door in. You, Kong Du Haiyan hastily pulled on his pants. Can you ask my permission before entering? It's all been seen by you. Che, small peanut rice, who cares? Zhang Mengyao had a disdainful look on her face. You, Zhang Daohong gritted his teeth. It's only 5 years old, so it's normal to be small. When I grow up later, I'll scare you to death. I'll show you what it means to be a 10-foot snake spear. When Zhang Mengyao heard about the Zhangji snake spear, she immediately thought of something bad and her little face turned red. Hooligans, take care and don't see me off. Zhang Daohong directly waved his hand to expel the guests. You, how was Zhang Mengyao the kind of person who listened to what she was told? Sitting directly on his butt in a wicker chair. I've come this time, and there's something I want to see you about. Say, I'd like to trade you for some Ayurvedic oil. After saying that, she pulled out a pair of bottles and jars from her space, as well as a few spiritually rich immortal medicines. Zhang Daohong swept a glance and nodded slightly. These few immortal medicines were extremely valuable, so it seemed that this girl was sincere. How many drops do you want to change? 15 drops. Zhang Mengyao had estimated that taking out the value of these things would be more than enough for 15 drops. How many weights are you quenching your body now? Zhang Daohong did not immediately agree, but inquired first. 60 pounds. 15 drops of divine oil is definitely not enough. Zhang Daohong had experience in quenching the body, so he naturally knew how much was needed. In the early stages, the effect of the Vanguard divine oil was very strong, and one drop could raise several weights. The later it gets, the more difficult it is to boost. 60 weights to 81 weights would require at least 40 drops of divine oil. Zhang Mengyao's physique is a bit worse and may need more. 40 drops. Zhang Mengyao's brows furrowed tightly. This was much more than expected. She was collecting quite a few heavenly materials, but taking out that much at once was also a meaty pain. This is just quenching the body. There are still many places that need heavenly materials and treasures in the future. At this rate of consumption, sooner or later it will run out. I have another method that might be useful to you. Zhang Daohong suddenly thought of the 2 supreme treasures and the 10,000 ancient opportunities. I just don't know if you're willing to try it. What method? Soak your feet, like you just did? Zhang Mengyao recalled the wooden barrel that Jean Fomer was carrying. If one used the immortal medicine in the barrel, it would indeed have an effect on the body's quenching, but it wouldn't be too strong. It's certainly not even close to God's oil. Yes and no. The method is to soak your feet, but not to use those immortal medicines. With that, Zhang Daohong pointed towards the center of the room. The 7-foot-tall soaking tub appeared in the center of the room. Zhang Mengyao tilted her head and stared at the giant golden basin, gulping down her saliva. What is it? Bathtub? A normal bathtub must be a lot smaller than this. With this model, it's alright to go in for a swim. No, this is a foot-soaking tub. Zhang Daohong did not reveal the exact origin. With its true purpose, he was able to learn so much detail because of the system's alert message. In the case of a normal person, it must be through experience that you can know the exact use. If you have a shallow experience, you might treat other demon gods' urinal as a rice bowl, and still eat like a thief. A foot soaker? Are you bluffing me? How could Zhang Mengyao believe that this was a foot-soaking tub? This kind of trick to fool a child can fool an empress with 100,000 years of experience? This is really a foot-soaking tub. Believe it or not. Zhang Daohong didn't bother to explain. Anyway, the specific purpose has been stated clearly. He can't do anything about it even if people Jiang Mengyao treats it as a rice bowl. That's the other way you're talking about using this? That's right, but another thing needs to be added. Jiang Daohong flipped his palm and more palm-high jade bottles appeared. Perpetual foot soak. Boo! The cork is pulled out. A sour and foul odor filled the room. Jiang Mengyao's brows furrowed tightly after she smelled the odor. Why does it stink? Jiang Daohong, you're not going to bluff me. Wait, this breath? Unusual scents are found in this stench. Jiang Mengyao took the jade bottle over, her tiny nose coming up to the mouth of the bottle and giving it a hard sniff. That's sour. Drop the subject. Jiang Mengyao, however, didn't care about the sourness and searched for something from it. At one point, eyes went round. The breath of a god. Hiss. Jiang Daohong, how did you come to have such a divine object? That's right, it is the breath of the gods. When she was an empress, she once broke into an ancient relic and came across a piece of bone from a god. The bones were too powerful, and just the faint residual aura of a god almost caused her life to fall. Since then, the scent of the gods has been memorized, and after 100,000 years, it has not been forgotten. Jiang Mengyao smelled the scent of a god from the bottle. It was much stronger than the scent on that piece of bone. There was absolutely no mistaking it. Jiang Daohong guessed that it was probably the residual scent from when the demon god soaked his feet. For example, losing foot skin and toenails can leave a scent. It is also normal to have the breath of God in the water of your feet. This is really soaking water. You're bluffing. Why is it so hard to be a good person? Jiang Daohong was truly speechless. What can be done if the other party still doesn't believe it even though it has been clearly stated? Wait. Jiang Mengyao suddenly sensed that the basin also had a strong divine aura. Gently jumping onto the edge of the basin, he took out a flint and after lighting the candle, looked inside the basin. The rim of the basin was picking up a thick layer of a black object, a foot thick. Tried to reach out, to pull a piece off of it, but realized it was like stone, smelly and hard. This thing, surprisingly, there is such a strong medicinal property. It's laced with the breath of the gods. This is definitely a divine object. Jiang Mengyao was once again stunned. Two treasures tainted with the aura of the gods are hard to find in the three realms. It's not too much of a stretch to call it a god thing. Jiang Daohong was once again speechless. It's not unusual for a god to soak his feet, drop some dead skin, and solidify it on the rim of the basin after years of not brushing it, right? And your old man insisted that it was a godly thing. Say, what are you going to do? Jiang Mengyao inquired. It's simple. Pour the foot-soaking water in the basin. Then stick your feet in and soak them to absorb the medicinal properties contained in it. It might have a miraculous effect on quenching the body. Jiang Daohong guessed that this method should work. Otherwise he wouldn't have brought it out. He had already reached the body tempering extreme and couldn't use this kind of thing. Leaving it there would only lose its value. Just get the word out and it's up to your sister if she wants to try it or not. These two items, which were given out as opportunities by the ancient divine realm, naturally had their own value placed there. I believe you. Jiang Mengyao quickly believed Jiang Daohong's words. The main thing was that the two items, all of which had a divine aura, were extremely extraordinary. It might help her harden her body quickly. Jiang Daohong once again urged. To tell you the truth, this basin is a foot-soaking basin, and the jade bottle is foot-soaking water. So as long as you don't mind getting dirty, take it and use it. Jiang Mengyao was silent for a moment, raising her head and staring earnestly into the other's eyes. Are you telling the truth? Naturally true. Jiang Daohong nodded seriously. Jiang Mengyao could tell from the other party's eyes that it wasn't telling lies. There's really some hesitation to use these. Jiang Daohong said. I think that if this is useful for quenching the body, we can try it. After Jiang Mengyao thought it over carefully, she still loosened up a bit inside. In order to become a 10,000 ancient great emperor, enduring insults and humiliation for 100,000 years, what kind of bitterness and tiredness hadn't been tasted? She was an extremely tough person herself. As long as you can improve your strength, it's worth the pain and suffering. This was foot-soaking water, but it was worth enduring it if it could really boost your strength. After Jiang Daohong quenched his body to the 70th gravity, his power became extremely terrifying, which also made her very eager. After thinking it through, Jiang Mengyao no longer hesitated. I'm taking this back. Try the effect. These treasures are reserved for you. Kong Du Haion, however, waved his hand and didn't ask for it. Take these away first. I can't use this foot soap with the foot soap tub anyway. When did you become generous? Jiang Mengyao raised her head in some surprise. I want to help you reach the 10,000 ancient extreme realm. A kind smile appeared on Jiang Daohong's face. Who made you my sister? In fact, the real purpose was to absorb the ancient qi of the seven-colored chants. You. Jiang Mengyao didn't reply and left with her things. Inwardly, however, he recognized this relative even more. Chapter 34, Chaotic Sword Bone. Heaven-slaying immortal sword. There was a sword peak in the Jiang family. The mountain was steep and towering into the clouds, like a sharp sword thrusting into the sky. On weekdays, the Jiang family's sword cultivators were in seclusion here. On a trail, a middle-aged man was leading a little boy, slowly hiking up the mountain. Hong you're almost 5 years old, so you'll be able to practice swordplay soon. There was a rule in the Jiang family that before the age of 5, you can only refine your body and not use weapons. The main reason is that the swords are not visible, and I'm afraid of hurting myself. Kong Du Haiyang nodded. Does the Jiang clan have a 10,000 ancient sword tablet? The 10,000 ancient sword tablet was also a kind of sword Dao divine list. It was mainly to consider the cultivator's understanding of the sword way. Those who were able to make the list were all sword Dao geniuses, emperors of the sword. No. Zhang Haoyan shook his head. The Jiang family is not a sword Dao family and rarely produces sword Dao experts. Placing that kind of stone tablet would only get in the way. If you're looking for a sword Dao stone tablet, there's the Extreme Harnessing Sword Sect recently. The Extreme Harness Sword Sect, one of the 3 major sword sects in the Haozong realm, was 1,000 miles away from the Jiang family. In terms of a cultivator's speed of rushing, he would arrive in a few days. Jiang Daohong silently memorized the name and would definitely make a trip there when he had the chance in the future. When you get on the gods list, you have a chance to take it. Who can be too opportunistic? However, with my current attainments in sword Dao, it's still difficult to get on the list, so there's no hurry. Chaotic Saint Demon Body. The physical body was powerful, but the sword Dao was unremarkable. To improve in this area and reach the level of topping the divine rankings, one would have to search for a certain kind of sword Dao physique. The 2 men walked slowly to the top of the hill. A grand hall appeared in front of them. Jiang Haoyan introduced. Hong this hall is called the 100 Swords Great Hall, and it holds the spirit swords that the Jiang family has collected over the years. So later on, my father will fight for you to have the chance to choose one from it. Jiang Daohong, however, shook his head. Forget it, it's just a spirit sword. Nothing rare, leave it for the clan. Right. Jiang Haoyan scratched his head and suddenly remembered something very important. You have the dragon-slaying sword. Previously, Jiang Daohong had taken out the dragon-cutting sword and used it once. This hilt is an immortal sword. If the dragon clan knew about it, it would definitely lead to a hunt. Hong don't use the dragon-beheading sword lightly, lest you attract the dragon clan's vendetta. Right now, it's better for you to pick a spirit sword. Kong Du Hong wanted to refuse, but he nodded his head and agreed to come down. The number of chances obtained from the ancient divine realm was limited. It was best not to take out too many supreme treasures and cause outsiders to become suspicious. An old man wearing a white robe and carrying a long sword came out of the main hall. Sword Peak Master. Jiang Yijin. 1 Sword Peak Master. Jiang Daohong clasped his hands and performed a martial artist's salute. Ha ha. At such a young age, you actually know the etiquette of a martial artist. Jiang Yijin was easygoing, and after a few laughs, he welcomed the 2 to the Great Hall. 1 Sword Peak Master. This time I'm here because I want Hunger to recognize the path in advance, and I also want to find a sword Dao master for him. Jiang Haoyan said very politely. He mainly practiced boxing and was only good at swordsmanship, not proficient in it. It would be better to find a more skillful master if you taught Kong Du Hong. I see. Jiang Yijian stroked his goatee. Back then, I had made a vow that I would never take on another disciple in this life, but this Jiang Daohong is the son of a god, so I made an exception and took him as a disciple. Jiang Haoyan's face was overjoyed, and he hastily patted Jiang Daohong's shoulder, urging, why don't you hurry up and pay your respects to master? Jiang Daohong once again performed the salute of worship. My disciple pays his respects to master. Ha ha ha. Jiang Yijian couldn't stop laughing. I didn't expect that old me could become the divine son's master. Hao Tian, don't worry, as long as I know what I know, I will definitely give it to Jiang Daohong and never hide it. Thank you. 1 Sword Peak Master. Jiang Haoyan finally put his heart down. In terms of seniority, this 1 Sword Peak Master in front of him was considered to be of the elder generation. He has been practicing the sword Dao for 2,000 years and has taught countless outstanding sword Dao disciples. Even he, who had learned a move and a half from the 1 Sword Peak Master, was considered half a master. Jiang Daohong silently walked towards the center of the hall. This was the place where Jiang Yijian taught the Dao of the sword, and it had a very strong Dao. Sign in. Ding. Congratulations on successfully signing in and obtaining the spirit sword body. The reward is 107 times higher, and you've obtained the chaos sword bone. Jiang Daohong was overjoyed in his heart. I can't believe it's this good. Nice. Putting it in the past, with this chaotic sword bone alone, it would have been able to reach the top of the 10,000 ancient godly bodies list. A sword bone born in the midst of chaos was of extremely high grade. By fusing it into the body, the sword Dao qualification could be raised to the top of the pyramid. In conjunction with the experience of previously comprehending the way of the sword, the speed of cultivating the way of the sword would be greatly increased. Possessing this sword bone, one would also have the confidence to break into the 10,000 ancient sword rankings. This time we've made a fortune. Kong Du Hyong was ecstatic. However, the sword and bone fusion movement was not small, so he would go back later. One sword peak master. I want Hunger to pick a spirit sword here. You see, can. Come with me. Zhang Yijian was painfully honest and didn't hesitate for a second. Ordinary disciples of the sword blade, who wanted to obtain the spirit sword, had to pass through layers and layers of tests in order to have a slight chance. And this kind of Zhang Daohong, who was able to obtain a spirit sword just after joining, had never appeared before. At the back of the main hall, there was a hall of hidden swords that held hundreds of spirit swords. As soon as he stepped into the hall of hidden swords, Zhang Daohong felt the sword aura coming from his face. One by one, the sword platforms were placed in the sword hiding hall according to a special pattern. There's actually a sword Dao formation here. No wonder the sword chi is so dense. Under normal circumstances, with just hundreds of spirit swords, there wouldn't be so many sword chi appearing. I didn't expect you to know quite a lot, Zhang Yijian said with some surprise. Zhang Daohong just revealed a smile and did not reply. You still know the truth about more words than you can say. There are a total of 103 spirit swords here. Pick whichever one you fancy. The Sword Peak Collection's spirit swords were still of good quality. There were 5 top-grade spirit swords and 1 extreme-grade spirit sword. If one picked an extremely high-quality spirit sword, one would naturally make a lot of money. Zhang Haotian searched through the spirit swords for a moment before his eyes lit up. The spirit sword was inserted in the scabbard, and only a faint sword chi was released, making it difficult to distinguish the strength of the spirit sword from its appearance. Unless one was the type of person with an extremely strong sense of the sword path, one could only know which scabbard contained the higher grade. It must be that. The extreme spirit sword. There was a sword platform by the wall, with a larger-sized spirit sword sticking out of it. According to the reasoning that the bigger the body, the more precious it is, this is the right one to choose. Zhang Haotian nudged at that sword platform, signaling to pick that one. Cough. Zhang Yijian coughed lightly. Patriarch, let Zhang Daohong choose for himself. How can you be sure that handle is the best? Zhang Haotian's intentions were discovered and he scratched his head awkwardly. Zhang Daohong walked to the innermost position of the hidden sword hall and recited the word sign in his heart. Ding! Congratulations on signing in at the hidden sword hall and obtaining the Xianling sword. The reward has increased 107 times, and you've obtained the heaven-shattering immortal sword. The heavenly immortal sword can cut down immortals and demons. The introduction is only so simple, yet dominating. This already belonged to the category of extremely high-quality immortal swords. Kong Du Hong? Still haven't figured out which handle to choose? Zhang Yijian realized that Zhang Daohong was frozen there, seemingly picking his eyes. Chosen. Zhang Daohong looked towards the corner of the hall, the very inconspicuous sword platform with a broken spirit sword stuck on it. Just this handle. You're picking it? Zhang Yijian snapped. It's a broken spirit sword. I'll give you another chance. Pick something else. This broken sword, which was found in a relic, was placed here for 500 years and was never picked. The body of the sword, exposed beyond the scabbard, was so rusty that it seemed to break with a few random swings. Put it in here just to fill in the blanks. Never thought it would be a candidate. Just pick it. Zhang Daohong had little interest in those spirit swords, but this broken sword was somewhat interesting. With his understanding of the Tao of the sword, he was able to sense that this sword was not as simple as it appeared. Specifically, it is not a spirit sword. Chapter 35, 3 million heavenly sword immortals. Even they need to lower their brows when seeing me. Well, Zhang Yijian nodded and stopped persuading. Since you've taken a fancy to this sword, then it's it. Zhang Daohong put away the remnants of the sword and waited until he returned to examine it more closely. Zhang Haotian had a look of regret on his face, but in front of Zhang Yijian, he couldn't say anything more. One sword peak master. We'll take our leave. When Zhang Daohong reaches the age of 5, he will be sent to practice the way of the sword. The two then began their descent. Road. Hong why did you choose this broken sword? My father gave you a hint. Why don't you choose that top-grade spirit sword? Zhang Haotian said with a frown. Zhang Daohong, however, said something quite profound. The strength of a sword technique depends not on the sword, but on the person. You. Zhang Haotian froze. Tell me, what is the way of the sword? Zhang Daohong put his fingers together and pointed his sword at the sky. There are 3 million sword immortals in the sky, and they need to lower their eyebrows when they see me. The sword's energy is so vast that it breaks through clouds. The entire sword peak emitted the sound of a sword roaring. Hiss! What a terrifying sword Dao! Hong you're even so talented in sword Dao. Jiang Haotian was surprised. It was truly unexpected that Jiang Daohong's understanding of the Tao of the sword had reached such a terrifying point. After returning to his room, Kang Duhaiyan entered the immortal residence. The fusion of the chaotic sword bone moved too much. It was better to be stable here. It was a piece of bone in the shape of a sword blade with golden lines on it, forming an obscure pattern. Vaguely, there was a sword Dao intent overflowing from it. Jiang Daohong, who was quite knowledgeable about the sword path, also felt that the meaning on it was extremely mysterious and difficult to control. The chaotic sword bone is truly extraordinary. It was alive, with the breath of life. Placing the sword bone on the abdomen and touching the skin, it directly integrates into the body without half harming the skin, clearly sensing that in the middle of the abdomen, there was a new life. Kang Duhaiyan almost threw the bone. A lifetime of fame can't be ruined like this. The sword bone fused with what had been a piece of the rib cage and became part of the body, and the life breath disappeared. Kang Duhaiyan finally took a breather. The process is not as painful as one might think. It should be because my divine body is too strong that the fusion is so easy. Anyone else fusing this sword bone would have to peel off their skin without dying. Buzz. His body trembled, and his sword intent rose up to the sky, condensing in the void into a golden giant sword that grew up to 10,000 feet. It was as if some kind of shackle had opened in his mind. Those obscure and difficult to understand sword paths that had plagued the world for years were soon resolved in a clear and unambiguous manner. The perception of the sword Dao had never been as easy as it was at this point, worthy of being a chaotic sword bone. In just an instant, the sword Dao intent was raised a lot. The previous 1,000 years of sword Dao enlightenment had been qualitatively sublimated. After fusing the sword bones, he was even more confident in leaving his mark on the 10,000 ancient sword monument. Jiang Daohong took out the sword he had just acquired. Jab. The long sword was sheathed, and the sound of metal rubbing together rang out. A quick glance showed that the sword had not been drawn for a long time. The sword was 4 feet long, with a hole in the blade that looked like it had been infested by insects. It was as if the sword would break with a casual swing. Blood-drinking sword. The long sword let out a soft chirp and came out of his hand, encircling Jiang Daohong. The soft chant of the blood-drinking sword was responding to Jiang Daohong's call. The light chant was cheerful, as if it was the joy of being found. However, after the blood-drinking sword flew in a circle in the air, it fell heavily to the ground. Crash. It seems like it's been a long time since you drank blood. Specifically, the blood-drinking sword is not a spiritual sword, but an immortal sword. It needs to drink blood to grow. Probably a good guess as to why it turned out the way it did. It was possible that the blood-drinking sword had been left behind in some relic, and after not seeing blood for thousands or even tens of thousands of years, losing all its spirituality, it became a most ordinary lower-grade spirit sword. Its blade became so blunt that it might not even be able to cut through the enemy's skin, so naturally it couldn't drink blood again and regain its light. As for the holes in the back of the sword, they are not corrosion coming off, but special blood grooves, chopping into the enemy's body and then pulling it out. The hollow above the back of the sword would cut through the enemy's flesh and bleed more blood, all designed to see more blood. The blood-drinking sword was an immortal sword, and as long as it kept devouring blood, it could grow, and might even surpass the immortal sword extreme and step into an even more terrifying level. Jiang Daohong was fond of the sword and was ready to cultivate it a little. Drinking blood. Now let you regain your light. Recognize first. Jiang Daohong bit his fingertip and squeezed out a drop of blood with extremely majestic life force and dripped it onto the back of the blood-drinking sword. The blood-drinking sword trembled violently, just like a vicious wolf that had been starving for 10,000 years and saw a small white rabbit with tender flesh. The blood slowly seeped into the body of the sword, and with just a trace, the sword released a brilliant bloodlight. Click! All the rust came off and a dark red sword with a hideous appearance appeared. After absorbing this drop of blood from Jiang Daohong, the aura of the blood-drinking sword grew more and more terrifying. Buzz! A soft chant shook the clouds. It was as if he saw the blood-drinking sword in its former glory. 1 drop of blood to promote an immortal sword? Jiang Daohong said with some dismay. He had thought that it would take some time to regain his former glory. Didn't even think it would be this fast. It wasn't that the blood-drinking sword was improving fast, but the power contained in Jiang Daohong's blood was too terrifying. The chaotic saint demon body, quenched to the 81st level again, made the vitality strong to a terrifying degree. A single drop of blood brought it back to its former glory and restored it to the level of an immortal sword. Buzz. The blood-drinking sword pressed against Jiang Daohong's body, rubbing against it intimately. Go, take you to the upgrade. There was a dark sea of blood in the system world. The clouds overhead were blood-colored, and the air smelled strongly of blood. Jiang Daohong's consciousness came here, and the blood-drinking sword in his hand, sniffing the smell of fresh blood, chanted softly in excitement. The sea of blood was a large area, and it was all demonic beast blood. The power of the bloodline was very weak, and it didn't have much collection value, so it was all put together. Here, this sea of blood is yours. So much useless blood was piled up here, filling the surroundings with a bloody aura. Zhang Daohong didn't like this feeling anyway, so he might as well consume it as early as possible. Buzz off! The blood-drinking sword chirped softly in excitement and plunged into the sea of blood with a jerk, crazily devouring that blood. It was so happy. Having followed his previous master and fought countless battles, he had never encountered so much blood. Can it be that this new master is also a murderous demon? But it doesn't look like it. Never mind. Whatever the master's character is, it follows him. Take your time to absorb it. Zhang Daohong turned around and left. After absorbing this sea of blood, it was estimated that it would take a long time, and when it would be used, then it would be taken out. There was a huge basin in Jiang Mengyao's boudoir. While the exterior looked golden, the interior was pitch black and pasted with silt-like impurities. Tiny. After refining the foot wash basin, he could control its size and return it to Zhang Daohong when he was done using it. The huge basin shrinks to about a foot in height, just enough to put your feet in. Wrist flipped more than a glittering white jade bottle. Once again will bottle cover open. A green body from which sprayed out. This stuff should really be a foot soak. It stinks. Damn kid. To give me something like this to use to quench my body. It was a good thing that this item was given to her by Zhang Daohong and did not demand any resources. So Zhang Mengyao took the attitude of trying it out to see if it was good. Tilting the bottle at an angle, the pitch-black liquid poured into the foot bath like sewer sewage. That's sourness. Whoever smells it knows. Chapter 36, Zhang Mengyao, Emma, I'm black all over. If you want to soak your feet, you still have to heat the basin. Zhang Mengyao shook her head and began to build a fire and put the basin on it. Soon the foot wash tub was gurgling black bubbles. As the flames grew stronger, a sour odor filled the air, mixed with a faint medicinal scent. Zhang Mengyao sniffed and her eyes lit up. This medicinal flavor is worthy of being accumulated over billions of years. The medicinal strength is so strong. Want to give it a try? As the water boiled, the acrid odor diminished and was instead replaced by a strong medicinal smell. Although Zhang Mengyao inwardly resented it, the thought of being left several blocks behind by Zhang Daohong in terms of body hardening, she gritted her teeth. Try it and die. She had endured humiliation for 100,000 years and 100 reincarnations. What had she not experienced? This district's foot soak is nothing more than child's play. Thinking of this, Zhang Mengyao closed her eyes and held back her nausea as she put her foot down. Phew, it's hot. By all accounts, with her physical qualities, she wasn't afraid of this temperature. But this foot washing water is unusual. The feet feel hot and spicy as soon as they touch it, as if walking barefoot on top of a blazing fire. The majestic medicinal energy, following the meridians on the soles of the feet, continuously surged in. The potency of the medicine was 100 times stronger than any medicinal bath that had been used before. Worthy of a god or devil. The foot soak used. This medicine is too strong. It's a bit worse than Indian god oil, but it's better because there's a lot of foot wash and you're not afraid to consume it. In this way, it might be possible to harden the body to the extreme. In this way, Zhang Mengyao borrowed the foot washing water to quench her body. And in the course of the night, her feet were soaked in the foot washing basin, and there was a breakthrough in her realm. Boom! Hardened body 61 weight. Hiss. Zhang Daohong really didn't lie to me. The foot washing water was a bit dirty, and as long as one could step over that hurdle in the heart, it was a very strong body quenching divine liquid. In this way, Zhang Mengyao soaked her feet day after day, and her body tempering realm grew higher and higher. 3 months later, inside the boudoir, Zhang Mengyao sat on the bed, her legs soaking in the foot wash basin, the ebony foot wash water not reaching her calf's stomach. If you look closely, you can see that the color of the foot wash water is gradually clearing up. At some point, the aura on his body was getting stronger and stronger. Rumble. Hardened body 81 heavy. Zhang Mengyao's eyes snapped open, her ebony lips curving up in a hint of an arc. Finally, this emperor's body tempering has also reached the 81st level. Ha ha ha. According to the original plan, using the heavenly materials and earthly treasures that he had searched for, he would only be able to quench his body for more than 60 weights at the end of the day. Nowadays, however, it was able to reach the 81st gravity. It's all because of Kong Du Haiyang. If he hadn't been very generous in giving himself the foot washing water, it wouldn't have been possible to break through to such a realm in such a short period of time. It's worth 3 months of being smoked in stinky foot soaking water to have this achievement. Click. The door to the room suddenly opened, and there was a dark shadow outside the door, which was Kong Du Haiyang. Sister, congratulations. During this period of time, Zhang Daohong had long since reached the peak foundation establishment realm, yet he didn't leave the courtyard and kept guarding next to Zhang Mengyao's room, just to wait for her to break through to the 81st level. Jiang Mangyao reaches the ancient body tempering extreme realm and ascends the ancient body tempering ranking, which allows him to receive special chances. As long as one stood next to it, one could absorb the ancient chi of the ages contained in the chance. By then the sign-ups will be doubled again. The willingness to help his sister reach the extreme has something to do with that. Either way, Zhang Daohong was the biggest beneficiary. Why did you come in without knocking? Jiang Mangyao said with some annoyance. This is a girl's boudoir. It's a little bad to just barge in. What are you afraid of? What do you have on you that I haven't seen before? Zhang Daohong said without any concern. You. Jiang Mengyao's teeth chattered in anger. Kang Duhaion used the sunlight outside the door to look over his sister. And in the next moment he directly burst out laughing. Put. You're poisoned? Why are your lips black? It's not like you've been drinking 10,000-year-old marinated feet, is it? Not only that, even Jiang Mengyao's calves and feet were all blackened, looking like they were poisoned. It's not all because of this foot-soaking water of yours? Jiang Mangyao also didn't expect that she had several black patches on her body. In addition to the lips and tops of the feet, there's another embarrassing place that's also black. I'm only 5 years old. It's just so dark. Is that a good idea? It gave her the urge to kill Zhang Daohong. I don't know if the color can be dropped, but if it can't, won't it be a bad dish? I really don't know how to explain this to my future husband. These two things, return them to you. Jiang Mangyao handed over the foot-soaking basin. Foot-soaking water all to Zhang Daohong. The quenching of the body has reached the extreme and I never want to use the stuff again. On top of that, a bunch of bottles and jars were taken out, and a few rare immortal herbs were handed over. These are far less valuable than the foot-soaks consumed, but they are a small token of appreciation. Zhang Daohong was not polite and directly accepted the things. Sister, let's go to the 10,000 ancient body tempering list now. Why do we have to go now? Can't we wait? Jiang Mengyao's lips were blackened like this, wanting to wait for the color to fall off a bit before showing her face. Let's go. This matter should not be delayed for too long. Zhang Daohong didn't want to wait any longer. Absorbing the ancient chi of the 10,000 ancients would allow him to go and busy himself with something else without having to think about this matter all day long. But my mouth. Jiang Mangyao shone at the bronze mirror next to her, surfacing a rather poisoned face. It's not that simple. Just bring a black scarf to cover it up. Zhang Daohong took out a black scarf from his spatial ring and handed it over. Let me help you put it on. The black scarf was folded into a triangle, just enough to block his sister's face. Jiang Mangyao sniffed her nose. Why is there a tawdry odor? The smell was all too familiar, as if I'd smelled it somewhere before. Kang Duhaion took a closer look and scratched his head in embarrassment. Oh, sorry, here's my foot wipe. In this period of time, he often soaked his feet and practiced that door to open the skyfoot, and the foot wipe was used more frequently, so some smell was normal. I'll kill you. Jiang Mangyao ripped the foot wipe off her face and threw it as hard as she could at Zhang Daohong's body. No wonder the smell is so familiar. It's a foot wipe. I've been in constant contact with foot soak water for a while now and my nose is getting used to the smell. Don't be so mean. Be careful, no one will marry you in the future. Saying that, Zhang Daohong took out another piece of black cloth from his spatial ring, which looked much cleaner than the one just now. No need. I have my own. Jiang Mangyao took out a red handkerchief and blocked her face. The two of them walked towards the ancient body tempering monument. The sun was shining brightly, and the hot sunlight poured over the square. Many of the young clansmen, sweating under the sun, worked hard to cultivate. The divine son and divine daughter appeared and attracted the attention of these people. Look, isn't that the divine son? The one with him should be the goddess. Why is her face covered? Ha! Do you smell something weird on the goddess? It's like the stench of a stingy man's feet. Don't talk nonsense. Be careful, the goddess hears you. How can a goddess smell bad when she loves cleanliness so much? I think it's the stench of sweat on you. Why are they appearing here? Is it possible that the goddess has finished quenching her body as well? When these clansmen saw the godson and goddess walk to the stone monument, they curiously followed them. Although divine maidens were slightly inferior to divine sons, they were also existences capable of ascending the divine rankings. Jiang Mangyao walked to the divine monument and released a layer of golden light from her palm, sticking it to the bottom of the stone tablet. Buzz! The ancient body tempering ranking trembled violently, and a golden light rushed into the sky. The silhouettes of immortals and devils appeared in the firmament, all kneeling in Jiang Mengyao's direction. Pillars of 7-colored light descended from the sky and landed in front of Jiang Mengyao's body, with 3 of the 7-colored light clusters descending at the same time. Zhang Daohong stood guard, his eyes tightly staring at the 3 7-colored light masses. Upon seeing the richness of the ancient chi of the 10,000 years, the joy reached the extreme. Ha ha ha! Sure enough, it was exactly what I guessed. 3 clusters of 7-colored light, accompanied by a large amount of ancient chi of the 10,000 ancients, were similar to those 3 clusters he had obtained. That is to say, after absorbing all this ancient qi, you can increase the sign-up bonus by roughly 50 times. Choosing to help Jiang Mengyao improve her strength was indeed the most correct choice. After the ball of light descended, the 10,000 ancient qi in it was all absorbed by Jiang Daohong. Hear me say thank you for warming the seasons. In a happy mood, Jiang Daohong couldn't help but hum a little tune. Thank me? Jiang Mengyao had a somewhat puzzled expression on her face. It was clearly Jiang Daohong who helped her in order to obtain the 3 types of ancient opportunities. But Kong Du Haiyang was humming a little tune, looking very happy, and saying thank you, so it made people wonder. Oh, nothing, just sang a few lines on the spur of the moment. Kong Du Haiyang didn't explain much. Anyway, the mood was just happy. Oh, there was a smear of foxiness on Jiang Mengyao's face. Could it be that this kid had changed his nature? Come to my room later, I want to talk to you about something. Good. The two returned to the small courtyard and Kong Du Haiyang followed into his sister's room. Jiang Mengyao sat on a rattan chair, fiddling with the chrysanthemums on the windowsill. Now that you are in the foundation establishment realm, have you considered what kind of foundation to build? You've also read the 10,000 Ancient Great Emperor's Heart Sutra, so you should know something about foundation building. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Daohong said, of course it's to build the foundation of the 10,000 ancient emperors. What? You want to build a 10,000 ancient Empyrean foundation? Jiang Mengyao was visibly stunned. After preparing for 100,000 years and having many resources, he hadn't thought about building the 10,000 ancient empires foundation. In her eyes, being able to build an emperor foundation was enough. This was also the standard for being able to become a great emperor of the ages. As for the Vanguard Emperor Foundation, can't even imagine. Chapter 37, Phoenix Ancient Kingdom, Sycamore Fruit. That's for sure. Jiang Daohong is now full of energy, and the goal is set high. Good. Just appreciate this ambition of yours. I can help you. Jiang Mengyao said such words for the first time. It was also because Jiang Daohong had helped her this time, and she was so grateful that she was willing to help out. How are you going to help me? Kong Du Haiyang inquired. The 10,000 Ancient Empyrean Foundation needs huge resources. I can give them to you. Jiang Mengyao smiled confidently. In terms of resources, she's never been afraid. When did you get so generous? I was already generous. Okay? Jiang Mengyao pulled out a space ring. Want it? Of course. Jiang Daohong snatched the spatial ring, which indeed contained many kinds of heavenly treasures. In the future, you can come and ask me any questions on cultivation. Jiang Mengyao said. Hey. Jiang Daohong looked at him with a strange face. I'm in a higher realm than you, okay? The strength is also stronger than you. I'm at the peak of foundation establishment. You've just built your foundation. How can you teach me? Even the body tempering realm. I was the one who reached the extreme realm first. Jiang Mengyao glared fiercely. Now that I'm also at the 10,000 ancient extreme realm, it's not certain which is stronger or weaker in the future. Sooner or later, you'll know what I'm capable of. 100 reincarnations. 100,000 years of padding. She didn't believe that she couldn't compare to a tiny Jiang Daohong. Wait until you catch up with me first. After leaving these words, Jiang Daohong turned around and left. There was an ancient city on the northern side of the Haozong realm. The tall walls were joined together in the shape of a phoenix. This city is Phoenix Ancient City. The ancient city had a longer history than the Zheng family. At the height of its glory, the Zheng family didn't exist. Only, it's gone nowadays. On the busy street, a young girl with a delicate figure was carrying a boy who looked like a sibling. Let's go there. Jiang Daohong raised his hand and pointed at a dead tree not far away. Jean Fonger introduced, that's the sycamore tree, and it is said that before the Phoenix Ancient City was established, there were phoenixes roosting on it. Later, during a great battle, the roots of this ancient tree were destroyed, and it became a dead tree. The dead sycamore tree was very tall and located in a busy part of the old city. The ancient kingdom did not eradicate the dead phoenix in honor of it. In Jiang Daohong's gaze, this ancient tree had an extremely rich Dao energy, making it a very good place to sign in. Sign in. Ding. You signed in at the withered sycamore tree and obtained 1 sycamore fruit. The reward has been increased 107 times, and you have obtained 7 sycamore fruits, 10 sycamore fairy fruits. The sycamore tree absorbs the phoenix's breath for years and years, giving birth to an extremely rare fruit, the sycamore fruit. Normally, it takes 100 years for one to be born. Moreover, a phoenix must be perched on top of the sycamore tree in order for it to be born during this 100 years. If the phoenix is away for more than 7 days and cannot continue to absorb the phoenix's breath, the fruit will wither. That's why it's very difficult to produce a sycamore fruit. Sycamore immortal fruit is the fruit produced by the sycamore immortal tree, and only one can be born every 1,000 years' time. Jiang Daohong stared at the sycamore fruit, and a line of small words appeared before his eyes. The phoenix power within this sycamore fruit is dumbfounded and seems to want you to swallow it. But your body is unable to fuse with the power of the phoenix, unless you choose to wield the sword and kill yourself. Kang Du-hyung winced. Waving a knife at yourself? Let's just forget about it. The secondary hints are kinda useful, at least to know the way to fuse something. Young master, should we enter Phoenix City today? Jin Fonger held a jade fan and gently fanned Zhang Daohong, serving him very well. It's a rare visit to the ancient city, so let's first experience the local customs here. Zhang Daohong's gaze searched from stall to stall. What are the famous snacks? Take me there. There's one right over there. Jin Fonger pointed to a store on the street. Phoenix Tea House. Their phoenix cake is very famous. Good. Then we'll try it. The two entered the Phoenix Tea House and found a seat against the window on the second floor. And the store assistant took the menu and came forward to greet them. What would you two honored guests like to order? Here's the menu. Take a look. Zhang Daohong didn't even have the intention of opening the recipe up, and said directly, just the ones in this recipe. The same come in 10 portions. Sir, this. The store assistant looked towards Jin Fonger, his eyes inquiring if he should order this much. Just as my young master said. Come with 10 portions of the same. Jin Fonger said softly. The store assistant was a bit worried. 2 guests. This store has a large amount of dishes. You want 10 portions. Isn't it a bit much? Can't you pack it if you can't eat it? Zhang Daohong had a space ring in which he could store food and it wouldn't spoil. Can. The store assistant's gaze rested on the ring on the boy's finger, and his heart was startled. Space ring, a treasure that only a powerful immortal cultivator can afford to carry. This boy might be from some immortal cultivation family, so it was better to mess with him less. In the eyes of such mortals, immortal cultivators were godlike existences, and there was absolutely no good fruit to be had for messing with them. Wait a moment you two. I'll go and order the back kitchen to make it. After saying that, the shopkeeper ran downstairs. After a while, an exquisite dish was brought up. Phoenix cake, please enjoy. A phoenix lay on its back in a delicate porcelain dish. The cook's knife work was so superb that even the feathers of the phoenix were carved in a lifelike manner. Kang Du-hyun picked up the phoenix cake and gently bit into it. The crust is soft, melts in your mouth and fills your mouth with flavor. Tastes good. To be able to eat such delicious pastries, the Phoenix restaurant hadn't come to the wrong place. After eating his fill, he put the remaining dishes into his spatial ring and casually threw a bag of spirit stones on the table. Junior, check out. The store boy opened the brown cloth bag to take a look, and there were 8 spirit stones inside. The currencies that mortals trade in are primarily gold, silver, and copper coins. Spirit stones are only used between immortal cultivators. 1 spirit stone is equivalent to 10 taels of gold. Just now, this customer ordered more, but only a few dozen taels of gold. Far from using so many spirit stones. Guest, you're giving too much. 7 spirit stones plus 3 taels of gold is enough. The rest is reward money. No need to look for it. Zhang Daohong waved his hand without caring and his figure disappeared around the corner of the stairs. Thank you, sir. The store assistant was overjoyed in his heart. I really met a rich man today, casually taking a few taels of gold as a reward. That's the equivalent of decades of his labor. Evening. The streets and alleys of the ancient country are hung with lanterns in the shape of phoenixes, which, when lit with candles, resemble a phoenix spreading its wings and soaring high. Little Fengxiangyin, Kang Du-hyung stood by the window, his eyes gazing into the distance, mesmerized by the night view of the ancient country. The Phoenix ancient kingdom is pretty good, judging from the view. It was much better than the Zhang family. Young Master Jin Fower carried the steaming wooden bucket and placed it on the wooden board next to the bed. I've come to practice the foot massage technique. How have you been feeling lately? Has there been any refinement? Zhang Daohong sat on the edge of the bed and lifted his feet up, and Fonger immediately helped him remove his shoes. Thanks to young master. Jin Fonger smiled brightly. Recently, I've been practicing with young master and have refined a lot. Does it feel any different after refining? Zhang Daohong inquired. Jin Fonger thought for a moment and said softly, to say it's different, that is, can serve others more comfortably. Gradually, it was discovered that this divine skill, which had been lost for hundreds of millions of years, was not a means of attack, but a method of massaging others. It must have been because the divine son liked it that he passed this gong method to her. Nowadays, her mind was to serve the divine son well, whatever she did. Besides, the godson was soaking his feet, so she could take some advantage of it. Of course it didn't mean taking advantage of Kamiko's feet, but all those leftover foot soaks were left for her to use. Jin Foger's realm was getting higher and higher as she borrowed the godson's foot soaking water. In a few months' time, he had actually broken through to the transformation god realm. Foundation establishment, Xiandan, Yuaning, out of body, transformation of god, cave void. Compared to the Xiandan realm at one time, It was 3 major stages higher. For an ordinary immortal cultivator to break through to this realm, it would take decades, even hundreds of years. Instead, Golden Phoenix is only a few months. It's all because of that foot soak. Even if there was only a faint spirituality left in the water, it benefited her. Absorbing the medicinal properties of the foot-soaking water, the power of the bloodline became stronger and stronger. Zhang Daohong placed his feet in the foot-soaking bucket, and Jean Fenger gathered the phoenix fire on her hands and gently kneaded the little feet. The phoenix fire foot soak was a new method that Zhang Daohong had come up with. The flame promotes the absorption of the medicinal properties with remarkable effect. Oh, that feels good. Phoenix, you're really getting good at this massage technique. Jean Fenger heard the young master's compliments and was delighted in her heart. Nothing proves you're worth more than that. Massage it up carefully. In the blink of an eye, an hour passed. The little feet in the water bowl turned surprisingly golden. It contained an extremely terrifying power. It was as if a casual kick could open up the sky and the earth. Secretly, he said, what exactly is the young master practicing? Why is the breath so terrifying? She didn't dare breathe a word under those golden feet. Good press today, Zhang Daohong complimented. After using the phoenix flame, the medicinal properties were absorbed faster. Before, it took an hour and a half to absorb it all, but now it only took an hour. If the bloodline was promoted, after the power of the flame was stronger, the massage would be even better. Young master, I'm going down. Slow down. You're staying tonight. Jean Fenger's face brushed red. The young master is still young, but he is also heterosexual. She hadn't really had any experience in this area and was a little shy in her mind. Zhang Daohong flipped his wrist and a crimson fruit appeared in his palm. The size of an adult's fist. The epidermis has a vein-like pattern. Absorb it here tonight, and I'll guard you. Ha! Jean Fenger's cheeks turned even redder with shame, and she really wanted to dig a pit and bury herself in it. Blah blah blah. What was I thinking just now? What a misunderstanding of the young master. Chapter 38, Zhao Lirong, Godson, do you still lack followers? This is sycamore fruit. Ah! Surprisingly, it's the sycamore fruit. Jean Fenger was shocked. Sycamore fruit. That was a fruit that existed in legends. The young master had actually given her a sycamore fruit. What a trust this is. Young master, this wutong fruit is too precious. Fenger can't have it. It's just a fruit. It's nothing. Zhang Daohong waved his hand. This. Jean Fenger stared with wide eyes, shocked beyond words. You have to peel this fruit and just eat the flesh inside. Oh. Jean Fenger froze for a moment and didn't push back. Inwardly, he was also swearing that he would swear his life to the divine sun in the future. Crunch. She took a bite of the fruit. The shell is brittle. Crimson fire, rushing out from within. The temperature in the room also heated up dramatically. There was no pulp within this sycamore fruit, but rather a red pulp. Jean Fenger hurriedly swallowed the syrup. The hot liquid traveled down his throat and into his belly. Exhale. The body burned along with it. It was good that she retained the ancient phoenix bloodline in her body and had no fear of this kind of blazing heat. But this kind of heat also burned his skin red, like a red-hot branding iron. Jab. The boards were scorched by the heat, sending up choking black smoke and flashes of fire across them. Sit on top of the 10,000-year-old cold ice. Seeing this, Zhang Daohong took out a blue stone that was bubbling with cold air and placed it on the floor. The temperature in the room plummeted after the appearance of 10,000 years of cold ice. 10,000 years of cold ice. Jean Fenger was shocked in her heart. This is a treasure even more precious than the wutong fruit. How does the young master even have such a thing? Snort. Sitting cross-legged on the 10,000-year-old cold ice, the high temperature in his body was suppressed and he was much more comfortable. Next, Jean Fenger slowly absorbed the power of the sycamore fruit, and the bloodline in her body became stronger and stronger. The sun rises in the east. Golden sunlight from the sky splashed down to the ancient city of Phoenix, covered with a layer of golden halo, like a phoenix is about to spread its wings and soar high. At the edge of the sky, a crimson fire emerged. From far and near, the people in the ancient country, seeing this unusual scene, all tilted their heads and watched. What's that firelight? Why do I feel the aura of a phoenix inside the fire? It can't be that our ancient kingdom, another phoenix bloodline is going to be born, right? This scene not only startled the people of the dawn, but even the immortal cultivators within Phoenix City felt the anomaly. The firelight floated over the ancient city of Phoenix, transforming into a giant golden red egg. As time passed, the egg grew larger and larger, and the phoenix's aura grew stronger and stronger. At some point, click it, broken eggs. From it, a golden red phoenix emerged, lifting its wings and singing. Gluttony. A terrifying phoenix aura was released from the phoenix's body. When the people of the ancient country felt this aura, they all knelt on the ground and worshipped. Ancient Phoenix clan. Oh my god. My ancient country actually gave birth to an ancient phoenix blood. If the phoenix is divided by bloodline, it can be divided into phoenix blood, ancient phoenix blood, and ancient phoenix blood. Ancient phoenix blood and ancient phoenix blood. Looks like only a word difference. Bloodline power, but there is a world of difference. The Phoenix clan, born in ancient times, had an extremely powerful bloodline. With reproduction, the power of the bloodline will slowly fade. The current ancient blood phoenix's bloodline power was only 1,000th of what it was in the ancient times, and it wasn't even in existence of the same level. Phoenix. Inside the bedchamber, Zhao Lirong was wearing a thin silk robe and had just finished her cultivation. What? Ancient Phoenix clan. Who broke through? Feeling the aura of the ancient Phoenix clan, he sucked in a breath of cold air. What she possessed was a Phoenix bloodline, and under the pressure of this ancient Phoenix clan's bloodline, it was extremely difficult for her to even breathe. Divine sense enveloped the entire ancient country, searching through the crowd and finally stopping at the Phoenix Inn. Here. Who the hell is it? In the next moment, the figure disappeared in place, surprisingly forgetting to replace even the thin silk robe. In the corridor of the inn, there was an additional delicate figure. The exquisite curves, hidden under the tulle, were even more tempting. Ah! Bam! In his excitement, the store assistant dropped the tray in his hand to the floor. Zhao Lirong glanced back and the shopkeeper was directly petrified. The state. Lord of the state. I don't see anything. A slip of the tongue. Just kidding. This was the lord of the country. If he dared to say anything nonsense, he would die a very miserable death. Noticing her predicament, Zhao Lirong hurriedly put on a robe. At the end of the corridor was a heavenly guest room. Normally, this kind of guest room is occupied by people of great reputation. Through the wooden door, one could clearly feel that the Phoenix ancestor breath was inside. Staying in the guest room? Shouldn't be someone from the ancient country, a guest from outside. Zhao Lirong, who originally wanted to push the door in, paused in her hand. If it was someone from an ancient country, she had no problem doing so, but if the guest, perhaps, inside was a powerful person of a higher generation than her, entering so rashly will surely annoy the other side. Therefore, standing outside the door, she said softly, Phoenix Ancient Kingdom, Zhao Lirong, wishes to pay her respects. I wonder if Senior can open the door to meet me? A boy's voice came from the middle of the room. Come in. Zhao Lirong took out a bronze mirror and organized her appearance. This one inside, probably a big shot, must pay attention to his image. As for the voice of the boy, it is the boy who serves the big brother. The door to the room was open to the inside. Zhao Lirong had fantasized about the big brother's face in her mind, but her expression was petrified when she saw the person sitting on the cold stone. Kim, Phoenix, how could it be you? Never in my wildest dreams would I have imagined that this person with the bloodline of the ancient Phoenix clan would be the former Phoenix lady. Jean Fomer got up from the cold stone and pursed her lips. Thanks to the cultivation of the divine sun, Fomer was able to awaken the ancient Phoenix clan bloodline. Hiss! Zhao Lirong sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Her brain almost sucked into her lungs. The son of God is too scary, isn't he? Previously, cultivating Jean Fomer into an ancient Phoenix bloodline was already amazing enough. Now that he had cultivated Jean Fomer into the ancient Phoenix blood, he was so terrifying that he made people tremble. She really couldn't imagine why the divine sun possessed so many supreme treasures. Even ancient Phoenix blood can be cultivated. Son of God, do you still lack followers? Look at me. I'm an old man. Otherwise, I'll follow you too. Although the Phoenix Kingdom Lord was scenic, it couldn't compare to the ancient Phoenix blood. If it wasn't for the identity of the Kingdom Lord, one would really have to lick their faces and beg the divine sun to allow her to follow as well. Zhao Lirong lowered her head towards the ground and found that only the empty shell of the sycamore fruit remained, and her pupils suddenly contracted. It turned out that the divine sun had bestowed a sycamore fruit on Jean Fomer. How do you get something so rare? There was also the 10,000-year-old cold ice that was bubbling with cold air, which was even more precious than the sycamore fruit. Just these two supreme treasures alone. Selling all of the ancient kingdom's treasure vaults wouldn't be worth that many spirit stones. Jian Daohong, did you come to the ancient kingdom for the matter of the Nirvana heavenly pool? Exactly. Jian Daohong nodded. I still hope that Lord Tang will honor his original promise. That's for sure. Zhao Lirong immediately nodded her head in agreement. I agree that you should enter the Nirvana heavenly pool, but there are rules in the country that all 4 elders must agree before you can be allowed to enter. The second elder and third elder are good there. As for the first elder and fourth elder, it's up to you to convince them. Kang Duhaian nodded. As long as the state lord's side agreed, the other few elders were just presenting some tests, and passing them would qualify them. The two of you, would you like to follow me into the ancient kingdom? Zhao Lirong inquired. Good. Jiang Daohong had played around in the ancient kingdom and it was time to get down to business. A group of 3 people entered Phoenix City, with the lord of the land leading the way. Phoenix Palace, the place where the lord of the country goes to court on weekdays and deals with government affairs. Today, Zhao Lirong summoned all the elders to this place. Also coming at the same time were people of considerable status within the ancient country. The 4 elders, standing at the very front, had a majestic aura that was intimidating. Zhao Lirong swept her gaze over everyone present and said, "Today, I have summoned you all to discuss a matter." Saying that, he looked towards Jiang Daohong in the Great Hall. The divine son of the Jiang clan wants to enter the Nirvana heavenly pool. When these words came out, these people present were astonished. What? That Jiang Daohong wants to enter the heavenly pool? There's something wrong with that, isn't there? The heavenly pool is the most sacred place in the ancient country, and the people of this country have to go through many tests to enter it. How can outsiders be allowed to enter? In addition to these dissenting voices, there are others who are in favor. The Jiang clan's divine son has been on the divine ranking for 3 consecutive times, all of them at the top of the list, destined to become a supreme power in the heavens and earth in the future. And it would be a joyous event if our ancient kingdom were to befriend him. I think so. The Nirvana fruit in the celestial pool is obtained by those who are capable of it. Even if we let the Son of God go in, he may not be able to obtain it. If the divine son is truly destined for the Nirvana fruit, it's nothing to get it, but instead, he'll be grateful to our ancient kingdom. After the crowd murmured, Zhao Lirong continued, "I wonder what the 4 elders think." The second elder and the heavenly phoenix ancestor at the back exchanged glances and nodded slightly. "I agree with the divine son entering the Nirvana heavenly pool." The third elder also stepped out from the crowd and spoke. "I agree." Old man Tianfeng had greeted them long ago and agreed to the divine son entering the heavenly pool, so he expressed his approval on the spot. Zhao Lirong looked towards the grand elder and the 4th elder. "You two don't know what you think?" The grand elder's face was full of horizontal meat, and at a glance, he was not someone who was easy to get along with. "I don't agree with Jiang Daohong entering the heavenly pool." Chapter 39, Phoenix Bird, who the hell let him in? The grand elder boarded his phoenix head walking stick, and his words were harsh and very harsh. "Jiang Daohong is not a member of the ancient kingdom, and he has taken my phoenix daughter as a follower, causing the ancient kingdom to lose face. If we let him enter my ancient kingdom's holy land again, won't we call the world a laughingstock? That my hallowed ancient kingdom is not even as good as a child of the Jiang clan." A remark that was also echoed by the 4th elder. "I agree with the grand elder." Zhao Lirong pondered for a moment and said, "According to the rules, if it is impossible to obtain the unanimous consent of the 4 elders, one can qualify by breaking into the Phoenix Tower. State Lord, how can you speak for an outsider?" The grand elder's face was filled with displeasure. The eyes stared at the little boy in the center of the great hall with a ghostly coldness. "Jiang Daohong, do you dare to break into the Phoenix Tower? If you don't dare, then please return." Before Jiang Daohong could reply, Jean Fonger had already covered her mouth and was sweating coldly. Phoenix Tower. This is arguably the most difficult test in the ancient world. And if there are no special circumstances, people will not be tested in this way. What's there to be afraid of? Kang Du Haiyang raised his chin. Zhao Lirong immediately said, based on Jiang Daohong's age, he only needs to pass the 3rd level to qualify for the heavenly pool. There were 10 levels in the Phoenix Tower, and for each level, there was a qualitative leap in difficulty. She knew some of Jiang Daohong's deeds, and passing the first 3 levels was still relatively secure. This was also a disguised way of giving Jiang Daohong the heavenly pool qualification. This is not a good thing. The Grand Elder coldly looked at Zhao Lirong. Since you have offered to break into the Phoenix Tower, according to the rules, the number of levels in this Phoenix Tower will be decided by me. This, said Zhao Lirong without continuing to speak. According to the rules, it was indeed for the elders who had objections, to decide the number of levels. The Grand Elder snorted coldly and said, Jiang Daohong, if you want to qualify for the heavenly pool, you must break through the 7th floor of the Phoenix Tower. Otherwise, return. Zhao Lirong's heart thumped. 7 layers? There's something wrong with that, isn't there? Jiang Daohong is only a child. How can he break through the 7th floor? A child? The Grand Elder pointed his phoenix walking stick at Jiang Daohong. At a young age, he was able to ascend the 10,000 ancient gods ranking 3 times. How can he be as simple as a child? Jiang Daohong, can you dare to enter the 7th floor of the Phoenix Tower that I'm talking about? Jean Fonger stood at the back, anxious in her heart. She knew that Jiang Daohong possessed great strength and could deal with it as far as the Black Demon Dragon King was concerned. But the demonic beasts in the Phoenix Tower could be much stronger than the Black Demon Dragon King, so how could they easily pass through? The best thing to do now is to keep quiet and let the Lord of the Land maneuver through it to reduce the difficulty of the level. It's a lot easier with 5, 6 layers. Naturally, I dare to take it. Zhang Daohong possessed a strength that was far stronger than when he dealt with the Black Demon Dragon King, and there was no need to back down. Have guts, the Grand Elder snorted coldly. Then please. This. Zhao Lirong wanted to interject and lower the Phoenix Tower's barrier a bit, but Zhang Daohong responded first, so there was no way out. Alas, the Son of God must have mistakenly thought that the Phoenix Tower was simple, and that's why he easily agreed to it. Nowadays, in Phoenix Ancient City, there were very few people who could pass the 7th floor of the Phoenix Tower. There is only one person who is still alive in the world, and that is the Heavenly Phoenix Ancestor. It was only during the old ancestor's heyday that he had that kind of strength. Zhang Daohong's attempt to enter the heavenly pool was mostly hopeless. After talking about the Phoenix Pagoda, Zhang Daohong silently took a few steps forward and entered the sign-in location. It's a rare visit to Phoenix, so naturally you can't miss this great opportunity. Ding! Congratulations on signing in at Phoenix City and obtaining 1 Phoenix Spirit Flower. The reward is increased by 157 times, obtaining 15 Phoenix Spirit Flowers. 1 Phoenix Spirit Flower. The consciousness entered the system space, and his eyes lingered on the Phoenix Fairy Flower for a moment, receiving a paragraph of prompting information. Phoenix Immortal Flower. An immortal flower born from absorbing the breath of the phoenix for years and years. Contains a rich immortal energy and the power of the phoenix fire. It is a fine material for refining immortal pills. If you are not strong enough and swallow it by mistake, you can have the whole family eat a banquet. Want to eat my banquet? Zhang Daohong raised his eyebrows. It's not that easy. With the current physical quality, a phoenix flower would not cause any harm. Eyes went toward the phoenix feather duster next to him. The shape is similar to the chicken feather duster once used, except that it has red phoenix feathers stuck in it. A duster made of phoenix hair can be used to clean dust and floating soil. Dusting the dirt with this thing is a bit extravagant. Kong Du Haiyang was dumbfounded. At the back of Phoenix City, there was a 10-story red pagoda. Above the top of the tower, a lifelike phoenix was carved, as if it could come to life at any time. The news that Zhang Daohong was going to break into the Phoenix Pagoda quickly spread throughout the ancient country. The square in front of the Phoenix Tower was filled with many hilarious cultivators. There were murmurs among the crowd. Did you hear? Zhang Daohong actually agreed to the Grand Elder's request to break into the 7th floor of the Phoenix Tower. Even though the Divine Son was able to ascend the Divine ranking 3 times, it would be difficult to challenge the 7th floor of the Phoenix Tower. Among the ancient kingdoms today, only old man Tianfeng has this strength. I don't think highly of the Son of God. If he cultivates for a few more decades, breaking through the 7th floor should be simple. But right now, he's still too young. More than half of these people do not think highly of Zhang Daohong. After all, he's only a 5-year-old. Zhao Lirong stood in front of the Phoenix Tower and said to Zhang Daohong with her head bowed, "If you're ready, you can go in at any time." Good. Zhang Daohong walked to the front of the Phoenix Tower's gate. Zhao Lirong handed over a red token and urged, "If you run into danger, immediately crush the token and it will allow you to leave the Phoenix Tower unharmed. Remember, do not act blindly." If something happened to Zhang Daohong here, it would really be impossible to explain to the Zhang family. Thanks for the reminder. Zhang Daohong tucked the token into his bosom and pressed one hand on the Phoenix Tower's gate. Squeak! The heavy door swung open to the inside, and the scorching heat hit the room. Immortal cultivators with slightly weaker strengths in the distance felt it very hard to gasp for air just by slightly sticking to some of their breath. Zhang Daohong's figure disappeared into the Phoenix Tower. Squeak! The heavy door closed again. The Phoenix Tower doesn't look big from the outside, but it has a cave on the inside. This is the unique world, and in the distant sky soars a large crimson bird. Gluttony! A high-pitched phoenix chant resounded through the heavens and earth. The large bird fluttered its wings and looked down at the human on the ground, and when it saw that it was a young child of only 5 years old, there was contempt in its eyes. The Phoenix Ancient Kingdom has no one? Surprisingly sending a 5-year-old over. Human, let you go for the sake of being a child. The phoenix bird soared around in the sky and had no intention of striking out at Zhang Daohong. What if I don't go? Kong Du Haiyang said, raising his head. Then I won't be blamed for being impolite. The phoenix bird's wings flapped up and down, whipping up a wild wind that swept in Zhang Daohong's direction. Zhang Daohong also lazy with the phoenix bird nonsense. Legs violently stomped on the ground. The land exploded 10 feet deep pit. His body was like a cannonball as he charged towards the sky, his tiny fist hitting the phoenix bird squarely in the jaws. Boom! The phoenix bird, which had been very ferocious just a moment ago, exploded its brain, lost control of its body, and fell heavily to the ground. Before the phoenix bird died, it had only one thought. Who the hell let him in? Kong Du Haiyang landed on the ground like a feather and dusted his shoulders. The first few floors are just appetizers. The back is the main event. How strong can the 7th level of the Phoenix Tower be? There was not the slightest fear in his heart for the powerful opponent that was about to appear. Instead, he was very excited. Finally, a chance to make a splash. The Phoenix Tower world was huge and endless. After solving the first Phoenix bird, going deeper will take you to the second level. On the plaza, many people focus their eyes on top of the Phoenix Tower. Normally, the windows of the Phoenix Tower are black and no light can be seen. If someone breaks through the Phoenix Tower, every time they pass the corresponding layer, that layer will light up with fire. After Jiang Daohong entered the Phoenix Tower, the crowd was also speculating about which level he would be able to break through. The Grand Elder erected his phoenix-headed walking stick on the ground and coldly looked at Feng Ta, the divine son of the Ginger family. I'd like to see what you've got. The fourth elder stood next to her and also gave a light hum. An outsider who wants to enter the holy land of my ancient country. Is it that easy? Jean Fonger stood with the heavenly Phoenix Elder and looked up to observe the situation in the Phoenix Tower. Ever since the last time old man Tianfeng paid a visit to the Jiang family, the relationship between the two had eased. Old ancestor, how long do you think it will be before Gongzi he can pass the first level? After old man Tianfeng took the tree of life sap, his face was much rosier. The first 3 levels of the Phoenix Tower aren't difficult, but they do take some time. For a normal person, it should take about a T. The second level is 2 Ts. For the third level it's 3 Ts. In the Phoenix Tower, each level was a bird that possessed phoenix blood. The higher up the hierarchy, the purer the bird's phoenix bloodline became. And even true phoenixes would appear. The phoenix bird is good at flying, and without a means of attacking from a distance, it will be circling for a long time before it can be killed. Just as the two men were discussing, a fire lit up in the wooden window on the first floor of the Phoenix Tower. Exhale. The hot flames seemed to speak of Jiang Daohong's victory. Those present were all startled. What? Jiang Daohong only entered the Phoenix Tower for a mere 20 breaths and killed the phoenix bird? 20 breaths. Should have just touched the phoenix bird. How did it happen so fast? Does he have the strength to kill with one blow? 20 breaths. A very short time. To be able to kill the phoenix bird in such a short period of time was enough to show that Jiang Daohong was very strong. Just as the crowd was talking, the second floor of the Phoenix Tower lit up with fire. Exhale. The crowd exploded again. Chapter 40, Jiang Daohong, eat my stinky feet. Jiang Daohong was only 30 or so breaths away from killing the first phoenix bird. And this is the second one's turn? That's too fast. This all adds up to just 50 or so breaths put. The Jiang clan's divine son is a bit strong. These ancient kingdom cultivators also guessed that the Jiang clan's divine son, who was able to be on 3 consecutive divine rankings, must not be weak. But also, I didn't expect it to be strong like this. Exhale. Another dozen or so breaths, and the third level likewise lit up again. The Grand Elder's hand trembled slightly as he looked at the Phoenix Tower. Hiss. This kid really has some power. The first 3 levels of the Phoenix Tower are surprisingly less than 100 breaths. This kind of speed is as ancient as it gets. Even the original Phoenix Jade ancestor, in his heyday, could not have cleared the first 3 levels so quickly. The fourth elder's heart lifted. Do you think Jiang Daohong will really break through the 7th floor? Never, the Grand Elder said in a firm tone. Back then, when old ancestor Feng Yu was in his heyday, he was only able to pass through the 7th layer. Jiang Daohong is only 5 years old. Even if he's even more of a demon, how can he still compare to old ancestor Feng Yu? Hearing this, the fourth elder was finally relieved. You're right. Jiang Daohong is only faster on the first few floors, and he definitely won't be able to pass behind. Just as the crowd was talking, the 4th floor of the Phoenix Tower had already lit. Exhale. Next up, the 5th layer. Exhale. Then the 6th floor. The whole room was silent. The Grand Elder squeezed his cane and sweated coldly. It's the 6th floor. Why is it so fast? For every additional 10 breaths of time, Jiang Daohong killed a phoenix bird. It only took 70 breaths of time to kill the 6th phoenix bird. Old ancestor Feng Yu's face was also filled with astonishment as he stared daggers at the 6th floor of the Phoenix Tower. Too soon. Settle 6 phoenix birds. Pretty much all in one hit. He's only 5 years old. How is he so strong? Having once broken through the 7 levels, she was more aware of the situation inside the Phoenix Tower. The world inside was huge, and after killing a phoenix bird, one had to walk a long way before coming across the next one. After Jiang Daohong killed the 5th phoenix bird, it looked like it took 70 breaths of time, but it wasn't. That's 70 breaths, plus the time it takes to get to the next level. 70 breaths, probably just went from the 5th level to the 6th. Then, Jiang Daohong killed the phoenix bird with a single strike. It was not a matter of killing this phoenix bird and consuming 70 breaths. Most of the time was spent catching up. At that speed, it's a little scary. Phoenix Tower World. Once again, a large crimson bird hovered in the sky on the endless plains. The head is crowned with a phoenix and has a plume on the tail. Phoenix. Finally, These pineapple claws should be delicious, right? Zhang Daohong stared at the phoenix claw for half a day and gulped. The Phoenix Tower world was illusory. And even these demonic beasts were fake. Similar to inflatable dolls. There are some parts that aren't better than an inflatable doll. Empty with the strength of a phoenix, but only made of energy. It would explode in one hit. Human. The fact that you made it this far shows some strength. The phoenix chimed softly. But with me, you will be ended. Seeing as you're a kid, I'll give you a chance to turn around and run for your life. Otherwise, Kong Daohong pulled out his ears and flicked a pile of earwax into the air. Whoosh! The tiny earwax, wrapped in aura, surprisingly made a cracking sound, right in the head of the phoenix. Noisy. Just fight. What's with all the talk? Are you the reincarnation of the Tang monk? Seeing the flying earwax, the phoenix's majesty was provoked, and the flames on its body burned even more fiercely. The temperature in the air climbed suddenly, and the grass on the ground withered quickly. It's rare to come across a powerful opponent. Let's take you and try the demon god's heaven opening kick. The phoenix in front of him was a bit stronger than the black demon dragon king he had dealt with before. This bout of cultivating the heaven opening foot, without consuming a lot of immortal pills, the footwork, had already achieved some minor success. Eat your feet. Zhang Daohong rose up in the air, his little feet wrapped in a layer of golden light, and kicked violently towards the front. The golden light coalesced into a 10-foot large silhouette in the air and shoved it directly into the phoenix's mouth. For humming or whimpering. When had Phoenix ever been humiliated like this? To have a human, who shoves his foot in his mouth, is absolutely unforgivable. Rumble. But before it could throw a punch, the foot in its mouth exploded. The phoenix's body was blown apart, crimson fire erupting along the cracks. Boo! Phoenix blew up. The power is very good. Zhang Daohong nodded in satisfaction. The heaven-opening foot was only a minor accomplishment, and as it continued to soak in the future, its power would continue to increase. After all, it was a technique pioneered by a demon god, so there was still something praiseworthy about it. The medicinal bath coupled with Jean Four's phoenix fire, soaking her feet, boosted her speed very quickly. The effect was definitely stronger as the phoenix fire was raised again. Level 7 passed. According to the agreement, as long as one was able to pass this level, one would be qualified to enter the heavenly pool. However, Zhang Daohong realized something else and didn't leave immediately. In the center of the Phoenix Pagoda world, there was a very dense Tao energy that could be clearly felt even from a great distance. There's a sign-up location, so let's move on. It's a rare visit to the Phoenix Tower, and I'm sure I can't say it without signing in to get some goodies. This Phoenix Tower had a long history and had accumulated Tao energy, so it could definitely obtain some good things. Outside the Phoenix Tower, it had exploded. The Son of God has passed the 7th level. The strength is terrifying. That's a little fast. It only took 80 breaths to break the history created by old ancestor Fengyu. I have an urge to worship. So strong at the age of 5, won't he ascend to heaven in the future? Previously, when old ancestor Fengyu was breaking through the 7th level, he took an hour to kill the phoenix. That kind of speed is amazing. And now, Zhang Daohong had only used 80 breaths. That kind of speed is daunting. Those who doubted Zhang Daohong's strength all shut their mouths. The Grand Elder clutched the phoenix head walking stick tightly in his hands, his pupils trembling violently. He passed. What terrifying strength. I lost. It was thought that presenting such a difficult test would be absolutely impossible for Zhang Daohong to pass. As a result, the other party passed through the 7th layer as easily as chopping up a melon or cutting up a vegetable, without the slightest difficulty to speak of. The third elder also sighed helplessly. His features seemed to have aged hundreds of years, similar to a zombie lying inside a coffin slab. Ugh, we are all defeated. He can only be allowed to go to the sky pool. To be honest, she was now a little regretful that she should never have proposed that kind of test in the first place. The strength of the divine sun was too terrifying. What did it mean to be able to pass the 7th floor? His strength could be compared to old ancestor Fengyu in his heyday. Inviting such a person is tantamount to setting up a great enemy for the ancient country. What now? The Grand Elder's body was trembling. Otherwise, let's find the State Lord to discuss it. The third elder proposed. Good. The Grand Elder took a trembling step to the State Lord's side. State Lord, the two of us really didn't know that Zhang Daohong had such strength. If we block it today, I'm afraid we'll cause a great disaster. In case the God's Son is the kind of person who is small-minded and blames him, he will not be able to eat. You too. Zhao Lirong sighed. If I had known this, wouldn't it have been better for me to propose letting him enter the heavenly pool and directly agree to it? Now it's good. Zhang Daohong will, in all probability, hold a grudge against the two of you, and I won't be able to protect you when the time comes. Pattering sound. The Grand Elder's hand trembled. and his phoenix-headed walking stick fell to the ground. He also stumbled on his feet and almost followed in the footsteps of the crutch. Country lord, you must put in a good word for me. Don't let that divine son blame. Ugh, can't this be solved with a few kind words? Zhao Lirong frowned. Tell you what, when the divine son comes out later, you apologize to him in front of everyone. I hope this will forgive you. In front of everyone, apologize. When did the Grand Elder, with his honorable status, ever do such a lowly thing? Especially not in front of a 5-year-old. Zhao Lirong looked up to the 7th floor of the Phoenix Tower and said quietly, Zhang Daohong can even kill a phoenix in a few strokes. How many strokes can you pit? This. The Grand Elder winced as he thought of the phoenix's tragic death. I'd better apologize. Old crone. It was better to apologize than to be remembered by the Son of God. Even if it's more humiliating, it's still alive. How come the Son of God hasn't come out yet? Some time had passed since he passed the 7th level. In theory, Zhang Daohong should have come out a long time ago, but at the entrance of the Phoenix Tower, there was still no movement. Could it be? Zhao Lirong's pupils trembled as she looked towards the 8th floor of the Phoenix Tower. He's going to continue to break through? Never. The Grand Elder's voice was agitated. The 8th floor of the Phoenix Tower is even more terrifying. Even if one searches all over the Haoxong realm, it is not certain that someone will be able to pass. The words just fell. Exhale. The 8th floor of the Phoenix Tower was ablaze with flames. Scorching heat emanated from the wooden windows, making the plaza even hotter. The crowd of spectators, just breaking out in a cold sweat, was evaporated again by the heat. No. Misread. Right. The 8th floor. That's right. It's really the 8th floor. It's horrible. Quite a few of them stuttered in their speech. Chapter 41 Ancient Phoenix Immortal Flame. All Phoenix Banquet. 8th floor. That's a level they can't even think about. Now it was easily broken by Zhang Daohong. The time taken is just a little bit more. This kind of strength was so strong that it made them powerless. So strong that they could look up to it. Crash. The Grand Elder's legs went limp and he directly paralyzed on the ground. No longer having the nobility he had before. The Jiang family's divine son. So terrifying. It's over. Crone, I've messed with the king of hell. According to old ancestor Phoenix Jade, back then, when she confronted that phoenix, she only lasted for a single move before she fled in defeat. After that, there was no thought of breaking through to the 8th floor. In the history of the ancient kingdom, there was also no record of anyone passing through the 8th level. Now, this unattainable 8th floor was broken through by Zhang Daohong. If she had known that Zhang Daohong was this kind of iron plate, she wouldn't have dared to mess with it. Just as the crowd was incredulous, the fire on the 9th floor of the Phoenix Tower unexpectedly lit up. Crash, crash, crash. Countless people were doubly paralyzed with fear and shock. In their hearts, they already regarded Zhang Daohong as a god. In the Phoenix Tower, Zhang Daohong finally arrived at the core. Ahead was dry, cracked black earth, many trees burned to a crisp, and in the center was a sycamore tree, perched on a tall phoenix. The phoenix has a large crown and 10 plumes on its tail. Sensing the human scent, the phoenix opened its eyes and spared an interesting look at the boy in front of it. In tens of thousands of years, you are the first human to come here. There's something interesting about your age. Seeing as you're still a child, turn around and leave. You're no match for me. Zhang Daohong gazed down at the bottom of the sycamore tree. The Tao converges here, and if you want to sign in, you have to walk through it. There's something wrong with this phoenix. Why is the vitality so strong? Could it be? It's a real phoenix. The thought appeared, and the heart laughed, looking wistfully toward the phoenix claw. Phoenix claws, suitable for smothering, with star anise, cinnamon, pepper. The flavor is more delicious. Phoenix head, suitable for dry pot, with chili, persimmon pepper, millet chili, chili powder. The fiery taste will be maximized. Invincible pervert hot? What's with the sudden crosstalk? This is the food channel, right? Kang Du-hyun licked his tongue across his lips, and a large amount of saliva was secreted from his mouth. Man, this exercise, you just get hungry faster. After eating the dragon meat, the deliciousness brings back memories. Now that I haven't had phoenix, I really don't know how it tastes. The phoenix stared at the tiny human, suddenly feeling a slight itch in its claws and a burning sensation in its head. Human, what immodest things are you thinking? Don't come any closer. Anyone who can make it this far must have strength. The phoenix was wary when it saw Zhang Daohong approaching. Come any closer, and I'll be damned. Exhale. Scorching hot phoenix fire erupted out of his mouth, and all of heaven and earth were dyed crimson. So hot. For the first time, Zhang Daohong felt such scorching heat that his body was about to be roasted. Phoenix sneered. Human, I'll admit that you have a strong physical body and good footwork. But, under the phoenix fire, Even the hardest jade will be turned into flying ash. The best way to deal with this kind of body refining cultivator was to use attribute power. Flames are great for this. Jab. White smoke rose from Kong Du Hyang's body. His skin was ruddy red, and there was a smell of roasted meat. This would be a great dish with a sprinkle of chili and cumin. Hot. If we keep being roasted like this, the whole family will have to eat a banquet. Ancestors' golden armor. Buzz. Tiny dragon scales like dust were stacked on top of each other on the skin to form the most powerful defense. That scorching heat was instantly blocked outside the dragon scales. This is comfortable. The dragon armor not only defends against swords and knives, but also against attacks such as flames. The effect is much stronger than expected. It's ancestral dragon breath. Ancestors' golden armor. How did you come to have this three realms supreme treasure? The phoenix froze completely, its pupils trembling. Ancestral dragon. That was an extremely terrifying bloodline. The phoenix, encountered it and only waited for death. It was estimated that under the bloodline pressure, there wasn't even room for resistance. Wait for the dinner plate. Kong Du Hyang slowly approached the sycamore tree with a relaxed stride. Die. The phoenix spread its wings and soared high, its beak opening and spewing out even more terrifying phoenix fire. Red flame burning sky. The sky was dyed red and the earth turned into hot lava, gurgling and bubbling. Very strong. This was the first time Jiang Daohong had encountered such a terrifying attack. Shin Yu Shin Gong. This phoenix is still waiting to be served on a dinner plate, so it's better not to kick it with your feet. His hands quickly formed 200 Dharma seals, and golden light flourished above his fists. It was as if there was some kind of power of the laws of heaven and earth that descended on top of the fist. The flames in the sky engulfed Jiang Daohong. A golden light broke through the air and smashed towards the phoenix's chest. Rumble. The terrifying force pierced through the phoenix's entire chest, and his heart was torn to shreds. It's immortal rank technique. How did you come to have such a terrifying immortal rank technique? If the phoenix had known that Jiang Daohong was in control of immortal rank techniques and cultivated at such a high realm, it definitely wouldn't have fought against him. But now, it's too late for regrets. Pupils gradually laxed, losing all breath of life. Jiang Daohong smiled as he put away the phoenix corpse. It's a good day. Finally, I can taste what pickled pepper phoenix claws and dry-boiled phoenix heads taste like, and with raw dragon slices. It's perfect. Even the gods don't get away with this. Ding! Congratulations on signing in at the Phoenix Tower and obtaining the Phoenix Flame. The reward has been increased 157 times to obtain the ancient Phoenix Immortal Flame. 100 acres of Phoenix fertilizer. Consciousness enters system space. A cluster of flames with an extremely terrifying aura, like the shape of a phoenix. Ancient Phoenix Immortal Fire. One of the most powerful flames in heaven and earth, coalesced by the ancient blood phoenix, can burn everything. It can be seen from afar, but not played with. Be careful of playing with fire and pissing out a map of the three worlds. Che, can someone piss on a map of the three worlds? What do you think of Thunderbolt? Jiang Daohong has long since passed the age of peeing on the bed. These are all bluffing children. Even if I had peed, I would never admit it. A pile of black and red objects appeared on the land, looking somewhat like. It's like eating chocolate or dragon fruit and pooping it out without digesting it. Phoenix brand fertilizer. The phoenix is 5 grains of reincarnation of the things, due to its eating spiritual medicine. Immortal medicine. Excrement contains a strong spirituality, is a good fertilizer material. If you don't mind the dirt, you can also collect the spirituality in it. Kong Du Hyang winced. Collecting spirituality? How is it collected? Is it hard to come back? Let's just forget about it. How could he do such a disgusting thing? This is the kind of stuff that is better used for watering flowers and planting. The ancient Phoenix Immortal Flame is a good thing. It's equivalent to a 5th grade Immortal Flame. That previous 9 Yang Immortal Flame was only of the 1st grade at the initial stage, and after absorbing the red Immortal Magma, the grade was promoted to the 3rd grade. Although the 9 Sun Immortal Flame could evolve, the flame essence was placed there, and it was impossible to evolve too strong. 3 pints is pretty much the limit. The ancient Phoenix Immortal Flame was different. Its initial stage grade was extremely high, possessing the 5th grade. Cultivate them properly, and they might be able to advance to the 7th or even the 8th rank. It's not too much to say that it burns everything under the sun. This time, when he entered the Phoenix Tower, not only did he kill a phoenix, but he also obtained the Immortal Flame. So he gained a lot. Unbeknownst to him, outside the Phoenix Tower, it had already exploded. The original Black Phoenix Tower sprouted a layer of phoenix fire. The statue of a phoenix at the top comes to life and soars through the sky. Old ancestor Feng Yu's face was stagnant as he muttered under his breath. 10 layers. Jiang Daohong he passed the 10th floor. It's horrible. She knew the horror of the Phoenix Tower barrier better than anyone else. There is also a legend about the Phoenix Tower. The maker of this phoenix tower is said to be an immortal who sealed a real phoenix at the core of the world and used it for future generations to try out. This phoenix possessed immortal level strength. If it could be destroyed, wouldn't that mean that Zhang Daohong's strength was comparable to that of an immortal? Hiss. He inhaled so hard that his brains were almost sucked into his lungs, and his chest puffed out high, like a big leather ball. Dekuj. Biz. 5 years old with strength comparable to an immortal? How horrible must this be? The fire of the Phoenix Tower disappeared, and at the gate, the short figure appeared. These people present boiled over at Zhang Daohong's appearance. Godson. It's awesome. One man's strength to break through 10 levels alone is enough to sing the praises of the ages. Worthy of being a strong person who has ascended the 10,000 ancient gods list 3 times. These people finally realized how powerful the Son of God was, and all those thoughts of looking down on him before were erased. The Grand Elder dragged his weakened body and stiffly walked in front of Zhang Daohong, lowering that once high and proud head. Son of God, the crown shouldn't have stopped you in the first place. I hope that the Divine Son will be generous and not hold a grudge. On another day, I will definitely pay a visit to the Zhang family. These words were said with great sincerity and a very good attitude of admitting fault. Some people who were familiar with the Grand Elder knew that this once lofty old man was truly and completely convinced. Aha! Zhang Daohong didn't overthink anything. Seeing as the Great Elder has a good attitude, this matter will be settled. Zhao Lirong stood in front of the crowd and announced, Zhang Daohong has already broken through the 10th floor of the Phoenix Tower, and according to the original agreement, he can obtain the qualification to enter the Nirvana Heavenly Pool. These words were said, and finally no one objected. The crowd dispersed and Zhao Lirong brought Zhang Daohong and Jin Fenger back to the Phoenix Palace. Zhang Daohong, it's late today, or else we can go to the Heavenly Pond in a couple of days, so you can recuperate a little. The Heavenly Pond is not a good place, and there are dangers in it, so it is easy to find the Nirvana fruit by adjusting the state to the best. Experiencing the Phoenix battle must have exhausted Zhang Daohong. Good. Zhang Daohong wasn't tired, but he also wanted to prepare more to fuse that ancient Phoenix immortal flame. After all, it was the Phoenix flame, so maybe it would be effective in the Heavenly Pool. The Phoenix fire, not the Phoenix bloodline, was something that could be fused into the body. Zhao Lirong flashed a smile. Since the two of you have come to the ancient kingdom, then you are honored guests. Tonight we will receive the two of you and also experience the customs of the ancient kingdom. So very good. Zhang Daohong's stomach had long been rumbling with hunger. As long as it's not the Last Supper, it won't be refused. The food inside Phoenix is definitely much better than outside. You can eat things that are rare on weekdays. Lord of the Kingdom, may I borrow the kitchen? I want Fenger to help me cook a dish. Naturally, any time. Zhao Lirong immediately promised. You're so fierce, you can borrow my bedroom, not to mention the kitchen. That's good. Zhang Daohong twisted his head and looked at the marvelous woman standing at the side. Phoenix, the time has come to utilize your cooking skills. Young master, please command. After Jin Fenger followed Zhang Daohong, apart from learning foot massage, she was learning the art of cooking. Today's craftsmanship is equivalent to the level of an imperial chef. What do you want Phoenix to cook? This. Kang Du Hyong waved his hand and pointed at the ground. Huge claws, stained with blood, appeared in the clearing. 2 feet long, with a ruddy red coat and very sharp nails growing from the claws. This is. Zhao Lirong froze at first, her nostrils tightening as she sensed the scent on the claws. Phoenix. Hiss. Chapter 42, Zhang Daohong, your tofu is really tender. The white moon is in the sky. The city of Phoenix was brightly lit and fireworks rose in the sky, giving it a New Year's Eve festive flavor. Today, it is not a festive day, but Zhao Lirong entertains Zhang Daohong as a state banquet and celebrates with the nation. Phoenix Hall. There was a round table in the center with sumptuous dishes, and there were constantly palace maids bringing up the dishes. Soon, a full table of delicacies was laid out. In the center of the round table, there are 7 or 8 large round plates. That's the main course of the day. All Phoenix feast. There weren't many people who could dine together in the hall. Only the state lord, the old ancestor, and a few elders. Zhang Daohong couldn't wait to pick up a piece of phoenix claw. The flesh of the phoenix claws was crystallized by candlelight. With a gentle bite, it melts in your mouth like jelly. The clean, meaty flavor of the meat makes it memorable. It smells so good. Fenger, your craftsmanship has improved again. Zhang Daohong extended his thumb. The phoenix claws are even more delicious after being cooked by Jin Fenger. Thank you for your compliments, young master. Jin Fenger was ecstatic. My cooking skills, they're not even close. Not bad. Kang Daohong pointed at the plate of phoenix claws. Just this plate. It's so much better than what I had before. Ha! Jin Fenger's eyes widened. Young master, you've eaten phoenix claws before? You don't know. Zhang Daohong didn't forget to continue gnawing on the phoenix claws. Before that, What pickled pepper phoenix claws, tiger skin phoenix claws, marinated phoenix claws. I got tired of eating them from childhood. Sometimes when you're about to throw up, you just feed it to the dog. Hiss, hiss, hiss. In the great hall, several voices sucking in cold air resounded. I don't know. I thought the snakes were coming. Zhao Lirong swallowed hard, recalling Jiang Daohan's words in her mind. Before that, I ate phoenix claws every day. I'm getting tired of it. If you don't want to eat it, just feed it to the dog. How can you be so extravagant? We've never seen it before. You eat it every day? In conjunction with, we're living like dogs here. The next few people looked at each other, all seeing the shock in each other's eyes. It was worthy of being a strong person who defeated an immortal rank phoenix at the age of 5. Do you hear me? People grow up eating phoenix claws. It's only natural to have that kind of strength, I guess. Jiang Daohong raised his head, feeling that there was something wrong with the gazes of these people, as if they were looking at monsters. Am I wrong? Blue Star was cheap at that time. A few bucks a bag for pickled phoenix claws. It's not just me. Men and women can afford it. You guys, don't just stand there. Quickly try the phoenix claws. After this village, there will be no more stores. Zhao Lirong hesitated for a long time, but she still picked up her chopsticks, clamped a small piece of phoenix claw skin, and put it into her mouth. Woo! There is nothing more delicious on earth. It's so good. Although she was of the phoenix bloodline, humans with phoenix blood did not have any alliances or anything like that with the real phoenix. Often, there would be humans that would devour the blood of those phoenixes to enhance their own bloodline. There will never be a situation where you run into some phoenix and recognize it as an ancestor. A piece of phoenix claw entered his stomach, and pure energy spread out in his body. Not only did it contain spirituality, but it also had extremely strong bloodline power that nourished its own bloodline. There were 2 figures outside the Great Hall, one of them holding a phoenix-headed walking stick. It was the Grand Elder and the 4th Elder. With a withered finger, the 4th Elder poked a hole through the window paper and looked into the Great Hall. When he saw the 5 dishes made of phoenix claws, he swallowed hard. Phoenix claw. That's a phoenix claw. They're eating it. The sight of phoenix claws really made her crave for them. But the other country's lord didn't have an invitation, so he could only watch from the outside, not go in. Grand Elder, it's all your fault. If you hadn't wantonly blocked the divine sun, I wouldn't have spoken up for you, and I would have been able to eat phoenix claws as well. The phoenix claw is a delicacy of the world, not to mention eating, not even seen before. What's the use of regretting now? The Grand Elder clutched his walking stick vigorously, and his heart was annoyed. If she had known it was going to end this way, supporting Jiang Daohong and having phoenix claws to eat, she definitely wouldn't have had any hesitation. Now, it's too late for everything. The 2nd and 3rd elders were sitting there eating and drinking spicy food, but they couldn't even get into the soup and could only stare. Kang Duhaian pointed at a porcelain basin with his chopsticks. It was filled with soup and a block of black and red tofu. This is phoenix blood tofu. Try it. The phoenix bleeds a lot after death. It's a bit of a waste to throw it away. It's still a better deal to make it into tofu and eat it. Zhao Lirong picked up a spoon and scooped up some of the soup, along with the phoenix blood tofu, and placed it in a small bowl. Tried a piece of tofu and a sip of soup. Aha! Jiang Daohong, your tofu is really tender. The few people inside the room all looked at the state lord in surprise. Nice guy, you're thousands of years old. Is it appropriate to eat Kamakochi's tofu? It's a classic case of the old cow eating the young grass. Elder Phoenix Jade picked up the spoon and scooped a spoonful of soup with the tofu. The crone has bad teeth, so eat some tofu. A mouthful of soup, and a few pieces of phoenix blood tofu went down, and his body warmed up, like there was something that was about to break out of the ground. Suddenly, a crimson firelight emerged from his body, transforming into a phoenix that rose into the sky. The phoenix is flying on its wings under the night sky, blending beautifully with the night scenery of the ancient country. Jean Foer trembled with excitement. Congratulations, old ancestor. Your bloodline has broken through. After so many years of cultivation, old ancestor Fengyu's bloodline was on the verge of a breakthrough, but because he couldn't find the right heavenly material to allow the bloodline to have the final step of breakthrough. Now, eat tofu containing phoenix blood and phoenix claws. There was a qualitative change in the bloodline, breaking through to the ancient phoenix bloodline as expected. Zhao Lirong also stood up excitedly. Elder ancestor, your bloodline has really broken through. God bless the ancient kingdom. Over the years, there have been hostile forces eyeing the ancient country. If Elder Fengyu reaches the end of his days, the ancient kingdom will be left without a strong person to sit on it. Those hostile forces will surely swallow the ancient country to the dregs. She had been fuming about it. How could I have never imagined that old ancestor would break through today? This is definitely a happy event for the ancient country. After old ancestor Fengyu's bloodline broke through, his face looked much better. thanks to Zhang Daohong. If I hadn't eaten his tofu, the old crone and I would probably be on the verge of walking into a coffin. Kong Duhaion's face was a bit confused. In conjunction with, my tofu is the monk's meat, isn't it? You'll all live forever if you eat it. Talking is such a big gasp. It's easy to get the wrong idea. Outside the main hall, the two elders were almost furious. The grand elder's hand holding the walking stick was trembling, and inside he had the urge to rush in and eat Zhang Daohong's tofu. That Zhang Daohong's tofu was a supreme treasure. If we can eat a piece of it, the crone's bloodline may be able to advance as well. Ancient Phoenix bloodline. Ugh. Repent. Now. It's really regretful. How can you go in there and eat tofu when you're in such a mess? Better to be out there drinking the wind. Several people. Keep eating. Don't be polite. Where did Zhang Daohong look like a guest? He clearly looked like a host. Zhao Lirong simply picked up a chopstick of phoenix claw and drank a bowl of phoenix blood tofu soup, then stopped eating. A few others were pretty much the same way. The phoenix claws were too precious and they were too embarrassed to eat too much. Zhang Daohong, on the other hand, feasted on all the remaining phoenix claws and drank more than half of the soup. Zhang Daohong, thanks to you this time, the Fengyu old ancestor bloodline was able to break through. Zhao Lirong said with great gratitude. Zhang Daohong waved his hand slightly and said softly, this is a thick build-up. If the old ancestor didn't have thousands of years of accumulation, he wouldn't be able to break through today. After these words, the few people from the ancient kingdom had a better impression of Zhang Daohong. Before, it had always been thought that the son of God was arrogant and not easy to get along with. Today I realized that he is easygoing, knows how to be polite and has a very good personality. Old ancestor Fengyu said gratefully. Today, the old crone's bloodline can break through thanks to the divine child. And in the coming days, if the divine child has something to do, I will certainly go through fire and water without hesitation. Kong Duhaion nodded gently. This was also considered a sign of goodwill from the old ancestor to himself. Maybe there's a real chance to use each other in the future. The second half of the night. The frogs in the pond croaked about the loneliness of the night. The guest room was empty, and Zhang Daohong's bedding was neatly folded and hadn't moved at all. Heaven's Edge Pavilion. Zhang Daohong was preparing to fuse the immortal flame, so naturally he couldn't be in an ordinary room. Each person could fuse multiple types of immortal flames, and as long as they could carry themselves and their bodies could carry them, they could keep fusing. Ancient Phoenix Immortal Flame. Immortal fire appeared in the world, illuminating the dark night sky. Fusion. Zhang Daohong placed the immortal flame in his chest position and gradually integrated it into his body. Fine beads of sweat broke out on his forehead and his shirt was soaked. Worthy of being an immortal flame, overbearing. Under normal circumstances, immortal flames would definitely require an immortal's realm to fuse. It was the same as relying on the ancient immortal demon divine body and quenching the body to the 81st level in order to merge at this realm. Otherwise, there is only death. Immortal fire entered the body, scorching hot, searing every inch of muscle and tissue. Zhang Daohong gritted his teeth and froze without humming out half a sound. 10,000 years of cold ice fruit. Sitting on the cold ice stone and swallowing another cold ice fruit, the scorching heat in his body was only slightly reduced. Next, slowly fuse the phoenix fire with itself. Chapter 43, Little Gold Transforms. Zhang Daohong greedy. Soon. 3 days passed. Zhang Daohong abruptly opened his eyes, fire flickering in his eyes. Ancient Phoenix Immortal Flame. Exhale. Flames emerged from his palm and coalesced into a flying phoenix, soaring recklessly in the sky. Buzz. In the meantime, there was some sort of vibration coming from within Kong Duhaion's body. Ha! Little Kim is done evolving. Last time, Little Gold's bloodline evolved and became the ancestor Golden Dragon, after which he fell into a deep sleep. Coming. Zhang Daohong immediately entered the companion beast space. Just as soon as he entered, he thought the stunning girl got up from the lake. 3,000 green silks scattered on her shoulders, water beads pouring down, surrounded by a faint golden aura. The woman's eyes contained autumn water, 2 golden dragon horns on top of her head, and her golden dress set off her skin as white as jade. Zhang Daohong looked at the woman and couldn't move his eyes for a moment. It's so beautiful. Zhang Daohong had seen many beautiful women, but he had not found one that could be compared to the woman in front of him, especially that pair of dragon horns. Adding points unique temperament. There is a kind of can only be seen from afar, but not profane play the feeling. Brother. Xiao Jin's heart snickered when he saw Zhang Daohong's dull gaze. You can take form. It was only then that Zhang Daohong realized that this was his companion beast, the beginning golden dragon. I knew that Xiao Jin was female before, but I didn't expect that after transforming into a human body, she would be beautiful like this. Little Gold nodded slightly. Thanks to my brother's essence, after I swallowed it, not only did my bloodline advance, but it was also raised to the 7th rank, with the ability to transform into a form. It's ancient dragon essence, Zhang Daohong emphasized. Removing the first two words could easily lead to misunderstandings. Xiao Jin pursed her lips and laughed lightly, also thinking that those two words meant something different. After transforming into human form, their intelligence was much higher than before, not losing to those adults in the slightest. Got it, brother. Fire immortal wood. Each foot was worth as much as an immortal sword. It would take at least 100 feet to make into a wooden boat. In other words, the seemingly insignificant boat was worth as much as hundreds of immortal swords. The average immortal can't afford to use it. Got it by chance. Zhang Daohong's light sentence was like a thunderbolt when he heard it in Longer's ears. Was this red fire immortal boat really something that could be obtained by chance? The easier it is said, the greater the danger that must accompany it. Young master, you really are becoming more and more unreadable to me. Plop. Zhang Daohong jumped into the canoe. Come up together. Dragon jumped up as well. The movements of the two men were so great that the canoe did not half sway, and still floated steadily on the lava. The red flame immortal boat is truly extraordinary. Longer lamented. Young master, I'll row the boat. On both sides of the canoe, two wooden pulps made of fire fairy wood were inserted. Longer grabbed both paddles and swung them back and forth, the canoe floating like a leaf in the lava. Zhang Daohong observed the surroundings, and shortly after, his brows furrowed tightly. Something's not right. For a tea time, we circled in place and did not move forward. Ha? No way? The dragon's horn on top of her head emitted a faint golden light as she looked around. There's lava all around. No reference at all. How did you perceive that we were circling in place? The Nirvana heavenly pool, which was filled with magma and a black gas that blocked divine sense and sight, was completely like a maze, and one would lose their sense of direction after going deeper. This magma lake, it's a psychedelic grand formation. Zhang Daohong had already felt the aura of the formation in operation. This formation, compared to the one encountered in the Black Wind Mountain vein, was a bit worse. However, the environment here was even more extreme, and with the illusion formation, it was easy to trap people inside. Young master, you also know about formations. Longer's eyes grew bright. A little bit. Zhang Daohong stood at the bow of the ship, his hands behind his back, and said indifferently, you know how to break this formation? Wait a moment. Zhang Daohong closed his eyes as an invisible formation fluctuation spread out, enveloping the entire magma lake. Longer's gaze froze a bit. This was because she sensed an extremely strong layer of formation fluctuations around the young master's body. Young master knows so much at such an age? Any way you look at it, it looks like practicing formations for hundreds or thousands of years to get the level. Shortly after, Zhang Daohong opened his eyes. Longer hurriedly inquired, young master, can you figure out how to break this formation? Aha. Zhang Daohong nodded lightly. And how should it be done? Nothing. What do you mean? Come here. Zhang Daohong sat on the boat and patted the seat beside him. Sit down. No need to row. Ha? Longer sat down somewhat unnaturally, one nerve taut at all times, alert to the movements around her. Is it really okay to just sit here and not paddle? Zhang Daohong did not reply, hung a lantern on the bow of the boat, and took out a few plates of small dishes and a jug of clear wine. Come on, let's eat and talk. Longer looked around at her surroundings. The canoe would drift nowhere in the lava. The black smoke loomed overhead and was very depressing. How is this a place to eat, drink and enjoy the view? Could it be that the young master discovers a big crisis and is ready to hit the road after he's had his fill? Does the canoe spin in place if you don't paddle? No. Kang Daohong picked up his chopsticks and put a piece of roasted phoenix meat in his mouth, and took another sip of wine. Sometimes, going with the flow may not be a bad thing. Longer felt that young master's words were so arcane that they were simply incomprehensible. However, the young master decided not to paddle. So be it. If she came across a crisis, she would be the first to solve it. Picking up another pair of chopsticks, he caught a piece of phoenix meat and put it in his mouth. With things on your mind, how can you have time to savor the deliciousness in your mouth? After a few chews, he swallowed. Zhang Daohong picked up his wine cup and took a slight sip of the clear wine in it. You don't say. Swinging a canoe in this lava and eating some undercuts is something else. Longer looked at Zhang Daohong with some admiration. To be in such a perilous situation and still have the leisure to savor the delicacies. The young master's mind was truly strong and terrifying. The canoe went deeper into the lava lake, drifting, and I don't know where it drifted to. And so, a day passed. One of Longer's nerves was taut at all times, vigilantly observing her surroundings. She had the feeling that the canoe hadn't moved at all over the course of the day, and was still bobbing around. Kong Du-hyeon, however, lies asleep on the boat, and bubbles on his nose. It looked like a good night's sleep. Is this really okay? A small island suddenly appeared ahead. The dragon's heart was overjoyed. Young master, look, Kojima. Kang Du-hyung stood on the bow of the boat and looked towards the island. It's just as I expected. Although the eyes could not make out the scenery of the island, they could sense that there was a rich Tao energy ahead, a little stronger than that Phoenix Tower world. Suffice it to say that this is where the fruit of nirvana is supposed to exist. How do you know that the canoe itself can float to the island location? Longer said with a surprised look on her face. Just now, I thought that the young master had given up. Who would have thought that he would actually float to the island? That's a bit of a god. Zhang Daohong said indifferently. This formation is called the illusory sea maze formation. This formation is extremely psychedelic. If you use swimming or rowing methods, you will only be spinning around in the same place. Only by going with the flow can we enter the core place. Young master, you know so much. In Longer's inherited memories, there was also the way of formations, but she was simply unable to discover where the mysteries of this grand formation lay. So it seemed that the young master's attainments in formations were extremely high and far stronger than expected. Zhang Daohong had his hands behind his back, the lantern beside him swaying slightly. Rumor has it that there is a small island in the center of the Nirvana heavenly pool, but only a handful of immortal cultivators have seen it. It is said that a cultivator, holding a piece of wood that would not burn, floated here, without having the chance to board the island. They were attacked by powerful demonic beasts. After resolving the demonic beasts, he was exhausted and no longer had the strength to ascend the island, so he could only return. Kang Du-hyun took the dish back and looked around cautiously. Dozens of black shadows emerged from the magma ahead. The body was like a crocodile with reddish scales. It's fire-scaled crocodile. Fire-scale crocodile, one of the few creatures that can survive in magma. Please don't put your hand in its mouth, or you'll break it badly. Kang Du-hyun rubbed his chin. The meat of the fire-scale crocodile is very why. Ordinary flames can't stew it at all, but it's quite rare. Dragon's child, go and collect a few of them, and turn around and use them as a wine dish. Good. After Longer answered the voice, her feet gently borrowed force on the ship's board and flew up in the air, like a fairy in the sky, floating towards one of the fire-scale crocodiles. The hem of her skirt swayed with the wind, and a pair of slender, glistening white jade legs were revealed, shining brightly in this world of roiling black fog. Dragon fist, Longer's entire arm, wrapped in a layer of golden light, was like a meteorite bombarding the back of the fire-scale crocodile. Rumble! The magma was smashed out of the water column 100 feet high. The fire-scale crocodile had already lost sight of it, turning into a pile of crumbs and sinking into the depths of the magma. Chapter 44, Violent Beauty. Miraculous Nirvana Fruit. It's. The corner of Zhang Daohong's mouth twitched. You should lighten up. If you punch down like that, the corpse of the fire-scale crocodile will be gone. How can we eat it? Longer answered awkwardly, then flew out. There are a lot of fire-scaled crocodiles here. Dragon's fury. Dragon chortled. A golden stream of air continuously swept into his abdomen. Aha! Golden dragon breath spewed out, enveloping the 7 or 8 fire-scale crocodiles below. Rumble! The magma exploded and gushed out a 1,000-foot-high column of water. The magma in this area was completely detonated. This. Kang Du-hyun scratched his head. It's fine if I don't say it, but it's even fiercer if I say it. At this rate, there won't be enough wine and food to make a table. Longer was even more embarrassed. Young master, I couldn't hold back for a moment, and as soon as I saw my enemies, I wanted to tear them apart. This feeling is so wonderful. You, Zhang Daohong sighed. This is typical of violent people. It's getting really promising if you take it home as a wife. Forget it, I'll do it. Rustle of skirts. The tiny body flew up and then landed on the head of a nearby fire-scaled crocodile. Devil's God open sky kick. A pair of Bigfoot phantoms appeared and directly smashed onto the head of the fire-scale crocodile. Boom! Before this fire-scaled crocodile could react, its head directly exploded. Using the impact of the explosion, it landed on the head of the second fire-scale crocodile. This one's fatter. Give it a whirl. Blood-drinking sword. Calling. The long sword was sheathed, and the air shook the sky. A crimson sword, glowing with a strange blood-colored light. The empty slot of blood was daunting. During this bout, the blood-drinking sword had absorbed blood in the sea of blood, and had been promoted from a lower-grade immortal sword to a higher-grade immortal sword, spanning 2 major stages. Once again, the blood-drinking sword looked very excited. Zhang Daohong thrust his blood-drinking sword downward into the neck of the fire-scale crocodile. Pust! The blade easily pierced 3 inches. Upon seeing the blood, the sword's bloody light flourished, releasing a terrifying suction force. In just an instant, the fire-scale crocodile turned into a dry corpse, with all of its blood drained out. Sucks blood a little fast. If this was used as a sanitary napkin, I guess people would be lost. As long as one was stabbed by the blood-drinking sword and a small opening appeared, there was absolutely no chance of survival. A dry corpse is a dry corpse. Turn around and make a bacon. It should taste good too. Retrieving this fire-scaled crocodile back into the spatial ring, he once again flew towards the next one. Blood-drinking sword. Take it easy on me. Pust. The long sword pierced into the skin of the fire-scaled crocodile, and the violent suction force surged once again, sucking it into a dry corpse. Zhang Daohong was completely helpless. If we keep killing like this, we'll lose all our food. He doesn't like meat that's too tough. Buzz. The blood-drinking sword disengaged and flew towards the next fire-scale crocodile. Swish. The long sword pierced through the mouth and out the tail. This fire-scaled crocodile turned into a dry corpse and sank into the magma below. Die for me. Longer blasted his fist onto the back of the fire-scale crocodile, breaking it into pieces. Just like that, a dragon lady with a blood-drinking sword was killing the surrounding fire-scaled crocodiles madly as if they were in a competition, killing faster and faster. Zhang Daohong stood on the canoe, looking at the scene happening in front of him, not knowing what to say for a moment. Soon, dozens of fire-scale crocodiles were all taken care of. Longer landed on the ship and looked at the dark red longsword with some surprise. This is the blood-drinking sword. Young master, you still have this kind of treasure. The blood-drinking sword, in the desolate heaven ancient realm, was feared by all. The canoe approaches the island. The two men mounted the shore and retrieved the canoe. Young master, there must be danger on the island. You stay behind me. I'll scout the way for you. After Longer finished speaking, she opened her slender thighs and walked forward. Zhang Daohong followed closely behind. The island was small, low on both sides, with an altar-like structure in the center holding a black egg. Next to it was a russet tree with a few green fruits. Kong Du Hyong looked up at the tree. The nirvana tree, absorbing the power of life, condenses into the nirvana fruit. If you approach it casually, you may be drained by it. Another look at the green-colored fruit. Nirvana fruit, not yet ripe. Perhaps your blood can be used to water it. Kong Du Hyong shook his head, rejecting this method. The nirvana fruit is also an evil object that needs to absorb someone else's life force to grow before it can coalesce into a fruit. If this fruit ripens, I don't know how many living beings will have to die. The dragon ran to the shore and carried a fire-scaled crocodile carcass that had floated up and threw it under a tree. The nirvana tree sensed the blood and poked out a few crimson vines, binding the fire-scale crocodile. Grunt, grunt, a strand of life force, spreading upwards along the rattan, was inhaled into the trunk of the tree. The top few fruits, absorbing the life force, grew another round. Young master, to make these fruits ripen, it might take tens of thousands of fire-scale crocodiles. Longer said with some sighs. Just now, they had only killed a few dozen fire-scale crocodiles, which was nothing more than a drop in the bucket compared to tens of thousands of them. It was impossible to find that many demonic beasts in this closed world. Gollum. The corpse of the fire-scale crocodile was quickly drained. Not even a bone crumb remained. Zhang Daohong took the opportunity to move a little closer to the nirvana tree, where the signing-in location was under the canopy. Ding! You signed in at the nirvana tree and obtained one nirvana fruit. The reward is increased by 157 times, and you obtain 15 great nirvana fruits. 7 nirvana fruits. Nirvana fruit. Those who have lost their lives and take this fruit within 7 days have a small chance of reaching nirvana and regaining their lives. Great nirvana fruit. Those who have lost their lives and take this fruit within 1 year will have a high probability of nirvana and regain their lives. Ashes are invalid. After nirvana, your strength will increase dramatically and the essence of your life can be sublimated. If you want to try, please swing your sword and kill yourself. For those who are self-inflicted, use the nirvana fruit to revitalize yourself. Please do not try this lightly. Nirvana is really good. Even eunuchs can be saved. It's just that I don't know if the principle will become bigger after nirvana. Anyway, Kong Du Hyong wouldn't try it. Even if one obtained the sunflower divine power, one would not cultivate it before attempting it. This check-in hall is great. Zhang Daohong was very satisfied. Young master, there's danger. Longer immediately protected the front and swung her fists, smashing them against the vines. Click. A few vines were extremely hard and were only sent flying, not broken. On the nirvana tree, a pale, twisted face emerged. LOL. Dragons. Give your life. Tens of thousands of rattan canes flew towards the dragon lady in a skywide pattern. The dragon's mouth opened wide and spewed out a golden stream of air. Exhale. Wherever it passed, the vines all broke, and dark red liquid flowed out from where the vines broke. It looks like the vines are bleeding. Very creepy. This nirvana tree really isn't a good thing. Destroy. Zhang Daohong had already obtained the nirvana fruit, so there was no need to keep the tree. Drawing his blood-drinking sword, he chopped at the hundreds of vines that approached. Jab. The vines snapped in response. The blood-drinking sword chirped softly in excitement as it cut through the vines, feeling the scent of blood on it. Zhang Daohong looked down at the blood-drinking sword, sensing its longing, and the corner of his mouth curved up a little. Well, Since you want to swallow it, go ahead. As soon as the words fell, his body was like an arrow off the string, flying towards the nirvana tree. The blood in the vines of the nirvana tree was sucked away a lot by the blood-drinking sword. Knowing that the sword was his nemesis, Tree Face hissed hideously. You evil human, how dare you try to devour my blood? Die for me! The tree crown swayed like an arm, and millions of vines poured forward, sealing Zhang Daohong's retreat in all directions. This time, it must exterminate this human. Zhang Daohong's body dodged nimbly, like a fish, and swam between the intricate vines. Swish swish swish, the blood-drinking sword swung left and right, and a path of life was easily broken open in front of him. The vines were extremely hard, and even Longer's fists couldn't directly break them. Even an extremely high-grade spirit sword would not be able to break through the vines. This blood-drinking sword, which was now a top-grade immortal sword, dealt with these vines very easily. A flick of the wrist will cut it off. After a few breaths, Zhang Daohong approached the tree trunk and stabbed his long sword violently into the tree face's mouth. Stick it in you. Pust. The blood-drinking sword released a brilliant bloodlight. The tree's face was hideous, and its crown swayed wildly like an arm, but it couldn't stop the blood-drinking sword below. The 5 nirvana fruits hanging on the branches withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Millions of vines turned a withered yellow color and drooped to the ground out of control. The nirvana tree gradually lost its vitality. Chapter 45 Immortal Grade Phoenix Egg. Humans, why are you so horrible? The blood-drinking sword. Breaking or snapping. The nirvana tree roared with unwillingness, then quickly withered and fell to the ground. The dragon's eyes were watery. Young master, you are too strong. This sword, it's terrifying. In this battle today, she had completely understood Zhang Daohong's strength. As an initiate golden dragon with 7th rank strength, it was very difficult to even try to deal with this nirvana tree. But Zhang Daohong, however, easily killed the nirvana tree. Young master, there will be no nirvana fruit in the future, Longer said with a look of pity. It's fine. It's better to get rid of this kind of man-eating tree. Zhang Daohong had already gotten the nirvana fruit and didn't feel any regrets. This altar is. Longer looked to the high platform on the side. The altar was circular, and ultimately held an egg with mysterious patterns densely arranged on it. There was no semblance of life emanating from it. Zhang Daohong walked up to the altar and looked closely. This should be a phoenix egg, and it's also an immortal rank phoenix. Stare at the phoenix egg and get a prompt message. Ancient blood phoenix, born in the desolate heaven ancient realm, after a great battle, tore through the space barrier, opened the nirvana heavenly pool, and planted the nirvana fruit. Having wanted to be reborn by means of the nirvana fruit, after waiting for tens of thousands of years, he obtained the nirvana fruit 3 times but failed to succeed in nirvana. Ancient blood phoenix. After nirvana, the bloodline might be able to advance to the ancient times. Not succeeding in nirvana 3 times, the difficulty isn't bad at all. If we use the great nirvana fruit, we should be able to. When Zhang Daohong saw the immortal rank phoenix, he really had the idea of taking it in. As long as it was willing to submit and serve itself, helping it to nirvana would not be a problem. However, one must be sure that it is willing to submit before taking out the great nirvana fruit. Otherwise, might as well let it just die. Nirvana is not hatching. Hatching is easy to recognize, and phoenixes in nirvana are unruly with minds of their own. Zhang Daohong's palm touched the gray egg. It was warm to the touch, and the scent of life came from within. Only, the breath was weak, like it could go out at any moment. It's hard to communicate with it. Good thing I have a divine skill. Soul indexing technique. This divine skill was a skill that could communicate with souls that possess life. Ordinary eggs would be fine, but with this kind of unborn egg, the soul is mostly unformed and ignorant of the outside world. Even if communication makes little sense, this nirvana phoenix, with its own consciousness, would have no problem communicating. The consciousness entered the world of the nirvana egg smoothly. All around was a fiery red, and a phoenix soared in the sky. The aura was extremely powerful, far stronger than the one encountered in the Phoenix Tower. If it doesn't submit, a pot of stew would be nice. Zhang Daohong had eaten phoenix meat last time and it was so delicious that he simply couldn't get enough of it. Humans. The phoenix sensed the human scent and looked down. How were you able to come here? And able to communicate with me? I naturally have a way. Zhang Daohong put his hands behind his back. Right now, I have a way to help you reach nirvana. What? Phoenix looked very excited. However, it was only a moment of excitement before he came back to his senses. You? What strength does a 5-year-old have to help me? The nirvana fruit it had used 3 times, and it had not succeeded in nirvana. The little kid in front of me, being able to communicate with it, was unique. Trying to help nirvana, though, is mostly impossible. On what grounds? Zhang Daohong flipped his wrist and a huge fruit appeared in his palm. With this, the size of a watermelon, reddish in color, with a strong breath of life within. Hiss! The phoenix sucked in a breath of cool air when it saw the fruit. Great nirvana fruit! How did you get this kind of supreme treasure? Ordinary nirvana fruit, the size of an apple, absorbs tens of thousands of living beings in order to be nurtured. The great nirvana fruit is 100 times rarer, the size of a watermelon, devouring millions of living beings in order to nurture and mold. There is also a saying that once the great nirvana fruit is released, millions of corpses are ambushed. Those who really had the strength to do such things would most likely be hunted to death by the people of the three realms. You don't have to care how it came to be. Right now I only want to know one thing. Zhang Daohong flipped his wrist and retrieved the great nirvana fruit. Here, it is the soul form, and what is taken out is also illusory of the soul. But it has to be something like that to be unrealized. This was also clear to Phoenix and did not doubt the authenticity of the great nirvana fruit. Will you submit to me? You want me to submit? Phoenix snorted. How could it, once high and proud, choose to submit to a human? Also, this human was a mortal, only 5 years old. If this was known by those people in the desolate heaven ancient realm, wouldn't they laugh out loud? Zhang Daohong said in a cold voice. Now, you have only one choice. Submit. If you submit, I can give you this great nirvana fruit. Otherwise, you will continue to sink in this world of flames. Submit or leave. He didn't want to surround himself with this phoenix. Phoenix hesitated, not making an immediate decision. It had been in this flame world for tens of thousands of years and had gotten the nirvana fruit 3 times without succeeding in nirvana. The only expectation was the nirvana tree in the outside world. Secretly, he said, submit to this human. I will lose my freedom completely. Become a puppet. Perhaps, one can wait a little longer for the nirvana tree to bear fruit and have a chance to try something. If the 4th nirvana fruit doesn't work, there's a 5th and a 6th. One day, I'll make it. It had another card to play right now, and it didn't need to submit to this human. Zhang Daohong seemed to see through the phoenix's thoughts and said in a cold voice, I know what you're thinking. The previous 3 times nirvana didn't work. Maybe it can continue. The 4th time, the 5th time, there will always be a time when it will succeed. How do you know I've been to nirvana 3 times? The phoenix's eyes went round. You can't tell from a nirvana egg how many times you've been in nirvana. It didn't say that it was impossible for the person in front of him to find out. At this moment, its back went cold and it felt as if it was being looked through all over. Boys are also shrouded in mystery. You don't need to care how you know. Zhang Daohong had the system's auxiliary hints and could get a lot of useful information. Now, I'm going to let you know something else. Drawing a circle behind him, a curtain of water emerged. Hydrography. The scene beyond the phoenix egg surfaced in the water mirror. The camera envelopes the entire altar and the withered nirvana tree next to it. The phoenix roared like mad when it realized that the nirvana tree had died and the dried vines were scattered on the ground. Ah! Humans! You actually destroyed my nirvana tree. No good shall come of this. Nirvana tree. It's all the hope for its nirvana. Without the nirvana fruit, it would definitely not be able to achieve nirvana and would only be trapped here. Its life breath slowly passing away. In the nirvana egg, it can't be more ancient and long-lasting either. The breath of life passes a little each day until death. Losing the fruit of nirvana, it will completely lose the possibility of nirvana. Now that your last card is gone, it's time to consider whether to submit or die. Zhang Daohong held all of the phoenix's soft underbelly and was not afraid that it would not submit. I'll kill you. The phoenix charged down angrily, wanting to kill the human in front of him. Zhang Daohong stood his ground without showing the slightest bit of fear. He just separated a strand of his soul into this egg. Even if he was destroyed, his soul was only slightly damaged, and he could recover after practicing for some days. If you kill me, it's possible to figure it out for a while and I won't have any repercussions. But, you will surely be trapped here. The swooping phoenix jerked to a halt, its eyes flickering. Zhang Daohong continued, I'll give you 10 breaths of time, to submit or not. It's your choice. 10, 9, 8. The phoenix was in a hurry, and many thoughts flashed through his mind. What condescending, pride-sth, awe-inspiring, no blasphemy, only one of the truest, that is, alive. That's right, it wants to live, not die. Otherwise, it wouldn't be stuck here for tens of thousands of years and still holding on. He hoped that one day, he would be able to return to nirvana and kill his way back to the desolate heaven ancient realm. 4, 3. Zhang Daohong was about to turn around and leave. The phoenix lowered its lofty head, and its tone weakened by 3 points. I am willing to submit. Kang Du-hyeon laughed in his heart. It was just as suspected. By destroying the nirvana tree, destroying all the expectations of the phoenix, and forcing it with life and death, the phoenix will surely submit. Swear by your soul, make a heavenly oath of eternal submission, and this great nirvana fruit will be yours. I, Phoenix hesitated slightly before nodding. A golden light of the soul rushed out from the top of his head, coalescing into obscure golden patterns as the power of the heavenly Tao enveloped it. I, for one, would like to submit to Zhang Daohong forever. The power of the heavenly Tao erupted with brilliant golden light, one flying into the phoenix's brain and the other flying into Zhang Daohong's brow. At this moment, the oath takes effect. If the phoenix wanted to break the contract and do something to harm or betray Zhang Daohong, it would be countered by the heavenly Tao and its soul would be destroyed. This is already the most binding contract. Zhang Daohong nodded as his consciousness returned to reality. Young master, how is it? Longer inquired with some concern. Just now, when I heard that the young master wanted to communicate with the nirvana egg and even tried to take it in, I felt that it was a bit mysterious. The phoenix inside, which is very strong, is not so easy to tame? It's done. Zhang Daohong gently spat out 2 words. Ha, it really came true? Longer's face showed astonishment. Young master, this is too scary, isn't it? Just for a moment, and then you took the phoenix inside? Those immortals of the desolate heaven ancient realm didn't have this kind of strength either. Chapter 46, Zhao Lirong. Ah, you killed the nirvana tree? What are we going to do next? It's not easy to make the phoenix rise. Longer estimated that after so many years had passed, the nirvana tree should have spawned a few nirvana fruits as well, but none of them succeeded in making the phoenix nirvana, indicating that the difficulty of nirvana is not normally high. Now the nirvana fruit is not there and the tree is dead. How else is the phoenix going to rise to nirvana? Zhang Daohong, however, casually flipped his hand and had an additional fruit in his hand that emitted a fruity scent. Great nirvana fruit. It's great nirvana fruit. Hiss. Dragon's eyes were wide with shock. Nirvana fruits are already rare in the world. The great nirvana fruit is something that only exists in legends. Even in the upper realm, when one appears, there is a fight to the death, and millions of corpses are ambushed. The young master even has one. Zhang Daohong poked the great nirvana fruit through a goo, and the rich fruit flavor overflowed. Longer just sniffed it, and instantly felt that something in her body loosened up, and even the essence of life had a tendency to become stronger. Such a good fruit. It's cheap. Kang Du-hon licked his lips and poured the red pulp from the fruit onto the phoenix egg. The liquid comes into contact with the eggshell and is instantly absorbed. All the liquid from one fruit, all poured on. Gray eggshells that turn crimson. Flop, flop. Can clearly hear that there is a heart beating inside the eggshell. Vitality is extremely high. Click, click. The egg broke. The golden red light rises up to the sky, able to see a phoenix hidden inside. After the golden light had passed, the altar was left with a reddish light ball in which a golden red phoenix was birthed. Dragon said excitedly, "It worked! It's gone to nirvana." The power of the bloodline is also sublimating. Ancient phoenix blood. The phoenix in this egg at first was only an ancient phoenix bloodline. After advancing to the ancient phoenix blood, the strength possessed would be even more terrifying. Zhang Daohong said softly, "It still needs some time before it can completely nirvana. This time varies and may take 3 or 5 months or 3 or 5 years." After nirvana succeeded, the powerful immortal ranked phoenix would become his henchman. The ancient phoenix also lives in the companion beast space, right? Zhang Daohong said after thinking for a moment. There was no air inside the space ring, and the demonic beasts couldn't survive. The system space, which hid many of his hidden secrets, was no good to put in. Humans with companion beasts could open the companion beast space, after which they could put the rest of the demonic beasts in, which was convenient. It's a big space, and the world will expand as humanity gains strength. Placing Phoenix is most appropriate. What was signed before was a master-servant contract, not a companion beast contract. Gongzi, don't worry, I will take good care of it in the future, Longer said as she patted her chest. Kang Du-hyang urged, be sure to tell me if there's anything out of the ordinary. Aha! Phoenix Ancient Kingdom. Forbidden Land. A fiery light rose up into the sky, transforming into a huge phoenix that soared in the sky. In the bedchamber, Zhao Lirong sensed the commotion outside and dabbed to her feet. It's the direction of the heavenly pool. Could it be that the phoenix inside has risen to nirvana? The fact that the heavenly pond housed a phoenix in nirvana was not a hidden secret among the higher echelons of the ancient kingdom. Today's scene can also be guessed from it. For tens of thousands of years before, the phoenix didn't even nirvana, but today it suddenly succeeded. Could it be? It's also related to Zhang Daohong? Hiss. Just who is this son of God? Why, it's getting mysterious. It's not easy for a phoenix to rise from the ashes. The fact that Zhang Daohong was able to help the phoenix nirvana in just one day's time was enough to show that he had a supreme treasure that was unimaginable to ordinary people. The next moment, Zhao Lirong appeared in front of the Forbidden Land, and sure enough, she saw Zhang Daohong walk out from it. Zhang Daohong, the phoenix nirvana inside. Did you help? Kang Duhyan lifted his head and made a light sentence as if he was talking about something rare. Sort of. Then that's it. Zhao Lirong's heart turned over in shocking waves, and she was once again impressed with the divine son. Oh, my god. Helping the phoenix to nirvana and being so calm, as if he had done the most ordinary thing. How powerful a mind must be to do that. If she had been the one to help Phoenix nirvana, she would have cheered and couldn't wait for the whole town to know about it. Now that's a real bigot. Don't look at the fact that people are only 5 years old and what they do is much better than those of us who have lived for hundreds or thousands of years. Kamiko, I am truly convinced. By the way, there is one more thing to tell you. Zhang Daohong thought for a moment, but he still told the truth. Lest someone go to the nirvana heavenly pool again in the future to die for nothing. The nirvana tree was extinguished by me, so there won't be any nirvana fruits appearing in the future, so don't let anyone go into danger. Zhao Lirong was completely flustered. The nirvana tree is dead? You killed it. She was really angry and wanted to teach Zhang Daohong a lesson. This nirvana tree was the most precious treasure of the ancient country, capable of producing the nirvana fruit. If she had a fruit and gave it to old ancestor Fengyu, who was about to reach her great limit, it could very well allow her to regain her life in nirvana. With that gone, the ancient country has a lot less substance all of a sudden. The future status in the Haotsong realm would also be lowered. The supreme treasure disappeared, and she wanted to be angry. But when he thought of Zhang Daohong's strength, he wilted like a frosted eggplant. Never mind. The divine sun is too strong. Even the immortal rank phoenix can be destroyed. I'd better not mess with it. Ugh. If it's gone, it's gone. The nirvana fruit isn't easy to grow anyway. Zhang Daohong thought about it for a while and also felt that it was a bit inappropriate. So he said, how about this? I'll give you a nirvana tree seed, and I hope that you'll properly temper it and not let it go down a crooked path. The kind of nirvana tree that would go crazy devouring people when it saw them was on an evil path. Some of the nirvana trees, still very docile, do not kill on sight, but absorb the life force in the magma and grow slowly. Nirvana tree seed? Zhao Lirong flinched violently for a moment, then shook her head. Divine son, you don't know. The nirvana tree seed is not something that can be obtained easily. The nirvana tree also bore fruit a few times before, but no seeds appeared. Only the great nirvana fruit, in which seeds can grow. Like some plant fruits, the seeds can only be planted after elders. The nirvana fruit can only be considered the preliminary stage of the fruit. Only by continuing to absorb the life force and grow into the great nirvana fruit could the nirvana tree seed be birthed inside. Nirvana fruits don't even come along for 1,000 years, let alone the great nirvana fruits. Obviously, it was impossible for Zhang Daohong to find the great nirvana fruit in the heavenly pool. Just then, in Kang Duhyang's tiny palm, there was an extra crumpled fruit peel. The outer skin is ruddy red with a rich, life-giving odor, like the kind that hasn't been used up for long. It's... Zhao Lirong's eyes bulged out directly and almost fell to the ground. Great nirvana fruit. Absolutely right. This is the great nirvana fruit that does not come along in 10,000 years. Could it be that? Did the phoenix rise from the sky just now because of this fruit? 9 times out of 10. It's true. Hiss. How did Zhang Daohong get this great nirvana fruit? Could it be the ancient divine realm? Or the chance of the ages? It was normal to obtain this great nirvana fruit if it was a 10,000 ancient divine realms. 10,000 ancient opportunities. After all, Zhang Daohong had ascended the divine ranking 3 times, obtained 6-7 colored chances, and entered the divine realm once. Who knows how many great treasures he really has. Zhang Daohong did not throw the fruit away after using it. It was too wasteful. Turn the rind over and find 3 egg-sized kernels in the center. One of them, give it to Zhao Lirong. He had no idea of planting the nirvana tree. After all, killing someone's nirvana tree was still a bit too much in his heart. Leave the seed behind, and you owe each other nothing. The previous nirvana tree, which was planted by a phoenix, was killing people due to the fact that no one was taking care of it. This nirvana seed, if tended by a human, would be much more docile in its future growth according to the human mind. Therefore, the value of the seed is far higher than that nirvana tree. Thanks. Thank you so much. Zhao Lirong trembled with excitement. This seed weighs more than 1,000 pounds and means a lot. When the nirvana tree was still young, it could be domesticated and become a servant, so that it could later follow her thoughts. It's easier to nurture the nirvana fruit and attack greedy humans. It's really 100 times better than the previous nirvana tree. No more clansmen, dying in search of the nirvana fruit. By completely controlling the nirvana heavenly pool, the ancient kingdom's strength would increase many times over. Zhang Daohong said softly, no need to be polite. I didn't want to kill that nirvana tree in the first place. It's really because it's killing and endangering all beings. In the future, this nirvana tree must be properly tempered, lest it go down a crooked path again. Zhao Lirong hurriedly nodded. That's right, I'll definitely keep an eye on the saplings in the future. By the way, I have some fertilizer here that can be used to plant trees. Zhang Daohong took out a hemp bag and handed it over. Sign in earlier and get 100 acres of phoenix fertilizer to use for planting and watering flowers. 100 acres, which can be divided into 10,000 bags. Giving away one bag is nothing. Since we killed the nirvana tree, let's give some fertilizer as compensation. Thanks. Zhao Lirong put the sack away and didn't pay much attention to it. In her opinion, it was just a bag of fertilizer and shouldn't be worth much. Divine Son, would you like to stay a few more days, so I can treat you to some hospitality? No. Zhang Daohong glanced at the sky. The sun had passed 3 poles. It's been some time since I left the Zhang family. It's time to go back. This visit to the ancient country was very rewarding. Not only did he get the nirvana fruit, but he also took in a phoenix. Chapter 47, Tiger King's whip is out. You are really my real father. Phoenix Hall. The state lord Zhao Lirong was seated at the top. The 4 elders stood at the lower position. And at the back was a group of ministers from the ancient country. Zhao Lirong swept her gaze over the people present one by one and said aloud, "Today, I want to announce a happy event. The nirvana tree is dead." For a moment, the room was silent. The walking stick in the grand elder's hand banged and fell. State Lord, you have sinned. How can you call it a happy event when the nirvana tree is dead? This is a heavenly misfortune. The other 3 elders also looked at each other, not knowing why the state lord was acting like this. Zhao Lirong continued, "I'm not done yet. The nirvana tree is dead, but I got a nirvana tree seed." The scene was a mess. Geez, I can't believe there are tree seeds. Good luck, Lord of the Land. Ha 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 ha. I, the ancient kingdom, can personally cultivate the nirvana tree. I can definitely tame it. The previous nirvana tree, which had grown on its own, had basically grown crooked and didn't listen to them at all. Those nirvana fruits, they only had the life to look at. The grand elder questioned, "State Lord, where did you get this kind of son? The nirvana tree seed was so precious that it was hard to find even in the upper realm. How did you get it all of a sudden?" "It's from Zhang Daohong." At these words, the whole room was in a state of stagnation. Hiss, the Son of God even has such treasures. The old man is convinced. Alas, this is the true son of heaven's destiny. We, the ancient kingdom, must befriend it. Zhang family, small courtyard. After Jiang Mengyao cultivated, she pushed the window open and looked at the empty courtyard without Zhang Daohong's figure. Her heart was surprisingly a bit despondent. That damn kid, where the hell did he go? Hasn't returned in half a month. It couldn't have been eaten by a demon halfway around the world. It's good to eat it. Saves you from pissing me off here. While saying so on the outside, he was still very worried on the inside. He couldn't keep quiet during these 2 days of cultivation, fearing that something would happen to Zhang Daohong on the way. At some point, Zhang Daohong, his younger brother, really came into the heart, become an indispensable family member. Also because of the twins, between the two, there was always some inexplicable sensation. Not coming back yet. It's just as well not to come back. Keep purging, close the window and keep practicing. An hour later, a boy came into the yard. When Zhang Haotian learned of his son's return, he immediately put down the matter at hand and rushed to the courtyard. If Zhang Daohong hadn't been prevented from following, he really would have personally accompanied Zhang Daohong to the ancient country. However, thinking of Zhang Daohong's terrifyingly huge strength, which was enough to exterminate the Black Demon Dragon King, he was still slightly relieved. Spare me the nightmares in my mind these days. Several times, I dreamed that Kong Du Hong was swallowed by a group of female devils without any crumbs left. What is this symbolizing? Who knows? Hong you're finally back. Quickly let father hug you. Zhang Haotian held Zhang Daohong in his arms and looked him up and down, making sure that not a single hair of sweat was missing before he was relieved. Hong you've been away for a few days. Father has prepared some great tonic for you. Come and take a look. Oh, there's such a good thing. Zhang Daohong was overjoyed when he heard about the great tonic. Nothing interested him more than eating. Look, Zhang Haotian pointed towards the ground, and several bloody chunks of meat appeared on the stone table. Let's see. Zhang Daohong swept his gaze towards the stone table. Sheep demon waist, sheep demon whip, tiger king whip. Nice guy. Does this father of mine have the ability to deduce heavenly chances? Knowing that you have a stunning dragoness who is ready to serve your bed? So that I can make up for it and pass it on. It's really my own father. Dad, what are you doing with all the big tonic stuff? I've been having nightmares these past few days. Zhang Haotian didn't tell the scenes from his dreams, which were inappropriate for children. He's still a kid. He doesn't know anything. It's not good to bring it down. Nightmare? Great tonic? Kong Du Haiyan connected the two things and probably guessed something. Father, I have to tell you something. We are going to have a new addition to our family. What? Zhang Haoyan was filled with shock, his eyes bulging out. Something really big has happened in the bout of disappearance. My son isn't having a baby, is he? He's so young. What can I do? You see. Zhang Daohong's consciousness touched the companion beast's face. A stunningly beautiful woman wearing a long golden dress with 2 dragon horns on her head appeared in the small courtyard. The golden sunlight shone in the courtyard, and several colorful butterflies danced around the woman. As if the stunning scenery that only appeared in paintings surfaced in front of his eyes, Zhang Haoyan almost thought that he had entered a dream. It's Dragon Lady. It's that ancient golden dragon. The dragon's horns on the top of his head were so conspicuous that anyone with a little insight could have guessed it. Zhang Haoyan moved his gaze away from the dragon lady's face with difficulty. There's no way around it. She's just so beautiful, like a fairy in a painting, falling from the mortal world. Greetings, matriarch, Longer said softly. No need to be polite. Zhang Haoyan moved his eyes aside, not daring to look directly at the dragon lady's face. If you are Hanger's companion beast, you are a member of our Jiang family. If there's anything you need in the future, just say so, as long as I can get it out. I'll never be stingy. As an ancient clan, the Jiang clan possessed an extremely strong heritage. If that's not possible, don't we still have the Emperor's vault? If he secretly used a few pieces, the Emperor would definitely not blame anything. After all, the ancient golden dragon's strength and bloodline were there, and it would definitely be a major battle force for the Jiang family in the future. Maybe we can even help Emperor Zun fight for the world. Thank you, matriarch. Longer smiled happily. Having the opportunity to enter the Jiang family's treasure vault, she must pick out a few more treasures. Honger, why can't my father detect the dragon lady's strength? How many ranks is she? Zhang Haoyan inquired doubtfully. Oh, not high. 7th rank. Zhang Daohong said lightly. What? Zhang Haoyan's mouth opened round. 7th stage? You call that not high? 2 years to advance to the 7th rank. Rob wasn't even that fast. 7th ranked demonic beasts, equivalent to a human cultivator at the god transformation realm. Zhang Haoyan was now at the cave void realm, only one step above the transformation spirit. In 2 years, the dragon maiden had been able to grow to this stage and was already extremely terrifying. The growth of the dragons was very high, so maybe he wasn't a match for the dragon lady now. Outside the courtyard came a slender woman, none other than Jean Fonger. After seeing the dragon lady, she, a woman, was also attracted by her beauty. Ah, it's Zhang Daohong introduced himself. Fonger, you don't recognize her so soon? You forget, back when you were massaging her with the magic oil, it got bigger and bigger. That drop of ancient divine oil also helped Dragon's child grow a lot. Oh, I remember. Jean Fonger's cheeks blushed when she heard her young master's words. What do you mean? The more you press, the bigger it gets? It's easy to get the wrong idea. Okay. The courtyard movement was not small, attracting Jiang Mengyao, who was cultivating in her room. After pushing open the door of the room and seeing the beauty of the dragon lady, Jiang Mengyao also froze. So beautiful. Over the past 100,000 years, she had also seen many stunningly beautiful women, and it was really rare to see one with the temperament and appearance of a dragon lady. Wait, the scent. In addition to the beauty, another extraordinary thing was found in the dragon lady. That is her scent. Far stronger than before. Transforming into her human form, the dragon lady's aura was much hidden, but she was still discovered by Jiang Mengyao. Ancestor golden dragon. Hiss. How? Ancient golden dragon. The bloodline is already extremely terrifying and hard to find in the 3 realms. The ancestor golden dragon, whose bloodline was even more terrifying, would surely subjugate all dragons and become the dragon clan's master as long as it appeared in the desolate heaven ancient realm. This kid, what kind of luck did he have? The beginning ancestor golden dragon can even be promoted out. At this moment, it was really envious of Zhang Daohong. Even if there were many dragon race supreme treasures, it would not necessarily be possible to cultivate an ancestor golden dragon. Otherwise, the ancestral golden dragons of the desolate heaven ancient realm wouldn't be so rare. What? Mengyao, you're saying that she's the ancestor golden dragon? After Zhang Haoyan heard this voice, he carefully probed the dragon lady's bloodline aura, and it was indeed different from before. If the dragon lady's previous bloodline was compared to a spacious river, it was now an ocean of vastness. This bloodline power is too terrifying. Zhang Mengyao nodded. There's absolutely no mistake. It's the beginning golden dragon. No wonder it looks so beautiful. The beauty of the dragon race is linked to the bloodline. The stronger the bloodline, the more refined the features will be. The rest of the demon race, pretty much the same. Zhang Haoyan felt like the world was about to collapse. Just now he had actually made a very ridiculous comparison to the dragon lady. thinking that there is still some advantage in the realm to suppress the other side. But it was only now that he realized that the dragon lady was already of the ancestral dragon bloodline. Not to mention the 7th rank, even the 6th or 5th rank would probably be stronger than him. There's really no comparison. Jiang Mangyao walked over to Jiang Daohong and inquired, "Brother, how did you cultivate the initiate golden dragon?" "Luck." Jiang Daohong didn't want to explain too much. The signing system must not be exposed. It hasn't been long since Dragon's advancement that his bloodline has been promoted. The dragon next to him did not interject. Jiang Daohong had also instructed her not to say anything about taking the ancient dragon essence. "You really are the son of Qi." Jiang Mangyao suspected that what she had gotten wasn't the protagonist template, and that this kid was. 100,000 years of preparation could only be considered scum under the other party's reverse weather luck. "My son has the qualifications of a great emperor." Zhang Haotian happily picked up Jiang Daohong and spun him around in place several times. Upon noticing the distant eyes of Jiang Mangyao next to him, he stopped violently. My daughter also has the qualifications of a great emperor." Croon. Exasperated, Jiang Mangyao walked back to her hut and slammed the door heavily, venting her annoyance. "Pissed off. It's really pissing me off. Not only is Kong Du Haiyang mad at me, you're mad at me too." Kong Du Haiyang looked at his sister's room with some wonder. "What's with the anger? Sister, you can't do this with your heart." Chapter 48 Vanguard Emperor Foundation. Becoming. Sky Feather Pavilion. In front of the pavilion, Jiang Daohong sat cross-legged with a large medicine in front of him. These were the treasures that Jiang Daohong used to build his foundation. Each piece taken out individually would cause countless cultivators to scramble for it, and blood would flow. I also wonder how well my sister has prepared. However, just as soon as the idea popped up, he snuffed it out. "Whatever. Let's build the foundation first. Begin." When everything was ready, Jiang Daohong picked up a piece of immortal spirit bone, mashed it up, placed it in a large bowl, and poured some immortal jade spirit syrup on it. Several more immortal medicines were mashed into the bowl one after another. Pick up the bowl and finish them all in one gulp. The majestic power of the immortal pill exploded in his stomach, and even though the chaotic saint demon body was strong and quenched at the 81st level, he still felt a fierce rush in his body to break through the meridians and break out of his body, swallowing the remaining immortal pills, one by one, into his stomach. In his body, it was as if there were billions of wild beasts rushing across, his tendons and bones snapping inch by inch, his skin cracking open into tiny slits from which blood spilled out. Jiang Daohong clenched his teeth and suppressed the medicinal power in his body. Once he couldn't control it, he would explode and die. This was definitely the toughest cultivation since birth. Sparing such a powerful divine body, it would still be difficult to build a 10,000 ancient Empyrean foundation. After all the immortal pills were swallowed into his stomach, it felt like his body was about to split apart and was in danger of exploding at any moment. In a hurry, he took a sip of the juice of the great nirvana fruit. The nirvana liquid entered the body, and the body on the verge of destruction was healed by the power of intense life. Those cells, muscles, and internal organs shattered and then were quickly repaired by the energy of the nirvana fruit. In this way the body was destroying on one side and being reborn on the other. Life and death were intermingling with each other. This is the true meaning of life. If one wanted to build a 10,000 ancient Empyrean foundation, without a treasure like the nirvana fruit, there was absolutely no way to survive. The process of building the foundation was very difficult. The body became a little stronger in every aspect after regrowth. Then it was destroyed by the power in the immortal pills, and then restored by the energy of the nirvana fruit. Recover STH. Once again, he drank a small sip of nirvana liquid to maintain his body's consumption. And so it was, for the past 10 days. Kong Du Haiyang's skin turned a golden color, like it was made of gold. Rumble. A terrifying aura rose to the sky. Vanguard Emperor's Foundation. Success. Above the sky, a 10,000 feet tall silhouette emerged, and that face unexpectedly resembled Jiang Daohong by 7 points. Vanguard Emperor statue. With this sight, as long as the center doesn't fall, he will surely become a great emperor of the ages in the future. And, of course, it needs to be practiced. If one had a 10,000 ancient Empyrean foundation and still spent the whole day in the air, one would surely waste this good qualification. Achieving the 10,000 ancient emperor foundation would also allow him to go and ascend the 10,000 ancient foundation building list. This was the Vanguard Extreme Realm, where one could get a 7-colored divine key and enter the Vanguard Divine Realm. After the 10,000 ancient godly bodies list, the 2 godly lists, both of them were directly given opportunities. With the 4th god ranking, it was finally possible to enter the divine realm again to search for more ancient chi. The ancient divine realm that one enters is different for different divine lists. That means this time you enter, it's completely different from the last time, and you can get new chances. This time when we enter the ancient divine realm, I wonder how much ancient chi we can absorb and what kind of treasures we can sign up to obtain. Kang Du-hyang is very much looking forward to it. He then slowly closed his eyes as his consciousness entered his dantian. After the foundation establishment realm, it was Xian Dan, and a Dan would coalesce in the dantian. My dantian actually has two. The dantian was a special space that could hold a massive amount of aura, provided that one possessed the appropriate strength. Inside were two rounded dawn. One with an extremely pure aura. One has a vast and boundless demonic aura. Chaotic holy demon body. God and demon cultivation at the same time. The Xian Dan realm would distinguish between Spirit Dan and Demon Dan. The two do not interfere with each other. For those who build down the yellow foundation, the Xian Dan realm is divided into the 1st to the 10th level, after which they can break through to the Yuaning realm. 10 weights is the upper limit. In other words, if a person was in the foundation establishment realm and only built down the yellow foundation, they could only break through to the 10th level at most, and even with more resources, they would not be able to improve. Xuanji, with an upper limit of 20 weights. Spirit Foundation, with an upper limit of 30 weights. Imperial Foundation, with an upper limit of 80 weights. Ancient Imperial Foundation, capped at 100 weights. The number of weights that the Xian Dan realm can break through to depends on the foundation laid in the foundation establishment realm. The limit of Wangu is 100 weights. If one only builds down an Emperor Foundation, at the Xian Dan realm, one cannot reach the limit of the 10,000 ancients. This foundation building could affect not just one realm, but several. That's why it's so important to have a strong foundation. Wait, Kang Du-hyang suddenly thought of another very serious problem. If my sister was unable to build a 10,000 ancient Empyrean foundation, wouldn't she be unable to reach the 10,000 ancient limit in the future and absorb her 10,000 ancient chi? If his sister was able to get the 7-colored chance, he would absorb a lot of ancient chi from it and take advantage of the heavens. Boosting the sign-on multiplier will definitely be much slower if you can't absorb it, or I'd be doing myself a favor by helping her out again. Zhang Daohong looked toward the great nirvana fruit on the ground. Just now, he absorbed it, one sip at a time, and until he built the 10,000 ancient Empyrean foundation, he had only used more than half of it. There was still a small half of nirvana liquid left in this great nirvana fruit. Under normal circumstances, a single ordinary nirvana fruit would be enough to build a 10,000 ancient Empyrean foundation. With the great nirvana fruit, it would be easier to build the foundation. This remaining liquid was enough for my sister to use to build the 10,000 ancient Empyrean foundation. Make a trip to your sister later and ask her if she needs this fruit. This fruit type of heaven and earth treasure, as long as it was broken open, or a bite was taken, the spirituality inside would slowly be lost. Left in your hands, it will eventually lose its proper value. At the moment, Zhang Daohong couldn't think of any other use for it. This stuff mainly works on dead people and can bring them back to nirvana. It also brings eunuchs back to life as well. You can't just give someone a cut and feed them a mouthful of nirvana fruit. This birth and death is so damaging. Although Kang Du-hyang usually liked to bully his sister a bit, he was still good to her at heart. Zhang Daohong sat on his knees and from the system space, took out a jade bottle, pulling the wooden cork from the mouth of the bottle and looking inside the bottle through the sunlight. There were 100 rounded Tianshan spirit pills inside. Each heavenly mountain elixir was the size of an egg. Inside the jade bottle, it came with a spatial storage function. Otherwise it would not be possible to put down so many spirit pills. Heavenly Mountain Spirit Pill, a 5th grade spirit pill that contains a very dense spirituality, suitable for devouring and absorbing. The previous quenching of the aura had used up almost all of the spirit pills under the 5th grade. Only a small amount is left to spare. For an ordinary Xian Dan cultivator, a 5th grade elixir will almost raise 1 weight. With my Xian Dan, I definitely need more aura. I also don't know how many of them it will take to raise 1 weight. Crunch! A bite on the elixir was crisp and refreshing, with the feeling of eating a peach. After a few mouthfuls, the rich aura dispersed through the body, controlling the spirit Dan within the dantian to absorb these auras. It was quickly devoured. The aura within the spirit pill was slightly elevated. Not even close. Zhang Daohong took out one of the spirit pills inside the bottle and directly swallowed it. In no time, the bottle of elixir was consumed. Boom! The spirit elixir in his body finally moved. Lingdan too. Spiritual Dan and Xian Dan referred to the same thing, and since Zhang Daohong still had a demonic Dan inside his body, he used spiritual Dan and demonic Dan to differentiate between the two. The more pills consumed, the more terrifying the aura contained within the elixir. In the same realm, it was definitely the one with more auras that was king. The staying power was also much stronger than that of an ordinary immortal cultivator. This is only the first weight. There is still a long way to go before the 100th weight. Once again, he took out 10 bottles of Heavenly Mountain Spirit Pills, totaling 1,000. Crunch, crunch, 10 bottles of Heavenly Mountain Elixir. all consumed in one night's time. The realm also broke through from the second level of Lingdan to the seventh level. The later one went, the more aura one needed to consume to break through a realm. Kang Du-hyeon wiped the sweat from his forehead. At this rate, the amount of pills that need to be consumed to cultivate to the 100th level is too much. Early in the morning, the sunlight tilted to sprinkle the yard, and the flowers and plants were covered with a golden light. A stunningly beautiful woman in a long golden dress with slender thighs walked into the room carrying a jade tray. Gongzi, breakfast is served. Zhang Daohong opened his eyes and smelled a burning odor. Like certain foods were taken care of a little more by the fire. Looking towards the jade disc held in Dragon's hand, his right eyelid jumped several times. Did you make this? There are a total of 2 plates and 1 soup bowl in the tray. One of the jade discs held a black volcano. On the other plate, black as steak was laid out. Seeing the breakfast made by the dragon's son, there was a sense of foreboding in his heart. Dragon's son, tell me, what is this black volcano? Longer proudly held her head high and introduced in an excited tone. This plate is spirit egg fried spirit rice. Spirit eggs. Fried rice. Zhang Daohong looked at the blackened rice and egg, the corners of his mouth twitching several times. I'm afraid it's not cinder block fried rice, right? Why is it so dark? That. Longer scratched her head in some embarrassment. The eggs were fried, and then I poured the seasoning, and it seemed to be a bit too much. It's an ugly color, but it should taste pretty good. You tasted it? No. Come on. Kang Du-hyeon estimated that the fried rice was absolutely inedible. What's this black gooey stuff? Steak? No. Longer pointed at the plate with her jade finger. This is egg fried buns. This word fried, it must be a 4-tone. Zhang Daohong even suspected that Longer had really used some sort of bomb to blow up the steamed buns like this. It's so dark, it doesn't look like a bun. Chapter 49, Ancient Ancestor, Emperor. Is that you? Emperor? Ha? Why does this soup have a foul odor? Did you pee in the stew? Longer's face crossed. The matriarch saw that I was learning to cook, so she gave me the tiger whip and goat demon's waste and instructed me to stew it for you to eat. No wonder such a heavy smell of urine. Zhang Daohong was speechless. Tiger penis and goat's loin stewed in water. You're a real talent. I don't have much of an appetite, so take it down. Sir, aren't you going to eat? Beat to death and don't eat. Alright, the dragon child was slightly lost. I'll try my best, and I'll make sure to make a dish that will satisfy the young master. Kang Du-hyeon nodded. Dragon's handiwork does need a good boost. After casually coping with the situation, Zhang Daohong came to Zhang Mingyao's room. Knock knock. Sister. In or out? In. You come in. Little sister? When did you get so sore? Zhang Daohong pushed the door and immediately smelled a medicinal scent. Sister, how is your foundation building going? Zhang Mengyao is combing her hair in the mirror. It's already the 5th level of foundation establishment. Not bad speed. Zhang Daohong said with some emotion. You finished building your foundation? The wooden comb in her hand paused when Zhang Mengyao sensed Zhang Daohong's aura. It could be felt that Zhang Daohong's aura was already at the Xiandan realm. It was enough to indicate a situation that he had already completed his foundation building and reached the next realm. What foundation did you build? DG? At first, Zhang Daohong had been given a resource that could be used to build an emperor foundation. No. Zhang Daohong clasped his hands together and an aura revealed itself. Zhang Mengyao's eyes glared round when she felt the aura. What? 10,000 Ancient Imperial Foundation. The 10,000 Ancient Imperial Foundation. That was an existence that even she didn't dare to imagine. It's too difficult to try to build down. How could Zhang Daohong not be shocked when he managed to build down the 10,000 Ancient Empyrean Foundation? After obtaining the 10,000 Ancient Great Empress Heart Sutra, she also wanted to build the 10,000 Ancient Empress Foundation. But there was still one extremely precious heavenly material that was missing, and that was the Nirvana fruit. Without this fruit, it's almost impossible to accomplish. It's too dangerous. Sister, do you want to build a 10,000 Ancient Empyrean Foundation? Zhang Daohong could only help her a little in order to continue absorbing Zhang Mengyao's 10,000 ancient qi in the future. Of course I want to. Wasn't Zhang Mengyao's preparation for these 100,000 years for the sake of becoming a 10,000 ancient great emperor? If you build the foundation of a 10,000 ancient emperor, you will surely become a 10,000 ancient emperor in the future. I'm still missing some heavenly materials and treasures, as well as the most important item, the Nirvana fruit. She wouldn't dare try it without the Nirvana fruit. She also knew that Zhang Daohong had gone to the Phoenix Ancient Kingdom a while ago in order to search for the Nirvana fruit. To be able to build a 10,000 Ancient Empyrean Foundation, he must have found this item as well. However, the Nirvana fruit was extremely difficult to find, and it was estimated that in the celestial pool, only one could be found. After using it up, naturally, there would be no leftovers for her. Zhang Daohong stared at his sister's eyes and said, I still have some leftover Nirvana fruit here. If you want it, I can give it to you. Leftovers. A flash of unnaturalness surfaced on Zhang Mengyao's face. The nirvana fruit was only so big in total, and it would be consumed when building the foundation of the Emperor of the ancient world. So how much could be left? I guess there's only one peel left. The main spirituality of the nirvana fruit is hidden in the flesh, and the skin only has the effect of protecting the fruit. Forget the rest of the food. I don't want it. Really? Zhang Daohong said with a raised eyebrow. The heart also smiled. My sister must have thought that he was using an ordinary nirvana fruit and did not know about the great nirvana fruit. Of course it's true. Zhang Mengyao sighed. What was the use of bringing the leftover fruit? Alright, Zhang Daohong casually flipped his hand and a watermelon-sized nirvana fruit appeared in his palm. The size looks extremely impressive, even if only a small portion of it remains. Since you don't want it, I'll see if someone else needs it. Zhang Mengyao's eyes grew wider and wider, almost popping out of their sockets. Don't! I want it! She didn't even expect that what Zhang Daohong was holding was the great nirvana fruit. The size of this one fruit was at least a dozen times that of an ordinary fruit. Even if there was a small half of nirvana liquid left, it was still several times more than an ordinary fruit. The life force contained in it was much stronger than ordinary fruits. Kong Duhaiyang snickered. Being a girl, it's easy to get the wrong idea if you shout I want. You really want it? Really? Zhang Mengyao nodded seriously. Give me the rest of these. I can give you some pills for cultivation. The Shendan realm is just the right place to use them. With that, he took out a space ring and handed it over to Zhang Daohong. Zhang Daohong took it and looked at it. There were probably a few thousand pills in it. The grades weren't too low. There were a few 6th and 7th grade ones. Good. Then this remaining great nirvana fruit will be yours. Zhang Mengyao took it and weighed it in her hands a few times. The weight was a bit heavier than expected. Nice. With this great nirvana fruit, it would finally be possible to attempt to build the 10,000 ancient Empyrean foundation. There were a lot of heavenly materials and treasures that had been collected over 100,000 years, and it was not a problem to put together a copy of the resources of the 10,000 ancient Empyrean foundation. Before, it was because there was no nirvana fruit, so I didn't dare to try it easily. Sister, you have to work hard and build a 10,000 ancient Empyrean foundation soon. After Zhang Daohong finished speaking, he was ready to turn around and leave. Wait, when do you plan to ascend the 10,000 ancient gods list? Zhang Mengyao looked at the boy in the doorway. Recently. Zhang Daohong didn't want to delay for too long. Absorb the Vanguard Chi early to sign up for greater gains. Zhang Mengyao said. By ascending the 10,000 ancient foundation building ranking, you can obtain the 10,000 ancient divine key and enter the divine realm. Do you want to venture out with me this time? Maybe it will help you gain some opportunities. She had once collected an immortal pill secret key, which could open a secret collection of immortal pills within the divine realm corresponding to the 10,000 ancient foundation establishment list. There were many rare immortal medicines hidden inside, so if one could get a few of them, it would not be a wasted trip. According to the original plan, this secret stash was definitely going to be exclusive to himself, but after Kong Duhaiyang helped her a few times, she decided that if there was something good, she would share it with her brother. What can you help me obtain? Zhang Daohong immediately became interested. The ancient divine realm was mysterious and hid a lot of treasures, and some seniors had gone there and summarized some experiences to share with their descendants. Maybe, Zhang Mengyao really knew some hidden secrets and could start some special places. As long as one was able to go in, one could absorb the ancient chi of the 10,000 years within. Not sure, but there must be something good is all. Zhang Mengyao didn't want to explain too much. As the saying goes, too much talk is too much. Good, then I'll wait for you to go with me. Zhang Daohong was in no hurry. Going with your sister, you can be safer by looking out for each other. I'll look for you after I build my foundation. Zhang Mengyao said. Reaching the Vanguard Extreme Realm, regardless of whether one is first or second, one can obtain the 7-colored divine key. The first and second divine keys are the same. There is no difference. Therefore, Zhang Daohong ascending the divine ranking first would not affect her. Zhang Mengyao closed the doors and windows tightly and looked toward the remaining great nirvana fruit. There's still quite a bit of nirvana liquid in here, so as long as you're a bit more cautious when you're building your foundation, you're at least 80% sure that you'll be able to make it. Ordinary nirvana fruits could build the foundation of a 10,000 ancient emperors, and this great nirvana fruit was naturally more secure. Speaking of which, I really have to thank Zhang Daohong. Zhang Daohong thought of her everywhere, which warmed her heart. The small frictions and collisions that had occurred earlier were not taken to heart. After all, everyone has their own personality and can't be blamed for anything. To build the foundation of a 10,000 ancient emperors, you need immortal spirit bones, immortal syrup and jade liquid, and 100 immortal fruits. Murmuring in his mouth, his consciousness entered the Hongmeng Chinkuan Tower and searched through the sea of treasures. Soon, A piece of supreme treasure used for foundation building was searched out and placed on the empty floor of the house. The immortal chi that was so dense to the extreme dispersed, and just one sniff lifted his spirit. Hundreds of types of immortal medicines were prepared, almost making up all the materials for the Vanguard Emperor's foundation. There are still 2 items missing: the 100 immortal fruit and the immortal spirit bone. Let the desolate heaven ancient realm send them down. The Jiang family in the heavenly realm also hid many supreme treasures for emergencies. Within the Haotsong realm, it was impossible to find these 2 types of immortal treasures. In the Jiang family's forbidden land, there was a boundary tablet stone that could communicate with the heavenly realm. Every communication requires a small price to pay, so it is usually rarely used unless there is some difficulty. Jiang Mengyao stood in front of the boundary monument stone and took out a few immortal stones with strong immortal chi from her bosom and placed them on the altar in front of the boundary monument stone. Buzz! The boundary monument stone lightly trembled, absorbing several pieces of immortal stones. At the same time, the Jiang clan in the desolate heaven ancient realm, the same piece of boundary stone trembled. The Pyomya old ancestor had been guarding the forbidden land for years, not only guarding this boundary tablet stone, but also guarding the secrets of the emperor. There's movement in the Haotsong realm. Who is it? Old misty ancestor stood in front of the boundary stone and sent his voice out. I am Tsang Jie. Who is calling? After a moment of silence, an unfamiliar voice came from the stone monument, but Pyomya old ancestor stood up excitedly. Emperor, is it really you, Emperor? 100,000 years ago, old ancestor Tsang Jie followed Emperor Zun in order to have this achievement. Otherwise, it would have fallen into the dust of history long ago. For the past 100,000 years, he had been guarding next to the boundary tablet stone, looking forward to the day when he could hear the emperor's voice. Today, finally, it's as good as it gets. Chapter 50, this Jiang Daohong, is he more demonic than an emperor? Emperor, I've dreamed of seeing you again someday. Old ancestor Tsang Jie's voice was choked with emotion. Jiang Mengyao was also overwhelmed with emotion. Soon you and I will be able to meet each other. However, this time, I contacted you, wanting to hope that you can help me seek out 2 types of immortal treasures. Emperor, feel free to command. 100 immortal fruit, immortal spirit bone. Simple, it's in the treasury. Old ancestor Tsang Jie immediately said. So very good. Jiang Mengyao sighed in relief. Emperor, what is the purpose of you wanting these 2 items? Old ancestor Tsang Jie was puzzled. These 2 immortal treasures were basically unusable by mortal bodies and only had certain special uses. Building the foundation of a 10,000-year-old emperor. A faint voice came from the stone monument, and when old ancestor Tsang Jie heard it, his eyes widened in excitement. What? You're going to build the foundation of the emperor of all ages. Emperor, are you sure? Ha 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 ha. Congratulations, Emperor, becoming the first person in all of history. The first in the ages. Jiang Mengyao sniffed and revealed a bitter smile. If she's number 1, what's Kong Du Haion? I'm ashamed to say that I actually borrowed the help of others in order to build the 10,000 ancient Empyrean foundation. What? Old ancestor Tsang Jie was completely stunned. Who is it? Jiang Daohong. Ha? My Jiang clan's divine son? Old ancestor Tsang Jie was in a state of confusion. He even suspected that Jiang Daohong was the true emperor's reincarnation. The emperor had been preparing for 100,000 years, but he was still inferior to a 5-year-old. Sigh. That's right. Jiang Mengyao hadn't wanted to say all this, but when she thought that Jiang Daohong was about to top the divine ranking and become the number 1 person in all of history, there was no need to cover it up. I'm ashamed to say that if Jiang Daohong hadn't given me the great nirvana fruit, I wouldn't have dared to attempt to build the 10,000 ancient Empyrean foundation. This is all thanks to Jiang Daohong's blessing. After old ancestor Tsang Jie heard these words, his heart turned over in shocking waves. Just who is this Jiang Daohong? To go so far as to go 1 step ahead and build a 10,000 ancient Empyrean foundation, and to help Emperor Zun build a 10,000 ancient Empyrean foundation. Could it be that this is the true son of heaven's destiny? The emperor's 100,000 years of preparation was still inferior to a true son of heaven's destiny. The communication between the 2 ended, and old ancestor Tsang Jie searched for 2 immortal treasures in the treasure vault and paid a great price to send them to the Haotsong realm with a boundary tablet stone. Jiang Mengyao had obtained 2 immortal treasures, and when her realm had broken through to the peak, she would build the 10,000 ancient Empyrean foundation. On this day, Jiang Daohong came to the backyard, where there was also a tall stone monument. Vanguard Foundation Building List. First place, Yi Hao, DG. Second place, Jun Zimo, DG. Third place, Jin Jiang, Immortal Foundation. Fourth place. In the entire 10,000 ancient foundation building list, there were only 2 people who had built an emperor's foundation, and this was within 10,000 years of the list. If it is more than 10,000 000 years, it will not be possible to leave a name on the divine list. Also building down the Emperor Foundation. Whoever is younger, the higher the ranking. The Jiang family members in the distance speculated when they saw Jiang Daohuang come to the front of the ancient foundation building list. Could it be that the divine son has already finished building his foundation? It hasn't been long since we quenched our bodies. The speed is too fast. Compared to the divine son, our cultivation speeds are all dregs. Guess which foundation the Son of God built? It's likely to be DG. Given the age of the divine son, taking first place won't be a problem. In the eyes of these people, being able to build an emperor foundation was already terrifying. As long as one doesn't fall in the middle of the journey, one will definitely be able to become a great emperor powerhouse in the future. What a terrifying existence. Jiang Daohuang stood in front of the stone monument, releasing a layer of golden light from his palm and sticking it on the stone monument. Buzz. The stone monument trembled violently as it felt the aura from Jiang Daohuang's body. A golden light rushed straight into the sky. A 10,000-foot-long crack opened up in the firmament, and behind the crack was the vast and boundless divine realm. A tall god or devil, conquering the divine domain and opening up the territory. A casual punch could open up the sky and collapse mountains and rivers. The crowd was all stunned at this scene. Is this the place where gods and devils lived during the ages? That great demon is so terrifying. Looking at it from so far away gives one a feeling of suffocation. Hiss. Jiang Daohuang built a surprisingly ancient emperor foundation. Heavens, this is the 10,000 ancient divine realm calling to him. Doesn't it mean that in the future, with his physical body, he will also be able to enter the 10,000 ancient divine realm? The 10,000 ancient divine realm was a place where the gods lived, and even great emperor-level powerhouses were unable to enter. Only after passing the 10,000 ancient divine ranking and obtaining the 10,000 ancient divine key could one enter and explore it. Only by truly becoming a 10,000 ancient great emperor could one open the passageway into the 10,000 ancient divine realm. The rest of them didn't even need to think about it. Song Jie's inscrutable voice rang out from the firmament. Thou, sole ruler of the 10,000 ancients, ask for the top of the 10,000 ancient foundation establishment ranking. In the sky, a pillar of 7-colored light descended, in which there were 2 clusters of 7-colored light that fell into Jiang Daohuang's palm. How come there are 2 of them? There's something else besides the divine key? At the very beginning of ascending the 10,000 ancient divine bodies list, only a 7-colored divine key had fallen, and there was nothing else. Kang Duhaian looked inside the 2 clusters of light. One of them was a divine key and the other was an ancient parchment scroll. On the parchment scroll, there was also a strong aura of the ancient world. It's something that's not on the divine key. The body approached the ancient chi and absorbed it all. Ding! You have absorbed the ancient chi of the 10,000 years, and your sign-in reward has been increased by 30 times. Jiang Daohuang was delighted in his heart. This parchment scroll contains the chi of the 10,000 ancients that is so rich. The last time, although it boosted the 50x sign-in reward, it was the 3 ancient chances that added up to the ancient chi of the ancients. This time there is only 1 parchment scroll, which is obviously a big upgrade from before. With this new 30x edition, that's a total of 187x sign-up bonus. That's a great reward for signing up. Wait, if Jiang Mengyao also builds the 10,000 ancient Empyrean foundation, will she obtain 2 7-colored light clusters? If it's 2, you can take the opportunity to absorb the ancient chi in it, and the signing bonus can be raised again. Either way, it's a solid deal. There are too many people here, and the parchment scrolls will be viewed when we get back. Vanguard Foundation building list. First place, Jiang Daohuang, Ancient Emperor Foundation. Second place, Yi Hao, DG. Third place, Jun Zimo, DG. Fourth place, Jin Jiang, Immortal Foundation. Jiang Daohuang came out of nowhere to occupy the number 1 position in the Ancient Foundation building ranking, and the rest of them staggered backward by 1 place. The few large characters of the 10,000 Ancient Imperial Foundation stunned the crowd of onlookers at the back. I'll go. No way. The Divine Son has actually built a 10,000 Ancient Empyrean Foundation. This is the foundation of a 10,000 Ancient Emperor. After building it down, you will definitely be able to become a 10,000 Ancient Emperor in the future. It's too terrifying. Our Jiang family has really produced an extraordinary character. As long as Jiang Daohuang is given a few hundred years to develop, he will surely become a master that will shake the 3 realms in the future. The name of the ancient emperor of the 10,000 years was intimidating to the 3 realms. Even a great emperor powerhouse in the desolate heaven ancient realm would find it difficult to resist a strike from a 10,000 ancient emperor. An old man with white hair flew in the sky, and it was none other than the elder ancestor of eternal life. This, Jiang Daohuang, is too terrifying. How would the emperor feel if he saw this scene? It's not going to be pissed off. If the 10,000 ancient great emperor was something that could be built down so easily, Emperor Zun wouldn't have endured the humiliation for 100 years just to find the opportunity to become a 10,000 ancient great emperor. At the same time, the several 10,000 ancient foundation building lists within the Haozong realm trembled, revealing visions. The name of Zhang Daohong was once again revered by all beings. Heavens, the divine son has built the foundation of a 10,000 ancient empyrean. This is too terrifying. The Jiang family is destined to be unstoppable in the future. Quickly order them to go down. In the future, they can only be friends with the Jiang family, not enemies. Quickly prepare a generous gift and go to the Jiang family to congratulate the divine son for building the foundation of the 10,000 ancient emperors. There were quite a few clans that were at odds with the Jiang family, ready to put aside their previous grudges and become friends with the Jiang family. Many clans wanted to dedicate congratulatory gifts to congratulate Zhang Daohong for building the foundation of the 10,000 ancient emperors. Desolate Heaven Ancient Realm. Yi family. Inside the mysterious Forbidden Land, Yi Tianfan felt the trembling of the 10,000 ancient gods ranking and gazed into the distance. Zhang Daohong. The 10,000 ancient empyrean foundation. Another member of the Jiang clan. This son is destined to be extraordinary. Having been on the god ranking for 4 consecutive times, Zhang Daohong's name not only resounded through the Haozong realm, but even the desolate heaven ancient realm was renowned. Yi Tianfan's brows furrowed tightly as many thoughts surged through his mind. To be able to build a 10,000 ancient empyrean foundation means that the Jiang clan must have helped Zhang Daohong, giving him quite a few foundation building immortal treasures from the desolate heaven ancient realm. What exactly is the Jiang family plotting? Could it be? Yi Tianfan's eyes erupted with brilliant divine light. The Great Ancient Tribulation. It is said that every 10,000 years, there will be a great catastrophe of the ancient world. Under this calamity, immortals were like ants, and the probability of surviving was extremely low. Only by becoming a 10,000 ancient great emperor would one be qualified to cross the tribulation. Yi Tianfan was silent. Under this great ancient calamity, there was no possibility for him to cross over either. Chapter 51 Danshan Inheritance. Red Sky Sword Technique. Zhang Daohong. This son may be the hope of surviving the great tribulation of the ancient world. The Yi family should befriend it. Come on, man. Shortly after, the current patriarch of the Yi family came to the Forbidden Land. Emperor Tianfan. What are your orders? Only an elder ancestor who had broken through to achieve the great emperor realm could be called an emperor. The rest of them can only be referred to as old ancestors. Yilin also knew about the matter of the 10,000 ancient gods ranking and was also waiting for the emperor's reaction to see how to deal with this Zhang Daohong. You prepare a generous gift and send it to the Jiang family immediately. Gift giving. Yilin was a bit stunned. Why gift giving? Congratulations to Zhang Daohong for building the foundation of the 10,000 ancient emperors. Yi Tianfan said. What you mean is, said Yilin, reading the emperor's meaning. It was natural to send congratulatory gifts at this time to befriend the Jiang family. It was really unexpected that the Tianfan emperor, who had always been the only one who was respected, would have this kind of attitude. Not bad. That Zhang Daohong has the potential to achieve a 10,000 ancient great emperor. In 10,000 years, there hasn't been a 10,000 ancient great emperor in the 3 realms. We don't have to break his wings. Yi Tianfan's greatest fear was still the ancient cataclysm. And if Zhang Daohong was the only hope of surviving the cataclysm, it was better to stay than to remove. I understand what you mean. I'll go prepare a congratulatory gift right now. Yilin left the forbidden area after he finished speaking. Yi Tianfan stood on the broken cliff with his hands behind his back, looking at the sky. I hope I'm not looking at the wrong person. The small courtyard of the Jiang family. There was an incense burner on the windowsill, and greenish-colored smoke surrounded the room, bringing with it a faint, ethereal scent. Zhang Daohong sat on a rattan chair and casually flipped his hand, taking out a parchment scroll, half a foot long, with broken edges. It didn't look like a complete treasure map. The treasure map obtained from the 10,000 ancient divine realm. The location of the treasure should be inside the divine realm, or in some dangerous place. The treasure map is not marked with anything. It may be that there are no markings or that the markings are not on this corner. What is written on this? After staring at the treasure map for a while, a system prompt appeared before his eyes. Dan God Inheritance Treasure Map. If you can find 4 complete copies, you can piece them together and open the path of inheritance. Dan God Inheritance. Zhang Daohong was shocked in his heart. This treasure map came from the ancient divine realm, and the so-called Dan gods naturally referred to the gods within the divine realm. This level of inheritance was already the highest. If one was able to obtain it, one could definitely elevate the Dan Dao to the top. In the future, ascending the 10,000 ancient Danshan list would not be a breeze. This Dan God inheritance interested him greatly. It was only that there were 4 treasure maps in total, and he had only gotten one of them. There were 2 ways to obtain the rest of the treasure map. The first was to ascend the 10,000 ancient gods list and obtain the 10,000 ancient opportunities. and one might be able to come across the rest of the treasure map. The other is to look for it in the three worlds, which is no less difficult than obtaining an ancient chance, like looking for a needle in a haystack, not knowing when it can be found. Zhang Daohong took the treasure map back into the system space and took out a jade bottle, unplugging the mahogany plug on top. The rich aroma of the elixir wafted out from it. This is the Heavenly Spirit Secret Pill, a 6th grade elixir. This spatial ring, which was obtained from Jiang Mengyao, contains several thousand pills. Where did this sister of mine get so many pills? From the family? Not like. Zhang Daohong had long since realized that Jiang Mengyao was a bit suspicious, with a mind much higher than a 5-year-old, and many very rare treasures. Even if the Jiang family gave it, it would be impossible for them to take out so many pills at once to give to a 5-year-old child. Wouldn't it be good to give a little at a time? Enough for a few days of cultivation, and then give it again when you run out, so you won't waste too much time anyway. Could it be? Zhang Daohong's pupils suddenly contracted. Mengyao also has an unknown background? Reincarnated? Reincarnation is not uncommon in the three realms. Often, there would be certain immortals who reincarnated for a certain purpose, recultivating for a new life and possessing a strength that was certainly stronger than before. There is the existence of hell in the three realms, and souls go to reincarnation after they have passed through the judgment of hell. Zhang Daohong is also reincarnated, and the only difference between him and those souls is that he possesses the memories of his previous life, and also carries the treasures of the Earth's capital signed for 1,000 years. He guessed that Jiang Mengyao also had a special identity, or even some sort of special connection with the Jiang family, which was why she was so valued by the Jiang family. Moreover, Jiang Mengyao was not only reincarnated, but also had the memories of her previous life and carried many treasures with her. No wonder after I was born, it felt like my father was more oriented towards Mengyao, so that's the connection. After getting this space ring, it was even more certain of the previous idea. Zhang Daohong naturally did not intend to pierce this layer of window paper, and since Jiang Mengyao did not want to disclose it, he did not bother to ask about it. Anyway, the two were twins and had a bloodline relationship, so Jiang Mengyao wouldn't harm herself. Interesting. What exactly is Jiang Mengyao's identity? Will my presence disrupt her plans? The corner of Zhang Daohong's mouth curved up. Shaking his head, he pushed the thoughts out of his mind and meditated, swallowing a fist-sized Heavenly Spirit mystic pill in a few gulps. The majestic aura exploded within his body. The spirit Dan in the Dantian slowly rotated, releasing a suction force that collected all of this aura. The spirit Dan was slowly getting bigger and bigger, and the aura it possessed was becoming more and more majestic. Boom! Lingdan 8. A 6th grade elixir. The aura is really strong. Taking out the Heavenly Spirit mysterious pills in the jade bottle one by one, he swallowed them in a few bites as if he was eating a steamed bun, rapidly absorbing the aura contained therein. The realm was growing by leaps and bounds, with a strong foundation in place. As long as there were enough elixirs, one could quickly ascend the realm. Just like that, immersing himself in cultivation while, at the same time, waiting for Jiang Mengyao to build the 10,000 ancient Empyrean foundation. 1 month later, consuming massive amounts of pills, Zhang Daohong's realm had improved greatly. Boom! Lingdan 63. Wait. Not only was there a breakthrough in the Spirit Dan realm, there was also a notable achievement above the Demon Dan realm, reaching the 50th gravity. The further back in the realm, the greater the number of elixirs consumed. Previously, a few pills could raise a realm, but now it was already necessary to consume several bottles of pills. Zhang Daohong's consciousness entered the Dantian space. In the vastness of space, there was an extremely dense spirit pill on the left, and a demonic pill on the right with an overwhelming demonic aura. The spirit Dan was already very large, with a diameter of at least 600 feet. A cultivator who builds down the yellow foundation and breaks through to the limit. The spirit elixir is estimated to be the size of an egg. Xuanji cultivators, breaking through to the limit, the spirit elixir should be the size of an apple. The size of the spirit elixir was not only related to foundation building, but also to one's physique. Even if a cultivator who had built down the Emperor's foundation and cultivated to the 63rd level, the spirit elixir wouldn't have such a terrifying size. If we are able to break through to the 100th weight, this size will definitely be multiplied several times more. The larger the spirit pill, the greater the amount of Reiki it contained, and the more advantage it held in a protracted battle. Consciousness returned to reality and opened the door to the room to the courtyard. Go out for a walk and find something good to eat. Dull cultivation will always make people mentally exhausted, and combining labor and leisure is the only way to go farther on this path. Sword Peak. On the square at the top of the mountain, there was a group of people practicing their swords. Peak Master Zhang Yijian was instructing from the side, nodding slightly when he saw certain disciples performing exquisite swordsmanship. On the path next to the square, there came a white-robed child, followed by a stunningly beautiful woman in a long golden dress. the many disciples exclaimed when they saw the dragon lady. Look! It's the dragon lady! Hiss! It's so beautiful! Like a fairy walking out of a scroll. I'm not dreaming, am I? How could there be such a beautiful person in this world? Several disciples who were practicing their swords, after seeing the appearance of the dragon lady, froze in place and had already forgotten to perform their sword strokes. Even the whiskered Jiang Yijin was slightly stunned after seeing the dragon lady's appearance. I've heard before that the dragon maiden has a stunningly beautiful appearance, and when I see it today, it is truly extraordinary. The divine son is truly blessed. Anyone who could have such a beautiful dragoness to follow would have a very pleasurable heart, wouldn't they? And even the several thousand-year-olds were very envious in their hearts. Jiang Yijin greeted him and said, Jiang Daohong, did you come here today to learn the way of the sword? Your qualifications in sword Dao are superior. Practice sword Dao at an early age to achieve more in the future. His eyesight was extraordinary, and with just a few glances, he could tell what kind of sword Dao qualifications a person had. Last time, he had already observed Jiang Daohong's sword Dao, which was of superior quality. It was still inferior to a true genius, but as long as one practiced diligently, one could become a strong swordsman in the future. Well, nodded Jiang Daohong, I came here not only to cultivate the sword Dao, but also to poke around the matter of the 10,000 ancient sword rankings. My father said you knew more about this and asked me to come and inquire. What Jiang Haotian was good at wasn't the sword Dao. He had only heard about it and wasn't familiar with the sword ranking. You guys cultivate well? I'll come and inspect later. Jiang Yijin finished speaking to the disciples in the square and then looked at Jiang Daohong. Follow me to the main hall to discuss in detail. A 3-foot-high incense burner was placed at the entrance of the main hall, and the green smoke of sandalwood incense surrounded the entire mountaintop. Jiang Yijin pointed to the wall on the left side of the main hall, on which hung a painting. In the painting, a man in white, holding a long sword, confronts a huge dragon with teeth and claws in the sky. Look closely at the painting and you can get something out of it. After saying that, he retreated to the side, leaving space for the boy and the dragon lady. Kang Duhaiyang stared at the scroll and looked at it carefully. After looking at it for a while, it felt like the scroll was lightly trembling, and the person in the painting had actually come to life. Buzz! The man held a spirit sword and executed an extremely exquisite sword technique. When the long sword is sheathed, the chi shakes the sky and cuts down the evil dragon in a breath. What a strong sword technique! The man's strength is far inferior to that of the evil dragon. Yet with his swordsmanship, he cut it down easily. This painted scene could also indicate that the man's swordsmanship was extremely strong. In his eyes, the system prompt for this painting also surfaced. Red Sky Sword Technique. 33 stances. Chapter 52. 10 years of sword practice is no match for a single breath of yours. This is the Red Sky Sword Technique. Jiang Daohong was stunned. This was a sword technique on the enlightened sword list. The dragon glanced at the scroll, then snorted. This little dragon is too weak. If it were me, I could kill this man with one punch. Jiang Daohong shook his head and lost his smile. It's not like every dragon race is an initiate dragon race. Besides, it's just a sword inheritance screen, to preach the Dao through painting. It is evident that the person who made this painting has an extremely strong intention. And this handwriting alone is not something that an ordinary sect can do. You know the Red Sky Sword Technique? Jiang Yijin froze. This sword technique was very famous, but it was very rare for Jiang Daohong to recognize it at such a young age. Well, I've seen someone else cast it once. Jiang Daohong nodded and didn't explain much. Seen it once, snapped Jiang Yijin. It seemed that Jiang Daohong's sword Dao qualification was really stronger than he thought. This sword technique, from the enlightened sword list, the ancient sword enlightenment ranking tested the enlightenment of those who practiced the sword. Everyone can participate in the 3 days of swordplay on the list. Once the 3 days are over, you will not be able to comprehend this sword technique again in this life. How many moves you can learn depends on perception. The more moves one participates in, the higher the ranking, and even on the list. Jiang Daohong, you've come to inquire about the sword ranking. Is it because you want to ascend the divine ranking? The divine ranking was able to bestow opportunities, which was a great temptation that many people wanted to try. However, in 10,000 years, there were very few people who were able to ascend the sword enlightenment ranking. Only those who were unparalleled masters of the way of the sword had this ability. That's right, I do want to try. Jiang Daohong was not only doing this for the chance, but also to collect the ancient chi of the 10,000 years. As long as you can get on the god list, you must try it. Alas, Jiang Yijin sighed slightly with his hands behind his back. To be honest, your sword Dao still needs to be honed properly, and only after encountering some more sword Dao chances will you be able to ascend the sword ranking. It would be futile to try now. His words were still euphemistic and not too blunt. Jiang Daohong's divine body was indeed powerful, but his sword Dao wasn't strong. It's just that much better than the average person. It was still 100,000 miles short of the caliber to ascend the 10,000 ancient enlightened sword ranking. According to his estimation, with Zhang Daohong's sword Dao qualification, he would not be able to ascend the sword enlightenment ranking even after cultivating for hundreds or thousands of years. It is not good to hit Zhang Daohong's confidence too much, so he spoke much more politely. Oh, the last time Zhang Daohong came, his sword Dao qualifications were indeed ordinary, but, later on, he signed in and got a chaotic sword bone, and after fusing it, his sword Dao qualification was raised to an extremely strong level. Combined with the experience of comprehending the sword over the past 1,000 years, the standard of the sword way had a qualitative sublimation. It's not the teenager it once was. Zhang Daohong, if you want to ascend the sword ranking, old me has a method. Jian Yijian flipped his wrist and a blue book appeared in his palm, with 4 large words written in a white frame on the front. Green Sky Sword Technique. The sword technique recorded in the 10,000 Ancient Enlightenment sword list is the Red Sky Sword Technique, which is extremely esoteric and difficult to comprehend for many powerful people who have been exposed to the sword path for many years. Later on, some seniors researched that if one comprehends a sword technique similar to the Red Sky Sword Technique in advance, and then goes on to enlighten the sword, there is a very significant enhancement effect. Therefore, those who had participated in the Red Sky Sword Technique created a set of simplified moves through their understanding of the Red Sky Sword Technique. From this comes the Green Sky Sword Technique. This Green Sky Sword Technique, the principle of stance execution, is similar to the Red Sky Sword Technique, and has a different flavor. After a descendant tries to cultivate the Green Sky Sword Technique to the state of great accomplishment, and then go back to the Red Sky Sword Technique, he will be able to comprehend at least a dozen more styles. Cultivating 2 similar sword techniques would indeed increase the speed of enlightenment. If you hadn't been exposed to the Red Sky Sword Technique, you would go straight to the realization, and within 3 days, it was estimated that you would be able to realize a few styles. Having been exposed to a similar sword technique, there would be a sighting effect when comprehending it. It's a lot faster. Many descendants were able to comprehend more than 20 styles when they realized the Red Sky Sword Technique by learning the Green Sky Sword Technique. At this level of the Red Sky Sword Technique, the power of the sword moves was extremely astonishing. Zhang Daohong, if you want to go to the enlightenment of the sword ranking, cultivate this sword technique first. Cultivate it to the grand completion realm. Then going to the enlightenment will have a miraculous effect. As the saying goes, sharpen your sword. Zhang Daohong nodded and took the Qingtian sword technique, casually turning the pages of the book over and looking toward the contents. This is the Green Sky Sword Technique? The moves are surprisingly simple. One look and you'll know. After possessing the Hongmeng sword bone, the speed of comprehending sword techniques increased to the extreme. Sword techniques that would normally take months or even years to realize could be learned in a few glances. This is the gap in qualifications. Swish. One page is quickly read. Turn to the second page. Page 3. Longer stepped on her slender thighs, carrying a fragrant breeze as she walked beside the Peak Master. Peak Master. How long will it take if Gonzi wants to cultivate this set of sword techniques to great success? Jian Yijian stared at Longer's exquisite features before averting his gaze. With Zhang Daohong's sword Dao qualifications, if he wants to realize the Green Sky Sword Technique, I guess it will take 30 or 50 years. So long. Longer's jade hand covered her small cherry mouth. It seems like it will be a long time from now when Gonzi wants to ascend the sword Dao God ranking. Jian Yijian put his hands behind his back. As the saying goes, 10 years to sharpen a sword. 30 or 50 years to bring this set of swordsmanship to the realm of great accomplishment is already considered very fast. Swish swish swish. Kang Duhaian was still reading intently. A thick illustrated book that quickly reaches the last page. Snap. Close the pages. Kang Daohong closed his eyes and digested the sword technique he had just seen. A dozen breaths to open his eyes. It's done. Success? Jian Yijian didn't understand the meaning in those words. Just now, Zhang Daohong had just finished reading the Qingtian sword technique once, and if he wanted to cultivate it, he needed to read it carefully, and it would take a very long period of time before he could completely finish learning the sword technique. Although this set of swordsmanship was a simplified version of the Red Sky Sword Technique, the sword moves were also extremely exquisite, with a total of 68 moves. It was only after learning all of these 68 stances that one could be considered to have accomplished something. Peak Master, this book is returned to you. Zhang Daohong returned the book. Ha? You're not learning? Jian Yijian did not take the book over. Just looking at it once, you can't remember the esoteric content on it at all. It's easier to learn when practicing with illustrations. It's no longer necessary to use this book. With Zhang Daohong's current sword Dao qualifications, it naturally wouldn't take much time to learn this set of sword techniques. Nonsense. Jian Yijian had a stern face. Learning swordsmanship requires practicing day in and day out. How can you memorize it just by watching it once? If you use this kind of mentality to learn swordsmanship, it will be difficult to achieve anything in the future. The words were spoken harshly, but he was also doing it for Zhang Daohong's good and wanted to use this way to wake him up. Zhang Daohong's divine body was certainly powerful, with achievements that were difficult for ordinary people to reach. But the divine body and the way of the sword were still different. Blind arrogance is not a good thing. I've already finished learning this book, so naturally I won't be able to use it. Zhang Daohong explained. Finish learning? How is that possible? Zhang Yijian would never believe such words. He knew Zhang Daohong's sword Dao qualifications, and it was impossible to learn the sword moves on it by looking at it once. Watch the move. Zhang Daohong did not continue to explain, and with a flip of his wrist, a dark red, blood-filled longsword appeared in his hand. At first glance, Zhang Yijian thought that the sword looked somewhat familiar. On second thought, his pupils suddenly contracted. It's the broken sword. There were a few holes in the back of the sword, similar to the holes in the original stump sword. Only, there was no trace of rust on the sword now, and it even had an extremely sharp feel to it. Why does the aura of this sword make people tremble? Could it be immortal sword? Extreme great spirit sword. He had one. Compared to this sword in front of him, it was like the light of a grain of rice. It was difficult to put on light. Only an immortal sword could have such a terrifying aura. Wait, this scent of blood. The immortal sword had an extremely strong scent of blood on it. As Zhang Yijian stood here, he felt the qi and blood in his body churning, and had the feeling of breaking out of his body and rushing towards that sword. This feeling was very similar to encountering a certain legendary immortal sword, the blood-drinking sword. Could it really be it? Zhang Daohong has actually cultivated it into an immortal sword. Hiss. Zhang Yijian had some regrets. If he had found out earlier that the sword was a blood-drinking sword, he would have definitely cultivated it with blood and would not have given it to an outsider. Powerful immortal swords are in front of one's eyes, but one doesn't realize, can only mean one thing, no connection to immortal sword. Ugh, Zhang Daohong is truly a son of Qi. Pick a sword at random and you'll come across the blood-drinking sword. Not too much regret came out of it. Treasures are known to those who are fortunate enough to have them. His fortune was definitely less than 1/10,000th of Zhang Daohong's. Zhang Daohong held the blood-drinking sword and stabbed forward. Green sky sword technique starting stance. Zhang Yijian was slightly stunned when he saw this move. Really practiced the green sky sword technique? But this is only the first style. There were a total of 68 styles in this set of swordsmanship, and the first few styles were relatively simple, and as long as one had a foundation in cultivating swordsmanship, one could easily learn them. However, the later it got, the more difficult it was to cultivate the sword technique. It's hard to learn without a few years or even decades of kendo background. Zhang Daohong flicked his wrist upwards, and the blade of his sword drew an arcane trajectory in the air, leaving behind a blood-colored sword qi. Second style. Then, the blade pressed downward. Third style. Anum. Sound of the wind or the breathing of SB, who was sound asleep. The sound of sword blades breaking through the air resounded continuously. Fifth style. Seventh form. Ninth form. The sword blade cut horizontally across the front, leaving behind a blood-colored residue. 10th style. Zhang Yijian completely froze. Chapter 53, The Second Dan God Inheritance. 10 styles? What a superb sword technique. The divine son he only looked at it for a few moments, and he was able to cultivate it to such a degree. The first 10 sword moves, although not difficult, would take time to figure out, especially the 10th move, which appeared to be plain, but in fact contained a hidden mystery. Just now, Zhang Daohong cast it and had already comprehended the essence of it. Hiss. Could it be that Zhang Daohong is still a genius of the sword Dao? It was too late. Just as he was shocked, Zhang Daohong's sword stance changed once again, and the tip of his sword picked upwards, leaving behind a blood-colored residual shadow. 11 styles. 15. 20. The blood-drinking sword transformed into a trail of residual shadows, densely packed, sealing the space in front of him. Sword energy streaked across the room, piercing the wall in front of him. Pust. In an instant, the stone wall fell away like tofu. Inch by inch, the sunlight filtered through the hole, creating a golden column of light. 30 stances. Surprisingly, thousands of sword shadows appeared. Zhang Yijian was shocked beyond words. After 30 moves, Zhang Daohong returned his long sword to its sheath and did not continue to perform. In fact, he had already finished learning the entire set of sword techniques in this short period of time. As he continued to perform, the moves became more and more powerful, and it was very likely that he would destroy the entire hall, along with the hidden sword hall in the back. Everyone was all stunned. Hiss. Zhang Daohong is only 5 years old, and he's learned 30 moves in the green sky sword technique? Surprisingly, it's even more masterful than the one I cast. What kind of terrifying sword Dao qualification does this have to be? It's just as well that the divine body is strong. But the sword Tao is so strong as well. How can people live? Those who had been practicing for decades and had only mastered the 30th sword move wanted to dig a hole and bury themselves when they saw this scene. Zhang Yijian swept his gaze across the disciples present and said in a stern voice, "Look at the other person. Zhang Daohong. He's only 5 years old and he's already practiced the Qingtian sword technique to 30 moves. You guys don't just stand there either. Hurry up and go practice your swords." Whoosh! One by one, the disciples ran out like rabbits. Zhang Yijian pointed at the sword test stone and said, "Zhang Daohong, place your hand on it to test your sword Dao qualifications." The heart was also very much looking forward to what kind of light would erupt from the sword stone. Kang Duhaian placed his hand on the sword stone. Buzz! The sword stone trembled lightly. Zhang Yijian stared and held his breath, his eyes tightly fixed on the sword stone. The stronger the light, the higher the qualification of the sword Dao. Buzz! The sword stone trembled more and more, like a magnitude 10 earthquake, and nearly fell to the ground. A bright light rises to the sky. The light was so dazzling that Zhang Yijian almost lost his eyesight. It's good to block the glare with thick eyelashes at the last minute. Not in a million years. 100,000 years. A million years. The light grew stronger and stronger as Zhang Yijian murmured under his breath. Evaluating Zhang Daohong's qualifications. Kendo qualifications can be categorized into several types. Genius, 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 100,000 years. The stronger the light, the higher the age. The sword stone was still trembling after the light had reached a million years. It seemed that Zhang Daohong's sword Dao qualifications had not yet been thoroughly tested. Crap! At most, this sword stone can only test the qualifications of a sword Dao that won't be encountered for a million years. Beyond this age, sword stones are untestable. Not encountered for a million years is still not Zhang Daohong's limit? How strong is it? A sword Dao wizard that could only appear once in a million years was already terrifying. It is even more unimaginable that Zhang Daohong has to exceed this number of years. The sword stone's light disappeared and returned to its original state. Zhang Yijian was a million times more emotional. Zhang Daohong, your sword Dao qualifications are too strong. There's a sword Dao emperor's talent. The divine body was strong enough, and when combined with the sword Dao, the future was destined to be a path of invincibility. Kang Duhaian laughed in his heart. It was normal for the chaotic sword bone to test out this kind of light. I've heard that the Extreme Harness Sword sect has a 10,000 ancient sword enlightenment list. What are the requirements if you want to enter? Zhang Yijian said. If you want to comprehend the 10,000 ancient sword enlightenment tablet, there are several ways to do so. First, to become a disciple of the Extreme Harnessing Sword sect, as long as one's age reaches 30 years old, one will be able to comprehend the Red Sky Sword technique. Second, hand over some heavenly treasures in exchange for the qualification to participate in the Red Sky Sword technique. Third, passing the sword Dao test proposed by the Extreme Harnessing Sword sect will qualify you. Zhang Daohong, your sword Dao qualifications are much more terrifying than I imagined. Zhang Yijian sighed a little. Once you have realized the Qingtian sword technique, you can go and try to enlighten the sword ranking. However, a word of advice. It's best to cultivate for a few more years to gain a deeper understanding of the way of the sword. It's more prudent. Thanks for the reminder. Zhang Daohong had already made up his mind. The Green Sky Sword technique had been thoroughly realized, only that it hadn't been performed just now. Some of these sword moves could be studied in depth, and after they were perfectly controlled, they would definitely help in comprehending the Red Sky Sword technique. Therefore, he planned to study it for a while before going to the Extreme Harnessing Sword sect. There was only one chance to reach the Vanguard Extreme Realm, and one needed to prepare properly. My lord, can I try on this stone? Longer pointed at the sword stone erected in the corner. It always feels like it's calling me. Calling out to you? Zhang Daohong gave a slight lurch. Fine, try it then. He knew that Longer had terrifying strength and was good at close combat, and it was really unclear how qualified she was in the way of the sword. Calling out? Zhang Yijian murmured two words on his lips. Only those with strong qualifications in the sword Dao would feel the call of the sword stone. Could it be that? Is this dragon swordplay also extraordinary? Longer pressed her slender jade hand against the sword stone. Buzz. The sword stone trembled violently, as if it was a 12-magnitude earthquake. Surprisingly, the frequency of the vibrations was even higher than Zhang Daohong's earlier. Kang Duhaian even wondered a little if this thing was possessed by a vibrator. 3 feet high. Seems a little big. Swish. A bright light rose up to the sky, even more dazzling than just a moment ago. Zhang Yijian's eyes stared hard at the sword stone, and after the light erupted, blood actually oozed out of the corners of his eyes. Not in a million years. Not in 100,000 years. Not in a million years. Oh, old man's eyes. Out of sight. The light is too harsh. So close that I almost went blind. Buzz. The light is still elevated. when a certain extreme was reached, there was a loud boom, and the swordstone unexpectedly exploded, turned into flying ash and dispersed with the wind. 2 months later, the sun is shining and there are no clouds. Thousands of people were gathered in the square in the backyard of the Jiang family. Jiang Mangyao completed her foundation building while ascending the divine ranking. First place, Jiang Daohong, Ancient Emperor Foundation. Second place, Jiang Shui, 10,000 Ancient Imperial Foundations. Third place, Yi Hao, Emperor Base. Fourth place, Jun Zimo, Emperor Base. Kong Duhyang is still number 1, holding the top spot by age. Jiang Mangyao ascended to second place, still using Jiang Shui as a surrogate name. The rewards are the same as the first place since the vanguard limit has been reached, and this is not going to change. At the same time, on the Haotsong realm, all of the 10,000 ancient foundation establishment lists were revealing visions. Heavens, that Jiang Shui has also made it onto the 10,000 ancient foundation building list. The same 10,000 ancient emperor foundation. It's the greatest generation. Jiang Daohong and that Jiang Shui are destined to go down in history. No one can stop the duo. Since then, the greatest generation has become a famous story for the ages. Small courtyard, boudoir, the window was open, and the sun shone in the pot on the windowsill, where a few chrysanthemums were vying for attention, giving off a faint fragrance. Jiang Mangyao picked a chrysanthemum and pinned it to her dark hair. Lying on the windowsill, he put his nose to the daisy and gave it a quick sniff. Phew, it's so fragrant. Jiang Daohong stood in the courtyard, and the corner of his mouth twitched and jumped several times when he saw the way Jiang Mangyao came together to sniff lightly at the chrysanthemums. Mangyao actually likes chrysanthemums. There's no one else with this hobby. Do you like any chrysanthemums? Hey, after a few bad jokes, Kong Duhyang raised his head and said, "Can I go in?" Aha! Jiang Mangyao nodded gently and welcomed the boy in. This time, I was able to build the 10,000 ancient Empyrean foundation thanks to you. We are brother and sister. Jiang Daohong had absorbed the ancient chi of the 10,000 ancients, boosting the signing bonus by 30 times. With the 10,000 ancient Empyrean foundation as a foundation, Jiang Mangyao would be able to reach more 10,000 ancient extreme realms in the future. And the amount of 10,000 ancient chi absorbed would be even greater. Yeah, we're brother and sister. Jiang Mangyao nodded her head gently, a bright smile on her face. In this moment, she was recognizing this layer of identity even more. You finally admit it. There was a bad smile on Jiang Daohong's face. Brother and sister. I'm the brother. You're the sister. Although he was born a little later, he always thought of himself as a brother in his heart. You, don't bother. Jiang Mangyao twisted her head towards the window and snorted coldly. It was just a little while ago that this kid came back to piss people off. Could it be that? Is this what God intended to do to me? Mangyao, what are the 10,000 ancient chances you obtained? Can you tell me about them? Jiang Daohong inquired curiously. Putting it before, Jiang Mangyao would never easily tell Jiang Daohong these things. However, without Jiang Daohong this time, it was impossible to build the 10,000 ancient Empyrean foundation. So, say it anyway. It's a 7-colored divine key and a parchment scroll. Parchment scroll. Jiang Daohong's eyes lit up. Could it be that this parchment scroll was the same one he had acquired? It contains the legacy of the ancient god of Dan? Can I see the parchment scroll? Jiang Mangyao painfully took out the parchment scroll this time and set it on the table. The sunlight from the window fell on the parchment scroll, covering it with a faint golden glow. Kong Duhyang stared at the parchment scroll. From the looks of it, it looked like it was from the same treasure map as the one he had gotten. Dan got inheritance treasure map. If you can find 4 complete copies, you can piece them together and open the path of inheritance. The system gives a hint. Sure enough, it was one of the copies of the treasure map. Mangyao, do you know where this treasure map came from? I wonder. Jiang Mangyao had also studied it just now. It's possible that it could be recorded somewhere within the divine realm. Treasure maps from the divine realm were too rare, and it was also the first time they had come across them. Chapter 54, Pill Immortal Valley. 10,000 years immortal bamboo shoots. The ancient divine realm. In front of him was a fertile immortal soil, with an immense amount of immortal chi. If you looked down from above, you could see a valley in the middle of this, surrounded by immortal chi, like a fairyland. Jiang Mangyao stood on a high mountain and looked out towards the valley. That should be the Medicine Fairy Valley. Within the divine realm corresponding to the foundation establishment ranking, there was a Pill Immortal Valley, in which many immortal pills were planted. Many cultivators ascended the 10,000 ancient foundation building list for the sake of the Pill Immortal Valley. And if you want to enter the Pill Immortal Valley, you need a Pill Immortal token. If you don't have one, you can't enter. Pill Fairy tokens were very rare and hard to find for thousands of dollars. Jiang Mangyao had also spent a great deal of money to find just one. I promised Jiang Daohong earlier that I would give him the token. when Jiang Daohong had helped him to help lay the foundation of the 10,000 ancient emperors. She had said that she would give Jiang Daohong a great opportunity in return. Let's go to that valley. It's surrounded by immortal energy. There must be a lot of treasures inside, Jiang Daohong said. The two of them made some plans and started off, heading straight for the Pill Immortal Valley. Along the way, a few more opportunities were encountered. All of them were pocketed by Jiang Daohong. Soon, it finally came to the Pill Immortal Valley. The valley was like a labyrinth, and one needed to choose the most correct path in order to gain access to the immortal pill opportunity. As long as one took a wrong path, one would be summoned out of the Pill Immortal Valley and disqualified from continuing to search for immortal medicines. Many people had entered the 10,000 ancient divine realm before, entering the Pill Immortal Valley full of ambition, and were rumored to have failed to find even a single chance. Those with a little bit of luck would only be able to find 2 or 3 immortal medicine chances in it before going down a wrong path and becoming disqualified. Judging from the previous situation, Jiang Daohong's chi was much higher than an ordinary person's, and even so, it was unknown what kind of chance he would be able to find in the Medicine Immortal Valley. Well, I'm going, don't worry. Jiang Daohong took the token handed over by his sister and turned to walk in. Holding the Pill Immortal token in his hand, his body came into contact with the entrance barrier, and the token transformed into a ray of light that wrapped around Jiang Daohong's body, allowing him to pass through the barrier. From the outside, the Medicine Immortal Valley didn't look big, but inside, there was a different world. The sky was a clear blue color and the sun shone gently on the soil. Immortal chi rose, and a strain of extremely rare immortal medicine grew in this fertile land. Jiang Daohong appeared at the edge of the Pill Immortal Valley, with a forest in front of him, and 10 paths extending to nowhere appeared in front of him. This is the Medicine Fairy Valley. Immortal chi is really thick. Over the past 10,000 million years, there were very few people who had ascended the 10,000 ancient foundation building list. Those who possessed a Pill Immortal token were even rarer. Therefore, the immortal medicines that grew within this Medicine Immortal Valley were all very old. Dragon, come out. After Longer appeared, she noticed the 10 paths in front of her, and a memory of the Dragon clan's inheritance sprang up in her mind. These 10 paths are Pill Immortal paths. Only a few of these paths have immortal medicines at the end of them, and the other ones, they are paths of death. The rules of the Medicine Fairy Valley are just that. Pick the right path to get the elixir at the end of the trail. Make the wrong choice and you'll get nothing, and you'll be teleported away from the Medicine Fairy Valley. How you choose matters. Gongzi, which path should we choose? Longer's nose twitched slightly as she stood in front of the path, wanting to take a whiff of the immortal pill, but all she could smell was the astringent scent of grass and trees. Jiang Daohong stared at the 10 paths and did not know how to choose for a while. From the outside world, the Pill Immortal Valley was filled with a strong aura of the 10,000 ancients, but when I came in, there was none in front of me. In other words, the ancient chi of the 10,000 years was definitely inside the Pill Immortal Valley. It's only available after going deeper. Coming up here and choosing a wrong path, one would miss out on the 10,000 years of chi and would be directly summoned out of the Pill Immortal Valley. This was the divine realm, and no one could violate the rules laid down by the gods. Only by following the rules and passing through a pathway could one enter the interior of the Medicine Immortal Valley. It is only possible to follow the path, and the woods next to it are not to be stepped on. Of the 10 paths, only 3 or 4 of them may have immortal medicines at their end. There's a 30% to 40% chance of getting it right if you blindfold it haphazardly. It seems that you can't use a blindfold. You have to use your head. Kong Daohong looked at the 10 paths. His brain buzzed. He must have played too many zombies and his brain was eaten. Within the Pill Immortal Valley, divine sense was unable to probe, and even the orientation of the Daoing could not be felt. Stare carefully at the trail on the far left. Suddenly, a prompt message surfaced in front of his eyes. The sea of bitterness is endless. Turn back to the shore. Turn around. The message prompt was vague, but gave him a useful message. Turn back. In other words, this road is definitely a dead end. System, you're really something. Since there are hints, you can go through the hints and choose a correct path to walk through. Ruling out the first trail, his eyes looked toward the second. It didn't take long to get the alert message again. The wind is rustling and the water is cold, and once the strong man is gone, he will never return. Holy, this path is even more desperate. Going to get killed? It had been heard before that there were certain crises hidden within the Pill Immortal Valley, and if one were to accidentally choose the wrong path, they would be swallowed without even a crumb of bone left. The probability of this kind of road appearing was very low, and it was Jiang Daohong's misfortune to come across one when he came up. Everyone who entered the Pill Immortal Valley through the Pill Immortal Order was in a different orientation. That means facing all 10 trails for the first time is different. The valleys are like giant circles surrounded by tens of thousands of paths that wind and undulate their way to the core. There were only a few of them that could lead to the depths and find the most precious immortal medicines. Eyes to the third trail. 100 years of immortal qi. Xianji, a type of immortal medicine, grows in places where the immortal energy is strong. It will mature after 100 years, and if no one picks it in January, the fairy mushroom will wither. Dust to dust, earth to earth, nourish the soil on one side. The medicine Immortal Valley had existed for a long time, but some immortal medicines did not grow for many years and would wither when they reached their limits. Therefore, at the edge, one would come across some immortal medicines that were not very old. Xianji, it's not worth much. Look at the others. Since he possessed a divine weapon like the assist tip, he naturally had to make a good selection to find the highest value elixir. Fourth trail. 1,000 years of immortal bamboo shoots. Fairy shoots. Hiss. They say it's delicious. Zhang Daohang's eyes immediately lit up. Immortal bamboo shoots are a medicinal herb that can be eaten raw or refined into an immortal elixir. This fairy asparagus is very good. Go back whole. Make a pickled fairy asparagus. It will be delicious. A lot of saliva was secreted from his mouth at the thought. Fifth trail. 1,000 years of red immortal grass. Red immortal grass, a fire attribute plant suitable for refining pills, was an indispensable immortal treasure for certain people who practiced fire attribute immortal techniques. The medicine Immortal Valley was very special, allowing for the cultivation of various attribute immortal medicines, each of which could grow very well. The few remaining trails are all dead ends. There are only 3, 4, or 5 strips, planted with immortal medicines. Your Excellency, what are you looking at there? Longer had been watching from behind. Kong Du Haiyan was surprised for a moment, smiled badly for a moment, and drooled for a moment. Is it fantasizing about something? It's nothing. I was thinking about which path to take. Zhang Daohang said softly. Oh, so have you thought about it yet? Think about it. Which one? Number 4. Zhang Daohang said without hesitation. The 4th and 5th are both 1,000-year-old immortal medicines, but the 4th one is edible fairy shoots, and it's a no-brainer. Are you sure? Could this one be a dead end? Longer stood in front of the 4th path and looked toward the end. The dense woods blocked her vision, so she couldn't see anything. Well, let's go. Zhang Daohang took Longer and walked up the 4th path. On the path, Longer clasped her hands into fists and placed them on her chest, muttering something under her breath. Kong Du Haiyan perked up his ears and heard some words like Buddha's blessing. Dragon, what are you mumbling about? I'm asking Buddha to bless that there must be an immortal medicine at the end. Longer was really afraid that there would be nothing at the end of the path, and she would just return empty-handed. The pill Immortal Path, in the Dragon Clan's inherited memories, was also an extremely difficult existence. All it takes is a wrong choice and you have no chance with the final elixir. It was said that it was an immortal medicine whose growth year could exceed 10,000 million years. For 10,000 years, just imagining it, one would know how terrifying this immortal medicine was. Go at ease. Zhang Daohang walked forward with large strides. Through the winding path, 3 plants about 10 feet tall and the thickness of 3 people's arms appeared at the end, emanating a rich immortal aura. This is. Longer covered her mouth and exclaimed. Immortal bamboo shoots. This should be thousands of years old, right? Immortal shoots grow in earth bags and do not turn into bamboo as they grow older, making them a very special kind of immortal medicine. Fairy shoots pull up a foot in height every 100 years of growth. The plant in front of me was 1 foot tall, and the vintage was almost 1,000 years. Next to the immortal bamboo shoots, there was also a rich Tao energy, obviously a good place to sign in. Such a big immortal bamboo shoot. I guess I can eat it for a long time. Zhang Daohang smiled happily. Don't look at it as old and big, but it is still very tender when nourished by the immortal energy. The immortal bamboo shoots were shaved out and loaded into the spatial ring. When I go back to get some pickled peppers, the whole pickled fairy asparagus will be eaten. Wouldn't it be great with a side of pickled pineapple claws? Check in. Ding. You signed in at the Medicine Fairy Valley and obtained 1,3,000-year-old immortal bamboo shoot. The reward has been increased 367 times, and you have obtained 110 10,000-year-old immortal bamboo shoots. 1 10,000-year bamboo shoots fairy hat. 10,000 years of immortal bamboo shoots, growing for 10,000 years time, absorbing the heaven and earth immortal chi breeding. 10,000-year-old immortal bamboo shoots. It must taste better. Immortal bamboo shoots will become more and more tender with age. And 10,000 years of immortal bamboo shoots is already the limit of growth. The 10,000 ancient divine realm had existed for an extremely long period of time, and the immortal shoots that he had just encountered were only 1,000 years old, and it was possible that the one that was 10,000 years old before that had already withered and fallen into the soil, transforming into nutrients. Choosing a right path that you can sign up for rewards is definitely earning a lot for Kong Daohang. Meng Yao gave me the pill fairy token in order to obtain such a generous reward. Just share some with her when we get out. There are so many to be gained by signing up that it's not a big deal to share out a few anyway. Without Jiang Mengyao, he wouldn't have been able to enter this signed divine ground. Consciousness entered the system space, and on the land in front of him, there was a row of tall and large immortal shoots, 10 feet high. The bamboo shoot skin is bright green and emerald green, as if a gentle squeeze will drip out the immortal pulp and jade liquid. Thud. Kong Du Hyong swallowed hard. This fairy asparagus is so tantalizing that just looking at it gives you the urge to eat it. Chapter 55. I was happy to be a father at the age of 5. Zhang Daohong was holding a piece of 10,000 years immortal bamboo shoot in his hand, gnawing on it with relish. Phew, it smells so good. It had been a lucky ride, and they had picked the right fork in the road at every turn. And where the end is, there are extremely high-quality immortal medicines in good quantities. It's a trip to make a lot of money, so to speak. This kind of chi fortune made the dragon think of a word. Son of chi, son of destiny. No matter how lucky an ordinary person is, it's impossible for them to get it right 9 times in a row. In Zhang Daohong's body, there must be a light that no one else could see. The kind of haze. My lord, this next level. Only one of the 100 paths leads to the core of the Pill Immortal Valley. 1 out of 100. Even if you're lucky, you can't possibly pick the right one, can you? Wait, I'll observe. Kong Du Hyang gave a reassuring look before stepping in front of the first trail. As he chose trails, he needed to go one by one to see them in person. However, it was better to have system hints than to be blind. Dragon clenched her fists nervously, her forehead dripping with fragrant sweat. It is said that at the core of the Pill Immortal Valley, a divine ginseng is planted. This divine ginseng is extremely rare. It is a special species of the divine realm, and there is no maximum limit to the year of growth. That is to say, as long as the ancient divine realm is still around and can continue to absorb immortal chi, it can continue to grow. If that's the case, this divine ginseng may already be 100 million years old. Hearing the words billion years, Zhang Daohong's pupils suddenly contracted. 100 million year old divine ginseng? This must have become an essence. If this were to be eaten, the golden needle mushrooms would have to turn into pale trees. At this moment, there was really a growing anticipation for this billion years divine ginseng. Looking over the paths one by one, he finally found the divine ginseng on the 53rd path. Billion-year-old ginseng. Hiss. It really is a billion years. How terrifying would a heavenly treasure like the divine ginseng be when it grew to 100 million years later? Zhang Daohong couldn't guess it even with his imagination. Dragon, let's go. Let's pick this one. Having already discovered the path of the divine ginseng, there was no need to look at the rest of those trails. The greatest value in the Medicine Immortal Valley was this divine ginseng. Longer look toward the remaining trails. Why don't you pick carefully anymore? Dikuj. Biz. Earlier, Zhang Daohong would look over every fork in the road, and although it was unclear what the purpose of this was, it was possible that it was an initiation ceremony for the chi. The rest is no longer necessary to see. Let's go. Saying that, Zhang Daohong pulled up Longer's tender hand and walked towards the 53rd path with big strides, passing through the winding and undulating path. The front gradually opened up to an extremely rich soil of immortal chi. On the soil, there was a patch of colorful flowers, tens of thousands of them. This is it, the divine ginseng flower. Divine ginseng, which grows beneath the soil, every 10,000 years of growth. A divine ginseng flower will bloom on the ground. This sea of flowers in front of him was filled with tens of thousands of divine ginseng flowers, which was enough to show that it had been growing for tens of thousands of years. What a beautiful sea of flowers. Longer was intoxicated by the sight of the colorful sea of divine ginseng flowers. Spreading her slender arms, she danced through the sea of flowers. The gentle sunlight scattered down and shone in this sea of flowers. A stunningly beautiful dragon lady, mirroring the sea of flowers. It was an absolutely beautiful sight, as if it could only appear in a dream. Dragon. So beautiful. Zhang Daohong was mesmerized by the scene in front of him even though he saw Dragon's Child every day. I'm afraid that any man in the world, seeing this sight, would be mesmerized by Dragon's stunning beauty. I guess the eunuchs will have to take the nirvana fruit to go. After enjoying the view, gaze to the center of the sea of flowers. There is a strong aura of the Ancient of Days here. There was also a strong Taoist influence. First you absorb the breath of the Ancient One, then you sign in. There were no demonic beasts in the Medicine Immortal Valley, and as long as you chose the right path, you could get the chance to get immortal medicine. Otherwise, it will be returned empty-handed. He might even die under the organ. Zhang Daohong walked into the sea of flowers, and the rich ancient chi of all ages was absorbed into his body. Ding! You have absorbed the ancient chi of the 10,000 years, and your sign-in reward has been increased by 70 times. Adding the previous 367x, it becomes 437x. This ancient chi is similar to what I imagined. Zhang Daohong saw the amount of the ancient qi of the 10,000 years when he viewed the valley from the mountain. It was reasonable to say that in a place like the Pill Immortal Valley, the aura of the 10,000 ancients would definitely be very dense. Only, at each location, there was a limit to the amount of qi that could be gathered from the ages. After exceeding the limit, the ancient qi will not be able to continue to survive and remain at the limit. Therefore, in this medicine Immortal Valley, there is only 70 times the qi of 10,000 ancients. 70 times, that's quite a lot. When we get to the ancient divine hall later, we'll be able to absorb it once more. In all likelihood, the sign-up multiplier will be raised to 500x or more for this trip to God's domain. The Tao here is too dense. There must be something good about signing in. Inside the Pill Immortal Valley, it was the top-notch signing location that Zhang Daohong had ever seen. The kind that's comparable to the 18th floor of hell. Combined with the 400 plus times sign-up bonus, you're sure to get something really good. Come on, check in. With great anticipation, call out the word sign in. Ding! Congratulations on signing in at the core of the medicine Immortal Valley. Rewarding you with a 300 million year old divine ginseng. Rewarded with a 437-fold boost to obtain a divine ginseng doll. Zhang Daohong was filled with dismay. 437x sign-up bonus for a doll? How honorable is that? It was a bit different from the rewards he expected. Consciousness enters system space. On the green grass, there was a girl who was as white as jade, looked about 3 years old, eyes closed, sleeping peacefully, skin like the finest suet, giving her a look that made you want to pinch her. This doll, it smells so good. Zhang Daohong smelled an extremely tantalizing smell, like the finest immortal liquid, mixed with the scent of milk. The smell was emanating from the girl child as she sniffed closely. Divine ginseng doll. It should be delicious, right? Drool was running down the corners of his mouth. I really haven't heard that a divine ginseng can be cultivated into human form. Maybe it's just been too many years since it's been around. A ginseng that is 300 million years old is elevated another 437 times, which is equivalent to over 100 billion years. How terrifying must a divine ginseng doll that has only been formed like this be? Just by imagining it, one would know that this divine ginseng doll was extremely uncomplicated. Maybe, if you take a bite, you'll be able to fly in daylight. Divine ginseng doll. Give her a drop of your blood and she will recognize you as her master and never betray you. Please don't try to eat her so easily, or you'll regret it. Zhang Daohong really wanted to eat this divine ginseng doll, but then I saw the prompt and hesitated. You'll regret eating it? Regret how? Why don't you give a specific hint? Zhang Daohong squatted on the ground and looked at the fragrant divine ginseng, his mouth secreting a large amount of saliva. But when you see that doll, which is like sheep's milk, how can you give up your mouth? Ugh. If it wasn't in human form, it might actually eat it. But she's a doll, which has the appearance of a divine ginseng. Forget it. Forget it. No more. Since she couldn't be eaten, she should be taken in, so she might be of some use in the future. Biting the tip of his finger, a drop of blood dripped out and landed on the baby's pursed lips. Blood ran down his lips and into his mouth. Not a moment later, the doll's eyes opened. It was a pair of clear and translucent big eyes that didn't contain half a bit of impurities. Zhang Daohong froze violently after seeing those eyes. How can there be such a pure soul in this world? Anyone who saw those eyes would have their soul purified and lose the desire to kill, right? You're pretty cute, little guy. The doll blinked and pursed her lips. Poop. What did you call me? Zhang Daohong was filled with dismay. Poop? Dad? No way. I'm only 5.5 and I'm a father? Kong Daohong had a stern face and a book. I'm your master. You're not allowed to call me Poop. You have to call me brother. Dragon was changed to Gongzi because he was too big to be called brother. This looks like a 3-year-old doll, and the name brother is just right. Poop. The doll blinked. Still calling this. Call your brother. Poop. If you don't call your brother, you're not wanted. When the doll heard this, she was aggravated like a 3-year-old, and her eyes filled with colorful tears. It didn't take long for a wild cry to come out. Whoa whoa whoa. Tears fell down her cheeks, glistening colorfully in the air. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The teardrops fell to the ground with a crisp clatter. Zhang Daohong looked down and his pupils shrunk. The teardrops did not seep into the soil, but turned into drops of colorful pearls. A strong medicinal scent emanated from the teardrop. It's 7-colored divine liquid? 7-colored divine liquid. A liquid containing a rich divine aura. Could be used to refine pills, quench the body, or directly absorbed if the body was strong enough. It was said that the 7-colored divine liquid was only found on the 7-colored divine island in the 10,000 ancient divine realm and was extremely difficult to find. After the ancient period, it only appeared twice. The value is comparable to the Vanguard divine oil. Zhang Daohong picked up a colorful pearl and held it in his hand. It did not melt like a water droplet. Wanted to confirm whether or not this was a 7-colored divine liquid. Not a moment later, got a system alert. The 7-colored divine liquid, which did not come from the 7-colored divine island, may have a heartbreaking story of a father abandoning his daughter. Chapter 56, This Digging Skill. You graduated from Lanxiang, right? No. Why did you recognize your father when you said you'd be the master? Zhang Daohong was very speechless. He's only 5. He doesn't want to be a father so soon. The doll was still crying as dozens of drops of 7-colored divine liquid fell to the ground. After crying for a while, he seemed to be tired of crying and looked at Zhang Daohong pitifully. Poop. Once. Call your brother. Wow wow wow. Another few dozen drops of 7-colored divine liquid fell to the ground. Zhang Daohong looked at these 7-colored divine liquids and then looked at the poor doll, especially those big watery eyes. The heart instantly softened. The 7 colors divine liquid is important, but it's not a good idea to keep letting your child cry. Forget it. I'm not that hard-hearted. Call it whatever you like. The doll immediately broke into a giggle. The voice was sweet and crunchy. Poop. TCH. The speed of this face change. Zhang Daohong now really think that this doll is pretending. But, looking at her big clear budding eyes, it didn't seem like it. Collecting the 7-colored divine liquid that had fallen on the ground, he carefully counted a total of 88. Doll crying? Why is there a 7-colored divine liquid? Because she's a divine ginseng? A divine ginseng that only took 100 billion years to take shape. Weeping and dropping out 7-colored divine liquid didn't make him feel exaggerated. After all, this fellow was himself a treasure of heaven and earth. Perhaps the doll has more treasures to explore slowly. Name her first. Since she was transformed by a divine ginseng, let's call her Ginsenger. Suddenly, I felt that I was an absolute genius at coming up with names. Kong Du Hyong crouched down and looked at the doll. How about a name for you? Samuel from now on? Poopy. Sammy. Likes it. The doll clapped her hands happily, and would have a new name from now on. Zhang Daohong thought for a moment and said, Stay in this world for now. It's dangerous out there. We'll take you out when we leave the divine realm. The divine ginseng doll is a creation of heaven and earth. More than donkey meat. Who knows if it will attract the prying eyes of demonic beasts. In the divine realm, he was as weak as an ant, so it was better to be cautious. Poopy. Don't, said Samuel, putting his hands out and making a motion for a hug with big, pitiful eyes. Be good. I'll be back with you later. Zhang Daohong gently touched Sinner's little head. After saying this, the consciousness left the system world. Don't. Samuel's eyes were swirling with colorful tears. Gollum. A 30,000-year-old immortal grass fruit next to it seemed to have rolled over towards Sinner's side because it wasn't set up properly. Sinner raised her head, and after seeing the fairy grass fruit, her eyes sparkled with little stars. Ha! Yummy! Samuel wants to eat. Samuel climbed to his feet and reached over the greenish rind, which cracked open. Grab a handful of the pulp and stuff it in your mouth. Crunch! Crunch! Okay, eat. Samuel ate very happily, and the sadness of his dad's departure was washed away. Just like that, the little guy sat there with his hands cupped around a big chunk of fairy grass pulp, eating it full of juice. Gongzi? Lama realized that Zhang Daohong froze there for a long time and didn't move, not knowing what had happened. Are you okay? The jade hand held Zhang Daohong's shoulder and gently shook it. When Zhang Daohong opened his eyes, he smelled a tantalizing body scent and almost became intoxicated. Oh, I'm fine. You scared me to death, Dragon said, patting her chest and taking a breather. Kong Du Hyong looked toward the sea of flowers. There are tens of thousands of divine ginseng flowers here, which are also good treasures for refining medicine. Let's collect them. Every 10,000 years of time, a divine ginseng flower grew, and as the years of the divine ginseng grew, these divine ginseng flowers became more and more valuable. Although it was nowhere near as good as a divine ginseng, each plant, too, was equivalent to a million-year-old immortal medicine. 10,000 million-year-old immortal pills. What a huge fortune. Putting one in when making pills has the effect of turning decay into magic. The duo collected all of the divine ginseng flowers and placed them in the system space. Zhang Daohong knew that after collecting these divine ginseng flowers, that was the main event of the day. Digging for sacred ginseng, a divine ginseng that has been growing for 100 million years. Hell knows how big it really is. The soil here is relatively hard and it is not difficult to dig down. Kong Du Hyong took out a large shovel, shoveled a small piece of soil, and threw it into the distance. Your method of digging is too slow. Look at me. The dragon rolled up her arms and sleeves. Her hands transformed into the shape of dragon claws, and she shoveled violently towards the ground. Ow! The power of the divine dragon. Swish swish swish. Dirt flew up and landed in the clearing on the far side. At a speed visible to the naked eye, a large pit about 10 feet deep was dug out. The arms turned into stumps, and it was impossible to see just how many pieces there were. Kong Du Hyong froze. This, graduated from Lanxiang, right? What's the point of having a team of excavators if you're going to invite dragon to the construction site? Did all the digging in one day. He found out the hard way. The dragon looked soft and supple and did a really fierce job. 10 big men may not have her strength. It's the same with sparring with people who hate to be blown to smithereens with a single punch. What kind of woman is that? It's clearly a woman's man. The dragon's digging was fast, and the dirt was disappearing at a rate visible to the naked eye. And the digs were exquisite. There is no destroying the divine counselor for a fraction of a second. A tea time passed before the divine ginseng was completely dug out. 2 teas. An incense burner. 1 hour. Soil piled up next to it in hills 100 feet high. A huge pit was dug out below the sea of flowers, with a huge divine ginseng in the center. It was estimated that it was at least 100 feet deep. Another hour passed, and the dragon roared excitedly at the bottom of the pit. Duke, I'm done digging. Zhang Daohong stood at the edge of the pit and looked downward. In the pit was a huge rhizome, somewhat similar in appearance to ginseng, but the outer skin was golden yellow. There was also an arcane pattern on it that recorded some sort of divine power. Divine ginseng, 50 feet in diameter and 300 feet high. Thousands of roots extended into the soil, absorbing the immortal energy in the soil. Longer dug very delicately, not destroying any part of the divine ginseng, which was very well preserved. Not bad. Zhang Daohong nodded in satisfaction. This digging technique is absolutely masterful. Going into coaching won't even be a problem. Turn around and reward you with a section of divine ginseng. Divine ginseng is too precious. The dragon's son doesn't dare to ask for it. Take it if it's given to you. Zhang Daohong retrieved the divine ginseng into the system space. After losing the clay, it can be taken away with a shroud of intent. He had chosen the right path, and Pill Immortal Valley would not stand in his way. Well, it's time for us to get out. This time, entering the Pill Immortal Valley had taken a total of more than 4 hours, so it was time to leave. I'm sure Mengyao is impatiently waiting. Outside the Medicine Fairy Valley, Zhang Mengyao was squatting on the ground with a sad face, and there was a small mound of dirt in front of her, with a wooden plaque stuck on it. It has a few words written on it. Zhang Daohong, immortalized, brother, sister will always remember you. Sister shouldn't have given you the Pill Fairy order. If I had gone, you wouldn't have been in danger. It's all my fault. It's my bad failure to protect you. Zhang Daohong appeared at the entrance of the Medicine Immortal Valley and saw Mengyao crying there with pearly blossoms and the tombstone that was erected. Zhang Daohong, forever immortalized. How about Vanguard? He knew that he had entered the Medicine Immortal Valley for 4 hours, and Mengyao must have misunderstood. It was also true that a normal person who entered the Medicine Fairy Valley and didn't come out after so long must be dead. Mengyao. Zhang Mengyao twisted her head to see that familiar face, and her crying stopped instantly. You're not dead. You're happy for nothing that I'm not dead? How? Zhang Mengyao immediately wiped the tears away secretly. Boring. I can't believe this stinky brother saw himself crying and crying. There's really no place to put my old empress face. You bad boy. What took you so long? Isn't this a delay of some time just to get all the way through? How many forks in the road did you cross along the way through? Confidential. Zhang Daohong smiled mysteriously. Che, secretive. No fun. Zhang Mengyao gasped and twisted her head away. Here, split the baby. Without Zhang Mengyao's Pill Immortal Order, Zhang Daohong wouldn't have been able to enter the Pill Immortal Valley and obtain so many heavenly treasures, as well as the 10,000 ancient qi. So, it was prepared to share some of it with Zhang Mengyao. Zhang Mengyao, however, shook her head, not meaning to. Since he let Zhang Daohong have the Pill Immortal Order, he was planning to give him everything. It never occurred to me that I would share those immortal medicine resources. Besides, Zhang Daohong couldn't have obtained that many immortal medicines in the Pill Immortal Valley, so it was probably just a few. Kong Daohong pushed the small earthen slope off with a kick and split the wooden sign. It's so unlucky, it's better to destroy it. After doing this, casually pointing forward. Whoosh! On the gravel ground, there were 3 more 10 feet tall immortal shoots, emerald green, looking like they had the desire to take a bite. This was the immortal pill for the first level, and Zhang Daohong was prepared to give some to Mengyao for each level, splitting it into several times to take it out. This is, Zhang Mengyao snapped, 10,000-year-old immortal bamboo shoots. Hiss. Surprisingly, it's this kind of immortal treasure. Immortal shoots were relatively rare in the desolate heaven ancient realm, growing to the 10,000 year level. They are almost extinct, unless it is found in some kind of secret realm or relic. And, it's not 1 plant, but 3. The value of this is hard to overestimate. How did Zhang Daohong find the 3 immortal shoots? It's hard to believe that, against all odds, there are 5 or 6 immortal shoots on one road? This is too much luck. Here, these 3 10,000-year-old immortal shoots are for you. Zhang Daohong signed in to get 110 10,000-year-old immortal shoots. It wasn't that he didn't want to take out too many, but if he took out too many at once, he would draw suspicion from the other party instead. Having just tried it, at most 10 immortal medicines would grow at the end of a path. He was earning a lot of money, and he was a bit upset if he didn't give some to Mangyao. After all, emotions are only deeper when they come together. In the future, Zhang Mangyao would have this kind of secret key before she was willing to take it out and give it to herself. To put it bluntly, the ultimate winner is still him. Give me all 3 of these 10,000-year-old immortal shoots? It's not very. Zhang Mangyao still didn't take them. If you give them to me, won't you lose them? It won't. Zhang Daohong waved his hand without a care in the world. There's a lot more, so just take it. And, a lot? Zhang Mangyao snapped. She knew something about the pill in Mortal Valley, and normally, at the end of a path, there was only one immortal medicine. A little bit of luck to come across 2 or 3 plants. It is only with extreme luck that one can come across 5 or 6 plants. Only a true son of Qi could come across more than 6 plants. Since Zhang Daohong described him as having many more, it must be more than 6 plants. This kind of Qi is so unbelievable. Chapter 57, Zhang Mangyao, brother I'll find you a leopard print empress as a wife in the future. Plenty, Zhang Daohong said greatly. Take it quickly. Good. Thank you. Zhang Mangyao was very grateful. No, it's me who thanks you. Zhang Daohong smiled from ear to ear. Without that pill immortal order of yours, I wouldn't have been able to enter the pill immortal valley. Zhang Mangyao was a little emotional. It seemed that giving the pill fairy order to Zhang Daohong was the right thing to do. She may not be able to pick a good one if she's allowed in. Secretly, he said, it seems that in the future, when we enter the divine realm, we still have to rely on Zhang Daohong. With his heavenly fortune against the heavens, he'll definitely get the most out of it. Seeing that Zhang Daohong insisted repeatedly, he did not hesitate and accepted it directly. Well, I can keep going. Wait, there are still a lot of immortal medicines. Zhang Daohong smiled mysteriously, and Zhang Mangyao was quite surprised. Aha! Kong Du Haiyan beckoned. 3 fruits immediately appeared on the ground. Fairy herb fruit. One of them, with a nibble. How did this piece get chewed? Could it be Samson? When his consciousness entered the system world, he saw a sinner, who was holding the immortal medicine and was filling her mouth with juice. My God, this guy is eating my immortal medicine. It's not going to be a problem, is it? The immortal grass fruit was a 30,000-year-old immortal pill, possessing an extremely majestic medicinal power that no immortal would dare to take easily. Samson is so small. Will he be bursting if he eats this kind of immortal medicine? After careful observation, Samuel was relieved that there was nothing unusual about him. This guy is 100 billion-year-old divine ginseng after all. Eating a few fruits won't be a problem. As for the matter of Sinner eating the fairy grass fruit, there was not too much blame. After all, if this little guy cried for a while, it was dozens of drops of 7-colored divine liquid, and each drop was worth a lot more than the immortal herb fruit. Perhaps, after eating the immortal medicine, it was not certain that the ginseng would have some special changes. There is no knowledge of the divine ginseng doll. It's too mysterious. Take your time to explore. Consciousness returned to reality and replaced the cactus fruit, which had a bite taken out of it, with another. Zhang Mangyao looked at the 3 immortal herb fruits and froze a little. 30,000 years of fairy fruit. It's so rare, isn't it? What kind of luck is that? Since he could take out 3 of them, it meant that Zhang Daohong had gotten at least 6 or more. To come across 2 consecutive immortal pills, both of which were still over 6. This kind of luck was truly indescribable. Here, these 3 immortal grass fruits are for you as well. Zhang Daohong signed in to obtain 110 of them, and dividing 3 of them was nothing. Not too good. Just now I took 3 immortal bamboo shoots. Zhang Mangyao refused to take it easily. 3 immortal herb fruits. Compared to the ones I've collected, it's a drop in the ocean. Zhang Daohong said softly, 9 cows and a dime? What kind of goodies did you actually obtain? Zhang Mangyao was getting more and more curious about how many levels this guy had passed and what kind of good treasures he had gotten. Zhang Daohong reached out and pointed at the ground a few times, and 3 immortal medicines appeared in the clearing. Zhang Mangyao was completely stunned when she saw these immortal medicines. 300,000-year-old phoenix immortal grasses. 3 200,000-year-old golden immortal fruits. 3 plants 500,000 years old. An extremely rare immortal medicine was casually placed on the ground. Any plant that appeared in the desolate heaven ancient realm would lead to a strife. Together with the 2 at the very beginning, a total of 9 types of immortal medicines were taken out. Zhang Mangyao was scared silly. 9 immortal drugs, and over 1,000,000 years. Could it be that Zhang Daohong really passed the 9 levels? That can't be right. 9 passes. One level is harder than the other. One wrong step is all it takes to disqualify you from continuing forward in your quest. If one could really walk here, one would definitely be a son of luck. Moreover, Zhang Daohong took out 3 of each type of immortal medicine. In other words, for each path, you get more than 6 immortal medicines. There's really no one else with that kind of luck. Could it be that this medicine immortal valley is Zhang Daohong's backyard, being able to explore at will? Zhang Daohong smiled mysteriously. The next one is the big one. With a flip of his wrist, 10 more delicate divine ginseng flowers appeared in his palm. A strong medicinal scent spreads from the flowers. Zhang Mengyao just took a sniff and got lost in the fragrance of the flowers. This is divine ginseng flower. This. He was trembling and stuttering with excitement. Divine ginseng, a treasure of heaven and earth only found in the divine realm. Many immortals wanted to ask for a plant, even for 10 years, and could not find it. It was said that it was also hard to find this kind of supreme treasure in the 10,000 ancient divine realm. Legend has it that the divine ginseng is hidden in the heart of the medicine immortal valley. In the entire divine realm, it belonged to the top treasures. Only a true son of heaven's destiny can seek it out. The appearance of the divine ginseng flower reminded her of a supreme treasure like divine ginseng. Zhang Mengyao held the boy's shoulders with both hands and shook them vigorously. Zhang Daohong, did you search for the divine ginseng? Kang Duhaian nodded gently. That's right. I did go to the core of the land and dug up the divine ginseng. Hiss. Zhang Mengyao felt like the world was going crazy. There is no limit to the number of years that a divine ginseng can grow. How many years must it have grown since the end of the ancient period? It must be 10,000 million years at least. Just imagining it makes you feel horrible. Zhang Daohong casually took out a 3-foot-long section of divine ginseng. This is only the root in the divine ginseng. Just one hair of the 9 oxen. My God! Zhang Mengyao trembled with excitement. Billions of years. What a billion years! It's so precious. This section of divine ginseng, if taken to the desolate heaven ancient realm, would surely lead to rivers of blood and miles of corpses. All the immortal clans and immortal sects had to step in to fight for it. Even those hidden immortal sects would be unable to sit still and participate in this fight. This section of the divine ginseng is yours. In fact, the biggest harvest this time was not the divine ginseng, but the divine ginseng doll. Zhang Mengyao really didn't know what words of thanks to say. The divine ginseng was of great significance and would be used in the refining of certain top-level immortal pills. This is too expensive. Without your pill immortal order, I wouldn't have been able to find this item. Alright, then I'll take it. Zhang Mengyao was very moved in her heart. This time, Zhang Daohong entered the pill immortal valley to explore it without hiding anything, and took out quite a few treasures to distribute to himself. For her, it was enough. The next time he entered the divine realm, if there was a secret key available, he would definitely give it to Zhang Daohong. Or if there was any good treasure that Zhang Daohong would use, he would think of him first. Darkly, she said, don't worry, brother, when we arrive at the desolate heaven ancient realm in the future, my sister will definitely find you a few more female emperors to be your wife. What white tiger empress? What jackal empress? All for you, Zhang Daohong urged. The matter of me giving you these immortal treasures must not be revealed to a third person, especially the billion-year divine ginseng. Revealing it, the two of them were destined to have a calamity. Don't worry, I know these. Zhang Mengyao nodded heavily. For 100,000 years, she had held back daily her own affairs, never revealing them. The confidentiality bit, well done. Sundown in the west. A full moon hangs in the sky. The refreshing evening breeze, caressing the cheeks, brings some relief. It's getting late. Let's eat something before we hit the road. Zhang Daohong touched his rumbling stomach. A little hungry. Good. Zhang Mengyao immediately agreed. Next, there was only one place left to explore. The temple. There's a day and a half left. That's plenty of time. Dragon. Calling out softly, the dragon appeared next to him. Build a fire and cook. Yes. Dragon rolled up her arms and sleeves, put on her golden apron, and got the campfire going quickly. What would you like to eat tonight? Do you want to drink Kirin whip soup? With immortal medicines, stewed slowly over low heat? It will be very delicious. Since the last time I saw the unicorn whip, my heart has been set on stewing it. Don't. Kang Duhaian raised his hand in rejection. Let's forget about the urine stew and all that. Let's have a unicorn fairy bamboo shoots and mushroom soup. Stew a big pot and we'll eat it together. Oh, okay. Longer took the unicorn meat out of her spatial ring. Since getting the space ring, ingredients and whatnot are stored by her. Rummaging through the pile of meat, he quickly noticed a great tonic. Sir, should I add this? Zhang Daohong's right eyelid jumped several times with an ominous premonition. He looked up and was completely speechless. It's unicorn loin. Don't. What's the difference between cashew soup and urine stew? Did Dragons love the stink. Kang Du-hyun winced and subconsciously clamped his legs together. Luckily, I'm not grown up yet. There's time to teach her to be reformed. Oh, Dragon shook her head a little disappointed. This one then? Leg meat. Well, leg meat is fine. Kang Du-hyun looked at the ingredients. There was an orb-like thing among them. Kirin Bao. Thankfully, Dragon didn't pick it. It looks like there's still a way to save it. However, before he could rejoice for a moment, the dragon pointed at the Kirin Pa. Should I add this to the soup? I hear it tastes good. Kang Dao-hong covered his head and was filled with helplessness. It's over. Dragon is completely hopeless. Do you have to eat this stuff? Like? Gollum. Gollum. The large iron pot was set up on the campfire pile. The pale white soup bubbled, and the aroma of meat mixed with the scent of immortal medicine slowly dispersed. Jiang Mengyao, who usually didn't like eating much, also gulped down her saliva. Smells good. The unicorn meat with fairy bamboo shoots and mushrooms is really tasty. Longer picked up the salt shaker and instead of using the jade spoon inside, she was instead going to just use the pouring one. Oops. The spoon is too small. It's better to use a pour. Slow down. Zhang Daohong had been staring at Longer and still almost missed it. I almost poured a jar of salt in there when I wasn't paying attention. Use a spoon. It's a big pot. 2 spoons are enough. How else are you going to drink it if you pour it all in this can? Dragon scratched his head in embarrassment. Oh, I know. Gobble. Gobble. Soup's ready. Longer picked up a spoon, scooped up a large spoonful, and poured it into Jiang Mengyao's large bowl. Add a chrysanthemum to her. Kang Du-hyun said softly. Oh, got it. The dragon rummaged through the pot with another spoon and found a delicate chrysanthemum, which she placed in the girl's bowl. Jiang Mengyao felt cozy when she saw this chrysanthemum. That's more like a family dinner. The chrysanthemums are delicate and bright green in color. Not real chrysanthemums, but carved from fairy shoots. Under Longer's exquisite carving skills, the chrysanthemums were lifelike, as thin as cicada wings, and had not been deformed even after cooking for a long time. Kang Du-hyun picked up the bowl and took a big gulp of the soup, closing his eyes in enjoyment. It's a beautiful thing to have such a bowl of soup after exploring the divine realm. By the way, the little one hasn't eaten yet. It suddenly occurred to him that he was a father, not a man. After all this time, who knows if the little one is hungry? Do you need to drink animal milk? At the mention of the beast's milk, Zhang Daohong looked towards Longer. Hey, it shouldn't be used. Although Samuel is small, he just looks small. She was a divine ginseng that had lived for hundreds of billions of years, so she most likely wouldn't be able to use something like this. Chapter 58, Painting God's Finger Bone. Painting God's Power. Zhang Daohong once again entered the system world. In the world, Sunur was holding a large chunk of the immortal pill's fruit flesh and was gnawing on it. Poop. Eat. When Sunur saw Zhang Daohong come in, she wiped the corners of her mouth and gave a cute smile. Zhang Daohong's face darkened. How did he say this like he was asking himself to eat poop? You eat. Rub the little one's head. Want some soup? Sunur's eyes lit up when she saw the unicorn soup that Zhang Daohong handed over. Carefully spooned a bite and put it in his mouth. Woo. Yummy. Poopy eat. As Sunur spoke, she spooned a bite and handed it to Zhang Daohong. I've eaten. You eat. Zhang Daohong said with a smile. This little guy is just too cute. Especially with those big talking eyes. Who could stop them? Samuel took a big gulp. Soon, there were a few pieces of unicorn meat left in the bowl. Spooning it up, he held it to his nose and sniffed it, then returned it to the soup bowl in disgust. You're not eating? It's not good to be a picky eater. Zhang Daohong said with a stern face. The little guy didn't seem to like meat and just ate the immortal medicine. Samuel shook his head and pushed the soup bowl back. Try it. It's good meat. No. Poop eat. Take a bite. No. Must eat. Zhang Daohong's tone of voice was a bit harder as Sunur sat there aggrieved, her eyes swirling with 7-colored tears. Eyes. It was about to flow. Gotta. Not eat it or not eat it. Although, a ginseng child crying could bring in the 7-colored divine liquid. Zhang Daohong was a bit unable to bear to see the little one cry. Hee Samuel laughed, his large eyes curving into a crescent moon. Poop. Poop. Just finished eating you have to pull? Kang Du-hyun was stunned. Samuel squatted and pooped. Seeing that pile of poop, Zhang Daohong once again doubted life. It's really a poo shape with a tip on it. The color, however, was golden and shone with a precious light. A strong medicinal scent emanated from the pile of poop. Kang Daohong was a bit skeptical that if this thing was left outside, unknowing people would most likely eat it if they saw it. Medicine ointment, mixed with countless kinds of precious immortal medicine condensed into ointment, has the effect of transforming decay into magic. If you don't mind getting dirty, try eating it down. Try and die. I don't really mind getting dirty, but this stuff is better. Don't know where it came from. Might actually try it. But, pooh, forget it. Just let those who are meant to try it. There was a piece of leftover fairy grass peel thrown on the ground right where Samuel had pooped. The ointment of the medicine god came in contact with the peel and something magical happened. The rind absorbed the medicinal ointment, and a bright green shoot emerged from it, thriving. There are also thin rhizomes sticking out from underneath, rooting into the soil. Rooted and sprouted. The rind quickly grew into a cactus fruit. It's getting bigger and bigger. Centennial. Millennium. 10,000 years. 30,000 years. 50,000 years. It's no longer a fairy grass fruit. Zhang Daohang's face was filled with stagnation, and his pupils were trembling. Fairy grass fruit. The highest growth year is 30,000 years. The diameter is about 5 feet. This immortal grass fruit in front of me reached 7 feet in diameter. With a vintage of 50,000 years, it had already transcended the nature of the immortal herb fruit, becoming another, even more precious type of immortal medicine. Extreme fairy grass fruit, a mutated variety of the fairy grass fruit. Perhaps something wonderful happened to it, e.g., eating a piece of. This stuff works. In terms of value, a 50,000-year-old immortal grass fruit was definitely dozens of times higher than a 30,000-year-old. And, things are rare. If this thing was taken out, it would definitely sell for a sky-high price, and immortal cultivators would go crazy over it. When the time comes, as long as he doesn't say anything, who knows this thing grew up eating. In fact, poo is a kind of fertilizer that grows plants, and it's nothing to eat. The medicinal ointment is absorbed by the rind and disappears completely. Only this 50,000-year-old extreme immortal grass fruit was left behind. If certain precious herbs are needed and can't be found, it's fine to have seeds. Zhang Daohang had a new method of cultivating immortal medicines. Samuel, that's a great ability you have. Tears are the 7-colored divine liquid, and then it is the ointment of the medicine god. Perhaps there is more to discover. Samuel, go ahead and eat. I'm going to be gone for a while. Placing that eaten fairy grass fruit in front of Samuel, she immediately crawled over and started eating. Zhang Daohang was also relieved to see this scene. This guy, as long as there's fairy pills to eat, he's honest and won't cry or anything. A grand hall was erected in the clearing, with a tall idol right in front of it. It was just a statue, but it had an endless pressure. Zhang Daohang stood in front of the statue, and just by looking at it, he felt an extremely terrifying pressure come over him. It was as if, with a random thought, the idol could completely erase him from the world. Real gods are scary. When will I be strong enough for this? The two entered the temple. The rich chi of the ancient world merged into Zhang Daohang's body. Ding! You have absorbed the ancient chi of the 10,000 years, and your sign-in reward has been increased by 100 times. Adding this 100x to the total sign-up multiplier boosts it to 537x. The ancient divine hall, which could collect a bit more ancient chi than the Pill Immortal Valley. Finally, the check-in multiplier passes the 500 mark. Just inside the great hall was a long corridor. The walls on both sides were hung with scrolls depicting scenes of a god fighting a great demon. The scene was so grand that just by staring at the scroll, one could feel the horror of the battle scene. With his hand, the sky falls apart and the mountains and rivers collapse. Only by ascending the divine ranking in front of the 10,000 ancient monument and obtaining the bestowed chance could one enter the divine hall. The dragon child was only a follower and did not obtain a chance, so it could only stay in the companion beast space. Kang Du Haiyan looked toward a painting on the left. Boom! Consciousness enters the world of the painting. A god that towered straight up into the clouds, tearing apart the demonic dragon with his bare hands. The scene, extremely spectacular. Being in it was like a speck of dust. Even a single breath from a god could cause him to perish. Suddenly, the god seemed to have realized something and turned his head towards Zhang Daohang. Anum. Rumbling. One look and the world falls apart. Zhang Daohang's body trembled violently as he left from the world in the painting. The back of his shirt was soaked with sweat. Hiss. It's horrible. Is this the real god? There was not the slightest doubt that if the gods wanted him dead, that look just now would be enough to die tens of thousands of times. Don't stare at the paintings. Jiang Mengyao held the boy's shoulders. These paintings are not simple. There is a hint of the will of the gods in them. If your divine soul is too weak, it is likely to be swept away by the divine consciousness and become a soulless shell. Kang Du Haiyan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Just a hint of will. And it's so scary. If only it were true that the gods. At this moment, he finally realized the gap between himself and the truly strong gods. Far from now. But, it's also a goal, erected in front of the eyes. Sooner or later, he would become a god. Become the most powerful master in this heaven and earth. The two men walked forward down the long corridor. On the walls on both sides, frescoes are hung. Soon, it was time to come to the main hall. Two gates appeared ahead. Zhang Mangyao pointed to the gate on the left and said, "Every Vanguard God Hall is different. This Vanguard God Hall, on the left is the Vanguard God Painting Hall. It is said to be the painting place of a god who is good at painting and studies the way of painting in the temple every day. We go in, and if we can be recognized by the gods, we'll get a chance. Very few people have been recognized by the gods in the past 10,000 years. The divine hall they went to earlier. On the left side was the Vanguard Book Pavilion, which contained quite a few rare techniques. That 10,000 ancient great emperor's heart sutra was obtained from this." Kang Duhaian nodded gently. "That divine painting way is too terrifying. It's too hard to get his approval. Those murals outside, they're all painted by the gods. That kind of intent is horrible. Even the wizards of the way of painting in the eyes of mortals could not be recognized by the gods. I've signed in there, and I've gotten a physique related to the painting path, but it's not very strong. 36,000 divine bodies are to be ranked after 30,000. With this kind of physique, even if it was fused, the gods probably wouldn't be able to look at it. Therefore, Zhang Daohong was in no hurry to fuse. The way of painting, having studied it some, was far inferior to the way of the sword." Zhang Mangyao pointed to that large hall on the right again. "In every divine temple, there is an ancient treasure hall, which collects the treasures of the gods. Our main event this time is this. Previously, everyone thought that only gods could enter the ancient treasure hall, and the rest of the people were not qualified. It was only later that they realized they were both wrong. It wasn't that they weren't qualified, but that they hadn't obtained the 7-colored divine key. In order to enter the Hall of 10,000 Ancient Treasures, one must reach the 10,000 Ancient Extreme Realm and obtain the 7-colored divine key before opening it." Zhang Mangyao also didn't know about this until she saw Zhang Daohong go in last time. Those outsiders are still in the dark. She really didn't have any expectations for that Hall of 10,000 Ancient Divine Paintings. She's not much of a researcher when it comes to her painting path. Zhang Daohong slowly walked to the center of the hall and silently chanted the word signing in. "Ding! You have signed in at the Hall of Ancient Gods and obtained the reward Painted Immortal Tire. The reward has been increased 537 times, and you have obtained a Painting God Finger Bone set." What the hell is a set of Painted God Finger Bones? He had acquired bones before, all by one, and had never heard the word set in a book. Looking toward the reward, it dawned on me. A set of painted divine finger bones, divided into thumb, index finger, middle finger, ring finger, and pinky, all 5 added together as a set, can be fused with the original bones. Touch the brush, and unlock the power of the painting god. Chapter 59, Two Beauties Writing Face. So it's a whole set of painted god finger bones, same as sword bones. It's fused into the inside of the finger. With this set of finger bone fusion, going to the temple on the left should be more certain. However, the fusion must have moved a lot. What should we do if Mangyao is here? Zhang Daohong didn't want to fuse in front of Zhang Mangyao. After all, making a commotion wouldn't explain it at all. Right, use the immortal temple. It should fuse quickly. Thinking of this, Zhang Daohong said, "I'm going to go and facilitate. Don't come over, and no peeking oh." Zhang Mangyao rolled her eyes. "Che, who cares? It's just a little beaner. What's there to see?" Zhang Daohong retreated to the hallways of the temple, found a secluded corner, and took out an immortal hall. Qiankuan Immortal Hall. It contains a dry land, and can even adjust the passage of time. It just costs something. The Qiankuan Immortal Hall, up to 100 times time can be adjusted. That is to say, 1 day outside, 100 days inside. However, the cost is also quite large, requiring the consumption of 10,000 immortal stones. Immortal stones, stones that contained rich immortal energy, 10,000 of them were worth as much as a second-grade immortal pill. This 1 hour referred to 1 hour passing in real space and 100 hours passing within the Qiankuan Immortal Hall. 100 hours, which was equivalent to 8 days, if used for cultivation, was far less than taking a single elixir to boost one's immortal chi. Therefore, very few people would use the Qiankuan Immortal Hall to cultivate, unless it was for some special purpose. For example, right now, Zhang Daohong needed to fuse the painting god's finger bones in a short period of time. The body entered the Qiankuan Immortal Hall and took out 10,000 immortal stones and placed them on the altar in the center. Immortal stones were piled up like small mountains, and the altar activated, devouring them cleanly. Buzz, the flow of time had changed, but Zhang Daohong did not notice any abnormalities, exactly the same as when he was in the outside world. Only after going out one can feel the real flow of time. Zhang Daohong took out the painted god's finger bone. It was 5 finger-like bones, colorful, and on each of them, an immortal painting was painted. It is so lifelike that it looks like a real wonderland. Zhang Daohong froze as he looked at the 5 finger bones. Tattoos are popular on Blue Star. Tattooed bones are popular in the immortal cultivation world? You can't do this stuff without some skill. But who should I show it to if I do get a tattoo? Attaching the 5 bones to his fingers, he slowly blended them into his skin, fusing them with the original 5 fingers. The fusion can be automatically resized to be indistinguishable from the original. The process was sore and swollen and kind of hot. Since he had a better foundation, there wasn't too much pain that came up, and he was completely fused well with his body. The whole process passed almost a day. Kang Du-hyung's palm lifted uncontrollably towards the sky. Buzz! 7 colored rays of light flashed, illuminating the entire sky. A huge picture scroll floated above the 9 heavens, surrounded by an ethereal immortal aura. Gods and demons stand among them, and great demons soar through the 9 heavens. It's a vision of God's domain. Zhang Daohong was once again shocked by the sight before him. It's worthy of being the painting god's finger bone. After fusing this set of finger bones, some useful information was obtained. In the divine realm, a single painting god finger bone had the qualifications to become a painting god. For example, if a whole finger bone of the painted god is placed on the middle finger and pointed at the heavens, gods, devils, and demons run through. The sight, the thought of it is mind-blowing. What Zhang Daohong had obtained was a set of painted god finger bones, 5 whole ones, stacked on top of each other. The divine power must be many times stronger than one. It's also because of the sign-up system, which is boosted more than 500 times to get a whole set at once. After fusing the painting god's finger bones, it felt like his comprehension of the Tao of painting had increased to an unimaginable level. Those painting paths he had learned before turned out to be very practical experiences that would allow him to control his painting skills in a short period of time and apply them at will. Nice! At this current level, entering the painting palace should be able to obtain a chance. Since I'm here, there's no such thing as coming for nothing. So how can I take something with me? Zhang Daohong left the Qin Immortal Hall, and roughly a tea time passed in the real world. If it's constipation, it should be about the same. Walking back to the main hall, Jiang Mengyao was still waiting there. How come it took so long to conveniently go down? Constipation? No? Humph. Jiang Mengyao let out a cold snort. Eating so much meat, it would be strange not to be constipated. Alright, let's enter the painted hall. The two came to the front of the gate, took out their respective 7-colored divine keys, and smoothly entered the painting hall. It was a very spacious room, with a scroll hanging on the wall around it, more delicate than those murals in the corridor. At a glance, it was clear that this should be a scroll treasured by that deity. There was a bookcase in the center with ink and paper on it. A pale back appeared by the windowsill, hands behind his back, his eyes gazing at the distant mountains and rivers. The old man spoke in an ethereal voice. Wouldn't it be a pity if the great mountains and rivers were not made into paintings? Jiang Mengyao looked very emotional when she saw this pale back. Gods! This is that painting god. Those who paint in the mortal world are called painters. The heavenly realm is called the painted fairy. The divine realm is called the god of painting. A painting god, something that casually flowed out, was not something that could be compared to a transformation immortal. The painted god slowly turned around, revealing his true face. The pale face was a picture of a god. When Jiang Mengyao saw the painting, she was instantly attracted by the mood of the painting and was filled with shock. Oh my god, could this be the legendary goddess Qingfeng diagram? Legend has it that there was a god of painting who specialized in painting on bodies. When he reached the peak of his painting career, he made a painting on his own face. The name is Goddess Green Peak Figure. When this painting was released, the divine realm trembled. Countless admirers went to watch. Everyone, be they demons, gods, or devils, called this painting a divine work. Jiang Mengyao looked toward the old man's face. The bridge of the nose was greenish in color and was painted as a lofty, upright mountain. 2 eyelids, with the sun on the left and the moon on the right. The face is blue, symbolizing the endless sea. The lips were even more desperate, being painted as a lone boat, floating in front of the green peak. There was a beautiful woman on top of the lone boat, paddling it toward the green peak. At the top of Qingfeng Mountain, that is, on the forehead, stood a stunningly beautiful woman in a long white dress, holding a paper umbrella. Absolutely. This divine painting is truly superb. Jiang Mengyao trembled with excitement. Painting on the face, the first person in the ancient world to paint a god. It is a miracle to make a beautiful painting with the help of all the organs of the face. In particular, the painting of the bridge of the nose to look like a green peak highlights the sky-high imagination of the god of painting. Up close, the image still has a 3-dimensional quality to it. It's as if you're actually in the middle of it. The expression on Kang Du-heng's face grew more and more wonderful when he saw the face of the painted god, especially when he saw the beautiful woman on his forehead. Is the immortal cultivation world also special? Either they tattoo paintings on their bones or on their faces. The divine feminine green peak figure? I think it's supposed to be a picture of a beautiful woman riding a face. Or maybe it's called the Ermi Ride face chart. This old man looks like he has a moral appearance, but he is so obscene. Is the long-skirted beauty on her forehead? And can she, with a lift of her eyes, peep under her skirt? Nasty. Nasty. This kind of creation with his face. He couldn't appreciate it anyway. However, looking at Mangyao next to her, she seemed to be very excited. Could it be that Manhwa likes this kind of face writing? Well, broad to ah. The old man faced the two of them and lingered on Zhang Daohong's body for a moment longer, with a look of appreciation in his gaze. Seeing this scene, Zhang Mangyao secretly pondered. I remember that this god of painting, on weekdays, would not reveal this divine maiden's green peak diagram. Today we are here. Why is it displayed? Could it be that Zhang Daohong's qualifications in the Tao of painting are extraordinary? There were also many people who entered the painting hall before and saw the old man, but did not see the green peak picture. This divine painting can be hidden underneath the skin. Only when the old man meets certain friends, or wizards of the painting path, will he display it. Therefore, she then guessed that Zhang Daohong's painting Tao was perhaps much stronger than she had imagined. Or maybe, the old man had some sort of agenda. The old man carried his hands behind his back and slowly said, "If you enter the painting hall, you are destined," said the man, craning his head to look out the window. Wouldn't it be a pity if the great rivers and mountains were not made into paintings? Will each make the next painting? Zhang Mangyao nodded and answered, "Since the painting god wants to paint with this landscape, we will make a picture." Saying that, he gave a wink to Zhang Daohong next to him. This was a test put forth by the god of painting, and if it was recognized, one would be given a chance. Otherwise, only to leave empty-handed. Zhang Daohong also nodded at the old man. Seeing the goddess green peak diagram today is truly extraordinary. I want to make a painting too. The old man nodded in relief when he saw Zhang Daohong respond. Thou shalt paint here. On the drawing table were a dozen kinds of ink, of various colors, and 10 brushes. There were many colors of ink in the immortal cultivation world, and most of them were obtained by refining some kind of heavenly material. That's why the colors of the scroll are so vibrant. It can better bring out the mood of the painting. I'll go first. Zhang Mangyao nodded slightly at Zhang Daohong and walked to the painting table position first. She knew that she would most likely not be favored by the old man with her standard of painting, so it makes no difference if you paint first or second. Picking up a golden wolf hair, he dabbed on some black ink and drew the first stroke on the rice paper. Swish swish swish. A landscape scroll was quickly presented before the eyes of the duo. The mountains and rivers are soaring, and the great rivers are rushing, which is quite a magnificent feeling. Kong Du Hyong stood back and watched, the bones in his right hand tingling a bit. It seems that Bones got excited because he saw someone painting, before placing it in the fusion of the painting god's finger bones, but there had never been this kind of feeling. Chapter 60, Zhang Mangyao, Bah, I've been infected into a bad guy by Zhang Daohong. Soon, Zhang Mangyao finished her last brushstroke and then bowed respectfully to the old man. Dreamy offerings. The old man came to the painting and carefully observed it while commenting on it. The mountains are lofty and immortal. The great rivers are turbulent. Thou hast strong expectations for the future. It's extraordinary to have such insight at such an age. After all, Zhang Mangyao was only 5 years old today. At this age, it's not easy to make this painting. But, this painting could only be described as ordinary, barely reaching the edge of a spirit painting. Zhang Mangyao retreated to the side, to not have too much disappointment on her face. She herself knew her own bottom line. Her drawing skills were average, and she had no expectations of painting the temple, the hidden treasure hall. That's her main event. My turn. Zhang Daohong could no longer hold his tongue. He grabbed the gold-striped wolf's hair, and immediately had a feeling of blending with water. Buzz! The wolf's hair trembled lightly, and vaguely, a wolf howl rang out. This, Zhang Mangyao was astonished. Zhang Daohong is surprisingly so talented in the Tao of painting as well. That quill pen, it seems to be very excited. Only a true powerhouse of the painting way can touch the emotions of the brush and bring out its true effect. Zhang Daohong closed his eyes and contemplated for a long time before violently opening them, his aura changing abruptly. At this moment, it was as if he was no longer a person, but a god. Swish swish swish. The brush is dipped in green ink and draws green grass on rice paper. It didn't take long for a different brush to be dipped in gold ink. In the center of the meadow, a stunningly beautiful woman. The first outline appeared. When the old man saw this scene, his brows furrowed gently, and on his forehead, the divine maiden's skirt creased slightly. Could this son want to make an immortal painting? The power of his painting path is far from enough for immortal painting. Spiritual paintings, paintings with spirituality. Immortal paintings, paintings of the world. The way of immortal painting is to control this power of the Qiankuan in the painting. At this point, a painting made is no longer as simple as a painting. Judging from Zhang Daohong's actions just now, the power of the Qianquan in the painting was felt. However, it is still far from the level of creating immortal paintings. Buzz. Kang Duhaiyong's index finger lit up with a colorful glow. The gold-striped wolf's hair trembled violently, releasing a brilliant golden light. The power of the Tao of painting underneath the brushstroke was violently raised by a large margin. The stunning woman in the painting was even more beautifully silhouetted under the wolf's hair. This is Jiang Mengyao. What an eye! Quickly recognized the finger. Draw the Tao divine bone. Hiss. How did Zhang Daohuang come to have such a divine object? Painting Tao divine bones. As long as one possessed one could walk on the pinnacle of the painting Tao. Achieving the painting immortal in the future is easy. This was also one of the top 100 divine bodies among the 36,000 divine bodies. Divine body was a generalized term. What with divine bone and divine fetus all included. The old man's eyes lit up and his eyebrows unconsciously stretched, even as the goddess's skirt spread out. So it is. It's the painted Tao divine bone. When the teenager came in, he sensed something extraordinary, which was why he used the divine maiden's green peak diagram to face the two of them. Only, there was no sense of what exactly the teenager's unusualness was. It wasn't that his eyesight wasn't good, but that nowadays, he was just a remnant of a soul that had lost many of its powerful abilities. The golden light of the wolf's hair in Zhang Daohuang's hand flourished, outlining the woman's silhouette. The golden long skirt fluttered gently in the breeze, and the absolutely beautiful side face. Gazing ahead, the long, slender arm was raised, and it seemed to be holding something in the palm of its hand. At this point, what was in the palm of the hand hadn't been drawn. Zhang Mengyao had recognized the woman in the painting. Who is it if not Dragon? This golden long skirt, with that stunning side face, perfectly revealed Longer's overwhelming beauty. The dragon's hand is lightly gripped. There should be something. Could it be a unicorn whip? Judging by that grip, it shouldn't be far off. Her cheeks blushed at the thought. Blah blah blah. What am I fooling around with? In front of the painting god, Zhang Daohuang shouldn't be so reckless. If this were a real painting of a unicorn whip, this painting would probably have to become a banned painting. But then, the more paintings are banned, the crazier the cultivators get. I guess I killed my head and tried to snatch it home. The gold-patterned wolf brush was gently waved, and a giant golden sword slowly appeared in the painting. When Jiang Mengyao saw the sword, her cheeks blushed like an apple. I can't wait to dig a hole and bury myself in it. Luckily just now is their own inner thoughts. If the outsiders know, really have no face to live. Oops, how did I turn bad now? I must have followed Zhang Daohuang for a long time and got infected by him. Yeah, this must be it. The thought of being bad because of Kang Duhaiyong made her heart feel much better. When the golden giant sword was drawn to the end, Zhang Daohuang's body lightly trembled. Buzz. A sword intent surrounded the body. What? Zhang Mengyao covered her mouth and exclaimed in shock. He's planning to fuse the Tao of the sword in the painting. Hiss. Is that possible? The same fairy paintings have 3, 6, 9 grades. Judging from what Zhang Daohuang had just drawn, it should be a relatively normal immortal painting. If you want to improve the level of your fairy painting, you have to start with the various Tao methods. Let's say 2 paintings of the same person, one with bare hands and the other with an immortal sword. A painting with an immortal sword in hand is not necessarily as high as one with bare hands. However, if the Tao of the sword was incorporated into the painting would have to be upgraded several notches. The stronger the sword path, the higher the value of this painting. Ordinary painting immortals. Being able to make an immortal painting is considered qualified. Advanced painting immortals, while creating immortal paintings, can also incorporate the rest of the Tao into them. It's geometrically more difficult. Not only did he need to improve his painting Tao, but he also needed to have an extremely strong understanding of the sword Tao. You can't have one without the other. Otherwise, a painting comes out that looks like it has a sword, but has no sword meaning, and instead falls short. Zhang Daohuang's sword intent surged around his body precisely to incorporate the Tao of the sword into the painting. But can he really succeed? Zhang Mengyao feels a bit hungover. The old man also frowned slightly, and the goddess's skirt crumpled together once again. This son's drawing path is insufficient, and he is definitely unable to integrate the way of the sword into. As a god of painting, he knew Zhang Daohuang's way of painting like the back of his hand. Judging from what was shown just now, putting a woman's beauty into a painting is almost the limit. Perhaps in the future, his way of painting would be enough to incorporate the way of the sword. But it's still a lot worse now that I'm so young. Just as the two of them were all disillusioned, Zhang Daohuang's thumb flashed with colorful divine light. Buzz. The standard of the painting path has risen dramatically. Zhang Mengyao stared at the thumb holding the quill. As if on her skin, she saw a colorful divine painting. Hiss. Draw the Tao divine bone. Another one. How is this possible? How can he have 2? A single painted Tao divine bone was already terrifying, destined to go to the top of the painting path. What kind of light would erupt from the two painting Tao divine bones when they complemented each other? Make that unimaginable. The old man's heart snapped. Two painted Tao divine bones. Rare. The old man has never seen. Previously in the divine realm, a single painted Tao divine bone was rare. The situation of two painted Tao divine bones appearing on a person's body at the same time had never occurred before. This son is extraordinary. As long as you don't fall, you're destined to walk the path of the painting god. He had lived for hundreds of millions of years before, and he had never seen this kind of painting Tao qualified person before. Surprisingly, there could be two painted Tao divine bones. The sword intent on Zhang Daohong's body grew thicker and thicker, surrounding the entire painting hall. The scrolls hanging on the walls were also shaking slightly. Buzz! When the sword Tao condensed to the extreme, it violently contracted, and a sword intent that converged on top of the golden patterned wolf hair. At this point, the wolf hair seems to have ceased to be a pen, but a sharp sword, dropping sharp strokes on the scroll. Sword into. Zhang Mangyao felt that the golden sword in the scroll actually trembled. It's like coming to life with a soul of its own. What a terrifying kendo. What a terrible way to draw. The combination of the two has exploded into such a brilliant light. Now, there was really some envy for Zhang Daohong's qualifications. It seemed that this time, one could more than likely obtain a precious chance in the painting hall. The old man nodded approvingly. Not only does this son have an extremely strong talent in the Tao of painting, even the Tao of the sword is extraordinary, destined to become a powerful painter in the future. It would also be difficult to draw this sword well if there was no talent above the sword path. Vainly, it is doomed to fall into disrepute. An immortal painting was slowly presented in front of the duo. Zhang Daohong once again replaced a brush, dipped it in golden ink, and drew a pair of dragon horns on top of the woman's head. Soon, the dragon's horn took on its first form, with only one final stroke remaining. Just finish it to complete the painting. Zhang Daohong stood there, closed his eyes and stared, hesitant to put down his pen. A golden light that swirled around the body. Vaguely, there was the sound of a dragon's roar, resounding from the light. Chapter 61. The sun is going against the heavens. The old man, however, had his brows knitted together once again. He actually tried to take the power of the painted Tao and condense it into the breath of the dragon clan, transform the woman in the painting into a real dragon lady. If it was just an ordinary woman, there would be no need to paint the dragon's horns. The painting would already be complete. If you only paint the dragon's horns but do not add the dragon's aura, this dragon lady is just a mere appearance, not considered a true daughter of a dragon. Zhang Daohong, who was not a member of the dragon clan, was unable to give the dragon maiden the dragon clan's breath, and had to use the power of heaven and earth. It was much harder than incorporating the sword path. Stronger intent of the painting path is needed. In terms of his current realm of the Tao of painting, if he wants to converge the chi of the dragon clan, he's still a bit short of the mark. However, the old man believed that as long as Zhang Daohong was given a little time to refine the painting with dedication, he would definitely be able to complete this world-renowned work. But now, always too small. Zhang Daohong closed his eyes and concentrated, the brush in his hand trembling slightly. He tried to converge the dragon's aura in the space on the pen, but just as he gathered some, it all dispersed again. Apparently, the painting Tao realm was insufficient to communicate more dragon breath. Just then, the middle finger lit up with colorful divine light. In the air, a stunningly beautiful painted world emerged. Boom boom boom. A terrifying painting Tao intent rose up to the sky. In the air, it turned into a beautiful painting that could only be found in a fairyland. A dragon race aura came rushing in from the distance, constantly merging into the picture. Vaguely, a golden dragon emerged from the scroll. This scene completely stunned Zhang Mangyao next to her. No, not really. 3 painted Tao divine bones? Under the sky, how could there be such a wizard of the painting path? A single painted Tao divine bone was already extremely rare. 2 roots are even harder to find in heaven and earth. 3 roots. Appalling. She simply couldn't imagine why Zhang Daohong had so many divine bones. 1 plus 1 plus 1 definitely has a greater effect than 3. 3 painting Tao divine bones. Even the knowledgeable painting god was completely frozen. This sun is going against the grain. What kind of divine light could erupt when the 3 painted Tao divine bones were fused together? Even he was unable to speculate. Only one thing was certain. Zhang Daohong would surely go to the pinnacle of the painting path and later become an existence that surpassed him. A dragon aura converged beside Zhang Daohong. When it converged to the extreme, the golden striped wolf hair transformed into a golden dragon and landed on top of the woman's head. Buzz! The dragon's horns erupted with bright golden light, and the golden dragon rose from the scroll, its roar shaking the sky. Slap! The old man clapped his hands with admiration. Nice. Thou art the most qualified person I have ever seen in the way of painting, destined to walk the path of the peak of the way of painting in the future. Even though he had seen many talented people, he couldn't help but clap his hands in admiration. Jiang Mangyao walked slowly to the front of the scroll and looked at it seriously. The background of the painting is blue sky, white clouds and green grass. A stunningly beautiful woman with a dragon's horn on top of her head held a huge golden sword and danced it on the grass. From the surface of the scroll alone, the painting was already a top-notch painting. Consciousness is drawn to the painted world as it focuses on it. Immortal paintings, which have an inner world, can be shaped into a painted heaven and earth. Spirit paintings, which just have aura, are far from that. Swish! Jiang Mangyao's consciousness appeared within the painted world. Blue sky, white clouds, green grass, a gentle smell, and the fragrance of the soil. On the grass, there was a stunningly beautiful woman wearing a long golden dress with a dragon's horn on her head. Swish! The woman moved. The long sword in his hand swung forward, and his feet matched the light steps, dancing a stunning sword dance in the air. The sword and the woman blended together perfectly, and every movement was pleasing to the eye. Soft movements, no sharp sword strokes, but hidden killings. Anyone who belittles this woman is likely to be stabbed to death by the long sword hidden beneath her beauty. Hiss! Kendo, Dragon Lady, painting the road. It's amazing how well it blends together. Kong Du Hong, you're the reincarnation of the painting fairy, aren't you? Preparing for the million-year kind. There was really some doubt that this guy was not 1,000 lifetimes of reincarnation, all lifetimes of being a strong painter of the Tao, and only after millions of years could he have this level of the Tao of painting. That's really strong. Makes it impossible to describe in words. She believed that if this painting appeared in the desolate heaven ancient realm, it would definitely attract countless immortal sects and immortal clans to fight over it. Even if it was offered in the immortal clan, it was a treasure of the clan. When a painting is ready, Zhang Daohan writes the inscription in the lower right corner, a dream of immortal destiny. In his last life, when he was studying the way of painting, he once had a pen name, called Immortal Edge of a Dream, a beautiful dream of traveling through the world of immortality and becoming immortal. Today, the continuation. Before that, his paintings were all mortal paintings, not half as famous, and no one would recognize them. In the future, the name of Immortal Edge of a Dream must be made known to the three realms. Very good. The old man nodded in admiration after observing the world within the scroll. At a young age, to be able to utilize the Tao of painting in such a manner, thou hast extraordinary qualifications. It seems that my way of painting will finally have an inheritor. The god of painting was really moved to take on a disciple. Nurture Jiang Daohong properly, his future achievements will not lose out to him. Perhaps, he would even be able to carry forward his way of painting and create a masterpiece that would surpass the Divine Maiden's green peak drawing. What 10 women with green peaks? Hundreds of women with green peaks. When Jiang Mangyao heard the old man's words, she was inwardly shocked to the extreme. And at the same time, she was shocked by Jiang Daohong's fortune. What? The old man wants to take Jiang Daohong as his disciple. Doesn't it mean that Jiang Daohong will be the heir to the Divine Maiden Qingfeng diagram from now on? Maybe, we can even get that Divine Maiden Green Peak diagram. The Divine Maiden's Green Peak diagram, which was famous in the Divine Realm, was not just as simple as it looked. If he could really make this painting come to be, he might be able to shake the Divine Realm with this painting in the future. What ancient catastrophe! Throw your face at it and show it the power of God's painting. Hearing the old man's words, Jiang Daohong wasn't half as happy, but instead had an ominous premonition in his heart. Especially the painting on the old man's face made him feel a little prickly. The old man slowly walked up to Jiang Daohong, with kind brows and a gentle tone. Would you like to become my heir? Pass on the essence of the Divine Body Painting Tao. The old man had formed a school of his own, named the Divine Body Painting Tao for painting on his body. The most prestigious one is the picture of the goddess Qingfeng on the old man's face. Dikuj, Viz. Kong Du Hyong shook his head. Can I refuse? No. Thou must pass on my way of painting. The old man used an unquestionable tone. Kong Du Hong. So, you're just letting me know? What can choose? Willingness to pass on the way of painting. Are false. The old man pointed to the triumphant work on his face and said softly, become my heir, and this picture of the Divine Maiden's Green Peak will be passed on to you as well. He believed that under the lure of the Divine Maiden Green Peak diagram, Jiang Daohong would be so excited that he would agree without hesitation. Before the Divine Realm had suffered a great catastrophe, countless gods were pleading with him to bestow a divine body painting. Kong Du Hyong covered his face. He was really afraid of what would come. If you hadn't said anything about the painting, I might have wanted to consider it. Now, surprisingly, they want to bestow this painting on me. Beauty writing face picture. Who dares to take awe? The old man did not wait for Jiang Daohong to agree, and opened his arms to himself, and a force of the painting Dao, transformed into a 7-colored torrent, merged into Zhang Daohong's brow. A stream of memories of the inheritance of the divine body painting Dao merged into his mind. It took 3 hours for the inheritance to end. In Zhang Daohong's mind, an additional soul light cluster carrying the memories of the painting Dao appeared. As long as you incorporate this light mass into your mind and absorb it completely, you control the divine body painting Dao. At this time, he had a deeper understanding of the divine body painting Dao. Inwardly, he couldn't help but be stunned. The divine body painting path is so strong. Draw a sword on your arm and that person can control a set of sword moves. How strong is the sword stance of the painter? As long as it is integrated into the painting path, how strong will that person's painting path be? No wonder this old man's divine body painting Dao is quite famous in the divine realm. This is not a simple painting, but a certain kind of power, painted on, can be 10,000 times more difficult than painting? Even with his current level of painting Dao, it was difficult to bring the divine body painting Dao into play. Inherited memories existed in the mind and were slowly absorbed later, and when they were thoroughly absorbed, they were truly in control of it. The old man stood in front of a bronze mirror, looking at the picture of the goddess Qingfeng on his face with some reluctance. Old pals, it's time for a return to glory. I hope the young man I have chosen will not leave you in the dust. The divine maiden green peak figure had accompanied him for hundreds of millions of years, conquering countless battlefields. Now, he was only a wisp of a remnant soul, and the divine realm had been destroyed. So the divine maiden Qingfeng diagram could not see the light of day again. It's rare to come across a painting wizard who was ready to pass it on. Let the divine body painting Dao return to its former glory. Zhang Daohong watched the old man take a step forward and hastily stepped back, but the door to the great hall had been closed, and the painted hall was the old man's territory, so how could he escape? Finally, the old man grabbed Zhang Daohong's shoulders and fixed him there. Swish swish swish, a 7-colored divine light emerged from the old man's face, and within the light was a mysterious scroll. After flying up from the face, it landed on Kong Du Haiyang's face. Zhang Daohong felt his face sting as countless sights flew before his eyes. Qingfeng, boat, blazing sun, bright moon, goddess. It was as if it was no longer dead, but really alive. Chapter 62 Zhang Daohong, father, I got you a grandson. The glow on the old man's face faded. On the contrary, the light on Zhang Daohong's body was getting stronger and stronger. The goddess of the green peak figure, glory revisited. A piece of Zhang Mengyao looked on with a burst of envy. Oh my god, the divine body painting path. Zhang Daohong has actually obtained such an inheritance. Won't it take off later? Divine body painting Dao. That was something even she didn't dare to ask for. This brother of mine, he's really going against the odds. In the future, when he becomes a god by painting the Dao, I'll also paint a few divine paintings on my body. First a daisy, another white tiger, chrysanthemums, her favorite flower, bar none. Wouldn't it be beautiful if it was painted on the body, in bloom and blossom? Drawing a white tiger, which can also be summoned and congealed into a corpse to be used as a mount, is even more legendary. Soon. Chapter 63 Mother, I can't afford to raise such a little doll. Kong Du Haiyang pointed towards the clearing. Samson, come out. Immediately, a pitiable porcelain doll appeared in the clearing. Crystal clear and creamy in color in the sun. It makes you look at it and immediately feel the urge to take a bite out of it. At this moment, the little doll was holding a piece of fruit meat in her hands, eating a face full of green juice, completely not noticing the pair of wide-eyed eyes around her. The moment Jiang Haotian saw Sinner, his entire body melted. Ha ha ha, I've become a grandfather. Ha ha ha, who wouldn't love such a cute doll? Even Zhang Mengyao was melted by this little cutie. This luck of Zhang Daohong's is truly heaven-defying. If she had known that there was such a porcelain doll in the Medicine Fairy Valley, she would have broken in on her own. However, the ancient books were not as lucky as Zhang Daohong. I don't think it's possible to subdue this little guy. Chapter 64 are also divided into men and women. My current soul power is still too weak. It's better to raise my soul power first. As the saying goes, sharpening the knife is the best way to save time by raising your soul power. Zhang Daohong casually flipped his hand and a purple leather ancient book appeared out of thin air. Emperor's Soul Immortal Code. This was a technique that specialized in cultivating soul power. Swish swish swish. Zhang Daohong quickly flipped through it, taking a glance at it. The book says that it's hard to break through the 10th level in the mortal realm. I'd like to try. He then took out a bottle of elixir. Buzz. The elixir trembled gently, and a stream of soul power merged into the center of his brow. After being absorbed, it nourished the soul according to a specific cultivation route, growing at a rate visible to the naked eye. Works great. This gong method is extremely high in the top tier. At the same realm, soul power was thousands, tens of thousands of times more than ordinary cultivators. If one could cultivate it to the 7th or 8th level, one would definitely be able to enter the way of the painted god. Just like that, Zhang Daohong had been immersed in enlightenment. Ha! Sun'er sniffed the flavor of the divine elixir, and her small eyes immediately shone brightly. Placing the immortal herb fruit in his hand on the bedding, he gently climbed to the edge of the bed, and with his big, clear eyes, he looked towards the purple soul pill in Zhang Daohong's hand. Poop! Eat! Poop! Snap! The little guy jumped gently to the ground. Don't think she's only 3 years old. She's very mobile. Sun'er gently approached the futon, her delicate nose twitching slightly. Her spirit lifted as she smelled the rich scent of the elixir. Kaori! Poop! Aroma! Poop! After a few calls, Zhang Daohong did not answer and remained in a state of cultivation. Cultivating the soul power technique, the consciousness would be fully concentrated in the mind, and one's perception of the surroundings would be reduced. It was safe at home, so he was still comfortable practicing. Sun'er called out to Zhang Daohong a few times and did not receive a response, shaking her head with some disappointment. Poopy bad. Ha! Here's. The jade bottle was placed next to the green-colored futon. The mouth of the bottle was open, and a faint purple gas floated out from the mouth of the bottle. Sun'er tilted the mouth of the bottle, and a purple soul pill the size of an adult's fist rolled to the ground with a grunt. Kaori, picking up the violet soul pill, he gently took a bite. Bah! Difficult to eat. The elixir smelled good, but it tasted bitter and astringent, with a burnt flavor. It was much worse than that 30,000-year-old immortal grass fruit. However, I'm a little tired of just eating immortal grass fruit these days and want to try a different flavor. There. Samuel was wearing a small pink jacket that had been given to him at birth. The little jacket has a large pocket near the top of the stomach. It was flat and didn't seem to hold anything inside. Samuel reached into the little demon's pocket and fished out a baby's palm-sized, little ginseng-like object from it. The underside of the little ginseng has many roots, like an old grandfather's beard. From the overall look of it, it looks like a big, thick brush. Sun'er held the ginseng pen in her right hand and gently wiped it on the purple soul pill as if she was cleaning up the dust. Drops of crystalline juice emerged from the root of the ginseng pen and slowly seeped into the elixir. The purple aura on top of the purple soul pill was getting more and more dense, and the medicinal flavor was getting stronger and stronger. In no time at all, it looked like it had been fed and swelled up. LOL. Samuel smiled happily and took the ginseng pen, continuing to rub it on the potion. The purple soul pill went from the size of an adult's fist, to the size of a grapefruit, to the size of a watermelon. The purple aura grew thicker and thicker, like black smoke from a wood-burning fire, prancing upwards. In no time at all, the entire house was enveloped in a purple aura. Only after the purple soul dan had grown to the size of a watermelon did Samuel nod in satisfaction. Siang. Taking another bite, all the bitter, burnt flavor from before disappeared. The replacement is a sweet, soft texture. Samuel ate it with gusto. The watermelon-sized elixir was quickly eaten by a small half. What's that smell? Zhang Daohong, who was in the middle of his cultivation, smelled the rich and clear fragrance, and the growth rate of his soul power increased by a lot. Leaving the cultivation state, he looked towards the small half-chewed elixir in Sun'er's hand. I'll go. Purple Soul Dan, what have you been through? How did it come to this? Eyes fixed on the Purple Soul Dan to get some useful information. Purple Soul Dan seems to have experienced some sort of comfortable massage. Comfortable massage. Could it be that the purple soul pill still has a male and female? The hints given by the system made Kong Du Hyon think about it. There's no one else in this room, so this massage must have been done by Samuel. Samuel, why don't you press me too? Dragon Child is still waiting to bed me. When Sun'er heard Zhang Daohong's words, she looked confused and did not understand them. Poop, eat, this is good. With that, he handed over the violet soul pill in his hand. In the past few days, the little one has grown a lot in wisdom and is speaking well. It seemed that it was because communicating with Zhang Daohong had gradually awakened the wisdom in his mind. Zhang Daohong took the purple soul pill and felt the soul power in it. Hiss, what pure soul power. This has to be immortal medicine caliber. The purple soul elixir from before, the 6th grade spiritual elixir. The current purple soul pill was equivalent to a 3rd grade immortal pill. The quality is upgraded too much. Spirit pills were used in the refining of spirit pills. Immortal pills are, for the most part, immortal. Crossing over from a spirit pill to an immortal pill could not just be a change in surface size, but rather allowing the essence to be sublimated. It had not really been heard that there was any person who could make a spirit elixir, after refining, turn into an immortal elixir. Samuel, how did you get it? Zhang Daohong looked towards the ginseng child. There was nothing unusual about the little pink coat. The brush-like ginseng placed by his feet attracted his attention. It's divine ginseng brush, a brush with a mysterious origin. Massage with it and unexpected things will happen. Suggests that only the elixir be massaged. Give the rest of the place a massage at your own risk. Sure enough, this divine ginseng brush was taken out by Sunner. Where's the little guy hiding? Tail? Or that pocket? Kang Du-hyung had checked the pocket on his jacket earlier and there was nothing in it. It's also possible that only Samuel can open his pockets and take things out of them. If that's the case, the pocket likely functions as a storage space. In the immortal cultivation world, this kind of thing is very common. Ginseng, you used the divine ginseng brush to massage the elixir, didn't you? Can you perform one for me? Zhang Daohong took out another purple soul pill and placed it on the ground, and pointed to the divine ginseng brush next to him. Sunner was smart enough to understand what Zhang Daohong meant. Poop. Look. Picking up the brush, he brushed it gently against the purple soul dan. Crystalline juice, flowing from the roots and whiskers of the brush, seeped into the purple soul pill. As if the purple soul dan was infused with some kind of magic power, it twisted its round body and slowly grew bigger. Zhang Daohong stared at the elixir without blinking. As it contained more and more spirituality, the cue messages changed. The great purple soul dan, experiencing a comfortable massage, became a bit larger. It didn't take long for it to get bigger again, gradually approaching the size of a watermelon. It possesses a spirituality close to that of an elixir. Great immortal purple soul pill. It felt like it was being massaged to float, flying into the moon palace, and dabbing a trace of ethereal immortal energy on Chang'e Ferry. It's still growing, finally reaching the size of a watermelon. Gone. It's really drifted. It felt like its face was swollen and about to explode. No longer the valiant Decien it was before. Purple soul pill. The name is a bit familiar and a bit tongue-twisting. Based on the principle that the longer the name, the stronger the effect, Zhang Daohong knew that this violet soul pill was not simple. That's a great brush you've got there. He had never heard of any immortal treasure that could allow a spirit elixir to be promoted to an immortal elixir. This divine ginseng brush in front of me is probably a divine weapon. Weapons that can only be used by those gods in the divine realm. The ginseng child was transformed from 100 billion-year-old divine ginseng, and it was normal to possess a divine artifact. Poopy. Hug. Samuel was complimented and opened his arms in a pose for a hug. Zhang Daohong hugged Samuel and patted the little one's back. Sunner, from now on, I'll rely on you to massage these pills, okay? Aha. Sunner nodded her head gently, her large eyes clear and translucent, not containing half a bit of impurities. In her mind, her father's words must be the most correct. Good boy. Kang Du-hyung gently stroked the top of Sammer's head, pouring out all 93 remaining violet soul pills in the jade bottle. He neatly yards them on the ground. Samuel picked up the divine ginseng brush once again and massaged it into one of the purple soul pills. Not a moment later, a swelling immortal purple soul pill surfaced in front of the duo's eyes. Picking up the brush, he brushed at the next purple soul dan. A swelling great immortal purple soul pill appeared in the house. Chapter 65, Zhang Haoqian, hundreds of years of feats, all used to hide from. Kang Du-hyung doubled over with laughter. This Samuel is so capable. Spiritual elixir turned into immortal elixir. Who would bother to refine elixir in the future? In the future, if you want to ascend the divine dan ranking, you can also secretly cheat. Thinking about this, Kang Du-hyung smiled even more happily. 3, 5, 8. Together with the 2 from before, there were a total of 10 violet soul pills. The moisture on the god's ginseng quill was used up. Poop. Samuel pointed at the brush and said, "It's tired." Tired? Kang Du-hyung raised an eyebrow. Each time this brush was massaged, it would consume divine fluid, and once it was depleted, it was tired. Still, 10 a day isn't bad. Let's call it a day, and continue the massage when the divine pen recovers. Aha. Samuel nodded obediently. Sunner, go play by yourself, huh? I'm going to continue practicing. Poopy. Hug. Samuel's eyes reddened again at that. Alas. Zhang Daohong sighed and handed the enlarged violet soul pill and immortal fruit to Sunner. Samuel lit up and nibbled on his own. Seeing this, Zhang Daohong finally breathed a sigh of relief. The little one just loves to eat immortal pills and elixirs. How can ordinary people afford to feed her? Picking up a swollen great immortal purple soul pill, he cradled it in his arms and began to cultivate. I can't help it. This thing is so big, like a watermelon, that it's a little awkward to lug around. Once again, he operated the Emperor's Soul Immortal Codex and absorbed the soul power from the immortal Dan. Buzz, pure purple soul power, merged into his mind, and his spirit was revitalized. Absorbing this immortal pill, the speed of merit enhancement was more than 100 times faster than before. After an hour had passed, the purple soul elixir was consumed. The psionic power in his head surged. Boom! A heavy consummation. The gong method was cultivated according to the weight, and when a weight was cultivated to the extreme, It was considered that this realm was complete. This speed was much faster than Zhang Daohong expected. The effects of the immortal pill are truly extraordinary. If one absorbed ordinary violet soul pills, it was estimated that it would take hundreds of them to finish cultivating the first level. The Emperor's Soul Immortal Codes technique had a high base, and at the same level of the realm, the number of pills consumed was much more. In this way, Zhang Daohong closed his door and spent an entire month cultivating this technique. 1 month later, the aura of soul power emanating from his body was getting stronger and stronger. Poop. Samuel's stomach bulged as he ate his fill. Looking toward Zhang Daohong next to him, still in the midst of cultivation, Sun'er rose her small mouth, her cheeks puffing with anger. Stinky poop. The little guy squatted on the ground, dipped his finger in some water, and drew a picture on the ground. On the left was a tall man. On the right is a stunning woman. In the center is a cute doll. 3 people, holding hands, looking very happy. Poop. Samuel. Mama. The picture was a sight she remembered, as if happiness on earth was the way it should be. Samuel felt a little bloated after painting. Poop. A few calls. Zhang Daohong is still in cultivation. Seems to be in a critical juncture. No time to look around. Humph. Stinky poop. Samuel looked up and his eyes lit up at the sight of the open window. The little guy jumped onto the windowsill with a gentle bounce. This height is not a thing for her at all. Lu Wenjun was watering the flower beds in the courtyard when he suddenly saw a girl child at the window, and hurriedly threw away the water pot in his hand and ran over. Samuel, this is the ledge. It's high. Don't wander off. Poop. Samuel said in a childish voice. Oh, I'll take you to the outhouse. Lu Wenjun carried Sun'er in her arms and ran towards the outhouse in the backyard. The small courtyard had all the amenities, and the outhouse was only a dozen feet away. The hut is divided into right and left, 2 rooms. Zhang Haotian was in the toilet when he heard a commotion outside and inquired. Ma'am, what's going on? Sun'er needed to use the toilet, so I brought her here. Lu Wenjun took Sun'er to the squatting pit. In no time at all, a golden poo landed in the pit. Buzz. Zhang Haotian felt that the earth was trembling, as if something was about to break out of the ground, and the movement came from the thatched pit. Looking down, his eyes nearly bulged out. In the pit, dozens of plants of different colors emerged from it. It's like a monster, with teeth and claws, growing wildly. The stone slabs of the pit were easily torn apart by these plants. Rumble. The pit blew up. Zhang Haotian crashed into the hole and almost came into close contact with those S. A plant grows wildly. Way up. 10 feet high. 100 foot high. At one time, countless 10,000-year-old vegetables appeared on the thatched pit in the backyard. Lu Wenjun was so scared that he hid in the distance, staring straight at the scene. 10,000 years of dogwood. 10,000-year-old leeks. 10,000-year-old tomatoes. 10,000-year-old cucumbers. Without knowing it, one would think that this was someone's spiritual garden for growing spiritual medicines. These vegetables, originally, were not spiritual plants. Collect that pile of golden poop, evolve spirituality, and grow to 10,000 years old. What's going on here? Zhang Haotian's reaction was just fast when he fell down the hole, and he guessed that he had spent all of his kung fu in the past few hundred years on dodging. Never in my wildest dreams would I have imagined that while I was squatting in the pit would explode. Lu Wenjun said in shock. Just now, Sun'er pooped, a pile of golden poop, and it fell in the pit. The seeds hidden inside those pits seemed to be absorbing some kind of power from above the golden poop and growing wildly. Nah! And then this scene. It was precisely because of bringing Samuel with him that he was able to discover this bizarre scene, or else he would still be in the dark. What kind of divine medicine is ginseng's child transformed into? To the extent that even taking it is so terrifying. A piece of can cultivate so many 10,000-year-old spiritual plants. If this could pull a pile every day, wouldn't the Zhang family be able to cultivate 10,000-year-old spirit plants every day? The clansman's strength must have increased drastically after eating these spirit plants. The movement of the hut woke up Zhang Mengyao, who was in cultivation. Push open the door to the room and you smell a foul odor. What a stench. It can't be that kid Zhang Daohong causing havoc. This kind of naughty and mischievous thing was something that only Zhang Daohong could pull off. Walking out into the courtyard, she looked back and winced at the sight at the back of the courtyard. Hiss. 10,000-year-old spiritual plants. These vegetables have actually grown to 10,000 years old. The desolate heaven ancient realm would take a little longer to cultivate the spirit plants, but it would only be 3 to 5 years, and then they would be eaten. No one has ever cultivated a spiritual plant to 10,000 years. Mother, what's going on? Lu Wenjun said. Just now, I was holding Sun'er, and she pooped a golden poop. The seeds grew wildly, the pit exploded, and even your father almost fell into the pit. Cough. Zhang Haotian gently coughed a few times and looked at the madam with some grumbling. You know, Sammy, There's no need to bring me into this, is there? Golden poop. Jiang Mangyao was once again shocked in her heart when she saw the innocent-faced sinner. A ginseng child pooping can cultivate so many 10,000-year-old spirit plants. That's too scary. That kid, Jiang Daohong, is always so lucky. Previously, he obtained a dragon egg and quickly cultivated the ancestor golden dragon. Then I came across a ginseng child. Crying is a 7-colored divine liquid. Pooping and cultivating 10,000-year-old spiritual plants. How come none of them are easy? If I were to share some of my chi, I'm sure it would be much stronger than it is now. The commotion in the small courtyard was not small, attracting many clansmen to watch. The clansmen were all stunned when they saw the dogwoods that stood up like giant dragons, and the tomatoes the size of houses. Geez, what a big tomato. I feel like the aura on it is so rich. I want to take a bite. This dog's tail grass is probably becoming a spirit, isn't it? Why is it so big? This 10,000-year-old cucumber. It's so thick. I want to try it. 10,000-year-old leeks. Eating them is definitely an aphrodisiac. Quickly help old man up. Eat this leek. Can still fight for another 300 years. A 1,000,000-year-old eggplant. Wow. My lady will be satisfied now. These clansmen, staring at these rare 10,000-year-old vegetables, thought about it. Before that, I've never really heard of a vegetable growing like this in anyone's house. In the Jiang clan, there was also a spiritual field, planting some plants that contain spiritual chi on weekdays. The one in charge of the spirit field was the spirit plant hall, and the hall master was named Li Zhongtian. Feeling the rich spiritual plant scent of the small courtyard, Li Zhongtian put down the hoe in his hand and rushed towards the small courtyard. Upon getting closer, Li Zhongtian was completely stunned. Holy crap! 10,000-year-old spirit plant. It's too rare, isn't it? After a lifetime of farming, about 1,000 years, I've never seen a plant of this vintage. Spiritual plants, fruits and vegetables that possess spirituality, have only a few more months of growth cycle than ordinary vegetables. At the longest, it won't take more than 3 years to mature. No one would grow spiritual plants for more than 10,000 years. Even if it was a spiritual medicine, it was extremely rare to want to grow it to this age. No clan was willing to expend the cost to cultivate. It was possible that the clan would be destroyed before the 10,000-year-old elixir matured. Thousands of years of hard work, but instead, it has become someone else's wedding garment. Chapter 66 10,000 years of leeks. 10,000 years of cucumbers. Patriarch, you stink. Kong Nakata covered his nose straight up. Oh, nothing, just went to the toilet. Zhang Haotian's old face was red, and he didn't have the heart to say what just happened. He was the patriarch of the clan, but he almost fell into the latrine pit. It was a laugh to tell the world. Zhang Zhongtian nodded his head and turned his words around, saying, so what's the deal with the 10,000 years spirit plant? This, Zhang Haotian thought about it, but still didn't say anything about Sinner. Just now, there was an abnormality in the thatched toilet, so I came over to check it out, and I realized that many 10,000-year-old spirit plants had grown here. As for the cause, it is unclear. Even in the immortal cultivation world, this is rare. It's too rare. Zhang Zhongtian was also confused. I reckon that these seeds should have sensed the emperor's aura before they grew wildly. Originally, the emperor had nothing to do with thatch, but it was so bizarre that it couldn't help but be connected. Jiang Haotian, however, had a strange look on his face. Zhang Zhongtian, you're so confused about farming. The emperor is right here, and when he hears you say that, he shall not be furious. Zhang Haotian hastily winked at Zhang Zhongtian, signaling to stop talking. Zhang Zhongtian did not guess what the patriarch meant, and the more he spoke, the more energized he became. If you ask me, it's possible that the emperor has manifested himself to my Jiang family and is interested in this outhouse. Or perhaps, the emperor wanted my Jiang family's descendants to eat 10,000-year-old spirit plants, so he acted on his immortal power in the pit. So many 10,000-year-old spirit plants. How terrifying the immortal power must be to do that. Just thinking about it makes me excited. The emperor has manifested. That old mouth. Blah 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 blah. Can't stop it. Zhang Haotian really wanted to find a piece of and plug his mouth. Let you talk nonsense. Eat. Next to her, Zhang Mengyao's face turned green and she walked back to her room in anger, slamming the door heavily. Boo! Behind the door, Zhang Mengyao crossed her arms, her eyes glaring round, her anger on the verge of spewing out. Good for you, Kong Nakata. I'm manifesting into a pit? You have quite an imagination. In the future, let's see if I don't teach you a lesson. If he didn't want to expose his identity, he would have really wanted to find a piece of and paste that stinking mouth just now. What happened to the goddess? Zhang Zhongtian was in the middle of his talk, but he realized that Zhang Mengyao seemed to be angry and went straight to her room. You can say anything nonsense? Zhang Haotian was also speechless. Messing with the emperor. Your little life. It's really getting judged. I didn't talk nonsense either. Zhang Zhongtian scratched his head. Then why do you think a 10,000-year-old spirit plant appeared in the thatched pit if it wasn't the emperor manifesting his spirit? You. Really hopeless. Zhang Haotian flung his sleeves in anger and turned around to leave. Don't say any more. Zhang Zhongtian even closed his mouth when he saw that the matriarch seemed to be really angry. In the room, Zhang Daohong reached the cultivation juncture. Boom! In his mind, the soul power was getting stronger and stronger. Emperor's Soul Immortal Cannon. 8th level. Opening his eyes, he exhaled a cloudy breath. Cultivating in January and raising the technique to the 8th level was fast. Without a massive amount of soul elixir to support it, the speed of cultivating the technique wouldn't have been so fast. 8th wait. The soul power is much stronger now. Previously, one day could fuse 1/10,000th of the painting Dao inheritance. Now, it can be fused roughly 1,000 times a day. That's just over 3 years for all the fusions to be successful. That speed is fast enough. When he was 8 or 9 years old, he was able to completely control the painting god inheritance. Samuel. Zhang Daohong realized that Sinner was not in the house, so he hurriedly got up and looked towards the courtyard. Upon seeing Lu Wenjun holding Sinner, a heart was put back into his stomach. Push open the door to your room and walk out into the courtyard. Suddenly, he realized that there was a strong fluctuation of spiritual plants in the backyard. Nice one. Such a big eggplant. That's a long enough cucumber. 2. Guess it works well. Leeks are so strong. The aphrodisiac effect should be strong. Spiritual plants grow to be 10,000 years old, so there must be some special effects. Lu Wenjun walked over with Samuel in his arms. Sammy just had to poop and I carried her to the restroom and this is what happened. I see. Zhang Daohong probably also guessed that the reason for the appearance of the 10,000-year-old spirit plant was definitely that pill god's ointment. Zhang Haotian inquired. What about these spirit plants? It's not a good idea to set them up like this. Get someone to pick all of these. Part of them will be distributed to the clansmen, and the rest will be given to me. Zhang Daohong said. After absorbing the divine ointment, the spiritual plants grew vigorously. A 10-foot-long cucumber would have to bear thousands of cucumbers. A millstone-sized tomato would have to have thousands, and the rest of the spiritual plants would have to have that number as well. Previously, that immortal grass pericarp had absorbed the divine pill paste and had only grown to 50,000 years. The number of these spiritual plants in front of him, however, was much more than the immortal grass fruit. The main reason was that the immortal grass fruit was an immortal medicine, and growing up to 50,000 years, the amount of heaven and earth spiritual chi that needed to be consumed was not a few. Spirit plants are only at the level of spirit medicine, with a little more spirituality than ordinary vegetables, and require less heaven and earth spiritual chi to grow. So, one ointment of the medicine god bears much fruit. Alright, then we'll do as you say. Zhang Haotian agreed. There was also a lot of approval for this approach of Zhang Daohong. Spiritual plants appeared, and there was a lot of commotion. It wouldn't be right to say if we didn't share some of it with the clansmen. Aha! Kang Duhaiyang nodded. These spiritual plants grew out of the thatched pit. He had no desire to eat them at all, and collected them with the thought that there might be other uses for them in the future. There were quite a few people gathered outside the courtyard, and Zhang Haotian stepped out of the courtyard, stood on a high rock, and said to the crowd, "Today, the thatched pit manifested itself, and a whole bunch of spiritual plants suddenly appeared. These spiritual plants, all of them grow to 10,000 years old. I'm going to take out a portion of it and distribute it to everyone. Anyone who wants it, come up and report your name. I'm going to count it and see how it's distributed." There was a part of the clan that immediately lost the desire to ask for the spiritual plants when they heard that they grew out of a thatched pit. Spiritual plants are 10,000 years old, but the thatched pit it's really a bit disgusting. There were other clansmen who didn't care too much about whether the pit was a pit or not. Who grows vegetables without fertilizer? That's where the thought of being a little dirty comes into play, but it's not actually dirty in nature. There were quite a few women as young as wolves and tigers. The chrysalis crowded to the front of the crowd, wanting to scramble for these 10,000-year-old spiritual plants. Patriarch, I want that 10-foot-long eggplant. That 10-foot-2 cucumber is mine. No one is allowed to grab it. You dead old man, don't pull me. You can't. And you won't let me grab an eggplant? All get out of the way. The 10,000-year-old leek is mine. Kang Duhaiyang returned to the house and closed the doors and windows. For the past month, every 3 days, he had to let Sama raise 10 pills. The recovery time for the divine ginseng brush is 3 days. The pace wasn't too slow. 10 elixirs turned into an elixir of immortality, and the effect was awesome. After the Emperor's Soul Immortal Cannon was cultivated to the 8th level, the fusion of the painting Dao inheritance was much faster. Kang Duhaiyang closed his eyes and his consciousness entered his headspace. the soul once again tugged at some of the painting inheritance, slowly fusing it. This time, the speed was at least 10 times faster than before. And so, immersed in the fusion of heritage, 6 months later, Kang Du-hyung is 6 years old, growing a bit more in size. He looked about the same as a 7 or 8-year-old, sword brows and starry eyes, sharp edges. If he really grows up, he will definitely be a graceful and pretty gentleman. The cultivation of the Emperor's soul immortal canon hadn't fallen short in these half a year. Every 3 days, let Sinner get 10 swelling great immortal purple soul pills. Absorbing this elixir, Gongfu cultivation was fast. By now, it had been cultivated to the 10th level. That is, it is equivalent to the feathered realm. The strength of an immortal cultivator. The realm is divided into Gening, out of body, transformation, cave void, nirvana, and feathering. Above Fei Hua is the realm of the immortals after ascension. Even regardless of physical strength, Zhang Daohong's soul power was terrifyingly strong. The fusion of the painting Dao inheritance was faster after the soul power was raised. Now, 1/5 of the painting god's inheritance had been fused. There was a very deep understanding of the Dao of divine body painting. With my current level of the divine body painting Dao, I can already attempt to create a divine body painting. Swish! In the corner position of the room, there was an additional old man wearing a flower-colored robe. The robe was brightly colored, with stunning scenery painted on it, and a number of shapely women. God of painting. Seeing this old man, Zhang Daohong was shocked in his heart. Who is it if not the old pervert god of painting? He had thought that the painting god had disappeared after the last inheritance. Who would have thought that it would show up again? The old man slowly turned around, and in the dim light, an old face with lightly raised eyebrows emerged. My heir, I didn't expect you to fuse your inheritance so quickly. When he handed the inheritance to Zhang Daohong, he wrapped a wisp of his residual soul within the inheritance. In this way, one could take the opportunity of the inheritance to leave the 10,000 ancient divine realm. When Zhang Daohong fused about 1/5 of his inheritance, his remnant soul would awaken. On the one hand, it was to supervise Zhang Daohong and put him on the most correct path of inheritance of the painting path. On the other hand, it's also about wanting to get out of that hellhole in God's domain. He had been itching to see a woman for 10,000 years without seeing one. You're hiding in the inheritance? Zhang Daohong inquired. The children are teachable. The painting god nodded in relief. This heir apparent was much smarter than he thought. Rather comforting. The divine body painting Dao can never be learned overnight. I will accompany you and bring the painting Dao back to life at an early date. So it is. Zhang Daohong nodded. It was a good thing to have a god-level painting god present around. What shall I call you? Thou hast inherited my legacy, and I am thy master. Address me as master. All right, pay respects to master. Zhang Daohong called out painfully. Although this old man was a color critic, the strength of the painting path was there, and there was still a lot to learn. Worship a master, and ask if you don't understand anything. Chapter 67 Painting of Origin. Desolate Ancestor White Tiger. Good disciple. The painting god's old mind was pleased. Thou hast already fused part of the inheritance of the way of the painting god. Now you can try to contact the divine body painting Dao. Step by step, the great Dao can be accomplished in a matter of days. Zhang Daohong inquired. Divine body painting Dao. What is good to paint? After fusing part of his inheritance, he realized that there were also many strange and bizarre paintings in the Dao of painting. The seemingly random paintings have extraordinary divine power. It was an eye-opener for him. The painted god put his hands behind his back and looked out the window with a slight emotion. There is no such thing as the strongest painting in the Dao of divine body painting. You may choose a painting of your own origin. If you just copy, it's always hard to make the path. Like me, the painting of the origin is a woman. Speaking of women, a frivolous color appeared on the old man's face with a lewd look. The painting of origin. Zhang Daohong nodded thoughtfully. This is the power of the origin in the way of painting. It was rumored that only by truly controlling the origin painting Dao could one go to the top of the painting Dao and become the god of painting. Master, the standard of my painting Dao is not strong enough to control the origin painting Dao right now? The painting god twisted his head and looked at Zhang Daohong with some surprise. You're not strong enough to draw? Can someone who isn't strong make that picture of a dragon lady dancing with a sword at will? Apparently not. Though thou art not strong in the intent of the painting Dao, but with 3 painting Dao divine bones, as long as you dive into your senses, you still have a chance to find your own originating painting Dao. As long as thou can control the origin painting Dao, creating the divine body painting Dao will be like adding wings to a tiger. I open the path of 100,000 painting paths and try it now. Kang Du-hyung gently nodded down and closed his eyes, his consciousness entering his mind. The old man walked slowly to Zhang Daohong's side, his large hand flickering with colorful light, as if there was a picture scroll that flashed from it, palm against the teenager's head. Buzz. A colorful and mysterious picture appeared in the empty world of his mind. Among them are mountains, water, flowers, birds, fishes, dragon ladies, demonesses, people, sirens, and manly women. What can be imagined, and what cannot be imagined, is revealed in the world of painting. Zhang Daohong's soul, traveling in the world of paintings, a new world that opens up before his eyes. What a spectacular world of painting paths. The world constructed by the painting god is too terrifying, worthy of the god of painting. A soft eek found one of the most within the painted world. That is, so many women? Each and every one of them is as beautiful as a picture. Demoness, dragon lady, maiden. Why is this bunch dressed so cool? I'm just a kid. Show me these, okay? He knew he was older than that, but surely this old pervert didn't know that. Aren't you afraid of giving your child a bad influence by showing it something inappropriate for such a young child? In that case, it seems that this old lecher studying the divine body painting Tao isn't just for the sake of painting the Tao. Zhang Daohong shook his head slightly. The way of divine body painting. Painting on the body. Which part of the body is possible? It seems that this old pervert hasn't been doing that flirtatious thing by using his divine body to paint the road. Zhang Daohong roamed through the 100,000 painting paths, searching for his own original painting path. As a result, it was not found in the 100,000 painted paths. Consciousness is detached from the sea of consciousness. What? Didn't find it? The painting god said with some surprise. Zhang Daohong nodded helplessly. The painting god also sighed. There are many types of painting paths, and 100,000 painting paths is far more than the true number of painting paths. These 100,000 painting paths are what he has studied in his life. It was possible that Zhang Daohong's origin painting Tao was not included in these 100,000 painting Tao, which was why it was not found. Perhaps try to find it with your own consciousness. It was also a method that was a bit harder than looking in the world of the painting path he had constructed. However, Zhang Daohong's qualifications in the Tao of painting were extraordinary, and it was only a matter of time before he searched for the origin painting Tao. Okay, I'll try it then. Kang Duhaiyang closed his eyes once again and his consciousness focused on his mind. This time, the old man didn't come up to help, but just watched from the side. The sea of consciousness was dim and empty. Zhang Daohong continuously mobilized the painting Tao's intent, trying to imagine his own originating painting Tao. After a long time, the surroundings were still dim and nothing was visible. It seems that the power of the Tao of painting is not strong enough. Draw the Tao divine bone. The teenager closed his eyes and raised his right hand above his head, that middle finger slowly rising. Swish! The middle finger flashed with colorful divine light, a stunning painting that surrounded the body. The mind was still dim. Again! The index finger slowly rises and is paired with the middle finger in a scissor hand. Swish! The seven-colored divine light of the index finger appeared, and the rotating scrolls around it were even more beautiful. A light shines in the dimly lit world. A colorful picture is revealed. Zhang Daohong's eyes lit up. The origin painting road. These are my original painting paths. It represented that as long as he painted these paintings of origin, the divine body painting Tao would reach its strongest level. But when he saw the contents of these painting paths, there was such an unnatural expression on his face. Era, the gray wolf, fat tiger, Patrick. What the hell are these? How could I have never imagined that my own origin painting path would be these? If this is drawn out, it's fine on others, but on yourself, won't people die of laughing? A lifetime of fame is ruined. A picture appeared, and after counting, there were thousands of them. All of them were some of the drawings that Kang Duhaiyang had seen before he crossed over. Consciousness returns to reality. The painting god saw that unnatural look on Zhang Daohong's face and guessed something. Apprentice, your origin painting Tao, is it somewhat different? Well, sort of. Kang Duhaiyang nodded his head gently. There are thousands of painting paths, and by communicating the power of the painting path's origin, one can utilize endless power. The painting god said slowly with his hands behind his back. Often, special paintings of origin can have unexpected effects. The only way to know exactly how it works is to try it. I see. Gradually, Kang Duhaiyang also accepted this fact. This world, anyway, doesn't know about those well-known paintings. Abstraction is abstract, and it's not guaranteed to explode with the same unexpected effects as the god of painting says. Apprentice, is there a white tiger in your origin painting Tao? Kang Duhaiyang recalled it, and it was true. There is, only it's different from a normal white tiger. It's okay, draw it first and let the old man take a look. Aha! Zhang Daohong faintly answered. This old pervert, he wants to draw a white tiger. Unorthodox. A sheet of rice paper was taken and spread on the desk. Divine body painting can be practiced on paper first, and then painted on the body after the divine power of the painting path can be condensed. Otherwise, it's embarrassing when it doesn't work well after you paint the skin. Zhang Daohong set the jade-striped divine hairpin on the table, took one from it, and dipped it into the black ink. Swish swish swish, the 3 fingers lit up with brilliant divine light, and his aura changed abruptly, lowering his brush like a dragon. The divine power of the Tao of painting condensed at the tip of his brush, drawing a ferocious picture of a white tiger. The painting is outlined in just a few simple strokes. After the drawing was done, drops of sweat appeared on Kang Du-hyang's forehead and his arm twitched slightly. Obviously, this simple painting did not consume quite a lot of the power of the Tao of painting. This white tiger pretty much drained him. Kang Du-hyang looked at his masterpiece and nodded with satisfaction. This white tiger is very raw. If I added a bow, it would look exactly like that Hello Kitty. After the old man saw the painting, his expression gradually froze. The more you expect, the more you are disappointed. According to his thoughts, Zhang Daohong's painting Tao was so strong that the painting Tao origin should be extremely powerful. He had seen many white tigers, and there were many of the kind that could devour heaven and earth when they opened their mouths. But never have I seen this kind of white tiger that looks so humble, like a kitten. Zhang Daohong, are you sure this is a white tiger? Not kittens? Other cat demons are much more powerful than this. Okay? You're the weakest of cats. Not half as much as a white tiger. Except it looks kind of cute. Of course. Zhang Daohong nodded heavily. In his original painting path, this was the white tiger no different. Good. The old man covered his face, truly regretting a bit that he had passed on the Tao of painting to this brat. He was the god of divine realm painting, but he had found an heir who painted cats as tigers. If those old friends saw this, wouldn't they laugh their asses off? Let thy white tiger be revealed. I will see how strong its bloodline power is. The divine body painting Tao, the paintings that came out of it, could possess extreme power. Draw a white tiger and you can also have the power of the white tiger bloodline. The stronger the bloodline power, the stronger the origin power was, and the more terrifying the effects of the outbreak were. Zhang Daohong put 2 fingers together and pointed at the scroll. White, rise, buzz. The scroll trembled lightly, and the power of the Tao of painting gathered stronger and stronger, unexpectedly coming to life. The painting shows a white tiger with open teeth and claws, roaring up to the sky. Whoa! The tiger's roar shook the heavens as a white tiger rose up into the sky, forming a 1,000-foot-sized silhouette in the air. The appearance of this white tiger was extremely domineering, with a king character on its forehead that had the ability to intimidate heaven and earth. Mortals look at it and submit and kneel. An immortal cultivator would have to be paralyzed with fear and lose all his battle prowess even if he took one look at it. The pure white tiger bloodline intimidated the demonic beasts in a 10,000 mile radius, all of them submitting to it. The old man's pupils shrunk slightly when he felt the white tiger's aura. Desolate ancestor white tiger. Surprisingly, it's ancestral blood. Ancestral blood white tigers, even in the divine realm, were very rare now. The kitten that Zhang Daohong drew, which looked insignificant, was actually an ancestral blood white tiger. This power of the origin painting Tao was still extremely astonishing. Moreover, Zhang Daohong's painting Tao was not strong now, and there was still a high room for improvement. In the future, what bloodline of white tigers can be drawn? It's really something to look forward to. Chapter 68. The child is so old. You're so criminal. At this moment, Zhang Mangyao had just finished her cultivation. Xiandan 100 weight. For 7 months of cultivation, she had been in seclusion, thanks to Zhang Daohong. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for her to cultivate to Xiandan 100 heavens by herself. This is desolate ancestor white tiger. Could it be Stinky Brothers painting path is in the air? She was also just a little bit away from Zhang Daohong's small courtyard, and she could feel the white tiger's aura. White tiger. This kid knows I want a white tiger? In fact, she had an immortal rank technique called the white tiger heaven devouring technique. This set of techniques was extremely famous, and had once been performed by a certain ruthless empress, killing the upper realms. Unfortunately, cultivating this technique required the possession of a white tiger bloodline. Zhang Mangyao had already thought of going to Zhang Daohong in a while and asking him to draw a white tiger for herself. In the room, the old man mused slightly. Apprentice, although this origin painting Tao of yours is a bit weaker, the essence is still very strong. I have to admit, this little tiger is too confusing. However, such a rudimentary painting, yet it had invoked the ancestral blood white tiger, which was already extraordinary. When Zhang Daohong's painting Tao intent was raised again, the power of his bloodline would continue to rise. The divine body painting Tao would definitely flourish in his hands. Zhang Daohong was also somewhat helpless. He also wanted to draw a majestic white tiger, but the origin painting Tao was just like that, and there was nothing he could do about it. It wouldn't be impossible to draw a majestic white tiger out. Only, the strength of the bloodline was definitely not as high as the origin painting Dao. That's what it's called. It's not fancy, but it's useful. Apprentice, you must find some places to participate in the Dao of painting as soon as possible and improve your intent, the old man said in a serious tone. The current Zhang Daohong was only able to display the divine body painting Dao with the help of the Dao painting divine bone. At the most basic level, it's still way off. Only by building a solid foundation could the divine body painting Dao return to its former glory. It was a moment he had been waiting for a long time. Well, I'll be there. Zhang Daohong pondered, going to the Zhang family's painting hall this bout to see what could be enlightened. The Zhang family, which was only slightly accomplished in the painting Dao, was much worse than those painting Dao heritage houses. However, there are definitely some things that can be learned from it. The old man's figure faded away. Zhang Daohong was just about to walk out of the room when he felt some movement in the companion beast's face, and his heart was delighted. Longer has made a breakthrough. On the last trip to the Pill Immortal Valley, a lot of heavenly treasures were obtained, and Zhang Daohong distributed a lot of them to Longer to improve her strength. After taking these heavenly treasures, the dragon's child fell into a deep sleep. It took over 6 months to awaken. The consciousness enters the space of the companion beast. Next to the stream, a stunning woman tilted her head sideways, wiping her wet hair. Crystalline water droplets, flowing down the 3,000 green silk, left a colorful glow in the air. Seeing this stunning scene, Zhang Daohong felt his qi and blood surge and almost float out of his nostrils. As you get older, your body reacts more and more. A normal 6-year-old, surely, wouldn't be like this, but what he possessed was an immortal demon god body, which developed many times faster than ordinary people. Gongzi, why are you blushing? Is it? Longer walked out of the stream, her delicate curves visible. Do you want to? Tonight? What are you thinking about? Kang Du Haiyan moved his eyes away with difficulty. The view was so beautiful that it was only he who had a relatively strong fixation. Who could endure it? I guess. You've broken through to the 9th rank. The realm of mortal demonic beasts is from the 1st to the 10th order, and beyond the 10th order is immortal strength. 7 months. Breaking through from the 7th rank to the 9th rank. A fast speed. Aha. Seeing that Zhang Daohong didn't have any reaction, Longer put the long golden dress on. Secretly, he said, Gongzi won't be unable to do it. I've done this and he's still not impressed. I've said to use the unicorn whip and waist to tonify him, but he doesn't like it. Ugh. Or maybe he's too young? On reflection, it seems that the latter should be more of a factor. Poof. Sooner or later, I'm going to take you. Had ha. Her cheeks blushed like an apple at the thought. Gongzi, it's really stuffy here. Let's go out. Good. In the room, there was an additional stunningly beautiful woman wearing a long golden dress with 2 golden dragon horns on her head. Samuel crouched in the corner, his fingers dipped in water, and drew a picture on the floor. On the left, a man. In the center, herself, and on the right, a woman. For some reason, the woman's face had no features painted on it, only a silhouette. Samuel stared at the woman in the painting, colorful tears swirling in his eyes. Ma. Suddenly, there was an unfamiliar scent in the room, with a milky, tantalizing scent. Samuel craned his head around, his big, clear, penetrating eyes wide and round. Ma. The little one crawled over to Kang Du Haiyan and hugged his little leg tightly, calling out softly, Poop. When he finished, he pointed his finger at the dragon lady again. Mama. Longer's eyes bulged out when she heard the little one call Zhang Daohong Poop. My lord, so you're not a failure. Is not interested in me. Nice guy. I've only been gone 7 months and the baby's this big? You're a real criminal. The dragon's face was darkly clouded. A layer of black clouds drifted above her head, and golden lightning streaked through the clouds as if it might strike down at any moment. Dragon child, listen to my explanation. Zhang Daohong had an ominous feeling in his heart. Explanation? I won't listen. You want a child. Why don't you let me help you have one? Instead you went to another woman. Quickly. Whose is it? Zhang Daohong was completely speechless. What do you mean by having a baby with you? I'm a kid now, okay? This is Ginsanger. I adopted it inside the divine realm, and it was transformed by a spirit medicine. Really? Longer moved next to Sinner and took a closer sniff, and she could definitely smell a tantalizing scent of medicinal herbs. The smell was delicious, and it gave her the urge to devour Samuel in one bite. This discovery made her believe that what Zhang Daohong said should be true. What kind of immortal medicine was the little one transformed into? Why does it smell so good? There was a knowing that was telling her that as long as she swallowed the ginseng child, her bloodline would evolve to another level, and her strength would be able to increase drastically, and becoming an immortal would be the nail in the coffin. What I told you must not be spread out. Zhang Daohong did not intend to hide it from Longer. The main point was that Dragon's child was his companion beast and would never betray. Don't worry, I will definitely keep her identity a secret, Longer immediately promised. She is made of divine ginseng. What? Divine ginseng transformation? Longer was completely stunned. The inheritance of the dragon race was extremely long, and with the elevation of the power of the bloodline, one could also obtain even longer memories of the inheritance. In one of the oldest inherited memories, there was a legend about the transformation of a divine ginseng. It is rumored that the growth of divine ginseng reaches 100 billion years before it has the probability to take human form. At that time, the divine ginseng would become the most terrifying existence in heaven and earth. Memory just records that. Since divine ginseng transformation was too rare, there weren't many who had seen it in the divine realm. Inherited memories are not well documented. My lord, she really is a divine ginseng incarnate? Longer said with a trembling voice. Well, it's not false. Zhang Daohong found another reason to avoid Longer suspecting about the system. In the medicine Immortal Valley, I fed you with immortal medicines and returned to the companion world. Then, before I left Pill Immortal Valley, I ran into Sinner. Put it this way, there won't be any problems. Anyway, within the Pill Immortal Valley, there was a period of time where Longer was separated from Zhang Daohong. I see. Longer was easily convinced. Your luck is truly heaven-defying. To think that you could even take in a transformed divine ginseng. It was only at this moment that she realized what a true son of Qi was. This Qi, it's really against the odds. Samuel walked over to Dragon and hugged her calf, purring affectionately. Mama, mama, what are you yelling about? I'm not your mama. In terms of age, Longer was just over 3 years old, not much older than Zhang Daohong, and how had she experienced such things? Ma Sai-chan. With a resigned look on her face, Sunner's eyes glistened with colorful tears that fell down her cheeks in no time. Crackle, crackle. The sound of pearls falling to the ground rang out, and a colorful divine knight fell to the ground. This is. The dragon's pupils suddenly contracted when she felt the spirituality contained in the pearl. Is it hard to believe that it's the seven-colored divine liquid? Hiss. Little one crying, to have this kind of supreme treasure. In this moment, she was once again stunned. I had heard before that divine medicines transformed into human form would have distinctive abilities. How could I have ever imagined that this ability would be so terrifying? It's not a tear, it's a divine liquid maker. Chapter 69, a payback for a payback. Relief. Ma. Sunner cried miserably as the divine liquid kept falling down. That look of aggrieved blah blah blah. Looking at the dragon's entire heart melted. Alright, little poor thing. Don't cry. I promise to be your mama. Yes, mama. Samuel broke out in tears, looking more than a little happy. Sweetly calling Dragon's son mama, he looked at Zhang Daohong again. Poop. A happy family. Kang Du-hyung coughed awkwardly. Little guy. Quite a picker. When I saw Jean Fomer before, I didn't see her call out to mama. He wouldn't mind taking Dragon's child under his wing, but unfortunately, he was too young for that now. It's pretty get up just to see that it's not used. Or else, try it with Samuel's magic pen? This divine pen. But the purple soul Dan will be enlarged several times. If it is massaged, then what? TSK. However, the system hinted that it can't be used indiscriminately in certain places. If this goes wrong, my life is over. Zhang Daohong couldn't help but winces at the thought. If I succeed, I'll be fine, but if I fail, my whole life will be ruined. It's just think about it, forget about trying it. Zhang Daohong picked up the seven-colored divine liquid scattered on the ground and carefully counted that there were a total of 48 of them. The seven-colored divine liquid, not from the seven-colored divine mountain, may have a bitter history of mama giving up her children. Apparently, Samuel was still crying very hard this time. Ma, hug. Sunner opened her arms and made a gesture for a hug. The dragon bent down and took Samuel in his arms, still moving with some skill. Giggle, laughed Samuel happily as he was held in his arms. Seeing this scene, Zhang Daohong nodded in relief. Dragon, from now on you'll have an even more difficult task, taking care of Samson. He felt that there was no one better to take care of Samuel than Dragon. Longer's strength was very strong, and now that she was at the 9th rank, and was of the patriarchal golden dragon bloodline, she was extremely powerful. In the Haotsong realm, the ones who could deal with her were a few. Ah, exclaimed Longer, I still have very important things to do, so I may not be able to split my time to take care of the little one. What is it? Zhang Daohong said with a soft eep. Learn to cook. Longer raised her head and looked through the window at the azure sky, a hot light burning in her eyes. I must become the most powerful chef in the 3 realms. Zhang Daohong's right eyelid jumped several times, and there was always something ominous in his heart. I'm afraid it's not the dark cuisine world. He really didn't think that Longer had any talent for cooking. Those ingredients were really bad for her to handle. There were also some regrets as to why he had agreed that Longer wanted to learn the culinary arts in the first place. Wasn't he just lifting a stone and hitting his own foot? Otherwise the cooking should be put down first. Taking care of the child is important. No. The dragon's head was held high as the sunlight from the window shone on her body, covering her with a golden glow. I must become the darkness. Oh, no. The number one cook in the three worlds, the three realms, referring generally to human beings, immortals, and devils, are not three worlds. Ma. Sunner's colorful tears swirled in her eyes as she raised her head pitifully. You don't want Sunner anymore. Longer lowered her head and looked at the child in her arms, especially those big innocent eyes, and her heart instantly sprouted. How could I not want it? In the future, I'll learn cooking while taking care of you, okay? Ma is the best. Samuel laughed and clapped his hands, his eyes curving into crescent moons and glistening with a crystalline sheen. Seeing this scene, Zhang Daohong finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now the little one finally had someone to take care of her, and didn't have to worry about her life and living even when she was cultivating. Let's go. Mama will take you to cook. Longer carried the little one toward the door. What would you like to drink today, little one? How's the unicorn whip soup? Or maybe it's unicorn cashew soup? Unicorn treasure soup? It's going to smell so good. Kang Du-hyun looked at the back of the disappearing figure in the doorway and fell into silence. Boy, hoping that dragon hasn't forgotten about these three things. Do you have to find someone to taste it? Just now, I was still thinking about whether to give the dragons 10,000-year-old cucumber and 10,000-year-old long eggplant to cook. Come to think of it, forget it. Who knows what tricks the dragon will do after these two things are given out? Or what tricks to use? It's a little scary just thinking about it. Dragon hadn't been gone for a while when a knock sounded at the door. Knock. Zhang Daohong, I'm going in. You. The corners of Zhang Daohong's mouth twitched several times as he looked at Zhang Mengyao, who had entered without permission. So you're just letting me know? Then why are you knocking? Knocking on the door is certainly to be more polite. Zhang Mengyao grinned. She had stayed in the courtyard just now and knew that Zhang Daohong wasn't practicing at this moment, which was why she walked in so directly. What is it? Kang Du-hyun inquired. Can I come and sit down if there's nothing going on? Zhang Mengyao asked back. That's fine, nodded Zhang Daohong gently. I plan to go to the Extreme Harnessing Sword Sect this bout. I wonder if you're interested. The Extreme Harnessing Sword Sect. Zhang Mengyao's eyes lit up. You're doing this for the 10,000 ancient sword ranking? The Extreme Harnessing Sword Sect was famous in the Haotsong realm precisely because of the 10,000 ancient sword rankings. Many people, in all likelihood, would go to that red sky sword technique in admiration. Exactly. Zhang Daohong picked up a sandalwood incense from the table and snapped his fingers. A cluster of fire lit the sandalwood incense and inserted it into the incense burner on the windowsill. If it's the sword ranking, I'm interested. Zhang Mengyao smiled mysteriously with a strong confidence in her eyes. When it came to the red sky sword technique, she had studied it very much. Each person, in one life, was allowed to comprehend the red sky sword technique once, which was a period of 3 days of comprehension. She had been reincarnated for 100 lifetimes, and in each of those lifetimes, she had enlisted in this set of sword techniques. And the experience of enlightenment in the first life can be applied to the second life. In other words, the current Zhang Mengyao possessed the experience of the previous 99 generations of enlightenment, all stacked together. What kind of brilliant light will explode? In this life, Zhang Mengyao would surely strike towards the ancient extreme realm. Secretly, he said, Brat, this time in the sword ranking, sister won't give in to you. The number one person in all ages is definitely me. She was the one who had opened up and cheated for 100 lifetimes. And it would be strange if she didn't win after 300 days of attending the sword list. Mengyao, what are you smiling badly there? Zhang Daohong winced at the sight of that impish smile. This lone man and woman couldn't be thinking of something shibboleth, right? Told you. Not even a door. Zhang Mengyao cast a look of contempt. Cut, you're just a tiny little thing? What do I care? Zhang Daohong really wanted to take out the 10,000-year-old cucumber and gag her. Let her taste how fragrant a plant grown in a cesspool really is. He raised his hand and pointed to the door. Shut the door from the outside. I still have business to talk to you about. Zhang Mengyao sat on the rattan chair by herself, without the slightest intention of going out. Speak, Kang Du-hyun said without a trace of anger. That. Zhang Mengyao pointed to the blue sky outside the window. Did you summon that white tiger just now? Aha. Can you make one for me? You can talk to me about what you need. You know you're begging me now? Zhang Daohong snorted coldly. You want the divine body painting? How dare you talk about me just now? Is this the way you beg? Do you want me to draw you a Hello Kitty? Zhang Mengyao raised her hand and swore to the heavens. I swear, I'll never talk about you again. If I say you again, I'll be struck by the heavens. The sky was clear, the clouds were thick, and a thunderbolt broke through the night sky and struck the big willow tree in the courtyard. Click! Boom! The big willow tree sprang into a ball of flame, turned into flying ash, and floated away. The large willow tree, which had just been transplanted a few days earlier, once again went up in smoke. I believe you, damn it. Kang Du-hyung stared at the large willow tree outside that had burned to ashes and swallowed hard. Mistake. It must have been a mistake. Jiang Mangyao could never have imagined that a thunderbolt would fall just as soon as the oath was made. Fine. Kang Du-hyung gritted his teeth. I'll reluctantly believe you once. What do you want to draw? I want a picture of a white tiger. The kind that can trigger the bloodline. Jiang Mangyao had to have this kind of bloodline in order to cultivate the top immortal realm techniques. The white tiger that was revealed just now was a desolate ancestor bloodline. It was too powerful. If he could draw it on the back of his hand and use it to cultivate heaven-devouring technique, he would definitely get twice the result with half the effort. What? Kang Du-hyung's eyebrows flicked a few times. Don't you have it? Still need to draw? You. Jiang Mangyao thought of something and her cheeks reddened to the roots of her ears. You go to hell. Ha ha. Jiang Daohong laughed heartily. Who told you to talk about me just now? It's called payback for payback. Finally relieved. Chapter 70, I asked you to draw the Tiger King and you gave me a sick cat? Do you really want to draw a picture of a white tiger? Jiang Daohong asked seriously with a straight face. Jiang Mangyao nodded. I told you, it's a small matter. Jiang Daohong put the luxury pen on the table, and took out 2 sets of colored ink. These are all treasures obtained in the divine realm. This colored ink. The first set is the 7-colored glazed ink, which can hide the painting under the surface of the body. The second set, Phantom Misty ink, can hide and reveal. The divine feminine green peak figure is part of the second set, but of course, it's a bit more advanced than that. I'll take the second set, Jiang Mangyao said without hesitation. Kang Du-hyung patted the box and spread his hands. Oh, I'm sorry, my ability to draw Dao is not enough to draw a second set. Jiang Mangyao was so angry that she stomped her feet. Can't use what you said. Pure-heartedly angry at me. I'm just craving for you. No way. Jiang Daohong laughed. Jiang Daohong opened the 7-colored glazed ink and the colorful colored ink was neatly placed. Take a white one out of it, place it on the table, and cover the box with air. Just use a box? Jiang Mangyao was puzzled. Enough. Jiang Daohong took out a divine hair. Where do you plan to draw it? Here, said Jiang Mangyao as she laid her white hand on the table, the back of her hand upwards. Right on the back of it. Jiang Daohong stared seriously at the other party and said, to tell you in advance, it's not that simple to get this divine body painting up and get it down. It takes several types of immortal medicines, paired together to make a milky white liquid that is evenly smeared on the back of the hand to clean it off. Currently, I don't have any immortal pills here to concoct this kind of melting divine body painting. This kind of immortal medicine was indeed very rare, even in the 10,000 ancient divine realm. It was unattainable. Inside the Hall of Hidden Treasures, there are no treasures either. If you wanted it, you could only figure it out later when you entered the divine realm again. Well, this I understand. Jiang Mangyao nodded slightly, but that's fine, as long as the white tiger you draw has the blood of that desolate ancestor tiger just now. The desolate ancestor bloodline was already the top of the pyramid bloodline in the desolate heaven ancient realm, and it was enough to be used to perform the white tiger heaven devouring technique. It was even possible that because of this ancestral blood, the white tiger heaven devouring technique's power was increased to the extreme. Therefore, Jiang Mangyao would not easily replace this painting. It's a non-existent thing, so you don't have to worry about washing it off. Good. Since you agree. Jiang Daohong used a jade patterned divine hair and dabbed some ink in the white inkstone. Just as he was about to put pen to paper, a slight movement in his hand. What are you going to paint the white tiger as? Mightier? Or is it prettier? Jiang Mangyao was slightly contemplating, and had already decided in her heart. Since it's on the back of your hand, naturally it has to be pretty. Girls, they have no resistance to beautiful things. Wouldn't it be perfect if it was beautiful while maintaining the bloodline? Kang Du-hyung nodded. That's good. Doesn't Mangyao like to look pretty? Then just add a bow. It's cute. It's good looking, and the bloodline is strong. He was sure that Mangyao would like it. Keep your hands there, close your eyes and don't move. Jiang Mangyao obediently closed her eyes, her mind fantasizing about the back of her hand later, with an extra beautiful white tiger. It's fun to think about. It was a good thing to have such a brother who controlled the divine body painting Dao. There was a cool sensation as the jade ripple divine hair touched the back of his hand. After the coolness came the hot pain. It tickled under the skin, like some kind of force was growing. This is the molding process of the divine body painting Dao? It's marvelous. It's not easy to outline the white tiger. It should take a long time. Zhang Daohong, why isn't he moving? According to the speculation, the divine body painting shouldn't be so simple. The brush that had just been swimming on the back of his hand was only a few simple strokes. Can you really make a picture of a white tiger? Unlikely. Zhang Daohong soaked the jade-striped divine hairpin in a basin of water, cleaning the white ink on it. Well, open your eyes and see if you like it, okay? Zhang Mangyao slowly opened her eyes and looked toward the back of her hand with anticipation. What's this? Where's my white tiger? On the back of his hand, white ink outlines a simple pattern. A large head with 3 whiskers on the left and right side of the face, and a king on the forehead. What's annoying is that there's a butterfly on top of the head. Is that a tiger? It's clearly a cat. Zhang Daohong, where's the white tiger? Where is it? Zhang Mengyao's expression gradually solidified. Kang Duhaian looked at his masterpiece and was very satisfied. This time the drawing was, obviously, better than earlier. It should be that the intent of the painting path has improved a bit. Isn't that right? You. Zhang Mengyao trembled as she pointed at the back of her hand. This is clearly a cat. Kang Duhaian raised a finger and made a no gesture. Look at that word king on top of its head. Can a kitten have that? That's a tiger. Then what is this butterfly-like thing? Zhang Mengyao took a deep breath and tried to suppress her emotions. I just asked you if you wanted to look good or majestic, and you said you wanted to look good. So I added a bow to you. Zhang Daohong spread his hands innocently. I can't do anything if I'm not satisfied. Zhang Mengyao was furious as she crossed her waist, the anger in her eyes almost spewing out. Brat! You must be getting back at me, right? Just now it was all because of saying that Zhang Daohong was small. This kid was harboring a grudge. It's not angry on the bright side, but behind their backs, they engage in petty crimes. Obviously I wanted a white tiger, but I drew a cat. It really pisses me off. Don't be angry. Zhang Daohong pointed at the white tiger. I even gave it a super nice, super domineering name. Hello cat head, how about that? Does it fit the aura? The more Zhang Mengyao heard, the more angry she became. Her face turned green, just like she was poisoned. Zhang Daohong, I'm going to swallow you. Wash this hello cat head off for me. It can't be washed away. Didn't I tell you just now? There are currently no heavenly treasures. You. Go to hell. Zhang Mengyao was really mad. She was an empress, and she had a kitten drawn on the back of her hand. When those friends and enemies see you later, they'll laugh their asses off. Don't be angry. Zhang Daohong cleaned the jade-striped divine hair and put it back into the brush holder, taking it back into the system space. It's really a white tiger, and it has a special effect when the bow is added. Don't look at the painting as so simple. It has already consumed all my power of the painting path. Try it. You'll be satisfied. Ginger Mengyao raised her arm up shakily. Her consciousness focused on the hello cat's head and triggered. Buzz. The back of his hand flashed with a white light, and the aura of a white tiger rose up. In the middle of the sky, a colorful and auspicious cloud floated in. A white tiger with a delicate body was lying lazily in the clouds. Long lashes, pink blush, big seductive eyes. Each and every one of them is revealing its difference. A colorful butterfly danced around the white tiger, outlining an absolutely beautiful fairyland scene. At this moment, the demonic beasts in a 10,000 mile radius went crazy. Ow, my white tiger queen. I would kneel under your tiger skirt. Moo. I found my first love again. Old cow. Roar. Queen Sama. You're too charming. I'm going to lead my 30,000 demon soldiers to submit to all of them. Quickly. Children. Prepare the dowry and come to the door to propose marriage. The white tiger seemed to sense the strange movements of the 10,000 miles around, the 10,000 demons, and roared up to the sky. Ow! A terrifying bloodline aura rose to the sky. All 10,000 demons were paralyzed with fear. At first, Zhang Mengyao's face was dark, like the kind that was quite poisoned. However, when the white tiger revealed his bloodline, his expression finally eased. It's desolate ancestor white tiger. The bloodline is terrifying. Could it be? Was I mistaken about that boy? Anyone who saw that kitty would think it was a painting without any power. Who would have thought that what was hidden in it was the tiger blood of the desolate ancestor? Zhang Daohong explained. Mengyao, this hello cat head is my origin painting Dao. It looks a little weak, but it's true to its effect. It's still strong. It also hides well as a base card, doesn't it? Hearing this explanation, Zhang Mengyao's face finally returned to normal. Alright, I'll trust you for now. If you need anything in the future, just say so. Zhang Daohong was generous. Painting on the body for the first time has given him a lot of experience in the way of painting. The only way to get to the top is to keep trying. Chapter 71, 100 Chrysanthemums Offering Flowers, Sword Sect Trip. Zhang Mengyao still wanted to draw a picture of a chrysanthemum, but when she saw the picture of this hello cat head on her body, she hesitated. This kid's painting path is so weird. Will he turn the chrysanthemum picture into something else evil? Zhang Daohong seemed to have read her thoughts and said to himself, by the way, didn't you mention last time that you wanted to paint chrysanthemum pictures? I just happened to conceptualize one for you. Want to give it a try? Zhang Mengyao was instantly on guard. What daisy chart? Let me hear it first. Zhang Daohong grinned. This picture is a combination of over 100 chrysanthemums. Once it is sacrificed, heaven and earth will change in color, and gods and ghosts will grieve. Zhang Mengyao immediately had an ominous premonition. Chrysanthemums can have that effect? What's the name? Zhang Daohong spoke faintly. The 100 chrysanthemums offering flowers diagram. Want to try? His painting path is unusual, casually painting a Qingming graveyard picture out. Absolutely powerful and extraordinary. You go to hell. When Zhang Mengyao heard this, she exploded with anger. What's a picture of 100 chrysanthemums offering flowers? It's just a wreath. Draw a wreath on me. Thanks to your kid for thinking of it. Stinky brother. You're really pissing me off. The Zhang clan and the extreme harnessing sword sect were separated by a thunder mountain range. As long as one crossed the mountain range and traveled another 200 miles to the west, one would be able to see the sword sect. In front of us is the thunder mountain range. We can no longer fly in the air. Thousands of feet in the air. There was a white crane of enormous size. There was an old man with gray hair and a pair of children who looked to be 6 or 7 years old in tow. Due to Zhang Yijian's familiarity with the extreme harness sword sect, he was the one who drove the crane west this time. Good. Zhang Daohong nodded. In fact, for a demonic beast like the spirit crane, there was still a bit of a stigma attached to it, especially with a crane traveling to the west. The three men landed on a small hill. Zhang Yijian stood at the top of the cliff and raised his hand to point towards the mountain range in front of him. Above the mountains, dark clouds cover 1,000 miles. The mountain ranges that stretch for thousands of miles are all within the range of the Thunder Mountain Range, and if one were to fly in the sky, it would likely attract thunder. Take this path, and in less than a day, you can cross the mountains. Zhang Daohong's gaze looked away from the rolling mountains when a bright light attracted attention. That's Doyan. In this mountain range, there's a place where the Tao converges. It was definitely far worse than in the ancient divine realm, but with the high sign-up multiplier, you can still get great rewards. Half a year of cultivation. Not only did the Emperor's Soul Immortal Codex cultivate to the 9th level, even the Devil's Pill didn't fall short. Now, it had reached the 95th level of the Devil's Dan. In a few more months, he would be able to break through to the 100th weight. The Immortal Demon Divine Body required immortals and demons to cultivate together and reach 100 weights together before they could break through to the next realm. In fact, it is not necessary for both to reach 100 weight. As long as the realm is the same, you can break through. For example, the 90th level of Spiritual Dan and the 90th level of Demonic Dan, or the 60th level of Spirit Dan or the 60th level of Magic Dan. Zhang Daohong signed in the hell. 90% of them were treasures that contained demonic chi, and the number of demonic pills was many. Therefore, there was no need to worry about the consumption of magic pills. As long as he was given enough time, he would be able to break through to the 100th gravity of the Devil Dan. Let's go there, Zhang Daohong said as he reached out and pointed at a 3,000-meter high peak. The peaks were so high that they were hidden in dark clouds above the halfway point. This is Thunder Peak. Zhang Yijian's heart fluttered. It said that it's very dangerous up there, with thunder falling all year round. Or else I'd better forget about it. Thunder, one of the most terrifying forces in the immortal cultivation world. Those who were able to resist were mostly body-refining cultivators. It's okay, a little thunder is nothing. Anyway, Kang Duhaian didn't plan to stay much longer and left after signing in. Alright. Zhang Yijian suddenly remembered that both of these two wards had frighteningly high body tempering realms. Resisting this kind of thunderbolt shouldn't be a problem. But it would be a bit of a struggle. Dragon's Child. Zhang Daohong let out a soft cry and summoned Dragon's Child out. Poop. Sunner could also enter the companion beast space, so Zhang Daohong asked Longer to bring it in for easy care. The Thunder Mountain Range is dangerous, so be sure to protect Sunner later, Zhang Daohong urged. Aha. Dragon nodded and hugged Samuel a little tighter. After all this time together, this mother and daughter are getting along very well. 5 people, entering the Thunder Mountain Range. In the mountains, trees are scarce, the land is charred and black, and plants are burned to a crisp everywhere. Thunder often falls in this mountain range, and plants don't grow long before they are struck. The demonic beasts that could survive were also those that could control the power of thunder. The view was wide open and the 5 men traveled fast. Snap! Suddenly, debris rolled down the steep hill next to it. This strange noise alarmed Kang Duhaian. Watch out, demonic beasts. At the top of the mountainside, there was a mountain armor-like demonic beast with a huge body size, as long as 10 feet. The armor was black and had silver thunder pulsing through it. Thunder Pangolin, It has a hard outer shell that has been tempered by the power of thunder for years, and is incredibly hard. Perhaps, try the chrysanthemum as a breaking point. Zhang Daohong was very pleased. The system prompt was cozy, even where the weaknesses are as written in detail. Daisy? It's what Meng Yao likes. The pangolin stared at Samuel, his eyes glowing green. Apparently, it was the little one's medicinal scent that attracted it. Bugger. Drool ran down the corners of his mouth. Jabla. A white light flashed, and thousands of lightning arcs erupted from the mouth of the mountain-piercing armor, wrapping towards several people. Among them were hundreds of lightning arcs, targeting the tender Samson. The speed of the thunder arc was too fast, and in the blink of an eye, it leapt to the side of several people. Longer's reaction was extremely fast, and the moment the lightning arc appeared, she spun around with Senner in her arms. All the lightning arcs were carried by the back. Jab! Thunder light flashed on Dragon's body. Crap! Samson! When two people came into contact, even if they resisted it with their bodies, the power of the thunder would be transmitted to the other person's body. The dragon's cold sweat instantly broke out, and he looked worriedly at the senator in his arms. This little guy, who looked like he was only about 3 years old, how could he possibly carry the power of the thunder? Jab! Thunder flickered on Samuel's body as well. However, what was imagined did not happen. Giggle. Samuel didn't cry because of this. Instead, he giggled. It was a happy look. Senner isn't afraid of the power of thunder? Although she had carried most of the thunder power, the overflow could never be easily carried by a 3-year-old. The little one's body was much stronger than she thought it would be. Zhang Yijian's flowing white hair was already scorched and had become the appearance of an exploding head. Phew! This thunder-piercing armor is a bit strong. Ha! These 4 people are all fine. There were 5 people in total. 3 children and a dragon lady. By the looks of it, none of them had much of a reaction to show up. Only he, an old man who had lived a lone life, was electrocuted into an exploding head. If outsiders saw this, they would probably laugh their asses off. And Samuel is okay? It's just as well that you say the goddess and the godchild are fine. After all, the other party's divine body was very strong, and resisting the thunder power was easy. Even a kid who looks like he's 3 years old is okay? How can this be embarrassing for me? You dare to hurt my child. Longer was furious, rolling her arms and rolling up her sleeves as she rushed forward. Eat my mother's punch. The seemingly glistening white jade-like fist hammered down on the body of the wearer's armor like a mountain peak pressing down. Rumble. The pandolin shell was smashed to pieces, and the entire body was smashed into a large pit of about 100 feet. Sound of a crash. The whole mountain collapsed due to the force. The fierce battle did not frighten the child in his arms. Instead, Samuel's large eyes shone with excitement, and he clapped his little hands excitedly. Giggle. Ma! Awesome! Senner, are you alright? Longer picked up the child, looked around and didn't find any problems. A heart was finally a little more solid. Samuel likes it. Samuel smiled happily. When you see demonic beasts, instead of being afraid, you like them? Longer froze once again. Obviously, it wasn't expected to be this way. According to the original speculation, Senner, who had to cry every other day, should be very scared when she saw the demonic beasts. Definitely not so happy. Giggle. Love it, giggled Samuel. Well, it seems that your personality follows me, and you like this kind of hot-blooded battle. Dragon nodded in relief, speaking as if the child was her own. Zhang Daohong saw the scene and fell into deep thought. The ginseng child was transformed from a 100-billion-year-old divine ginseng. This 100-billion-year-old divine medicine must have a terrifyingly strong essence. So, experiencing the thunder just now, no half-assed things appeared. It seems that this little guy is much stronger than I thought. The mountain collapsed, covering up the body of the thunder pandolin. The dragon set the little one down next to him, rolled up his arms and sleeves, and roared. The power of the dragon god. Whoosh! Both arms kept plunging into the rubble, taking those scattered stones and throwing them to the side, doing the digger job again. The corners of Zhang Daohong's mouth twitched. Dragon, what are you plowing through there? Could it be that something was just left behind? The dragon's excavator is back in action. Debris and dirt quickly cleared away to reveal the body of the pangolin. Due to the excessive force just now, the pangolin had turned into a pile of mush and its hard shell had caved in. The hollow voice of the dragon's child came from the 100 feet deep pit. The pangolin armor is a great tonic. I'm going to dig it up and make a soup for Gongzi. Zhang Daohong had an ominous feeling in his heart. How can you make stew when the pangolin is mush? Dragon responded again. It's okay, just throw it in the pot and stew it. It won't taste bad. Kong Daohong knew that Longer was getting farther and farther away in the dark cuisine world. The pangolin crumbled into mush. All of its organs were cracked, and the meat must have been contaminated. This meat goes straight into a stew? and not mixed with all sorts of weird flavors? It's a wonder it's drinkable. Chapter 72, 100 Lives to Reincarnate. Heavenly Justice? Don't dig it. I'm not drinking it. But, this is a great tonic soup medicine, yeah. Longer opened her mouth as she carried the pangolin in her hand. A tonic? The kind that mends a person out of existence? Kong Du-hyang asked rhetorically. Look at this meat. It's all shattered and inedible. Dragon looked away and was embarrassed. It's really like that. Alas. A pity. Ha! This shell is still intact. Let's eat his shell alright. How about a stir-fried pangolin shell? Zhang Daohong was completely speechless. Exploding. Pangolin shells? You're really not afraid of my death. Throw it away and let's get a move on. Wait. I'll get the piercing whip out. It's still intact. Kong Du-hong. It's a sin. Spreading such a dragon lady. The five of them walked through the rugged mountain road and arrived at the foot of Thunder Peak. The sky was dark and dark clouds were gathering. Rumble. Rumble. Occasionally, thunder falls and strikes the top of the mountain. Zhang Yijian shivered in fear when he felt that thunderous power. Are we really going up there? I'm so old. I'm afraid I'll lose my bones. Just now, the thunder-piercing armor became an explosive head with a single thunder arc. The thunder on the top of the mountain could be much stronger than the mountain-piercing armor, and it wasn't something he could fight against at all. Otherwise, how about this? You guys wait for me at the bottom of the mountain. I'll go up for a spin and come back, Zhang Daohong said. This is too dangerous. Longer was the first to object. I'll accompany you up there. And if you run into danger, just ride me. I can run faster. Her original body was a beginning golden dragon. Her fleshly body was strong. Resisting the power of thunder was easy. No need. This bit of thunder power can't hurt me. It's better not to bring the little one up to take risks. Zhang Daohong refused. Okay. Dragon looked at the child in her arms and decided not to go up after all. I'll accompany you up. On the back of Zhang Mengyao's right hand, a layer of gauze was bandaged, looking as if she was injured. If you're willing to come, then come. Knowing the strength of Mengyao divine body, it wouldn't be a problem for Mengyao to resist this amount of thunder power. So Zhang Daohong agreed to come down. In this way, Zhang Yijian, Long and Sun stayed at the bottom of the mountain. The other two went up the mountain to explore. Thunder Peak was 3,000 feet high, towering straight into the clouds, and the mountain was all scorched black soil, with no vegetation to grow. Existing in the thunder for years and years, any vegetation would have been cleaved to death long ago. Two children, climbing up the steep hill. Kong Du-hyang looked toward the girl next to him, his eyes focused on his right hand wrapped in gauze. Mengyao, why are you wrapping your hands? Aren't Hello Cat heads pretty? How cute. Zhang Mengyao clenched her silver teeth. You, don't bother. Hello Cat head is indeed quite cute, but she was, at one time, an empress-level existence. What's with drawing a cat's head on the back of your hand? If those great emperors who had once known each other saw it, they would surely laugh. Zhang Daohong, you need to hurry up and improve your painting skills, so when the time comes, wash this off for me and replace it with that illusory misty ink. Come to think of it, it's better to not use it on weekdays and hide it. It wouldn't have to be so awkward in front of outsiders. There were no traces of demonic beasts on the mountain peaks, and the duo traveled quickly. It didn't take long to climb 1,000 feet, getting closer to the dark clouds. Click, rumble. A silver thunderbolt cut through the dim sky and slashed towards where the duo was. Jab. Thunder fell on Zhang Mengyao. On the divine body, a bronze-colored light flashed, and it resisted the power of the thunder. This thunder isn't much stronger. Zhang Mengyao's body didn't have any abnormalities. It just felt a bit tingly and returned to normal. The 81st level of body tempering tempered the body to the extreme. Her body was comparable to the strength of an immortal treasure. Resisting these thunders was naturally nothing. The two continued on, and the closer they got to the top of the mountain, the greater the amount of thunder became. After climbing to a position halfway up the mountain, it came into contact with dark clouds and visibility was less than 3 feet. Zhang Mengyao tilted her head and looked towards the top of the mountain, saying, "It is said that at the top of the mountain, there is a 10,000-year-old thunder strike rock, which has existed in thunder for years and years, becoming a thunder attribute supreme treasure. If you can find it, you can use it to quench your body." Quenching the body with the power of thunder had a strong effect. Even if you can't use it in the mortal realm, you can use it after ascending to immortality. 10,000 years of lightning striking the rock. The power was much more terrifying than the dark clouds overhead. Only, it wasn't that easy to take it in. Mengyao, you wouldn't be interested in this 10,000-year lightning strike rock as well, would you? Zhang Daohong inquired. Naturally interested. Zhang Mengyao nodded. However, I won't snatch it from you. I'll let you subdue the lightning strike rock first, and if that doesn't work out, I'll subdue it again. Previously, Zhang Daohong had given her a number of heaven and earth supreme treasures in order to be at today's realm. So, with gratitude, let Kong Duhaiyang come first in everything. If Kong Duhaiyang couldn't do it, she'd go back on. I won't give you a chance, Zhang Daohong said confidently. Click. Another thunderbolt fell and struck Zhang Mengyao's body. Jab. Thunder arcs flowed, and Zhang Mengyao was drowned in silver light. Just like an electric man. It didn't take long for the thunder power to dissipate. This time, it felt like the body was tingling and there was nothing wrong with it. Why are you chopping me again? From the beginning of the climb, she was scouting ahead. After all, you're the older sister. You have to set a good example, don't you? But it was a bit infuriating when the thunder struck twice and all of it landed on her. The two of them were not far from each other, which was about 3 feet away, so it was reasonable that they should also spread out a bit. Zhang Daohong, you go ahead. What's wrong? The thunder struck just now and it was numb and itchy. Okay, then I'm up here. Kong Duhaiyang crossed over to the girl and headed up first. Zhang Mengyao looked at the distance between the two of them, which was roughly 3 feet before she took a step to climb the mountain. And so it went, upward for some distance. Click. Another thunderbolt fell, crossing over Zhang Daohong in front and slashing towards Mengyao in the back. Oh, my god. This feels. 1 or 2 thunderbolts were fine, but if there were more, the power of the thunderbolts would be stored in the body some, triggering the next time the thunderbolt struck. The more you stack, the more your body gets numb. Zhang Daohong, you brat. Walking in front, how come the thunder doesn't strike you? Zhang Mengyao was about to curse. She thought that the thunder liked to strike those above her, so she hid behind it and slowed down a little. Who would have thought that hiding behind it would get you chopped as usual? Ha ha. Zhang Daohong laughed heartily. I guess it's your existence, which is incompatible with heaven's justice, that attracted the lightning strikes. Click. Zhang Mengyao's voice rang out in her head with thunder. These words seemed to open some door in the mind. Secretly, heaven forbid? Could it be a reference to my 100th reincarnation? That said, it's possible. Normal reincarnation. The heavenly Tao will not care, but she had gone to reincarnation with her memories, the many treasures of heaven and earth. As the saying goes, the sky is the limit. When you go against the rules of heaven and earth, naturally the heavenly Tao will punish you. Hiss. It seems that the heavenly Tao is also to be chastised for this 100 cycles of reincarnation. Maybe there will be a big disaster during the Ascension Thunder Tribulation. In this life, it's destined to be a difficult challenge to try to cultivate the right fruit. Kong Duhaiyang's words really woke her up. It's better to do some preparation ahead of time. The two men continued to climb up the hill. Click. Thunder fell on Zhang Mengyao's body. Not for a moment. Click, click, click. There was constant thunder falling. There is still a short distance to go to the top of the mountain. Zhang Mengyao was already paralyzed with exhaustion. The hair became a scorched mess. Even the eyebrows curled up. I don't know. I thought it was a perm. The closer to the top of the mountain, the denser the thunder became. A dozen or so thunderbolts had fallen in a short stretch of road. There was no physical harm, but I was getting numb and had trouble walking. Along the way, she kept adjusting her position, going from behind to in front to side by side. All the positions that could be tried were tried. It was as if the thunder had grown eyes and struck her body with unerring accuracy. Mengyao, quickly, keep up. Zhang Daohong crouched next to the girl and cheered. I don't think there are a few thunderbolts. Help me carry a few more and we'll be victorious. We are victorious. Zhang Mengyao repeated the words. I think it's you who are victorious, isn't it? So, I'm just a lightning attractor. Zhang Daohong laughed and said, I didn't say that. It's all what you think. Anyway, this journey was easy, all thanks to Zhang Mengyao. He also wanted to help Mengyao bear some of it, but he was helpless if the thunder didn't strike. I'm not going. You go up yourself. Zhang Mengyao decided to give up. The body was too numb and the legs were as heavy as lead to climb. Even if there was something good at the top of the mountain, she couldn't rob Zhang Daohong. It's better to give up. If I had a few more chops, I'd probably be paralyzed. Chapter 73, Million-Year-Old Lightning Strike Rock. Mountain God. Okay, then I'll go by myself. Zhang Daohong once again moved forward and soon disappeared from Zhang Mengyao's gaze. Click. In the black mist, the thunder light flashed dazzlingly. From the direction, it was clearly slashing towards Zhang Daohong. Suddenly, Zhang Mengyao's pupils shrunk violently. In the line of sight, thunder struck down, and this time, it landed on Zhang Mengyao's body. Ah, Zhang Mengyao really wanted to curse. I'm not even in there anymore and I'm still getting struck by lightning. On the other side, Zhang Daohong had climbed to the highest position. In the center of the mountain top, there was a huge black stone. On the boulder, there was a silver snake arc flashing. This is the lightning strike rock, truly terrifying, worthy of containing 10,000 years of thunder energy. It's an unrivaled body-hardening treasure. Ancestors' golden armor. In an instant, a sheet of scales appeared on Zhang Daohong's body, carefully arranged on the surface of his body to form the strongest golden armor. Zhang Daohong's body turned golden. Collect. Zhang Daohong walked towards the lightning strike rock and made a big move. Jab. Dense electric currents immediately appeared in the lightning strike rock, wrapping Zhang Daohong up. Rumble. Terrifying thunder exploded. As if the sky was about to collapse from the terrifying fluctuations. Thousands of miles apart, the terrifying thunder could be heard. Near the top of the mountain, Jiang Mengyao's breathing heaved up, and her eyes were filled with worry. It's going to be okay. I really should have followed up just now. If it was found that the lightning-struck rock was impossible to resist, it would be good to advise Zhang Daohong to evacuate. It's better than being splintered into coke. Jiang Mengyao propped her elbows on the ground and stood up with difficulty. One step at a time, he made his way to the top of the hill. There is another voice in the heart calling. Zhang Daohong, must hold on. Sister is going up to help you. Hilltop. After the arc of electricity flashed, a golden figure emerged. 10,000 years of lightning striking rock. That's all the power? Under the defensive effect of the beginning ancestors' golden armor, the power of the thousands of thunderbolts was blocked without even half of its effect being exerted. Collect. Having withstood the power of the lightning striking rock, it finally came to its senses. Kang Duhaiang touched his hand on the lightning striking rock and put it into the system space. If it couldn't withstand the power of the thunder just now, it would be split into charcoal, so naturally it couldn't get close enough to take it in. Sign in. Ding. You signed in at Thunder Mountain and received a reward. 30,000-year-old Thunder Strike Rocks. The reward is increased by 537 times, and you obtain 16 pieces of million-year-old Thunderclap Rock. 1 lightning cap. As soon as you hear about hat rewards, the first thing that comes to mind is to observe the hat colors. No way. Got 2 hats before, both green. A perpetual cuckold. A 30,000-year-old cuckold. Who can afford to carry this? In the system space, 1,600-foot tall lightning strike rocks were neatly placed together, looking spectacular. The million-year-old lightning-struck rock, on top of a mountain where thunder converges, has been struck for 1,000,000 years, and it seems that it has had bad luck to the extreme. A black hat, shaped somewhat like a beret, lay in the open space next to it. Phew, it's always a relief to see this color. Luckily, it's black. The lightning strike rock itself is black, and the fact that the lightning cap is black is not in itself surprising. A lightning cap, worn on the head to escape thunder. But, there's always someone who will suffer, so please try to use it next to your enemy. Use next to the enemy. Kang Du-Hyang saw this prompt and laughed heartily. Wouldn't it be great to be struck squarely in the face when he could dodge the thunder anyway and his enemy couldn't? This is definitely an amazing hat. The million-year lightning strike rock is a good thing, Zhang Daohong said with some emotion. As thunder strike rock accumulates more and more thunder power, the thunder will have a qualitative change. 100,000 years was a hurdle, and after stepping over it, the thunder power was elevated by 1 notch. 1,000,000 years is another hurdle to step over and move up a notch. The same thunderbolt, a million-year-old thunderclap rock, was more than 100 times that of a 10,000-year-old thunderclap rock. After becoming an immortal, using 1,000,000 years of lightning strike rock to quench the body had a very significant effect. Moreover, in addition to quenching the body, this thing can also be used as a wide-range killing weapon. After refining it and throwing it into the pile of enemies, the thunderous power was enough to destroy everything. Only that this thunder power did not distinguish between enemy and self, and needed to be used with caution. This trip to Thunder Peak was very rewarding. Okay, get ready to go down. Rumble. Just then, the ground shook and the entire mountain peak shook violently. It felt like experiencing a magnitude 12 earthquake and the whole mountain was about to collapse. Rumble. It's... Zhang Daohong looked down at his feet and felt that he was gradually rising. Just now he was in the dark clouds, but at this moment, he actually pierced through the dark clouds and saw the sun above his head. Naturally, it wasn't that he was getting taller, it was that the mountains below his feet had changed. Does that mean it's mountain god? A mountain peak that has been in a certain spiritual place for years and years has a very low probability of giving birth to spirituality. At this moment, this mountain could come to life, just like those demonic beasts and plants, possessing a life of its own. Such mountains with spiritual intelligence are called mountain gods. It does not mean that the mountain gods possess the power of the gods, but it is a general term. Still, the power of the mountain gods was terrifying. There was also a saying circulating amongst the immortal cultivators that even if one went to mess with the 5-clawed golden dragon, one should not mess with the mountain god. Rumble. The shaking beneath his feet became more and more severe, and boulders continued to fall off the peaks and clatter into the foot of the mountain. Kang Dao Hong could feel that what he was stepping on under his feet turned into a huge head, with huge shoulders made of mountains and rocks on his left and right sides. Standing on top of the giant's head, it was impossible to see just how high the mountain was. Suffered. Meng Yao. It suddenly occurred to him that Meng Yao was still lying on her back not far from the top of the mountain. At this moment, her body was tingling and her movements were a bit inconvenient, so it was very likely that she would fall off the mountain god. That would suck. The mountain god's head crossed over the clouds and his vision became clear. Kang Dao Hong peered downwards following the location of his memory, and he saw Meng Yao lying on the mountain god's shoulder. At this point, she seemed to be in danger. No, let's go save Meng Yao first, and think of a way to deal with this mountain god later. With a light jump, he landed down towards the mountain god's shoulder position, grabbing Meng Yao and picking her up. Then, with renewed strength in his feet, he landed back on top of the mountain god's head. Meng Yao, how is your condition? Can you stand up on your own? It's a bit difficult. It was fine for Jiang Meng Yao to stand up now, but this position was at the top of the mountain god's head, and she might face all sorts of crises later on. So, the current state is not suitable for fighting. How about this? If you ride me and hold on to my neck, it'll be easier to get away if the mountain god strikes later. Jiang Daohong planned to sacrifice himself and help Meng Yao out. Of course, it was only once. Jiang Meng Yao glanced to her left. The first outline of the mountain god's appearance appeared, and it looked like she would soon awaken. Riding Jiang Daohong at this time was a bit awkward, but it was better than encountering danger. If he hadn't been struck by lightning dozens of times, he wouldn't have ended up in such an embarrassing situation. Good. Jiang Meng Yao climbed onto the boy's back and clung on like an octopus. Hold on tight. Jiang Daohong looked down towards the mountain god below, a thoughtful look appearing in his gaze. Why would the mountain god awaken at this moment? What the hell did you do? Did you mess with it? Jiang Meng Yao inquired. I'm just taking in that lightning strike rock, so by all rights, it shouldn't be enough to annoy the mountain god. Jiang Daohong felt that this matter was not as simple as he thought. Many mountain gods. The reason why they were not discovered by outsiders was because they would not easily reveal their true forms. The mountain god stayed out of the world, ignoring the fights among those cultivators. Even if a few demonic beasts pooped on his body, he laughed it off. Does that mean it's? After thinking of a certain possibility, Jiang Daohong's pupils suddenly contracted, and a heart clenched into his throat. Crap! Samuel is in danger. It must be Samuel. The ginseng child was transformed into a divine ginseng, a supreme treasure in the divine realm, possessing not spirituality but divinity already. Any demonic beast or creature that spies on the little one, if it was eaten, the bloodline and strength would be promoted to an extremely terrifying level. The pangolin that he had just encountered was coming for Samuel. Even if there was the aura of the ancestral dragon next to the ginseng child, it couldn't stop the pangolin armor. No way. The medicinal scent of the ginseng was too enticing. Jiang Daohong swung his fist and smashed it against the boulder head at his feet. Boom! After the shocking noise, the head of the boulder dropped a stone about 10 feet wide. This guy is so hard. Thunder Mountain, which has been in the midst of thunder for years and years, is struck by lightning daily. After hundreds of thousands of years, the mountain was as hard as a defensive magic treasure. It's hard for anyone to break the defense. If it wasn't for Jiang Daohong's immense strength, he probably wouldn't have been able to knock down even a stone that was about 10 feet wide. The attack overhead did not startle the mountain god, and it did not focus its attention on Jiang Daohong. Rumble. Kang Duhaian felt that his altitude was plummeting, and soon he was falling back into the dark clouds. Chapter 74, The Might of the Divine Feminine Green Peak Diagram. Crap! The mountain god is going to strike at Samuel. Jiang Daohong's face changed drastically as he began to fight his way down the mountain. Foothills. Rumble. The mountain shook and boulders rolled down. However, the stones seemed to have received some sort of gravitational pull and affixed themselves to the mountain god's body, forming a huge body. Mountain god. Longer's face changed, and she hurriedly picked up Sun and gently soothed her. Sun, don't be afraid. This is the kind of horrific scene that a small child would be scared to death at the sight of. Samuel is too young and it's normal for him to be scared. But instead of being scared, Samuel looked happy. LOL. The dragon was always relieved to see this. Luckily, the little guy didn't cry in fear. Sun, it's dangerous here. Let's get out of here. Dragon picked up the child and rushed to the side. Only, before he could run far, he felt a strong wind coming from behind him. Looking back, it was the huge palm of the mountain god slapping down. The palms covered the sky, and the sky above Longer and their heads darkened. Asterisk. Longer could sense that this mountain god was extremely terrifying in strength. Even as a dragon race, they couldn't easily resist above the power. So there is only one way to escape. You two go first, I'll stall it. Jiang Yijian looked deeply at Longer, as well as the wailing child in his arms, with a look of determination in his eyes. With 3 people running together, it's probably not possible for anyone to get away. As a man, you have to stand up for the person next to you and fight for a chance of survival. Run together. The dragon's aura of the dragon race flourished on Dragon's body, transforming into a 300 feet long golden dragon. Samuel sat on top of the dragon's head, and the sight before her still didn't faze her. LOL. Ma. So awesome. The dragon lifted his eyelids and swept his head to Samson. Hold on tight. Let's go. The golden dragon soared through the sky with extreme speed. In one of the dragon's claws, an old man with white hair was grasped. Who is it if not Jiangyi? Oh, old man's waist. You put me down. I'll go help you stop the mountain god. You are no match for the mountain god. Dragon's dull voice rang out. It was estimated that when this Jiangyi went, he couldn't even stop the mountain god with one finger. And a life for nothing. Roar. Seeing his prey flee, the mountain god let out a roar and slammed his arm down. Even though the golden dragon was fast enough, it didn't escape the giant. Boom! The golden dragon was slapped by the huge palm and slammed into the ground. Rumble! The hard soil was smashed out of 100 feet deep pit by the giant dragon's body. On the golden dragon's body, there were countless dragon scales destroyed, and bright red blood oozed out. If it wasn't for her powerful bloodline, this blow would have definitely killed her. At the critical moment, the golden dragon threw Samuel out, landing smoothly and unharmed on a small dirt slope in the distance. The dark clouds in the sky were stirred away by the giant. The outline of the mountain god gradually emerged. On the large head, 2 deep-set eye sockets glowed with an eerie red light. It stared at Samuel, revealing a greedy look. The mountain god was born spiritually as early as 100,000 years ago, but it didn't reveal itself, still maintaining the appearance of a mountain, cultivating between the thunderclouds. Slowly, the torso is getting stronger. Until today, it sensed a presence like no other. An extremely tantalizing medicinal scent exuded from her body. Instinct was telling it that it would be able to qualitatively sublimate itself if it ate this little guy. Roar! The mountain god roared and swung his arm once again, slapping at the Samson on the ground. The huge palm of his hand swept up a violent hurricane, and sand and gravel splashed all over the sky. Above the giant's head, Zhang Daohong noticed that Sinner was in danger, and the anger in his eyes spewed out. At this moment, a picture slowly emerged on his face. The divine feminine green peak figure. His right arm was raised high, and his 5 fingers, all of them, flashed with colorful light. Swish! Above the sky, a huge scroll unfolded. The vastness of the sea, the towering mountains of the gods, the goddesses who defy. Zhang Mangyao hit on Zhang Daohong's back and sucked in 7 or 8 mouthfuls of cool air when she saw those 5 colorful finger bones. Fizzle! If it wasn't for the fact that the divine body was powerful and the 5 organs and 6 bowels had been strengthened as they should have been, this inhalation would have required 101 lifetimes of reincarnation. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. He actually has 5 painted god finger bones. It's horrible, isn't it? Previously, when the painting god saw a painting god finger bone, he hailed Zhang Daohong as one of the young generation, the most talented. After revealing the 3 roots, he hailed Zhang Daohong as the absolute heavenly pride of the painting world. Who would have thought that Zhang Daohong possessed not 3 painting god finger bones, but 5? This kid, he's hiding too deep. Zhang Mangyao really wanted to open this kid's body and see what other good treasures were hidden inside. In the sky, a gigantic scroll that was 1,000 feet long unfolded. The scene in the picture of the goddess Qingfeng was revealed in the scroll. Suddenly, that green god mountain, erupting with brilliant divine light, flew out from the scroll. Rumble! The green god mountain appeared in the Haotsong realm, causing the heaven and earth to stir. The power of the laws of the world was nearly crushed and collapsed under this divine mountain. The green god mountain was small, only 100 feet tall, endless divine might, but it caused the mountain gods below to be terrified. Anger burned in Zhang Daohong's eyes as he let out a cold cry. Die! The green god mountain smashed over toward the mountain god's head. The mountain god wanted to escape, but it was too big, so how could it escape the attack range of the green god mountain? One could only raise his arms and protect the top of his head, trying to stop this endlessly oppressive divine mountain. Boom! The arm came into contact with the green god mountain and was instantly bent, slowly falling towards the top of his head. Roar! The mountain god roared in anger and erupted with all his strength, surprisingly lifting the green god mountain by a fraction. When Zhang Daohong saw this scene, he let out a cold snort as his 5 fingers erupted with an even more brilliant divine light. Negative! Die! Rumble! The green god mountain once again erupted with divine light and violently pressed downwards. The mountain god was finally unable to resist the force, and as he watched, the green god mountain fell on top of his head. Howl! Hissing in agony, the mountain god was smashed into a piece of broken stone. clattering and scattering to the ground, losing his breath of life. Jiang Mengyao's pupils suddenly contracted when she saw that green god mountain. Is this the power of the Divine Maiden Qingfeng diagram? It's horrible. The Divine Maiden Green Peak diagram was revealed by the power of the Tao of painting. The stronger the power of the Tao of painting, the stronger the painting would be. Zhang Daohong's current level of painting Tao was not very high, and there was still a lot of room for improvement. Moreover, he still had 5 painting Tao divine bones. Becoming a painting immortal would be easy. In the future, surpassing the god of painting is the nail in the coffin. At that time, the Divine Maiden's Green Peak diagram. What kind of light would erupt? It's really overwhelming. Swish! Zhang Daohong's 5 fingers recovered as before, and the scroll in the sky dissipated. However, the scene of the battle just now was deeply imprinted in the minds of several people. Lingering. The strength of the mountain god is truly terrifying. Thunder Mountain. Surviving under the thunder for years and years, the mountain was constantly tempered, and it was even more terrifying than those powerful defensive magic treasures. After quenching the body, the strength will also continue to increase. The Cyan God Mountain erupted with its full strength before it could barely suppress the mountain god. It seems that my power of painting the Tao is still a bit weak. Only by upgrading the Tao of painting could the Divine Maiden Qingfeng diagram explode with even more power. Estimating, what Zhang Daohong was in control of right now wasn't even 1/10,000th as good as the painting god. Splat! Landing on the small earthen slope, he picked up Samuel. Sammy, are you okay? It's fine. Senna raised her small hand and pointed at the deep pit where the golden dragon had fallen. Mama is there. Let's go over. Zhang Daohong hugged Samuel and landed in the pit. Many of the scales on the dragon's body fell off, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth as his breath withered. Obviously, the injuries were severe. Mama. Senna stood beside Longer, colorful tears swirling in her eyes and looking about to fall. I'll be fine. The golden dragon once again transformed into human form. Its long golden dress still spotless, but its body had many scars. The crimson blood, the dark scars, and the glistening white jade-like skin were a stark contrast. The dragoness took Samuel in her arms and gently patted her back. Mama is fine. It will be fine after some time of conditioning. Noticing Longer's injuries, Zhang Daohong took out a jade bottle from his bosom, pulled out the mahogany stopper, and poured out a drop of Tree of Life sap. The sap is bright green and forms beads in the poem. Dragon's son, take this Tree of Life sap, and after a few days, your injuries will recover. The dragon race's bloodline power was powerful, and after they were injured, they needed to consume an even greater amount of heavenly materials. A single drop of Tree of Life sap could allow an immortal cultivator to recover immediately from their injuries. But when it comes to the dragons, it takes 2 or 3 days to get better. Poop! Seeing the drop of Tree of Life sap, Samuel reached his hand into the pocket of his little flowery jacket and fumbled around for a while, from which he took out the thick and strong divine ginseng brush. Massage. In the past few months together, Kang Du Haiyan had taught Sammer many new words. The little guy is smart and is getting better at talking. Chapter 75, Sword City. Tree of Life sap can also be massaged? Zhang Daohong handed the beads over. Samuel dragged it up, took out the divine pen, and rubbed it gently on its body. Swipe left, right swipe. Zhang Daohong's eyes, however, were fixed on the changes in the sap. On the divine pen, a drop of sap oozed out, fusing with the sap as one. Soon, the flesh grew larger. The great Tree of Life sap, after experiencing some sort of very enjoyable massage, swells up a bit. The massage continues. The beads are also getting bigger. Oversized Tree of Life sap, after experiencing some sort of massage, it became much stronger. A few more rounds of massage. The beads got a couple more rounds bigger and ended up as big as apples. Samuel lifted his hand and fed the oversized Tree of Life sap into the dragon's mouth. Ma, take your medicine. Little guy. Thank you. Longer stroked his head in a very doting manner. The power of the divine pen it had seen once before. Now that I've seen it again, I can't hide the shock in my heart. Next to her, Jiang Mengyao, however, had a longing face. What a terrifying ability. She knew that Samuel was capable of extraordinary things, like weeping, dropping 7-colored divine liquid, poop and drop the sacred medicine that cultivates 10,000-year-old spiritual plants. None of it is easy. Now, there is an additional ability. Casually take a brush and rub it against a bead a few times, and then the spirit liquid turns into immortal liquid? In the desolate heavens ancient realm, if she were to tell this kind of thing out, people would definitely think she was crazy. No one will ever believe it. What kind of luck did Zhang Daohong have that he was able to take an even sinner? Ugh! A long sigh expresses the envy of the heart. Longer put the swollen immortal Tree of Life sap to her nose and gently sniffed it. The flavor is light and inviting. However, it always feels like the flavor is still a bit worse than that unicorn whip. vermilion lips flicked out, and the tip of her dexterous tongue licked gently on the tree of life sap. The tree of life sap was licked off like a piece of jelly, just a small piece of the majestic life force that exploded inside the body. Oh, it feels like the body is being filled up. What a majestic life force! The wound heals and grows new sprouts of flesh. The injuries on his body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The redness returned to his face as well. This tree of life sap, it really is extraordinary. Thanks, little guy, he said, dotingly rubbing Samuel's head. She was a powerful bloodline of the ancestor golden dragon, with a strong life force. To recover from injuries, an extreme amount of life force was needed. Obviously, that tree of life sap from before was unable to restore the body for a short period of time. Samuel is the one who takes the little brush and brushes it over the sap a few times, and the spirit sap turns into fairy sap. The effect is truly horrific. It seems that I have a wonderful daughter. The five of them took a short rest, crossed the Thunder Mountain Range, and continued traveling west. Near the extreme harnessing sword sect, there was a tall city. At each of the 4 city gates, east, west, south and north, a giant sword was erected. This city, named Sword City, dependent on the extreme harness sword sect, it is the largest city within 1,000 miles. Jiang Yijian looked at the sky. The sun was setting and the sky was darkening. After this city, there's the extreme harnessing sword sect. It's getting late today. Why don't we rest here for a day and go to the sword sect in the morning? Kang Duhaian nodded gently. Good. Since we're here in Sword City, let's taste the food here. You've been here before, so you should know what's good to eat, right? Most of these cities have check-in locations that are worth checking out. To talk about delicacies, Jiang Yijian had his hands behind his back, revealing a look of reminiscence. It would have to be the sword fruit. However, this sword fruit is not a mundane item. It is only sold within the Sword Cloud building, and has to be reserved in advance. We're here today. We don't always get to eat. There was an ancient tree within the Sword City called the Ancient Sword Tree. The name comes from the fact that the fruit grows in the shape of a sword. Later on, people found out that after eating the sword fruits from the Ancient Sword Tree, the speed of comprehending the sword way would be increased and their perception of sword techniques would be enhanced, so they swarmed to compete for them. For a while, sword fruits became the most precious treasures in the eyes of sword Dao cultivators. Prices have also skyrocketed. Ancient Sword Tree, belonging to the Jin family. Sword Cloud House, a property under the Jin family. They hold this fruit as the treasure of the store and sell only 1 fruit per day. Only that rich and powerful person can get one. It's so sought after that you have to make reservations in advance to get it. Sword fruit. Zhang Daoheng's eyes lit up. It's rare. The flavor should be good. Let's go to Sword Cloud House. A group of 5 people walked to the east gate of Sword City. The entrance was guarded by 4 cultivators with long swords. The burly leader of the group stepped in to stop the 5. You 5. What are you doing? You look familiar. Do you have a warrant to enter the city? Sword City, at night, was heavily guarded, and one could only enter with an entry order in hand. Jiang Yijian immediately stepped forward and took out a token. On the front of the token, a long sword was engraved. The leader examined it and nodded slightly. The 4 of them, do they have an order to enter the city? Jiang Yijian said. The 5 of us rushed to this place and want to borrow Sword City to rest for the night and leave tomorrow. The 4 of them, who have yet to come to Sword City, did not apply for an entry order. The lead guard shook his head slightly and said, according to the rules, those who don't have an entry order can only enter the city during the day. Forgive me for not being able to release them. Jiang Yijian stepped aside and raised his hand to point at the 4 people in the back. Several of us, all of us are members of the Jiang family. I still hope that we can be accommodating. The ancient clan. Jiang clan? The leader couldn't help but pay attention when he heard this. Looking toward a few people in the back, due to the darkness, only a bonfire was burning on either side of the citadel, making it difficult to see the people in the distance. As he got closer, he looked toward the woman in the gold dress by the light of the wavering fire. The firelight illuminated the woman's face red, but it was hard to hide the other's beauty. Hiss! The lead guard sucked in a breath of cold air. This woman is too beautiful, isn't she? After living for decades, I have never seen such a stunning person. The 2 golden dragon horns on top of the woman's head were even more remarkable. Dragon horns. Hiss! The lead guard sucked in a cool breath again, his mind buzzing. Dragon lady. These people, absolutely cannot be messed with. The fact that there were dragon horns on his head was enough to show that this person was a transformed dragon race. Demons that controlled the ability to transform into forms were often very strong now, far more than a few of their guards could contend with. And then, when they were associated with the old man's statement that they were from the Jiang family, the result cried out. The divine son of the Jiang family, who took in the golden dragon a few years ago. The child in front of him, who looked to be only 6 or 7 years old, was the Jiang clan's divine son. The girl next to her, who was of a similar age, was the Jiang clan's goddess. These two people can never be messed with. The Son of God had ascended the 10,000 ancient gods list 4 times, all of them as the first person, and was simply a myth in the hearts of these immortal cultivators. The attitude of the lead guard immediately became 7 or 8 points more respectful, and he spoke in a courteous manner. We have no intention of stopping them. Just now we didn't know the identities of a few of you, so I hope you'll forgive us. Come on in, guys, he said, taking a step back to make way for the back. Jiang Yijian nodded gently and led the 4 of them into Sword City. The 4 guards at the entrance of the city only dared to whisper when they saw the 4 of them walking away. Oh my God, that child is the Son of God. It's extraordinary to see it today. See, that dragon lady is a follower of the Son of God. TSK, that delicate curve. In the future, it will be sexually pleasurable. If I could have the slightest bit of talent from the Divine Son, I would probably be able to become an immortal. Inside Sword City, lanterns were hung on both sides of the road, and the bright firelight dotted the night color of Sword City. Vendors sell their wares on the streets and there is a steady stream of pedestrians coming and going. Even at night, the streets are bustling with activity. Samuel stared around with clear, penetrating eyes. Everything here was new to her. Son, this is a sugar gourd. For you to try. Zhang Daohong stopped at a small stall and bought a bunch of sugar gourds wrapped in thick icing sugar and handed it to the little one. Samuel grabbed the bamboo skewer and took a small bite out of the topmost one. The hawthorn. Crunch. Ugh. Just one bite and spit it out on the floor. Poop. It's hard to eat. Sammy don't want it. The ice candy gourd is so delicious and you still don't like it. Zhang Daohong shook his head helplessly. This little guy. He must be used to eating immortal medicines and fruits. And this kind of fruit with no spirituality. He simply couldn't get used to eating it. This wouldn't be able to support her without some family money. Chapter 76 Rank 1 Big Brother Robbing Opportunities? Meng Yao, how about letting this little guy recognize you as his godmother? When Meng Yao heard this, she shook her head vigorously as she thought of the treasures in her Hongmeng Tower. I can't afford to keep. Cut. Zhang Daohong was still thinking about Jiang Mengyao's treasures, but it turned out that the other party wasn't even on board, so that was pretty boring. Poopy, why are we here? Samuel looked around, a little uncomfortable. Come to find the 10,000 ancient gods list. Zhang Daohong explained. Divine ranking. What is it? Can I eat it? Samuel asked in a cute voice. There is also a very mysterious memory in the consciousness that is slowly awakening. What should I tell you about this? Kong Duhaion thought a little. The gods list is the chance that a push of cultivators want to grab. Everyone wants to compete to be the first big brother of the list. Jiang Mengyao felt a little strange when she heard this. Samuel, however, looked as if he understood. The 5 of them continued on their way, and every time they passed a store, Zhang Daohong stopped to buy some delicious food. Along the way, there was quite a bit of food to taste. Longer's stunning beauty attracted many passers-by to watch, but after seeing the pair of dragon horns on the top of the head, those who have non-thinking, all stopped their footsteps. Do not dare to go forward to accost the dragon race, but one of the most feared of all immortal cultivators. Without that kind of strength, going forward rashly would only be a death sentence. Sword in Cloud Building. It was brightly lit and lively. Most of the people coming in and out were wealthy merchants with deep pockets, or immortal cultivators with strong breaths. When the store assistant saw a few guests coming to the door, he hurriedly welcomed them over. Do several guests have reservations? Li Yijian said. No. Do you have any more elegant rooms here? I'm really sorry. If the elegant rooms, they are all booked. The store assistant used the firelight from the doorway to look towards the woman in the back. The soul was almost lost at this look. Oh my God. How could there be such a stunning woman on earth? That glance and smile are like walking out of a scroll. Wait. This dragon horn. Upon noticing the dragon's horn on top of the woman's head, the shopkeeper immediately took a few people seriously. The power behind Sword Cloud Tower was strong, but it didn't dare to mess with the dragon clan. In the Haotsong realm, the dragon race was very rare. As long as they were able to transform into their forms, their strength was absolutely terrifying. Several honored guests. Wait a moment. I'll go find the shopkeeper and ask him to arrange elegant rooms for several of you. The store assistant ran into the Sword Cloud building in a panic, and because he ran too fast, he almost hit the stairs. Shortly after, a middle-aged man with a big belly walked out from the door. This person was none other than the owner of the restaurant, Jin Wangkai. Jin Wangkai swept over the several people at the doorway, and after seeing the white-haired old man, his gaze rested on the long sword with overflowing aura at his back, and his heart fluttered. Secretly, he said, hiss, this hilt is definitely a spirit sword, and the grade is not low. On weekdays, there are quite a few guests who come to the Sword Cloud building, And those who are able to carry this kind of long sword are mostly the generation of patriarchs and elders. The sword alone was enough to prove the old man's identity, the owner of the restaurant, who was very good at reading people's words. Otherwise, it would be difficult to gain a permanent foothold in this world of immortal cultivators, in case he messes with any immortal cultivator one day. Not to mention the tavern, even the people would have to be lost. Gazing backward, he noticed the woman the shopkeeper was talking about. It's so beautiful, isn't it? If the monks saw this, they'd probably have to return to secularism. When eunuchs see it, they all have to look for the nirvana fruit to go. The more he looked at the dragon's horns on top of the woman's head, the more alarmed he became. Golden dragon horns. Most likely a golden dragon bloodline. This person's strength is absolutely extraordinary. Must not be messed with. Even if the restaurant belonged to the Jin family, one of the three great families of Sword City, they wouldn't dare to provoke these people. Observing this, Jin Wankai made a bow with both hands and said courteously, "A few honored guests have come. I hope to apologize for the loss of a distant welcome." Li Jian was also modest and said softly, "The shopkeeper is polite. We rushed here and wanted to take a rest." "I wouldn't dare to take the word shopkeeper." Jin Wankai scratched his head. "Senior, just call me Wankai." Facing this kind of cultivator, especially with a bit of dragon lady behind him, one had to be as polite as one could be. This is the law of survival in the immortal cultivation world. Wankai. It suddenly occurred to Li Jian that the dog he once raised was also named this. It's not a good name for a shopkeeper. Jin Wankai said very politely, "Just now I heard Xiao Er mention that several honored guests wanted an elegant room?" "Well, that is indeed the case." Li Jian pointed at a few people behind him. "With 3 kids and a woman, it's still easier to have an elegant room. Today's elegant room is indeed booked out." A few drops of cold sweat emerged from Jin Wankai's forehead. "These two, but are not to be messed with. The Lord. Care is not good. Caused the blame. Cannot afford to go." The store assistant came to the shopkeeper's ear and whispered, "Shopkeeper, the third son of the Wang family, booked an elegant room, may not come today, or else, we will first let this elegant room to a few honored guests." The third son of the Wang family, a drunkard, relying on his family's power. He spends his days drinking and having fun. For the past half a month, the third prince had booked an elegant room every day, but had only come 3 times. The rest of the 12 days were spent letting the restaurant off the hook. Wang family, one of the 3 big families in Sword City, has many dealings with the forces behind the restaurant. Jin Wankai is just a shopkeeper. Naturally, he doesn't dare to say anything more. It's not right. In case the third prince comes today, the store assistant continued, every time the third prince comes, it's the middle of the night, and the rest of the elegant rooms must have guests who have finished eating and left. At that time, we will arrange Mr. Wang to the rest of the elegant rooms. These several people in front of us are not masters to be messed with. When Jin Wankai thought about it carefully, it was really something like that. In terms of strength, it was definitely this old man in front of him, as well as that dragon lady, who were stronger. I'm sure Mr. Wang will understand. Thinking about it, he finally made up his mind. Several honored guests. The elegant rooms are indeed all booked out, but there is a guest who may not come, so I'll let several honored guests have them first. Li Jian nodded gently after thinking for a while. So much the better. With that, several people entered the kumquat elegant room, and the shopkeeper himself followed to order. Several honored guests. What would you like to eat today? Our store's signature dishes are Snow Mountain Swordsman, 4 Sea Swordsman, Changyang Sunset. Hearing the first few names, Kang Duhaiyang almost thought he had come to a dark store. The name of this dish, all swordsmen and swashbucklers. I don't know. I thought I'd slaughtered some swordsmen. The truth is that it is not. These are just the specialty dishes. As soon as she heard the order, the dragon immediately became interested. Boss, is there a long whip swordsman, the great treasure swordsman, or a swordsman's loincloth? The more Jiang Daohong listened, the darker his face became. What's going on here? Is it that heavy? Don't worry. There'll be plenty of time for you to eat later when I'm older. Dragon's son. No fooling around. Jiang Daohong glared at Longer and said to the shopkeeper, I've heard that the most famous thing you have here is that sword fruit. Maybe order one? Sorry. Jin Wankai scratched his head in embarrassment. Sword fruit. We only provide 1 serving per day. Today's serving was ordered out half a month ago. Half a month ago. Jiang Daohong frowned when he heard this. That means that if you want to eat the sword fruit, you still have to wait for half a month? Not bad. Specifically it should be 16 days. Jin Wankai said. It's taking a bit long. Jiang Daohong didn't expect the sword fruit to be so sought after. Jin Wankai swept his gaze over a few people and said, Since a few of you are here, stay in Sword City for a few more days, so you can also enjoy the local customs here. After half a month, It would be a beautiful thing to eat a sword fruit again. Half a month. A bit long. Zhang Daohong had the taste of the sword fruit in his mind and didn't want to wait so long. Also thinking about how soon I can eat a. Outside the sword in cloud building. The shopkeeper stood in the doorway, his eyes peering over the crowd of people coming and going, looking for potential customers. Suddenly, a gentleman in a white robe with a jade fan hanging from his waist caught his attention. Crap! The third prince of the Wang family. He didn't expect that the third prince of the Wang family would come so early. It was only a quarter of the hour, and he came to the restaurant. The third prince's real name was Wang Tianyi, and he was only seen slightly drunk, wrapping his arm around a woman's waist, and walking to the entrance of the restaurant with a weak step. Junior, take me to the kumquat elegant room. Sir, the cold sweat on the back of the store assistant instantly sprang out, and his shirt was soaked. There are people in the kumquat elegant room at this time. There are a few more seats on the second floor by the windows, or you can commit for a while. Wang Tianyi's expression froze, and there was a dissatisfied look in his eyes. What? The elegant room I reserved earlier. You gave it to someone else? This young master is the third son of the Wang family. How can he sit and eat with mundane people? You take care. The store assistant nodded and hailed on the surface, but in his heart, he was muttering. Aren't you just spending your time around on the strength of the Wang family? Without that status, it might still be nestled in some nook or cranny. Yuck. Taking it easy? Wang Tianyi held a jade fan and pressed it against the youngest's chest. This young master never eats in the elegant room. I'd like to see who robbed my elegant room. After saying that, he pulled the flirtatious woman beside him and walked towards the interior of the restaurant. Gongzi, don't go yet. Hear me out. Xiao Er wanted to pull the third male, who thought that this guy was too fast, and in the twinkling of an eye, he disappeared around the corner of the stairs. The store assistant was merely a mortal with some fisticuffs, so naturally he couldn't catch up with an immortal cultivator. Second floor. Kumquat yard. The door to the room was half closed, and the shopkeeper was still holding the recipe, helping a few people to order. Crash! The door was suddenly kicked open, and outside stood Wang Tianyi with a face full of anger. Shopkeeper Jean, this kumquat elegant room was booked by me. You even let it go to someone else. You must give me an explanation. Mr. Wang. Cold sweat broke out on Jean Weinsai's forehead in an instant. A king's son and a dragon lady are not something he can afford to mess with. I thought the prince wasn't coming today. So I see that you don't want to be the shopkeeper. Wang Tianyi rolled up his arms and sleeves, and walked into the elegant room in a rage, like a lion about to explode. However, when he saw the stunning woman in the elegant room, his movements instantly froze. Haim, you're so beautiful. The woman was sitting there casually, not applying any powder, but just like a stunning fairy in a dream world, descending to the mortal world. With just one glance, Wang Tianyi fell. At this point, all one wants to do is to fall on one's knees under the woman's garnet. However, seeing the pair of golden dragon horns on top of the woman's head, her expression became extremely wonderful. Chapter 77, Sunner, Sword Fruit? It's hard to eat. My god, that's a handsome dragon. Dragons that can take shape are not weak. He is dude, but not a cutie. He was still very clear about who could be messed with and who couldn't be messed with. Dragon stood up and rolled up her sleeves. What are you doing? Oh, Wang Tianyi directly peed in fear. I went the wrong way. Few of you. You eat and drink well. I'll go first. Are you kidding me? The woman in front of him, even if his father came, he would have to rest. It's better to run for it. Wang Tianyi had just turned around when he saw a white-haired old man. Even more, he sucked in a breath of cold air and bowed respectfully. Greetings, One Sword Peak Master. The Wang family also cultivates the sword path. Naturally, he had also seen Zhang Yijian. The Zhang clan was an ancient clan, and it was also famous in the Haosang realm. The Wang family, although it was also a big family, was like a 3-year-old child in front of the Zhang family. Wang Tianyi. Zhang Yijian froze for a moment and also recognized this person. However, his image of the man was not good. This kid has average qualifications. All his energy is spent on booze and sex. The future. Not much of a future. I don't know that the One Sword Peak Master is here. It's really a bit abrupt to run over here so blindly. A few drops of cold sweat appeared on Wang Tianyi's forehead. I hope that Peak Master will not take offense. This elegant room is yours, right? How smart Zhang Yijian was. He easily figured out the reason. Wang Tianyi nodded. Since Peak Master has come to Sword City as a guest, this elegant room will be given over to you. These are, since the old man was the One Sword Peak Master, the identities of the few people next to him were worth speculating about. Zhang Yijian pointed at the boy and girl next to him and said, these two, one is Zhang Daohong and the other is Zhang Mengyao. What? Son of God, goddess. Wang Tianyi was instantly stunned. He was nothing more than the second generation of a clan within a small city. Where are the sons and daughters of the gods? That's the man who created the myth. The various 10,000 ancient gods lists were like playing house in their eyes. Compared to this kind of godly man, he wasn't even a scum. The loss of just realized that the situation is not right, turn around to escape, and did not speak out of turn. Otherwise, the head wouldn't have gone anywhere. Ha! Godson, goddess. Jin Wangkai was directly petrified, dumbfounded as he looked at the little boy and the little girl. This is the legendary son of God. Goddess. I was surprised to see it alive. Geez, this isn't a dream, is it? Before, the son and daughter of God. That was living in the mouths of storytellers. Never thought I'd be able to meet a real person one day. The divine son wants to eat the sword fruit. Otherwise, give him one. In fact, within their sword cloud building, there was a surplus of sword fruits. Only there weren't many of them, just one. In order to prevent accidents. Just now, having seen the dragon lady's extraordinary nature, he hadn't taken out the sword fruit either. At this moment, upon hearing that these two were the legendary son and daughter of God, they intended to take out the sword fruit. This level of status definitely exceeded the status of the dragon clan. Several people. Eat and drink well. I will leave first, knowing that if he stayed here, a few people would have a bad time eating, and it was better to leave. Wang Tianyi pushed the door to leave. A smile appeared on Jin Weinsai's face as he said, "It's a blessing to see the divine son and divine daughter today. Since divine son wants to eat sword fruits, I will take out the sword fruits that are treasured in the store. Just a moment for a few of you." After the dishes were ordered, the shopkeeper went down and hurriedly ordered the back kitchen to make sure the meal was ready. Kang Du-hyun smiled faintly. I really didn't think that my identity would work so well that I could even save myself from queuing up and could eat the sword fruit directly. In a short while, an exquisite dish was served on the table. The last course, a long gold-rimmed plate, trailed a 4-inch long eggplant-like fruit. Unlike the long eggplant, the fruit is not round, but flat. The eggplant handle is as horizontal as the hilt of a long sword. If you look at it without a brain, it kinda looks like a long sword. This is the sword fruit. It's kind of average. Zhang Daohong really didn't feel that there was anything different about the sword fruit. It's not even close to the 10,000-year-old eggplants and cucumbers that Samuel cultivated. Boss Jean carefully held the long tray and gently placed it in front of Zhang Daohong. Divine son, this is the sword fruit. Please taste it. Today, Mr. Jean had eyes that did not recognize the one sword peak master, as well as the divine son and divine daughter. This sword fruit will be given to a few of you as an apology for Mr. Jin's offense. A sword fruit that is worth a lot of money. It was equivalent to the price of a lower grade spirit sword. The average person can't really afford it. Those sword cultivators were more willing to buy a spirit sword than eat a piece of fruit. Don't look at the sword and cloud building's many guests. And the prices of the dishes are also expensive. The money earned to buy a lower grade spirit sword was not something that could be put together overnight. Jin Wangkai gave away a sword fruit and laid down his blood. The main point was that he was trying to befriend a few people from the Zhang family. Zhang Yijin nodded slightly, his impression of the shopkeeper climbing straight up. Secretly, he said, this shopkeeper is quite good at what he does. It's okay to help him out in the future if he's in trouble. The value of a lower grade spirit sword in exchange for a favor from a strong person was a good deal. Like Sword Peak's 100 Swords Hall, it only treasures hundreds of spirit swords. For him, the Peak Master, the price of a lower grade spirit sword for a meal was too extravagant. There is no need for the shopkeeper to be so polite. Zhang Daohong nodded at the shopkeeper. A sword fruit. It's nothing. You're probably not going to make much money with this small business. When you settle the bill, count the sword fruits. The one sword peak master next to him secretly stuck out his thumbs. Secretly, he said, worthy of being a divine son. The family foundation is just strong. See, a sword fruit is nothing in the other party's eyes. As a result, Zhang Daohong's words afterward almost caused Zhang Yijian to burst into old tears. One sword peak master finalized the check. Pust. Zhang Yijian almost cried. Kang Du-hyun, so you're not being generous. You're just screwing me over. Your family is so rich that you don't care about a sword fruit. I do. Why don't you save me the trouble? Son, you taste it first. Zhang Daohong carried Sinner over and handed the sword fruit over. Samuel took a small bite out of the sword fruit. Crunch, crunch, ugh, just a few chews. All spit out on the floor. Poop. It's so yucky. Boss Jin's eyes bulged out as he looked at the sword fruit that was spit on the ground. I drop a little ancestor. This is a sword fruit. The fruit that countless immortal cultivators have gone crazy for. And you still don't think it's delicious? The sword fruit contained the sword Dao intent within it, and its flavor was also very delicious. Much better than cucumbers. How can it be as bad as the little guy says? This mouthful of spit was 10% of the value of a lower-grade spirit sword. No matter how rich you are, you can't be so wasteful, right? Zhang Daohong shook his head helplessly. The little guy was used to eating immortal pills and did not like this kind of spiritual fruit. Zhang Daohong took the sword fruit, looked at Sun and said seriously, Sun this spirit fruit tastes just like this, and you can't eat immortal fruit every day, right? Picky eaters aren't good kids. Sun looked at the sword fruit and blinked pitifully, colorful tears welling up in her eyes. It's not good. Sun don't want it. Ugh. If you don't eat, don't eat. Zhang Daohong sighed as he looked at Sun's pitiful appearance. It was probably because the quality of the divine ginseng was too high, and she simply couldn't eat those spirit fruits. The gold shopkeeper next to him, hearing this, felt that his brain was not enough. Eating only fairy fruit. The fruit of the spirit doesn't give a damn. It's so much for the life of a god. He really hadn't heard of anyone who only ate immortal fruits and not spirit fruits. The life of the Son of God is incomprehensible to mortals. Jin Wangkai said to the few people, enjoy your meal. I'll go down first. After that, leave the room. The little guy is such a picky eater. Seeing this scene, Zhang Mengyao smiled and shook her head. From the spatial ring, he took out a bright fruit. Misty immortal chi overflowed from the fruit, and the room was filled with a rich fruity fragrance. Chapter 78 Immortal Sword Tree Seed. Little one, this is for you to eat. At the sight of the immortal fruit, both of Sun's eyes grew brighter and brighter. However, she very politely didn't pick it up, but instead looked at Zhang Daohong for the first time. Poopy. Samuel wants to eat. Eat? Kong Du Hyong smiled and nodded. He had taught the little guy before that he couldn't eat other people's food, so it was a rare occasion when he obeyed. This fruit was a golden immortal fruit, which contained a rich immortal chi. Samuel hammed and hawed. Thank you, sister. As soon as Zhang Mengyao heard the word sister, her face crossed. You call Kong Du Hyong poop, and you call me sister? Flat out shorter by a generation. Little one, call me auntie. Samuel, however, shook his head seriously. Sister, it's auntie. Sister. Kong Du Hong couldn't help but laugh at that. This little guy is really making a name for himself. The children are teachable. Zhang Mengyao was also furious and clenched her teeth. Samuel, on the other hand, held the fairy fruit and nibbled on it with gusto. Yummy. Zhang Daohong smiled and shook his head, looking at the sword fruit on the ground. Sword fruit, birthed by the sword tree. Due to the fading of the tree's origin, the effect contained in the fruit is extremely weak. This shouldn't be the fruit grown by that ancient sword tree. It's just an ordinary sword tree. Inside the sword city, there was only one ancient sword tree, with 1 year as the fruiting cycle, and only a dozen or so sword fruits each time. In this case, the Jin family, who controlled the ancient tree, simply couldn't afford to put the fruit up for sale. I heard that the Jin family used ripe sword fruits as seeds to cultivate several ordinary sword trees with faded origins. This fruit, it should be the one grown on an ordinary sword tree. Take a taste. Crunch. Crunchy and slightly better texture than cucumber. After eating it, he was slightly enlightened and closed his eyes in a hurry. In his mind, a few wisps of sword intent emerged. Swish swish swish. The sword intent traced through the air, forming a simple sword style that disappeared before Zhang Daohong could learn anything from it. It's too weak. For ordinary people, these sword intentions were somewhat useful, and one might be able to learn certain sword moves from them. The more you eat, the more you participate. But he, with a sword bone and 1,000 years of experience in sword enlightenment, what kind of windy sword intent hadn't he seen before? These sword intentions that seemed good to ordinary people were weak to him. Zhang Daohong, how is this sword fruit? Zhang Yijian picked up a chicken claw and placed it in his mouth, whimpering. It's average. Not much effect. Zhang Daohong said with disappointment. In terms of flavor, it's just a little better than cucumber. With your sword Dao qualifications, eating an ordinary sword fruit will naturally have little effect. Zhang Yijian gazed through the window at the night scene of red lights and green willows in the distance. In the night, there was a large mansion, heavily guarded, with what appeared to be some sort of rare tree growing in the courtyard. If you can find the ancient sword fruit, it should be useful to you. You mean that ancient tree? Zhang Daohong's eyes lit up. The ancient trees can be quite old and should have a lot of Taoist content, making it a good place to sign in. That's right. Zhang Yijian nodded. Back then, when I came to Sword City, I was fortunate enough to obtain a sword fruit. I have treasured this fruit until I used it when I was comprehending the 10,000 ancient sword tablet. With the help of this fruit, comprehend 3 or 4 more sword moves. The ancient sword fruit, which also had the effect of enhancing the enlightenment of the sword Dao. Only, this enhancement was short-lived. Only 1 day. Sparingly, it could play a vital role in comprehending the sword tablet. The effect is so strong? Zhang Daohong froze. It is said that the red sky sword technique is only 100 moves out. Eating a sword fruit and participating in 3 or 4 more moves was already pretty good. If he could obtain a sword fruit and combine it with his own sword Dao qualifications, it would definitely have an extraordinary effect. Peak Master. You should know someone from the Gene family, right? Help me beg for an ancient sword fruit. I do know people from the Gene family, but the ancient sword fruit isn't an extraordinary object either. It's not that easy to obtain. Zhang Yijian rolled his eyes. I spent a great deal of money to get an ancient sword fruit back then. Do you really think this ancient sword fruit is a cabbage? You want it? You know someone from the Gene family. It's always possible to show me the ancient sword tree, right? Zhang Daohong thought that in case he could obtain the ancient sword fruit by signing in, it would save him a lot of trouble. That's fine. Zhang Yijian nodded. He was acquainted with the Gene family's family head, and it wasn't a big problem if he just went to observe. The 5 of them ate something again, and Zhang Daohong packed the remaining food, then left the restaurant and found an inn in the city. The next day, the sun rose and bright sunlight poured down on the earth. The Gene family, one of the 3 great families of Sword City, occupied a piece of treasure land in the city. Here, a very large yard, all belonging to the Kim family, a tall, ancient tree, erected in the courtyard. Its upright body could be seen even when standing outside. The head of the Gene family, named Jin Peng, learning that Zhang Yijian had arrived, he immediately welcomed several people into the courtyard. Inside the main hall, Golden Rock looked at several people with a smile on his face, especially the 2 children who lingered for a moment longer. I've heard about the names of the Divine Son and Divine Maiden for a long time, but when I see them today, they are truly extraordinary. Zhang Yijian picked up the Celadon teacup and slightly sipped the fragrant tea. Good tea. The Golden Mansion sword tea is still as good as ever. I'm afraid the one sword peak master didn't come just to sip tea, right? Saying that, Jin Peng turned his gaze to the 2 children. Zhang Yijian nodded his head and said, "This time, I came to Sword City in order to let the 2 children comprehend the 10,000 ancient sword tablet. We came to the mansion for the matter of the sword fruit as well. There was no politeness, but a direct statement of intent. So that's how it is." The Golden Rock also guessed the intentions of the several people. "If you want sword fruits, I can send divine sons and daughters, 5 each. Now, no one knows the mighty power of the son and daughter of God. Both will ingratiate themselves with the duo when given the opportunity. 5 sword fruits for one person, adding up to 10. The number was already quite a lot. I wonder if Patriarch Jin can let out 2 ancient sword fruits. We can barter for them," Zhang Yijian inquired. Alas, Jin Peng sighed. "I'm ashamed to say that over the past few years, the ancient tree has been withering, and the number of ancient sword fruits has been getting worse every year. Only 10 fruits were produced this year, long promised to others. Ancient trees grow and need to absorb the aura of heaven and earth. The aura of this mountain range is withering day by day, so the harvest of the ancient trees is also worse. Ikugu. Viz. A few decades ago, it would have produced 17 or 18 fruits. There have been fewer and fewer of them over the years, and there may be less than 10 fruits in a few more days. If you really want them, you can keep 2 for you next year after the results. Next year is a bit too late." Zhang Daohong decided that it would be better to go ahead and sign in. "Patriarch Jin, I would like to see this ancient sword tree. I don't know if it's okay?" "Naturally," Jin Peng quickly agreed. On weekdays, outsiders should never approach the ancient tree, but the Ginger family's divine son, still, he should try to satisfy it. In the Jin family's backyard, there are a dozen big trees planted. The ancient tree in the center was the largest, estimated to be 100 feet tall with a canopy that covered the sky. This one is the ancient sword tree. The ones next to them were ordinary sword trees cultivated by the Jin family. Zhang Daohong looked towards the ancient sword tree in the center, noticing the Dao energy converging below with a smile in his eyes. "Not bad, just as I expected. This ancient sword tree has a Dao influence. Often, the place where the Dao is gathered, and what is gained by signing in is closely related to that location. Matriarch Kim, can I get a closer look?" "Aha! It's okay." Golden Rock gently nodded. "It's fine to get close and observe, but don't touch the tree trunk. This ancient tree is very delicate. The slightest breeze will slow down the speed of breeding fruits. Therefore, normally in the Jin family, all clansmen were not allowed to touch the ancient tree. Even the household servants who took care of the ancient trees would be very careful in their service." "Don't worry, I won't touch this ancient tree," Zhang Daohong immediately promised. "Just get close enough to the ancient tree to sign it. There's absolutely no need to touch it." With light steps, he slowly walked underneath the ancient tree. At this moment, there were quite a few green-colored fruits hanging on the tree, at least about 100 of them. Some of these fruits are long and some are short and not yet ripe. Under normal circumstances, an ancient sword fruit would have to hang on the tree for 10 years before maturing. Of course, 10 years was not the longest growing year for the ancient sword fruit. If you are not in a hurry to pick it, you can let it continue to hang and grow on the tree. If it grew normally, this ancient sword tree in front of him would have around 10 fruits ripening next year. Those that are still hanging on the tree will continue to grow, and by the time the year after next rolls around, a few will be ripe again. It's not one of those ordinary fruit trees that pick all their fruit every year. Walk to the tree and mentally say the word sign in. Ding! You signed in under the ancient sword tree and obtained 1 centennial ancient sword fruit. The reward is raised 537 times and you obtain 5 immortal sword fruits, 3 ancient sword fruits of 1,000 years, 1 immortal sword tree seed. With such a generous reward, Zhang Daohan's mouth was crooked from smiling. The most valuable of these would be the immortal sword fruit. After eating it, it could increase the effect of the sword Dao's perception, and could also perceive the sword Dao from it. It was an unparalleled treasure. This time, when he participated in the sword tablet, with the Hongmeng sword bone and an ancient sword immortal fruit, there was a real hope of reaching the 10,000 ancient extreme realm. Without a few people noticing, Samuel sneaked over towards the ancient tree. Small hands were pressed against the trunk of the tree, rocking gently. Chapter 79, The Ancient Tree Has a Spirit. The golden rock quickly noticed the little guy and quickly spoke out to stop him. Don't touch that tree. Get out. Even in the clan, it was expressly forbidden for the clansmen to touch the tree. Samuel was small, and his movements were slight, but they caused the ancient tree to tremble slightly. Crashing. The leaves clattered and a few dead leaves fell, fluttering down like butterflies. There were a few ancient sword fruits on it, and they were shaken down. It snapped and dangled at the little one's heels. I drop a little ancestor. The golden rock's eyes were glazed over, and fire erupted. Stop shaking. Shake it again and this ancient tree is dead. I don't know. Where did the little guy get the strange strength to shake the big tree embraced by 10 people? Instead, Samuel squatted down, grabbed the fairy fruit on the ground, wiped it on his clothes, and then took a bite. Cluck, cluck, crunch, ugh, just chewed a few times in the fruit. It's awful. Jinpeng was furious and blinded. My ancient sword fruit. Oh, what a waste. It's an ancient sword fruit, and you still think it's bad? It's such a waste to take a bite and just throw it on the floor, isn't it? Jinpeng looked at the next few people with an angry face. I kindly brought you guys to visit the ancient sword tree, and this little guy first shook the ancient tree and picked an ancient sword fruit that hadn't ripened yet. Today, you must give me an explanation. Even if these guys are from the Zhang family and their status is extraordinary, they can't do things like this, right? Typical writing people's necks and ting on them. Zhang Daohong said very apologetically. The little one doesn't know any better, so I hope Matriarch Jean will forgive me. The damage, I'll pay for it. It was, indeed, a wrong thing for Samuel to do. The golden rock snorted coldly. The ancient tree was shaken so much that its roots were shaken. How are you going to pay me for such a large loss? In recent years, the Kim family daily care of the ancient tree, still withering. After today's episode, the ancient tree is likely to bear even less fruit each year. Patriarch doesn't need to be anxious first. It's just an ancient sword tree. It's nothing. Zhang Daohong had just signed in and received 1 immortal sword tree seed. This ancient sword tree, naturally, was not worth mentioning. The immortal sword tree definitely wouldn't be given to the Jean family, but it wouldn't be too difficult to have Sinner help cultivate an ancient sword tree. Samuel looked up to view the green ancient sword fruit hanging from the tree and barred his mouth. It seemed, it was tempting to get a ripe fruit and taste it. Once again, he stood next to the roots of the tree and pressed his hands against the trunk. However, this time she didn't bother shaking the ancient tree, but rather tickled it like she was tickling it, her 10 fingers gently sliding on the bark. Crystallized sap, spilling from his fingers, seeped down the bark and into the trunk. After the ancient tree absorbed this liquid, the originally yellowed leaves regained their vitality and became lush. In the center of the trunk, the bark moved to form a pale tree face. Samuel didn't stop moving, still tickling the ancient tree. The tree elder seemed to be tickled, and actually laughed ha. Ha ha ha. Stop scratching. Itchy. The people next to them, seeing this scene, all fell into a state of stagnation. Especially the golden rock, who knew this ancient sword tree the best, was more aware of its state. This. The ancient tree has a spirit. Everything has a spirit. The ancient tree itself was alive, only that it had not opened up its spirit, only instinctive consciousness. To make an ancient tree possess a spirit, it needed to grow in a cave for years and years, absorbing the essence of the sun and the moon, to have so much as a glimmer of possibility. Ancient trees opening up to spirituality is as rare as those mountains and rocks possessing spirituality. Sword City is not a cave of blessedness, and the aura is thinning out, so it's reasonable to say that it's impossible for the ancient sword tree to possess a spirit. In that case, it was that female child that helped the ancient tree to open its spirit. How is that possible? The little guy looked to be only 3 years old, with a soft and weak look, and no matter how you looked at it, it didn't look like someone who possessed this kind of ability. So how did she give the ancient trees their spirituality? Hardly. Not mortal? Samuel stopped scratching and took a few steps back, looking up at the tree face. That fruit is so hard to eat. Grow well, little one, and give me a few fragrant fruits. Jean Pang was at a loss when he heard the words little bit. This girl child even called the ancient tree a little bitty? It seems the girl child is the little one, right? The ancient tree has been growing for more than 3,000 years, and is older than this girl child by an unknown number of years. It's not too much to call it an old ancestor. The tree elder looked down at Sinner, and after feeling her aura, an old tree face was filled with respect. Crashing. Surprisingly, the trunk leaned forward, taking the crown with it, and bowed toward the little girl. Greetings, elder. Due to the large amplitude of the shaking, the bark on the trunk of the tree fell off a lot. Bright green leaves also flew down. Elder? Jean Pang felt like his head wasn't enough. It was clearly a little girl, but she was addressed as a senior. What exactly is the status? The girl child was becoming more and more mysterious in his eyes. Sinner tilted her head and said in a delicate voice, "Hurry up and bear a few fruits. Give me something to eat." There was a hint of embarrassment in the pale tree face. I am not talented, but due to the depletion of the spirituality of heaven and earth in this soil, I cannot bear fruit for a short period of time. So, Samuel reached into his small pocket and fumbled around for a while, removing a palm-sized piece of golden paste. A strong medicinal scent spread out with it. It's hard to tell, from the shape, what the paste really is, but Jiang Daohong was very sharp-eyed and recognized it at once. Isn't this the medicine god ointment? The little one took it out. It should be for the ancient tree to eat. Where did you get this medicine god ointment? For a while now, when Samson pooped, the dragon would collect it and give it to Jiang Daohong. Could it be that it wasn't Samuel who pooped? Or maybe Sammy stole it and hid it? Tree Elder's eyes rounded when he felt that the ointment had a majestic medicinal power on it. Here you go. Samuel threw the medicine god cream towards Treeface. Without the slightest hesitation, the Tree Elder opened his mouth and swallowed it. Oh, this ointment is actually so delicious. It smells so good. The tree's mouth showed a look of chewing, while its expression was one of great enjoyment, chewing very slowly, as if savoring the deliciousness of it, eating it while complimenting it. Jean Pang gulped when he saw this scene. What the hell is this ointment? The ancient tree actually eats so well. I want to taste it so bad. Wait a minute. Why don't we ask the little girl for a copy? You can tell by that scent that the ointment is not mortal. It's probably some kind of heaven and earth essence. After the ancient tree ate the ointment, it began to grow wildly. The trunk of the tree once again rose 100 feet in height, and the crown extended 50 feet to the left and right. One by one, new flower bones sprout from the branches. Produce STH. Results. In the blink of an eye, 200 new ancient sword fruits sprang up. With the original, it's 300 pieces. From a distance, it looked like a small sword, hanging upside down from a tree branch. Many of the ancient sword fruits that had grown before grew rapidly, reaching a length of about a foot. The shape also became more sword-like. Among them were 40 ancient sword fruits, which grew at the fastest rate. A foot, 2 feet, 5 feet. Jean Pang was shocked when he saw the appearance of the ancient sword fruit. 5 feet. 500 years of ancient sword fruit. Hiss. What kind of divine thing is that ointment? It's too scary, isn't it? Ancient sword fruits can be distinguished from the year by their appearance. When it grows to a foot, it is ripe. This is a process that takes 10 years. Then, for 10 to 100 years, the length won't change, but it will become sharper, more like a sword. After more than 100 years, it grows an inch for every 10 years of growth. 200 years is 2 feet. 500 years is 5 feet. In the past, not to mention 500 years, even 10 years of fruit was rare. Only a dozen or so fruits are produced each year. These recent years have been even worse, with only 10 fruits growing. Just when Jean Pang thought that 5 feet was the limit of the ancient sword fruit, the growth continued. 6 foot, 7 feet, 9 foot. The ancient sword fruit absorbed the spirituality coming from the ointment, and its blade grew sharper and sharper, flashing with a cold aura. Buzz. On the outside of the sword fruit, a dense sword intent floated. As long as one sensed it carefully, one could comprehend a certain sword intent from it. The sword intent grew thicker and thicker, transforming into a tiny long sword that rotated around the ancient tree. This scene alarmed all the clansmen of the Jean family, rushing towards the backyard. When they saw the change in the ancient sword tree, all of these clansmen were stunned. Hiss! So many ancient sword fruits. 1, 2, 3, 300. That's too much, isn't it? Just now when I passed by the backyard, there wasn't this kind of commotion. These few guests of the Zhang family, could it be that they did it? Such a big ancient sword fruit. After eating it, it is estimated that the sword Dao intent will have to break through the realm of great completion, right? This has to be 10 feet long. 1,000-year ancient sword fruit. How the hell did it grow? In the mortal world, the sword Dao realm of intent was divided into 6 realms. The first glimpse of the doorway. A slight success. The sword intent is great. The fire is pure. Out of the blue, the sword breaks through the void. If one could reach the 6th realm, one could step through the void with a sword and become a sword immortal. But there were very few people who were able to achieve great success with their sword intent. Those whose swords broke the void could only do so if they were of the utmost talent in the Tao of the sword. The ancient sword fruits were still growing, and finally there was one, which grew to a length of 10 feet. Then came the second one. 10, 40 pieces. The golden rock tilted its neck and looked at the ancient sword fruit without blinking. Hiss. 40,000-year-old sword fruits. That's too scary, isn't it? What in the world is that ointment? Who is the girl child? Never in my life have I seen anything so shocking. Under normal circumstances, a sword fruit would have to hang on a tree for 1,000 years before it could grow to the size of a zhang. During this period, the aura must not show the slightest sign of exhaustion. Otherwise, growth stops and falls off the branches. That's why the 1,000-year ancient sword fruit is extremely rare. With the underground spirit veins of Sword City, bearing the sword enlightenment fruit for 30 to 40 years was the limit. Chapter 80, Painting Edge Pavilion. 100 Paintings Hall. Zhang Mengyao stared at the ancient tree with a face of shock and amazement. The golden salve is amazing. She had also heard strange things over the past 100,000 years. But this is the first time I've seen something so amazing. A little girl with a poop can metamorphose an ancient tree. The ancient tree ate up the... Not only did it not resist at all, but it had a happy face. Jiang Daoheng, you and this living treasure. What a perfect match. Gushu finished the ointment and barred his mouth with a look of intent. This is absolutely the best flavor in the world. Much obliged to Senior for cultivating me. To be honest, it wants more. However, this item is by no means extraordinary, and the fact that Senior is willing to give one is already a great favor. It must not be forced. Wow. Wow. The tree shook, the leaves clattered, and an ancient sword fruit, about 10 feet long with a reddish outer skin, fell down from above. Whoosh! The sword fruit pierced through the void with a strange sound. It clanked into the ground. Whoosh! A 1,000-year-old sword fruit also began to fall from the sky and insert itself into the ground. When the ancient sword fruit was ripe, its outer skin was reddish red, and 40 of them were connected together to form the shape of a peach heart. That meant that the ancient tree was expressing its gratitude towards Samuel. Senior, these 40 ancient sword fruits are for you. Please taste. Senpai treats me to a delicious salve. I'll treat Senpai to my Debo sword. That said, it's a great story. A single pill god's ointment cultivated 40,000-year-old sword fruits. The rest of the fruits hanging on the tree were green and unripe. Samuel walked over to an ancient sword fruit, wrapped his hands around the sword, and with a gentle tug, pulled it out of the soil. Crunch! At the very top, a gentle bite was taken. Crunch! Crunch! The flesh is similar to that of an apple and is crisp and refreshing. This time, Sunner finally didn't spit out the ancient sword fruit, but happily ate it. It tastes good. Zhang Daoheng shook his head slightly from the side. This little guy, it would take thousands of years to eat a spirit fruit before it tasted good. Who can afford it? Those Jin family members beside them, seeing the little girl eating the 1,000-year-old sword fruit, looked at each other and all saw the shock in each other's eyes. This is a 1,000-year-old ancient sword fruit. If such a young child eats it, won't it burst? The girl eats them so well. If only I could get one. Let alone getting one. I'd be satisfied with one bite. These clansmen were envious, but no one dared to come forward to disturb them. Can't you see? The patriarch is still standing there waiting. After eating for a short while, Samuel carried the fruit in his breast pocket. Don't look at the pocket as small, but it was stuffing the whole ancient sword fruit inside. Rise! Sunner let out a soft cry, and all 39 ancient sword fruits flew up, spinning in the air. From a distance, it looked like he was harnessing dozens of spirit swords. Whoosh! One of the ancient sword fruits landed in front of Longer. Mama, for you to eat. Longer was all smiles as she pushed the ancient sword back. Save it for Samuel. Mama, eat. Sunner lifted her head, her large eyes clear and bright, not containing half a bit of impurities. Alright, I'll take it then. Longer took this ancient sword fruit. Giggle. Samuel laughed heartily. Another 2 other ancient sword fruits were separated out, one for Zhang Mengyao and one for Zhang Yizhen. She naturally knows the difference between who is good to her. The remaining 36 sword enlightenment fruits were all placed in front of Zhang Daoheng. Poopy, here, I'll put it away for you first. Zhang Daohong put all the fruits into the system space. It was still very shocking to see what Samuel could do once again. A piece of pill god ointment, fed to an ancient tree, or so many ancient sword fruits. The harvest was great. Zhang Daohong said to the Jin family head. This matter of the ancient sword tree. Just now, Sun'er lost a fruit that had not yet ripened, and shook the ancient tree to the point of falling apart. And the patriarch blamed him for that. But right now, the ancient sword tree had already recovered as before, and was even hundreds of times stronger than before, so it should be fine. Golden Rock was full of smiles, collecting all of his previous irritation. The ancient sword tree from before withered with each passing day, and only 100 fruits could hang on the tree. Now what? Not only did it grow 100 feet tall, the canopy doubled in size, and even the fruit hung 300. Moreover, the ancient tree had a spirit. Even if those 40,000-year-old sword fruits, not a single one was obtained, it was still a huge profit. The value of the ancient tree alone was dozens of times higher than before. Even if the Sword City's spiritual veins dried up, the ancient tree would be able to maintain this state for hundreds of years, enough for the Kim family to grow. So that's why Jin Peng is very content. Just now, I also spoke out of turn because I was worried about something going wrong with the ancient sword tree. Don't be offended, Divine Son, as long as the Divine Son wants it, not to mention the ancient sword fruit. Moving this ancient sword tree won't be a problem. This latter, naturally, is a polite remark. It was only then that he didn't want to give away the ancient sword tree, and a tree, surely, is not that easy to move. Who would have thought that when Sun'er heard this, she actually walked towards the ancient sword tree, muttering, I'll take you, go home and bear fruit every day. Jin Peng nearly burst into tears. You're taking the ancient sword tree with you? It's clearly taking me away. This ancient sword tree is the foundation of our Jin family's foothold. Without it, the Jin family is more than half ruined. Sun'er, no fooling around. Zhang Daohong chided softly. Poa. Sun'er twisted her head in aggravation, colorful tears swirling in her eyes. I want to take the ancient sword tree away. Go home and grow fruit. Yummy. I tasted the ancient sword fruit just now and found the flavor to be very good, and it was on my mind. No way. This is someone else's tree. We can't have it. It wasn't that Zhang Daohong didn't want the tree, but he couldn't see it. Just now, I signed in and got a sword immortal tree seed, which is several grades stronger than the ancient sword tree, and the ones planted are immortal fruits, which can be much stronger than this ancient sword tree. With the little one's poop, cultivating a seed is as fast as it gets. There was no need to take the tree away at all. Poop. I want. The tears in Samuel's eyes grew and looked to be flowing. Don't cry. Can't we go back and plant an immortal sword tree for you? Zhang Daohong said helplessly. Really? Samuel's tears disappeared instantly when he heard the words fairy sword tree. Faster than that pump. Of course it's true. Zhang Daohong considered that it would be better to plant the ancient sword immortal tree in the Jiang clan, and it could definitely produce a large number of strong sword Taoists. Giggle. Poopy is the best, Samuel said with a giggle. As he came into contact with the people around him, he became more and more fluent in speaking and had a personality of his own. When Jin Peng heard this, his pupils suddenly contracted. The immortal sword tree. No way. The godson even has this kind of tree species? The immortal sword tree, which contained not sword intent, but sword Tao. It was worth 1,000 times more than the ancient sword fruit. Sword intent. The intent that mortals cultivate sword techniques and control. Sword Tao. The great Tao law that the desolate heaven ancient realm cultivated sword techniques and controlled. Far more valuable than sword intent. Eating the immortal sword fruit has the probability of realizing the way of the sword from it. Getting the ancient sword fruit, the 5 people left the Jin family. Jin Peng stared at the tall ancient tree with a million emotions. Elder tree, what did that little girl give you to eat? The old tree would still be reminiscing about the scent. That flavor, it's so sweet and tangy, it brings back memories. Jin Peng looked at the place where the 5 disappeared inside helplessly. I'm afraid that in this lifetime, I'll never have the chance to see that ointment again. Leaving the Jin family, the 5 people headed towards the west of the city. Longer looked at Zhang Daohong and said, My lord, this time, we have obtained the 1,000-year-old sword fruit. Eat it before going to the sword tablet. The effect will definitely be very good. Within the sword fruit, not only was there sword intent, but it also enhanced the effect of sword enlightenment. After consuming it, it is effective for a month. Like the 10-year ancient sword fruit, the sword enlightenment effect was only for 1 day. As the year grows, the duration improves. You're right. Zhang Daohong nodded gently. Dragon's son, you will also eat the 1,000-year enlightened sword fruit. At that time, the 3 of us, together, will go to the 10,000 ancient sword monument and see who has stronger qualifications in the sword Tao. Longer's sword Tao qualification was extremely terrifying. Even stronger than Zhang Daohong, who possessed the Hongmeng sword bone. It will certainly be very good when it comes to enlightening the sword. Surely you can get on the sword list. Gongzi, why don't we find an inn first? Eat the sword fruit, absorb the sword intent inside, and then go and realize the sword. Longer proposed. The higher the vintage of the sword fruit, the more sword intent it contained, and the longer it took to comprehend it. By controlling more sword intent, the speed of comprehending sword techniques would also increase. That's what I thought. Kang Duhaian nodded his head. He had quite a few thousand-year-old sword fruits. It would be best to raise his sword intent to the limit before he went to the sword tablet. A few people walked to the west of the city, where there was a grand hall with a number of scrolls placed on the square in front of the entrance. A literati, stopping at the square, admiring the spirit paintings. Some people, when they see a wonderful painting, clap their hands. This is. Zhang Daohong looked toward the plaque above the main hall. Painted Edge Pavilion. Zhang Yijian understood this, so he introduced. Painting Edge Pavilion. Within a radius of 1,000 miles, the largest painter's power. Every 3 years, the Painting Edge Pavilion organizes a painting Dao exchange. The winner will receive the qualification to attend the 100 Paintings Hall. The 100 Paintings Hall, which did not hold hundreds of paintings, but rather housed hundreds of spirit painters, with precious experience in the Dao of painting. If one was able to participate in it, the painting Dao intent would improve very quickly. This 100 Paintings Hall is interesting. What Zhang Daohong was lacking nowadays was a place to enhance the painting Dao's intent. If one could achieve a good ranking in the exchange meeting and get the qualification to enter the Hall of 100 Paintings, one could go to the Enlightenment. Chapter 81, Sword Breaks the Void. Becoming immortal with sword. What? You want to participate in the Painted Edge Pavilion competition? Zhang Yijian was visibly stunned. He was unaware of Zhang Daohong's qualifications in the Dao of painting. However, in order to get a place in the 100 Paintings Hall, you need to win the top 3 places. The difficulty is not low. Of course I want to participate. Zhang Daohong suddenly noticed that the ribbon on the back of Zhang Mengyao's hand had fallen off, so he lifted her hand up. See, this tattoo is my work. This. Zhang Yijian looked at the cute cat head and couldn't help but smile. The kitten is quite cute. It looks even cuter with a bow on its head. Zhang Mengyao's face stagnated and darkened into a pot. This is my white tiger. White tiger? Zhang Yijian was dismayed. This was clearly a cat. How could it be a tiger? Humph. Zhang Mengyao snorted coldly, pulling Zhang Daohong's wrist and walking towards the entrance of the Painted Edge Pavilion. You go and sign up. And when you win, get me Phantom Misty ink and draw another one. You hear me? Every time she stared at this hello cat head, Zhang Mengyao wanted to die. It's not that it's not nice. Rather, it's too good looking. Not really suitable to keep on hand. Hey, don't yank me. Just like that, Zhang Daohong arrived at the entrance of the Painting Edge Pavilion and saw an elegant old man. The old man's name was Lu Shun, and he was the hall master of the Painting Edge Pavilion, responsible for the registration of this exchange meeting. Lu Shun held a feather fan, gently shaking it in front of his chest, and when he saw a small child coming before him, he said gently, "Little friend, are you a child of any painter? Sign up for your mister?" From the looks of it, this child, really, is similar to those painter children. "No, I'm here to enroll myself." Kang Duhaian tilted his head and said, "You enroll yourself?" Lu Shun was visibly stunned. His tone remained gentle. "Little friend, this is not a place for you to come and play. Quickly go home." Obviously, treating Zhang Daohong as some kid from some family who came here by mistake. He didn't know what the way of painting was at all. "I'm not here to play. Sign me up." Zhang Daohong was too small and not as tall as the table in front of him, so it was no wonder he was belittled. "No, it's better to hurry home." Lu Shun obviously didn't believe that this kid knew how to paint. Even if they do, it's just a random doodle that won't make it to the top. Zhang Yijian walked over and helped Zhang Daohong out. "Hall Master Lu, long time no see. It's you, One Sword Peak Master." Lu Shun recognized the person and revealed a kind smile. "What are you?" "This is the Zhang clan's divine son, Zhang Daohong," Zhang Yijian introduced. Hearing this name, Lu Shun's pupils shrunk and immediately paid attention. "What? He's Zhang Daohong." Obviously, Zhang Daohong's name was as good as thunder. Zhang Yijian said again, "This time, Zhang Daohong wants to enroll, so you'll help him register as some." With words having been said, Lu Shun had no reason to disagree. Only, it was still hard to figure out why Zhang Daohong wanted to participate in this painting Dao exchange, and what kind of work he would participate with. The exchange will be held a month from now. At that time, please bring your own paintings and submit them to the Painting Edge Pavilion 3 days in advance. The painting? It must be done by the person or it doesn't count. Zhang Daohong nodded as he listened and memorized these rules in his mind. Paintings don't need to be turned in until 3 days before the start of the exchange. so that's plenty of time. After a few days, after comprehending the sword list, it would not be too late to paint one. After signing up, the 5 left and found an inn in the west of the city. 2nd floor. Tianzi No. 3 guest room. Kang Du-hyeon closed his eyes and his consciousness entered the system space. A row of 1,000-year-old sword fruits were erected in front of them, looking extremely spectacular. A 1,000-year ancient sword fruit should be able to enhance the sword Dao intent quite a bit. Try it. With a movement of his consciousness, the 10-foot-long ancient sword fruit appeared in the room. The thanks to this is a heavenly room with more space. Otherwise, the sword would have to be stabbed next door. It's not a good idea to get into someone's bed. Lifting the ancient sword fruit, he took a bite on it. Crunch, crunch, crisp texture, accompanied by sweet juice. Into the belly. Boom! Countless sword intent that exploded in the torso. Because it was so dense, a lot of sword intent flew out of the body and swirled around it. Zhang Daohong hurriedly closed his eyes and captured the sword intent in his torso. Buzz. Between the chest cavities, the Hongmeng sword bone erupted with a brilliant light. These ethereal sword intentions were originally elusive, but with the effect of the sword bone, it was easily captured. In his mind, the sword intent converged within the empty world, forming the appearance of a path. At the end of the road was a closed gate. Sword intent was laid out on the road, extending towards the gate location. Only by spreading the sword intent and touching the gate would one be considered to have reached the ultimate realm of sword intent. If you open this gate, you can break the void with your sword and become immortal with it. Sword immortal. The ultimate path pursued by sword cultivators. Many people spent their entire lives unable to touch the threshold of a sword immortal. Zhang Daohong's consciousness focused on his body, absorbing the ethereal sword intent. With the Hongmeng sword bone, the speed of comprehending sword intent was extremely fast. Those sword intent that had been previously enlightened merged into his mind, fusing together with the original sword intent, slowly growing stronger. The sword intent that hadn't been comprehended was incorporated into his mind, paving a new path under his feet. The path of the sword Dao was slowly extending towards the gate. Crunch, crunch. The sword intent in the sword fruit was quickly absorbed cleanly. Kang Daohong took a few more bites. Ancient sword fruit of 1,000 years. Sword intent is just a lot. Compared to that, the ordinary sword fruit that he had eaten before was no different from a cucumber. The 10-foot-long ancient sword fruit was quickly eaten up by Zhang Daohong. In this kind of fruit, most of it is spirituality, so as long as it is absorbed, it will disappear from the stomach and will not take up the stomach. One more. Anyway, I got several from this signing, and from Samuel, so I don't even have to worry about depletion. Just like that, one after another, he ate the ancient sword fruit. In the blink of an eye, 10 sticks were eaten. In his mind, the path of sword intent continued to extend forward, already approaching the location of the gate. Finally, after all of the sword intent from the 10th root was absorbed, the silver-colored avenue was paved to the entrance. Squeak! The gate of the sword Dao slowly opened up, and what emerged in front of him was a picture of the sword Dao that could only be found in the immortal realm. Misty and immortal. Sharp, unrivaled immortal swords. Immortal-ranked swordsmanship that cuts down demons. None of them showed the power of the immortal sword. Some sort of shackle was also opened in Kang Daohong's mind. In the eyes, the sword is no longer a sword, but a living thing, with a life of its own partner. With the sword in his hand, he will travel to every corner of the world. Is this the sword immortal? Kang Du-hyeon looked down at his hands. There was no sword in his hand, yet there was a strand of sword chi, condensing in his hand. It was as if with a wave of his hand, a sharp and unparalleled sword stance would take shape in his hand. Sure is strong. With the sword immortal intent, the speed of comprehending sword techniques would increase many times over. Moreover, as long as he wanted to, he could always step through the void and log into the Heaven's Gate with his sword Dao, becoming a true sword immortal. However, if you become a sword immortal now, you won't be able to advance in the realm. When you become an immortal, you have to enter the immortal pool and quench your body with that immortal liquid to achieve an immortal body. The realm before the immortal body will be finalized. In the future, it will be cultivated in the body of an immortal. Right now, his body was far from being elevated to the limits of a mortal. If you ascend hastily, all your previous efforts will be in vain. If one wanted to become a great emperor of the ancient worlds, they also had to keep their feet on the ground and break through one realm at a time. With his physical body, he ascended the road to heaven and eventually stepped into the heavenly gate. This is the path to achieving the great emperor of the ancient world. Moreover, Zhang Daohong's strength was rarely matched in the mortal world, but when they reached the desolate heaven ancient realm, there were as many immortals as dogs, and great emperors walked everywhere. He was just an obscure shrimp in the vast ancient realm of desolate heaven. A few random people can be life-threatening. To soar without adequate preparation is to send yourself to death. In the eternal life realm, there was a restriction of the power of the heavenly Tao, and those immortals would be suppressed if they went down to the realm, and the strength they could exert would not be as strong. So, it's safe here. It was far safer than the desolate heaven ancient realm. It's not too late to be prepared for everything, or at least to be able to save your life in the immortals means before you go ascending. Knock, knock, my lord, can I come in? The door to the room opened, and Dragon's glistening white jade-like face emerged. You finished the ancient sword fruit? Zhang Daohong inquired. Aha, Dragon nodded. All tucked in. Plug? Kong Duhaion was a bit puzzled as to why this dragon used that word, and I don't know where it was stuffed. Upgraded to what realm of intent? Sword breaks the void. What? Zhang Daohong's face was full of consternation and he almost pouted. One stick and you sword broke the void? You're drifting, aren't you? It only took one to reach the sword-breaking void. That's a bit of an exaggeration of speed. Different people would get different sword intentions from their enlightenment. The higher the qualification, the more you get. The 1,000-year enlightened sword fruit was already extremely precious. Longer was again of a heaven-defying sword Dao qualification, and with just one, she had reached the realm of the sword breaking the void. In other words, the sword intent she had realized in a single sword enlightenment fruit was hundreds of times higher than Zhang Daohong. This kind of enlightenment, it's horrible. Chapter 82, The Taste of a 10,000-Year-Old Dick. Extreme Harnessing Sword Technique. Dragon's Son, you are truly a supreme wizard of the sword Dao. Zhang Daohong couldn't help but praise it. He. Longer laughed innocently. Actually, I don't know what happened. After swallowing that fruit, countless sword intent poured into my mind by itself. I couldn't stop it no matter how. You, Zhang Daohong was speechless. All. If you say this, you'll have no friends. You know that. This time when you go to the Extreme Harnessing Sword sect, you should also work hard and strive to get on the 10,000 Ancient Gods ranking. Don't worry, Your Excellency. Dragon's child is confident that he will definitely make it to the top of the list, Longer said as she patted her chest. It almost shook Kong Duhaion. Another guest room. Zhang Mengyao sat on the bed, the ancient sword fruit in her hand already eaten in general. At this moment, she closed her eyes and sensed sword intent constantly condensing around her body. Vaguely, Star had a terrifying sword technique. If Zhang Daohong was here, he would have realized that this was the Red Sky sword technique. In the brain world, the evolved villain held a long sword and practiced very sharp sword moves. 20, 50 style, 100 styles, 112. One move is more exquisite than the other, and in the end, a casual sword from the villain will have the power to shock the heavens and the earth. Ha ha ha. Zhang Mengyao laughed up to the sky, a look of joy on her brow. It's worthy of being the 1,000-year enlightened sword fruit. Surprisingly, it allowed me to comprehend 5 more styles, 125 stances, almost close to the 10,000 ancient extreme realm. The Red Sky sword technique, totaling 138 stances. Cultivating up to 138 stances was the limit of Wan Gu. The original Zhang Mengyao had only comprehended 120 stances. This time, after eating the 1,000-year ancient sword fruit, the sword Dao's enlightenment skyrocketed for a short period of time, reintegrating the previous experience of comprehending the Red Sky sword technique. Once again, under the enlightenment, comprehend the 5 styles that follow. Don't underestimate these 5 styles. One style is harder than the other. If she hadn't been comprehending the 10,000 ancient sword tablet for 99 lifetimes and had 297 days of experience, it would have been impossible for her to comprehend the latter 5 moves with just one fruit. The corner of Zhang Mengyao's mouth curled up, her gaze very confident. Stinky brother, how can you compete with me this time? Sister is a passerby, with 297 more days of enlightenment experience than you. With your eyes closed, you can win. Moreover, this 1,000-year ancient sword fruit is able to increase my sword Dao enlightenment by quite a bit, so if I go back to my enlightenment then, there will definitely be a qualitative sublimation. This life is 100 lifetimes of enlightenment. Cheating like this, and you still can't win against someone who's first time participating in the ancient sword tablet? Never. Zhang Mengyao believed that this time was the time to turn the tables. When the time comes, my sister will definitely crush you down. Let you be a dick too. Pole Harnessing Sword Sect. One of the 5 top-tier sword sects in the Haozong realm. The sword sect was established in the mountains, and a stone monument was erected at the entrance of the mountain, engraved with powerful and large characters. Once the extreme harness comes out, who will compete with it? These words are written in a domineering manner. Longer stood in front of the stone monument. It's just that I don't know if the people of this extreme harnessing sword sect have this kind of strength. The extreme harnessing sword sect dares to erect this monolith at the entrance of the mountain. So naturally, he has his own heritage. Zhang Daohong said softly. After all, it was one of the 5 top sword sects, and the strength of the sword Dao was very strong. In front of the monolith, There's a sign-in spot. The Tao energy wasn't too dense, and it was even worse than the ancient sword tree, probably because this was the mountain gate, not the core of the sword sect. When you enter the sword sect later, make sure you take a good look around and see what places you can use to sign in. Kong Du Hyong silently walked over, and in his mind, he mumbled the word signing in. Ding! You have signed in at the mountain gate of the Extreme Harnessing Sword sect and obtained the reward Extreme Harnessing Sword Technique. The reward has been increased by 537 times, and you have obtained the Extreme Harnessing Drifting Immortal Sword Technique. Obtain the Extreme Harnessing Dual Immortal Sword. Obtain the Extreme Harnessing Sword Technique. Closing his eyes, his consciousness entered the system space and looked towards the newly acquired rewards. Extreme Harnessing Sword Technique. Extreme Harnessing Sword Sect's Untold Secret. Only join the sect and become an inner disciple to learn. Extreme Harnessing Drifting Immortal Sword Technique simplified after 18 generations to get. Zhang Daohong was secretly staggered. Simplifying the swordsmanship of 18 generations. Or an untold secret? You still have to be an inner disciple to learn it. It's really a bit of a pit. Another look toward the Extreme Harnessing Dual Immortal Sword. These are two immortal swords. On the left side, a White Cloud Immortal Sword, with a white cloud pattern painted on the scabbard, with an immortal aura. On the right side, a Black Cloud Magic Sword with a black cloud pattern painted on the scabbard, and a devilish aura rising. Polar Harness, also known as two extreme clouds. The immortal sword can only be used when both the immortal and demon powers are under control. If one only controls immortal chi, or demonic chi, one can only use one of the corresponding handles. This sword, Zhang Daohong felt interesting. Could it be that these two swords were made for me? Knowing that I control both immortal and demonic powers? The ancient immortal demon god body was precisely a combination of the two powers. Finally, looking towards that immortal rank sword technique, extremely harnessed drifting immortal sword technique, created by a sword fairy, between the clouds and mist. The sword moves are strange and unpredictable, killing the enemy in the clouds and mist. This sword technique is strong. Zhang Daohong was a bit emotional. If it wasn't for the hundreds of times boost from signing in here, you wouldn't be able to get the immortal rank sword technique at all. It's too late to study now. When we get back, Kong Du Hyong, what are you doing? Zhang Mengyao gently tapped his brother's shoulder. Zhang Daohong's consciousness returned to reality and said as if nothing had happened. Oh, it's fine. Let's continue forward. 5 people, following the winding, undulating trail, ascended halfway up the mountain. Along the way, he saw quite a few sword cultivators carrying long swords, but he didn't communicate too much. Halfway up the mountain, there was a grand hall with a statue of an old man at the entrance. The old man had his hands behind his back, his feet were on auspicious clouds, and he was in between the clouds, seemingly deducing something. Zhang Daohong's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw this old man. Can it be that this is the one who created the Extreme Harnessing Drifting Immortal Sword Technique? Judging from the history of this Extreme Harnessing Sword sect, it should be very likely. The Extreme Harnessing Sword sect cultivated the Extreme Harnessing Sword Technique, and this sword technique, in turn, was extremely harnessed from the simplified 18 generations of the floating immortal sword technique. Pushing backward, one could surmise who the old ancestor of the sword sect would be. Main hall, the sect master of the Extreme Harness Sword sect, Ji Yuanhua, personally entertained the 5 people. Ji Yuanhua nodded slightly at Zhang Yijian and said in a nonchalant manner, Yijian, what is the reason for coming to the Extreme Harnessing Sword sect this time? Can it be that it's to allow Zhang Daohong and Zhang Mengyao to comprehend the 10,000 ancient sword tablet? On weekdays, Ji Yuanhua acted arrogantly, and when he saw the peak master of the Zhang family, he only nodded slightly without much respect, since he was the heir to the Puffy Cloud Sword Immortal. In terms of age, Zhang Yijian was 1,000 years higher than Ji Yuanhua and should be honored as an elder. Zhang Yijian also knew that Ji Yuanhua had a lonely and arrogant character, and was only slightly dissatisfied inwardly, but did not say anything more. Exactly. The divine son and divine daughter of the Zhang clan want to comprehend that red sky sword technique. Ji Yuanhua shook his head slightly and said indifferently, Yijian, you also know that the 10,000 ancient sword tablet is extremely difficult to comprehend, and I'm afraid that it's too early for a Zhang clan heir to come and comprehend the sword tablet at such an age. Many would call the duo the son and daughter of God, but when it came to Ji Yuanhua's mouth, it was just the word heir. Obviously, not taking this weighty identity seriously, the divine son and divine daughter felt that they could comprehend the sword tablet, so I brought them here. In Zhang Yijian's heart, he was still very optimistic about Zhang Daohong's sword Dao potential. As for Zhang Mengyao, doesn't really know. From the looks of it, Zhang Mengyao sword Dao qualification was extremely strong, definitely a good seedling for sword practice. But after experiencing that incident with Zhang Daohong, there were more than a few doubts about his eyesight. He had also proposed to let Jiang Mengyao test with a sword stone, but he was rejected by the other party and the matter could only be put to rest. Ji Yuanhua snorted coldly and said, "Just thinking that you can comprehend the sword tablet, you dare to come and try?" He admitted that Zhang Daohong and Jiang Mengyao were indeed supreme celestial pride. However, the Dao of the sword was still distinguished from other Dao techniques, and it wasn't as if you could easily comprehend the Dao of the sword just because your divine body was strong and your body refining qualifications were high. Without the qualifications of the sword Dao, it's just as futile. Just now, when several people entered the Great Hall, he had observed it. This Jiang Daohong, his sword qualifications are average. That Jiang Mengyao, her sword Dao qualification was much better, but it was only better than an ordinary person. At this age, it would be difficult to gain anything by coming to enlighten the 10,000 ancient sword tablet, so it's not a good look for the duo, at all. Zhang Yijian picked up the teacup and took a sip of the clear tea. The entrance was only bitter and did not taste the clear flavor. After taking a sip, he placed the teacup on the table. This Wuji sword sect hospitality, even with such a cheap tea. This hospitality is so arrogant, clearly, and didn't put our Jiang family in our eyes. Chapter 83, Sword Bone Divine Liquid. Comprehending the Sword Tablet. Patriarch Ji, this time when my Jiang family's divine son and daughter come to the Sword Monument of Comprehension, can you make it convenient and let the two of them comprehend it directly? Ji Yuanhua touched the jade trigger finger on his hand and said softly, "You mean, let me dispense with the test and let them go directly to enlightenment?" "Exactly," Zhang Yijian said with a nod. At least, he was also the divine son and daughter of the Jiang family, the future palm trustee of the Jiang family. You should be able to save face. However, Ji Yuanhua shook his head. "You should know the rules of my sword sect. Anyone who wishes to attend the sword tablet needs to fulfill 3 conditions. First, disciples of the extreme harnessing sword sect, who have reached the age of 30, may enroll in the sword tablet on their own. Second, take resources for it. Third, pass the test. This is a dead rule. I can't just change it at will, can I?" Zhang Yijian cursed in his heart as he listened. "Good for you. Extreme sword harnessing sect. What kind of bull **** rules are you talking about in front of me? This is not giving any face to the Jiang family." Good. I remember you. Since Patriarch Ji has spoken, then we'll follow the rules. Zhang Yijian also knew that this resource could not be saved. I have 3 spirit swords here, plus spirit grasses, spirit flowers, and 6 others in exchange for 3 places. Zhang Daohong had mentioned before that Longer was also going to attend the sword tablet. According to the previous rules, each person who participated in the sword tablet needed a lower grade spirit sword and 2 10-year portions of spirit medicine. For this reason, Zhang Yijian had pulled out all his family's money. He did, however, do so willingly. A few days ago, Sunner cultivated the 1,000-year sword enlightenment fruit and gave him one. This fruit alone was worth more than all of his family's assets combined. Therefore, giving more things to Zhang Daohong was also willing. After saying that, he pulled out all 3 spirit swords, as well as the 6 spirit medicines, and set them on the tea table next to him. "Wait." Ji Yuanhua gently shook his head, rubbing the spirit jade trigger on his finger. "The ones you took out aren't enough. If you want 3 people to comprehend the sword tablet, you'll need to add in 6 more 10-year spirit herbs." Zhang Yijian's expression gradually solidified. Wasn't 6 elixirs enough before? A few years ago, there were also clansmen from the Sword Peak, who went to the extreme harnessing sword sect to participate in sword techniques. The treasures required were a lower grade spirit sword and 2 10-year spirit plants. How come it's grown so much in a few years? Could it be that the patriarch is deliberately making things difficult? Knowing that the Jiang family had money, they upped the amount of treasures a bit. Ji Yuanhua said in a flat tone. Over the years, more and more people have come to the 10,000 ancient sword monument for enlightenment, and our sword sect has needed to send out more manpower to watch over it, all of which requires the consumption of resources. Therefore, every once in a while, the number of treasures that refer to the sword tablet will increase. You are also a member of a great clan, so naturally you should know how difficult it is to maintain order in the clan. As he said that, he looked at the several treasures on the table, and a flash of greed flashed under his eyes. Zhang Yijian clenched his teeth, listening to these words just now. It was already known that it was Ji Yuanhua who estimated to make things difficult. Those who were attending the sword tablet were all there with their eyes closed, having no time to look around. Who would make trouble at this stage is tantamount to having a problem with their precious time of enlightenment. Good. Then I'll take out 6 more 10-year elixirs. 10 years of spirit medicine. Worth a lot of money. 6 plants at a time. Zhang Yijian was very painful. Slow down. Zhang Daohong raised his hand and refused. I'm going to choose the 3rd condition. Passing the sword sex test and obtaining the qualification to attend the sword tablet. When he came here, He had already learned from the Peak Master that the sword sects test was to enter a unique space and break into a sword formation. Since it's a unique space, there's bound to be a check-in location inside. It's worth checking in once. He naturally didn't care about the resources that the sovereign was talking about, but compared to signing in, it was better to choose the latter. Jiang Daohong, do you really want to go and break into that sword formation? Jiang Yijian snapped. Otherwise, let's forget about it. It's just 2 more pills. Old me can still take them out. The Extreme Harnessing Sword sect had designed their sword formations to be extremely difficult in order to amass wealth. It seemed that one could qualify to attend the 10,000 Ancient Sword Tablet for free through this method, but very few people passed. Not being able to get through was a small matter, but if Jiang Daohong encountered any danger inside, wouldn't he be ruined? Aha! Jiang Daohong nodded. Don't worry, Peak Master. I just want to see the sword formation. It won't be dangerous. Well, fine. Jiang Yijian thought of Jiang Daohong's strength, and a heart was slightly put back into his stomach. If you are in danger, you must withdraw at the first opportunity. Aha! Kong Duhaiyang answered. You really want to break into the sword formation? Ji Yuanhua also didn't expect that Jiang Daohong would choose this way. The Extreme Harnessing Sword sect's sword formation. Would it be so easy to pass through? Of course. Jiang Daohong twisted his head to look at Longer next to him. You'd better not go. It's dangerous inside. Gongzi, I'll go with you too. Longer lifted her chest and said very firmly. Jiang Daohong said, no nonsense. The sword formation can only enter one person at a time. You can't come with me. In order to make things difficult for the immortals who went ahead to break into the sword array, the Extreme Harnessing Sword sect stipulated that the sword array could only be entered by one person at a time. Find the dragon side. However, thinking of Jiang Daohong's strength only slightly reassured him. Meng Yao, don't go to the sword formation either. It's dangerous inside. Jiang Daohong said with concern. You know it's dangerous and you're still going? Jiang Mengyao rolled her eyes. She didn't really have the idea of going to the sword formation to break in. The Extreme Harnessing Sword sect didn't want many resources, so it would be fine to return it to Jiang Yijian at that time. Just like that, Jiang Yijian handed over 2 people's resources, and Longer and Jiang Mengyao were qualified to participate in the sword tablet. Jiang Daohong, on the other hand, was prepared to enter the sword array and qualify through this method. 6 people, heading for the back of the mountain. After not walking for a while, an empty square appeared in front of him, and a sword rack was placed around it. From the looks of it, it should be used by disciples to practice their swords on weekdays. Jiang Daohong noticed the Dao Yun in the square and his eyes lit up. Here, all year round, there were disciples practicing swords, so there was a bit more Taoism than there at the mountain gate. Should be able to get good stuff. Thinking of this, self-consciously, he walked towards the square. When Ji Yuanhua saw this scene, he frowned slightly and quickly spoke out to stop it. This is the sword training ground. Only disciples within the sect are qualified to enter. Kong Duhaiyang treated it as if he didn't hear it and took a few quick steps, stepping into the signing in location. Ding! You have signed in at the Extreme Harness Sword Sect's sword practice ground and obtained a spirit sword body. The reward is raised 537 times and you obtain a bottle of sword bone divine liquid. A bit baffled to hear this prompt. 537 times the reward, and just a bottle of divine liquid? This divine liquid, it should be quite extraordinary. The consciousness entered the system space and looked toward the bottle of sword bone divine liquid. Sword bone divine liquid. If you have a sword bone, you can drop the divine liquid on it to enhance the strength of your sword bone. Please note, please don't try this with a bone, or the system won't be responsible for people to the point of an S. Kong Duhaiyang laughed heartily, hoping that bitch bone can also use this divine liquid. If a man is cheap, he is invincible. It seems that this is the path to invincibility. Anyway, he didn't have a bone. What he did have was the Hongmeng sword bone. My sword bone. What will be the effect of using the sword bone divine liquid? Can we get it upgraded? It had been a while, and after seeing longer sword Dao qualifications, he realized what a true sword Dao wizard was. It was just a 1,000-year-old sword enlightenment fruit, and by draining it dry, one could reach the realm of sword breaking the void. If possible, Jiang Daohong naturally wanted to have that kind of sword Dao qualification. At that time, it would be easy to reach the 10,000 Ancient Sword Tablet by participating in the 10,000 Ancient Sword Tablet. Opening the cap of the bottle, brilliant golden light erupted from the mouth of the bottle, reflecting in the sky, forming a divine scene of rising sword intent. Just by approaching the golden light, Jiang Daohong felt the sword bones in his body itch with the urge to juggle swords. This jade bottle, which was not a storage space, probably had hundreds of drops of sword bone divine liquid inside. After using up this bottle of divine liquid, then we'll go back to comprehending the sword tablet. It's definitely better to be prepared for anything. Hey! What are you doing here? Ji Yuanhua gently tapped the young boy's shoulder with a displeased look on his face. Oh, it's just that I think there's some fun here. Zhang Daohong's body trembled lightly as his consciousness returned to reality. Fun? Ji Yuanhua laughed. That sword formation. You wouldn't want to go there because you think it's fun too, right? Zhang Daohong just coldly looked at the patriarch and did not reply. Secretly, he said, this old man, with his lust for profit, has no feelings at all. This way of managing the clan, a short period of time may income a lot of resources, and the speed of development increases, but in time, it will surely fall into criticism, and everyone's heart will be discontented with it. In this situation, if the Wuji Sword sect were to encounter a crisis, there would definitely be no outsiders who would step in to help. Sooner or later, we will be in a crisis of destruction. There was a huge teleportation array in the back of the mountain, guarded by disciples. Ji Yuanhua looked at Zhang Daohong with a faint gaze and said, entering the sword formation, life and death have their own destiny. If something goes wrong, our extreme harnessing sword sect will not be held responsible. To be honest, he was very reluctant for Zhang Daohong to enter the sword formation. Wouldn't it be nice to hand over some resources? Do you have to go through some sword formation? Do you really think the sword formation is that easy to break through? Chapter 84, Breaking into the Sword Formation. I know. Kang Du Haiyang nodded. Good. The sword formation is open. Just enter the teleportation formation. Ji Yuanhua placed the spirit stone into the array's eye. There are 10 levels in the sword formation. Break through 6 levels to get a spot. Over the years, there are no longer a few that have broken into the formation, but those that make it past the first 3 levels are in the minority. The 4th level, and even less on the 5th. Unless one was a genius of the sword Dao and was well versed in the ways of formations, it was possible to pass. Buzz. The teleportation array trembled and a swirling curtain of light appeared. Zhang Daohong got the teleportation token, and once he encountered danger, he could disengage by touching the token. After that, he didn't hesitate to step into the curtain of light and disappeared. The entry point is empty. Zhang Daohong stood at the edge of the space, and at a glance, he saw a huge stone sword stuck in the center. This stone sword, it should be the core of the formation. The Dao is quite dense. Zhang Daohong stood on the boulder and stared at the giant sword for a moment, seemingly enlightened, closing his eyes as the realization about formations continued to surface in his mind. Soon, he opened his eyes. There's only one way out of this sword formation, and, with each pass, the formation's attacks will be strengthened layer by layer until the trespasser can't withstand it. Come on. Zhang Daohong moved his body for a moment, then walked towards the formation. A broken sword was stuck in the barren land. A teenager, following the edge, traveled inside. Suddenly, a long sword flew from the distant sky, falling from the sky like rain. Whoosh! The whistling wind mixed with the harsh sword chi shot towards Zhang Daohong's body. The long sword spread out over the sky, actually sealing off all the retreating paths around them. Blood-drinking sword. The long sword was sheathed, and a bloody aura enveloped around the sword, forming a mist of blood. Holding a long sword in his hand, he slashed violently into mid-air. Swish! The blood-colored sword chi whistled out, chopping out 100 feet distance to the front. Wherever the sword chi passed, the long swords broke into 2, clanking to the ground. The path he chose had the least amount of long swords falling on it, and it was much easier than the side. In this way, Zhang Daohong advanced while using the blood-drinking sword, chopping down the flying swords in the sky, and easily passed the first level. The second level was still flying swords, but the number of long swords was about 30% more than the first level. If one was not strong enough, one could easily be injured by these long swords. Outside the formation, Ji Yuanhua's finger traced a circle in the air, and the water screen formed the likeness of a round mirror, presenting the situation inside the formation. He was the owner of the formation and could observe the inside of the formation through the water mirror. Several people next to him looked toward the water mirror. Whoosh! The long swords in the sky whistled down, estimated to be thousands of them, sealing Zhang Daohong's path of retreat. Just from the water mirror, one could feel how terrifying the power of the longsword really was. Zhang Yijin pinched a cold sweat, his heart hanging in his throat. Zhang Daohong, you mustn't be okay. If you can't pass the sword formation, come out immediately and consume some resources to enroll in the sword tablet to go. Even though he knew that Zhang Daohong was very strong, his consciousness still treated him as a child. Ji Yuanhua stared at the water screen and suddenly saw Zhang Daohong holding a crimson longsword in his hand. With a casual wave, sword chi whistled out, cutting through dozens of long swords in the sky. This crimson longsword is not simple. A randomly condensed sword chi is so strong. Is it hard to believe that it's an immortal sword? As a strong sword Dao practitioner, he was very familiar with spirit swords. Even if it was an extremely high-grade spirit sword, the sword chi released could not easily cut those long swords off. Ji Yuanhua looked towards Jiang Yijian who was next to him. Can't it be? It's the Jiang clan that gave Jiang Daohong an immortal sword? Nope. Jiang Daohong is only 6 years old. In this case, it should be impossible for the Jiang family to bestow an immortal sword. That means that this immortal sword was mostly obtained by Jiang Daohong himself. Hiss. At this point, one could not help but suck in a breath of cool air. Even as the patriarch of the extreme harnessing sword sect, the one he used was only an extreme spirit sword. It wasn't that he didn't want to use an immortal sword, but he had never acquired one. Immortal swords, when placed in the Haotsong realm, were very precious things. Even if you search the world, you may not be able to find it. Now, an immortal sword appeared in Jiang Daohong's hands, making Ji Yuanhua very jealous. Ji Yuanhua stared at the crimson immortal sword with a fascinated glint in his eyes. This immortal sword, if I were to use it, it would definitely explode with an even brighter light. Give it to a 6-year-old? Ha ha ha. Surely this sword will be left in the dust. He was a powerful sword cultivator who had been practicing for thousands of years, and with his superior qualifications, his sword Dao intent had reached the level of pure fire. It won't take long to get to the realm of Exodus. It might even be able to touch the extreme of the sword breaking the void. In the water mirror, Jiang Daohong had passed the first level. Entering the second level, the number of longswords that fell on the same stretch of road was double that of just now. Even if it was the only way to live, the number of long swords was not something that could be easily dodged through. This time, Jiang Daohong was still relying on his blood-drinking sword and easily chopped down the long sword in front of him. The second level, easily passed, was followed by the third, the fourth level, the fifth level. Ji Yuanhua's eyes stared at the water screen, his brows furrowed. This kid, who has been able to walk on that life path at every level, has faced the least number of long swords. It's hard to believe that he knows formations? This formation was called the Falling Rain Sword Formation and was obtained from a sword Dao relic. Over the years, it had been studying this formation, but it hadn't been able to completely comprehend it, only barely able to control it. True mastery was still some way off. After years of research, even Ji Yuanhua could only pass the 7th level only, and never came close to the giant stone sword. Even if you know about formations and have an immortal sword, it's not that easy to pass the 6th level. Sword Formation World. Kang Daohong relied on his blood-drinking sword and easily passed the first 5 levels. After stepping into the 6th level, the flying swords in the sky all disappeared. The sky grew dim, and a light rain fell. Snap, snap, beans of rain fell on his face, and the sword bone in his chest shivered slightly. Kang Duhaian raised his head in surprise and watched the raindrops warily. There is actually sword intent in the rain. This is no ordinary rain by any means. I think that the 6th level is related to this rainwater. As expected, it was generally the same as what Jiang Daohong had guessed. Those falling raindrops in the sky coalesced into a small inch-long sword after getting close to Jiang Daohong. The small swords in all directions, the direction that the tips of the swords pointed to, were all in Jiang Daohong's direction. After the raindrops coalesced into small swords, they floated in the air without falling down again. As it rained more and more small swords converged out. Upon counting, there were surprisingly tens of thousands of small swords in all directions. It's hard to exterminate them with sword chi when so many swords made from rainwater convergence are so small in size. The 5 levels that he had passed before, the long swords had a fixed falling orientation. Not all of the swords flew towards Jiang Daohong, so it was easier to destroy them. But this 6th level, all the small swords, the target orientation was Jiang Daohong. No matter how fast the sword chi was, it was impossible to destroy the rain swords in all directions. Buzz. After the rain swords condensed tens of thousands of hilts, the sword chi rose up and shot towards Jiang Daohong's position with a whistling sound. With 10,000 swords firing, if one did not have the strength to resist, one would definitely be stabbed into a sieve. Outside the sword formation, Ji Yuanhua stared at the scene in the water screen, already guessing the ending. If this Jiang Daohong isn't stupid, he should have touched the token and detached himself from the sword formation. Tens of thousands of rain swords will definitely stab it into a sieve. There were some strong sword cultivators who had broken through to the 6th level before. However, all of them chose to give up in the face of tens of thousands of small swords transformed into raindrops. This level, without that kind of strength, carrying the rain sword hard would only end in death. Swish swish swish, in the curtain of water, tens of thousands of rain swords, drowning Jiang Daohong. From a distance, it looked like a huge orb that wrapped Jiang Daohong up, all over his body, all over the place. There was a small sword sticking out. Ji Yuanhua frowned. Jiang Daohong surprisingly didn't touch the token. Want to die? In the curtain of water, the rain sword wrapped into an orb, swaying slightly. It's like there's something inside that's about to break out of its cocoon. The trembling became faster and faster. At some point, it exploded with a bang. The water balloon exploded and turned into rain, splashing out in all directions with a clatter. Look to the center again. At some point, Zhang Daohong put on his golden armor. It was this layer of golden armor that blocked tens of thousands of rain swords, leaving Zhang Daohong unharmed. Chapter 85, 10,000 Rain Immortal Sword Formation, 12 Immortal Swords. Ji Yuanhua's eyes widened when he saw this scene. What is this? How can there be such a terrifying defense? They had studied formations for many years in the sword sect, and all of them knew that when they wanted to pass the 6th level, the best way to do so was to learn a defensive formation. Holds up its own defense when the rain sword falls. Only then can we win a sliver of life. If one relied solely on the defense of the magic treasure, it would be impossible to carry so many rain sword attacks. However, Kong Du Haiyang did. What was used was simply a set of defensive armor. Good. Zhang Yijian also clapped his hands in excitement. The moment those thousands of rain swords fell just now, she was almost scared to death. It was good that Zhang Daohong resisted all at the crucial moment. Patriarch Ji, Zhang Daohong has already passed the 6th level, so he should be qualified to participate in the sword tablet, right? Naturally, it's possible, nodded Ji Yuanhua. However, Zhang Daohong did not teleport back after passing the 6th level, but continued towards the 7th level. Zhang Yijian was a bit dumbfounded. What's wrong with Zhang Daohong? Does he still want to break through? But the levels that follow are getting harder and harder. In his heart, a huge boulder hung in the air, and with every step forward taken by Zhang Daohong, the boulder had to produce a stronger sense of oppression. Sword Formation World. Zhang Daohong passed the 6th level and headed towards the 7th level. The clouds in the sky were getting darker in color and the rain was falling much faster than before. It's a light to moderate rain shift. Snap, snap. The rain falls on the ground and the dry soil is quickly soaked. When Zhang Daohong walked to the central position of the 7th level, time seemed to have stopped at that moment, and the raindrops in the sky stayed in the air, transforming into a small sword that was about an inch long. Under the fine count, there were actually 30,000 small swords that stayed in the air. A vast and boundless sword intent filled the sky. Those with slightly less strength would be paralyzed with fear just by feeling this cohesive sword intent. The 7th level. That's it? It was only a higher number of small swords, and it didn't make much of a difference to Zhang Daohong's defensive method of passing. Whoosh! 30,000 rain swords, like arrows off the string, shot towards Zhang Daohong. Soon, around the body, it was wrapped into a huge ball of water with barbs. Outside the sword formation, Ji Yuanhua sneered when he saw that Zhang Daohong was still using this method to break through the barrier. The 7th level is far from as simple as it seems. Do you really think that this level is just an increase in the number of rain swords? Truthfully, no. The terrifying power that erupts when the rain swords are stacked on top of each other is the killer weapon of this level. Previously, he had broken through the 7th level countless times, and also from trying to use various defensive spirit treasures. The conclusion he had come to was that no defensive spirit treasure would be able to carry 30,000 rain swords. It will all be shattered to pieces. Even a slightly weaker defensive spiritual treasure would be directly shattered into pieces. The only way to pass this level was to destroy as many of those rain swords as possible with ranged attacks. Then use a defensive spirit treasure to counteract it. It's the only way to get through to the go. In the water curtain, the huge water sphere was trembling violently, as if there was something which was going to explode inside. Suddenly, on the surface of the water sphere, countless spider web-like cracks appeared. A golden light flowed through the cracks. At a certain moment, tens of thousands of golden rays of light erupted from the crack. Click, whoosh. The 30,000 rain swords bounced off by the rebound force on the golden armor and shot out in all directions, many times faster than it came. There was a part of the rain sword that shot into the clouds in the sky, stirring up the dark clouds of the 8th level as well. This time, the 8th level is not attacked. Looking at Zhang Daohong again, there was no injury at all, and he even directly passed the 8th level and stepped into the 9th level. This, said Ji Yuanhua, completely in a state of stupor. The 7th level he actually passed through and was unharmed. What kind of divine object is this golden armor? How can it be this powerful? The defensive spirit treasures he had used before were not of a low grade, but none of them could carry so many rain swords. As for Zhang Daohong's golden armor, not only did it easily carry through the 7th level, but it also rebounded the rain sword and shattered the dark clouds of the 8th level. In other words, Zhang Daohong could now directly pass the 8th level and enter the 9th. It was a hurdle that Yoshimoto Wa had never touched before either. Over the years, he had been working hard at the 8th level, wanting to attempt a breakthrough, but could not do so no matter what. Who would have thought that Zhang Daohong, a 6-year-old child, would have broken through the 8th level? At this point, Ji Yuanhua simply couldn't imagine what kind of golden armor could be so powerful. Sword Formation World. Kong Daohong passed the 7th level and moved forward a bit to step into the 8th level. Since the dark clouds in the sky were stirred up by the rain sword just now, this level was unobstructed and came to the 9th level smoothly. It's ready to sign in here. There are a total of 10 levels in the sword formation, but on the 9th level, it approaches the boulder sword in the center. The next 2 levels are going to be here. Walk forward a bit and step into the sign-in location. Ding! You have signed in at the falling rain sword formation and obtained the rewards are raised 537 times. And you obtain the 10,000 rain immortal sword formation. Obtain the immortal swords autumn water, extreme cold, spring thunder, 12 of them. Zhang Daohong's consciousness entered the system space and looked towards the 12 immortal swords he had just acquired. These 12 immortal swords were all of the top grade of the immortal rank. However, they were a set of 12, used in conjunction with each other, capable of reaching the power of an immortal rank extreme, or, with these 12 immortal swords, by activating a certain formation, the power could also be raised to the immortal rank extreme. Next, look toward the set of swords. The 10,000 rain immortal sword formation, activated by spirit swords and immortal swords, can form a set of extremely killing formations. This formation is so strong. Zhang Daohong looked very excited inwardly as he learned the method of controlling the formation. This formation did not require any formation base and could be controlled at any time and used anywhere. All that was needed was enough spirit swords or immortal swords, and after they were sacrificed, they could be used to kill the enemy. Many formations, all of which require a formation base, placed somewhere, in order to be used. There are a lot of limitations and a high risk of being detected by the enemy. Consciousness returns to reality. Above the sky, dark clouds rolled in and torrential rain slanted down. Anum. Sound of a crash. Anum. Sound of a crash. Drops of rain, which soon soaked the earth, gathered into small puddles. At one point, time seemed to stand still again. The raindrops paused in the air and transformed into a rainsword. Upon counting, there were a total of 100,000 rainswords, assembled in the air. Within the dark clouds, countless silver arcs of electricity danced. Click! A thunderbolt, transformed into 10,000 arcs of electricity, cut through one raindrop after another. The entire sky was dyed silver. The rainsword that was struck by the arc of electricity turned silver in color and was filled with the power of thunder. The 100,000 small thunderswords turned their tips and rushed in Zhang Daohong's direction. Zhang Daohong's expression gradually solidified. The 9th level is so strong. The ancestral dragon golden armor might not be able to carry these 100,000 thunder rainswords. There were too many rainswords, and after stacking them on top of each other, the power that erupted was extremely terrifying. He didn't want to be passive and put his body at risk, in case it was really attacked by the thunder rainsword. There was no path of regret to take. Outside the sword formation, several people were all stunned when they saw the scene in the water mirror. Guanhua's pupils were fluttering. Is this the 9th level? A rain sword with the power of thunder. Surprisingly, it has reached 100,000 handles. In the previous 8th level, there were only 50,000 rain swords only, and they didn't contain thunder power yet. Spare is extremely scary. Tried for years and failed in many ways. This 9th level in front of him was definitely not something a mortal could pass. It's horrible. Zhang Yijian had intense worry in his eyes, and his palms were pinched with cold sweat. Zhang Daohong, hurry up and crush the token. This 9th level is not something you can deal with. Don't break in. Anyway, he had already passed the 6th level and obtained the qualification to participate in the sword tablet, so there was no need to break through this 9th level. Sword formation world. Facing 100,000 thunderous rain swords, Zhang Daohong unexpectedly closed his eyes. His right hand shook violently, and a mysterious scroll emerged on his 5 fingers. When the power of the painting Dao was gathered to the extreme, a sun emerged on Zhang Daohong's left eyelid. Divine sun. The eyes opened, and a huge scroll appeared above the sky, and a round of sun that shone with brilliant divine light rose from the scroll. Swish swish swish. The scorching power of divine fire enveloped this heaven and earth. A sort of thunder and rain was illuminated in golden color. Jab, jab, jab. A magical scene appeared. The terrifying power of the divine fire that shone on top of the rain swords unexpectedly caused these rain swords to emit white smoke and evaporate in place. The power in the formation was also suppressed by this divine sun and could not be touched. Just like that, the 100,000 rain swords turned into a white mist in the sky, and before they could form a sword formation, they were directly destroyed. Outside the sword formation, the scene in the water mirror all turned white. No one knew what had just happened. Guanhua was dumbfounded. How did Kong Du Hyong do it? First there was a golden light, then the 100,000 rain sword turned into white mist. Surprisingly, he passed the 9th level. Terrible. If it was him, There were 10,000 ways to die in this 9th level without any one way to live. The kid, who was a little over 6 years old, easily put the 9th pass through. Unbelievable. Chapter 86, Breaking the Formation. Immortal Sword recognizes master. Ha ha ha. Zhang Yijian stroked his beard and said, a lucky man will have his own destiny. The divine son will definitely be fine. Cut. Jiang Mengyao rolled her eyes. I don't know who almost peed his pants in fear just now. Zhang Daohong must have utilized the divine maiden green peak diagram. That golden light just now. It should be the power of the divine sun, right? It's horrible. She had heard before that the god of painting had borrowed the divine maiden Qingfeng diagram to lead countless peerless women to conquer the divine realm. Today's sighting is indeed extraordinary. Formation world. Zhang Daohong opened his eyes and the divine sun in the sky disappeared. The right hand shook, sore and swollen. With my energy, it's still a bit of a stretch to move the divine maiden green peak diagram. That divine sun just now is already my limit. Zhang Daohong showed his teeth for a while and said, the 9th hurdle is sort of over. I wonder what the 10th hurdle will be. The dark clouds in the sky were gone, and there was only a huge stone sword in front of him. This stone sword was 100 feet tall, slanting into the ground, with most of its body buried in the earth. On the body of the sword, an obscure pattern was engraved. Just then, a disembodied voice rang out from the sky. No one has been here for a long time. This time, it's a small child. Interesting. When this voice rang out, the water mirror that Ji Yuanhua had transformed into, snapped and directly exploded. Cannot be summoned again. What's going on? Ji Yuanhua looked at the shattered water mirror, his emotions a bit anxious. Just now, there seemed to be a voice that rang out in the formation. Can it be that it's that immortal from the legend? After getting this formation and studying it for many years, he learned that there was an immortal here and an immortal sword hidden. If one could pass the first 9 levels, it was likely that he would run into that immortal. Pass the final test and you can get that immortal sword. For many years, there had been attempts to go through the sword formation to obtain that immortal sword. The results were unsatisfactory. Asterisk. Thinking of a certain possibility, Ji Yuanhua's brows furrowed. That kid is somewhat evil. Will he be recognized by the sword immortal and obtain that immortal sword? That's not good. The immortal sword is mine. No one can take it away from me. I'm going to shut down the formation and drive this kid out. The array is shut down from the outside, and by touching it, it can stop the world of the array from functioning. The people inside, too, will simply break away from the formation. Only, the effort put in by breaking into the formation just now was going to be wasted. The control core of the formation was the stone ball on top of the circular altar. Ji Yuanhua ascended the stone platform in a few steps and spun that stone ball. At this moment, Zhang Yijian realized his intention and pressed his hand on that stone ball as well. Wait, Zhang Daohong is still breaking through the barrier. It seems a bit improper to close the formation now, doesn't it? Zhang Daohong has passed the 9th level. It's time to come out. This 10th level, only our extreme harnessing sword sect can break through. Zhang Daohong trying to pass this level is not in line with the rules. Ji Yuanhua could only make up a reason in order to keep the immortal sword. Even if he watched the immortal sword stay at the 10th level and couldn't get it himself, he didn't want to see Zhang Daohong take it away. Not in accordance with the rules? Zhang Yijian snorted coldly. I think it's because you're afraid that Zhang Daohong will get the final treasure, right? Where Ji Yuanhua was willing to talk nonsense with Zhang Yijian, he twisted vigorously and tried to turn the stone ball. Why won't it turn? Several attempts were made, but the stone ball could not be touched to turn the formation off. In other words, the only thing that could be done now was to let the formation continue to operate and wait for the people inside to finish. Ji Yuanhua felt like there was a piece of clogged in his heart, suffocating very hard. Inwardly, he was hoping that Zhang Daohong would never be able to pass the final test and obtain that immortal sword. Sword formation world. The old man's silhouette emerged next to the giant sword. Child, touch your hand to this monolithic sword and attempt this final test. Zhang Daohong nodded and slowly approached the giant stone sword, touching his hand to its side. Buzz. In the chest cavity, there was a sword bone that erupted with strong sword intent. At the same time, the boulder sword in front of them began to tremble. Buzz. Click. A crack appeared in the huge stone sword, and countless pieces of stone fell off from it. Blue light rushed up to the sky. Upon closer inspection, it was an aqua blue immortal sword. The immortal sword rotated around the old man's silhouette, seemingly pouring out its heart. The back of the old man's hand gently stroked the immortal sword with a sad expression, as if he was telling an old friend something. Blue water. I have long since fallen many years ago, and now only a remnant of my soul remains, unable to let you see the light of day again. It's time to go find your new master. Buzz. The blue water immortal sword gently trembled. The clear sky was clouded over and drizzled. Whoops. The howling wind was like the sound of weeping. telling the sorrowful cry in the heart of the immortal sword. Alright, go! The old man changed his sadness from earlier and looked at the child below with an appreciative gaze. This son possesses the chaotic sword bone. He is destined to be a sword Dao supreme in the future. If you can follow him, you can surely regain your former glory. Buzz. The blue water immortal sword gently trembled, as if bidding farewell to the old man. The next moment, fly over to the child below. Zhang Daohong reached out and held the immortal sword in his hand. Good sword. Blue water immortal sword. Immortal grade medium. Can control the power of rain. This grade wasn't really high, it was only the middle grade of the immortal rank. But for this old man, the sword must have had many touching stories. The sword Dao relics that could be entered within the Haotsong realm would not be too strong. Even if an immortal sword appeared, it was almost of this grade. If this was an extreme immortal sword, the difficulty of the formation would be at least 100 times stronger. And it wouldn't be something that Zhang Daohong would be able to pass through. Because Zhang Daohong had a sign-in system and was able to obtain a lot of treasures by signing in. A medium-grade immortal sword was nothing. But if it were someone else, it would be a hot-to-trot treasure. The boulder sword shattered. The old man's figure disappeared. And Zhang Daohong was teleported out and back to that altar. A few of the people next to him cast their gazes over. Ji Yuanhua saw at a glance that Zhang Daohong was holding an azure-colored long sword in his hand. Above the sword, immortal energy rose. One could be quite certain that this was an immortal sword. And it was the one in the middle of the sword formation. Breaking or snapping, the megalithic sword disappeared, and the teleportation altar outside shattered into powder and dissipated with the wind. It's falling rain sword formation. Ji Yuanhua's eyes bulged out. This sword formation was the most precious treasure within the sword sect, stopping countless sword cultivators who wanted to empty their hands and make them obediently hand over their resources. Now that the sword formation was destroyed, the sword sect suffered heavy losses. It's hard to find alternatives. You actually destroyed my sword formation, and snatched the immortal sword that belongs to me. Pay me back for the sword formation. Give me back my immortal sword. Ji Yuanhua's face had gone black as he stared angrily at Zhang Daohong, who was acting as if nothing had happened. Zhang Daohong was not the least bit afraid and looked at his opponent coldly. I passed the last level of the sword formation, and the formation destroyed itself. It has nothing to do with me. Why should I pay for your damages? This immortal sword, which I also obtained by virtue of my strength, has nothing to do with you. By what right do I return your immortal sword? That's the way it is in the immortal cultivation world. Those who can get it. Do you not have the strength to guard the entrance of a cave? To be a watchdog, and for others to enter the cave, get the treasure by virtue of their strength, and have to give it up to you? Dream on. From the beginning until now, Kang Du Haiyan didn't like this profit-driven Ji Yuanhua. Now, having made this mess, he was even more disgusted. Ji Yuanhua was trembling with anger and excitedly pointed at Zhang Daohong's nose. If you hadn't entered the falling rain sword formation, would the formation have been destroyed? If I hadn't found this sword formation from the ruins, would you have been able to obtain that immortal sword? Speaking here, he twisted his head to look at Zhang Yijin next to him. Today, the Zhang family must give me a statement and compensate me for my losses. And also, hand over that immortal sword. Otherwise, no one gets out of here. As one of the 5 major sword clans in the Haotsong realm, it naturally had the capital to fight against the Zhang family. On a normal day, Ji Yuanhua, who was quite fond of money, saw the immortal sword and was so intent on snatching it that he didn't care about anything else. Come on, man, round these guys up for me. A loud voice resounded in the back of the mountain, and thousands of sword cultivators rushed towards the back of the mountain. Among them, there were 7 or 8 old men with white hair, the elder generation of the Wuji sword sect. Thousands of people surrounding the 5. The swords are drawn and the battle is imminent. The vice-patriarch stepped out from the crowd and looked at Ji Yuanhua, inquiring, Patriarch, why are you confronting the people of the Zhang clan? What's going on? Ji Yuanhua trembled as he pointed towards the formation altar. It's this kid who, after entering the formation, destroyed it. And finally, an immortal sword. It's the one you're holding in your hand. Elders, help me stop a few people. As long as they don't compensate for their losses and hand over that immortal sword, they must not be let go. When the Grand Elder heard this, an old face turned red, not out of anger, but shame. Chapter 87, The Might of the Immortal Sword. Sword tablet in hand. Ahem. The Grand Elder coughed lightly to hide his embarrassment. The other person, Zhang Daohong, destroyed the formation. That was his skill. And the immortal sword has a spirit and automatically chooses its master. That's also his skill. Patriarch, if you're so profit-driven, sooner or later you'll make a big mistake. Before Ji Yuanhua became the Patriarch, the Vanguard Sword Monument had always been free and open to the public. all sword cultivators, can come to enlightenment. At that time, the extreme harnessing sword sect was in full bloom and famous. Later on, the Yoshi dollar was turned into a resource, and some kind of resource for place exchange was made. In fact, most of these resources had fallen into Gunoa's hands, and very little had been distributed to the clan. The reputation of the extreme harnessing sword sect was in tatters as a result. This is all thanks to Gunoa. The immortal sword belongs to my sword sect. No one can take it away. Gunoa looked at the immortal sword, his eyes glowing. Right now, the Jiang clan was just these few people, and there was no way they could be their opponents. As long as they were silenced, the immortal sword would be his. All disciples listened to the order. Take down these thieves for me. I'll see who dares to make a move. The Grand Elder shouted explosively, shaking back a few disciples who wanted to come forward. The Patriarch was in charge of the sect, but the elders also had a pivotal position. No one dares to go against it. Only some of Gunoa's cronies came out of the crowd and surrounded the 5 members of the Jiang family. The number was small, maybe 100 or so. With just these people, you dare to make a move? Zhang Daohong snorted coldly. Just now, he didn't make a move, because he wanted to see who in the end was Gunoa's minion, and saw that altogether. Blue water fairy sword. It's been a long time since I've seen blood, so I'm lonely too. Up! The immortal sword was sheathed, and the sword intent roared into the sky. Dark clouds cover the sky and crackle with rain. Buzz! The blue water immortal sword flew out, and the first person it rushed towards was Gunoa. Gunoa hurriedly took out his extreme spirit sword and performed his strongest sword technique. Extreme harnessing sword technique, 88 styles. This stance was already the strongest stance of this set of sword techniques. As soon as the sword stance came out, in all directions, there was a dense fog coming in. The spirit sword was hidden in the clouds, making it difficult to figure out the trajectory of its attack. However, this sword technique was directly broken when it encountered the blue water immortal sword. Crashing, heavy rain poured down, and the clouds were quickly dispersed, revealing the spirit sword. Click! The blue water immortal sword easily captured the extreme spirit sword, chopping it into 2 pieces in one go, and it landed on the ground with a bang. Ow! Gunoa stared at the 2 halves of the extreme spirit sword with a wail. A mid-grade immortal sword, against an extremely high-grade spirit sword, could be easily resolved even without using sword moves. Zhang Daohong put his fingers together and swung forward. The blue water immortal sword pierced through Gunoa's chest and out his back, leaving a bloody hole. Gunoa covered the hole in his chest with both hands, but he couldn't stop the gushing blood. Immortal swords are actually so terrifying. Far underestimating the power of the immortal sword is what led to such an unpleasant death. A few breaths and he collapsed in a pool of blood. Those minions next to him were all scared silly. No one could have imagined that the once powerful patriarch would die in the hands of Zhang Daohong in a single glance. This kind of strength is frightening. The battle was over quickly, and those who were on Gunoa's side were all taken care of. The remaining people from those clans looked at each other, but none of them dared to make a move. Zhang Yijian stood out and said in a cold voice, "Today, your extreme harnessing sword sect is bullying people too much. Are you trying to start a war with our Jiang family? If that's the case, one sword will accompany you to the end." If it wasn't for the presence of Zhang Daohong, who looked up to his immortal sword to easily resolve the sovereign, it would definitely take a lot of effort to get out of the trap. The Grand Elder took a deep breath as he looked at the hundreds of dead disciples and then at the dead patriarch. Even if he didn't like this patriarch, watching him die like this was not good for his heart. But these Jiang family members in front of him were too strong. It's simply not something they can mess with. What Gunoa did does not represent our entire extreme harnessing sword sect. Today's matter is indeed our sword sect's fault in the first place. On another day, I will definitely bring a gift of reparation to the Jiang family to thank them for their sins. I still hope that the one sword peak master will leave a way out for the sword sect. The Grand Elder spoke sincerely, and several other elders, too, stepped forward, hoping for a reconciliation. Zhang Yijian twisted his head to look at Zhang Daohong and said, "We've already killed quite a few people just now, and these remaining people are not on Gunoa's side. What do you think? In the 3 realms, it was rare to see an angry outburst that destroyed someone's entire family. There is reincarnation in heaven. Those who kill innocent people indiscriminately will have their sins added to them. After death, it is to the point of being severely tortured. Souls like those who are imprisoned in the depths of hell and sentenced for thousands, even tens of thousands of years are usually the ones who are full of evil. If you kill innocents indiscriminately and kill people, sooner or later you will get your comeuppance. Even when crossing the heavenly tribulation, it will aggravate the heavenly tribulation. Zhang Daohong, let these people go." Jiang Mengyao also persuaded. Experiencing 100 reincarnations, She knew better than everyone that killing innocents indiscriminately would bring retribution. It was like before, ascending Thunder Peak. All the thunder struck on her body. Kong Dao Hong, on the other hand, was not at all bothered. Aha! Kong Du Hyang nodded. After 1,000 years of time and sweeping earth, he knew the terrifying nature of the heavenly Tao better than anyone else. The souls of those who were so wicked that they were imprisoned in hell and tortured, but could not die. Sweeping the floor daily. There are spirits hissing in my ears. It's a real pain in the ass. So, he didn't want to leave too many sins on his hands either. Just kill the people involved. However, it didn't want to let the sword sect off so easily and ask for some favors. I need an item, and as long as the extreme harnessing sword sect produces it, this matter will be put to rest. What do you want? As long as the sword sect can take it, it will definitely be given. The Grand Elder said sincerely. Ancient sword tablet. Zhang Daohong wanted to take this sword steel away. What? This matter must not be allowed. The Grand Elder appeared very agitated emotionally. The 10,000 ancient sword monument was the foundation of the extreme harnessing sword sect's foothold. If it was taken away, it wouldn't take long for the extreme harnessing sword sect to fall off the pedestal. In fact, what many outsiders didn't know was that the 10,000 ancient sword tablet had a special effect in addition to enlightenment. That is, sitting in a certain place could make the speed of that place's participation in sword techniques increase. This was why the extreme harnessing sword sect had seen quite a few strong sword Taoists appear. If Zhang Daohong really took the sword tablet away, even if he didn't destroy the sword sect, sooner or later, one day, it would be completely destroyed. That was why, when the Grand Elder heard this request, his emotions seemed so agitated. The second elder came over, pressed his ear, and whispered, if we mess with the Zhang family, not to mention that elder ancestor of eternal life, even this little guy in front of us can't be messed with. Why don't we just follow his heart and hand over the sword tablet? Otherwise, none of us will be able to run away if those old guys from the Zhang clan kill over. The Grand Elder sighed helplessly after hearing this. The wrinkles piled up on his face as if he had aged hundreds of years. Good. Our sword sect is willing to hand over the 10,000 ancient sword tablet. When Zhang Yijian heard this, he couldn't stop smiling. This kid can really pick ask for the sword sect's most precious treasure, and in the future, our Zhang clan will have the sword monument. With the sword monument placed on Sword Peak, those sons and daughters in the future, the speed of sword enlightenment will increase a lot. It was as if he could already see that the Zhang clan would give birth to even more sword Dao powerhouses in the future. Several people follow me. The Grand Elder led the 5 of them and climbed to the top of the mountain, where they met the 10,000 ancient sword monument that was 10 feet tall. There were a few people, waiting to enroll in the sword tablet. One of them looked to be in his 30s, and upon seeing the Grand Elder, he hurriedly greeted him. Grand Elder, I have prepared the resources. Where is the Patriarch? Hurry up and call him. I want to enlighten myself. These few people came together and ascended halfway up the mountain, and when they realized that the Patriarch was not there, those disciples instructed that they should wait here. Later on, after handing over the resources, you can attend to the sword tablet. Who knew that after waiting for a long time, he had yet to see the Patriarch's shadow? Upon hearing the words Patriarch, the Grand Elder's expression looked extremely unnatural. That, sovereign, something came up and couldn't come. That word, death, was not uttered. Something's wrong? The young sword cultivator was named Wang Yi. Otherwise, how about this? I'll give you the resources and let me go in to enlighten the sword tablet. I'm afraid it won't work. The Grand Elder sighed helplessly. Why? Wang Yi was a bit puzzled as to how this could not be done and that could not be done. This 10,000 ancient sword tablet has already been given away, and now does not belong to the extreme cloud sword sect. What? Gave it away? Asterisk. It can't be? Wang Yi was filled with dismay. How could he not imagine that such a precious 10,000 ancient sword tablet would be given to someone else? Can it be that the extreme cloud sword sect has suffered some kind of change? You had no choice but to give away the sword tablet? Then how could the always stingy Ji Yuanhua do such a thing? The Grand Elder didn't pay attention to a few people, but instead said to Zhang Daohong, now, I'll remove the sword tablet's restriction, so you refine it. Ji Yuanhua was dead, and the ban belonging to him was automatically lifted. Now, there were just a few prohibitions left that had been laid down by the elders. After unraveling all of it, Zhang Daohong easily refined it. Chapter 88, Taijin Divine Bone. Landing on the sword enlightenment list. Collect. The sword steel immediately shrunk extremely fast and finally landed on Zhang Daohong's palm. Just wait until you get back to the Kong family, and then release him. The cultivators on the side who were participating in the enlightenment were completely dumbfounded when they saw this scene. The extreme sword harnessing sect actually gave a sword tablet to a child? What kind of joke is this? Who is this kid? What if we want to refer to the sword tablet in the future? For the extreme harnessing sword sect, this sword tablet was very precious. I'm sure there's a deeper meaning in giving it to an outsider. Wang Yi hurriedly walked over to Zhang Daohong and bowed respectfully. Senior, I just arrived at the extreme harnessing sword sect today, and I want to enroll in the sword tablet. Now that you have taken the sword tablet away, where should I go to enlighten myself in the future? And please show me the way to the name. Zhang Daohong said. Those of you who wish to enroll in the sword tablet can come to the Zhang clan's sword peak in the future. The Zhang family. Wang Yi's eyes lit up. You are a member of the Zhang family. Can it be that? The divine son of the Zhang family. 6 years ago, the Zhang clan produced a divine son who had ascended the divine ranking several times in a row, and this matter had long since been no secret. If there was anyone who could easily obtain the sword tablet, it would definitely be the divine son. That's right, it's me. Zhang Daohong nodded his head and acknowledged. Oh, you are truly the son of God. Wang Yi was so excited that he almost jumped up. What resources are needed to attend the sword monument at Sword Peak? Think of the resources and tense a string in your mind. It was hard to gather enough resources to come to the sword monument for enlightenment, but it turned out that the sword monument changed hands. Who knows if the Zhang family will be even more pitiful and charge more resources. Resources. Zhang Daohong put his hands behind his back and looked up at the mountains and rivers in the distance. The sword tablet is originally a product of the creation of heaven and earth, shared by sword cultivators of the world. How can there be a reason to consume resources in order to be able to comprehend it? In the future, when you come to the Zhang clan to study the sword tablet, it will all be free. That little resource, he couldn't even look at it. Instead of taking the blame, it would be better to be a pain in the ass and open up the sword tablet for all sword cultivators to comprehend. Really? Really? Wang Yi trembled with excitement. His pupils trembling. Naturally true. Oh my god. Great. Wang Yi jumped up excitedly. For an ordinary sword cultivator like him, a spirit sword, plus 2 spirit grasses, would require several years of frugality to come up with. Being able to save is naturally a godsend. Worthy of being the divine son of the Zhang family, he is generous in dealing with others. A model for my generation. Zhang Yijian also nodded his head silently, very much agreeing with this approach of Zhang Daohong. With this approach, it may seem like the Zhang family is losing out, but it will be well received by sword cultivators in the world. He could also use the name of the sword tablet to grow Sword Peak and recruit some strong sword Dao masters. The harvest, for sure, is much more than those resources in plain sight. Zhang family, small courtyard. After returning to the clan, Zhang Daohong locked himself in his room and entered the Heavenly Feather Pavilion. Raise the sword bone first. On this trip to the sword sect, the greatest harvest would be the sword bone divine liquid. Should we dig it out first? Buzz. In his chest, the sword bones shuddered lightly. Frightened enough. Taking the jade bottle out, he opened the cap, and sword intent spewed out from the mouth of the bottle, converging in the air to form a sword Dao spectacle. It could be felt that the sword bones in his chest cavity were strangely itchy, like he was very much looking forward to fusing the divine liquid. You're kinda in a hurry. Come on, fusion. With a tilt of his head, he swallowed the entire bottle of divine liquid. The consciousness controlled the divine liquid and integrated it into the chaotic sword bone. Buzz. The sword bone trembled with excitement, devouring those divine liquids. Little by little, a sharp, painful sensation came from the chest. It could be felt that the sword bone was undergoing a new life. Zhang Daohong clenched his teeth and endured the intense pain as he continued to raise his sword bone. It was thanks to the fact that his divine body was strong enough, or else his body likely wouldn't have been able to carry it before the sword bone was successfully upgraded. When that happens, it will be a lost cause. And just like that, the fusion is going on a little bit. 3 days later, Buzz, terrifying sword, she rose up from the sword bones, chopping the sky open with a 10,000 feet long crack. Behind the crack was a huge sword that could not be seen. Even with the 10,000 feet of cracks, the giant sword could not be completely revealed. Endless sword intent, overflowing from the crack. It's horrible, isn't it? It's hard to believe that it's Excalibur. Above the immortal sword, there is the divine sword. In the desolate heaven ancient realm, divine swords were almost extinct. Even in the 10,000 ancient divine realm, it was difficult to come into contact with something of this level. Taijian divine bone. Of the 36,000 types of divine bodies, the top 50 are ranked in the sword Dao, an absolute overlord level existence. Ha ha ha. Zhang Daohong looked up to the sky and spoke of the joy in his heart. Taijian divine bone, powerful indeed. He believed that with this divine bone, he would be able to surpass longer sword Dao qualifications. I must show her what a real man is. Only the name. It's kind of hard to hear. Taiken. Eunuch? Too cheap? A couple of words with the same sound in different words. none of which are any good. Never mind. It's good that it's a divine bone anyway, so what does it matter if it's a eunuch or a? It has nothing to do with me. The sword bone was successfully upgraded. It was time to attend to the 10,000 ancient sword tablet. This time, the dragon must be suppressed and let her know what a real man is. Sword Peak. The appearance of the 10,000 ancient sword tablet added new colors to Sword Peak. Many Jiang clan sword cultivators went up to Sword Peak to cultivate the sword Dao. And there were at least 3 times more people coming and going than before. There were more clansmen, too, who wanted to cultivate the way of the sword. For this reason, Zhang Yijian couldn't stop smiling. At this moment, a large group of people surrounded the square in front of the 10,000 ancient sword monument. Have you heard? This 10,000 ancient sword tablet was snatched from the extreme harnessing sword sect by the divine sun. That Ji Yuanhua, trying to deal with our Jiang family, had to be thanks to the divine sun's immortal sword to be able to easily kill the other party. That blue water immortal sword is just the thing to restrain the extreme harnessing sword technique. The divine sun got an immortal sword from the sword formation, so he'll be able to cultivate the way of the sword even more in the future. No one under the sky is his match. The name of the Son of God had become a myth among these clansmen. Shortly after, 3 people came up from Sword Peak, instantly attracting everyone's attention. God's son, God's daughter, plus a dragon lady. In the past few days, Jiang Mangyao had been using the effects of the ancient sword fruit to comprehend the red sky sword technique. If Jiang Daohong hadn't insisted on dragging her here, she would definitely have to participate in enlightenment for some time, before the effects of the sword fruit wore off. Go back to comprehending the sword tablet. When Zhang Yijian learned that the 3 had come, he immediately came out to meet them. The 3 of you, are you prepared to comprehend the sword tablet now? Aha! Jiang Daohong nodded gently. We're ready. Alright, you 3 go. Zhang Yijian led the 3 people to the front of the sword monument. There was an empty plaza with defense formations. When you enter, you can isolate the outside sounds from being disturbed. The people of the Jiang family would also guard the outside to prevent some people from attacking the formation with ill intentions. Participating in the sword tablet in the Jiang clan was definitely much safer than the extreme harnessing sword sect. 3 people, enter the formation. Jiang Daohong raised his head and looked toward the stone tablet. Ancient enlightened sword list. Red sky sword technique. First place, Zhang Yij, 102 styles. Second place, Duan Yang Yuan, 101 styles. Third place, Jiang Hanfei, 100 styles. Fourth place. The list went down from the top, and those who were able to ascend to the 10,000 ancient enlightenment sword ranking had to have comprehended at least 90 styles. If 2 people comprehend the same number of moves, they have to differentiate their rankings by age. This Jiang Hanfei is from the Jiang family. Zhang Daohong finally saw the Jiang family in the top 3 of the list. In the previous few divine lists, there were also Jiang family members who had ascended, but their rankings had to be after 50th place. Moreover, the number was not large, only 3. It's the desolate heaven ancient realm where the dragons converge. The Jiang clan, even as an ancient clan, is no match for those ancient clans, and 10,000 ancient clans. The forces of the desolate heaven ancient realm were far more complicated than he had imagined. The red sky sword technique. It's not immortal rank, but top spirit rank. The sword techniques used in the mortal world were also called spirit rank sword techniques. What was recorded on the 10,000 ancient sword tablet was a set of top-notch sword techniques cultivated by mortals and could only be comprehended by mortals. After you become immortal, you lose this qualification. However, in the desolate heaven ancient realm, there was also the sword enlightenment steel that corresponded to the immortal realm. That belonged to the top immortal rank sword technique, which required control over enough of the great Tao to be able to comprehend it. If Zhang Daohong went, he definitely wouldn't be able to make it to the divine ranking with just his sword bones alone. If one were to comprehend all of this red sky sword technique, one would be able to walk horizontally in the Haotsong realm. Longer did not immediately comprehend it, but looked at Zhang Daohong next to her. How many do you want to get, my lord? Zhang Daohong said without hesitation. Of course I want to be the first big brother of the list, to seek that Ji Yuan, big brother Pengjiai. He. Longer pursed her lips and laughed lightly, her eyes curving into a crescent shape. Gongzi, you're really fun to talk to. If you're ready, you can begin to enlighten yourself, Zhang Daohong said. Longer sat cross-legged in the left corner, her long golden skirt resting on her long legs as she gazed up at the lines below the sword tablet. Just for a moment, he entered the state of enlightenment. Chapter 89 Zhang Mengyao, a confidence never seen before. That fast? Zhang Daohong froze. Afterward, he looked at the girl to the side and said softly, "Little sister, how are you preparing? Did you eat the sword fruit?" "Well, it's already been eaten." Zhang Mengyao revealed a confident smile. "I have to thank Sinner this time. This 1,000-year ancient sword fruit had benefited her greatly. In the previous 100 lifetimes, she had already comprehended the red sky sword technique's 120 stances. Later, he ate the ancient sword fruit and melted it down, and now he is comprehending the 8 styles. Now, it reached 128 styles, the red sky sword technique, a total of 138 stances, and by comprehending the last stance, one would be able to ascend to the top of the list. In her previous lives, Zhang Mangyao had long had the strength to ascend the list. However, he has not been actively exposed. Jiang Daohong, this time, you kid can't win against me. She could already feel the vanguard first beckoning to her. What makes you conclude that I can't win against you? Jiang Daohong laughed heartily. This time, using the sword bone divine liquid, the chaotic sword bone was upgraded to a Taijian divine bone. It was simply not too easy to win against Zhang Mangyao. It's a secret. Zhang Mangyao smiled mysteriously. Later on, I must show Jiang Daohong what a real opening is. Okay, I'm going to participate. After saying that, the girl stared at the sword steel, and before long, she also entered the state of enlightenment. Zhang Mangyao entered the state of enlightenment quite quickly as well. Jiang Daohong fell into deep thought. Could it be because of the 1,000-year ancient sword fruit? The ancient sword fruit, which can enhance the enlightenment of the sword Dao, the millennium level, which boosts even more. It is normal to enter the state of enlightenment easily. I'll come too. Jiang Daohong stared at the stone tablet. Below the stone tablet, there was an indented pattern that looked as if it had been chopped out by some kind of sharp sword. Some of the lines were deeper. Some of the indentations were shallower, of varying lengths, stacked on top of each other to form an obscure picture of the world of the sword Dao. Buzz. With just a glance, the Taijian divine bone in his chest cavity gently trembled, and his consciousness entered the state of enlightenment. It was a world of nothingness, surrounded by darkness. Suddenly, a whistling force appears on the left. Kong Daohong hastily turned his head to look to the left, but there was no light. It was still dim. Exhale. There was another sword energy to the right, whistling past his ear. It was even possible to feel that if the sword was tilted to the left one more inch, the ear would leave his head. Sound of the wind or the breathing of SB, who was sound asleep. Positively, 3 more sword chi slashed through, so close to each other that one would even think it was an attack. These sword chi should be the red sky sword technique. The world is too dim to reach out. What does it take to see these sword trails? If one could not even see the trajectory of the operation of the sword technique, it was impossible to understand the sword technique from it. Kong Du-hyeon closed his eyes and composed himself. In his mind, the world of sword intent was revealed. Countless sword intent, paving a path underneath his feet, leading to the gate of the sword Dao. Swish swish swish. The sword intent transformed into grains of white light points that flew out of his mind and entered the enlightened sword world. The points of light were like fireflies, spreading slowly in all directions. As the fireflies became more and more numerous and covered a wider and wider area, there was finally light in the dim and lightless world. Kong Du-hyeon looked to his left. There was a human silhouette there, holding a long sword, the blade of which cut through arcane trajectories, leaving a whistling wind in the air. It's a sword move. Just now, the world was dim, but he could feel that there was sword chi here. At this moment, through the sword Dao intent and lighting up the world of enlightened sword, it was finally possible to see this person's movements. The first stance of the red sky sword technique. Surprisingly, it's so arcane. Staring at the man's movements once, the stance movements looked simple, but the trajectory was extremely complex. If there was a slight mistake, this style would not be able to be performed. The silhouette held a long sword and performed the first stance again and again. Jiang Daohong had watched it 3 times, but he hadn't realized from it how the sword technique was performed. Buzz. Right at this moment, the Taijian divine bone in his chest cavity trembled, releasing a brilliant sword Dao divine light. In the back of his mind, there was a sense of enlightenment. Looking at this first stance again, the trajectory that had been obscured just a moment ago was clearly recognizable in the eyes. Just by looking at it once, I was able to refer to it and keep it in my mind. The Taijian divine bone. It's really powerful. Kong Du-hyeon nodded in admiration. The first style is learned just by watching it once. Without this divine bone, one might have to look at it 300 or 500 times before one could possibly glean anything from it. The time to refer to the sword tablet was only 3 days. Beyond these 3 days, the world of enlightened sword will disappear. One could only rely on the memories in one's mind to refer to the remaining moves, and that difficulty could be imagined. The eyes looked to the right. There was a shadowy figure here, holding a long sword and performing the second style of swordplay. This move, the degree of esotericism, was even better than just now. Exhale. The long sword whistled and slashed downwards, the sword chi spreading forward. It was this style that the sword chi scraped his ears. Kong Du Hyon looked at it again. The sword bone erupted with divine light, and the enlightenment of the Tao of the sword in his mind had been raised to the extreme. Second style. Learn it. The same goes for the second trick, which you learn by watching it once. Next, look straight ahead. The silhouette longsword chopped horizontally, and the blade whistled, splitting into three, transforming into three extremely sharp sword chi. Red sky sword technique. Third style. The distance of the silhouette was farther away from Zhang Daoheng. Being far away reduces the observation of swordplay. Fortunately, in the world of sword enlightenment, Zhang Daoheng could walk to the side and observe the sword technique more closely. Third style. Learn. Possessing the Taijin divine bone, Zhang Daoheng's enlightenment of sword techniques was elevated to an unimaginable level. Sword techniques that were as difficult as heaven in the eyes of sword cultivators were easily learned. And so it was, slowly moving forward, stopping for a moment in front of each of the vapors to finish learning that one swordsmanship move. Trick. 30. 50. It didn't take long to learn the 50 stances. The world of sword enlightenment. There was still a distance yet to be traveled. And here, space once again fell into dimness. The sword intent released just now, after transforming into a firefly, could only float in a fixed place and light up a part of the area. Zhang Daoheng couldn't control these fireflies to move. He could only let them fly on their own. After the 50 style, the spaces are much larger, and more fireflies are needed to light them up. It seems that the sword intent released just now was not enough. Just now, roughly 1/3 of the sword intent was released. Consciousness entered his mind, and the sword intent in the sword Tao once again transformed into points of light and flew towards the enlightened sword world. Countless firefly-like points of light flooded the dimly lit world. One by one, the vapors were slowly lit up by the glow of the fireflies. Zhang Daoheng was enlightened. The world of sword enlightenment will also test sword intent. What they do is to light up the world so that I can see more vapors performing swordplay. There isn't enough sword intent to light up only the beginning part. The fireflies are not controlled, and the ones behind them, naturally, cannot be seen. It's thanks to the fact that I've raised my sword intent realm to the sword breaks the void realm. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to learn too many moves in this enlightened sword world. Only by learning all the moves would one be able to reach the vanguard extreme realm. Otherwise, the 7-colored chance is lost. There was still a great need for the ancient breath of the ancients in the chance. Just like that, Zhang Daoheng stopped in front of each shadow, comprehending the sword stance and walking towards the next shadow. Time flew by and a day passed. The very first moves are so simple that you only need to look at them to learn them. By the time you get to the back, you'll need to read it a few times, if not dozens of times, before you can comprehend it. 70 moves, 90 moves, 100 moves. At this stage, the moves get harder and harder. Even if Zhang Daoheng had the Taijin divine bone, he still needed to comprehend it for a long time before he could realize it. In the formation, the stunningly beautiful woman with a dragon's horn on her head slowly opened her eyes. Your Excellency hasn't finished comprehending? After a day or so, Longer had already finished comprehending the 138 stances and awakened from her martial arts state. Looking to the side, Zhang Daoheng was still gazing with his eyes closed, comprehending the sword tablet. 138 stances. That's the limit for the ages. The Duke said that if you reach the limit of the 10,000 ancients, you'll be able to obtain the 7-colored chance. When the time comes, it's good to give the prince a surprise. He said that he wanted to be a list 1 big brother. Then take this first place and give it to him. As long as one reached the limit of the 10,000 ancients, one could obtain the 7-colored chance. First or second, it made no difference. Therefore, Longer intended for Zhang Daoheng to be the first to display in front of the sword monument. Wouldn't that give him first place? Longer looked towards the outside of the formation, and there were quite a few people around, keeping an eye on the situation here. Only, the formation had a barrier that could isolate the interior. Outside, there's no way to see inside. Pretend to participate in the enlightenment first, and wait for the male to wake up. Longer closed her eyes again, but her consciousness was focused on Zhang Daoheng, waiting for him to finish his enlightenment. Chapter 90, Zhang Mengyao, this kid, does he still let people live? In a flash, half a day passed. Zhang Daoheng finally slowly opened his eyes. It's done. The limit of the ages is up. In just over a day's time, it had reached the 10,000 ancient limit. How powerful was the Taijin divine bone? It only took a day and a half to comprehend all 138 stances. Mengyao still hasn't woken up? And talk about winning me. As a result, Zhang Daoheng really didn't want to hit his face, but Mengyao insisted on bringing Lian over for him to hit. There's nothing he can do about it. There was a moment when the dragon pretended to have just woken up. Gongzi, have you finished your enlightenment? Aha. Zhang Daoheng nodded. I've reached the Wangu limit. How about you? Longer's qualifications were excellent, and within 3 days, she would definitely be able to comprehend the red sky sword technique. I've also reached the 10,000 ancient limits and just woke up. Dragon's face was very unnatural. It was the first time I lied to Kong Du Hyung, albeit in good faith. The first big brother. You have to give some face, right? What do we do now? Longer glanced at Jiang Mengyao, who was still in enlightenment. Wait for her to ascend the list together. Jiang Daohong had reached the limit of the 10,000 ancients, and his resources were already fixed. It's the same thing if the list goes up early, or if it goes up late. Jiang Mengyao closed her eyes as her consciousness was in the enlightened sword world. Over these 100,000 years, the sword intent had long since reached the level of a sword breaking through the void. This sword intent, as long as there is consciousness and memory, can be brought along with the reincarnation. I've already learned 128 stances, and with such a big lead at the starting line, I'm bound to reach the Wangu polar realm this time. Borrowing the sword enlightenment effect of the ancient sword fruit, comprehending the 129th style was fast. After that, there are 130 styles. To her surprise, the sword strokes behind her were getting harder and harder. With her sword Dao qualifications, the rate of enlightenment was slow. The deficit has the memory of 99 reincarnations. Otherwise, not to mention the 10,000 ancient limits, even ascending the divine ranking was nonsense. And so it was, one style at a time, of enlightenment. 135, 137, 138. Jiang Mengyao's consciousness returned to reality and she looked up to the sky. Ha ha ha. Ancient limits. I've reached it. This time, it's bound to be the first person in the ages. Ha, you're both awake? After the excitement, he realized that a boy and a dragon lady next to him both looked at the little cutie. Like expressions, you think? Kong Du Hyung glanced at the sky. The sun rises in the east. Bright sunshine that pours down on the earth. Another good day. 3 days have passed. Any slower and you'll be over 3. That day was the morning of the Senate. Less than 3 days. Quite fast. Jiang Mengyao was very satisfied with this time. Kong Du Hyung, how many days did you use it? A day and a half. Jiang Daohong said softly. What? Jiang Mengyao was filled with dismay. A day and a half. That's too fast, isn't it? She had been enlightened and had participated in enlightenment for 100 lifetimes to have this kind of achievement. Originally, I thought that I could be alone and reach the 10,000 ancient extreme realm, allowing Jiang Daohong to go and look up to him. Outcome. Jiang Daohong's first enlightenment was still only a day and a half. The speed. It's horrible. How long did it take you, dragon? Longer softly said. A little slower than Gongzi. What? You're that fast too? Jiang Mengyao was once again stunned. Then how many moves have you realized? 138. Are you human? I'm not a human. I'm a dragon. Alas. Jiang Mengyao looked up to the sky and sighed. I wish I could dig a hole, bury myself in it and reincarnate for another life. I had thought that 100 reincarnations would be my own stage. No one could stand in her way. Who would have thought that it would end in a different way? The younger brother of the dragon and phoenix child, who was only in his first life, had all sorts of qualifications that were extremely unbelievable. God's body is strong. Paint the road strong. Kendo is also strong. What's wrong with you? Taking in a dragon lady, or a pervert, and the way of the sword is also frighteningly strong. Come on, we can board the list. Jiang Daohong saw that Mengyao had woken up. If you want to be on the list, you just have to show your sword skills in front of the sword monument. As for the order of exhibition, how about following the speed of our enlightenment just now? The sword tablet would record the time of the first display of the sword technique, not the time after the realization of the sword technique. If 2 people have equal moves, the ranking will be based on bone age. The younger age group is ranked higher. Jiang Mengyao agreed without even thinking. It was indeed Jiang Daohong who was faster and ascended to the first place. Rightfully so. Dragon's heart, however, suddenly thumped. Secretly, he said, oh no, if we count according to bone age, I'm younger than Gongzi. Although, she was now in the form of a wonderful woman. She was only 3 years old since she was born. She's still a baby. With this method of calculation, when he demonstrated his own kendo moves, he would become the first big sister on the list. Kong Du Hong had to settle for second place. Let's explain this situation to the male later. Or else, only perform 137 stances? Or see what the male has to offer. The 3 people walked out of the formation and appeared in front of the stone monument. Some of those who had been waiting for a long time sat down next to the grass and dozed off. The sleepiness was gone when he saw the trio appear. Geez, 3 people finally came out. It hasn't even been 3 days yet. How come all 3 of them have ended their enlightenment? Can it be that? Finished? Hiss. Finished? No way. They all thought that the three of them would wait until at least the end of the 3-day period before they would step out of the formation. What a surprise! Several hours early, Zhang Daohong casually took out a spirit sword and pointed the blade forward, tracing an arcane trajectory. Red sky sword technique. First style. Exhale. Sword chi whistled, and the weeds in front of them instantly became flying ash. The move ended with a smooth downward slash of the blade. Exhale. The sword energy split a large willow tree in the distance in half. The few clansmen next to him hurriedly ducked into the distance, fearing that they would be affected by the sword chi. The sword strokes performed by Zhang Daohong weren't sharp, but instead had a poetic, flowing, spontaneous style that was pleasing to the eye. On his right hand, there were 5 painted god finger bones. Subconsciously, it affects the movement of the sword. It's more like taking a brush and drawing in the air. This beautiful sight left Jiang Mengyao, who was watching from the side, dumbfounded. It's his sword stance. It actually incorporates the painting Dao's meaning. Such a sharp stance, being performed like a painting, has a different kind of floating. That was awesome. It was the same set of sword techniques that she was allowed to execute. With only a stern sword chi, an overriding killing aura, there will be no poetry at all. If viewed from an ornamental perspective, one would definitely be captivated by the ethereal nature of Zhang Daohong. Hoo. Sword chi whistled and moves were constantly being executed by Zhang Daohong. 30 moves, 50 moves, 80 moves. The clansmen next to him were all scared silly. No way. It's already 80 moves. Such a sharp set of swordsmanship, in Zhang Daohong's hands, is so ethereal and unrestrained. That's absolutely brilliant. Many of the clansmen, immersed in the sword technique performed by Zhang Daohong, were unable to extricate themselves for a long time. It was as if this was no longer a sharp set of swordsmanship, but a set of masterpieces from a master of the way of painting. Many people stared and held their breath, not daring to make the slightest sound for fear of disturbing Zhang Daohong's sword technique. Zhang Daohong was holding a spirit sword, and his sword strokes were becoming more and more agile and spontaneous. At a certain moment, inspiration erupted in his mind and he thought of a very good way to execute the sword technique. 5 finger bones that erupted with a brilliant light. A picture of great beauty takes shape in your fingers. Swish, the spirit sword slashed forward, and green-colored sword chi whistled out. In the next moment, as if time stopped, the sword chi unexpectedly stopped in the air and did not disappear. The spirit sword was flicked upwards, and 5 sword chi rose up. These 5 sword chi intermingled with each other, forming a rather meaningful sword Dao pattern. In the same way as the sword chi just now, the 5 sword chi paused in the air and did not dissipate immediately. Swish swish swish, the spirit sword continuously chopped out, and the green-colored sword chi grew more and more. At the top of Sword Peak Mountain, a stunning picture scroll gradually took shape. It's Zhang Mengyao stared at the green-colored sword chi. The pupils suddenly contracted when they felt what was within the sword chi. Paint the road. Zhang Daohong actually used his sword chi as ink to draw a picture in space. How did he do it? Previously, it had never been heard that anyone had used sword chi as ink. Normally, space is invisible and the ink cannot stay in the air. It can only land on the paper. Sword chi, the air that was touched by the spirit sword as it mingled with space. It is also invisible in itself. Yet, you can stay in space for a short time. Not too long. Zhang Daohong actually used his longsword as a paintbrush and his sword chi as ink to paint in space. Unheard of, unseen, a move for the ages. Zhang Mengyao had lived for 100,000 years, but she had never heard of any painter that had such a magical painting. That idea alone would seal the deal. If, in the future, he was able to carry this kung fu forward, he might be able to create a unique painting path of his own. It was like that god of painting, who had created the unique Tao of divine body painting, which had reached the top of the 10,000 ancient divine realms and was revered by many divine females. Hoo. Sword chi whistled as the moves were performed more and more. Chapter 91, the first person on the sword enlightenment ranking. At this moment, the rest of the Zhang family was admiring this stunning picture. Surprisingly, he had forgotten that the moves Kong Dao Hong had performed had already reached their limits. 135 style. 137. Zhang Daohong's spirit sword flicked upwards, leaving a strong mark in the scroll. 138 styles. Sword into. Thousands of sword chi finally outlined a young man dancing with a sword. In an instant, a terrifying sword chi pierced through the sky, cutting a 3,000 digit long crack in the firmament. Behind the crack, it was bottomless, as if it was an endless abyss. This. Zhang Mengyao's eyes widened with incredulity. The fusion of the Tao of painting and the Tao of the sword is so terrifying. Surprisingly, he has pushed the red sky sword technique to another realm. That's absolutely brilliant. Normal execution of the 138 sword technique would only be able to cut out a 100-foot crack. However, Just now, Zhang Daohong's sword, the sword she cut through the sky, surprisingly cutting out 3,000 Zhang cracks, 3 times as powerful as anyone else. Zhang Mengyao was now losing. The Zhang family members next to them were also stunned. Hiss! The last move, chopping through the dome of the sky 3,000 Zhang. It's horrible, isn't it? This kind of stance is no longer something a mortal can control. If you ask me, even an immortal who descends to earth can't carry this. One can only say that the divine son is too powerful. The way of the sword fused with the way of painting. The Son of God deserves to be the first person in the ages. Previously, no one had ever attempted to cast a sword technique in this way. Unsurprisingly, Kong Daohong is really in history, painting a strong picture. In the future, with the skill of drawing swords, one might really have to gallop through the desolate heaven ancient realm. Zhang Haoyan stood on the sidelines, excited and in tears. My son has a great emperor. No, my son has the qualifications of a 10,000 ancient sword emperor. Ha ha ha, laughing a little too loudly. Jiang Mengyao, who was next to her, looked her gaze over. Hiccup. Zhang Haoyan's voice ended abruptly. With this excitement, one always forgets about the emperor. This time, however, Jiang Mengyao didn't roll her eyes, but instead nodded approvingly. You're right. Zhang Daohong does indeed have the qualifications of a 10,000 ancient sword emperor. Zhang Haoyan's embarrassment was swept away and a smile appeared on his face. Now, the emperor finally recognized Zhang Daohong's qualifications. In his opinion, it's good for two people to get along, so why should they compare themselves to each other? Besides, you're no match for Kong Du Haiyang. Messing around and being helpless. Long raised her head and gazed at the 3,000-mile-long crack, her eyes flickering with radiant light. What a strong sword move. Gongzi is too good. Surprisingly, he has performed the red sky sword technique. To this extent, it's horrible. Although she had also reached the 10,000 ancient extreme realm and learned 138 moves. However, the same 138 moves, when performed, were too much weaker than Zhang Daohong. Even if her speed of enlightenment was a bit faster than Zhang Daohong, and still lost, the loss was complete. There is no comparison between the two. At this moment, it was discovered that Zhang Daohong's body shone with a radiance as bright as gold. Rumble. The stone monument released a bright golden light that enveloped the sky. A vast and ethereal voice rang out from the void. Thou, who breaks the 10,000 ancients, is the top of the 10,000 ancients. Thy name shall forever be remembered at the top of the 10,000 ancient sword monument. 7 colored pillars of light, descending from the sky, enveloped the entire mountaintop. The 7 colored light pillar that descended this time was about 3 times wider than before. From the pillar of light, 5 clusters of 7 colored light flew out towards Zhang Daohong. Seeing this scene, Zhang Daohong was laughing so hard that he couldn't even close his mouth. The vanguard limit is a limit in the vanguard. When human beings reach this level, they reach their limits. The word break represented Zhang Daohong transcending this limitation and reaching another height. The gold content, definitely much higher than the vanguard limit. Even the mysterious voice had said that Zhang Daohong was for the top of the 10,000 ancients, taking the vanguard enlightened sword list to another level. After reaching the top of the 10,000 ancients, the 7 colored light pillars enveloped a greater range. The number of chances gained has also increased from the previous 3 to 5. The 2 extra ones are to get the ancient chi. Moreover, since Zhang Daohong had broken the 10,000 ancients, his name would be forever remembered on the 10,000 ancient sword monument for future generations to honor. It won't be 10,000 years before it falls off the list. 10 clusters of 7 colored light, carrying a large amount of ancient world chi, merged into Zhang Daohong's body. Absorbing this ancient chi, it felt like some sort of power in his body was enhanced by much more. It's a good feeling. Ding! You have absorbed the ancient chi of the 10,000 years, and your sign-in reward has been increased by 200 times. 200 times. Zhang Daohong was overjoyed in his heart. This time, the enhancement was even more than what was absorbed from entering the ancient divine hall. 200x sign-up bonus. More goodies every time you sign up. It could be said that this time, breaking the 10,000 ancient extreme realm was truly a profitable endeavor. Just now, when performing the sword technique, since it was a spirit sword held in the right hand, the 5 painted Dao divine bones were very eager and wanted to come out to show off. Just out of the blue, he used his spirit sword as a paintbrush and sketched a picture in the air with his sword chi. Thousands of sword chi, because of the power of the painting path, stalled in the air and did not disappear immediately. It kept building up, and at the final moment, it all burst out. There was also, at the end, the scene of the man holding a long sword, cutting through the dome of the sky with a single stroke, with a crack as long as 3,000,000 meters. Specifically, it's not a one-trick pony. Rather, It was the fusion of countless moves that finally erupted that resulted in this kind of power. Just because of his inspiration, he broke the limits of the 10,000 ancients, became the top of the 10,000 ancients, and created another myth. My current painting path is still a bit weak. If the painting Dao's intent is elevated, the strokes outlined with sword chi will be even more agile. The power of that final sword will still increase. The fusion of the way of the sword and the way of painting opened a new door for him. In the future, this is one way to improve your strength. Upgrading the level of the painting Dao would not only allow one to execute the Divine Maiden's green peak diagram, but would also allow the sword technique to explode with even more terrifying power. One for all. Zhang Daohong said thoughtfully, the Dao of the sword can fuse with the Dao of painting. Is it not possible to fuse with other Dao techniques as well, creating a higher peak of the ancient world? This burst of inspiration opens a new door. In the future, there could be more to try. Zhang Daohong took the time to look at the 5-7 colored balls of light as he put them into the system space. Long sword, antiquarian, fairy fruit, immortal medicine, parchment rolls. A parchment scroll? Could it be the Dan God inheritance? When he had obtained the 7-colored chance before, he had once obtained a parchment scroll that contained the Dan God's inheritance. There are 4 parchment scrolls in total, and you need to collect them all to open them. Got one from Mengio. I don't know. This parchment scroll, the record could be a legacy. Check it out when you get back. The 7-colored ball of light fell, and Zhang Mengyao was envious after seeing it. The peak of the ancient world. Surprisingly, there are 5 clusters of light. This time, it's another 5 immortal treasures. Zhang Daohong really got it with strength this time. Before, she would always say that Zhang Daohong was lucky and had gotten quite a few chances with his luck. This time, she admitted that Zhang Daohong was not only lucky, but also had terrifying enlightenment and strength. My good brother, with a qualification like yours, you must be paired with a few female emperors, White Tiger Empress, Jackal Wolf Empress, Heavenly Snow Empress. Otherwise, just marry them all. Fertile water does not flow into other people's fields. The thought of this brother, looking like he was enjoying himself, made her heart happy. After the ball of light descended, Zhang Daohong's name appeared on the 10,000 ancient sword steel. What's surprising is the distinctive name color. The monolith was black, and all the writing on it, gold in color. And this time, Zhang Daohong's name was actually shining with a 7-colored light. A glance at the difference. Ancient Enlightened Sword List. Red Sky Sword Technique. First place, Zhang Daohong, 138 stances, top of the 10,000 years. Second place, Zhong Yaij, 102 styles. Third place, Duan Yang Yuan, 101 styles. Fourth place, Jiang Hanfei, 100 styles. Fifth place, Zhang Mengyao saw the 7-colored handwriting and was enlightened. This is the treatment at the top of the 10,000 years? Sure is different. With all the handwriting being gold, the 7-colored handwriting was enough to show that Zhang Daohong had the strength to surpass everyone on this list. Seeing this handwriting, a heart of the dragons was finally put back into her stomach. Although she was the first to reach the limit of the 10,000 ancients, the strength she displayed was definitely inferior to Zhang Daohong. So this list of big brother is bound to be Zhang Daohong. No one can change his position. At the same time, the 10,000 ancient sword enlightenment monuments and the 3,000 minor worlds and the desolate heaven ancient realm all revealed Zhang Daohong's name. Countless immortal cultivators, seeing that 7-colored handwriting and hearing the mysterious voice talking about the peak of the ancient world, all went crazy. Oh my god, 7-colored handwriting. This is too dazzling. Zhang Daohong. It's too terrifying. The top of the 10,000 ancient times, beyond the limit of the 10,000 ancients. How on earth did that happen? Can someone give me an explanation? It's just as well that Zhang Daohong's divine body is strong. The sword Dao is also so terrifying. Does it still allow people to live? Compared to Zhang Daohong, my sword Dao is trash. To be forever remembered on the ancient enlightened sword list and admired by billions of people is too awesome. Countless sword cultivators, crazy about it. Isn't the purpose of practicing the way of the sword diligently to be admired by all people one day? Now, Kong Du Haiyang did. After 10,000 million years, the name would still survive on top of the stone monument, and it would be hard for anyone to surpass it. Desolate Heaven Ancient Realm. Absolute Immortal Sword Sect. Inside the Sword Palace, there was a handsome man who exuded the aura of the Sword Dao. His eyes closed as he realized the Sword Dao. At a certain moment, the 10,000 ancient sword enlightenment monument trembled, and a misty voice resounded through the sky. Zhong Yaij slowly opened his eyes, sword intent flickering in his pupils. 10,000 ancient enlightened sword list. Number 1. Jiang Daohong. It's this Jiang Daohong again. Why are his qualifications so unbelievable? Over the past few years, Zhang Daohong's name had gradually spread in the desolate heaven ancient realm. For consecutive times on the 10,000 ancient gods ranking, all of which were first place. This kind of qualification was truly heaven-defying. Unexpectedly, not long after the past, Zhang Daohong once again ascended the divine ranking, or the Kendo God list. Chapter 92, Strange Immortal Pill. Dragon's Child being taken astray. Breaking the 10,000 ancient extreme realm. How did Kong Du Hyang do it? 3 days of comprehending 138 sword stances. This was already quite heaven-defying. Who would have thought that Zhang Daohong would not only do so, but also break the 10,000 ancient extreme realm and create another history? That would be very scary. If this son can grow up, his future will definitely be unlimited. Zhong Yige is a sword cultivator, pursuing only the way of the sword in his life, obsessed with the sword, sacrificing his life and forgetting his death. Zhang Daohong's sword Dao qualification gave him a premonition that he would have a sword Dao opponent in the future. Kid, grow up fast. Sword peak. After Kong Du Hyang took the first place, the other two also performed their sword moves. Longer sword strokes were sharp, and the spirit sword had an extra touch of softness in her hands. Phew! Sword chi whistled and pierced the clouds. The sky was once again chopped out with a crack of more than 1,000 feet. This time, the people of the Jiang family dropped their jaws in shock again. Did I read it right? The dragon lady is also at the limit of the ancient world? Ah Lu. Red sky sword technique. When did it become so good to learn? The godson is really lucky to have taken in a dragoness with this much strength. If I had a follower like that, I'd be sexually happy every day. The same set of sword techniques, which Longer executed. Although the power was also terrifying, the crowd was less shocked. Just now, on Zhang Daohong's side, it was what he saw that was shocking. With the same sword technique, Dragon's Child is much weaker than God's Son. That's right, it's still the Divine Son's set that is shocking to perform. And there's a kind of poetry to it. It's not bad for a dragon lady to come in second. This sword dance, it's quite beautiful. After seeing more, the crowd felt that this set of swordsmanship, which was moderate, did not have any unexpected surprises appear. Rumble. In the sky, an ethereal and inexplicable voice rang out. Thy name shall be engraved on a stone tablet and honored by future generations. Longer chose to just use this name and ascend the 10,000 ancient gods list. The 2 words were simple and didn't contain much information, and it was hard for an outsider to guess what was going on. Just like that, Longer smoothly ascended the 10,000 ancient enlightened sword ranking and became the second place. The pillar of 7 colored light fell, and 3 7-colored light masses flew towards Dragon's Child. Seeing that there was a golden immortal treasure inside the ball of light, the dragon's eyes were glowing. Later on, these treasures were definitely going to be given to Zhang Daohong. Zhang Daohong stood next to him as the ball of light fell and smoothly absorbed the ancient qi. Ding! You have absorbed the ancient qi of the 10,000 years, and your signing has been raised 120 times. At the very beginning, it was 537 times, absorbing 5 clusters of 7-colored light, boosting 200 times. It was 737 times. Now, it's boosted another 120 times, for a total of 857 times. Good job, Dragon! Kong Du Hyang nodded in admiration. Longer's talent in swordsmanship was truly surprising. These extra boosts to the sign-up multiplier can lead to more treasures when you sign up later. Seeing that both of them had finished performing their sword techniques, Jiang Mengyao was alone, standing in the square in front of the stone monument. This life is the one to witness the fruits. Her name, too, will be honored by all. Hoo. The spirit sword was waved, sword chi whistled, and the moves were powerful and unrivaled. With an aura of going forward and conquering the 9 heavens, one move after another, the movements flowed without the slightest pause. The more Jiang Mengyao cast it, the more comfortable she became. It felt like the swordway had sublimated over the past 100,000 years, reaching another level. Her performance, however, did not attract the attention of the surrounding clans. One of the clansmen saw Jiang Mengyao's movements, taking a grass root and picking the 10,000-year-old leeks from his teeth. Others were so bored that they sat on the floor and picked at their feet. The sword technique executed by the Divine Maiden is moderate, nothing unusual, tasteless. It's much worse than what Dragon Lady casts. Not much to see. Dragon Lady's swordplay, while it's still as beautiful as a scroll. Break it up. Go home and eat a million cucumbers. There were a few clansmen who actually lost interest in Jiang Mengyao's sword moves and turned around to leave Sword Peak. The moves were continuous, and they were soon performed to 138. Phew! Sword chi whistled and shot straight up into the sky. 1,000-foot-long crack was cut into the sky. Woohoo! The wind whistled like a ghost crying out. It seems that the sky is getting angry at being scratched all the time. Phew, painful. Jiang Mengyao finished performing a set of sword moves and was in a very happy mood. 100,000 years of effort and 100 lifetimes of enlightenment. To have this kind of result, Everything was worth it. However, when his eyes swept over those clansmen next to him, his expression gradually froze. Why do these people look so distracted? I'm also 138 stances, the limit of all ages. Shouldn't I be cheering? That's too infuriating. There was a world of difference compared to the reaction of the two people who had just executed the sword technique. The 7 colored light pillars fell and 3 light masses flew towards Jiang Mengyao. Jiang Daohong stood next to it and smoothly absorbed the ancient qi of the 10,000 years within it. Ding! You have absorbed the ancient qi of the 10,000 years, and your signing has been raised 120 times. It was 857 times just now, and with this 120 times, it becomes 977 times. Right away, it's close to 1,000 times the reward. This time around, the rewards for signing in are very generous. Even if the breakthrough consumes more chances, there is no need to worry about depletion. Don't worry if you run out of resources, just check in again. This time, the Ancient Sword Enlightenment ranking ushered in a big change. The top 3 changed hands, and the 3 who made it to the list were all at the Wangu Extreme Realm. First place, Jiang Daohong, 138 stances, top of the 10,000 years. Second place, Longer, 138 stances. Third place, Jiang Shui, 138 stances. Fourth place, Zhong Yaij, 102 styles. Fifth place, Duan Yang Yuan, 101 styles. The top 3 places on the 10,000 ancient sword ranking changed hands, and the 3,000 small worlds and the desolate heaven ancient realm trembled. Countless sword cultivators, treating the 3 as mythical figures. Heavens, one Jiang Daohong isn't enough. Who is this dragon child? Why did all 3 of them make the list at the same time? Could it be some kind of coincidence? Or did the 3 of them know each other and agree to be on the list at the same time? It seems that this life is destined to be a battle between dragons and tigers, so looking forward to seeing these 3, what they're really like. Small yard, bright sunlight, shining into the courtyard, colorful butterflies, fluttering around the flower bed. Jiang Daohong returned to the room, and Longer followed him in. Your Excellency, this time I've gotten 3 chances. With that, from within the spatial ring, he took out 3 immortal treasures. Gold-colored bracelets, silver whip, the crimson elixir. According to the idea at the beginning, all 3 chances were definitely to be given to Jiang Daohong. However, when Longer saw the golden bracelet, there was a sense of reluctance in her eyes. My lord, can I keep this gold bracelet? A great favorite for golden treasures. Alright, it's yours, Jiang Daohong said without hesitation. The bracelet was a defensive immortal treasure, leaving it for Longer to use, and it was also considered to be more than one life-preserving base card. Gaze toward the other 2 immortal treasures. Silver scale whip. Use it to whip your enemies and vent your anger. A long whip is a good choice for some people with a special hobby. Jiang Daohong shook his head slightly. I have a long whip. Why do I need a silver scaled one? Dragon child, this long whip is for you to use. Dragon shook her head, clearly not interested. This long whip is no good. I prefer the dragon whip. Kirin whip. Piercing whip. Cold sweat broke out on Jiang Daohong's forehead after hearing this. Nice guy. Still thinking about the unicorn whip and dragon whip. Dragon, why is your mind so crooked? Longer smiled sweetly and said softly, Sir, I've heard that pangolin whip is a great tonic, or else I'd like to make a soup for you. Jiang Daohong's expression gradually solidified. How is this sweet expression? With those words, so mismatched? It seems that this path of dark cuisine is going further and further. No, I don't like to eat them. Longer's eyebrows clustered and her gaze was a bit grudging as she said, Gongzi, if you don't make up for it, how will you grow up in the future? She really hoped that in the future, Jiang Daohong would be the size of a giant dragon. That would be majestic, wouldn't it? 3 black lines crossed Kong Duhaiyang's forehead. This dragon's mind, why is it so immodest? The eyes looked towards the last immortal medicine. The medicine was reddish in color, 3 feet tall, and from its appearance, it somewhat looked like a bundle of golden needle mushrooms. Dragon's blood immortal mushroom. A golden needle mushroom that has absorbed the blood of a dragon. Contains some kind of terrifying power. It is a great tonic, suitable for stew. The little golden mushroom also has a knack for growing up, and if you mend it well enough, sooner or later it will change. Jiang Daohong was somewhat speechless. How is it that what Longer obtained were all these rarer immortal medicines? Is it possible that getting something has something to do with one's character? Longer looked at the dragon blood immortal mushroom and bared her teeth. My lord, this dragon blood immortal mushroom stew is good, or else with the pangolin whip and unicorn whip. Let's have a pot of it. Stop. Kong Duhaiyang shuddered at the thought of the 3 things stewing. Again, the stench of blood and the smell of urine. It would be strange to drink it. Chapter 93 Written Examination of the Way of Painting. Longer, don't learn cooking in the future. It's better to cultivate properly. No. Longer, however, shook her head vigorously. I love cooking. Don't worry, Gongzi, I'll definitely be able to make a superb flavor in the future. I'll leave first. I'm going to exchange cooking skills with Fenger. After saying that, he left the room happily. Kang Duhyang sighed as he looked at the beautiful figure that left. I don't know if it was good or bad to let Longer learn cooking in the first place. Close the door to your room and take the parchment scroll out. The Dan God inheritance and the painting God inheritance were treasures of the same level. Before Kong Dao Hong, he didn't know much about the Dan Dao, the treasure map of the Dan God's inheritance. If you can get 4 complete copies of the parchment scrolls and put them together, you can open the path to the inheritance. Indeed, Zhang Daohong was overjoyed in his heart. In this way, he would have 3 points of the treasure map of the Dan God's inheritance in his hands. There is still one last one left to open the path of inheritance. Where's the 4th one? Do we have to wait for the chance of the ages to come again? The Xian Dan realm, having reached the limit of the 10,000 ancients, could go and ascend the divine ranking and create a record once again. There is a certain probability that the last treasure map will be obtained in the ancient chance. Next, the few remaining chances were looked at one by one. All of them were relatively rare immortal treasures that had a very good value. In 20 days or so, it's the painter's exchange. The top 3 will be qualified to participate in the 100 Paintings Hall. When the time comes, go to some enlightenment, and the painting Dao intent should be able to improve quite a bit. The realm of painting is divided into the first glimpse of the doorway, a slight success, the great completion of the painting, the fire is pure, the God is perfect, and the painting is in the sky and the earth, the same 6 realms, reaching the painting proximity to heaven and earth, available paintbrushes, opening the path to heaven, leading to the ancient realm of the desolate heavens. Right now, Zhang Daohong's painting Dao intent could only be considered a slight minor accomplishment. If the Dao of painting was elevated to a great accomplishment, the final power of the sword painting technique that was executed would definitely be even better. Estimating how that sword slashed through the firmament, it had to be raised to 4,000 feet. The way of the sword fused with the way of painting was called the art of sword painting by Zhang Daohong. He planned to start a school on his own in the future and carry forward this sword painting art. Maybe, like the God of painting, he could also be admired by all. After the 10,000 ancient Xian Dan ranking, there is a 10,000 ancient Yuaning ranking, and after that, there is no realm God ranking. The mortal realm, there were 10 in total, and only the first 5 had the 10,000 ancient gods list. After this, in order to ascend to the divine ranking, one needed to pass through other domains in order to do so. In fact, there were 5 divine lists in the realm alone, which was already a considerable number. Normally, an immortal cultivator who was able to ascend a divine ranking would already be considered to have heaven-defying qualifications. Very few people were able to ascend to several divine lists in a row. Keep practicing. Zhang Daohong entered the heavenly feather pavilion, took out a demonic qi overflowing pill, and began to devour it. Soon, a magic elixir was consumed. The demonic Dan within the Dantian was even more dense with demonic qi. Just like that, the realm was rising by leaps and bounds. On this day, inside the heavenly feather pavilion, aura and demonic aura rose together. The sky, to the left, is colored gold. The sky, to the right, is colored black. Suddenly, the spiritual qi and the demonic qi, which were wildly converging, each converged into the shape of an orb. Inside the golden orb, a golden baby was conceived. Inside the black orb, black babies were conceived. In no time at all, 2 babies were born. It's done. Yuan-ing realm. Ordinary immortal cultivators are all one Yuan-ing, and he, surprisingly, has 2. Nature has great benefits. Yuan-ing is the root of an immortal cultivator. If it is destroyed, it will be seriously injured and never be able to cultivate. The heavier ones go straight to Hades. If it gets any worse, Hades won't even have a chance to see it. When Zhang Daohong summoned his Yuan-ing to fight, one was destroyed and there was another one available, and it didn't die outright. However, it was also necessary to consume a considerable amount of money to restore the Yuan-ing. The Yuan-ing realm, the same 100 weights. It is indeed not easy to reach the Vanguard Extreme realm. One thing needs to be used. 10,000 spirit bones. It was necessary to use the 10,000 spirit bone and integrate it into the Yuan-ing in order for the Yuan-ing to break through the last realm and reach the 10,000 ancient extremes. After Yuan-ing, the realm god list is gone. It was a bit of a shame to lose a source for absorbing the ancient qi. However, in the previous few realms, Zhang Daohong had already reaped a full harvest. In the future, there were still divine lists like the Dao of Sword, the Dao of Painting, and so on that could be ascended to. Only the difficulty could be much higher than the realm divine list. There are still a few days to go before it's time to turn in the paintings. Now paint 1. What's the best thing to draw? Zhang Daohong's painting Dao intent was not strong, but with 5 painting Dao divine bones, he could create a painting with the power of the divine bones. With a painting of this caliber, winning first place would naturally not be a problem. Push open the window and fresh air hits your face. Zhang Daohong closed his eyes, enjoying himself for a few moments as his thoughts gradually became clearer in his mind. Better make a picture of a sword dance. This time, I just want to create a spiritual painting. I don't need too much painting path meaning, just use what I'm familiar with. The rice paper was laid out on the bookcase, and the brushes and colored ink were set out separately. Zhang Daohong picked up the jade pattern divine hair and his aura changed abruptly. A brilliant light erupted from that middle finger. A picture that emerges on the middle finger. A few strokes of the brush outline the green meadow. The color is bright green and makes you panic a bunch. After outlining the meadow, a different quill and a new type of ink. A handsome man with white clothes and a jade tree appeared in the painting. What seems to be only a few simple strokes outlines the character perfectly. It's a picture of a sword dance. And it's the sword that comes next that counts. Zhang Daohong closed his eyes and opened them again. A sword chi, floating around his body. Buzz. With a gentle tremor of his arm, all the sword chi coalesced on top of the brush. A swing at the scroll, as if it were a sharp sword, chopped at the rice paper. Looking closely, the rice paper was not cut by this sword energy. The man had a long sword in his hand, but it was outlined. A painting that has been painted. Zhang Daohong nodded slightly. The drawing can only be considered average, to cope with the exchange, but it's enough. Sword Dao was his strong point, and melting it into the painting elevated the mood of the painting by a notch. Take a quill, dip it in red ink, and write the drop in the lower right corner. A dream of immortal fate. Okay, done. Once it's dry, you can bring it with you and go to the exchange. On the following day, Zhang Daohong successfully ascended the ancient Xian Dan ranking with his Xian Dan 100 weight. Get 3 chances with the 120x sign-up bonus. Zhang Mangyao similarly ascended the Xian Dan ranking, and Zhang Daohong once again absorbed the ancient qi of the 10,000 ancients, boosting the 120x sign-up bonus. The total number of times you have to sign up, boosted to 217 times. The only pity is that the parchment scroll was not obtained in the ancient chants. Sword City, Painted Edge Pavilion. As we approached the painters' exchange, there were significantly more painters coming and going than before. At the edge of the square, 3 figures appeared. A middle-aged man with 2 children. When he was at sword peak, Zhang Daohong displayed an extremely extraordinary painting Dao by fusing the Dao of sword with the Dao of painting. Zhang Haoyan already knew the caliber of Zhang Daohong's painting Dao and believed in him, too, that he would definitely get first place. So, I didn't worry too much about anything on this visit. Zhang Daohong, is your painting ready? Zhang Mengyao inquired as she stared earnestly into the boy's eyes. Well, for this kind of exchange, just prepare a picture at will. Zhang Daohong said with full concern. Prepare at will? No way. Zhang Mengyao looked a little anxious. On the back of her right hand, the silk scarf was still tied. You must paint a good one. You must get the top 3 this time. Hurrying to improve the painting path is the most important thing. That Hello Cat head on the hand became disturbing. It always feels so harsh when I see it daily. At least he had been on the god list a few times. Wouldn't he look like a child if he got a kitten in his hand? Zhang Haoyan watched the 2 children fight and shook his head with a smile. These 2 kids seem to be naturally at odds with each other and will often fight. However, it's a relief that the relationship seems to be much better these days. Don't be anxious. Zhang Daohong comforted the girl's emotions. Wanting to use that illusory misty ink is not something that can be done overnight. Painting Dao realm of intent. How can it be raised to painting immortal? Nowadays, not even the peak of the painting intention had reached yet, and it was even more unknown how long it would take to make the intention become a painting immortal. You need to cultivate the Dao of painting. With a qualification that strong, it should be easy to improve. This time, when you enter the 100 paintings hall, you must properly comprehend it. Zhang Mengyao said. Okay, I'll try my best. Zhang Daohong nodded. The 3 of them came to the entrance of the Painted Edge Pavilion and once again ran into that hall master. Lu Xun. Lu Xun looked at the 2 of them, especially the 2 children, with a look of surprise on his face. You guys are really here. Last time, although Zhang Yijian stepped in and allowed Zhang Daohong to sign up for the painter exchange, but it was also assumed that Zhang Yijian had signed up to satisfy the curiosity of the Divine Son. When it really came to the day of the exchange, Zhang Daohong would never come. Who would have thought that it would come true? Could it be that Zhang Daohong also had some attainments in the Dao of painting? The way of painting is often accomplished by practicing day in and day out and settling down for many years. Those top painters are usually very old. It was very rare for someone like Zhang Daohong to become a painter at the age of 6. Lu Xun clasped his hands and performed a martial artist's salute to Zhang Haotian. Greetings, Patriarch Jiang. The Jiang family, originally an ancient clan, had an extremely high status. Another pair of supreme prides, the divine son and divine daughter, had emerged, and the family's momentum was even greater. I'm sure it won't be long before the next heyday of the Zhang family will be ushered in. Zhang Haotian similarly clasped his hands and returned the salute. Hall Master Lu. On weekdays, he is humble and treats everyone very politely, and has fallen into a very good reputation. Here, this is my spirit painting. Zhang Daohong handed the scroll over. The scroll is rolled up and tied with a red string in a pretty bow. Good. Let me take a look at it later. Lucian untied that bow, and a beautiful picture presented itself. With just one glance, it was clear that the painting was extraordinary. It's so intensely picturesque. Definitely a superior spirit painting. What kind of eyesight he had. He could easily tell how much the painting was worth. Chapter 94, Realizing the Immortal and Painting the Tao Scroll. This painting is from your hand? It's no wonder he suspects Kong Du Hyong. He's only 6 years old now. Even in the case of a demonic genius, it's impossible to make such a painting at this age. It's just too unbelievable. Well, naturally it's mine. Zhang Daohong pointed to the corner of the painting. Immortal Edge of a Dream. Buzz. The words on the scroll immediately lit up with a red aura as Zhang Daohong called out. Boing boing. The scroll trembled lightly, as if responding to Zhang Daohong's call. Seeing this scene, Lucian was then convinced that the painting was Zhang Daohong's correctly. Spirit paintings have spirits. Only the painter himself, calling out, has this effect. This is one of the most recognized ways to identify authenticity in the painterly community. Just now, when Zhang Daohong softly called out Immortal Edge One Dream, the scroll responded, which was enough to prove the authenticity of this painting. At such an age, this level of painting, Lucian was shocked. He wouldn't be surprised if the painting was made by an old monster several hundred years old. But Kong Du Hyong is only 6 years old. That would be horrible. Identifying the scroll as the work of Zhang Daohong, Lucian rolls up the painting and ties it again with a red cord. Don't tie it like that. Seeing that the old man had tied the red rope in a very ugly way, like a dead lump, Zhang Daohong hurriedly untied the red rope. A few fingers, deftly wrapped around the red cord, tied a bow again. Well, good. This time, only then was he satisfied and handed it over to the old man. Seeing this bow, Zhang Mangyao thought of the kitten in her hand with a similar thing on top of her head. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. This kid must have done it on purpose. Lucian took the scroll and said, this painting will be stored by the Painting Edge Pavilion for the time being, and will be handed over to you to display on stage when the exchange meeting begins. This handing over of paintings is mainly to identify in advance if they are painted by me. The presentation session is still conducted by the painter himself. Well, we'll come back in 3 days. Zhang Daohong gazed towards the back of the hall. Can we visit the Painted Edge Pavilion? Inside the Painting Edge Pavilion, there is not only a signing-in location, but also the Wan Gu Ling painting monument. Naturally, Lucian agreed without hesitation. On weekdays, the Painting Edge Pavilion is only accessible to painters. But these three, with their extraordinary status, there's nothing wrong with going in for a visit. This is a Painted Edge Pavilion token. Take it and come and go as you please. After saying that, he handed the token to Zhang Haotian. Many thanks. Zhang Haotian took the token, brought the two children, and walked towards the Painted Edge Pavilion. On the outermost side, there was a grand hall with a picture scroll hanging on the wall. Zhang Mangyao pointed to the painting on the wall and said to the boy, observe it well and see if you can learn some painting paths from it. Mangyao, why are you so nagging? Don't rush it. Zhang Daohong rolled his eyes. As the saying goes, the emperor is not in a hurry. Learning the way of painting is not something that can be done overnight. How can it take 3 to 5 months? Silently, he walked to the center of the Hall of Painting, where there was a sign-in spot. Ding! You have signed in at the Hall of Painting and obtained the Scroll of Enlightened Spirit Painting. The reward has been increased by 17 times, and you have obtained 12 scrolls of the painting of the Tao of Enlightenment, 10 copies of the Scroll of Enlightened Spirit Painting, 1 copy of the Flower House Jade Maiden Book. This reward is quite generous. Signing in at once gives so many things. 17 times is really extraordinary. Zhang Daohong casually stood in front of a painting, pretending to appreciate the beauty of the painting, but in reality, his consciousness entered the system space to check the rewards for signing in this time. There are a total of 22 volumes of charts and 1 booklet in this signing. Among them, the best would be the Guru Immortal Painting Taoist Scrolls. This enlightened Immortal Painting Tao Scroll should have been obtained after being raised 100 times. 1200 times. That's 12 volumes. On the empty space, there were 12 scrolls of paintings with immortal chi rising, and even if they were not opened, one could still feel the rich painting Tao meaning overflowing from them. This is the power of the painted Tao. So strong, the spirit painters of the mortal world controlled the meaning of painting. and the immortal painters of the desolate heavens ancient realm controlled the Tao of painting. Only after truly controlling the Tao of painting was one considered to have touched the threshold of an immortal painter. Enlightenment Immortal Painting Tao Scroll, which contains a complete painting Tao. If you can enlighten it, you can control it. What? A complete painting path. This scroll is too strong, isn't it? Zhang Daohong was filled with shock. When a painter wants to realize a painting path, he needs to start from a certain area and realize it little by little. Time will be very slow. It might take 30 or 50 years to realize a complete painting path. And this scroll, surprisingly, contained a complete painting path, which could be learned immediately by comprehending it. It must be thousands of times faster than fumbling around a little bit on your own. That was why Zhang Daohong was so excited when he saw the introduction of this scroll. This is definitely a treasure among painters. Nothing is more precious. There are a total of 12 Guru Immortal Painting Tao scrolls here, so it can't be that they are recording the same kind of painting Tao, right? That means these 12 scrolls contain different 12 kinds of painting paths. If I can comprehend them all, I will be able to control the 12 painting paths. Hiss. This is awesome. To be able to control 12 painting paths before even formally becoming an immortal painter was definitely an unprecedented move. It's safe to say that the rewards you get from this sign-on 100x boost are very generous. We'll look into it when we get back. The eyes looked to the other scroll, Spirit Enlightenment Scroll, which contains some of the meaning of the Tao of painting. Read it through and your meaning will improve. Normally, you can get the Guru Scroll by signing in at this location. 17x reward, 17x more. One of the 10x given is the Gnosis Scroll. This is good too. What is recorded in the Scroll of the Enlightened Spirit is the painting to the mood. Kong Du Hyong is missing just the thing. When he returned, he would open the Spirit Enlightenment Scroll and see what he could learn from it. The eyes looked toward the last treasure, Flower House Jade Book. It wasn't so much a scroll as it was a thick, ancient book. The book jacket is pink with a drawing of a delicate woman. Behind the woman, there was a stone wall with the branches of a large tree sticking out of it with a few delicate almond blossoms. Kong Du Hyong looked at this picture on the cover and the corner of his mouth twitched several times. The symbolism of this picture is very good. A red apricot comes out of the wall. At first glance this is an immodest book. System. Is it appropriate to give me this kind of book to read? Zhang Daohong turned the booklet over and looked toward the first page. It is viewed from a critical perspective. I'm not interested in books like that. The booklet is thick and each page is a picture. You don't say. This artist is of high caliber. It's also more insightful. And so it went on, page by page, seemingly addicted to reading. Kong Du Hyong, what are you doing frozen there? Zhang Mengyao noticed the boy standing in front of a painting for a long time without moving, so she went over and gently tapped on the shoulder. Oh, nothing. Just got mesmerized by observing the scrolls. Zhang Daohong's body trembled as his consciousness returned to reality. That wonderful picture just now was still floating in his mind for a long time. This booklet is pretty good. He's looking at it from a learning perspective and doesn't have any skewed ideas. Obsessed with viewing paintings, said Zhang Mengyao as she looked towards the painting on the wall. I didn't expect you to be such a nasty person. This painting on the wall shows a delicate woman, in the position of a noble princess lying on her side on a bed, holding a pink paper fan in her hand. The garment was as thin as a cicada's wing, and had a hazy beauty. Zhang Daohong looked towards this painting on the wall and his expression gradually froze. It's a misunderstanding. Just now, he only focused on entering the system space and checking the rewards he had obtained, and did not notice what kind of painting was on the wall. As a result, standing in front of this painting for half a day, it's really hard to jump into the Yellow River. Misunderstanding? Humph. Zhang Mengyao snorted coldly. You've been standing here for so long, and you can still be considered a misunderstanding? Ugh. Zhang Daohong was really helpless. I really didn't look at this painting. Besides, what's so great about this painting? Much worse than that flower house brochure. Zhang Haoyan also rushed over at the sound, and after seeing the painting on the wall, his expression was wonderful. The children are teachable. Father will go back and prepare for you the great tonic tiger whip and go demon waste, and the 10,000-year-old leeks. Dad saved one especially for you. You should make up for it before it's too late. You little body. The world of the future is a wonderful place. For Zhang Daohong in this situation, it felt normal. Moreover, it was hoped that Zhang Daohong could have many heirs in the future to carry on the family line. Zhang Daohong's expression was very helpless, obviously not interested in those things prepared by his old dad. I don't need it, better leave it to you. The three left the painting hall and walked towards the backyard of the painting edge pavilion, where there was a garden with a tall stone monument erected right in the center. Near the painters' exchange, there were a number of painters and guests in the garden, exchanging ideas with each other. The owner of the painted edge pavilion, Ho Tinghua, hurriedly greeted Jiang Haotian upon seeing him. Ho Tinghua clasped his hands and performed a martial artist's salute. This exchange meeting. Is Clan Chief Jiang also interested in observing it? But do you want to pick a good painting and bring it back to the clan to enjoy? The paintings displayed at the painter's exchange would also be purchased directly by immortal cultivators for a large sum of money. Zhang Haotian similarly returned a martial artist's salute. This time I'm here. It's mainly because my untalented son wants to participate in the exchange. Ho Tinghua looked at Zhang Haotian with a face full of dismay. Patriarch Jiang is too modest. Kang Duhaiyang is still called a no-good? 6 times on the divine ranking. All the first in all ages. If this is called a failure, all of us mere mortal children have to go to the wall. The divine son is also gifted in the way of painting? Well, slightly talented. Zhang Haotian wasn't sure just how strong his son's qualifications in the Tao of painting were, but it certainly wasn't easy as all. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to create sword paintings. The scene of the man on that day, who had chopped open the dome of the sky by 3,000 zhang, was still recalled in his mind. Chapter 95, Painting Way Exchange Meeting. The Divine Son is truly extraordinary. Ho Tinghua heartily exclaimed. The Zhang family has been blessed for several lifetimes. Only then was it able to give birth to such a supreme heavenly pride. Jiang Mengyao rolled her eyes. The Kang family has been blessed for 100 lifetimes. That's to welcome me, okay? Between words, several people had already arrived in front of the 10,000 ancient paintings monument. Zhang Daohong raised his head and looked towards the painted list. 10,000 ancient spirit painting list. First place, Mo Him Yen. 10,000 chrysanthemums in full bloom. Second place, Du Yun Xian. Thousands of demon slaying diagrams. Third place, Bai Yu Sheng. 10 miles of falling flowers figure. Fourth place. Looking at the list of names on the list, Zhang Daohong nodded his head in realization. If it's a single round of numbers, 10,000 chrysanthemums in bloom is indeed more than 1,000 choppers. If I were to draw a picture of a party of 100,000 beautiful women, could I take first place? Zhang Daohong then looked at the old man on the side and asked, Hall Master Ho, this spirit painting ranking, what is the specific test? He pondered over the fact that it was only now that he could reach the ancient limit of the painting path. Ho Tinghua carried his hands behind his back and looked at the spirit painting list with awe on his face. The spirit painting ranking. The main test is the spirituality within the painting path. Painters who are able to ascend the spirit painting list are all painting at the realm of heaven and earth. The painting that is made, however, has highs and lows. There are strong and weak spirituality in paintings. 2. Painting at the realm of heaven and earth. One could already open the path to heaven and ascend to the desolate heaven ancient realm through the paintbrush. Zhang Daohong said thoughtfully, that means that you have to sense heaven and earth, and use the things you are best at to create a painting, so that you can have a chance to get on the divine ranking. In the same context of the painting path, some painters specialize in chrysanthemums, some specialize in painting women, some are good at drawing graves. It's definitely about painting with what you do best and creating paintings that are more spiritual. With this way of coming to the conclusion that to make a painting that reaches the extreme realm of the ages, one must have an extremely high level of understanding, cognizance of such things. Only then can this thing, in the form of a painting path, be presented flawlessly. The difficulty of this, but it's much higher than kendo. The sword enlightenment list, the sword tablet was there, and as long as one's qualifications were high enough, and one's enlightenment reached its limit, one could reach the universal ancient extreme realm. And here at the spirit painting tablet, there is no request for anything to be painted. Everything, take care of it yourself. It's hard to get on the god list this way. Reaching the vanguard extreme realm was even more difficult. And, one thing must be brought up. There is only one opportunity to display a painting in front of the spirit painting monument. It's up to you to make it to the top of the list. If you don't make it, you won't get a chance later. That's why it's not something to be attempted lightly until you're prepared for everything. Ho Tinghua nodded, looking at the boy with some admiration. Not only is the divine son's qualifications strong, his enlightenment is also very high. As you said, it's only by using what you're best at, to create a spirit painting, that you can get on the divine ranking. Before painting, it's good to observe something more and practice day after day. There's 300 or 500 years, and you'll have the strength to ascend the god ranking. Ho Tinghua raised his head and looked at the first person on the spirit painting list. Mo Him Yen, a lifelong lover of chrysanthemums, had been to the Sea of Flowers countless times to observe them. Observe the various forms of chrysanthemums. It took 1,000 years of painstaking study to come up with this picture of 10,000 chrysanthemums in full bloom. Kang Duhaiyang listened and nodded silently. It seems that this Yenran Lu knows the various states of the chrysanthemums very well. This preference, it's similar to Jiang Mengyao. Next to her, Jiang Mengyao was very interested in this first picture. Jiang Daohong, you must study the painting path, and in the future, Paint me 10,000 chrysanthemums on your body as well. You. Zhang Daohong looked at the girl from top to bottom. This small body, which is enough to draw. Earlier, it was said that 100 chrysanthemums circled the map, and that Dreamy didn't even want it. Now you've got 10,000 of them? Can you please not be so dramatic? Oof. Jiang Mangyao crossed her arms. Sooner or later, it will grow up. Zhang Daohong revealed an expression of sudden realization. Doesn't that mean that all the places have to be painted? You. Jiang Mangyao's face turned red with anger. Nasty. No wonder he had just been in the painting hall, staring at the woman's painting for half a day. Turns out, the kid's mind has gone bad. You asked for it. It's not like I said it. Zhang Daohong said helplessly. The way of painting is not the way of the sword. It's not just having the qualifications to get on the divine list. More, it is the observation and experience of all things. In his head, he was also thinking about what to draw that would be the easiest for him to play to the limit. After circling around the Painted Edge Pavilion and not finding the rest of the signing locations, the three of them left and found an inn to stay in the heavenly guest room. In the room, the window was open, and the incense burner on the windowsill, wafting greenish-colored smoke. In the distance, there was an ancient tree that was 200 feet tall, with a strong sword intent floating around its crown. There was a pale tree face on the trunk of the tree, a smiling face right where the window had been. Zhang Daohong also saw tree face and nodded in response with the same smile. The ancient sword tree had grown well during the time he had been away, and the great treasure sword on it, too, was thriving. It looks like it won't take long to mature. Close the windows and light the candles. Take out the Flower House Jade Lady book. Oh, took the wrong. Taking the booklet back, he took out the Spirit of Enlightenment scroll and spread it out flat on the table. The scroll was roughly 7 feet long and 3 feet wide, spreading the tabletop. It is painted with mountains and rivers, and the strokes are very spiritual. Good drawing. As soon as the 2 words were finished, Zhang Daohong's consciousness was drawn into the world of the painting. All the surrounding scenery disappeared, as if only the lofty mountains and the great rivers running in the river were left. He sat on the top of the cliff, feeling the clouds slide over his face, sniffing the fresh mountain air, and looking down on the mountains and rivers. Consciousness, in this moment, merges into the painted world. Swish swish swish, a finger bone that lit up with brilliant divine light. The perception of the way of painting was elevated to the extreme. Just like that, immersed in sensing the way of painting. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. Buzz. With a gentle shudder, consciousness detached itself from the painting. Swish swish swish. Around the body, a colorful spot of light floated. Upon closer inspection, the spot of light was a colorful picture. This is the intent of the painting path. It's several times more elevated than it was at the beginning. Zhang Daohong was delighted in his heart. The painting has come to fruition. Nice. The Spirit of Enlightenment scroll. The sensation is just fast. In a single painting, one could go from a slight minor accomplishment to a major accomplishment in painting, which was already quite fast. If those painters knew that he had this kind of painting Dao supreme treasure, they would definitely scramble madly for it. After the first painting was referenced, he once again took out the Flower House Jade Lady book from space. Zhang Daohong looked down and was slightly stunned. Why you again? Took the wrong. It seemed that because a few treasures were placed closer together, they were taken out in passing. Putting it back into the system space, he once again took out the Spirit of Enlightenment scroll and spread it out on the bookcase. An endless sea with a red sun rising from sea level. It's just as I thought. These paintings are definitely different. You can only realize different paintings in order to get more meaning from them. The consciousness sank into the painting and continued to enlighten. Ah-num. Sound of a crash. Ah-num. Sound of a crash. The waves lapped against the reef, and Kong Du Hyong sat on the broken cliff, the oncoming sea breeze lightly ruffling his robes. A red sun, rising from the east. It's quite a ripple. After a long time, a knock sounded on the door, pulling Kong Du Hyong's consciousness back to the real world. Outside the door of the room was a clear, pleasant female voice. Jiang Daohong, the exchange is about to start. We have to leave now. You're not going to forget about this, obviously. Having Jiang Daohong's painting Dao improved was something that was on Meng Yao's mind. Oh, it's coming. Don't rush. Jiang Daohong shook his head helplessly. It seems that the Hello Cat head is having quite an effect on the girl. Otherwise, nor would it be so pushy. Painted Edge Pavilion. On the outer plaza, a high platform was erected. All around, there were quite a few people who liked to paint the Tao and came to watch. There were also strong members of the clans invited by the Painted Edge Pavilion. Sitting on the makeshift viewing seats, Pavilion Master Ho Tinghua stood on the high platform, his gaze sweeping through the surrounding crowd. Today, it's the Triennial Painters Exchange. We invite a large number of painters to show off their most impressive works. As in previous years, Those who win the top 3 places will be qualified to participate in the 100 Paintings Hall. Second place, an extra set of spirit ink. The first place will also receive a set of spirit pens. As soon as the reward was said, those painters next to him rubbed their shoulders and jumped at the chance. The rewards of the exchange meeting were considered to be very generous, and many painters, who had been immersed in the painting path for 100 years, were doing it for the first place spirit brush. There is no age limit to participate in the painters' exchange. There are many painters who are thousands of years old and will be there. However, those truly famous painters would get in the way and not bother to participate in such exchanges. Ho Tinghua looked to the direction of the painter and said, "Next, please invite the first painter, Ma Tao, to come up and show his painting." Ma Tao was a tall, thin man who looked to be in his 40s in age. Upon ascending the stage, he received a scroll from the owner of the pavilion. The rope was untied and the scroll was displayed for all to see. This is a landscape painting with beautiful mountains and rivers, and a spiritual crane going west, which is quite interesting. The audience under the stage, after seeing the painting, many of them were attracted by the mood of the painting. Chapter 96, Three-Sword Painter. Not bad. The mountains and rivers are beautiful, and there's a feeling of being there. The posture of the spirit crane is also very evocative. Ma Tao's painting realm has refined a few more points. Just want to take the top 3. I'm afraid this painting is good, but the exchange is full of strong dragons, and there are surely stronger paintings out there. Upon seeing the painting, Zhang Daohong was slightly stunned. The spirit crane goes west. The intention of this painting is not very good. Next, other painters came on stage to show their paintings. Lucian ranked the paintings according to how good they were. At this moment, there was a man with an extraordinary demeanor under the stage, named Huang Shan. Huang Shan turned to a sword cultivator beside him and said, "Peak Master Hu, you're quite knowledgeable about sword Dao, so I'll ask you to help me pick out a good painting this time. Whether or not we can gain the old ancestors' appreciation depends on this painting." Huang Shan was the son of one of the 3 great families of Sword City, the Huang family. There were still a few months to go before the Huang family's oldest ancestor's big birthday. Huang Shan thought to himself, pick a gift that would make the old ancestor like it, and when he delivered it by hand, he would surely be able to get the old ancestor's appreciation. Maybe, the future heir of this Huang family will be him. Hu Hai, peak master of the surprising Thunder Sword sect, strength and status, both extraordinary. His understanding of the way of the sword was also much higher than Huang Shan's. Therefore, Huang Shan sought to ask Hu Hai to help pick a painting with a spirit sword on it. Aha! Hu Hai nodded slightly. Don't worry, if there's a suitable painting, I'll definitely point it out for you. However, incorporating the way of the sword into a spirit painting is inherently extremely difficult. It's not necessarily possible to run into each other in this exchange. You also have to be prepared to not be able to buy it. Huang Shan's gaze swept through the painters and rested on an old man, the 3-sword painter, who specializes in painting swords. I wonder what kind of work he'll come up with this time. If it was said that the strongest person to draw a sword among these people was this old man. Only, in the past few years, the 3-sword painter seemed to be stuck in a bottleneck, and had been unable to come up with too good a work of the Tao of painting. A painter takes the stage. After a long time, there were only 3 dozen or so painters left without a display. Ho Tinghua took out a scroll from the wooden box and read out a name. 3-sword painter. There are some painters that like to call themselves by their pen names. The 3-sword painter ascended the stage, took the painting, untied the red rope, and casually threw it, the scroll flying toward the air. The vicissitudes of his voice rang out from the high stage. Old me has been at a bottleneck in the painting path in recent years. Half a year ago, the surprising Thunder Sword sect observed the sword discussion, and finally realized a hint of the true meaning of the painting Tao, breaking the bottleneck open. Gentlemen, enjoy. Swish, the scroll flew into the air and then unfolded automatically. In the background of the painting is a mountain with 3 men halfway up. 2 of the men, holding spirit swords, cut each other's sword moves. An old man, carrying a long sword on his back, stood in the distance, pointing out the movements of the 2 disciples. Hu Hai took a closer look at the painting. Swish, the painting in front of me, as if it had a spirit of its own, began to move. The 2 disciples held long swords and danced nimbly. Separately, the true meaning of a sword move was elaborated from different perspectives. That old man, with his fingers together and the way he pointed out his moves, also seemed to carry a sword intent. After enjoying it, Hu Hai was very emotional. Wonderful. 3 men, each showing a sword move. That look and demeanor, the strokes and movements, they're all exquisite, worthy of a 3-sword painter. With this painting, one can definitely become a master of the painting way. Master of the way of painting is an honorific title for a spirit painter. Only the top caliber people in the industry can be called that. that previous bottleneck in the painting path. The three-sword painter had been silent for a long time. I really didn't expect to break the bottleneck and increase my strength so much. Those people beside him, after observing this painting, were also getting more and more excited. Oh my god, this painting is definitely one of the best I've ever seen. It's as if I'm in the scroll, seeing traces of moves, worthy of being a three-sword painter. The strongest swordsman in the painting Dao. Admirable. Three-sword painter? Is this painting for sale? At what price? Feel free to open it. Among this group of people, there were many people from large clans and tribes. It is not uncommon to throw away money for a painting. Huang Shan trembled with excitement at the sight of the painting. Great! Worthy of a masterpiece. Absolutely. I must buy this painting back as a birthday gift for my old ancestor. The Huang clan's oldest ancestor loved to study the way of the sword and was extremely interested in the way of painting. A painting that possesses sword intent is definitely the best birthday gift, so it was decided that no matter what the cost, the painting would be bought. Kong Du Haiyan stood in the crowd of painters and nodded slightly after viewing the painting from the side. It's not bad to be able to take three sword strokes and incorporate them into a painting. The fusion of the two Dao methods required the painter to have an extremely high level of attainment. Ho Tinghua walked onto the stage and looked at the three-sword painter with a smile on his face. Thank you so much, Three Swords Painters, for bringing us such wonderful work. Now, please take a short break. The final result will be revealed later. In his mind, there was already a determination. This drawing of Green Peak practicing sword should win first place. The rest of the painters, even if they had any good work, would be hard to top. The exchange continued with the rest of the group, each of whom went up to the stage to present their paintings. The standard of the paintings on display at this stage is very high. There are fewer and fewer people in the painter's waiting area. Zhang Daohong's presence finally caught the attention of some people. Why is there a little kid in the painter? Probably just 6 or 7. Could it be for the exchange? Don't you kid yourself. A 6-year-old can participate in an exchange? This must be the child of some painter. If you look around, which painter doesn't look middle-aged or older? There were a few others, who had lost a mouthful of teeth and pursed their lips in a pale manner. It even gave the illusion that these guys had crawled out of a coffin. The next painting on display was much worse than the one of Qingfeng practicing his sword, and did not elicit any gasps from the audience. Ho Tinghua stood on the stage and took out the scroll from the wooden box with a beautiful bow tied on it. Bundled next to the scroll was a piece of paper with the name of the artist, A Dream of Immortal Fate. Seeing the words first staggered him. Apparently, the name had not been heard before. Next we have Immortal Edge Painter, coming up to the stage to show off his paintings. Zhang Daohong slowly walked onto the stage. The entire audience, seeing that this little child actually walked onto the stage and was ready to show off his paintings, all froze. No way. He's really a painter? Immortal Edge of a Dream. Never heard of it. It can't be the child of any painter, displaying the scrolls on his behalf, can it? That's possible. Some painters who are not comfortable attending the exchange, or who have a temporary commitment, will have someone else take their place and show their paintings. The end result, surely, won't make a difference. Immortal Edge of a Dream. Rather an interesting pen name, Ho Tinghua said in admiration. Before that, I only knew that Kong Du Hong participated in the exchange, but I really didn't know what the pen name was. Here you go, show it off. There was also a lot of interest in what the painting actually was. The fact that he was able to be assigned to the final stage of the display showed that Zhang Daohong had extraordinary talent in the Dao of painting. Zhang Daohong took the scroll and walked to the center of the high platform. Grassland sword dance figure. See, gently untie that red bow. The beautiful picture that is about to be shown. Rustle of skirts. The scroll flies into the sky and the scroll slowly unfolds from left to right. The endless grassland meets the blue sky and white clouds in the sky. The man in white, holding a long sword, pointed to the sky. The image is simple: blue sky, green grass, white man and sword. A simple outline presents a subtle picture. Hu Hai looked at the painting with some surprise in his heart. Nice drawing. At such a young age, you have this level of painting Dao. In time, he will surely be a master of the painting way. It's just that I don't know. Which family is this youngster from? And where does he come from? The teenager took the stage and simply gave his pen name and did not say his name. It looked very familiar. It shouldn't be someone from Sword City. Stare carefully at the scroll. Soon, the surrounding scenery disappeared, and only this painting remained in front of him. Buzz. The white-robed man pointed his long sword forward, and sword energy whistled out. In Hu Hai's eyes, the man danced his longsword and performed his first sword move. In the aftermath, the longsword moved again, performing a second sword move. 3 tricks, 4 moves, 36 moves. Click. Thunder rang beside his ears. Hu Hai was actually shocked by this thunderous sound and detached himself from the scroll, covering his chest with one hand in shock. huffing and puffing, puffing. His chest rose and fell violently, and he gasped for air like a dull bellows. Thrill filled his eyes. What a terrifying sword technique. The man in white sword Dao is so strong. Just now, just feeling the spirituality in the painting, with that sword intent converging out of the sword, he was shocked into a cold sweat. There is an illusion. The white-robed man's target was him, and the final sword, which was aimed at him. If they were to face each other head-on, they would definitely lose miserably. There was no way to counteract the power of that sword. Chapter 97. An old man and a young man. Studying hard by candlelight? Wait, it's a painting. The man in white is outlined by the way of painting, and the so-called sword dance is actually the painter's perception of the way of the sword. Hu Hai suddenly realized, followed by a breath of cool air. Hiss. This person's painting Dao realm is terrifying as hell. Surprisingly, it gives me a feeling of being there. This strength alone is enough to deserve the word master. Spirit painting. There is a spirit in the painting. What he experienced just now was not exactly a painting with a spirit. Moreover, the sword intent of this painting is equally extraordinary. Who the hell is he? Through the way of painting, into the way of the sword. In a few simple strokes, 36 sword techniques were contained within. Terrifying as it was, even a sword Dao expert like Hu Hai was in awe after viewing this sword technique. Others who viewed this painting did likewise. Some people who were weak were even paralyzed on the ground with fear by this sword technique. Holy, it's horrible. I feel like I was just split apart by a sword. This sword technique is terrifying. How on earth did you draw that? The way of painting and the way of the sword, both at their peak, right? This kid is only 6 or 7 years old, and the Dao of painting can be this strong. Those who had blindly guessed earlier had seen Zhang Daohong's scroll and knew what a top-tier painting Dao powerhouse was. After the three-sword painter saw this painting, he sat on his butt on the ground for a long time. This is what truly melds the way of the sword into the way of painting and drawing. Who the hell is this kid? The Qingfeng sword practice diagram he drew. Although there were 3 people, each person only had one sword move. It wasn't that he didn't want to give each of them a few more moves, but his own sword Dao was not up to that kind of inscrutable level. One move for each person is the limit. And the painting of Kong Du Haiyang? The man in white had only one movement, yet there was a whole set of sword techniques incorporated into it. After casting it, it was sharp and unrivaled. Only those whose sword Dao intentions were strong to the extreme were able to do so. The 5 judges, sitting in the front row, also clapped their hands when they saw the painting. Wonderful. It's truly wonderful. I really didn't think that I would be able to see such a top-notch sword dance diagram one day. Today's exchange meeting. When this sun comes out, no one will compete. The first one is definitely him. Anyway, I raise 3 hands in favor. Just now, when admiring other paintings, the 5 judges had mixed reviews, and never once did they all show their admiration. Among the crowd, the head of the Jin family, Jin Pang, was also among them. Last time, when Zhang Daohong was a guest of the Jin family, Sunner gave the ancient sword tree a piece of ointment, and after eating it, it grew 100 feet tall. It could be said that without Zhang Daohong, there would be no current ancient sword tree. Therefore, Jin Pang was quite impressed with Zhang Daohong. Upon boarding the stage, Jin Pang instantly recognized Zhang Daohong. After seeing that painting, Jin Pang trembled with excitement. I know him. He's the son of God, the divine son of the Jiang family. Excitedly, he was heard by the person next to him. What? Are you sure he's Zhang Daohong, the son of God? Hiss. I've seen a live one today. This is the son of God. Heavens, the way of painting is also so terrifying. No wonder the way of painting is so strong. He's the son of God. A while ago, the divine son topped the 10,000 ancient enlightenment sword ranking and also broke the 10,000 ancient extreme realm, becoming the top of the 10,000 ancients. This matter alarmed all the immortal cultivators. Countless sword cultivators bowed their heads for it. No one had expected that this 6-year-old child on the stage would be the son of God. This is the divine son? When the 3-sword painter learned that this child was the divine son, a heart finally felt a little better. Kamiko really knows how to do everything. The Tao of painting is also this strong. I'm afraid that in the future, it will also be on the 10,000 ancient spirit painting list. I didn't lose unfairly. The exchange continues. The remaining few painters, although the paintings displayed were also good, they were much worse than Zhang Daohong. That way, there's not much suspense in the exchange. Sundown is in the west. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the painted edge pavilion, casting a reddish glow on the tiles. Ho Tinghua stood on the high platform, his gaze sweeping over the people in the room, lingering slightly on Zhang Daohong's body. Today, the paintings of all the painters have given us a very wonderful exchange, and for that, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. The time has come to announce the results. Just now, I discussed with the 5 judges together to decide the ranking order of this exchange. If any of you express dissatisfaction, you may do so in public. With that said, the gaze swept across the room once again. 3rd place, Painter Zhao Jin, Jade Lady Spring Breeze Drawing. 2nd place, 3 Sword Painter, Green Peak Sword Practice Drawing. 1st place, 1 Dream Painter, Grassland Dancing Sword Picture. The announcement of the 1st place winner was followed by thunderous applause from the stage. Everyone was cheering for Zhang Daohong. Speaking of age, he is the youngest. When it comes to strength, he is the strongest. Next, I'll give the rewards to a few people. In this way, Zhang Daohong smoothly obtained a set of spirit brushes, as well as the token of the 100 Paintings Hall. With the token, you can be at the Painting Edge Pavilion and enter the Hall of 100 Paintings. Ho Tinghua said with a smile on his face. Divine Son, when do you plan to enter the 100 Paintings Hall? Just these few days. Zhang Daohong didn't want to delay for too long. He would participate in the Enlightenment earlier, and after that, he would have to continue to participate in that Spirit Enlightenment scroll. Good. You are welcome anytime. Ho Tinghua suddenly had a good idea. Do you want to join the Painting Edge Pavilion? In the future, you can exchange with the rest of the painters, and your intent will improve faster. Joining here won't do you any harm. The Painting Edge Pavilion was not a clan, and there were no restrictions on painters. When you join, you will also receive offerings every month. It does not matter whether I stay here or not. When you come across certain painting opportunities, as a Painting Edge Pavilion painter, you have a chance to obtain them. Yes. Zhang Daohong thought for a moment and agreed. This kind of identity may be used later. In this way, Zhang Daohong joined the Painting Edge Pavilion, did a set of formalities, got a Painting Edge Pavilion token, and officially became a famous painter. Flying Sword Inn, Tianzi No. 3 Guest Room. It was bright, but the doors and windows were tightly shut. The vision in the room was somewhat dim. Swish swish swish. The sound of flipping books resounded in the room. Flickering candle flames illuminated the books. Not bad. The meaning of this painting is very profound. It's worth learning something. Zhang Daohong nodded with a slight realization while looking at the Flower House Jade Maiden book. Suddenly, a shadow appeared in the room. It's quiet. Not half as quiet. Kang Duhaian was studying so diligently that he didn't even notice the appearance of a person behind him. The silhouette was an old man. And when he saw the pamphlet in Zhang Daohong's hand, his old eyes narrowed into a line of sight. Also stared intently at the booklet. There was a light flickering in his eyes. Swish. After reading one page, Zhang Daohong turned to the second page, but an old voice sounded behind him. Slow down. The old immortal hasn't finished admiring that painting just now. Ha! Zhang Daohong was startled and hurriedly hid the booklet in his hand behind his back. This kind of late-night reading is just perfect for being alone. All night long. It feels a little hard to be disturbed by outsiders. Master, what brings you here? Good boy. With such a good thing, why don't you honor your master? The painting god said with his hands behind his back. As he came into contact with Zhang Daohong, the words of the painted god slowly approached this era. You're a big old man. Looking at these things, it's easy to hurt your waist. Zhang Daohong said softly. The painting god straightened his back and faintly said, even though I am old, my body and bones are still very strong. You're still tough? You've become a soul. With what hardness? Zhang Daohong rolled his eyes. Ahem. The painted god coughed a few times at the mention of the pain. If you have such a good booklet, you should share it with your master. Alright. Kang Duhaian took out the album and placed it on the bookcase. Presumably, the god of painting didn't read much of this stuff in the first place. In this way, an old man and a young man seriously studied the way of painting. Can't stop watching it. Knock. Knock. Kang Duhaian, can I go in? Zhang Mengyao knocked on the door and then followed the windowpane, looking inside the house. Why are there two shadows? An old man and a young man? Reading by candlelight? The old man should not be young. His waist was bent like a shrimp, and he looked like a robopot. After knocking on the door, the dark shadow of the old man disappeared. It wasn't long before Kang Duhaian opened the door. Mengyao, I'm delving into the painting path. Why are you disturbing again? Studying the painting path? Not bad. Zhang Mengyao poked her head into the room and looked around, not seeing the old man's shadow. Ha! I saw two shadowed ones in the house just now. Where's the old man? Oh, that's a puppet. I put it away when you came. Zhang Daohong didn't want to say anything about the painting god. Saying it as a puppet, outsiders wouldn't suspect anything. Oh, Zhang Mengyao came to a realization. Why is this puppet of yours still a luopot? It's not very well refined. Zhang Daohong said casually. I guess this puppet was a hero before it died. Chapter 98, you really greened the statue. Hero? What do you mean? Zhang Mengyao froze for a moment. Zhang Daohong shrugged. Haven't you heard of it? The rivers and mountains are so beautiful, attracting countless heroes to compete. Is there this line? Zhang Mengyao pondered for a moment with sunken eyes and said, "You kid, how come your speech is also literary? Could it be that you've been influenced by the Tao of painting?" "Well, it must be." Zhang Daohong grinned. "After drilling the painting path all day today, one is tired. By the way, what are you doing here? You're not here to urge me to practice painting the road, are you? You kid is quite smart." Zhang Mengyao took out a fruit. This is for you. Perhaps it will help you to realize the way of painting." Kang Du Haiyang stared at the fruit. The lines on this fruit, as if it were a picture, seemed to have another chill. Zhang Mengyao said, "This is the fruit of enlightened painting, born in the painting Tao spiritual land. It's a complete treasure. This kind of fruit, even she only got it by chance, was very rare. She couldn't use it herself, so she might as well give it to Zhang Daohong." "Many thanks." Zhang Daohong smiled as he put the enlightened painting fruit into his spatial ring. "Treasures? Naturally, there is no such thing as too much. Tomorrow, I'll go to the 100 Paintings Hall and enroll in improving the Tao of painting. Just relax." Only after hearing this did Zhang Mengyao leave in satisfaction. The Hall of 100 Paintings is a unique world. The mountains and rivers are beautiful, birds and flowers, quite a paradise. There was an open field in front of the majestic mountain. A fine loft was erected. In detail, there were hundreds of them. On the grass, two figures appeared. One of them, an immortal old man with a 3-foot-long brush at his waist. The other, a child who looked 6 or 7 years old. Ho Tinghua's gaze swept over the hundreds of pavilions with a look of admiration on his face. This 100 Paintings Hall was built by the Painting Edge Pavilion after consuming 1,000 years. Each attic, a record of a painter, a lifetime of study of the way of painting. If you can realize it, it will be of infinite use. The Painting Edge Pavilion has spent 1,000 years to invite hundreds of painters to leave the meaning of the painting path here. The experience of each painter is invaluable to those who study the art of painting. For this place, the Painted Edge Pavilion attached great importance and would not easily let outsiders in. Even joining the Painted Edge Pavilion, one had to go through many tests to get a chance. The painting intent is indeed very strong. Zhang Daohong was able to sense that above the attic, there was a painting Tao intent flowing all over. It could be said that the Painting Edge Pavilion had gone to great lengths to create a treasure trove of painters. The rearmost position of the 100 lofts had a rich Taoist heritage that could be used for signing in. Ho Tinghua slowly said, "This time, you can enlighten yourself in the 100 Paintings Hall for 10 days, and once the 10 days are up, no matter how much you are able to enlighten yourself, you must leave from here. If you want to continue your enlightenment, you have to obtain a 100 paintings token again." There were two ways for the current Zhang Daohong to obtain another 100 painting token. The first, to participate in the exchange again, but not until 3 years later. The second, making a significant contribution to the Painted Edge Pavilion. Normally, 10 days is only enough time to take in the experience of 2 to 3 painters. These 100 attics, after all of them had been enumerated, how could one obtain 30 or 40 tokens to achieve this? And it would take a few hundred years. So that's how it is. Zhang Daohong nodded before raising his hand and pointing to the very back of the 100 Painting Hall. "Can I go around there first?" "No way." Ho Tinghua refused outright. The experience of participating in the Tao of painting must be gradual. Only then will it be easier to enroll and not waste time in vain. So, in order to help all of you quickly master the painting path, there is a rule here that you have to enroll in the first painting pavilion before you can enroll in the second. Zhang Daohong was a little helpless in his heart after hearing this. That's a bit of a tricky rule to set. The check-in location is at the very end, and the only way to get there is to walk through these lofts at the front. In that case, it can only be enumerated one by one. If you can't finish your enlightenment this time, you have to wait until the next time you get a 100 paintings token and sign in again. He didn't want to waste too much time here. "Can I go to enlightenment now?" "Well, go ahead." The first attic has a small bamboo forest with lush bamboo leaves in the courtyard. A lifelike statue stands at the entrance. "This is?" Zhang Daohong inquired. Ho Tinghua pointed to the statue and introduced, "In honor of the painter who left behind the intent of the painting path, we purposely carved a statue and placed it at the entrance for future generations to venerate." "So it is." Kang Du Haiyang stepped into the courtyard and walked on the cobblestone paved path. He didn't immediately use that enlightened painting fruit to try how effective the divine bone was first. Ho Tinghua stood outside the courtyard and just looked at Zhang Daohong from a distance. This courtyard, there are paintings everywhere. I wonder how Zhang Daohong's painting Tao is, and how many useful things he can sense here. In fact, the entire yard was built with great care. Every building, every layout, has a purpose. How much one can learn from it depends entirely on the qualifications of the painting path. Some people, with poor qualifications in the Tao of painting, entered the enlightenment for 10 days and gained little. Some people, with strong qualifications in the painting Dao, could casually walk into the courtyard and find traces of the painting Dao's intent in the tiniest of places. Ho Tinghua also wanted to see what the qualifications of the divine son were. Zhang Daohong walked into the courtyard. His feet stepped on the cobblestones, squatted down with a slight realization, and crossed his right hand over a few cobblestones. Then, going back into the bamboo forest, he gave a slight grip on a pillar. After that, it was time to pass through the courtyard and into the house. Seeing this scene, Ho Tinghua was a bit disappointed. Zhang Daohong didn't stop at the cobblestone road. He just touched the stones. Didn't he realize that the way the cobblestones were arranged contained a kind of painting Dao meaning? Bamboo forests too. Just look to touch a couple of bamboos and just skim them. From the looks of this, it doesn't seem like anything was found. Does that mean it was careless? A few days ago, the paintings that were shown in the exchange were highly meaningful. It gave Ho Tinghua a preconceived notion that Zhang Daohong's qualifications in the Dao of painting should be very strong. However, judging from that scene just now, the painting Dao enlightenment was not strong, and was similar to those with ordinary qualifications. If one really senses the painting from these places, one must surely observe and experience them carefully in order to get the painting from them. Kang Duhaiyang pushed the door in and brushed his right hand against the doorframe. Walk into the house and move this and bang that again. In each place, the stay was short. Finally, to the living room, observing the bamboo scroll hanging on the wall. This time, Zhang Daohong stayed for a slightly longer period of time, but it wasn't particularly long. After observing, he left the first loft and ran into the old man standing outside the door. Done. Zhang Daohong spoke. Gat. Fixed it? Ho Tinghua's face was filled with dismay. You fixed what? From the meaning in these words, Zhang Daohong must have felt that within this first pavilion, all of the painting Dao intentions were finished participating. But he went in for no more than a tea break, and walked from top to bottom as if he were going through the motions. What does that tell us? It looks more like playfulness. Ho Tinghua's face was a bit grave. Inside the first attic, it was created by the green bamboo painter, and through skillful construction, the meaning of the painting path was hidden in the attic. You have to experience it carefully in order to realize the meaning of the painting way from it. For example, the pebbles on the ground, the bamboo forest in the courtyard, the green bamboo hat in the bedroom, all hide the meaning of the painting path. Or maybe it's something small that harbors a strong pictorial meaning. Careful observation and careful enlightenment is the only way to get something out of it. Like you can't realize the meaning of the painting by casually going through the motions, moving this and banging that. He was looking at this level of Zhang Daohong's divine son's identity to explain it in such detail. If a different person, whether or not he can participate in the enlightenment, it is all about his personal fortune, and he doesn't care. I know these. Zhang Daohong twisted his head and pointed to the path and the bamboo forest. Both of these places, they are picturesque. And the bamboo door, the bamboo chopsticks, the bamboo board, the green bamboo hat, all of these, I've already finished comprehending. You, finished comprehending? Ho Tinghua was slightly stunned. It can't be. Just now, Zhang Daohong had merely walked around the attic, and the only place he had stopped was that mural. How could one finish comprehending the painted pavilion under such circumstances? Really? Zhang Daohong nodded his head with great certainty. Then try with this statue. Ho Tinghua pointed to the statue next to the door. This is the painter who specializes in bamboo. The statue can be used to test how well the painter has realized the way of bamboo painting. Release the bamboo painting intent under your control and envelop this stone platform. Zhang Daohong walked next to the statue, raised his right hand, and the painting Dao intent coalesced in the center of his palm to form an emerald green bamboo. Stick it on the stone table. Buzz. The statue trembled lightly, and a bright, emerald green light rushed straight to the top of the statue's head. The statue first became bright green and emerald from its head position. Then the emerald green color spreads downward, green from head to tail. Seeing the green light enveloping the statue, Ho Tinghua was shocked. What? You really greened the statue? Ooh-hoo. Wrong word. It's the statue that's green with you. Ugh. Look at my brain. When I get excited, I tend to be incoherent. The bamboo's painting path intention was green. And if Zhang Daohong had complete control, the statue would be green from head to tail. And no wonder he was surprised. Just now, Zhang Daohong had merely walked around the painting pavilion and had mastered the bamboo painting mood. This kind of enlightenment is unbelievable. The people who came to the 100 Paintings Hall before, if they wanted to comprehend this painting pavilion, it would take them 3 to 5 days anyways. 3 days is fast. Zhang Daohong, on the other hand, was completely enlightened in just a matter of tea. Chapter 99, How the Son of God's Painted Path is All Filthy and Dirty. Kang Duhaiyang had just touched the pebbles and realized something marvelous. Because all 5 fingers of his right hand had painting God finger bones, Once he touched something in the body of a painting, he would be able to sense the meaning of the painting. Next, he touched other places again, quickly sensing the meaning of the painting. Zhang Daohong stroked his chin and secretly said, I also don't know if this 100 painting hall has any painters who are good at painting women. Ho Tinghua looked at Zhang Daohong, but he was full of doubts. Is it possible that Zhang Daohong has been exposed to the bamboo painting realm? If that was the case, it made sense that the Senate would be fast. Go to the next painting pavilion. With that, Ho Tinghua led Zhang Daohong to the second painting pavilion. The strong scent of flowers came faintly, a hedge around the perimeter, entwined with a single petunia. 100 flowers bloom. Kang Duhaian walks into the courtyard and soon realizes that it contains picturesque flowers. Crouch down at a blooming daisy. Meng Yao likes this. A little more enlightenment might help later. The fact that he could still think about Meng Yao at such a time showed that Zhang Daohong was truly remembering in his heart. Just like that, picking up a flower and quickly referencing the painting on it. What is he doing? Ho Tinghua noticed something unusual about Zhang Daohong. A normal person attending the way of painting would definitely freeze there, sensing the painting in the flower bed. But what about Kang Duhaian? Crouching there, moving this way and that, touching that as if they were playing. What kind of enlightenment is there? Could it be that the bamboo painting realm just now was really something he once controlled? After a tea, Kang Duhaian left from the attic. Done. Finished participating again? Aha. Come here and try. Hao Dinghuai pointed to the statue in the doorway. Zhang Daohong's right hand was spread out, and the painting coalesced in the center of his palm, and a delicate chrysanthemum flower appeared. Press on the stone platform. Buzz. The statue trembled, and a green light coalesced from the top of its head, an emerald green color that was frightening to look at. The green light forms bright green young leaves that bear flower bones, a delicate chrysanthemum, soon blooming overhead. What a strong painting. It's really enlightened. Ho Dinghua's face was filled with dismay and his heart was extremely shocked. If a bamboo painting pavilion just now wasn't proof of Zhang Daohong's enlightenment, together with this flower painting pavilion, it would prove that Zhang Daohong's enlightenment and qualification in the painting Dao was heaven-defying. In a matter of tea, a casual turn around the attic would be enough to comprehend all of the painting paths here. This enlightenment, it's horrible. Next, Zhang Daohong was still thinking about the final signing reward, so he took advantage of the enlightenment and called it an early night. Ho Tinghua followed Zhang Daohong's lead, walking over one painting hall after another. Originally, he was thinking that he would help Zhang Daohong guide him and leave. Who would have thought that Zhang Daohong's speed of enlightenment was so fast that it was overwhelming? 10 painted pavilions, 30 painted pavilions, 80, 100 painting pavilions, from morning to night, in less than a day. In the middle, Zhang Daohong also had a meal and delayed some time. Just like that, the 100 paintings hall was completely enlisted. Buzz. Suddenly, the painting intent on Zhang Daohong's body flourished, and it actually gushed out from his body. A wonderful picture emerges from the painting. Ho Tinghua looked towards a picture and really found some unusual drawings. The beautiful woman. Sister playing in the water. Sister in the bath. Oh, what did the old man see? How could there be such filth in the divine son's painting path? Ho Tinghua's old face turned red. The self-painting emerges as something that is in one's control and familiar. The more you learn and specialize in something, the more it will surface. He's still a kid. He shouldn't understand what these things are. Or maybe he had an immodest master who taught immodest things. I hope, in the future, in the path of painting, not to go to a crooked path. It's rare to come across such a good wizard of the painting path. I really can't bear to see him go to the wrong way. His current painting Dao realm. Furnace. Hiss. So high. There were a total of 6 realms in the way of painting, and Hearth and Flame was already the 4th. Within the entire painting edge pavilion, there were only a few painters with a pure fire. Even he, the pavilion master, had just arrived at this realm not long ago. How long has Kang Duhaian only been practicing the way of painting? 2 or 3 years at the most. He's 6 years old. It is extraordinary to be able to achieve this. Referring to the 100 paintings pavilion, Zhang Daohong smoothly arrived at the signing-in location. Taking advantage of the pavilion master's inattention, he quietly approached, silently reciting the word signing in his mind. Ding! You have signed in at the Hall of 100 Paintings and obtained the reward, the illustrations of 1,000,000 immortals. The reward is boosted by 1,217 times, and you obtain the illustration of 1,000,000 immortals, the illustrated book of 1,000,000 spirits, the Flower House 100 Demons book. Zhang Daohong's eyes were glowing, and his heart was pounding wildly. This time the reward, laced with something out of this world. Zhang Daohong's consciousness entered the system space. The sign-up bonus, in total, is 3 booklets. The best reward for signing in this time is this Flower Mansion 100 Demon book. Oh, no. It's the illustrated book of a million immortals. He wasn't interested in the Flower House 100 Demon book. Even if you look at it from the point of view of learning the way of painting. There's really nothing crooked about it. At first, this location is signed in and you can only get the Paragon illustration. What is recorded on it is hundreds of spiritual objects explaining how to draw better. Sign-in rewards are upgraded with a copy of All Souls Illustrated. In terms of the number of bases, it's a lot more than the Paragon illustration. Eyes fixed on the thick booklet. Illustration of All Souls. All things have spirits. And if you want to draw more realistically, you need to have a deep understanding of all things. Kang Du-hyeon nodded approvingly. It was like the Hall of 100 Paintings, which contained the paintings of hundreds of spiritual creatures. Only if you know the true nature of these spirits can you paint it to life. Otherwise, there is an empty painting without spirituality, and it will eventually fall short. There are spirits in heaven and earth. Spiritual beings refer to all kinds of creatures in heaven and earth. Flowers, birds, fish and insects, mountains and rivers, etc. Eyes, toward the other, thicker book. Illustration of a million immortals. There are immortals in the heavenly realm. Drawing people is simple. Drawing immortals is difficult. To master the art of drawing fairies, check out this book. Please note that after studying this illustration, the painting is too realistic. This book is not responsible for indulging in the world of the way of painting. If it is tainted with immortal energy, it can be called an immortal object. It's easy to paint a rock, but it's hard to make it tainted with fairy energy. You can't become a true immortal painting by just painting an ordinary stone. The million immortal illustrations, more records, is the immortal objects in the immortal world? How to draw fairy things in a more fairy-like manner is the raison d'etre of this book. More than 1,200 times the sign-up bonus. 90% of it works on this booklet. By controlling it completely, one's understanding of the Tao of painting should be able to rise to a certain height. Next, Zhang Daohan looked towards that last reward. It was a booklet 2 feet long, a foot wide, and half a foot thick. It's got to be 300 or 400 pages at least. Seeing this thickness, Zhang Daohan nodded with satisfaction. Well, with this thickness, one can learn more about the painting path. Flower House 100 Demons book. Flower House has demons and even more love. This book will open a new door for you to appreciate the depths of the demoness. Zhang Daohong put the 100 Demons book together with the Jade Maiden book, estimating that it wouldn't be taken out for a while. Zhang Daohong? Ho Tinghua realized that Zhang Daohong seemed to have entered some kind of state and only called out softly, "Oh." Kang Du-hyeon's consciousness returned to reality. "What's wrong? Did you enter some sort of state of enlightenment?" Ho Tinghua inquired with a smile on his face. "Pretty much." Zhang Daohong didn't explain too much. Ho Tinghua said in a serious tone, "Your enlightenment of the painting Tao is too strong. Cultivate the painting Tao well. You will definitely be a good seedling of the painting Tao in the future. Maybe there's even a chance to get on the spirit painting list." Zhang Daohong also sought out the spirit painting list. There was also an idea within, and probably an idea of how to go about getting on the God list. Only that there was no plan in his heart as to whether or not he could reach the Vanguard Extreme Realm. Also thought, go back and ask the Chief Master. He should know more. "Well, I'll try it when I'm ready," Ho Tinghua exhorted. "But be prepared, everyone. There is only one chance to paint live in front of the spirit painting list. Whatever outcome there is, it will be final. Once you've elevated to the painting proximity to heaven and earth realm and honed your skills for a few more decades, you should have the strength to ascend the list." He believed that with Zhang Daohong's qualifications in painting the Tao, sooner or later, he would be able to ascend the divine ranking. Only, it won't be too early in the day. A full moon rises in the night sky, a refreshing night breeze to blow away the stifling air. Flying Sword Inn, Tianzi No. 3 guest room. The doors and windows were closed, and the candle flame on the bookcase swayed, reflecting the teenager's shadow on the wall. "Master, come out." After calling for a while, there was still no movement. Kang Du-hyeon pondered, could it be that the code word was wrong? There. He took out the Flower House Jade Maiden book and placed it on the bookcase, just turning a page, and an old man appeared behind him. "Good boy. Why don't you call your teacher when you read a book?" the painting god said. "I called you just now, and you didn't answer." Zhang Daohong rolled his eyes. This old pervert, he doesn't come out without a fishy smell. Chapter 100 Qingming Festival Events. Painting the Heaven and Earth. "Call me?" The painted god shrugged. "Didn't hear." "Master, I'm looking for you to ask about the spirit drawing list." Zhang Daohong closed the Jade Maiden book. "You brat." The painting god was in a hurry and scolded. "Tell me about the spirit drawing list first, then I'll show you." "Well," the painting god rolled his eyes and said, "with your qualifications, it's easy to get on the list." Zhang Daohong inquired again, "What if I want to reach the Wangu Pole realm?" If it was just on the list, There was no need for him to come and ask the painted god. The 10,000 ancient extreme realm. The painting god revealed a look of reminiscence. Something seemed to come to mind, a spring in her brow. The 10,000 ancient extreme realm is not so easy to attain. First, you must first fight your way to the extreme end of the painting realm. Secondly, you have to paint a scene with mountains and water, with people and things in waves. In this way, painting is much more difficult. This is why, today, the scrolls on the list are all an extremely spectacular spectacle. It looks like a picture of 10,000 chrysanthemums in bloom. Thousands of demon choppers chart. The scenery painted on it is extremely varied, and each, in its own way, is shown in all its splendor. So much for getting on the spirit painting list. The 10 miles of falling flowers picture, which is more beautiful than the first two, only came in third. A rippling spectacle. This statement from the painting god was really somewhat similar to what Zhang Daohong had guessed earlier. It's not easy to paint such a picture. What do you have in mind, master? The painted old man stood tall with his head held high and his hands behind his back. Speaking of ripples, master really has some insights. That would be the painting woman. Zhang Daohong's expression gradually solidified. He shouldn't have asked that just now. They all knew that the god of painting was an old pervert, and the ideas he came up with were certainly not far off. The painting old man said quietly. Back then, the old man created his own picture of 10,000 women bathing, and now I'm going to pass it on to you. As long as you can copy a tenth or two of it, you'll be able to reach the 10,000 ancient extreme realm. What? Zhang Daohong was stunned. The 10,000 women's bathing picture. Not bad for an old pervert to come up with this kind of painting. Master, isn't it a bit wrong to use this kind of painting to get on the 10,000 ancient spirit painting list? When one ascends the spirit painting list, all of the 10,000 ancient spirit painting monuments will present that one painting. Imagine then if the sky was full of beautiful women, coming out of the creek. This mustn't be all males bending over? Overnight, 1 billion airplanes landed. It's scary to think about. Moreover, if this painting came out, it would definitely make those cultivators think that Zhang Daohong was immodest. It's a man with a dirty mind. What about the facts? He's upstanding, never bent. Well, you can't draw what you think, can you? It's degrading. Something like the painting god, under the banner of the divine body painting Tao. To molest a woman was inappropriate. What's wrong with that? The painted god stroked his goatee, both eyes narrowed together. You are my painting god's disciple, so naturally you must inherit my mantle. And the name of the old man? Zhang Daohong stared closely at the old man and inquired. You still have a name? That's for sure. The painting god was full of complacency. Back then, the old immortal claimed that he could pass through all the flowers without a single leaf touching his body. Zhang Daohong was somewhat speechless, and inwardly pondered whether or not to announce the identity of the painting god's disciple to the public in the future. I guess this old guy, he must have gotten into a lot of affairs. Wouldn't he be the one to pay off the debt from now on? Master, this picture of 10,000 women bathing is never desirable. Is there another picture? Of course. The painting god raised his head proudly. The old immortal's masterpieces also include the 10,000 women spring breeze painting, the 100,000 jade women painting, and the red apricot garden painting. Regardless of which one, learning a tenth or two of them will allow you to reach the 10,000 ancient extreme realm. Forget it. Kang Daohong knew that he definitely couldn't learn anything good from his master. It's better to think for yourself. How to create a painting. The painting god shook his head slightly and said, if you want to reach the ancient extreme realm, the first point is to paint what you are good at and paint it to the extreme. Secondly, what is drawn must have a sense of majesty. Satisfying these 2 points will be close to the limit of the ancient world. Hearing these words, Zhang Daohong really groped for some inspiration from them. Apprentice, think for yourself first, and if there's anything you don't understand, you can come and ask me. The old immortal is just a wisp of a remnant soul that can't stay in the outside world for too long. Go ahead and recuperate. After the painting god said these words, his figure disappeared into the room. At the same time, the booklet on the table disappeared along with it. Kang Daohong rolled his eyes as he looked at the disappearing Flower House Jade Lady book. This is going to recuperate? Guess, the more you recuperate, the weaker you get. As his master left, he was also pondering on how to reach the 10,000 ancient extreme realm. If I paint a picture of a Qingming graveside, with earthly sadness, it should be considered majestic. However, it is also possible that the requirements of the 10,000 ancient extreme realm will not be met. Suddenly, there was a flash of light in his head. What if we add the ghostly, soulful misery? Isn't it possible to reach the limit of all ages? The picture of Qingming's graves is supposed to be a sadness on earth. Add a few more nether spirits to the mix and it must have been a god's cry. Two things that are, in and of themselves, related. When it's painted, it might explode into an even brighter light. The Vanguard Extreme Realm. there was hope again. With this thought in mind, Zhang Daohong finally found his target. The next step is good. Just follow that goal all the way through. The Qingming graveside, which was originally painted with a variety of human conditions, requires an extremely high level of understanding of people's various states of mind. Just in time, I'm in the hall of 100 paintings, taking in the painting meanings left behind by 100 painters. Got this All Souls illustrated book again. By comprehending the illustrations, one's mastery of all the states of the earth is surely elevated to another level. When the time comes, this Qingming graveside picture can definitely be painted to the extreme. The illustration of the 10,000 spirits, which records tens of thousands of spiritual beings, of which humans are one, and all sorts of them. On the second day, Zhang Daohong, along with his old man and Meng Yao, returned home. After that, it went into a state of closed-door enlightenment painting. As for Sinner, leave it to Dragoner to take care of it. There won't be any problems. Sky Feather Pavilion. Zhang Daohong sat in the courtyard and took out the Spirit Enlightenment scroll and placed it on the stone table. The bright sunlight, sprinkled on the rice paper, covered with a layer of faint golden light. Just like that, continue to enroll in the way of painting. That previous check-in yielded a total of 10 scrolls. In each scroll, a strong pictorial meaning is recorded. Almost 3 days to enlist in one of them. A month later, all 10 scrolls were referenced. Buzz. Zhang Daohong sat on the ground with his knees crossed, and the painting intent condensing on his body became more and more intense. When it reached the extreme, a painting intent rose up to the sky, forming a stunningly beautiful scroll in the sky. It's done. Painting proximity to heaven and earth. This realm is the limit of painting. The 10 scrolls contained extremely strong pictorial meanings, and after comprehending them all, they reached this realm. In his mind, the painting paved a colorful path, and the door to the end had opened. Now, as long as he was willing, he could open the door to the desolate heaven ancient realm through the painting Dao intent. Enter the immortal with the way of painting. Only, after becoming a painting immortal, the mortal realm could not be raised. Directly condensing an immortal body was an uprooting thing for him. Someone who intended to become a 10,000 ancient great emperor. In the future, it's better to rely on the physical body to become an immortal. After the scroll had been consulted, the All Souls illustration was taken out and placed on the stone table. The illustrations are large, 3 feet long, 2 feet wide, and up to a foot thick. Viewed from the side, this illustrated book must be, at least, tens of thousands of pages. Flip open the cover to the first page. The book paper was yellowed, and in the middle of it was drawn a stunningly beautiful woman holding a paper umbrella with a graceful figure. Could it be the wrong one? Flower House 100 Demon Book. Is that you? When he saw this figure, Kang Du Haiyan had the feeling that he had taken the wrong one. Hurriedly looking towards the cover, he realized that there was no mistake after seeing the words, the illustration of All Souls. Luckily, I didn't get the wrong one. Kang Du Haiyan looked toward the first page. Swish, with just a glance, the consciousness enters the world of the book. This is the rainy southern water town, holding a paper umbrella woman, strolling in the rain. The fine rain fell on the paper umbrella, converging along the umbrella bone to form a droplet of water, falling under the white lotus boots. The woman slightly raised her umbrella, as if her eyes were autumn water, and looked toward the boat on the river. The knit brows and smile, all show the beauty of the woman. Kang Du Haiyan was in this book world, observing the woman's every move. The understanding of this woman, from the outside to the inside, from the shallow to the deep, life, living, emotions, every bit of it, extremely well observed, especially now that the intent of the Tao of painting had reached the realm of painting in the presence of heaven and earth. Every angle, from the painting path. If he were to paint this woman again, it would be from the outside in, giving soul. There was no increase in the intent of the painting Tao, but the standard of the painting Tao increased dramatically. If this woman were painted in a Qingming graveside picture going to her grave, it would certainly be exquisite to the extreme. The ancient extreme realm is all about making every painted thing, in a painting, extreme. The first image is read as if you are experiencing a decade or so with the woman. The reality of the past is that it was not long ago. In fact, the amount of time consumed by different people attending to an illustration is different. Some people may need dozens of days, or even years, to thoroughly comprehend a picture. Some people who are highly enlightened in painting the Tao will be quicker in their enlightenment. Zhang Daohong possessed 5 painting Tao divine bones, and it was roughly a tea time to refer to a single illustration. At this rate, it would not be a big problem to refer to 20 or 30 pairs of amplitude diagrams a day. If he were to finish comprehending this entire booklet, his spirit drawing skills would be elevated to the extreme. Raising the level of the painting Tao would help him better use the divine maiden green peak diagram and better study the way of sword painting. After the first page of enlightenment, he turned to the second page, which was also a picture of a young man. And so, once again, you are immersed in the world of the book, following the man's life and living, from the cave to the birth of a child, to get a sense of the man's life. Chapter 101, 2 years, Painting Dao Extreme Realm. Time flies. The transfer is already 2 years later. Kong Du-hyung is 8 years old, much taller and very handsome, like the big kids. In these 2 years, he painted during the day and practiced at night. Whether it was the painting path or the cultivation realm, they were all improving. Tens of thousands of drawings, all read. Nowadays, when he draws just about anything, it's all perfect. If the first infant also reaches the 10,000 ancient extreme realm, it will definitely be able to obtain the 7-colored divine key and enter the 10,000 ancient divine realm once again. With these 2 years of preparation, Zhang Daohong was confident that he would be able to make it to the 10,000 ancient spirit painting list. Room. Zhang Daohong pushed open the door of the room, and a fresh scent hit his nose. In the courtyard, 2 more figures were cultivating. One was tall and had a pair of golden dragon horns on his head. One is slightly shorter, and then Kong Du-hyung looked like a young girl of about 12. The young girl's skin was fair, like beautiful jade, with no impurities at all. Father. After the young girl saw Zhang Daohong, she excitedly ran over and directly jumped into Zhang Daohong's arms. Since she was taller, it looked more like an older sister hugging her younger brother. Son, you're not too young now. In the future, can you stop hugging whenever you meet? Zhang Daohong shook his head helplessly. It wasn't a closed door for the past 2 years. Come out for dinner daily. It's a very good idea to know about Samuel's situation. For the past 2 years, it seemed that because Samuel had been eating very well on a daily basis, it was either an immortal medicine or an elixir that was several thousand years old. The head growth rate is extremely fast. Probably grow a lot taller in a few days. Even though Salmon is only a little over 2 years old, he looks like he's 11 or 12. After all, it was transformed by a divine ginseng, and it was normal for it to grow faster. Like longer, at the age of 3, she was already a big girl in the pavilion. However, at this age, it would be very awkward to call him dad again. No way. Sunner pouted her fleshy little mouth, her eyes filled with colorful tears. Look at that. About to burst into tears. You. Zhang Daohong shook his head helplessly. What an abrasive little demon. Giggle. Samuel laughed, the tears in his eyes quickly disappearing. Over the past 2 years, she had come into contact with the Zhang family and knew more and more. The name for Zhang Daohong also changed from Poop to Dad. Seeing Zhang Daohong, Longer hurriedly picked up the soup pot on the table and said with an excited expression, "My lord, this is my newly researched soup, with a very nice name, called Tiger and Wolf Down." Kong Daohong looked towards the soup pot and his expression gradually froze when he saw several long stick-like objects. Dragon's son, can we stop studying this strange and weird cuisine? This tiger and wolf down the mountain, at first glance, is a stew of tiger whip and wolf whip. When I pushed open the door of the room just now, it seemed that I also saw Longer scooping a sip with a jade spoon. Boy, the flavors are getting heavier. He was really afraid that he would follow in the footsteps of the tiger and the wolf in the future. This would be acceptable if eaten straight. If the stew, forget it, Longer said in a serious tone. Gongzi, you're still young. It's the right time to make up for it. It's too late to make up for it later when you're older. Crunch. The door to the room next to him opened and a small, delicate face emerged. Judging from the way she looks now, the girl will surely be a great beauty when she grows up. 2. Zhang Daohong, it's time for you to make up for it. Zhang Mengyao grew quite a bit taller and was actually a bit taller than Zhang Daohong. Make up your body now, so that you can eat the several female emperors that your sister will introduce to you in the future. Otherwise, you'd be drained to death with this little body. What a tonic. Zhang Daohong rolled his eyes. Even if we don't have to make up for it, it's still enough, okay? By the way, how is your study of the painting Dao going? Zhang Mengyao knew that Zhang Daohong had been painstakingly studying the Dao of painting for a while. It's almost done. I'm ready to go to the 10,000 ancient spirit painting ranking, Zhang Daohong said confidently. That fast? Zhang Mengyao was stunned. Should we drill for a few more years? Your qualifications in the Dao of painting are indeed extraordinary, but it may still be a bit early to go. Those painters, if they wanted to be on the 10,000 ancient spirit painting list, any one of them would have to delve into it for hundreds or even thousands of years. Completely enlighten a certain object before you dare to go to the top of the list. Like Zhang Daohong, it was a bit too hasty to go to the spirit painting ranking after only 2 years of delving into the painting path. Not early at all. Although Zhang Daohong had only been in enlightenment for 2 years, he had sensed the lifetimes of 10,000 kinds of living beings. 2 short years, but it was as if hundreds of thousands of years had passed. Far more than an ordinary painter. It took much more time to enunciate. Painted Edge Pavilion. Inside the large hall, there were 4 figures. Zhang Daohong, are you really prepared to go to the 10,000 ancient spirit painting list? Ho Tinghua inquired with a surprised face. Aha! Kang Duhaian nodded gently. Take me there now. Ho Tinghua said in a serious tone. You've only been practicing the Tao of painting for a few years. It's too early to go to the spirit painting ranking. Why don't you come back after a few more decades of practice? Unless you just want to have a long look and have no intention of ascending the spirit painting list. Which of those who had made it to the spirit painting list hadn't practiced the painting way for thousands of years? An extraordinary understanding of life and all things. Observed to the extreme. Zhang Daohong was only 8 years old from the time he was born. And what insights can be gained about life? Therefore, it was not appropriate to attempt the 10,000 ancient paintings list now. Zhang Daohong didn't explain too much and just said in a flat tone, I'm ready. In the illustrations of the 10,000 spirits, for each page of enlightenment, one had to experience decades of time in the world of the book. He is now in the world of the book, experiencing hundreds of thousands of years. Naturally, it's not what it looks like to outsiders. Alright, since you insist on going, then follow me. Ho Tinghua had already persuaded Zhang Daohong, and since the other party had decided to go now, there was no reason to delay anything further. Anyway, his mind was feeling very sorry for him. Such a good seedling of the painting path. Honing it for a few more 100 years, he would definitely have the strength to ascend the 10,000 ancient spirit painting list. If you go now, you're more than likely not going to get anything out of it. The four of them arrived at the backyard of the Painted Edge Pavilion, and there was a stone monument 10 feet high in the open space at the back. Since there hadn't been any festivals lately, there weren't many people coming and going in the Painted Edge Pavilion. Ho Tinghua pointed to the empty space in front of the stone monument and said, when you step into this area, formations will be turned on all around, isolating the sounds and sights. During the period of painting, the formation will be running all the time. Outsiders can't disturb you, so feel free to paint inside. After the drawing is done, the stone tablet will observe your spirit drawing and give the appropriate judgment. The introduction was very detailed, and Zhang Daohong nodded after listening to it and approached the stone monument without hesitation. Buzz! The stone monument trembled lightly, and golden light enveloped the clearing, creating a quiet space for Zhang Daohong, undisturbed by the things around him. Zhang Daohong took out a bookcase and set it on the ground, and then he put the prepared rice paper and laid it flat on the bookcase. Set up the 7-colored glazed ink and the jade-patterned divine hair. When everything is ready, close your eyes and get in the best shape possible. You will start painting. The golden barrier of the formation was transparent, and one could see the state of the person painting inside through the formation. It just can't have an effect on the painter. Ho Tinghua's pupils suddenly contracted as he looked at the colored ink and brush that Zhang Daohong had taken out. This colored ink actually has immortal qi on it. It's truly extraordinary. Above the brush, there is the same presence of immortal energy. Using these two items to paint, one is able to bring the painting Tao's intent into complete fulfillment. Good colored ink and brushes are definitely the most valued things for a painter. This rice paper is so big. Could it be that he intends to draw many things on it? This is too difficult. From a distance, the rice paper was a foot long and 7 feet wide. It is 5 or 6 times larger than the usual rice paper used for painting. Usually, only painters creating extremely grand scenes would choose to paint on such large rice paper. Of course, the grander the scene, the more difficult it is. Inside the formation, Zhang Daohong's eyes opened, holding the jade-striped divine hairpin, and his aura changed abruptly. Swish! The rice paper flew up from the bookcase and hovered in midair. Motionless, Zhang Daohong's toes gently pointed to the ground, and his body flew up, and the brush in his hand landed the first stroke in the upper left corner of the rice paper. With a few strokes of the brush, a slender woman holding a paper umbrella appears in the painting. The woman carried a wooden box and placed the tribute inside in front of a tombstone. The gleam in his eyes was bleak. Soon the woman was finished painting. Ho Tinghua stared at the woman for just a few moments before his consciousness fell into the scroll. The surrounding scenery seemed to have disappeared, and only this woman was left in front of her. The woman's demeanor was exquisite in his eyes, especially the delicate movements and sad eyes. It made him a bystander, as if he too had experienced the woman's grief, and became emotionally drained. In the middle of his chest, it was like a big stone was blocked. Chapter 102, The Human Condition, all shown in the painting. How can there be such misery on earth? If I were by this woman's side at this moment, I would wipe the tears from her eyes. I wish I could hug her and soothe the sadness inside her. Ho Tinghua didn't have any bad thoughts at the moment. He simply felt compassion and couldn't bear to look on. Wait! His body shuddered violently, and he realized that it was nothing more than a painted woman in front of him. It's amazing that he's so sad about a painted woman. This painting has definitely portrayed a woman's demeanor, mannerisms, and subtle movements. And Zhang Daohong is only 8 years old. but it is rare that he can draw so vividly. After the woman finished outlining, a blue figure appeared at the back of the stone tablet. From the silhouette, it was an old man, looking at the woman in front of him with a strong concern in his eyes. Ho Tinghwa's pupils shrank. It's a poltergeist. It should be this woman's departed elders. Buzz. His body trembled, and he felt an aura of sadness come over him. Sadness, desolation, expectation, concern, all of the emotions layered together to paint a picture of a kind, deeply loving father to his daughter. After feeling these emotions, Ho Tinghwa felt pity for the dead man. Even he had a mind to help take care of the woman. For this father, Buzz, the body shuddered again and consciousness returned to reality. This, Ho Tinghwa's eyes were filled with astonishment. Zhang Daohong has even drawn the soul in a marvelous way. All the emotions, portrayed just right. Let me feel the anticipation, the concern, the love of a dead man for his daughter. Few among the painters paint shadowy souls. Even if it is a painting, it's usually of the severe ghost variety, with teeth and claws trying to eat people or make waves. It is rare to find one that expresses a mood of sadness like Zhang Daohong. A simple brushstroke outlines a woman with a shadowy spirit in her grave. Zhang Daohong replaced the brush, dipped it in light green ink, and slid it casually across the paper. A small, spiritual river emerges in the painting. After the long river is outlined, follow the creek and draw a scene of a southern water town. Hawkers, the child who stole the tribute, the widow who weeps in secret, the old crone alone in the courtyard. The characters, each one of them, are drawn in a unique way, giving them a spiritual. In this way, the characters and scenery in the painting grew. 100, 500, 1,000. From dawn to sunset, Ho Tinghwa stood outside, motionless, looking at Zhang Daohong as he painted. With each figure drawn, the consciousness enters the painting and senses the mood of the painting. At this moment, he felt like his brain was about to explode. 1,000 characters. Each character has a soul, a story of their own. How the hell did he do that? What's scary is that each of these 1,000 people has a different posture, mood, and intention. Feeling the mood in a painting is like experiencing 1,000 lives. Is this really something an 8-year-old could draw? Even a 100,000-year-old empress couldn't do it, right? In addition to the characters in the painting, there are thousands of shadowy souls, hiding in the dark corners. It's also subtle and shows different emotions. Some cry with sadness. Some are remorseful and chagrined. Some haunt the enemy who killed them. All the human conditions are shown in the painting. Zhang Mengyao stood by the side, and after viewing this scene, her heart turned over in shocking waves. How in the world did Kong Du Haiyang draw these? Could it be that he, too, has an unusual sense of all things in the world? Or perhaps the painting god's legacy has these things in it? She, a person who had lived for 100,000 years, experienced 100 lifetimes, and had seen all kinds of things on earth, did not even have the tip of the iceberg that Zhang Daohong had shown in his painting. Those shadowy souls, in particular, displayed forms that were very realistic. It's like a real poltergeist. A number of onlooker painters came to the courtyard. Seeing the strength of the painting Dao displayed by Zhang Daohong, these painters lowered their condescending heads. Even some famous masters of the painting path were ashamed of themselves. Divine Sun's painting Dao intent is too strong. It's amazing that so many figures and shadowy spirits were drawn. Old me is ashamed of myself. These thousands of years have been wasted. Alas, the Divine Sun's strength in the Dao of painting is truly extraordinary. Previously, Zhang Daohong's picture of a grassland sword dance had only made these people feel good, not to the point of being ashamed of themselves. Now, the painting had not yet been truly completed, and the mood experienced from it was already extremely profound. After another half hour, the painting finally came to an end. Zhang Daohong wrote Immortal Edge of a Dream in 4 large characters in the lower right corner. Drone STH. The scroll trembled gently and automatically flew toward the sky. The stone monument sensed the meaning contained in the scroll and violently trembled, and the colorful light shot straight up into the sky, revealing a painted world on the firmament. This is the rainy southern water town, the Qingming festival. The people worshipped their dead relatives. Buzz. With a gentle tremor, the huge scroll above the firmament moved. The characters in the painting, all of them came to life, and a sad scene was revealed with them. At this moment, there were countless people in the Haotsong realm, raising their heads to watch the scroll. Everyone, feeling the mood of the painting, fell into sadness. Think of dead relatives, dead friends, the dead deceased. Countless people, emotionally sad, lost their voices. Between the mountains and rivers, there are countless demonic beasts hidden. These demonic beasts also exuded sadness as they observed this bleak scene. Even the ferocious demonic dragons and demonic tigers were shedding tears of sorrow. Every blade of grass has a spirit. Feeling the sad scene in the painting, billions of flowers, plants and trees, also followed along with the sadness. On some trunks, tears of sadness flowed. On some blades of grass, green teardrops drip out. Flowers, plants and trees swayed in the wind and made a mournful sound. Woohoo! There was rain falling from the clear sky. Even the heavens, too, are weeping with grief, a painting of 1,000 living creatures. For it, an ethereal and inexplicable voice resounded between heaven and earth. Thou, alone, art the ancient extreme realm of the ancients. A 7-colored haze descended from the sky, and among them were 3 7-colored light clusters. In Jiang Daohuang's eyes, there was still a large amount of Wan Gu Qi in the light mass, and after approaching his body, he absorbed all of it. Ding! You have absorbed the ancient Qi of the 10,000 years, and your sign-in reward has been increased by 150 times. Adding this 150x to the total sign-up multiplier boosts it to 1,367x. This 10,000 ancient Qi is quite rich. Looking towards the 3 rewards, Jiang Daohuang's heart was delighted. A set of brushes, a set of colored inks, a parchment scroll, another parchment scroll. Could it be the 4th one that records the inheritance of the Dan God? If you can gather 4 parchment scrolls, it will open the Dan God's inheritance. There is a great deal of anticipation in this. Check the parchment scroll when you get back. The ethereal and inexplicable voice once again resounded from the sky. Thy name shall be at the head of the stone tablet. Wait. This time, Jiang Daohuang didn't intend to put his name on the divine ranking, but rather, he intended to use a pen name. It is also the words a dream of immortal fate. He had already made it to the God ranking 6 times. His name had long been established, and it didn't matter too much if he had more or less of this one. And now, wanting to make the name known to the world, let the dream of a fairy edge become a legend. The kind that no one knows about and no one knows about just by mentioning it. In this way, if he took out his paintings in the future, it would definitely attract many immortal cultivators to fight over them. I'm going to use Fairy Edge 1 Dream instead of my name. The ethereal and inscrutable voice sounded again. As thou wilt. Buzz. The stone tablet trembled, and the divine ranking changed. 10,000 ancient spirit painting list. First place, Immortal Edge of a Dream. Qingming grave drawing. Second place, Mu Yen Yen. 10,000 chrysanthemums in full bloom figure. Third place, Du Zixuan. Thousands of demon slaying diagrams. Fourth place, Yen Bai Tao. 10 miles of falling flowers figure. Fifth place. At the same time, in the 3,000 minor worlds and the desolate heaven ancient realm, countless 10,000 ancient spirit painting lists were releasing brilliant divine light, shrouding the heavens. A picture of a Qingming grave unfolds. A sad, solemn sight, venerated by all. In the 3,000 small worlds, countless immortal cultivators and mortals, viewing the scene in the painting, were all saddened by it. For a time, hundreds of millions of living beings shed tears over it. The heavens and the earth are saddened by it. A long time passed before people were relieved from their sadness. Once again, he looked at the painting in the firmament, and admiration flowed from his eyes. Hiss! A spirit painting of the Vanguard Extreme Realm. How terrifying! When this painting comes out, heaven and earth will cry out in sorrow. Immortal Edge of a Dream? How come I've never heard of this painter before? This painter must be standing at the peak of spirit painters. Desolate Heaven Ancient Realm. In terms of the level of life, the Desolate Heaven Ancient Realm was far higher than the 3,000 small worlds by several levels. There were many immortals living here, as well as terrifying great emperor powerhouses. The heavenly Tao laws, too, were much stronger than the 3,000 small worlds. A spiritual painting that unfolded in the firmament. After countless immortals saw this painting, their faces showed sadness and their emotions were very low. Woohoo! The heavens and the earth roared sadly, as if the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling. Chapter 103 Treasure Map Present. 10,000 Spirit Bones. After the sadness in their hearts, the crowd woke up. Hiss! Just a mere painting, but it has reached such a realm. This is only the painting Tao Extreme Realm. This is already an immortal painting. Immortal Edge of a Dream? Never heard of this person's name before. It's a painting that drives some people who are interested in the path of painting crazy. Who has a painting by this artist? I am willing to pay a lot of money for the painting. I'm going to buy this picture, hang it in my living room, and offer it for worship day after day. Extreme Spirit Sword. I'm willing to offer the Extreme Spirit Sword to take this painting. Scroll. A mere spirit sword. And you want to buy this painting. For a while, the crowd argued. The avatar had already begun inquiring about the name of Fairy Edge 1 Dream. Jiang family, small courtyard. The room was by candlelight. On the bookcase, 4 parchment scrolls lay. The 4 parchment scrolls just happened to fit together to form one complete point of the treasure map. Buzz. The moment the parchment scroll came together, it shuddered slightly and a golden light appeared from the crack. Under the golden light, the parchment scrolls fused together completely. Swish! The parchment scroll levitated and emitted a golden light. A treasure map that records the inheritance of the Dan god. Take it, and upon entering the ancient divine realm, you will be led into the land of the Dan god's inheritance and obtain the Dan god's inheritance. Seeing the introductory information, Zhang Daohong was delighted in his heart. Finally, enough for 4 treasure maps. However, you have to enter the 10,000 ancient divine realm in order to enter the inheritance treasure land. If you wanted to enter the 10,000 ancient divine realm, you had to ascend the divine list and obtain the 10,000 ancient divine key. Previously, Zhang Daohong had entered the divine realm twice, and both times, he had obtained very generous resources. The next divine list to obtain the 10,000 ancient divine key is the 10,000 ancient genius list. This was also the last list of the realm god list. Now that he was strong, he could naturally ascend the 10,000 ancient elemental infant ranking. However, there was still one thing missing if you wanted to reach the ancient extreme realm. 10,000 spirit bones. This 10,000 spirit bone was not a bone, but a spiritual medicine that grew like a bone. Extremely rare, and only found in the secret realms where spirit medicines are grown. Kang Du Hyong went to Meng Yao's room. Meng Yao stood next to the windowsill, fiddling with the chrysanthemums in their pots. Meng Yao, to what extent has your realm been raised? Zhang Meng Yao picked a chrysanthemum and stuck it in her coiled hair. 99 levels of Yuaning. Zhang Daohong froze, not realizing that Meng Yao's speed was a bit faster than his own. But it's true when you think about it. For the past 2 years, he had to comprehend the 10,000 spirit illustrations during the day, and only had time to cultivate at night. Not only did he have to raise the Yuaning realm, but he also had to raise the demon infant. The speed was definitely slower than Zhang Mengyao, who focused on cultivation. Moreover, according to the previous speculation, it was very likely that Zhang Mengyao had come reincarnated with her memories, possessing quite a few precious heavenly treasures. The breakthrough was fast, and rightfully so. Zhang Mengyao said, if you want to raise the Yuaning realm to the Wangu extreme realm, you need to use a rare spirit medicine like the 10,000 spirit bone. I've already spied out where the 10,000 spirit bones are located. Although the 10,000 spirit bone was a spiritual medicine, it was very rare. In these 100,000 years, even Zhang Mengyao had never encountered one. In what place? Kang Du Hyong inquired. 10,000 medicine spirit mountain. 10,000 pill spirit mountain. Zhang Daohong murmured under his breath. I remember that within the 10,000 pill spirit mountain, the 10,000 spirit bones have not appeared for many years. The 10,000 spirit bone collects the breath of 10,000 kinds of spirit medicine in order to grow. The place where it appeared was bound to be surrounded by many spiritual medicines. If there was any year where not enough spirit medicine breath was absorbed, it could lead to the withering of the 10,000 spirit bones, and all of the previous growth would be wasted. The 10,000 pill spirit mountain has indeed not given birth to a 10,000 spirit bone for a few thousand years. Zhang Mengyao knew this as well. However, perhaps we can use the rest of the way to spawn a 10,000 spirit bone. Hearing the word catalyze, Zhang Daohong instantly thought of something. You mean, to get Sammy out of the way? Brilliant! Zhang Mengyao cast an admiring glance. That ointment of sinners is amazing. As long as we find the root and seed of the 10,000 spirit bone, we'll be able to make it mature quickly. First, the pit exploded and grew 10,000-year-old spiritual plants. There is an ancient sword tree in the back, which grows a big sword. These 2 points had already allowed Zhang Mengyao to discover that Sinner was extraordinary. Alright, I think that's fine. Zhang Daohong nodded approvingly. Let's go to the 10,000 medicine spirit mountain to search for it first. If we find a mature 10,000 spirit bone, naturally that's a good thing. And if we can't find one, we'll use ginseng's ointment. In fact, he had a means to do so, and that was through the sign-in system, signing in at the place where the 10,000 spirit bones grew, and he might be able to obtain them as well. Zhang Mengyao poured the leftover tea leaves left over from her drink into the chrysanthemum pot. The 10,000 pill spirit mountain is under the floating cloud Dan pavilion, and if you want to enter, you must have a 10,000 pill token. There are still 3 months to go before the 10-yearly Dan Master Peak meeting, and if you can win the top 3 places, you will be awarded a token. I'm going to sign up for the Dan Master Summit. When the time comes, you will give me a piece of Sinner's ointment, and if I find the 10,000 spirit bone, I will definitely give you a share. The Dan Master Summit was an event organized by the Floating Cloud Dan Pavilion. At that time, countless strong Dan Daoists would gather here to display their Dan Dao strength. The age limit for the summit meeting is not high. Under 1,000 years old, anyone can participate. Over the past 100,000 years, Zhang Mengyao had also done a lot of research on Dan arts. Alchemy, too, is a strong point. Participating in a Dan Master Summit was naturally nothing. As for Zhang Daohong, it was a bit underwhelming. For the past 8 years, it had been observing Zhang Daohong's every move. Judging from the details of life, It didn't look like someone who could make pills, nor did he display overly normal Dan Dao qualifications. Therefore, this pinnacle meeting, Zhang Daohong going to participate in it, most likely wouldn't have any results. I'm also going to attend the pinnacle meeting. Zhang Daohong was very interested in the 10,000 pill spirit mountain, so naturally, he was also going to attend. When you arrive, you can sign in. This kind of treasure land that possess spiritual medicines could surely obtain a lot of good things. You want to participate as well? Jiang Mengyao snapped. You know alchemy? Don't understand. Zhang Daohong raised his eyebrows. Can't you learn if you don't understand? It wasn't that he actually didn't understand it, having been exposed to it, more or less, in his last life. Only, the alchemy experience wasn't much, far less practiced than swordplay. Jiang Mengyao rolled her eyes and said breathlessly, do you think alchemy is like a child playing with mud? Just pinching a random shape? 3 months is enough time to learn. Zhang Daohong had a sign-in system, so he first went to sign in to get a top-tier Dandao physique. Then, by taking advantage of his qualifications and practicing a bit of alchemy, he would definitely be able to improve to some extent before the Dan Master Peak meeting. Should be in a position to take the top 3 by then. Jiang Mengyao shook her head and said, there are quite a few powerful Dan Daoists participating in this Dan Master Summit. Wanting to spend 3 months to win over those old monsters is just one word. Hard. Believe it or not. I'm going to learn alchemy first. Zhang Daohong left the room and headed towards the Dan Peak. Jiang Mengyao looked at her disappearing back in the courtyard and muttered, Sword Dao and Painting Dao, you both possess top-tier qualifications. In this Dan Dao, is it also possible to reverse the universe? If there was any person who was all gifted in the Dao of the Sword, the Dao of Painting, and the Dao of Dan, then that would definitely be an unparalleled talent. Dad, where are you going? Seeing that Zhang Daohong was about to leave the courtyard, Sunner immediately came over and pulled on his sleeve to prevent him from leaving. I'm going to Dan Peak to do some business, Zhang Daohong said as he looked at his daughter, who was a head taller than himself. The Zhang clan in the Haozong realm had 100,000 clansmen. All kinds of dharma are involved. Dan Peak, a place that could be compared to Sword Peak. At least, 3,000 clansmen must join here. If one wanted to refine pills, one could learn quite a few useful things at Dan Peak. Dan Peak. Sunner's eyes lit up when she heard these 2 words. I've heard that Dan Peak has a spirit garden that grows quite a few spirit medicines. It should be delicious, right? The thought of an elixir made his mouth water. You just know how to eat elixirs. Zhang Daohong sighed helplessly. Sammy's got a tricky little mouth. Elixirs that are less than 1,000 years old are not even eaten. I'm going to do my business. You stay here and don't be naughty. No. I want to go too. Sinner's deft little tongue licked her lips. When Zhang Daohong saw Sinner in this state, how could he dare to let her go? No. You stay here and let your mother take care of you. Daddy's bad. Samuel crossed his arms and puffed up his fleshy little face. Dragon was standing right next to her and waved when she heard this. Sunner, come. Mother will teach you to make tiger and wolf down soup. Fine. Sinner pouted as she walked towards Longer, looking pitiful as if she had been wronged. Slow down. Zhang Daohong winced when he heard the tiger and wolf down soup. Nice guy. So you can't get enough of tiger whip and wolf whip? Do I have to have the whole soup? Samuel was so young to be learning to cook from her mother. She was sure to be spoiled. How can we go down the path of dark cuisine? No way. It has to be stopped now. Chapter 104, Dan Peak. Sunner's Dan Dao talent. Samuel, follow me. Really? Sunner gleefully followed Zhang Daohong. However, you must be obedient. Zhang Daohong had a stern face and said, when you arrive at the Dan Peak in a while, you must not move or touch anything. Understand? Aha! Samuel nodded his head as if he were chicken pecking. Alright, let's go. Zhang Daohong waved his hand and took the lead to walk out. Instead, Sunner spat out her tongue and made a face at Zhang Daohong's back. Slightly. Dan Peak. A huge Dan furnace was placed at the entrance of the main hall. Zhang Daohong took Sunner and followed the steps to the top of the mountain. Along the way, they encountered quite a few ginger clansmen. These clansmen, when they saw Zhang Daohong, greeted him very politely. Just as he climbed to the top of the mountain, he saw Peak Master Zhang Dateo walking out of the hall. Zhang Dateo was holding a duster, and the immortal doctor was floating. Divine Son, why are you free to come to Dan Peak? You don't want to learn alchemy, do you? He heard a disciple pass on that it was the Divine Son coming to Dan Peak, so he put down what he was doing and came to greet him. Greetings, Great Tao Peak Master. Zhang Daohong performed a martial artist's salute. His status was extraordinary, but when he saw this Peak Master level person, he still had to use honorifics. As you said, I want to learn alchemy this time. Ha ha ha. Good. Zhang Dateo clutched the floating dust to his chest. It is an honor for the Dan Peak for the Divine Son to join me. Who is Kong Du Hyun? 6 times on the 10,000 ancient gods list. The name is like a thunderbolt. There were also people who said that it was Zhang Daohong who took first place in the 10,000 ancient spirit painting ranking not long ago. Only on the spirit painting list, the name used was a pen name, Immortal Edge of a Dream. Whether it's Kong Du Hyun or not remains to be confirmed. If Zhang Daohong joined Danfeng, he might also be able to create a good story and bring Danfeng's reputation to the next level. In case Zhang Daohong's qualifications were still able to make it onto the 10,000 ancient spirit pills list, then Danfeng's name would definitely resonate through the Haotsong realm. Divine Son. Why do you want to join Dan Peak now? The Divine Son had never come before, and he had thought that Zhang Daohong wasn't interested in alchemy. Or perhaps, Zhang Daohong's alchemy qualifications weren't very strong, so the Patriarch didn't allow him to be distracted to come here to learn the Dan technique. Zhang Daohong said softly, 3 months from now, there will be a Peak Dan Master meeting at the Floating Cloud Dan Pavilion, and I want to go and participate to win the top 3 places. So, it's time to come to Dan Feng to study. What? Zhang Daitao was filled with shock. Simple words, heard in the ears, but as if the sound of muffled thunder, shocked the brain buzzing. The Dan Masters Summit. You're attending at your age now? Studying for 3 months and trying to take the top 3 places. This Dan Master Summit was a famous Dan Master event within the Haotsong realm. Anyone under the age of 1000 can participate. It can be described as a gathering of clouds and dragons. Your old man studied for 3 months and you want to get top 3? No kidding? It's a bit too rushed. How can we let those Dan Masters who have been practicing for 800 or 900 years be embarrassed? There were also some disciples among the Dan Peaks who had cultivated for 700 or 800 years, but there was no guarantee that they would be able to take the top 3 places. Zhang Daitao scratched his head, thinking of Zhang Daohong's previous performance in various fields. He didn't dare to say anything directly disparaging. Otherwise, let's do this. Let's test your qualifications first and see how talented you are in the Dan Dao. Measuring now? Zhang Daohong's expression was a little embarrassed. As a result, Zhang Daitao was embarrassed when he had to test the qualifications now. It's better to test it. Zhang Daitao pointed to the furnace at the entrance of the main hall. This is the test furnace for testing the qualifications of the Dan Dao. Stick your hand on it, and you'll know what kind of Dan Dao qualification you have once you try it. Compared to observing with the eyes, this Dan trial furnace is 10,000 times better, and can observe the qualifications most directly. Alright, after a slight hesitation, Kong Du Hyun decided to test it first. The main purpose of this visit was to sign in and see if I could get any goodies. There is no check-in location on the plaza. The Dao energy in the Dan Hall was very strong, so it might be possible to obtain something good. Just put your hand on the furnace pot, Zhang Daitao introduced. If you are qualified in Dan Dao, the furnace will smoke. The thicker the smoke, the stronger the qualification proves. He was looking forward to it, wanting to see what kind of reaction the furnace pot would have. Aha! Kong Du Hyun walked over silently, stretching out her small white hand. She pressed it against the furnace pot. Buzz. The cauldron trembled gently. It was like there was some kind of Dan Dao power that was being nurtured within the cauldron. Splat. The 10 feet diameter lid on top was pushed open by the power within the Dan Ding, revealing a gap. Pust. A gray smoke that erupted from inside the furnace. By the sound of that, it sounded like a fart. Splat. The lid again seals the top tightly. The vision disappeared. It's over? Zhang Daitao was dumbfounded. The gas that was birthed within the Dan tripod was able to push the lid open, indicating that Zhang Daohong had Dan Dao qualifications, but the gas that comes out is like a fart. It means that although he is qualified, his qualifications are not strong. This kind of qualification wasn't even good enough to join the Dan Peak, let alone participate in any Dan Master Summit. That's gone? Zhang Daohong was also very embarrassed. I really didn't think that my Dan Dao qualifications were as bad as this. Divine Son, this Dan Dao qualification of yours. For a moment, Zhang Daitao didn't know what to say. He wanted to say bluntly, you are not suitable for alchemy. It is better to go home and rest. But the person in front of him was the Divine Son of the Zhang clan, the man who has been on the Divine list 6 times. It wouldn't be good if he said it so bluntly and was held a grudge in Zhang Daohong's heart. So, speak politely and try not to make Zhang Daohong feel embarrassed. It's like this. I think a person's energy is limited. Just one sword Dao alone requires an exhaustive lifetime to pursue. There is no need to add another Dan Dao. After the distraction, it's likely that you won't be able to master either one. It was only after these words were said that Zhang Daitao was able to catch his breath. I've spent the last 2,000 years of my wisdom on talking. Now the godson won't find it difficult. No, I must learn alchemy. Where could Zhang Daohong not hear the meaning in the old man's words? In order to be able to enter the 10,000 Medicine Spirit Mountain, one had to compete for the top 3 places in the Peak Dan Masters meeting. When Jiang Mengyao entered the 10,000 Pill Spirit Mountain, even if she brought the Pill God ointment with her, she wouldn't necessarily be able to find the 10,000 spirit bones. Letting him go and being able to try to get it with a signing is like adding an undercard. Well, Jiang Daitao secretly sighed. The teenager's qualifications, when placed before, were not even enough to qualify to join the Dan Peak. But who is this man in front of me? Son of God. Even if he didn't have half the qualifications in alchemy, he would agree to join. Father, this Dan Feng smells so good, I want to join in and accompany you in refining pills. After Samuel had ascended the Dan Peak, he had been able to smell a very tantalizing aroma of pills, so he wanted to stay. You? Zhang Daohong shook his head slightly. No fooling around. This little guy is only 2 years old. Can he know what alchemy is? Guess it's just a matter of feeling curious enough to want to join here. Father, I want it. Sunner pulled on Zhang Daohong's arm and shook it from side to side. Just promise me, okay? No way. Zhang Daohong refused again. Dad. As she spoke, Samuel looked pitiful, with colorful tears swirling in her eyes. Gotta. You're the little ancestor. I'm convinced. Zhang Daohong was afraid of seeing Samuel cry. It's so true that when you cry, you can't do anything about it. It can't be helped. No one can stand this pathetic look, can they? He. You're the best. Daddy. Samuel jumped up and down happily. If you want to join the Dan Peak, you must at least have a Dan Dao qualification. Zhang Daohong pointed at the nearby Dan testing furnace. Go ahead and give it a try. And if the qualifications are worse than mine, then give up. Sunner nodded after hearing this and walked towards the Dan furnace, pressing her small hand against the cauldron. Buzz. The furnace began to shake violently, as if it were experiencing a 12-magnitude earthquake. Rumbling. Vaguely, the sound of muffled thunder could be heard within the furnace cauldron. It didn't take any guessing to know that the furnace cauldron must be harboring some kind of terrifying power of the Dan Dao. At some point, boom! The lid of the furnace was pressed to its limit by the breath from within and spewed out violently. A stream of colorful smoke flew out of the furnace cauldron and drifted into the sky. From a distance, the entire Dan Peak was shrouded in 7-colored clouds. What qualification? Zhang Daitao was completely confused. He had seen many strong Dan Dao qualifications before. A wisp of green smoke rose from the cauldron, not to be found for 100 years. A wisp of black smoke, not seen for 1,000 years. Chimney like black smoke for 10,000 years. Rolling smoke, not seen in 100,000 years. Thick smoke filled the mountain, dyeing the blue sky the color of ink. I guess Danfeng is on fire. And yet it never appeared. The colorful smoke. It looks like something you'd find in a fairyland. Sunner's Dan Dao qualifications must be extremely terrifying. Although it was impossible to guess exactly how qualified Sunner was, one thing was all but certain. That was her Dan Dao qualification, which was far more terrifying than imagined. Otherwise, there would never be such smoke. Zhang Daohong was violently shocked. Sunner's Dan Dao qualifications are too strong, aren't they? It was simply unthinkable that Sunner had such an amazing talent when it came to alchemy. This fellow was transformed by a 10,000-year-old divine ginseng, and is already somewhat related to the Dao of Dan, so it's normal for him to possess such a qualification. Longer sword Dao qualifications were frighteningly strong. Sunner's Dan Dao qualifications were frighteningly strong. The two that Zhang Daohong had taken under his wing both had extraordinary potential. That's good. Maybe in the future, Sunner will be able to make it onto the 10,000 ancient spiritual pills list as well. At that time, the chances and the 10,000 ancient breaths I'll obtain will be much higher. The vision on top of the Dan Peak not only provoked many of the Dan Peak's disciples, but also attracted the Outer Peak clansmen to watch. Many of the clansmen who were in cultivation were woken up by their friends and went outside to see the vision. There has been quite a bit of speculation. Quick look! There are actually 7 colored clouds on top of Dan Peak. It seems like the source is the Dan Peak location. How is it that such a vision has appeared for a good reason? Can it be that the test of Dan Dao qualifications caused this? Some smart clansmen quickly connected the 7 colored clouds with the Dan Dao qualifications. Over the years, whenever someone from Dan Peak tested their qualifications, thick smoke would appear. Usually the smoke is gray and black, and has not been colorful. Again, the crowd speculated. Chapter 105, Dan Dao Immortal Bone, Leopard Immortal Cauldron. You guys, who on earth caused the vision? It couldn't be the Divine Son, could it? 9 times out of 10, it's the Son of God. Yes, only the Divine Son has such talent. Even the Divine Maiden is much worse. Hiss, is it rare for a Divine Son to be gifted in the alchemy path as well? The Jiang family members tilted their heads and looked at the vision. Talking about it, Dan Peak, Jiang Daitao looked at Sunner with a million emotions. Genius. A genius that definitely comes out once in 10,000 years. You must enter the Dan Peak, and I'll make you a great disciple of the Dan Peak. No. I'll personally accept you as a direct disciple. He hadn't received a disciple for hundreds of years, but when he came across such a good seedling, he had to make an exception. Don't. Sunner, however, looked disgusted and pointed at Jiang Daohong. I want to study with my father, Dan Dao or whatever. She wasn't interested. Sunner, you can learn a lot by following the Peak Master. Jiang Daohong also persuaded. It's better to let Sunner make pills than to learn dark cuisine from Dragoner, right? Father, do you really want me to refine pills now? Sunner whispered. Aha. Jiang Daohong nodded. It never hurts to learn more. Moreover, he always had a feeling that something magical might happen after Sunner came into contact with alchemy. It's like that divine ginseng brush. A few swipes of the elixir and it becomes an immortal medicine. Alright, Sunner decided, for the time being, to follow the Peak Master and learn alchemy first. Ha ha ha. It's really smoke from my ancestors' graves for me to have such a good disciple with demonic qualifications. Jiang Daitao flung his duster excitedly. The three men entered the Dan Hall. Jiang Daohong quietly walked to the center and silently recited the word sign in his mind. Ding! You have signed in at the Dan Palace and obtained the Dan Spirit Body. The rewards are increased by 367 times, and you obtain 6 Dan Dao Immortal Bones. Dan Dao Immortal Bone. And it's still 6 roots. Hearing the name of the reward, Jiang Daohong's heart rejoiced. Maybe a Dan Dao Immortal Bone that doesn't work particularly well. But this time, the signing was to get 6 fairy bones. Stacked together, the results are definitely much stronger than expected. Previously, I signed in at the Pantheon and had gotten a set of divine bones. The signing multiplier is much lower than it is now. The main reason is that the shrine itself is a top sign-up location with a high base, so it gives good rewards. This Dan Palace in front of him was only 3,000 small worlds, and would not possess too much Dao. So, over 1,000 times the reward. That's 6 immortal bones. Consciousness enters system space. It's 6 ribs. It looks and smells so good. Thud. Mouths watered as they looked at the ribs glistening with fairy light. Inside, he had a thought about finding a pot and stewing this fairy bone for it. Forget it. It's an immortal bone at least. Better not eat it. It's just a thought. 2. I'm sure I won't eat it. The ribs, which can be placed in the chest cavity, are fused to the original ribs. People have a total of 24 ribs, 12 on the left and 12 on the right. Just choose the empty side of the placement. Consciousness returns to reality. Peak Master, can you take me around Dan Peak? Jiang Daohong said softly. There are definitely some good check-in locations in Danfang, so after you walk around and get all the rewards, go back and fuse them. No problem. First take you there. Jiang Daitao pointed to the back of the Dan Hall. There's a row of alchemy rooms over there, which are mainly for alchemy and learning alchemy techniques on weekdays. Sunner swallowed her saliva and said, Peak Master, I heard that you have a spirit garden here. I want to go and take a look. Go to the alchemy room first, and we'll take you to the spirit garden later. Jiang Daitao said without hesitation. According to the rules of Dan Peak, only people at the level of Peak Master, Hall Master, and Deacon were qualified to enter the spirit garden. This time, it was also because he valued Sunner's qualifications that he agreed. Sunner's heart was happy as she fantasized about the delicious elixir she would have later. Jiang Daitao, however, thought, why is Sunner so happy? Is it possible that it's because he's joined the Dan Pavilion? About to become a Dan Master and happy? Little fellow, it seems to be a good seedling for alchemy. It is the Dan Masters who have the qualifications and the interest that are more likely to climb to the top on this path. The three entered the backyard and toured through the rows of alchemy rooms. The frontmost rows of Dan rooms were all used by inner disciples and did not have a Daoing presence. Going around to the back, Jiang Daohong looked toward the innermost Dan room, and his heart was delighted. Peak Master, let's go to this alchemy room and take a stroll. Oh, this is my alchemy room. Jiang Daitao didn't hesitate too much. You two can go in, but you can't move around inside. This alchemy room had a lot of space, with a Dan furnace on the left side of the room and a shelf in the corner with some bottles and jars on it. The room on the right, on the other hand, was filled with bookshelves with a number of yellowed ancient books on them. After walking into the room, Kang Duhaian silently chanted the word sign in. Ding! You have signed in at Jiang Daitao's alchemy room and received the reward Spirit Medicine explained. The reward has been increased by 1367 times, and you have obtained the 100,000 Spirit Medicines explained. Leopard Immortal Cauldron, 100,000 Spirit Pills explained. Good stuff. What Jiang Daohong lacked was exactly these things. Usually, in order to refine a good elixir, One needed to have a deep knowledge of the medicinal properties of the elixir, and have a deep knowledge of the medicinal properties of the elixir. How to control the fire to fully refine the elixir and fuse it with the rest of the elixir was a very difficult technique. If you want your alchemy skills to improve, familiarizing yourself with the habits of spiritual medicines is an essential lesson. Consciousness Enters System Space. An ancient book, 3 feet long and 2 feet wide, appeared in the clearing. 100,000 Spiritual Medicines Explained. Records of the habits of 100,000 kinds of spiritual medicines. Familiarize yourself with this book to help you become a powerful Dan master. On the right side of the ancient book is a 3-foot-tall censer. The censer is yellow with a line of black and brown spots that make up the look of a leopard print. Only the color of the 3 feet. A normal yellow. No leopard print present. Leopard Immortal Cauldron. When refining the cauldron, add immortal leopard skin, bone, marrow, whip. Aesthetically pleasing and at the same time, the power of the leopard immortal can be augmented to add a trifle of fierceness to the concocted elixir. Zhang Daohonggu was confused. Leopard Immortal Cauldron. Why does it look from a distance like a stovepipe wearing leopard print pants? You know, these pants with 3 legs sticking out fit pretty well. Were the ancients so fashionable? When refining the leopard Immortal Cauldron, skin, bone, marrow, and whip were added. This whip, where does it add up? Zhang Daohong almost wondered if the cauldron was made by Dragon's Child. There was no need to guess that the one who used this kind of stove was definitely a woman. Is it hard to believe that when using the furnace, some special handles will be extended to add to the alchemy effect after holding it? Since I got it from signing in, I'll collect it and maybe give it away later. He wasn't going to use this Dan furnace anyway. Consciousness returns to reality. You two wait a moment. I'm going to fetch an item and I'll be back later. Zhang Dateo walked towards the Dan hall. In the room, only 2 children remained. Zhang Daohong walked into the study on the right and looked through the bookshelves that had books on alchemy. These books were collected by Zhang Dateo to explain alchemy knowledge and were invaluable. Seeing that Kong Duhaian was focused on reading a book there, Samar quietly walked into the room on the left and stood by the wooden shelf in the corner. The nose twitched slightly. The scent is coming from here. This wooden box smells so good. The white tender little hand picked up the mahogany brocade box, opened the lid, and the rich medicinal fragrance immediately spread out from the box. It smells so good. Samuel's pupils glowed with colorful light. Stretching out his 2 white jade fingers, he pinched the elixir. The elixir was the size of an egg, a light golden color, as if it was made of gold. Samuel nosed over to the elixir and sniffed it, reveling in the smell of the medicine. Opening her small mouth, she took a gentle bite. Crunch, crunch, ugh, it's so hard to eat. Somewhat disgusted, he threw the elixir directly onto the ground, and that wooden box also ended up the same way. Another wooden box was picked up on the wooden shelf and flipped open the lid. Inside was a crimson-colored elixir. A rich aura of life emanated from this elixir. Oh, this one smells good too. Samuel took another bite. Put, ugh, it's awful. So many dregs of medicine stuck inside my throat. The crimson elixir was thrown directly onto the ground. Sunner picked up a jade bottle this time and poured out a green elixir from it. Smells good. A light bite. Ugh, harder to eat. Why are all the pills here so unpalatable? These elixirs just smell good, but are hard to swallow when you eat them. Chapter 106, God damn it. Who ate up all of my spirit elixir? Outside the alchemy pavilion, Zhang Daitao was in a good mood and walked a little bit. Today is the day. Took in a demonic disciple. Ha ha ha. In the future, focus on cultivating Sinner. He will definitely become the #1 in alchemy. It was the first time he had encountered a disciple with such qualifications. Returning from the Dan Palace to fetch the basic Dan book, Zhang Dateo once again returned to the alchemy room. I'm back. God damn it. Who ransacked the old man's den? Only the originally tidy alchemy room was in disarray. The bottles and cans that had been neatly arranged all fell to the ground at this moment, like a scene from a burglar's break-in. What's going on? Senator, you. At this moment, he unexpectedly saw Sinner, who was cowering in the corner. The little guy was holding a brocade box in his hand and was nibbling on an elixir. Heavens, this is the Qianqing Dan, a 7th grade elixir. In the dancer's world, only a 7th grade alchemist could refine it, and it was very precious. He usually didn't even bother to eat it, but now, it was actually eaten by Samuel. Sinner took a bite of the Qianqing Dan, and after chewing it a few times, she spat it out with a disgusted look on her face. Bah, it's so hard to eat. Who refined the pills with such poor craftsmanship? After that, the elixir was casually thrown on the ground. Old man Qianqing Dan. Zhang Dateo hurriedly crouched down on the ground, picking up the missing corner of the elixir, and the piece that Sinner had spit out. trying to piece the two together. But after the ginseng had chewed it, it destroyed the original shape, and no amount of spelling could restore it to its original form. I'm dropping a little ancestor. This is a 7th grade elixir. Old me spent a large amount of spirit medicine to refine it. How can you just throw it away? This was something he wouldn't feel too bad about if he actually ate it instead. It would be a waste to throw it away. It's so hard to eat. Sunner had an aggrieved look on her face, as if she was the victim. Zhang Daitao was really pissed off. If it wasn't for the fact that Sunner's qualifications were too good to be an ordinary disciple, he would have expelled this disciple from the Dan Peak and never been able to come up. His eyes looked toward the other scattered pills and bottles, and his face became increasingly ugly. You made all these? Sunner nodded. These pills are so hard to eat. Difficult to eat? Zhang Daitao was very confused. These pills were all made from spirit medicines and had a refreshing flavor, so how could they not be difficult to eat? At this time, Zhang Daohong walked over and said somewhat apologetically, "Sorry, Sunner usually eats spirit medicines that are all at the 1,000-year level, and pills are also only extremely high-grade spirit pills, or immortal pills." The mouth is a bit fussy. Zhang Daitao's expression gradually solidified. Spirit medicine is only eaten at the 1,000-year level, or an immortal medicine. Pills are only of the finest quality. Hiss. It's too extravagant, isn't it? What kind of condition is this? There are spirit mines in the house, right? Even if there are spirit mines, they can't be eaten in this way. Sooner or later, they'll eat up the family's money. Let's put it this way. Zhang Daohong had just gotten absorbed in reading a book, and the two rooms were relatively far apart, so he didn't realize what was going on in the alchemy room. How much spirit elixir has Sammer eaten? I'll pay you back then. Casually looking at them, these pills on the ground, their grade was not low. It's also a big loss for the Peak Master. Zhang Daitao wanted to nod his head in agreement, but thinking of Zhang Daohan's identity and Sunner's qualifications, he still made a strong clench of his teeth and squeezed out a few words from his teeth. Count up. Sunner can eat as much as she wants. I can still take these elixirs. He vowed to keep an eye on Samuel from now on and never let her eat like that. This way of eating, Danfang will be eaten clean sooner or later. I just fetched a few books from the Dan Palace, all of which are needed to learn to become a Dan Master for the first time. You two take them, go back and study them well, and when you learn them, you can try alchemy. Kong Du-hyang took the thick book and looked at the few words on the cover. Alchemy explained. Zhang Daitao introduced. This book explains how to make pills, control the fire, and a simple introduction to spiritual medicines. Whenever you finish learning the contents of the book, you can come over to me and teach you to refine pills. Kong Du-hyang nodded and said, I know. This book was similar to the 100,000 spirit medicine explanation obtained from signing in just now, and the knowledge of spirit medicine recorded in it was much less. If you want to make pills, it's best to learn the 100,000 elixir explanation. After learning it, one would pretty much be in control of all the spirit medicines of the 3,000 small worlds. Peak Master de Tao, can we go around the spirit garden? The spirit garden, a place where spirit medicines are planted. Often, the soil is rich in spirituality, naturally, but we have to wait for 20 days before we can go in. Zhang Daitao said. Inside the spirit garden, there is a formation that gathers spiritual qi, and it can only be opened once a month. If you open it every day, the aura will overflow, which is not good for the growth of elixirs. So, it's only accessible once every month's time. The last time the spirit garden was open was 10 days ago. Good. Zhang Daohong did know about the formation and waited for it to open, then went in to sign in. You too, when you get back, delve into this book. As he spoke, Zhang Daitao's gaze deliberately lingered on Sunner. In fact, what was even more expected in his heart was that Sunner would read the book well and learn the contents of the book as early as possible. At that time, she would be able to teach her alchemy. As for Kong Du-hong, with this kind of Dan Dao qualification, it was hard to build anything, not to mention going to the Dan Masters Summit in 3 months. Even if one went to the Peak Dan Masters meeting after 900 years, it would be extremely difficult to squeeze into the top 100. It's hard to go too far down that road when you're underqualified. Zhang Daitao's thought was that Zhang Daohan's qualifications in Sword Dao were so strong, and he had a divine body as an advantage, so it would be good to cultivate Sword Dao and temper his physical body. Why waste your time on Danmaku? There are specialties in the arts. It's always better to focus on one path than several. Taking the alchemy explanation he handed to the duo. Those with strong alchemy qualifications would be able to comprehend this book very quickly. It was easier to memorize the habits of the elixir and control it easily when making the elixir. It will probably take about 6 months to finish the book. Those with poor qualifications, even if they read the book, it would be difficult for them to comprehend the alchemy techniques and the meaning of the book. When making an elixir, the control of the fire was very poor and could easily ruin an elixir. It may take 3 or 5 years to finish the book. Small yard. Today, Samuel is a big kid with a room of his own. It's just to the right of Kong Du-hyun's house. This is a large yard and a few more rooms would not be a big problem. When he returned to his room, Jang Dao-hong handed one of the alchemy explanations to Sinner. This book talks about how to become a Dan master. Go back and take a good look. Don't. Sinner put her small hands behind her back. Sinner don't want to read. Obviously. Not a fan of things like reading. Kong Du-hyun rolled his eyes. With such a good qualification in alchemy, wouldn't it be a waste not to learn alchemy? In the future, he still expected the little guy to take a few Wangu polar realms and help him collect some Wangu chi. Sinner, is it particularly hard for you to eat those pills today? Aha. Would you like, then, to refine your own pills and make them extra tasty? Ha, there's still paper like that. Samuel's eyes lit up. Listening to Pops, it seemed like alchemy was something worth trying. Of course, Jang Dao-hong handed the book over. Finish learning this book properly, and in the future you'll be able to refine pills on your own. Refine it however it tastes good. Aha! I want it. Sinner nodded repeatedly, her large eyes sparkling with colorful light. You learn well. I'll go back to cultivate as well. After leaving the book behind, Jang Dao-hong returned to his room. Samuel held the book and sat in front of the windowsill, turning the first page of the alchemy explanation through the bright sunlight outside the window. The book was written in a bunch of small, dense letters. To Samuel, they looked like little tadpoles, swimming and bobbing their heads. So sleepy. Before he could read for a while, Samuel was full of tiredness and laid down on the table, his head resting on the thick book, huffing and puffing as he slept. Jang Dao-hong returned to his room and entered the Heavenly Source Pavilion. The fusion of the immortal bones was a big commotion, so it was better to find a quiet place. This Danfeng check-in is very rewarding. Sitting cross-legged in the open space in the courtyard, he took out the 6 ribs, and the thick aura of the Dan Dao spread out with it. Fusion. 6 glistening white, jade-like bones pierced through the skin and slowly fused with their own ribs. The pain that tore through his heart came from his chest. Jang Dao-hong clenched his teeth and controlled the bones to fuse with the divine body. The pain of fusing 6 bones at once was intense, and it must have been much better if only one was fused. However, Jang Dao-hong didn't want to waste too much time on fusing the bones. In the chest cavity, the original white bone, glistening with a jade-like glistening white luster. Chapter 107 Unforgettable. Enlightened immortal fruit. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. Melt. With a cold cry, the immortal bone completely fused successfully. 6 immortal bones, radiating a dazzling light. A terrifying Dan Dao aura erupted from above and shot straight up into the clouds. Above the sky, strong winds whistled as the Dan Dao aura coalesced, forming a terrifying aura vortex. There were obscure and difficult to understand Dan Dao patterns on it. Jang Dao-hong said if he was enlightened, for a single Dan Dao immortal bone to appear in such a formation, if 6 immortal bones were stacked together, what a terrifying existence it would be. It's time to learn the Department 100,000 Elixir explanation. Jang Dao-hong's Dan Dao qualification had improved, and his understanding of pills had become even more profound. Swish swish swish. Under the banyan tree in the courtyard, Jang Dao-hong sat at the stone table, quickly flipping through the books in front of him. On each page, it was just a matter of scanning the page and starting to turn the next one. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible to understand the meaning at this reading speed, but Kong Du-hyun has the ability to forget everything. Together with the Dan Dao immortal bone, he had no difficulty understanding the knowledge in the book. That's how most of the month. A thick book, 100,000 Spiritual Medicines Explained, was finally finished. Not just reading it, but also fully understanding the knowledge in it and keeping it in your mind. During the process of alchemy, whenever you see a certain elixir, you can recall its habits. How should I control the fire with other elixirs, and how can I best blend them? The Dan intent gathered in Jang Dao-hong's body was also getting stronger and stronger. If divided by realm, it was now equivalent to the realm of hot fire. Similar to Peak Master Jiang Daiteo, the Dan Dao's Dan E, the higher the familiarity with the spirit medicine, the more it was controlled. However, just learning the habits of spiritual medicines was not enough to raise the realm of Dan E to the extreme. You also need to learn alchemy skills. Controlling a few thousand methods of alchemy was almost as good as being able to ascend to the extreme. Trying to learn all this is not an easy task either. Otherwise those Dan masters who had cultivated for 1,000 years would have reached their limits long ago. I wonder how well Samuel is studying. Jang Dao-hong left the Tianyuan pavilion and headed towards Sam's room. Just as he reached the door, through the window, he saw Samuel lying on the table, his head resting on the alchemy explanation, sleeping soundly. This little guy, He must have been reading late into the night and fell asleep from exhaustion, right? Gently pushing the door to his room open, Samuel heard the commotion and opened his dazed eyes. Yeah, Daddy. Seeing Zhang Daohong, Sunner was like a child who had done something wrong and winced in fear, her sleepiness gone. Sunner, how are you learning? Zhang Daohong inquired when he noticed something unusual about Sunner. Samuel scratched his head. She was trying to read properly, but the sleepiness came when she saw the dense small print. Read a little bit, then fall asleep on the book. It's been 10 days and page 10 is still to be read. Dad, I've only read 10 pages. What? It's been 10 days, and you've only read 10 pages. Zhang Daohong's expression was a wonderful one. Alchemy explained this book is not big, and it is only 1/3 of the 100,000 spirit medicine explanation, and there is not much content on a page. By all rights, with Sunner's qualifications, he should have finished reading it in 10 days, but it turned out to be only 10 pages. Brace yourself for learning a basic alchemy skill. I get sleepy when I read, Samuel said accusingly. Alas, Zhang Daohong sighed. I'll be here, watching you learn. There's still 2 days before the spirit garden opens. If you don't finish this book, you don't go. As soon as Sunner heard about the spirit garden, his harumphs flowed out. I want to go. Then study hard. Kang Du-hyang sat next to her and watched her learn. 2 days to go. Learn as much as you can. I'll be able to finish learning. Samuel clenched his pink fists and gave himself a pep talk. Looking down at the book, the dense handwriting, once again like tadpoles, swirled around in front of his eyes. Drowsiness sets in. Samuel shook his head and flopped down on the book and fell asleep again. Reading a book has a stronger effect than hypnosis. Zhang Daohong rolled his eyes. If anyone had that, sleeping pill manufacturers would have to break the bank. That's not good. What's it going to take to help her a little? Does the fruit of enlightenment work? In fact, reading a book is a form of enlightenment. If you are lucky enough, you can enter a state of enlightenment. In this state, the consciousness was highly concentrated, and it was easy to finish comprehending a book. Zhang Daohong casually flipped his hand and took out an apple-sized fruit. A rich, fresh aroma spreads from the fruit of enlightenment, which belonged to the top-grade spirit medicine. Even signing up in hell and getting a small amount. It smells so good. Sunner was in her sleep when she smelled a tantalizing scent and quickly woke up. When he saw the fruit in Zhang Daohong's hand, his eyes lit up. Daddy, you're the best. After saying that, he snatched the fruit over, but instead of eating it immediately, he took out his divine ginseng brush and swiped left and right at the fruit. Crystalline liquid, oozing out of the roots and whiskers, blends into the fruit. The fruit of enlightenment absorbed the liquid and quickly swelled up by a circle. Zhang Daohong's eyes were firmly fixed on the fruit. The great enlightenment fruit. After absorbing a certain liquid, it thrives and regains its life. The brush continues to massage on the fruit. Oversized fruit of enlightenment. Experiencing a comfortable massage. It seems to swell up. The massage continued, and the fruit of enlightenment turned into the size of a cantaloupe, with strands of immortal chi floating around. Enlightened fairy tao fruit. It slept for a while, and in its dream, it seemed to be dipped in the agar of a fairy, thus turning into an immortal fruit. Zhang Daohong snapped. This agar jelly, is it decent? Sunner put the brush back and giggled as she held the fruit of Gnosis Dao, seemingly very pleased with this masterpiece. Looking at this immortal fruit, Zhang Daohong was shocked in his heart. An immortal enlightenment Dao fruit was extremely rare even in the desolate heaven ancient realm. It was the top immortal fruit for the enlightenment of the Dao, which could be encountered but not sought. So simple. It turned a spirit fruit into an immortal fruit. The divine ginseng brush has something extremely extraordinary about it. Sunner just wanted to hold the fruit and eat it, but instead of biting down, she handed it to Zhang Daohong. Daddy, eat Gogo. You eat. Kang Du-hyang smiled and shook his head. When the little one grows up, he knows more and more about filial piety. When there's something good, you think of yourself. It's a good thing. I'll eat it then. Samuel held the large fruit and took a gentle bite. Crunch, crunch, crisp flesh, into the belly, clearing the mind. It was as if a door had been opened. It's delicious, a fruit that was eaten in no time. Samuel held the book for a few moments, and this time, instead of getting sleepy, he finally entered a state of enlightenment. Brush up. The speed of turning the book was very fast. Each page stayed for a dozen or so breaths before turning to the next page. Finally finished a book. Father, I'm done learning. Well, good. Now that's like a good boy. Zhang Daohong took out another thick book and set it in front of Sunner. Learn this one next. The book jacket had the words 100,000 elixir explained written in large letters. The system gives books for others to learn from. Samuel wasn't considered an outsider, so there was nothing wrong with leaving it to her.